This is an era where drawing cards makes you stronger. Everyone receives 3 drawing opportunities when they turn 18. Some may draw combat professions and gain the admiration of thousands. Even drawing a support profession can lead to wealth and glory. If one is unfortunate enough to draw a lifestyle profession, they may end up as a mere laborer. However, I just reincarnated into the body of a simping guy, and I was immediately insulted by the goddess who awakened as a beast tamer, called a little mutt. Even the entire school mocked me as a toad. But they don't know. I obtained a divine card drawing system, and my first 3 draws yielded a golden legend. Thus began my invincible life. At this moment, I stood bewildered in the school auditorium when I heard a woman named Rune speak. She held a pink note in her hand and disdainfully said to me, "Chen Fan, don't confess to me again, we're not suited for each other." Her voice was loud, quickly drawing the attention of others in the auditorium. Some classmates who knew the situation turned their heads and began to whisper, "That must be Chen Fan, right? He's not bad looking. I heard he's been bringing Rune breakfast every day for 3 years. What a lovesick fool. A simp ends up with nothing in the end." Honestly, Rune has risen to a higher level. It's understandable she doesn't want to be entangled with Chen Fan anymore. Besides, neither of them is a good person. The surrounding noise surged again, and I frowned, vaguely realizing what was happening. Then, Rune's sharp voice rang out again, "I'm talking to you, can you hear me?" The chubby girl next to her chimed in, "Yeah, stop acting all aloof. Can you compare to our Rune's luck? During your practice draws, you didn't even get a single purple card. You'll probably be lucky to get a blue card this time." The mocking voices were quite piercing, yet a smile crept across my downcast face. I hadn't expected to encounter such an amusing situation right after my reincarnation. I thought to myself, finally understanding the current situation. A few minutes ago, this boy named Chen Fan had confessed to his goddess once again, just like the hundreds of times before, and he was rejected once more. Before the rejection, Rune had just completed her drawing ceremony, and she was lucky enough to draw a rare profession, second only to legendary. The feeling of soaring high as a beast tamer boosted the girl's confidence, and she publicly rejected Chen Fan's confession. Thus, the current scene unfolded, and in everyone's eyes, he had completely become a joke at the school. At this moment, Rune continued relentlessly, "You're not still holding on to fantasies, are you? Thinking you can impress everyone? Let me tell you the truth, even if you draw a legendary profession, I still won't be with you." As Rune's words fell, an ethereal voice suddenly echoed in my mind. "The divine card drawing system has been activated, the beginner's gift pack has been issued. Your next 2 draws will definitely yield golden legends, and daily benefits have been issued. Your first draw each day will ensure a golden legend. In this world, destiny cards are divided into 4 levels, white, blue, purple, and gold, corresponding to common, rare, uncommon, and legendary levels." The suddenness of this voice caught me off guard at first, but soon the original memories of this body surged back, and I quickly understood much about this world. The once thriving technological system has vanished, replaced by a miraculous force known as the destiny system. The destiny system grants everyone powerful professions that can move mountains and predict the future, but weak professions struggle to make ends meet. What I am about to experience is the initial phase of the destiny system, the fate ceremony, where I will either become a glorious combat profession or a mundane lifestyle profession, all determined in that moment of drawing cards. At that moment, a voice called out from the podium in the auditorium, "Chen Fan from Class 7 of Senior Year 3. As the name was called, I suddenly lifted my head, looking at the girl Rune with a strange and sharp gaze. Her expression slightly changed, and for a moment, she seemed taken aback. At this moment, I didn't speak, I simply reached out and snatched the note from her hand, then tore it to shreds in front of everyone and tossed the pieces into the air. Amidst the fluttering paper, I turned and left, my back resolute and carefree. A few minutes later, I stood before the destiny crystal, and the principal, Wang Wenyuan, spoke in a frail voice, "Please place your hand on the destiny crystal. You can then draw cards. The first draw will definitely yield a profession card." I took a deep breath and, under the gaze of all the teachers and students, placed my palm on the smooth surface of the destiny crystal. A cool sensation radiated from my palm. I closed my eyes and silently thought of drawing cards. The next second, it felt as if the world had quieted down, and then an incredibly bright light suddenly erupted from the destiny crystal. Even with my eyes closed, I could feel the brilliance piercing through, so I instinctively opened my eyes to see the surface of the destiny crystal shimmering with dazzling golden light. I held my breath and murmured, "This is the golden legend." Although I had anticipated it, seeing it for real still stirred my emotions. On the podium, Wang Wenyuan's expression turned to shock, excitement filling his face as he exclaimed, "This is a legendary level. We haven't had one in 15 years at our school." Instantly, the auditorium erupted in chaos, with all the teachers and students expressing their shock. Wow, is this for real? Is this the legendary profession's luck? Even Rune in the audience turned pale as she watched the spreading golden light. That was a legendary profession card, the highest rank with the greatest potential. Why did he actually manage to draw it? Wasn't my earlier action just foolish? As Rune thought this, her vision blurred, and it felt as if the surrounding classmates were casting mocking glances at her. Ha, he just rejected a legendary card. This is killing me with laughter. The real clown is right here at our school. At this moment, Wang Wenyuan came to my side, and the moment he saw the golden card, his excited expression instantly turned stiff. Countless teachers and students in the audience were stunned by the principal's expression and actions, wondering what had just happened. The golden legendary card sparkled with dazzling light in my hand, but everyone who saw the profession name displayed a strange expression. The cheers in the auditorium quickly quieted down, and everyone fell silent, gazing at the golden card with curiosity and confusion. As the person involved, I was equally puzzled. I didn't understand why the principal and homeroom teacher suddenly froze. Was there something wrong with my card? But the alchemist profession sounded quite good. At that moment, a clear voice came from the side. Teacher, is there a problem with this student's profession? Hearing the question, Wang Wenyuan snapped back to reality and looked at the student who had graduated years ago and now held an important position in the education bureau. Every school has an education bureau official present to supervise the card drawing ceremony, and this year's supervisor for School 3 is. Zhuang Yi had no issues, but when Wang Wenyuan said this, he was slightly hesitant. Zhuang Yi immediately showed an interested expression. He knew his teacher's capabilities. Under normal circumstances, this seasoned elder wouldn't display such an uncharacteristic reaction. He then took 2 steps forward, bypassing the onlookers, and came to my side. The golden card featured an ancient-looking small cauldron design, and below the design were the 3 characters, Alchemist. When Zhuang Yi saw all the contents on the gold card, his expression fell into a moment of daze. The profession of Alchemist was actually of legendary status. Zhuang Yi didn't deliberately suppress his voice, so the teachers and students below the stage heard him clearly. After a brief silence, the auditorium erupted once again. Isn't the alchemist a normal level profession? There are rare level alchemists, but I've never heard of a rare level, let alone a legendary one. There must be something wrong with the Destiny Crystal. Chaotic discussions instantly filled the entire auditorium. I vaguely heard some people's discussions, and at that moment, I finally understood why they showed such strange expressions. It means that the alchemist's level should be normal or rare. My legendary level has never appeared before. I thought to myself and then looked at Wang Wenyuan, hoping he could provide an answer. Wang Wenyuan felt Feng Zhu's gaze and immediately felt conflicted. Logically, he should pause the card drawing ceremony at this moment and wait for Zhuang Yi to report the situation regarding the legendary profession to the Education Bureau before continuing the ceremony. But it seems that Zhuang Yi doesn't intend to report it immediately. Indeed, a legendary alchemist is unheard of, and they couldn't even rule out the possibility that the Destiny Crystal had issues. So Wang Wenyuan made up his mind, looked at me, and slowly said, "Don't be nervous, student. You can proceed with the next card draw, and we'll discuss everything after the ceremony." At that moment, I also didn't know what to do. After all, I had just crossed over and had a very superficial understanding of this world, only some fragmented memories that helped me barely grasp what was happening and what to do. So I nodded and decided to follow the principal's arrangement. Seeing this, the teachers on the stage immediately withdrew, and Wang Wenyuan and Zhuang Yi also moved to a side where they wouldn't disturb anyone. Wang Wenyuan quietly asked the student next to him, "What do you think of this situation?" Zhuang Yi shook his head and said, "I've never heard of a legendary alchemist before, so I plan to report it to the Education Bureau later." Wang Wenyuan nodded and looked again at Feng Zhu, who stood before the Destiny Crystal. However, the next second, an expression of immense shock appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Gold, it's gold again!" Zhuang Yi's reaction was equally intense. His mouth was agape, eyes full of disbelief. The second golden card, Qin Fan, had drawn 2 legendary level cards in a row. The teachers and students below still hadn't recovered from the previous discussion, and at this moment, seeing the second golden light, they all froze in place. At this point, Wang Wenyuan and Zhuang Yi had already gathered closer, and thus the 3 of us almost simultaneously saw the contents of the card. It was an ancient-looking hammer, indicating the legendary profession of blacksmith. Wang Wenyuan and Zhuang Yi were both stunned, and after exchanging a glance, they shouted in unison at Feng Zhu. I scratched my head, not reacting as intensely as the other 2, since I had already realized that this blacksmith card, like the previous alchemist card, might be an unprecedented situation. So, I placed my right hand back on the Destiny Crystal. The next second, a voice shouted, "Oh no!" and the principal rushed over. Suddenly, there was chaos in the auditorium as a teacher in a white coat quickly rushed to the stage, lightly tapping the principal's forehead with a staff. After a brief moment, Wang Wenyuan slowly turned around. He didn't stand up but stared with somewhat murky eyes, first looking in my direction. There were 3 beams of golden light, and I wasn't mistaken, it was legendary gold again. Wang Wenyuan murmured to himself, his expression quite complex. The emergence of legendary level cards is certainly exciting, but to see 3 appear consecutively, and all drawn by the same person, is simply unbelievable. At this moment, Zhuang Yi suddenly spoke up, "It's the Rune Bard." Wang Wenyuan was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, "What did you say?" Zhuang Yi took a deep breath and said, "His 3rd legendary card is the Rune Bard. I need to report this up. Teacher, please wait a moment." Wang Wenyuan nodded and watched Zhuang Yi leave. Zhuang Yi stepped outside the auditorium and pulled out his phone to call the bureau chief. A moment later, he recounted what had just happened at School 3 to the highest authority, Zhou Shangyang. However, the bureau chief's attitude felt somewhat strange to Zhuang Yi. In the top-floor office of the Jinghe City Education Bureau, Zhou Shangyang quietly listened to Zhuang Yi's report. He softly repeated the 3 legendary cards, Alchemist, Blacksmith, Rune Bard, when suddenly a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. On the other end of the phone, Zhuang Yi's voice was slightly heavy. "Chief, should we report this to the province?" Before Zhuang Yi could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhou Shangyang. "No, wait, I'm on my way there now. Keep an eye on that student and the destiny cards." Before Zhuang Yi could finish his response, he heard the busy tone on the phone. The bureau chief had already hung up. Then, a strange feeling suddenly rose from the depths of his heart. Zhou's reaction seemed off, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what the problem was, so Zhuang Yi shook his head. He then approached Chen Fan and Wang Wenyuan, smiling as he said, "Teacher, the bureau chief said he would arrive shortly. Let's find a quieter place." Wang Wenyuan nodded and said, "Let's go to my office." He gestured for the vice principal to come over to continue presiding over the ceremony, while the director went to the school gate to make some preparations. Then he looked at the girl in front of him and said with a slightly excited tone, "Classmate Chen Fan, come with me." Wen Yan suddenly raised his head. He understood his current situation and realized that it should have attracted the attention of certain people above. Therefore, he estimated that he would soon have to undergo some inquiries and investigations. A few minutes later, 3 people arrived together at the principal's office in the administrative building. Wang Wenyuan invited the 2 to sit on the sofa nearby and then picked up the teapot to start making tea. "I didn't just sit there waiting foolishly. Instead, I planned to take this opportunity to understand the situation of my 3 cards. So I organized my thoughts and asked the principal, is there a problem with my 3 legendary cards?" Wang Wenyuan's action of making tea suddenly paused for a moment, but he quickly recovered and smiled, saying, "It's not that there is a problem. It's just that these 3 professions of yours have never had legendary levels before." I nodded slightly, thinking that it was indeed as I had guessed. At this moment, someone next to me suddenly interjected, "I just checked, and in North America, there was once a legendary pharmacist, similar to our alchemist, but he only lasted a year before dying in the secret realm." Seeing this, Wang Wenyuan immediately became interested. He knew that the pharmacist was also a support-type profession and that there had almost never been any rare or higher-level bottles. Wang Wenyuan hurriedly asked, "So, does that mean Chen Fan's 3 legendary cards have no problem?" Upon hearing the principal say this, I instantly showed a speechless expression, thinking, "So you've always thought there was a problem with my stuff, right?" Zhuang Yi smiled, held the tea handed over by Wang Wenyuan with both hands, and said it can't be said that there are no problems. After all, this is still the first case in our Huagua. I learned some knowledge that I was not very clear about from their communication. Battle profession gourmet chicken, unlock a skill. The support profession is the same. Ordinary people like me who have just changed jobs need to receive professional training before going to the secret realm to level up. The 3 of you were exchanging words back and forth. Before long, there was a sudden knock on the door outside the principal's office. Wang Wenyuan raised his head and said, "Come in." As the door opened, a young male teacher walked in and said, "Director Zhou, they are about to arrive at the school gate." Wang Wenyuan suddenly stood up. He had been chatting so enthusiastically that he forgot to personally go to the school gate to welcome them. Zhuang Yi subtly frowned, feeling that the director's actions seemed a bit too hasty, but he suppressed his doubts and hurried to the school gate with Wang Wenyuan. Soon, only Feng Zhu was left in the office. He walked to the window and looked through the glass at the school gate, where indeed several middle-aged men in black jackets were waiting. A little over 10 minutes later, Feng Zhu met the director of the City Education Bureau, Zhou Shangyang, in the principal's office. He was a middle-aged man with a plump figure, meticulously combed balding hair, and small, shrewd eyes that twinkled with intelligence. If Feng Zhu didn't know his identity, he would have thought he was a small businessman. Fong, is it? Ahahaha, what a talented young man, Zhou Shangyang said with a smile, extending his hand and enthusiastically patting Fangzhu's shoulder, his eyes shining with unabashed warmth, as if he had seen something he truly cherished. Fangzhu stepped back slightly, feeling a bit awkward and excited as he shook Zhou Shangyang's hand. He vaguely sensed that Zhou Shangyang's behavior was off, so he tried hard to act like an innocent high school student. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhou Shangyang picked up the 3 fate cards that Fangzhu had drawn and examined them carefully, while Wang Wenyuan, who had been standing aside, suddenly asked, "Director, I don't recall these 3 auxiliary professions ever having appeared at the legendary level before. They are fine, right?" Zhou Shangyang put down the cards and shook his head firmly. "Of course, there's no problem. Any profession has the potential to reach the legendary level. We can't assume that just because they haven't appeared before, they can't now. Such dogmatic thinking is unacceptable, understand?" "Yes, I understand, Director." Wang Wenyuan's aged face showed an expression of being enlightened. Fangzhu's gaze flickered, and he looked at Wang Wenyuan with a hint of closeness. The principal's seemingly inappropriate question was actually a reassurance for him, since the City Education Bureau director said there was no problem with these 3 cards, then there was basically no problem. This elder, who showed no airs of a principal, was willing to be reprimanded by the director to speak up for him, which warmed Fangzhu's heart. "Alright, I would like to have a private chat with Fangzhu here. You all can leave first," Zhou Shangyang suddenly said, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Although it felt a bit strange, the others in the room still walked toward the door. Before leaving, the principal cast a deep glance at the director, leaving the office with a thoughtful expression. Once only Fangzhu and Zhou Shangyang remained in the room, the shrewd director slowly began to speak. "Fangzhu, these 3 legendary fate cards have greatly enhanced the city's reputation." Zhou Shangyang's smile was kind, but a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. "To reward your performance, I will make the decision. You can choose any university in Jiahua City, and I will elevate your resource subsidy to grade A. Of course, if you are willing to support the city's work by voluntarily giving up the legendary runesmith card, I can elevate your resource subsidy to super grade. Think about it?" The office fell into silence for a moment. At this moment, Zhou Shangyang was looking at Fangzhu with an expectant expression, as if hoping that this young man would give him a satisfactory answer. Fangzhu slightly lowered his head, his inner anger rising continuously. "Handing over what should have been my reward? Why should I? Just because you have a big head and a thick neck?" Fangzhu controlled his expression, suppressing the urge to curse. Naturally, he could not agree to Zhou Shangyang's terms, but he also couldn't refuse too harshly. If the person sitting opposite Zhou Shangyang at this moment were a high school student who had never experienced the harshness of society, they might be deceived by his flowery words. However, Fangzhu's decades of life experience before his crossing allowed him to see through the other person's thoughts at a glance. But precisely because he saw through it, he could not act impulsively, that would easily put him in a passive position. So, Fangzhu remained silent for a moment, displaying an appropriate level of entanglement and excitement. "Director Zhou, can I think about it?" Fangzhu said somewhat awkwardly. Seeing Fangzhu's expression, Zhou Shangyang felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. He nodded and said with a beaming smile, "No problem. This should be carefully considered." After saying this, Zhou Shangyang stood up and walked towards the door. Before opening it, he turned back and said with a slightly serious tone, "Fangzhu, the training resources for Class A actually have subtle differences. I believe you are a smart person and will make the right choice." Fangzhu hurriedly nodded and quickly replied, "I understand, Director." Zhou Shangyang nodded in satisfaction and then left the office. Fangzhu watched the other person's departing figure, his expression gradually darkening. Not long after, the office door was pushed open again, and this time it was Principal Wang Wenyuan who walked in. Wang Wenyuan approached Fangzhu and asked with a smile, "What did the director just say to you?" Fangzhu looked at the elderly man in front of him, recalling how the other had chosen to endure the director's reprimand just to reassure him. He began to weigh his options. After thinking for a moment, he decided to mention Zhou Shangyang's request for the life card to the old man, which also aligned with his identity as a high school student. "Just now, Director Zhou asked me if I could give him the legendary Rune Master." The more Wang Wenyuan listened, the more shocked he became. He never expected that a dignified director could utter such shameless words. He quickly pressed on, "Did you agree to the director?" Fangzhu shook his head and said, "No, I'm still considering it." Wang Wenyuan let out a sigh of relief. "That's good." Fangzhu observed the old man, noting that his worried demeanor seemed genuine, and he could sense that Wang Wenyuan was hesitant to speak, perhaps due to his current position preventing him from saying certain things. After a moment of hesitation, Fangzhu decided to test Wang Wenyuan to see which side he was on. "Principal, if I mean, if I refuse the director's request, what will my future path look like? Upon hearing Fangzhu's question, a glint flashed in Wang Wenyuan's eyes. He keenly caught the word path. This word indicated that, in this young man's view, refusing the director would come at a significant cost. It's not easy for him to see this step, Wang Wenyuan thought to himself. After a moment, he raised his head and looked at Fangzhu, saying, I can help you think of a way, but you have to tell me the truth. Are you really planning to refuse the director? Fangzhu remained silent for a few seconds, then revealed a bitter smile. Principal, even if I agree, will things really get better in the future? Wang Wenyuan was taken aback for a moment, then sighed, already understanding Fangzhu's thoughts. Indeed, if Zhou Shangyang was this greedy now, he would likely become even more excessive as Fangzhu grew a bit. So it might be better to turn against him now. With 3 legendary professions, would he still have to worry about not being able to grow? I understand. You go home and wait for my news. You don't need to attend afternoon classes, Wang Wenyuan said slowly. Fangzhu immediately stood up, expressing his gratitude. Then I'll trouble you, principal. Ha, I'm just an old bone. Securing a future for my students before retirement is something I can be content with. Wang Wenyuan waved his hand, his expression somewhat complex. Seeing this, Fangzhu did not linger any longer, and after saying goodbye, he left the office. In the evening, he received a call from Wang Wenyuan as scheduled. Wang Wenyuan used his connections to find a way out for Fangzhu, which would inevitably sour relations with the Education Bureau of Jinhe City. Fangzhu naturally didn't care, and Wang Wenyuan also made it clear that this matter wouldn't affect him, so the two quickly reached an agreement. However, Fangzhu wanted to cut off all possibilities. After all, once he rejected Zhou Shangyang, there would be no turning back for the two of them. Wang Wenyuan hesitated for a moment but then agreed. After all, young people can afford to be a bit flamboyant. On the other side, in a high-end community in Jinhe City, Zhou Shangyang dialed a number, his tone somewhat excited as he said, Son, I've found you a legendary Rune Master. Really? Is it really legendary? A slightly sharp voice came from the other end of the line. That's right, I've checked it out. In a few days, I'll have someone deliver it to you. Zhou Shangyang grinned, his eyes gleaming with greed. Once you become a Sky Rune Master, our Zhou family will surely prosper again. Ah, thank you, father. The voice on the other end laughed wildly. After chatting with his son for a few more moments, Zhou Shangyang hung up the phone. However, before he could put down his phone, he saw a call notification suddenly appear on the screen. It was an unfamiliar number, but Zhou Shangyang had already guessed who it was. He pressed the answer button, and a clear voice came from the other end. Director Zhou, I apologize for disturbing you so late. Zhou Shangyang smiled slightly and asked gently, Fangzhu, have you made up your mind? Yes, I've made up my mind. I would like to meet with you tomorrow. At a home in a community in Jinhe City, a glint suddenly flashed in Fangzhu's eyes. Good, then let's meet in the conference room of the 3rd high school tomorrow morning, Zhou Shangyang said cheerfully. Fangzhu responded and then hung up the phone. He got up and walked to the window, constantly calculating the possible scenarios for tomorrow. The next morning, Fangzhu arrived at the school early. Outside the conference room, Wang Wenyuan saw Fangzhu arrive and gave a barely noticeable nod. Fangzhu felt a sense of relief and pushed open the conference room door with a beaming smile. Inside, Zhou Shangyang was chatting and laughing with several officials from the Education Bureau, and Fangzhu immediately spotted the Fate Crystal on the conference table. Did they prepare the Fate Crystal directly because they were sure he would give up his unused Fate card? Sorry, but there's no way I'm giving up. You're here, come in, Zhou Shangyang said, standing up and greeting him warmly. Fangzhu smiled and nodded but did not sit next to the Fate Crystal. Zhou Shangyang frowned slightly and pointed at the Fate Crystal, saying, Are you unfamiliar with the process of giving up a Fate card? Should I have someone teach you? Give up? Fangzhu still wore a smile. What am I giving up? Giving up your Rune Master Fate card. When did I say I wanted to give up? In the conference room of the 3rd high school in Jinhe City, Fangzhu smiled as he repeated the words he had just said, word for word. When did I say I wanted to give up? Zhou Shangyang looked at the young man before him, momentarily doubting his own ears. His expression stiffened, and he instinctively asked, Didn't you tell me yesterday that you had made up your mind? Yes, I have made up my mind, Fangzhu nodded, his smile unwavering as he continued. I think there's no need for me to give up my Fate card. What do you think, Director Zhou? His smile was radiant, but to Zhou Shangyang, it was extremely glaring. If he still hadn't realized what was happening by now, then he had wasted all these years in office. This joke isn't funny at all, Fangzhu. Zhou Shangyang calmed himself, his expression gradually darkening as he spoke slowly. No, it's not. Fangzhu looked innocent and simple, appearing no different from an ordinary high school student. You asked me to think about it, and I have thought it through. The result is, I won't give up. The meeting room fell silent, and the officials who had come with Zhou Shangyang also realized what was happening. They collectively turned their gaze towards Feng Zhu, their expressions rather unfriendly. Those who could sit here at this moment were undoubtedly Zhou Shangyang's trusted aides, and they certainly couldn't stand by and watch their leader being bullied by a child. However, it was also inappropriate to turn against him directly, as the leader had not yet expressed his stance. One of the officials showed a pained expression and asked in a heavy tone, "Feng Zhu, are you really going to let down the director's good intentions? The director is doing this for your own good." Feng Zhu glanced at him, the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually turning into mockery. Good intentions? Using what I should have received to exchange for my life card is called good intentions? Feng Zhu retorted. Do you think you can cultivate 3 legendary level professions with your own conditions? The official continued to persuade. That's my business, no need for you to worry. Feng Zhu waved his hand and turned his gaze back to Zhou Shangyang, who had remained silent. Zhou Shangyang's face was as dark as if it could drip water, but he did not immediately turn against Feng Zhu, still maintaining the dignity of a superior. Classmate Feng Zhu, you can express any thoughts or requests you have. You are from our Jinhe city, and I naturally want to take care of you more. Zhou Shangyang tried to make his voice sound gentler, though he felt very much like a clown at that moment. Feng Zhu was silent for a moment, then suddenly took out the 3 life cards he had drawn yesterday. Ordinary people could not fight against professionals, only professionals could fight against professionals. This was an elevation in the hierarchy of life. Feng Zhu's actions immediately attracted everyone's attention, and Zhou Shangyang's expression changed slightly, unsure of what Feng Zhu intended to do. Director Zhou, I am just an ordinary person, and I am counting on the fate ceremony to turn my life around, Feng Zhu said as he raised the Alchemist card. I am luckier than most. My first card is legendary level. Although Alchemist has never had a legendary level before, my card is fine, so I should enjoy the support of national policies, which means being recommended to a top university and receiving a class A resource subsidy. As his words fell, Feng Zhu's hand paused, and he suddenly crushed the card with force. In the next second, golden particles of light burst forth from his hand, and the fragments of the life card flew around Feng Zhu's body, transforming into a dazzling golden light on his surface, accompanied by a faint fragrance of medicine that wafted through the air. Legendary level profession, Alchemist, job change successful. Zhou Shangyang's expression changed instantly, his voice tinged with unease. Classmate Feng Zhu, the policy you just mentioned can be fully met by me, and I can still give you another Class A resource subsidy. Feng Zhu smiled and raised another life card, legendary level profession, blacksmith. I checked the historical data of the fate ceremony last night. Since the new era began, only 3 people have obtained 2 legendary level professions in the fate ceremony. One died for unknown reasons, while the other 2 are now in high positions. Feng Zhu's voice was very calm, but it sounded like a devil's whisper in Zhou Shangyang's ears. And I am not only the 4th person with dual legendary level professions but also the 1st person since the new era of Huagui to possess 3 legendary professions. On what basis do you think you have the right to suppress me, and using such lowly means? Feng Zhu's gaze was icy, and he exerted force once more. Crack! The sound of the life card shattering was exceptionally clear in the meeting room, and Zhou Shangyang watched helplessly as the blacksmith card transformed into a rich power of fate, gradually merging into Feng Zhu's body. The surface of Feng Zhu's body suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, accompanied by the sounds of hammering and chiseling echoing through the void. Legendary class, blacksmith, promotion successful. At this moment, Zhou Shangyang could no longer maintain his expression. Fear was evident on his face, his body bent as he spoke in a tone almost pleading. Feng Zhu, give Uncle Zhou a chance. You can ask for anything, and I will definitely meet your demands without any discount. He was genuinely panicking now. Although the Zhou family had once been a prestigious clan, they had fallen too far since the new era, and a sense of such emotion instinctively rose in Feng Zhu's heart. Zhou Shangyang was not a combat profession. His civil servant role was merely a livelihood. Yet even so, he could still unleash a chilling aura and pressure, to the point where it was not impossible for him to lose his own life. However, Feng Zhu was not afraid. With 3 legendary level professions, his life level had ascended to a terrifying height, and even combat professions might not be able to take his life in a short time, let alone a lifestyle profession with weak combat power. That finger, containing terrifying power, suddenly approached, coming to within an inch of Feng Zhu's forehead in an instant. What if you're a legendary level profession? Today, I will cripple you. Zhou Shangyang gritted his teeth, his voice sharp and eerie, as if it came from the underworld. However, just as his finger was about to touch Feng Zhu's forehead, the conference room door exploded with a loud bang, shattering into several pieces. Amidst the flying wood chips, a deep voice came from outside. Who do you think you can cripple? Who can you cripple? Before the words fell, a burly middle-aged man walked into the conference room, raised his right hand, and pushed through the air. A surge of force instantly crossed half the room and heavily struck Zhou Xiangyang. Zhou Xiangyang was caught off guard, his body flying backward until he crashed against the wall not far away, coming to a stop. Cough, cough. Zhou Xiangyang clutched his chest, struggling to stand up, his gaze suspiciously fixed on the doorway. Zhao Hanwu, why are you here? Zhou Xiangyang questioned sharply, confused. The burly middle-aged man named Zhao Hanwu raised an eyebrow, walked into the room, and approached Fang Zhu, sizing up the young man while replying, Zhou Xiangyang, watch your tone when you speak to me. Zhou Xiangyang was immediately at a loss for words, brushing off the dust from his clothes while casting a resentful look at the suddenly appearing man. Fang Zhu's eyes flickered, also observing the imposing figure before him. This was a man who looked extremely fierce, with a prominent scar running from the bottom of his eye to his jaw, and a square face that exuded an intimidating presence even without anger. When he smiled, it sent chills down one's spine, as if he were a ruthless thug who could kill without blinking. Fang Zhu could even faintly smell a scent of blood and fire emanating from him. Zhao Hanwu, the mayor of neighboring Dingbei City, was one of the few in Huagua who held a mayoral position with a combat profession. The way out that Wang Wenyuan found for Fang Zhu last night was this man. Since Tianhe City had been thoroughly offended, it was better to change places. Kid, your psychological quality is good, you're not scared shitless by the enemy, Zhao Hanwu said, patting Fang Zhu's shoulder with his palm the size of a fan, smiling as he praised him. Before Fang Zhu could thank him for his intervention, a furious voice came from the side. Zhao Hanwu, don't you dare label me. I'm not the enemy you speak of. Zhou Xiangyang's face was grim as he spoke, and the other officials nearby also wore unfriendly expressions. Zhao Hanwu curled his lip, ignoring their noise, and looked at Fang Zhu, asking, have you thought it through? Life there is not as convenient as in Tianhe City. Fang Zhu smiled and replied sincerely, of course I've thought it through. At least there, I won't have to deal with those barking dogs who bully the weak. Ah, good kid, you have a temper. Zhao Hanwu laughed heartily, his face showing satisfaction. Last night, when Fang Zhu spoke with Wang Wenyuan, the soon-to-retire old principal had briefly explained the situation in Dingbei City to him. Among the four most terrifying class of secret realms in northern Huagua, two were located within Dingbei City. To resist the secret realms, the entire city had paid a heavy price, which was why Zhao Hanwu said their living conditions could not compare to those of Tianhe City. However, this environment is not without its benefits. One could say that the overall atmosphere of Dingbei City resembles that of a military unit, with much less scheming and backstabbing. Everyone is united and works together. It is precisely for this reason that Fang Zhukai decided to leave Jinhe City and join Dingbei City. At this moment, Zhou Xiangyang listened to their conversation, feeling angry yet also coming to an understanding. He pointed at Zhao Hanwu, his expression twisted with rage, and shouted, you want to poach people from my Jinhe City? How can you call it poaching? Isn't this voluntary? Zhao Hanwu grinned, pulling out a chair and sitting down with a flourish. What does his willingness matter? The city will absolutely not let him go. Zhou Xiangyang said, his tone fierce but lacking true conviction. However, what Zhao Hanwu said next made Zhou Xiangyang's heart sink completely. I have to thank you, brother Zhou. Yesterday, when Fang Zhu drew the legendary life card, wasn't it you who desperately suppressed the report to the city? Zhao Hongwu's smile grew even brighter, tinged with a hint of gloating. So I can transfer Fang Zhu's household registration without any obstacles. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiangyang felt his body weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. But fortunately, a trusted aide beside him reached out to support him. At this point, Zhou Xiangyang understood that he had no chance of turning the situation around. The young man before him had completely slipped out of his control. Fang Zhu, you are something. You are really something. Zhou Xiangyang leaned against his aide, his face filled with resentment and anger. Even at this moment, he still did not feel that his actions were wrong. He only regretted not having taken action yesterday to subdue this rebellious youth. But in front of Zhao Hanwu, he could only lower his head, unable to fight back. Occupations of the same level could not compete with combat professions, let alone the fact that Zhao Hanwu was a rare combat profession, a bloodthirsty berserker. If Zhao Hanwu wanted, he could even take his life within 2 minutes. It would be easier than killing Fang Zhu. Director Zhou. Fang Zhu suddenly spoke up, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. We can meet again when there's a chance. As he said this, he turned and walked towards the door. Zhao Hanwu cast a deep glance at Zhou Xiangyang, his lips moving but no sound coming out. However, once Zhou Xiangyang saw the shape of Zhao Hongwu's lips, his face instantly turned crimson, as if he were about to explode. Because the two words Zhao Hanwu had uttered were fool. Upon arriving at the administrative building, Fang Zhu saw Wang Wenyuan, who had been waiting there. Zhao Hanwu approached from behind, looking at the old man with concern. Teacher, today's incident won't affect you, will it? Indeed, Zhao Hanwu was also a student of Wang Wenyuan, who had dedicated his life to teaching and nurturing students. Wang Wenyuan waved his hand with a smile, saying, "It's fine, I'm retiring next month, all the paperwork is done. Zhou Shangyang can't possibly reverse that." Hearing Wang Wenyuan say this, Zhao Hongwu finally felt relieved. He turned to look at Feng Zhu, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "I thought you would continue to fight Zhou Shangyang, but I didn't expect you to just walk away like this," Zhao Hongwu pondered and asked. Feng Zhu smiled helplessly and shook his head, saying, "There's nothing I can do. I'm currently in a weak position, making it hard to do more. Besides, even if you wanted to directly suppress Zhou Shangyang, it shouldn't be that simple." Zhao Hongwu showed a satisfied expression upon hearing this. He patted Feng Zhu on the shoulder and said with a smile, "No higher-ups involved, that's great. I was going to advise you a bit, but it seems that's unnecessary now." Feng Zhu looked at Zhao Hongwu, his opinion of the man rising a few notches. Although he seemed like a brute, he did not expect him to be so perceptive. But that made sense. Someone who could become the mayor of a city was certainly not a simple character. "Alright, let's leave it at that for today. You go home and tidy up a bit, and come to find me in Beishir in a couple of days. I'll arrange the follow-up matters for you," Zhao Hongwu said, glancing at his watch. "Thank you, Mayor Zhao." Feng Zhu sincerely expressed his gratitude. Zhao Hongwu smiled and nodded, then walked outside with Wang Wenyuan, clearly having other matters to discuss. Feng Zhu watched their departing figures, the tension in his mind easing slightly. He hadn't expected to encounter such troublesome events right after his arrival. It could only be said that no matter the era, there would always be those who, with a little power, would become corrupt and depraved. However, they didn't even ask about my professional talents. I wonder if they think that a legendary profession is definitely powerful or if they just forgot, Feng Zhu suddenly thought, murmuring to himself. At that moment, several lines of text appeared before his eyes. Profession, Alchemist, Legendary, Level 1, Talent 1, you will definitely succeed in every alchemy attempt, and the materials consumed will be reduced by 30%. Talent 2, you have a 30% chance of doubling the output of each alchemy attempt. Talent 3, you have a 30% chance of increasing the grade of each alchemy attempt. Although Feng Zhu didn't fully understand the differences between professionals, the talents he possessed seemed incredibly strong, even terrifying, and he had 2 more sets of such terrifying talents. Profession, Blacksmith, Legendary, Level 1, Talent 1, you will definitely succeed in every forging attempt, and the materials consumed will be reduced by 30%. Talent 2, you have a 30% chance of adding a special attribute to each forged item. Talent 3, you have a 30% chance of increasing the grade of each forged item. Profession, Rune Master, Level 1, Talent 1, you will definitely succeed in every rune engraving attempt, and the materials consumed will be reduced by 30%. Talent 2, you have a 30% chance of doubling the duration of each engraved rune. Talent 3, you have a 30% chance of increasing the grade of each engraved rune. 3 legendary professions, 3 sets of similar yet extremely terrifying talents. Any one of these professions would allow an ordinary person to soar to great heights, and Feng Zhu had them all. After calming his emotions, Feng Zhu looked towards the teaching building. He planned to return to the classroom to tidy up his textbooks and belongings, as he could no longer stay in Jinhe City starting today. 5 minutes later, Feng Zhu arrived at the entrance of Class 7 of the 3rd year. It was currently break time, and the classroom was bustling with excitement as everyone discussed yesterday's card drawing ceremony, dreaming of whether they could become highly respected high-level professionals in the future. Feng Zhu! A surprised shout caught everyone's attention. Feng Zhu turned towards the source of the voice and saw a cube-like figure rushing towards him. Whoa, Pang Dahai, slow down. Feng Zhu recognized him as his best friend, a terrifying presence standing 180 centimeters tall and weighing 180 kilograms. One could say that from behind, Pang Dahai looked almost like a cube with a head on top. However, he was very agile, weaving through several rows of desks and chairs to reach Feng Zhu. Congratulations! You're the first legendary professional from our school in 15 years, Pang Dahai exclaimed excitedly, his layers of fat shaking with joy. Feng Zhu chuckled and patted Pang Dahai's shoulder, saying, "Stick with me, and I guarantee you'll be starving for 3 days out of 9. Hee hee, brother Zhu, do you know what I drew?" Pang Dahai's face showed a hint of pride and modesty. Feng Zhu looked at him in surprise, thinking, could it be that you also drew a legendary profession? However, he was clearly overthinking it. Legendary level existences were even rarer than giant pandas. I am a rare level Paladin. Pang Dahai puffed out his chest and said with great force. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhu immediately showed a look of surprise, not expecting that this chubby guy would have such good luck. While the two were talking, the other classmates in the classroom cast envious and jealous glances at them. Among these admiring looks, one person stood out, completely out of place. Her face was filled with an uncontrollable resentment, as if she wanted to kill the boy at the classroom door with her gaze. Zhou Tingting never expected that one day she would become the biggest joke in the entire third high school of Genoa City. To publicly reject the affection of a legendary level professional, she really has the guts. She really thinks of herself as a goddess. Look, does Fang Zhu even pay her any attention? Just because she's rare level, she acts all high and mighty? Fang Zhu hasn't even said a word to us. The surrounding noisy discussions reached Zhou Tingting's ears, and at that moment, she felt an endless hatred churning in her heart. She didn't hate her own actions, she only hated that Fang Zhu was so lucky. He was just a sycophant, a cash machine. Why did he get to draw a legendary level? Zhou Tingting never thought she was wrong. She just did what every girl might do. Not taking the initiative, not refusing, not being responsible. Right now, she had only one thought in her mind: make Fang Zhu disappear. Only if he completely vanished from this world would no one remember that she had once rejected a legendary level professional. Zhou Tingting took a deep breath, barely controlling the hatred in her heart. She looked at Fang Zhu, who was surrounded by admirers, and her mind kept calculating ways to make him disappear. Fang Zhu, of course, had no idea about Zhou Tingting's thoughts, but even if he did, it wouldn't matter. He now had the support of 3 legendary level professions, and aside from those high-level, high-damage combat professions, it was hard for other professions to inflict fatal damage on him. After chatting with his classmates for a bit, Fang Zhu began to pack his books and personal belongings. He didn't tell anyone about his departure from Genoa City, saying too much could easily cause trouble. He only mentioned that he didn't plan to come to school anymore, as legendary level professionals had guaranteed admission qualifications, and whether he attended school in the next month wouldn't matter much. Meanwhile, at the school gate, Zhao Hangwu slapped his forehead in frustration and said, I forgot to ask that kid about his profession's talent. Ha ha ha, are you afraid the teacher will trick you? Wang Wenyuan asked with a smile, stroking his sparse beard. Of course not, just wanted to be prepared, Zhao Hangwu chuckled. Wang Wenyuan secretly wiped his sweat. He wasn't sure what Fang Zhu's talent was like either. What if he had some bizarre talent? But he couldn't voice his concerns. What if saying it made the other party back out? He had to at least get Fang Zhu to Dingbei City before discussing it further. Teacher, I'm heading back now. There are a few meetings in the city. Zhao Hangwu glanced at his watch and realized he really couldn't stay any longer. Be careful on the road. I'll have Xiao Xue come to your place later, Wang Wenyuan said with a smile. However, upon hearing this, Zhao Hangwu abruptly stopped his steps. What? Xiao Xue is coming over too? Zhao Hangwu asked in surprise. Is there a problem? The environment there is very suitable for young people to train, Wang Wenyuan replied, still smiling. Teacher, it's not a joke over there. One small mistake could cost a life. Can't you send Xiao Xue to the south instead? That place is more suitable for a girl like her. Zhao Hangwu quickly waved his hand in refusal. Joking aside, if something were to happen to Wang Yingxing on his turf, how would this student face a teacher who treated him like a biological son? Zhao Hangwu was an orphan. His parents had gone missing in the secret realm when he was young. After learning about this, Wang Wenyuan wanted to take him back to his home, but the young Zhao Hangwu was very stubborn and refused to go with Wang Wenyuan no matter what. At that time, Wang Wenyuan, who was not yet the principal, couldn't persuade him and had to let him stay in the small room left by his parents. However, every day, Wang Wenyuan would invite Zhao Hangwu to come home for dinner. Over time, Zhao Hangwu became an extra member of the Wang family, and it could be said that Wang Wenyuan provided him with a fatherly warmth. Therefore, Zhao Hangwu was determined not to let Wang Yingxing come to Dingbei City. Wang Wenyuan smiled and did not dwell on the topic, instead waving his hand to signal him to hurry back. Zhao Hangwu responded in turn to leave the school. Fang Zhu had packed his belongings and strolled toward the school gate. He had just crossed over less than a day ago, and some things and memories were jumbled in his mind, so he wanted to take this time to sort them out. Fang Zhu took out his phone from his pocket, examining this object that looked similar to the phones from his past life while falling into deep thought. This item, radiating a warm jade-like aura, was not the phone he was familiar with, and Fang Zhu could confirm that. But strangely, its usage was identical to a phone, and there was even a more advanced version that could be controlled by thought. This gave Fang Zhu a sense of disconnection. Many things he was familiar with looked similar but were, in fact, entirely different. It seemed that the people of this era had completely replaced the technological system he knew with another one. Fang Zhu sighed and put the phone back in his pocket. Besides that, there were many other changes in this world. For instance, the sudden emergence of the fate system, the unexpected arrival of the secret realm. As Fang Zhu pondered, he suddenly realized he had arrived at the school gate, where Principal Wang Wenyuan was standing outside, his expression filled with nostalgia. Principal, Fang Zhu called softly as he approached Wang Wenyuan. "Oh, it's Fang Zhu." Wang Wenyuan slowly turned around, looking at the handsome and sunny young man, and asked with a smile, "Have you packed up?" "Yes, my things are here. I plan to head to Dingbei City early." Fang Zhu nodded and replied, "Dingbei City is quite different from here. You need to adapt quickly. If you encounter any difficulties, just let me know. This old bone of mine can still offer some advice." Wang Wenyuan's aged voice revealed a hint of concern. Fang Zhu solemnly thanked Wang Wenyuan, but before he could say anything else, Wang Wenyuan's voice came again. "By the way, what is your occupational talent?" Wang Wenyuan couldn't contain his curiosity. He wanted to understand before Zhao Hangu found out, to avoid putting his student in a difficult position later. Fang Zhu chuckled, set his backpack aside, and began to explain to Wang Wenyuan. He discovered that the text describing his occupational talent was invisible to others, so he could only narrate it verbally to Wang Wenyuan. At first, Wang Wenyuan listened attentively, but as Fang Zhu continued, he fell into a daze, almost petrified. The impact of those talents was simply too great, leaving this old man, who considered himself relatively clear-headed, completely stunned. After a long pause, he finally spoke softly, "Looks like Zhao Hangu has struck gold." Outside the gate of Jinhe City No. 3 Middle School, Wang Wenyuan stared blankly at Fang Zhu for a long time. That gaze made Fang Zhu feel a chill run down his spine. He instinctively rubbed his arms and silently took a half step back. Wang Wenyuan took a deep breath, patted Fang Zhu's shoulder, but said nothing. This strange action left Fang Zhu bewildered, and he suddenly began to doubt whether there was something wrong with his professional talent. "Principal, is there something wrong with my talent?" Fang Zhu scratched his head, momentarily stammering. "Ha, it's fine, it's great, don't worry." Wang Wenyuan laughed heartily and turned to walk into the campus. Comparing people can be infuriating. This rare level teacher had toiled for many years to have the chance to advance to principal, yet when compared to Fang Zhu, it was like comparing clouds to mud. He couldn't think about it anymore. If he did, he would cry. Wang Wenyuan shook his head and walked away, sighing with every step. Fang Zhu looked at the principal's departing figure with a strange expression, and many speculations arose in his heart. Could it be early onset dementia? Half an hour later, Fang Zhu returned home. The house was empty, with only the sound of him tidying up breaking the silence. That's right, Fang Zhu was also an orphan, but unlike Zhao Hangu, he had no elder who regarded him as their own. From the moment he could remember, Fang Zhu had been alone. He had never seen his parents and knew nothing of his origins. He had survived to this age solely thanks to the support of his neighbors and the country's poverty subsidies. Although his transmigration had changed Fang Zhu's fate, the disappearance of his original self was indeed hard to accept. "He hasn't disappeared, you two have swapped souls," a voice suddenly echoed in Fang Zhu's mind. He paused for a moment, then understood. This was the voice of the God-level card drawing system. "Are you serious?" Fang Zhu asked in surprise. "Please rest assured, this system is absolutely honest." Hearing this, Fang Zhu revealed a satisfied smile. This was good. After all the hardships endured in the past years, let the original self enjoy the prosperous era of technology in the past. With a knot in his heart resolved, Fang Zhu felt a bit more relaxed. Since they were both orphans, there was no need to dwell on it too much. He was someone who could accept reality well. Since he was here, he would live well in this world, fulfilling the identity of a transmigrator. Meanwhile, just after stepping off the aircraft, Zhao Hangu received a call from his secretary. The voice on the other end sounded anxious, and after listening for a few moments, Zhao Hangu's expression changed slightly. "Are you saying that the third team went to explore the Blood Wolf's lair, and now only one member has escaped?" Zhao Hangu pressed for details. "Yes, Mayor, the escaping team member is here with me," the secretary quickly replied. "I understand. I'll be there right away," Zhao Hangu said, his body suddenly accelerating, turning into a blur in the flight area. As a high-level, bloodthirsty berserker, Zhao Hangu's speed when fully unleashed was terrifying. Some passengers in the flight area only saw a shadow flash past them, and a gust of wind howled, causing some timid individuals to change color immediately. Fortunately, the staff in the flight area quickly calmed everyone's emotions. Zhao Hangu returned to the government building in just 10 minutes. Upon entering the office, he immediately spotted his secretary sitting on the sofa with the only team member who had escaped from the third team. "Mayor, this is Zhang Tiantian, a level 20, dark assassin," the secretary stood up to introduce. Zhao Hangu nodded and approached Zhang Tiantian, asking, "What happened? Please explain the situation in detail." Zhang Tiantian had clearly come directly here after emerging from the secret realm. His clothes were still stained with mottled blood, and his face bore an unmistakable fatigue. "Mayor, here's the situation. Originally, it was said that a team member of his level would not meet the mayor, but this time the situation was somewhat special. as the lower office had reported directly. There are 3 frontline combat sequences directly under the government in Dingbei City: the combat sequence, the exploration sequence, and the guard sequence. Zhang Tiantian belongs to the 3rd team of the exploration sequence, and their main job is to explore secret realms and search for usable resources within. This time, they were ordered to go to the Blood Wolf Den to search for a widely used material, blood smoke crystal. This was not considered a particularly dangerous mission, as the Blood Wolf Den was only a Class C secret realm, with a low level of danger. However, no one expected that the Blood Wolf pack would go berserk, attacking them frantically. The 3rd team could only fight while retreating, eventually withdrawing to a valley where they temporarily stabilized due to the defensible terrain. But this was not a long-term solution, so Zhang Tiantian relied on his assassin's stealth skills to break through the encirclement and rush back to the city for help. After listening to Zhang Tiantian's account, Zhao Hangu fell into deep thought. In his view, there was something odd about this matter. Although the Blood Wolves were brutal and bloodthirsty, such a collective rampage was extremely rare. "Do you have any good suggestions?" Zhao Hangu asked, stroking his chin. Zhang Tiantian did not hesitate and said directly, "I hope the city can send 2 teams to drive back the wolves from the outside." Zhao Hangu shook his head, sighed, and said, "Other teams are currently on combat missions. The fastest will take at least 5 days to return." 5 days. The captain said they could hold on for 2 days, but anything more is uncertain. Zhang Tiantian's expression was somewhat anxious. Zhao Hangu patted his shoulder and said solemnly, "Don't worry, I'll think of a way. You go back and rest up." Zhang Tiantian wanted to say something, but was stopped by the secretary beside him. "It's okay, the city will definitely have a way." The secretary gently shook his head and led Zhang Tiantian out of the office. In a rundown neighborhood in Jinhe City, Fang Zhu had already packed all his personal belongings, saying all was just a suitcase full. He did not plan to stay in Jinhe City for long. Although Zhao Hangu said it would be 2 days, he wanted to go ahead and familiarize himself with the situation, as Wang Wenyuan had mentioned that life in Dingbei City was different from that in Jinhe City. The earliest flight was at 5 o'clock this evening. Fang Zhu looked around the room and ultimately decided to take this flight. This flying vehicle. In this era, there were no airplanes as he knew them. Instead, there was a shuttle-shaped flying vehicle. It was said that the flying vehicles in various cities were drawn from fate crystals, which gave Fang Zhu some thoughts. Maybe one day I can draw my own flying vehicle. Just as Fang Zhu thought this, he suddenly realized a problem. Drawing cards requires fate fragments, and the fragments come from secret realms. So if I want to draw a gold card every day, I need to find a way to get some fate fragments. Fang Zhu suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. Fate fragments were quite rare. I wonder if there are any in the resource subsidies. In the evening, Fang Zhu successfully boarded the flying vehicle to Dingbei City. This airplane-like thing was clearly much smaller in capacity than an airplane. Their vehicle could carry at most a few dozen people. However, the comfort level was quite good, with very spacious seats. There were also some faintly flickering runes on the surrounding walls. Fang Zhu observed carefully and vaguely realized that perhaps when his level as a Rune Master increased, he would be able to understand them. The flight process was very smooth, but Fang Zhu noticed that there were no windows where the passengers were seated, which made his desire to observe the environment through a window fall flat. About 2 hours later, the speed of the aircraft slowed down, and with a slight jolt, the announcement of arrival fell into Fang Zhu's ears. The surrounding passengers quickly stood up to prepare to disembark, and Fang Zhu, holding his suitcase, followed the others off the aircraft. However, before he had a chance to observe the environment of the airfield, his phone rang in his pocket. Picking up the phone, Fang Zhu raised an eyebrow, murmuring in surprise, "Zhao Hangu, what is he calling me for now?" Time rewound to half an hour earlier. Inside the government building of Dingbei City, Zhao Hangu looked troubled as he stared at the documents in his hand, constantly calculating in his mind how to rescue the 3rd team from the Blood Wolf secret realm. Under normal circumstances, he could easily take a leave of absence and venture alone into the Blood Wolf secret realm to rescue the team. But not now, at least not for this month. Since the beginning of the month, the 2 classes secret realms under Dingbei City's suppression had experienced varying degrees of unrest, with the exotic beasts continuously attacking the forward bases of the station troops. Although Zhao Hangu quickly mobilized troops to stabilize the situation, this meant that Dingbei City currently had no surplus forces to deploy to other secret realms. After all, combat professionals were few in number, and the military had no immediate solutions. After some hesitation, Zhao Hangu called Zhang Tiantian over to get a detailed understanding of the situation within the Blood Wolf secret realm. After a discussion, Zhao Hangu asked, "If the city can't provide you with enough manpower, what do you think we can do to rescue the other members of the 3rd team?" Zhang Tiantian remained silent for a long time, suddenly recalling something, and quickly asked, can the city provide us with some elixirs and equipment? I used up most of these resources before I left. The main issue is the equipment. It was severely damaged during the battle. If we have the equipment, perhaps I can sneak back and help them break through. Zhao Hongwu raised an eyebrow and immediately took out his phone to call his secretary. After hearing Zhang Tiantian's request, the secretary showed a troubled expression. The equipment isn't a big problem, but the elixirs. Most of them have been sent to the military district, and it won't be easy to gather them in the next 3 to 5 days, the secretary said helplessly. There were fewer than 300 alchemists in all of Dingbei City, and among them, no more than a handful could produce qualified elixirs. The government, especially the military, had high standards for the quality of elixirs, so these people indeed couldn't provide the quantity needed by the third team in a short time. Sitting behind his desk, Zhao Hongwu tapped his fingers lightly on the surface, a contemplative look on his face. The best solution would be to seek help from other cities, but he would need to go through some procedures, which might delay things. I'll figure out the elixir situation, Zhao Hongwu decided after much deliberation, ultimately deciding to ask a few neighboring cities if they could send a batch of elixirs over by tomorrow. Zhang Tiantian nodded and turned to leave the office. Only the secretary and Zhao Hongwu remained in the room, and the secretary hesitantly said, "Mayor, other cities are probably in a tough spot too. I remember during the meeting a couple of days ago, Mayor Lu mentioned that their secret realm had also encountered some issues." Zhao Hongwu rubbed his temples, feeling quite frustrated. Everything was piling up. Otherwise, with Dingbei City's strength, a mere Class C secret realm wouldn't be worth his attention. Suddenly, Zhao Hongwu noticed a document on the desk. It was Fangzhu's personal information. Since Fangzhu's household registration was coming over, his information had naturally been thoroughly investigated. Zhao Hongwu noticed Fangzhu's profession, alchemist, legendary level. These few words instantly jolted Zhao Hongwu's spirit. A legendary alchemist must have some special talents, right? The highest-ranking individual in the entire Dingbei City is a rare-level alchemist, whose talent can enhance the efficacy of pills by 20%. By this logic, Fangzhu's talent is certainly not inferior. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hongwu immediately picked up his phone and dialed Fangzhu's number. Thus, the scene at the beginning unfolded, with Fangzhu standing in the hall of the flight terminal, receiving a call from Zhao Hongwu. He thought for a moment, found a secluded spot, and pressed the answer button. Zhao Hongwu's deep voice immediately came through. "Fangzhu, are you in Jinhai City right now?" "No, I'm in Dingbei City, just got off the aircraft," Fangzhu replied honestly, as he had initially planned to wander around Dingbei City, but since Zhao Hongwu asked, he decided to tell the truth. "That's perfect." Zhao Hongwu's voice instantly became excited. "Come to the government building, I need to see you." "Okay, Mayor Zhao," Fangzhu readily agreed and then found a taxi outside the terminal. The vehicles of this era were somewhat different from the cars Fangzhu was familiar with, but he wasn't in the mood to observe them much. The taxi moved quickly, and the driver's driving style gave Fangzhu a sense of familiarity. The sudden accelerations and decelerations felt quite uncomfortable, reminiscent of being on a boat. After about 20 minutes, Fangzhu arrived at the government building. Looking up, the imposing structure before him was quite grand, with mysterious runes glowing softly etched into the walls, exuding a solemn and dignified atmosphere. The security guard at the entrance naturally noticed this somewhat peculiar young man. The expression on his face, akin to a country bumpkin entering the city, drew attention. He stepped out of the security booth and approached Fangzhu. "Comrade, do you need something?" the guard asked politely. "I'm here to see Mayor Zhao," Fangzhu replied honestly. Upon hearing this, the guard's expression immediately changed, a strange arrogance appearing on his face. "Is Mayor Zhao someone you can just see whenever you want?" the guard asked sharply. "My name is Fangzhu. If you don't know, you can call someone above," Fangzhu said calmly. Fangzhu, comrade." The guard's expression changed again in an instant, his tone even carrying a hint of respect. "You should have said so earlier. Please come in, please come in." One must admit, this guard was quite talented, possessing an extraordinary ability to change his demeanor. Fangzhu smoothly met Mayor Zhao on the top floor of the government building. Zhao appeared somewhat fatigued, looking a bit listless. However, Fangzhu knew this was just a facade. High-level powerful professionals could go 10 days or half a month without sleep and still be full of energy. Upon seeing Fangzhu enter, Zhao Hongwu's eyes instantly lit up. He immediately stood up and beckoned Fangzhu to come closer and sit down. "Mayor Zhao, thank you for your help with the previous matter." Fangzhu did not sit down immediately but sincerely expressed his gratitude again. Zhao Hongwu waved his hand, indicating it was nothing and that there was no need to be so polite. He then got straight to the point, asking decisively, "The reason I urgently sought you out is that there is a problem in a secret realm, and as a legendary level alchemist, you should be able to help." Hearing this, Fang Zhu scratched his head, hesitantly saying, although I have successfully changed my profession, I haven't done any alchemy yet, so. Before he could finish, Zhao Hongwu interrupted, I understand your concerns, it's fine. Seeking you is just part of the plan, and I have made other preparations, so don't feel any psychological pressure. Fang Zhu nodded and asked, then, Mayor Zhao, what do you think I should do? Well, before we officially begin, I need to ask about your professional talent. Zhao Hongwu smiled and inquired. Fang Zhu immediately recounted his professional talent to Zhao Hongwu, whose expression gradually shifted from a smile to shock, and by the end, he even stood up. Are you serious? Zhao Hongwu excitedly moved from behind the desk to Fang Zhu's side. It's true. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate, Fang Zhu replied with a smile. Zhao Hongwu's shocked and questioning demeanor eased Fang Zhu's worries a bit. He still remembered Wang Wenyuan's strange expression, which had left him somewhat concerned about his talent. Follow me. Zhao Hongwu grabbed Fang Zhu's arm and pulled him outside. Fang Zhu couldn't break free. The strength of this burly man was immense, and the grip on his arm felt like of ice. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at another building next to the government office, the Dingbei City Practitioner Base. This was an official facility capable of accommodating thousands of practitioners for study and training, and basically every city had a similar structure. The base's manager was somewhat surprised by Zhao Hongwu's sudden visit, as people usually notified the city in advance. However, he quickly prepared an alchemy room as per Zhao Hongwu's request and arranged for other staff to fetch the necessary herbs from the warehouse for refining the rejuvenation pill. Fang Zhu curiously surveyed the room before him. It was square and not very large, with a large, ancient-looking dragon head made entirely of gold positioned in the center, gazing upward. Next to the dragon head were two tables. One was neatly arranged with measuring cups, test tubes, and other items, while the other had some more intricate instruments. Fang Zhu could discern the purpose of everything in the room. Ever since he had transitioned to being an alchemist, knowledge about alchemy had naturally appeared in his mind. However, the instruments before him still felt somewhat disjointed. The massive dragon head was a geothermal jet device. Alchemy required flames of extremely high and constant temperatures, hence the geothermal apparatus. The combination of the ancient geothermal device with the exquisite modern instruments created a palpable clash between ancient civilization and modern technology. Before long, staff from the practitioner base entered with some herbs, and Fang Zhu immediately recognized their names and properties. Perhaps this was the innate talent of an alchemist. Zhao Hongwu's gaze toward Fang Zhu grew somewhat fervent. He was eager to see just how powerful a legendary alchemist could be. At that moment, a group of men and women suddenly gathered outside, drawn in by the news of the mayor's unexpected visit. Who is this person that the mayor brought in personally? I don't know, but it looks like he might be an alchemist. I'm also an alchemist. Why isn't the mayor with me? Although the discussions among the crowd were not loud, they clearly reached Fang Zhu's ears. Zhao Hongwu, however, did not stop them and continued to watch Fang Zhu with great interest. Fang Zhu ignored them and stepped forward to sort the herbs, then began processing them one by one. Some herbs required fruits, while others only needed roots. Juicing, extracting, distilling. Although it was his first time refining pills, Fang Zhu felt as if he had practiced it 1,000 times before. Every step in creating the rejuvenation pill was crystal clear in his mind. Just this skill alone left Zhao Hongwu and the other onlookers in shock, their mouths agape. Ordinary and rare-level alchemists could not achieve this. They needed time to learn and imitate to perform each step with precision. As for rare-level alchemists, after the Blue Star entered a new era, there was only one rare-level alchemist in Huagua, and that person has now betrayed Huagua, joining the Federation across the ocean. Zhao Hongwu was also unsure whether the traitor could be as self-taught as Fang Zhu, but he thought it unlikely. Before this, Fang Zhu had never even watched anyone else refine a rejuvenation pill. He had only glanced at the recipe and the steps written on paper. This is a true genius, Zhao Hongwu murmured to himself, his expression quite remarkable. Fang Zhu's movements were quick and steady. In just half an hour, he had processed all the medicinal materials. At this moment, in front of him were a dozen or so measuring cups and test tubes of various sizes, filled with different processed herbs. On another table, a centrifuge was spinning rapidly, and the materials inside were gradually changing. Fang Zhu took a deep breath, extending his right hand, and a faint golden light suddenly gathered between his palms. Zhao Hongwu held his breath, and the onlookers did the same. Although they were not alchemists, they could tell that Fang Zhu was extraordinary. The fluidity and rhythm in his processing of the materials were qualities that other alchemists lacked. They had never witnessed such a pleasing processing method in all their decades at the base. Now, this excessively young alchemist was finally about to proceed to the last step of alchemy. Before starting the refining process, everyone was also curious about Fangzhu's alchemy furnace. Why is his furnace glowing with golden light? Wow, what a bright furnace! I've never seen such a beautiful alchemy furnace. What good is beauty? Can beauty increase the success rate of pill formation? Exactly, what alchemists pursue is the quality of the pills, not the appearance of the furnace. Suddenly, whispers filled the room as a palm-sized, shimmering golden furnace appeared in Fangzhu's hand. Upon closer inspection, the furnace was engraved with strange totems, seemingly depicting ancient ferocious beasts roaring, and mysterious runes recording unknown past events. This was the life-bound treasure of every alchemist, the alchemy furnace. A desolate and wild aura spread from the furnace, quickly enveloping the entire room, and everyone inside felt an invisible pressure. It was also Fangzhu's first time summoning his alchemy furnace, and he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Summoning the alchemy furnace out of thin air was not a privilege exclusive to Fangzhu as a legendary level profession. In fact, almost half of the professions would have their life-bound weapons or treasures upon successful job change. For example, a sword immortal of rare level or above would automatically possess a flying sword that could be wielded as an extension of their body after job change, and the power of the flying sword could be enhanced through subsequent card draws. As for support professions like Fangzhu, they almost all came with life-bound treasures. Alchemists had alchemy furnaces, blacksmiths had forging hammers, rune masters had rune pens, and priests had staves, among others. At this moment, in the alchemy room, Fangzhu carefully observed his alchemy furnace. To be honest, his level of shock was not much less than that of the others. What had just happened was indeed somewhat miraculous. Fangzhu even initially did not realize how he had summoned the alchemy furnace. It felt as if it was instinctual, requiring no thought. Although Zhao Hongwu was surprised that Fangzhu had not continued refining, he did not dare to interrupt. After all, he was a high-level professional, and his perspective was broader than that of the others present. Zhao Hongwu could almost immediately determine that Fangzhu's alchemy furnace was extraordinary. Even in terms of momentum, it was not inferior to the current #1 alchemist's furnace in Huagua. Fangzhu let out a slow breath, walked to the dragon-headed fire altar, and placed the alchemy furnace on it. In an instant, the furnace underwent a transformation, rapidly expanding several times from its original palm-sized form. A faint click sound was heard as the alchemy furnace was securely fixed onto the dragon's open mouth. Outside, some fellow alchemists had already realized that the young man before them was not ordinary, but until the other party truly produced a pill, they still held on to their opinions. No matter how well the preliminary preparations were done, or how beautiful the furnace looked, it was all in vain. Only by refining a qualified pill could one truly be considered an alchemist. The saying fellow practitioners or rivals was not wrong at all. A young boy like this could even have the mayor accompany him. How could they, who had immersed themselves in the path of alchemy for decades, willingly concede defeat? Fangzhu, of course, was unaware of these people's thoughts. He slightly bent down and pressed a switch on the dragon's head. A surge of intense flames suddenly erupted from the dragon's mouth, burning steadily at the bottom of the alchemy furnace. Fangzhu silently waited for a moment, and when the temperature inside the furnace reached a critical point, he quickly turned around and cleanly poured the prepared medicinal materials from the measuring cup into the furnace one by one. Seeing Fangzhu's method, several onlooking alchemists immediately showed disdainful expressions. This is not how you refine pills, it's completely unprofessional. It looked impressive, but in reality, he was just throwing the materials in without observing the changes inside the furnace. Only by carefully confirming the transformation of the materials inside could one ensure that the alchemy would not fail. With his technique, I can conclude that he's a novice. I don't know what the mayor sees in him. A public failure would embarrass the mayor. Keep your voice down, don't let the mayor hear you. The crowd outside lowered their voices, but it still clearly reached Zhao Hongwu's ears. He curled his lip, too lazy to bother with this group of second-rate alchemists who only knew how to scheme against each other. Most of those outside were low-level alchemists who couldn't even refine a rare-level rejuvenation pill, yet they still had the audacity to slander a legendary alchemist. It was truly ridiculous. As long as Fangzhu could successfully refine a qualified pill, Zhao Hongwu could take this opportunity to rectify the atmosphere within the base, preventing certain individuals from being unambitious and only knowing how to exclude each other day by day. Although Fangzhu's professional talent ensured that he would succeed in every alchemy attempt, he would not act recklessly or refine at will. For this first batch, he basically followed the instincts of a refiner, adhering to high standards and strict requirements. Fang Zhu decisively placed the last medicinal material into the alchemy furnace and then covered it with the lid. At this moment, dozens of people inside and outside the room focused their attention on the furnace. Indeed, the number of onlookers was increasing. The entire base was now buzzing with news that the mayor had brought a young genius alchemist. Of course, the term genius was in double quotes. Alchemy was a profession that required accumulation. How could someone be powerful right after changing careers? Although the mayor did not explicitly state it, a large portion of people felt that he was using Fang Zhu to pressure them. However, with such a young alchemist, it was likely to backfire. Time passed second by second, and a fragrant aroma gradually wafted from the alchemy room. At first, the aroma was faint, but it quickly became rich. Zhao Hanguo sniffed, a slightly surprised expression appearing on his face. He had seen many alchemists refine pills, but this pure medicinal aroma was something he had never encountered before. This scent is quite pleasant. It seems different from the aromas produced by others. Oldly, why haven't I smelled this kind of scent when you were refining pills? The discussion outside resumed, and some alchemists gradually changed their expressions, exchanging glances that sparked a sense of unease within them. Could it be that this overly young alchemist actually succeeded? The fragrance of the medicine spread, essentially indicating that the elixir in the furnace had taken shape. All that was left was to turn off the ground fire device and wait for the furnace to cool naturally. However, this process was not without its risks. First, the timing of shutting off the ground fire device was crucial. Doing it too early or too late would affect the quality of the elixir. Secondly, the elixir could also crack during the cooling process. Though the chances were slim, it was indeed a common issue for novice alchemists. Fang Zhu silently sensed the changes within the furnace and finally confirmed that everything was complete. Now was the time. Fang Zhu reached out and turned off the switch of the ground fire device, the steady flame quickly receding, and the temperature of the furnace gradually decreased. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the alchemy furnace. Had it succeeded or not? Fang Zhu, however, ignored the actions and questions of the crowd, casually tidying up the tools and instruments at hand. Perhaps only Fang Zhu and Zhao Hanwu were unconcerned about the elixir's outcome. As the alchemy furnace gradually cooled, the wild, primal runes on it slowly dimmed. Old Wu, what's the situation with this young man? An alchemist finally couldn't hold back and asked the base manager beside him. Old Wu chuckled and shook his head without speaking. He didn't want to be a riddle, mainly because Zhao Hangu had previously instructed him not to reveal Fang Zhu's identity for the time being. After all, so far only a small portion knew that Fang Zhu had simultaneously obtained 3 legendary-level professions, and if this were to spread, Zhao Hangu was worried that it would attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. Countless geniuses in Huagua met untimely ends each year, so it was better to be cautious. The onlookers, seeing old Wu silent, became even more curious. At this point, does it mean he will definitely succeed in making the elixir? A girl with a delicate appearance asked her companion. The companion shook his head, a hint of disdain crossing his eyes. Of course not. If he encounters a problem when opening the lid, the elixir still won't be able to be refined. The girl nodded in realization and looked again at the golden furnace inside. The companion subtly touched his forehead, feeling a bit frustrated. His previous statement, upon first hearing, was indeed correct, but generally speaking, as long as the alchemist wasn't being foolish, this last step shouldn't have any issues. So he simply didn't want to admit that Fang Zhu was impressive. Fang Zhu efficiently tidied up the table, then approached the alchemy furnace, casually extending his hand to grasp the lid with 3 fingers. A slight warmth emanated from the lid, and after pausing for a moment, Fang Zhu suddenly exerted force. Pop! A light sound echoed as the top of the alchemy furnace was opened. A rich and fresh medicinal fragrance instantly surged outward like a tide, causing several alchemists to step back a few paces, their expressions quite complex. In fact, at this point, they no longer needed to look. There was definitely at least one high-quality rejuvenation pill in that furnace, and their years of alchemy experience couldn't be wrong. Realizing this, they exchanged glances and collectively turned to leave, seemingly intending to exit. Old Wu snorted softly, and the smile on his face suddenly vanished. Humph! Several alchemists who were leaving simultaneously heard this voice laced with anger, their expressions stiffening as they halted in their tracks. It was clear that this was a warning from Old Wu. Zhao Hangu slightly turned his head to glance at the alchemists, feeling a wave of amusement in his heart. Before bringing Fang Zhu here, he actually had no intention of testing these alchemists. It was just that Fang Zhu's performance attracted some attention, so he decided to go with the flow. One could say it was a fortunate coincidence. Fang Zhu was not disturbed by the commotion behind him. He held the alchemy furnace and gently shook it twice, and then 4 rejuvenation pills appeared in his hand. Wait, 4? Why are there 4? Some onlookers immediately showed expressions of surprise. Even if they didn't understand alchemy, they could tell that Fang Zhu had only prepared enough materials for one set of rejuvenation pills at the beginning, and one set consists of 2 pills. This was obvious to anyone. So how could there suddenly be 2 more? Zhao Hongwu, of course, was not like the others. He stepped forward with an excited expression, looking at the pills in Fang Zhu's hand with an approving look. They were indeed rejuvenation pills, and of a very high grade. Old Wu also came over, and when he saw the pills in Fang Zhu's hand, he was immediately stunned. Soon, the entire room was filled with Old Wu's shocked and questioning voice. Rare grade rejuvenation pills? Old Wu's exclamation instantly ignited the crowd. Rare grade? What the hell? Are there rare grades for rejuvenation pills? Of course, but only high-level rare alchemists can refine them. The discussions among the crowd grew louder, and among them, 2 bold individuals even planned to move closer to take a look, but before they could act, they were shot back by Old Wu's glare. Are you kidding? An alchemist who can refine rare-grade rejuvenation pills is a treasure. You common folks shouldn't even think about getting close. Old Wu had already made up his mind. No matter what, he had to build a good relationship with Fang Zhu. Just a little bit of pill output from this genius alchemist in the future would be enough for him to enjoy. For dark red pills were neatly arranged in his hand, and Fang Zhu's eyes flickered with excitement. Although he was certain that he would succeed in alchemy, this was still his first batch, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. The talent of a legendary alchemist was indeed terrifying. With enough luck to trigger 3 talents simultaneously, his pill output could reach a truly astonishing level, and the quality was on par with the works of the strongest alchemists in Huagua. Zhao Hongwu and Old Wu excitedly held the pills and examined them closely. At this moment, they had only one thought in their minds. This is the hope for the future alchemists of Huagua. This is the hope for the path of alchemy in Huagua. Name: rejuvenation pill, rare grade. Effect: rapidly heals non-fatal injuries, but cannot regenerate severed limbs. A mere first-level alchemist could achieve this level. No one would believe it if told, but now the rare grade rejuvenation pills were right in front of them. They were witnesses, and so were the onlookers around them, but they had to find a way to keep this a secret for now. Zhao Hongwu had already considered this situation, so he beckoned and whispered a few words in Old Wu's ear. Old Wu nodded and then left the alchemy room. Zhao Hongwu held all the rejuvenation pills refined by Fang Zhu in his hands, turned around, and looked at the crowd gathered at the door. He wore a smile, but to the other professionals, it felt somewhat eerie. I believe everyone knows what this is, Zhao Hongwu said in a steady voice. I know that everyone has not paid much attention to alchemists or the path of alchemy, especially since our Huagua has yet to have a high-grade alchemist above level 50. However, this should not be an excuse for some to give up on themselves. Since you enjoy the privileges granted to professionals by the country, you should strive to refine qualified pills. Zhao Hongwu scanned the crowd, taking in their reactions, and then continued speaking. Although I am talking about alchemists here, it is the same for other professions. It doesn't matter if your level is low or your rank is low, as long as what you do benefits Dingbei City, benefits Huagua, and benefits the people, then you are a qualified professional. This person behind me, just a first-level alchemist, can achieve this level. I hope you won't fall too far behind the younger generation. Zhao Hongwu's words were powerful, and the onlookers outside the room all showed expressions of some shame. No matter what they thought in their hearts, at this moment, they had to show such expressions in front of the mayor. Zhao Hongwu did not expect that a few of his words would change certain people, but he ultimately had to do this. Although today was an unintentional act, Zhao Hongwu believed that as long as he did enough, a portion of people would surely get on the right track from then on. Dingbei City is different from other cities. Wasting time here can be deadly. Fang Zhu listened to Zhao Hongwu's words, feeling a subtle stirring in his heart. In every era, there are such sincere people who never think of themselves but only want to contribute to this country. He admitted that he could not reach Zhao Hongwu's level, but since he was in this familiar country, he would surely do something. Just then, Old Wu came over with a middle-aged man, holding a stack of papers that emitted a faint silver color. Someone recognized the middle-aged man, and their expression instantly turned a bit ugly. A contract master, how could he be here? Looks like this young man is not simple. If I had known, I wouldn't have come today. Fang Zhu looked with interest at the papers in the middle-aged man's hands, learning from others' discussions about this person's profession. A contract master seems like another auxiliary profession like mine. Just as Fang Zhu was thinking, he was suddenly pulled aside by Zhao Hongwu. Today, everyone who has watched you refine pills will sign a confidentiality contract. The price for leaking information is death by ruptured blood vessels, Zhao Hongwu said calmly. Fang Zhu was taken aback. So ruthless? Your identity is no longer ordinary. You need to be careful, Zhao Hongwu said with a smile. Fang Zhu didn't know what to say. He vaguely realized that the peaceful life he had might soon be far from him. Although the onlooking professionals were somewhat dissatisfied, they still obediently signed the contract. There was no way out. Zhao Hongwu was watching from the side, and refusing now would be like seeking death. Once everyone finished signing the contract, the room fell silent again. Zhao Hongwu made a phone call to his secretary, and soon, the secretary and Zhang Tiantian arrived at the professional base. Let me introduce, this is Zhang Tiantian, a member of the 3rd exploration team, Zhao Hongwu said, pointing to the young man in front of him who had a slight frown. Fang Zhu extended his hand and politely shook hands with him. Fang Zhu, just arrived in Dingbei City? Hello. Zhang Tiantian was clearly not very enthusiastic. He looked at Zhao Hongwu with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Zhao Hongwu smiled slightly and handed over a rejuvenation pill. If I give you some of these, can you lead the 3rd team out? Zhao Hongwu asked. Zhang Tiantian took the pill, glanced at it, and immediately perked up. Is this rare grade? His tone trembled a bit. Yes, rare grade. You should have seen the information about the pill, Zhao Hongwu nodded. I saw it, but I can't quite believe it. Zhang Tiantian held the pill with both hands, afraid he might accidentally crush it. The ordinary rejuvenation pill could only slowly heal some lighter injuries, while the rare grade merely accelerated the healing speed. However, he did not expect that the effect of the rare rejuvenation pill would directly extend to such a large range as non-fatal injuries. Zhang Tiantian barely restrained the excitement in his heart. He finally realized something and looked at Fang Zhu in surprise. Brother, did you refine this? Fang Zhu nodded slightly. Yes, it should be enough, right? Not just enough. With this kind of elixir, I can guarantee that the entire 3rd squad won't suffer a single casualty, Zhang Tiantian said, patting his chest loudly. Good. Zhao Hongwu immediately clapped his hands and turned to Fang Zhu, saying, Fang Zhu, could you please refine this rejuvenation elixir today? The materials are plentiful, no problem, right? Well, Fang Zhu scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward as he said, Mayor, this rare grade rejuvenation elixir can't be refined every time. Zhao Hongwu was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly slapped his forehead. He had forgotten that Fang Zhu's professional talent was triggered by chance. That's fine, just do your best. Whatever you can produce by tomorrow noon will be fine, Zhao Hongwu waved his hand. Although Zhang Tiantian was a bit confused, he grasped Fang Zhu's hand with a face full of expectation and said, Brother, the lives of more than a dozen people in our squad are in your hands, please help us. Fang Zhu nodded and said slowly, I will do my best. He certainly wouldn't refuse, nor was there any need to. For an alchemist, improving their level required either entering secret realms to fight or refining pills. Having ample materials to focus solely on alchemy was a dream come true for every alchemist. Alright, then it's up to you. Zhao Hongwu patted Fang Zhu's shoulder and then left the alchemy room with Old Wu and Zhang Tiantian. Fang Zhu stretched his wrists and shoulders, walked to the table, and picked up the materials for the 2nd rejuvenation elixir. He believed Zhao Hongwu would arrange everything well, so all he needed to do now was refine the pills. Just like the first time, Fang Zhu gradually processed the herbs. This time, he was noticeably more skilled. Some of the more difficult herbs flew around in his hands, and within just a few minutes, he had finished processing them. After placing the alchemy furnace back on the dragon's head, Fang Zhu began the 2nd round of alchemy. Half an hour later, Fang Zhu looked at the 2 pills in his hand and let out a long breath. His luck was quite good. Although he didn't trigger the talent for doubling the output, he did trigger the talent for increasing the grade. This meant that the 2 pills he held were also rare grade. As he completed the refining, a line of text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, your alchemist level has increased to level 2. Fang Zhu could feel that with the increase in his level, his mind became clearer. Generally, alchemists unlock a new recipe every 10 levels or obtain new recipes through card draws, but Fang Zhu didn't need to do that. Legendary alchemists didn't have to worry about recipes. They could reverse engineer the recipe in steps just by looking at the pills. Legendary alchemists were that powerful, so Fang Zhu estimated that after reaching level 10, he would awaken some abilities that others didn't have. While thinking, he continued with his work. Old Wu and 2 staff members brought him late-night snacks and enough materials, and Fang Zhu quickly finished eating before diving back into alchemy. He wasn't just trying to complete the task assigned by Zhao Hongwu, he genuinely found alchemy interesting, as if he were leveling up while fighting monsters, filled with exhilaration. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Apart from resting for 3 hours in the middle of the night, Fang Zhu had been refining pills the entire time. By noon the next day, Fang Zhu had refined a total of 50 rejuvenation elixirs, of which 21 were rare grade. This efficiency was terrifying. An ordinary alchemist could only produce a dozen or so in a day, but Fang Zhu had directly multiplied that by several times. Moreover, Fang Zhu's luck was also good, with the talent trigger rate approaching 50%. 21 rare-grade rejuvenation elixirs were more than enough for the third squad. Fang Zhu was counting the consumed elixirs and medicinal materials when a sudden knock sounded at the door of the alchemy room. "Come in," Fang Zhu said without looking up. The door opened, and Zhao Hangu and Zheng Tiantian walked in one after the other. "Mayor, the elixirs are all here," Fang Zhu said with a smile as he handed over 5 wooden boxes. Upon seeing the wooden boxes in Fang Zhu's hands, Zheng Tiantian's eyes widened in disbelief. These are all rejuvenation pills?" Zheng Tiantian's tone was filled with incredulity. Clearly, Zhao Hangu had not informed him of Fang Zhu's extraordinary talent. However, even Zhao Hangu, who was aware of the truth, showed a surprised expression upon seeing the boxes. Each wooden box could hold 10 elixirs, so Zhao Hangu easily calculated the number of elixirs in Fang Zhu's hands. 50? Zhao Hangu reached out to take them and quickly asked. Fang Zhu nodded and smiled, saying, 50 rejuvenation pills, of which 21 are rare grade. Hiss! Zhao Hangu and Zheng Tiantian simultaneously gasped, causing the temperature in the room to rise slightly. Rare-grade rejuvenation pills had never appeared before Fang Zhu refined them, and now, they actually held dozens in their hands. Realizing this, Zhao Hangu felt a bit tense. He could see the value of these elixirs. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they could overturn the current alchemy industry in Huagua, but even a dozen or 20 would be hard to truly change the awkward situation of alchemy today. Zhao Hangu opened the wooden box and looked at the rejuvenation pills inside, where a few lines of text appeared before him. Name, rare-grade rejuvenation pill. Effect, rapidly heals non-fatal injuries, but cannot regenerate severed limbs. Name, uncommon grade rejuvenation pill. Effect, rapidly heals minor injuries, slightly suppresses severe injuries. Based on the effects of the elixirs, the description of non-fatal injuries in the rare-grade rejuvenation pill should include some severe injuries, meaning those that are not fatal within a short time. Zheng Tiantian reached out with trembling hands to take the elixirs Zhao Hangu handed over, and his pathetic demeanor made Zhao Hangu laugh out loud. "Come on, pull yourself together. It's just a few elixirs, and you're already shaking," Zhao Hangu teased. Fang Zhu also smiled and asked Zheng Tiantian, "Brother Zhang, are the elixirs enough? If not, I can refine some more in a hurry." It's enough. Zheng Tiantian hurriedly nodded, then, with a serious expression, deeply bowed to Fang Zhu, saying, "Thank you, Brother Fang. On behalf of Team 3, I thank you." No. Fang Zhu waved his hand and smiled. "This is my duty. You go save people first. I'll treat you to a meal when you come back." Zheng Tiantian nodded heavily, turned around, and was about to say something when Zhao Hong's big foot landed on his backside. "Hurry up and go. Don't waste time. If even one of you comes back late, I'll hold you accountable." 2 seconds later, only Fang Zhu and Zhao Hangu remained in the alchemy room. Zhao Hangu looked deeply at Fang Zhu, his expression gradually becoming unusually serious. Fang Zhu faced Zhao Hong's gaze calmly, already faintly guessing what was coming. "Fang Zhu, your talent is very high," Zhao Hangu slowly began. "I hope you can stay in Dingbei City. It would greatly relieve my pressure. But you are ultimately a legendary class professional, so you will surely have greater development in the future. I just hope that when that time comes, you can lend a little support to Dingbei City. The pressure here is too great, and the 2A grade secret realms make me feel like I'm walking on thin ice." Zhao Hong's tone was heavy. He knew he couldn't keep Fang Zhu, so he could only appeal to emotions before Fang Zhu had fully grown. This approach was quite normal and not at all despicable, but Zhao Hangu felt a bit uncomfortable inside. After all, he had only helped Fang Zhu a little. Fang Zhu could understand Zhao Hong's meaning. He smiled and said while sitting on a nearby chair, "Uncle Zhao, I will definitely remember this friendship of yours for helping me fall out with the people in Jinhai City, so you don't have to be so formal. I will definitely help Dingbei City." Although he was just a level 5 professional, his words carried the momentum of someone in a higher position, which reassured Zhao Hangu quite a bit. On the other side, Zheng Tiantian wasted no time and dove directly into the Blood Wolf secret realm with the elixirs and equipment Zhao Hangu had given him earlier. The familiar forest appeared before him, and Zheng Tiantian took a deep breath, his figure gradually becoming blurry. In no time, he completely blended into the shadows among the branches and leaves. The talent ability of the Shadow Assassin thrived in this environment, which was why he could escape the encirclement of the blood wolves when others could not. Zheng Tiantian identified his position and then charged straight towards the valley. Time passed second by second, and Zheng Tiantian ran wildly through the forest for over 3 hours. Along the way, he saw many corpses of blood wolves, remnants of the third squad before they were surrounded. Normally, these blood wolf corpses would be taken away by their companions, but now they lay exposed in the wilderness, indicating that the Blood Wolf Pack must have undergone some unknown changes. As evening approached, Zhang Tiantian arrived at the jungle outside the valley. He did not rashly approach the valley because he could already hear the sounds of the Blood Wolf Pack moving, and he also noticed what seemed to be new signs of battle outside the valley. This indicated that the third squad had attempted to break out during this day and a half, but the result was evident: they had failed. Zhang Tiantian cautiously concealed his figure, inching closer to the valley, where the Blood Wolf Pack was feeding not far from him. Enemies surrounded him on all sides, but Zhang Tiantian felt no fear in his heart. He brought hope, the hope of rescuing the squad. As night fell, the Blood Wolf Pack launched another attack. They moved swiftly and coordinated well, spreading out in a fan shape, raising clouds of dust, and the sounds of battle echoed through the valley. Zhang Tiantian could only pray in his heart that this attack would not cause any casualties to the third squad. Fortunately, the third squad was resilient, and the Wolf Pack's assault subsided in less than half an hour, allowing Zhang Tiantian to take this opportunity to enter the valley. Night was the domain of assassins, so Zhang Tiantian successfully met the members of the third squad. Inside a cave in the valley, Captain Wang Hu leaned against a somewhat damp wall, his face unusually pale and exhausted. A nearby team member showed a somewhat desperate expression. "Captain, I can't hold on much longer," a team member inside the cave said softly, bloodied and clearly injured. "Hang in there, Tianzi has gone to seek help. He will come back," Wang Hu said firmly. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the cave. "Who is it?" The guard at the entrance perked up, asking warily. It's me. Zhang Tiantian's voice came from outside. The team members perked up upon hearing this voice, but when they saw that no one was behind Zhang Tiantian, they all showed puzzled expressions. Zhang Tiantian, however, was full of excitement as he approached everyone and took out several wooden boxes from his pack. The team members were even more confused, and Wang Hu frowned, pointing at the wooden boxes and asking, "What is this, elixirs?" "Yes." Zhang Tiantian nodded vigorously and then opened one of them. The information about the elixir instantly appeared in everyone's eyes, and a moment later, a suppressed cheer erupted in the cave. "Wow, so powerful. Awesome. I've never seen such a powerful rejuvenation elixir." A few team members in the cave exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their uncontainable joy. Although the city had not provided them with additional manpower, these elixirs were sufficient to greatly enhance their chances of survival. "There's more," Zhang Tiantian said, pulling out several palm-sized jade tablets from his backpack, each inscribed with obscure and profound runes. "Construction rune stones," Wang Hu exclaimed, reaching out to take them from Zhang Tiantian's hands. These were construction rune stones. By activating the runes on their surface, one could generate a set of fitted armor and weapons. It is no exaggeration to say that every combat profession desires their own customized construction runestone, but they are exceedingly rare. "The mayor gave me 3, you all see who would fit best," Zhang Tiantian said as he handed the construction runestones to Wang Hu, then began distributing the rejuvenation pills. Those with lighter injuries received fewer, while those with more severe injuries received more. The group accepted the pills without hesitation, swallowing them down in one gulp. In less than 10 minutes, their injuries had mostly healed. Meanwhile, Fang Zhu returned to the home that Zhao Hanguo had arranged for him. It was a room in a single apartment, the overall decor quite exquisite, with all the necessary furniture and facilities. Although Dingbei City lacked funds, it was still relatively generous in these aspects. In fact, there was nothing particularly valuable in the room. The only item that might attract others' envy was the small fate crystal placed on the coffee table in the living room. Indeed, Fang Zhu had a fate crystal at home, which meant he could draw cards there. He had also managed to obtain the materials for drawing cards. When Zhao Hanguo asked him what he wanted at noon, Fang Zhu immediately replied with the words fate fragments. Zhao Hanguo was quite generous, directly giving Fang Zhu 2 fate fragments, each of which allowed for 1 draw, equating to 2 golden legends for Fang Zhu. Approaching the coffee table, Fang Zhu first took out a fate fragment, an irregular object that was entirely purple and semi-transparent, somewhat resembling amethyst but much lighter in hue. "Come on, give me a gold," Fang Zhu said as he brought the fate fragment close to the fate crystal. A burst of light emanated from the crystal, and then the entire fragment vanished without a trace. Fate crystals are not only large, in fact, there is no essential difference between large and small crystals, as both can be used for drawing cards. However, large fate crystals can be drawn from multiple times in a day, while small ones have a limited number of draws. The one in his hand could be drawn from a maximum of 3 times a day. But that didn't matter to Fang Zhu, he only needed 1 draw. As the fate fragment disappeared, the fate crystal suddenly emitted a dazzling light, a pure golden glow that illuminated the entire room in resplendent brilliance. Fang Zhu stared intently at the fate crystal, within which a golden meteor streaked across the sky, trailing a long tail of flame, and then a golden card appeared above the crystal. The card spun around, and Fangzhu smiled, reaching out to grasp it, as a line of text immediately appeared before his eyes. Name, Xingli Qihua, Fire Seed. Description, Xingli Qihua is one of the highest grade flames in the world. Nurturing it greatly benefits both combat and alchemy. Fangzhu stared blankly at the card in his hand, then his face broke into a wild joy. For an alchemist, flames are actually more important than the formula. A standard earth-fire device cannot produce the most perfect elixirs. A top-tier alchemist must use their own flames to achieve the best results. So at this moment, Fangzhu had drawn the first flame that belonged solely to him, the highest grade flame in the world. Containing his excitement, Fangzhu crushed the card with a snap. Golden fragments danced in the air, and a palm-sized crimson flame appeared leisurely, radiating an astonishing heat. This flame was beautiful, displaying a glass-like luster, and Fangzhu even felt a bit reluctant to disrupt its current state. However, he ultimately reached out to grasp the flame, a wave of intense warmth spreading from his palm, yet it did not burn his skin. Fangzhu felt enveloped by a comforting sensation, and soon saw the azure-red fire seed burrow into his palm, traveling up his arm to the position of his heart in his chest. At this point, the fire seed had been completely absorbed by him, and what he needed to do next was to nurture the fire seed until it gradually matured. Only when this otherworldly flame matured could it unleash its miraculous effects. Meanwhile, in the Blood Wolf secret realm, Wang Hu and two sturdy teammates, clad in heavy but not cumbersome armor, were charging towards the valley's exit. Behind them, a dozen teammates were poised and ready, waiting for the captain to withstand the onslaught of the Blood Wolves. Then they would show those beasts what the power of revenge truly meant. Dare to block us, huh? Come on, try blocking us again. The battle was about to erupt, and an unprecedented fierce melee broke out in the valley. The third squad, equipped and having recovered from their injuries, was completely unafraid of the Blood Wolves. After all, they were just a bunch of mindless beasts, so what if they went berserk? The next morning, gentle sunlight spread across the horizon, and one by one, figures emerged at the entrance of the Blood Wolf secret realm. Wang Hu, Zhang Tiantian, Xiao Son, the 15 members of the 3rd Exploration Squad successfully burst out of the secret realm, with no casualties. The soldiers guarding the entrance saw them and rushed forward, filled with excitement. I thought something had happened to you inside. It's good that you're fine, really good, the soldiers exclaimed. Zhang Tiantian smiled slightly, looking at the rejuvenation pill in his hand that he hadn't taken yet, filled with gratitude for that young man. At 8 in the morning, Fangzhu received a call from the mayor's secretary. This middle-aged man, with a strong military demeanor, got straight to the point. Comrade Fangzhu, the city has decided to arrange for you to undergo special training for professionals. I'd like to know if you are willing. Fangzhu was still half asleep. Yesterday's alchemy had left him exhausted, so he was a bit dazed. He instinctively asked, "Special training? What is that?" It's a training program for high-grade rookie professionals that allows you to learn about secret realms in advance and adapt to combat within them, the secretary explained patiently. Fangzhu rubbed his face, feeling a bit more awake. Okay, I'll go, he agreed without much hesitation. There was no reason to refuse such an opportunity. He knew very little about this world and wouldn't pass up any chance to learn. Alright, come find me at 3 in the afternoon, and I'll take you to complete the paperwork. The secretary hung up after finishing. Fangzhu set his phone aside and collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. He just wanted to sleep. However, he had barely closed his eyes for 2 minutes when the second call came in. Hello, who is it? Fangzhu didn't look at his phone, just pressed the answer button. It's me, Zhao Hongwu. Mayor Zhao's deep voice came through the phone, and Fangzhu sat up abruptly. He regarded Zhao Hongwu with more importance. After all, this man was going to be his support in the near future. Mayor Zhao, do you need something from me? Fangzhu asked. The 3rd squad has come out of the secret realm. They said they want to thank you properly. Zhao Hongwu's voice carried a hint of ease. Fangzhu also breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that they're out, but there's no need to thank me. He had just begun to speak when Zhao Hongwu interrupted him. Don't decline, this is a life-saving grace. Zhao Hongwu's voice held a tone that brooked no refusal. Fangzhu thought for a moment and agreed. Zhao Hongwu laughed heartily and told Fangzhu to go to the largest restaurant in the city center, the Yingbin Hotel, around noon. To be honest, the name sounded a bit tacky. After hanging up the phone, Fangzhu leaned back on the bed, feeling the drowsiness vanish without a trace. After a brief pause, he went to the bathroom to wash his face, then sat down in front of the coffee table. Yesterday, Zhao Hongwu had given him 2 fate fragments, so he could draw again. The daily rewards of the god-level card drawing system had refreshed, and this time, Fangzhu was sure he would draw a legendary gold card. He calmed his emotions and brought the fate fragments close to the fate crystal. The same scene as yesterday unfolded, and the fate fragments slowly disappeared from his hand. In the next second, a brilliant golden light erupted from the fate crystal. Fangzhu stared unblinkingly at the top of the fate crystal, wishing for an option to skip the card drawing animation to appear before him. A few seconds later, the golden light gradually converged, and a pure gold card spun above the crystal. Feng Zhu quickly grabbed it, and the information about the card immediately appeared before his eyes. Name, Fei Hong Stone. Description, one of the most solid materials in the world, extremely difficult to forge. Just as Feng Zhu finished reading this information, the card in his hand underwent some changes. He did not activate the card, it was entirely its own action. This was the first time Feng Zhu had seen such a situation, and he stood up, feeling a bit nervous. However, he soon realized he was overthinking. The card before him gradually transformed into an irregular object about 2 meters long amidst a burst of golden light. It was a large stone that displayed a colorful sheen under the sunlight. Fei Hong Stone. What use does it have? Feng Zhu murmured to himself, feeling a bit dazed. His understanding of this world was still too limited, so he did not know the specific function of this Fei Hong Stone. However, just based on its legendary quality, its value was undoubtedly significant. Feng Zhu did not dwell on it any longer and casually picked up his phone to start searching. Before long, he found information about the Fei Hong Stone. In simple terms, it was the best material for making construction talismans. As for construction talismans, they could be understood as the armor that Iron Man has in his suitcase, just a bit more compact. Once activated, construction talismans could form a suit that covered the entire body, boasting considerable attack and defense capabilities. The construction talismans made from Fei Hong Stone were among the best in the world, with only 3 sets currently existing, 2 of which were in the possession of the strongest beings of the time, Huang and Zeus. According to online descriptions, the secret realm that produces Fei Hong Stone is extremely dangerous, so there are almost no scattered Fei Hong Stones in circulation. Only a few are preserved within certain large factions. After reading the information, Feng Zhu's gaze returned to the Fei Hong Stone in front of him. If the information online was correct, he might now possess the largest Fei Hong Stone in the world. To be honest, Feng Zhu was very excited. The card draws from yesterday and today had suddenly given him 2 items that could significantly enhance his strength. Although this enhancement would take time to manifest, he was indeed already richer and stronger than before. Construction talismans are difficult to make. They require both a forger and a runmaster to have a chance of completion, and Feng Zhu happened to have both professions. This meant that as long as he raised the levels of these 2 professions, he could become a ruthless production machine for construction talismans, and the top-tier kind at that. He never expected that drawing cards twice would solidify his future development path. Leaning back on the sofa, Feng Zhu looked at the Fei Hong Stone on the floor and suddenly realized a problem. Such a large piece can't just be kept at home forever. If Lao Zhao and the others come over and see it, wouldn't they go crazy? Moreover, his foundation is still shallow. If some ill-intentioned people find out, it could lead to big trouble. Feng Zhu furrowed his brows, thinking for a long time but couldn't come up with a good solution, so he could only move the Fei Hong Stone into the corner of the bedroom. At least it wouldn't be out in the open. As noon approached, Feng Zhu left his single apartment and took a taxi to the Yingbin Hotel. This time, he had the time to observe the taxis of this era. Overall, they were not much different from the cars of his previous life, but the round steering wheel had disappeared, replaced by a square stone slab engraved with complex runes. Feng Zhu stared at it for a long time, then suddenly realized. This was just like the driving mechanics in mobile games from his past life, only the directional keys had been replaced with various rune patterns. After arriving at his destination, Feng Zhu got out of the car in silence and then saw Zhang Tiantian, who had been waiting for who knows how long, at the entrance of the hotel. "Brother Zhang, sorry to keep you waiting," Feng Zhu greeted as he approached. Zhang Tiantian had been eagerly waiting for a long time, and upon seeing Feng Zhu, a joyful expression immediately appeared on his face. No, don't call me Brother Zhang," Zhang Tiantian said with a smile, waving his hand. "Just call me Tianzi." Feng Zhu didn't refuse. He knew this was a way for the other party to express goodwill. After exchanging a few simple words downstairs, Zhang Tiantian led Feng Zhu upstairs to a fairly spacious room on the 3rd floor. The decoration of the Yingbin Hotel was not particularly luxurious. To Feng Zhu, it had a very profound and ancient style. Pushing open the door, Feng Zhu saw a round table inside with a dozen men and women seated. The oldest looked to be nearly 40, while the youngest was just over 20, only a few years older than him. As soon as he entered, everyone in the room stood up, all wearing expressions of joy and gratitude. Under Zhang Tiantian's introduction, Feng Zhu greeted everyone in turn. To be honest, remembering so many people at once was a bit troublesome, but today he was the main character, so he didn't need to think too hard. After the pleasantries, Feng Zhu took the main seat at the round table. The restaurant served the dishes quickly, clearly having prepared some in advance. As everyone ate and chatted, Feng Zhu noticed that Captain Wang, who seemed to have a high standing, even with him, the lifesaver present, others would still feel a bit awkward in front of Wang Hu. As the drinking and toasting continued, the meal quickly progressed to the halfway point. Just then, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open, and Zhao Hangu walked in with a smile. Everyone in the room immediately stood up and politely greeted the mayor. Zhao Hangu waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite, I've already eaten. I just happened to pass by and came to take a look." As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Fang Zhu and said, "Fang Zhu, the special training for professionals starts tomorrow, from 8 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon, for a month. I suggest you come to the third team after your daily studies to learn some real exploration techniques, as the first half of the special training is mainly theoretical." Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu immediately nodded and said, "Okay, Mayor, you all eat, I'll take my leave first." After Zhao Hangu finished speaking, he declined the invitation to sit down together and left the private room without looking back. Fang Zhu didn't know how he left the private room or how he got back home. When he opened his eyes, he was already lying on the soft bed of his single apartment. Rubbing his somewhat sore head, Fang Zhu managed to sit up. Outside, it was already dusk, and the setting sun cast golden spots on the floor through the glass. The clock on the wall showed that it was already 5 in the afternoon. Fang Zhu suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, realizing that he had promised his secretary to meet him in the afternoon for a report. Oh no! Fang Zhu immediately took out his phone to apologize to his secretary. It wasn't that he wanted to drink so much, it was just that everyone in the team was too enthusiastic. However, before he could dial, he saw a text message from his secretary. "Comrade Fang Zhu, considering that you might get a bit tipsy during the dinner with Team 3, the report for the professional training has been postponed to tomorrow morning." After reading the message, Fang Zhu scratched his head, feeling that the wording was a bit awkward. It was clearly a serious tone, but the phrasing conveyed a rather rough feeling. What does get tipsy even mean? He just drank a little more than usual. Getting out of bed, Fang Zhu had no appetite for food, so he started searching online to learn about the secret realms and professionals. Most people in this world might never visit a secret realm in their lifetime, as civilian professionals do not need to engage in combat, so the publicly available information about secret realms online is quite shallow. But Fang Zhu was very interested in this topic, reading eagerly. The next morning, Fang Zhu woke up with an empty stomach. He hadn't eaten the night before, so he felt extremely hungry. He went downstairs and easily found a breakfast shop, took a casual bite, and then headed to the government building where he met his secretary, who had been working for quite some time. The secretary cheerfully handed Fang Zhu a registration form and then slowly said, "The training location is at the professional base not far from here, lasting for a month, with instructors from the city's top sequence teams. The initial phase will mainly focus on theoretical content, and later on, depending on the situation, you might be taken to a few secret realms for practical teaching while also helping you level up." Fang Zhu nodded in response and said, "I understand." The content on the registration form was not much and Fang Zhu quickly filled it out. In fact, it didn't matter whether he filled it or not, as the city had already arranged everything for him. But filling out the form was to leave a record for work, in case any issues arose later. "Alright, you can go over now, just report my name. If you encounter anything you can't resolve, just give me a call," the secretary said after putting away the registration form. Fang Zhu acknowledged and then left the office. The distance was so short that he didn't need to take a taxi. He strolled from the government building to the professional base. "Hello, may I ask you?" A professional at the entrance of the base stopped Fang Zhu, who was about to enter, but before he could finish his question, he suddenly paused. He stared at Fang Zhu for several seconds, then widened his eyes. "You are the one who refines pills." Fang Zhu smiled and nodded, saying, "That's me. Secretary Liu sent me to participate in the training." Indeed, the mayor's secretary's surname was Liu, which Fang Zhu had just learned from the notice board in the government building. Oh, training, right. The professional thought for a moment, then pointed downwards and said, "Go to the training ground on the first basement level. Someone will be there to receive you." Fang Zhu thanked him and then found the stairs leading to the first basement. Just then, his gaze suddenly caught sight of a somewhat familiar figure. It wasn't exactly too familiar, but the impression that person left on him was quite deep, so even with a glance, he recognized the other party. Wang Yingxue? What is she doing here? Fang Zhu walked forward in confusion. He wasn't looking for Wang Yingxue, but because there was only this one corridor leading to the first basement. As he walked through the corridor, Fang Zhu's view suddenly opened up, revealing a huge underground training ground, with various training equipment neatly arranged on both sides of the field. "Classmate, are you here for the training?" A somewhat cool voice came from the side. Fang Zhu turned his head and saw Wang Yingxue standing gracefully behind him. The girl wore an ice blue long dress, her silky long hair cascading naturally over her shoulders, devoid of excessive adornments yet radiating a pure beauty. Her skin resembled freshly fallen snow, flawless and exuding a faint cold glow, its delicate texture seeming as if it would melt with the slightest touch. She stood there, as if ice and snow had taken form at that very moment. Although it was Fangzhu's first time being this close to the girl, he quickly regained his composure, ensuring he didn't appear too flustered. "Yes, I'm here for the special training," Fangzhu replied with a smile to Wang Yingshue's question. The cool girl nodded slightly, then bit her lip, hesitantly asking, "Do you know where to report?" Upon hearing this, Fangzhu's smile froze on his face. "So you don't know either." He had thought Wang Yingxue had already reported, but it turned out she was just as new as he was. I just arrived and haven't found the reporting place yet." Fangzhu managed to regain his composure and said with a smile. Wang Yingxue tilted her head slightly, blinking her eyes as she looked at Fangzhu. This ordinary action took on a unique feel in her presence, both cool and adorably naive. Fangzhu raised an eyebrow, about to speak when he suddenly noticed a young man in training gear walking over from the side of the training ground. Wang Yingxue noticed the change in Fangzhu's gaze and turned to look behind her. The suddenly appearing young man approached them slowly, speaking in a friendly tone. "Are you two here for the special training?" Fangzhu nodded. He could tell Wang Yingxue wasn't good at socializing, so he took the initiative to step forward. "Hello, I'm Fangzhu, and this is Wang Yingxue. We're here for the special training." The young man looked at the two, his gaze lingering on Wang Yingxue for a long moment before he said, "Well, follow me." Fangzhu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. If he weren't a transmigrator, he probably wouldn't have fared much better than the young man upon seeing Wang Yingxue. As the granddaughter of Wang Wenyuan, the principal of Sanzhong in Jinhai City, Wang Yingxue had been the center of attention since her enrollment, almost unanimously regarded as the school beauty. Fangzhu wasn't in the same class as her, but they occasionally crossed paths on campus. In fact, most boys in Sanzhong had dreams of her, and Fangzhu's original self was no exception. Although he was surprised to see Wang Yingxue at the special training in Dingbei City, he didn't rush to ask. He could guess some things, and the reason for Wang Yingshue's presence here was likely related to him. The young man's pace wasn't very fast, seemingly to deliberately accommodate the two, or perhaps he just wanted to take a closer look at the stunningly beautiful girl. "My name is Fenghe, and I'm a student in the second phase of the special training in Dingbei City," the young man introduced himself as he walked. Fangzhu, curious, followed behind and asked, "What does the second phase mean?" "It means I've been training here for 2 months, Fenghe replied, slightly embarrassed as he continued. "I didn't pass the assessment last month, so I have to train here for another month. If I don't pass this time..." Fenghe didn't finish his sentence, but Fangzhu and Wang Yingxue understood what he meant. Secretary Liu hadn't mentioned this kind of assessment for continued participation before, but it made sense. They couldn't just let someone hang around for a month and call it special training. Under Fenghe's guidance, Fangzhu and Wang Yingxue crossed to the middle back area of the training ground, where there were several reasonably sized classrooms. Fangzhu saw that about a dozen people were seated in one of the classrooms. "This is it, some people arrived earlier than you, so they found their own seats first," Fenghe said as he reached the classroom door. Fangzhu raised his head and saw the classroom doorplate, Special Training Class 1, a very straightforward name. As he was thinking, Fenghe had already pushed open the door, and everyone in the classroom turned to look at the sound. The moment they saw Wang Yingxue, all the men and women in the classroom froze for a few seconds, as if they had been petrified in an instant. Wang Yingxue ignored their gazes and walked straight into the classroom, then sat down in a corner. Fangzhu scanned the classroom and then walked towards another corner. However, he had only taken a couple of steps when he suddenly noticed someone's gaze fixed on him. Fangzhu slightly tilted his head and saw Wang Yingxue staring at him without moving. The girl's expression was calm, her gaze devoid of any emotion or fluctuation. But Fangzhu felt a certain emotion and thought from her, as if she were saying, "Sit next to me." He wasn't sure if his feeling was an illusion, but after hesitating for a while, he walked over to Wang Yingxue. When Wang Yingxue saw Fangzhu's movement, she slightly lowered her eyelids, as if nothing had happened. Fangzhu sat down next to Wang Yingxue, and the two exchanged not a single word throughout. The cool and aloof girl sat up straight, her gaze no longer lingering on Fangzhu for even a second. Just then, a sound of boots hitting the ground came from outside the door, and then a sturdy young man in a leather coat walked into the classroom. Fangzhu had never seen this person, but he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from him, as if he were someone who had experienced blood and gore. The leather-clad man stood at the front of the classroom, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone. The room immediately fell silent, and the dozen or so new and old students all fell quiet. The leather-clad man nodded in satisfaction and then said in a steady tone, "Welcome to special training class. I am your instructor for this month, Shintu Peng." As these words fell, Fangzhu noticed that Fenghe's expression, sitting diagonally in front of him, suddenly turned a bit bitter. Looks like this person is not simple, Feng Zhu thought to himself. Meanwhile, in the exploration base, Wang Hu sat in his room, staring at the rejuvenation pill in his hand, lost in thought. After a moment, he made up his mind, picked up his phone, and dialed a number he hadn't contacted in a long time. Beep, beep. The phone rang only twice before it was answered, and Wang Hu heard a somewhat hoarse and aged voice. Huzi, why did you suddenly think of calling me? Wang Hu remained silent, and the person on the other end didn't rush him, just waiting quietly. After a few seconds, Wang Hu sighed softly and said, Dad, I've discovered a genius. A genius? The person on the other end seemed intrigued. Tell me more. It's like this, Zhao Hangu from Jinhe City. Wang Hu carefully recounted everything he had learned about Feng Zhu. The person on the other end listened quietly for a long time, then said in a deep voice, I understand. Wait for my news. The call ended, and Wang Hu leaned back on the bed, playing with the rejuvenation pill in his hand again. That's all I wanted to say. Today is the first day of special training. Let's start with a 5-kilometer run. In the special training classroom, Shen Tu-Peng revealed a faint smile. The classroom instantly fell silent. Although everyone was of a decent rank, their physical fitness was all on the same level, weaklings. This was not Feng Zhu's imagination or guess, but rather Shen Tu-Peng's evaluation of everyone a few minutes later. On the training field, Feng Zhu moved his body with unsteady steps, gasping for breath. He was about to reach his limit, but there was still a considerable distance to the 5 kilometers. Shen Tu-Peng's sharp voice came from outside the track. You are all a bunch of weaklings, novices. Running just 5 kilometers, one would definitely become a burden to teammates in the secret realm. What are you staring at me for? Hurry up and run. Feng Zhu didn't really care about what Shen Tu-Peng was shouting, but some of the students clearly couldn't stand such verbal attacks. Their eyes were red as they glared at Shen Tu-Peng, seemingly wanting to kill him with their gaze. Fortunately, there were no real fools among them, otherwise, Feng Zhu would have genuinely feared being implicated. Not far away, Wang Yingxue maintained a steady pace, beads of sweat clinging to her forehead, and her flushed face after intense exercise added a unique charm to her beauty. From Wang Yingxue's performance, it was evident that combat professions were somewhat stronger in this regard compared to others, but since everyone was a low-level practitioner, the difference wasn't very pronounced. Time passed second by second, and Feng Zhu was running the last stretch purely on willpower. He felt as if his legs were no longer his own. 5 kilometers sounds short, but actually running it is a very difficult task, at least for most of the students in the special training class. Of course, there were exceptions. Feng He and a few other second-phase senior students could easily run this mere 5 kilometers, but how could Shen Tu-Peng allow them to be so comfortable? Thus, these three were given an extra 5 kilometers. Moreover, Shen Tu-Peng required them to complete the second 5 kilometers before the last new student finished their 5 kilometers. Feng He was dumbfounded after hearing this, but he didn't dare to resist Shen Tu-Peng, as the latter was notorious throughout the entire Dingbei city. Finally, Feng Zhu gritted his teeth and crossed the finish line, completing his 5 kilometers. At the moment he crossed the line, Feng Zhu felt his body go soft, nearly collapsing to the ground. However, the next second, a soft force supported his body, and then Shen Tu-Peng's voice rang in his ears. Walk slowly forward, don't stop. Feng Zhu nodded with difficulty, hunching his body as he moved forward. Wang Yingxue walked ahead of him, her steps equally heavy. Whether combat practitioners or support practitioners, before level 10, they could only be considered ordinary people. It was only after surpassing level 10 and awakening their first skill that they officially possessed extraordinary power. What Shen Tu-Peng was doing now was enhancing everyone's physical fitness and combat skills, both of which would never become outdated at any level. After running, they moved on to theoretical knowledge learning, and Shen Tu-Peng patiently and meticulously explained the knowledge about the secret realm to everyone. Everyone should know that the secret realm appeared in the year 2100. Currently, countries around the world generally believe that the arrival of the secret realm led to the decline of once thriving technology. But that period of history is too chaotic. We can only glean some information from fragmented records. However, one thing is certain, the fate system we use now did not arrive with the secret realm. It was first born in 2110. In other words, humanity had 10 years during which they were helpless against the secret realm. It wasn't until the fate system appeared, and practitioners emerged, that combat professions stepped into the spotlight, allowing humanity to gradually stabilize the situation. At this point, a hand was raised in the classroom. Instructor Shen Tu, I heard that humanity once used technological weapons to suppress the secret realm for a period of time. Why do you say that during that time, humanity was helpless against the secret realm? Feng Zhu raised an eyebrow, looking at the student who was speaking. It was a very ordinary-looking boy wearing black-framed glasses, around 20 years old, with a frail body and a somewhat pale complexion. Fang Zhu remembered this person. He had been the last to finish the 5 kilometers. The mechanic, a profession that is almost impossible to stand out in this era. Wang Yingshua's voice suddenly came from the side, speaking softly while keeping her gaze fixed ahead. Fang Zhu was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized that Wang Yingxue was speaking to him. Then why was he selected for the special training class? Fang Zhu asked quietly. Because he is a rare-level mechanic, and it is said that he has awakened a very powerful occupational talent, but I don't know what it is specifically, Wang Yingxue replied rapidly, her words tumbling out like popping beans. Fang Zhu nodded thoughtfully, understanding why she had asked questions about technology. On the podium, Shen Tuping shook his head and said solemnly, the historical account you mentioned may have existed, but ultimately no substantial evidence has been found. So you shouldn't dwell on this matter right now. Instead, you should find a way to quickly improve your own strength. The boy who had just spoken was left speechless by Shen Tuping's words and had to sit back down. Fang Zhu furrowed his brow, feeling that the disappearance of technology held deeper implications. Shen Tuping scanned the crowd and continued, the core of the fate system is drawing cards. Everyone can gain power from fate crystals, but you need to provide fate fragments to the fate crystals. There are many things that can be drawn from fate crystals, including but not limited to occupational cards, weapons, equipment, materials, and so on. In the future, you may obtain a second occupation from fate crystals, or you might receive high-level items and materials. But remember, if a card with black light appears, you must immediately report it to the highest administrative authority in your location, understand? When Shen Tuping said this, both his tone and expression were extremely serious. Fang Zhu immediately committed it to memory. Although he didn't say what the black color meant, it was certainly not normal. The first day's training concluded smoothly in the afternoon, and Fang Zhu dragged his weary body to the exploration team base located in the eastern district of Dingbei City. According to Zhao Hangu, he could communicate more with the third team when he had free time. Fang Zhu suspected that Zhao Hangu had other follow-up arrangements, but he just wasn't saying anything for now. As the taxi wove through the streets of Dingbei City, Fang Zhu didn't notice that something had been following him all along. On the road, on tree trunks, and in the signs by the roadside, a pair of eyes occasionally appeared, closely watching his every move. At the exploration team base, Fang Zhu successfully met with the members of the third team. Zhang Tiantian was the first to approach, excitedly introducing the situation within the base to Fang Zhu. Wang Hu walked a few steps behind, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes, though he quickly returned to normal and spoke cheerfully with Fang Zhu. The base wasn't very large. Aside from the living area, there was only a training ground, and the overall layout resembled a smaller version of a professional base. The higher-ups have issued another mission. We'll set off the day after tomorrow. Back in the living area, Zhang Tiantian said somewhat dejectedly as he brewed a cup of tea for Fang Zhu. So urgent? Can't we rest for another 2 days? Fang Zhu asked, sipping his tea. Recently, various secret realms have experienced disturbances to varying degrees, and the higher-ups hope we can find the cause of the unrest, Wang Hu explained from the side. Fang Zhu nodded, and before he could speak, he noticed Zhang Tiantian displaying an embarrassed and hesitant expression. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The few people in front of him wouldn't bring up the topic for no reason, so the answer was obvious. They had something to ask of him. Zhang Tiantian scratched his head, stammering, could you help us refine some rejuvenation pills? We can pay, and we'll provide the materials, Zhang Tiantian added. Fang Zhu smiled, put down his teacup, and said decisively, sure, but I'm currently in special training, so I don't have much time each day. No problem. Zhang Tiantian and the others immediately broke into smiles, laughing heartily as they raised their teacups in a toast with tea instead of wine. Then let's get started now, Zhang Tiantian urged, pulling Fang Zhu's arm. Ha! Fang Zhu's face was filled with question marks. A little over 10 minutes later, Fang Zhu found himself lost in thought as he looked at the alchemy equipment prepared for him. He felt he might have been tricked, but he had no evidence. Beside him, Zhang Tiantian and the others looked at Fang Zhu with eager expressions, which made him feel an invisible pressure. It seemed there was no way to refuse. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Fang Zhu extinguished the flames on the dragon's head and handed over the pills he had just made to Zhang Tiantian, who had been waiting at the door. 6 rare grade, 4 uncommon grade, a total of 10 rejuvenation pills. Zhang Tiantian received them with a beaming face, repeatedly thanking him, while Fang Zhu waved his hand warily. He could now confirm that he had been tricked by Zhao Hangu. The whole thing about coming to Bonn was just a ruse to make him work. However, Fang Zhu didn't take it to heart. Such casual opportunities for alchemy were hard to come by for any alchemist. Outside the base, a car had been waiting for a long time, arranged by Wang Hu to pick up Fang Zhu. This service was quite nice, and Fang Zhu got into the car, waving goodbye to everyone. Wang Hu watched the vehicle disappear, his expression momentarily lost in thought. Although I don't like doing this. They need you, Wang Hu murmured to himself before turning back into the base. Fang Zhu soon arrived at his single apartment. He opened the door and lay down on the bed without even taking off his clothes. After physical training, theoretical training, and 3 hours of alchemy, he felt utterly exhausted. Moreover, Zhang Tiantian and the others hadn't provided any meals. According to them, the high-energy food they were eating was something Fang Zhu couldn't have yet, as it could upset his stomach, so, never mind. Fang Zhu was quite speechless and decided that in the future, he would make these people beg him before he would agree to do alchemy. He picked up his phone and ordered a takeout that looked somewhat appetizing. The next morning, Fang Zhu opened his eyes, feeling refreshed, but before he even got out of bed, he felt a soreness in his legs. The amount of exercise yesterday had indeed been excessive. Besides the 5 kilometers, there had also been a more grueling physical training session in the afternoon, but by the end, Fang Zhu had become somewhat numb to it all. After breakfast, he strolled over to the professional base to start a new day of training. Wang Yingxue had arrived a bit earlier than him, so she was already sitting in the same spot as yesterday. Fang Zhu thought for a moment and still went to sit beside the girl. Seeing Fang Zhu's actions, a barely noticeable smile curved at the corners of Wang Yingxue's mouth. The morning training was still 5 kilometers, but this time, Shinto Peng had set a time limit. Anyone who didn't finish within the allotted time would have to do extra training. Fang Zhu sensed a deep malice but still took heavy steps to begin today's training. Meanwhile, in the suburbs of Dingbei City, several men and women dressed in strange trench coats were walking slowly through the woods. The leader hid their face beneath a hood, exuding a fierce aura. "Captain, why are we doing this?" A voice suddenly came from behind. The captain replied without turning around, "Don't ask, it's an order from above." "All right," the voice responded with a hint of resignation. They moved quickly and soon entered the city. However, a strange scene unfolded. None of the passers-by on the street seemed to notice these trench-coated individuals, as if they were completely invisible. Some pedestrians even brushed past them without any awareness. Inside the government building, Zhao Hongwu set down the teacup in his palm, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. He stood up and walked to the window, looking straight towards the direction of the exploration team's base. At that moment, Fang Zhu had just finished running 5 kilometers. He was panting heavily, dragging what seemed to be legs that no longer belonged to him as he walked slowly on the training ground. Shin Tu Peng's voice came from the side. "You two did not complete the task within the allotted time. You will continue to practice after the theory class ends." Fang Zhu turned his head and saw the person Shin Tu Peng was speaking to, one of whom was the somewhat frail mechanic. Logically, this profession, which dealt with machinery all day, shouldn't have such poor physical fitness. Fang Zhu thought for a moment and speculated that it might be because the other party's level was too low, so the advantages of being a mechanic had not yet manifested. Back in the classroom, the theory lessons for the next day began, and the content learned today was more practical. Shin Tu Peng organized some videos and images, all depicting common environments and exotic beasts found in the secret realms. Fang Zhu focused intently, absorbing this knowledge like a sponge soaking up water. At that moment, in a corner of the classroom, a pair of hollow eyes suddenly opened, gazing in Fang Zhu's direction. Outside the practitioner base, the trenchcoat team stood side by side at the entrance, resembling gatekeepers. Strangely, all practitioners entering and exiting the base seemed unaware of their presence, even instinctively avoiding them as they approached. This scene was very eerie, yet no one seemed to realize it. Outside the practitioner base, a voice suddenly echoed softly, "Yama, why did you suddenly come to this godforsaken place?" As he spoke, Zhao Hongwu stepped out from the shade of a nearby tree, arms crossed over his chest, his expression neutral. "It's Mayor Zhao." The leader of the trenchcoat men looked towards the source of the voice, then removed his hood, revealing a face covered in scars. "I am here on a mission," the scarred face, known as Yama, said slowly. Zhao Hongwu frowned and asked in a deep voice, "A mission? Why wasn't I notified?" Yama smirked slightly, revealing a stiff and unpleasant smile. "Mayor Zhao, there's no need to inform you of every mission our secret team undertakes, is there?" Zhao Hongwu did not respond immediately but stared at Yama for a long time before shaking his head and chuckling lightly. "You still have such an unpleasant way of speaking." "I have always been this way," Yama replied succinctly. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. The trenchcoat team did not speak, nor did Zhao Hongwu. After a long while, Zhao Hongwu turned to look towards the base, his gaze not resting on the building but rather beneath the ground. Yama sighed slowly. "Mayor Zhao is still so perceptive. What is your mission?" Zhao Hongwu did not respond but asked another question. Yama shook his head and said, "I can't say for now, as there are some things we have not confirmed." "I understand." Zhao Hongwu nodded and continued, "If you need anything, feel free to find me." As his words fell, Zhao Hongwu's figure slowly disappeared into the air. How can a berserker possess such instantaneous movement abilities? Someone in the trenchcoat team suddenly asked. Yama did not respond, turning back to glare fiercely at the speaking team member, who immediately fell silent, not daring to make another sound. Underground in the practitioner base, Feng Zhu finished the morning's classes and limped towards the cafeteria on the first floor. I must say, the food in the base was quite good. Feng Zhu could always find dishes he liked, and this era's Huagua still maintained the tradition of being a food-loving nation, with dishes that were visually appealing, fragrant, and delicious. Classmate, may I sit here? A voice suddenly sounded beside Feng Zhu's ear. He turned his head and saw the frail-looking mechanic. Sure, no problem, Feng Zhu said as he moved over to make space. The mechanic had a delicate appearance. If judged solely by looks, he resembled some star from a cosmic nation, making it hard to associate him with his profession. Feng Zhu couldn't help but feel a bit curious. He didn't understand why this boy had suddenly sat next to him. Just as he was pondering, the boy spoke up. My name is Zhao Daba, a rare level mechanic, currently at level 3. The boy's voice was soft, sounding like a lover's whisper. Feng Zhu suddenly shivered. No way, he can't be gay, right? Fortunately, what Zhao Daba said next eased Feng Zhu's mind a little. I want to ask you, what's the name of the girl who usually sits next to you? Feng Zhu was speechless. Was this kid trying to take a roundabout way to get information? He chuckled and shook his head, saying, if you want to know, you should ask her yourself. I can't just tell you. Zhao Daba's expression immediately turned sour. He sighed and began to focus on the meal in front of him. Feng Zhu also fell silent, pondering the matter of the fragments of fate while eating. At the current pace, he could only wait for his superclass resources to come through to possibly obtain the fragments of fate, but that seemed quite wasteful. His divine-level card drawing system had a chance to produce gold every day. As long as he had enough fragments, he could easily arm himself in a short time. Therefore, Feng Zhu wanted to obtain some fragments of fate as soon as possible. He could always trade them for pills. The rare-level rejuvenation pill was something only he could refine, no one else. At least no one he knew could. Feng Zhu didn't notice that not far beneath his feet, under the dining table, a pair of eyes slowly opened, watching his every move. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the practitioner base, the Windbreaker team sat cross-legged. One of them suddenly opened his eyes and said in a muffled voice, Captain, from the outside, this person shows no abnormalities. Yan Wang nodded slightly and replied, continue monitoring. Captain, what are you suspicious of? A female voice suddenly came from beneath a small windbreaker nearby. Yan Wang shook his head, not explaining the matter. The afternoon training began as scheduled. Shen Tupang walked into the classroom, carrying a large silver metal box. He glanced at everyone present and then said in a deep voice, the higher-ups have specially applied for strength-enhancing pills to improve your physical fitness, one for each of you. After taking it, follow me to the training ground. As Shen Tupang spoke, he opened the box, revealing neatly arranged dozens of pills, and beneath them were 5 sets of syringes filled with a light blue solution. A very small number of people may experience blood vessel rupture as a side effect after taking the strength-enhancing pill. In such cases, you will need to inject this blue serum. Shen Tupang held up a syringe and continued, this is a medication from the American Federation, and it's quite expensive, so I hope none of you experience side effects. Then, everyone lined up to receive a pill. The moment Feng Zhu got his hands on the pill, he analyzed its refining process and raw materials. The power of a legendary level alchemist was evident. Name, Strength Enhancing Pill, Rare Level. Effect, slightly increases physical fitness. Very few people may suffer from blood vessel rupture as a side effect. Feng Zhu carefully observed the pill and then swallowed it in one go. A warm sensation instantly coursed down his throat, followed by a surge of fire boiling in his heart. A few seconds later, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and body. The situation of others was similar to his, but Wang Yingxue beside him seemed a bit unusual. Feng Zhu took a deep breath, slightly suppressing the heat in his heart, and turned to look at Wang Yingxue. The face of this stunning girl was unusually pale, and the energy from the strengthening pill had no effect on her skin at all. This was not normal. A variety of herbs from the strengthening pill flashed through Feng Zhu's mind as he carefully discerned, and then he immediately realized a problem. Wang Yingxue was in trouble. The moment this thought surfaced in his mind, Wang Yingxue's skin suddenly turned bright red, creating a stark contrast to her earlier pallor. Feng Zhu immediately stood up and rushed towards Shen Tupang without hesitation. Shen Tupang also sensed that something was wrong at this moment. He reached for the syringe in the box and handed it to Feng Zhu. Feng Zhu grabbed it roughly and turned around, completely ignoring the aches throughout his body, and in a few quick steps, he was in front of Wang Yingxue, injecting the syringe directly into her neck. This scene looked somewhat rough, but there was no time to care about that now. The light blue liquid instantly entered Wang Yingxue's body, and the few seconds felt as long as centuries. Fang Zhu stared intently at Wang Yingshue's skin, and finally, the abnormal redness gradually faded, slowly returning to a normal skin tone. Fang Zhu leaned against the table and let out a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had discovered it in time, otherwise, something serious could have happened. Shinta Peng's reaction was indeed not slow, but compared to him, he was slightly farther from Wang Yingxue. At this moment, Shinta Peng stood beside Fang Zhu, watching Wang Yingxue gradually return to normal, feeling a wave of fear in his heart. He really hadn't expected such a situation to occur among this batch of students. According to incomplete statistics, only one person in over 1 million cannot withstand the potency of the strengthening pill, and Wang Yingshue's professional rank was very high, so logically, she should not be one of those million. Fang Zhu was slightly silent, already having a guess in his heart. The potency of the rare-grade strengthening pill was relatively violent, and it was indeed possible for someone with Wang Yingshue's constitution to have problems. After more than 10 minutes, Wang Yingxue completely returned to normal. She looked gratefully at Fang Zhu and then thanked both Fang Zhu and Shinta Peng. Shinta Peng nodded and looked at everyone in the classroom, saying, "Now everyone follow me to the training ground." On the rooftop of the professional base, a man in a trench coat briefly recounted what had happened in the classroom to the captain, known as Yan Wang. Upon hearing this, Yan Wang nodded slightly, picked up his phone to take a look, and his expression suddenly became somewhat heavy. In fact, it was hard to see any change in his expression due to the scars on his face that made his facial muscles very stiff. However, the team members who were familiar with him quickly noticed this. "Captain, what's wrong?" one of them asked. Yan Wang frowned slightly, put down his phone, and said slowly, "There has been a riot in the A-level secret realm of Magic City, and the alien beasts have broken through the second line of defense. The higher-ups have urgently dispatched support from other city military districts and professionals." Everyone showed a somewhat surprised expression upon hearing this. After all, this was Magic City, the city with the highest number of high-level professionals in southern China. How could it be so easily breached by alien beasts? "Alright, don't think too much. The country can handle this matter," Yan Wang said, pulling everyone's worried hearts back. He looked at the sky and continued, "The others will go with me to check into a hotel first, and De Yen, you stay behind." The young man called De Yen immediately frowned, sighing in complaint, "Captain, even if I go to the hotel, I can monitor the situation here." "Stop talking nonsense, you can only catch the details if you stay here," Yan Wang waved his hand and said. De Yen sighed again, helplessly nodding his head. On the training ground, Fang Zhu was running like a madman, feeling as if a fire was spreading through his limbs and bones, putting him in an extremely excited and powerful state. It must be said that the effect of the strengthening pill was really impressive. The others were in a similar state, and the training ground was filled with the excited shouts of boys and girls. However, by the side of the track, Wang Yingxue sat in a chair, expressionless as she watched everyone. Her body couldn't handle the potency of the strengthening pill, so this time she could only watch as others vented their energy without restraint. After about 10 minutes, Fang Zhu felt that the feeling of power gradually faded, and he stopped, casually walking over to Wang Yingshue's side. "I suspect that your profession conflicts with the properties of the strengthening pill," Fang Zhu said directly and succinctly. Wang Yingxue looked up at Fang Zhu's face. "If you need it, I can try to improve the formula of the strengthening pill to make its potency milder," Fang Zhu continued, not shying away from Wang Yingshue's gaze. "Of course, if you don't want to, then forget it." Fang Zhu had a somewhat immature idea. He wanted to try to solve the side effects of the strengthening pill himself and then use the improved version to exchange for fate fragments in the city, thus increasing his chances of drawing cards. Wang Yingxue was just the perfect experimental material. Of course, saying this about a beautiful lady was somewhat offensive, but Fang Zhu would definitely ensure that the pills he refined were safe before giving them to Wang Yingxue. Wang Yingxue did not respond immediately, just staring blankly at Fang Zhu. After about 10 seconds, she nodded slightly and said, "Okay, thank you." Fang Zhu didn't mind her cold attitude. She had always been like this. Even at school, she might go a whole day without speaking to her classmates, and others had long since adapted. A few minutes later, Fang Zhu found Shinta Peng and explained his thoughts. Since there was an alchemy room in the base, it was quite simple for him to refine pills. It was just a matter of bearing the cost of materials himself. Upon hearing this request, Fang Zhu frowned. Although he still had some savings, the prices of medicinal materials were high, especially for the rare materials needed to refine the sought-after strengthening pill, which he couldn't afford on his own. Fang Zhu wasn't looking to refine a regular strengthening pill, he wanted to improve the formula, so the costs would be higher. Shinta Peng understood Fang Zhu's idea and rubbed his chin, slowly saying, "You can ask Secretary Liu if the city can fund your research. After all, this is beneficial to society." Fang Zhu's eyes lit up at this suggestion and immediately inquired about the details of the funding. Shin Tu-Peng was quite approachable during training, and his fierce demeanor had softened considerably. The city has a dedicated funding program. As long as your research project meets the standards and has potential, there shouldn't be any problem, Shin Tu-Peng explained. Fang Zhu nodded and walked aside to pull out his phone and find Secretary Lu's number. After a few rings, Secretary Lu's meticulous voice came through. Fang Zhu organized his thoughts and relayed what he had just discussed with Shin Tu-Peng, polishing his words before speaking to Secretary Lu. Secretary Lu neither agreed nor disagreed. He simply asked Fang Zhu to come to the office tomorrow morning to fill out a form. He could have made a decision on the spot, but being in his position, there were many considerations, and some matters could be processed without complicating things. On the rooftop, De Yen took out his phone and sent a message to Yen Wang, then continued to maintain his monitoring posture. In the evening, after the special training for the next day ended, Fang Zhu thought for a moment and decided to go check out the exploration team. Communicating with the third squad was one aspect, but more importantly, Fang Zhu wanted to learn more about the profession of practitioners in this era through them. Official practitioners were not easily accessible, and he happened to have this opportunity, so it would indeed be a pity not to cherish it. Just as he stepped out of the practitioner base, Fang Zhu saw a familiar car parked at the entrance. The car looked very familiar, and it had 4 large characters on it: exploration sequence. Great! Wang Hu and the others sent someone to pick him up directly, so there was no way he could avoid going now. Fang Zhu shook his head and chuckled softly, then opened the car door and got in. The car started and quickly drove away from the practitioner base. At the entrance, Wang Yingxue watched the car leave, her gaze thoughtful as she looked towards the eastern district of Dingbei City. On the rooftop, Big Eye stretched lazily, mumbling to himself. Everyone has gone to the hotel to rest, and I'm the only one left here. This won't do. I need to make them treat me to a good meal later, really give them a good scolding. After mumbling, he looked in the direction the car had departed and then leaped high from the rooftop. This was a building with dozens of floors, and Big Eye just jumped down like that. It was an astonishing sight, at least in Fang Zhu's perception. He had never thought practitioners could be powerful to such an extent. Unfortunately, Fang Zhu did not witness Big Eye jumping off the high building. About 10 minutes later, Fang Zhu arrived at the base of the exploration sequence. This time, he was received by Wang Hu, a robust-looking man who warmly welcomed Fang Zhu inside and led him straight to the alchemy room. Fang Zhu was taken aback. It was like they weren't pretending anymore. Jumping straight into alchemy, this was not how it was done. Looking at the prepared herbs in the alchemy room, Fang Zhu sighed and asked, "Brother Hu, is the secret realm you went to dangerous?" Wang Hu poured a cup of water for Fang Zhu and replied, "It's a Class B secret realm, somewhat dangerous, but we should be able to handle it. Besides, you have your elixirs, right? By the way," Fang Zhu turned around as if suddenly remembering something, "Brother Hu, could you exchange my alchemy wages for fate fragments?" Wang Hu was taken aback, then showed a somewhat troubled expression. He scratched his head and thought for a moment before saying, "It's not impossible, but we don't have many fate fragments on hand. How about this? I'll give you 1 fragment this time, and when we return, if we still need you to refine elixirs, we can settle at the normal price." Fang Zhu nodded upon hearing this. After 2 days of special training, he had a rough understanding of the value of fate fragments. They were indeed precious, as there were only 3 secret realms in the entire country that could produce them, so Wang Hu's proposal was quite generous. "Alright, you continue refining, and I'll go get the fragment for you." After Wang Hu left, Fang Zhu began his alchemy work for the day. Thanks to the strength-enhancing elixir he had taken, his condition was much better than yesterday, and as he became more skilled at refining the rejuvenation elixir, he could simplify certain steps compared to before. An hour later, Wang Hu returned to the alchemy room, holding a palm-sized fate fragment. Seeing that Fang Zhu was at a critical moment in his alchemy, he remained silent and sat down to wait. Another hour passed, and Fang Zhu extinguished the flame of the dragon head, tiredly sitting back on a nearby stool. Only then did Wang Hu have the chance to speak. Although Fang Zhu's level was low and not as high as his, he still understood the importance of respecting skill. "I've placed the fate fragment here for you," Wang Hu said with a smile. Fang Zhu nodded and took out the elixirs from his alchemy furnace, handing them over. Still 10 pieces, 3 rare grade and 7 uncommon grade. Wang Hu took it with satisfaction and stored it away very seriously. Come, have a bite to eat before you go," Wang Hu warmly invited, pulling Fang Zhu's arm towards the base's cafeteria. "Brother Hu, didn't you say that your meals are too high in energy for me to eat?" Fang Zhu asked, somewhat puzzled. Hee, after you eat the strengthening pill, you'll be able to eat some, but remember not to overeat, Wang Hu explained. Fang Zhu nodded and followed Wang Hu to the cafeteria. In a little-known corner of the base, a big-eyed person looked on in shock, his eyes shimmering with a faint white light, staring intently at Fang Zhu. who had just walked out of the alchemy room. What had he just seen? The process of refining the rejuvenation pill was so simple. Just this skill alone made Feng Zhu a valuable person. The big-eyed man quickly took out his phone to send a message to the captain, and just as he was about to put his phone away, the captain's reply came in quick succession. "Come back first, the address has been shared with you." The big-eyed man was momentarily stunned, then put away his phone and adjusted his trench coat, and suddenly, he vanished from the corner as if he had never existed. In the cafeteria of the base, Feng Zhu encountered ingredients he had never heard of before. Purple heart lotus, blood wolf meat, big white bamboo shoots. Each ingredient came from a secret realm, containing extremely strong energy. Ordinary people would die from consuming them due to the overwhelming power. Only combat professionals and a few support professionals could enjoy them. Following Wang Hu's advice, Feng Zhu served himself a small portion and then sat down next to Team 3 to start eating. To be honest, he hadn't expected this meal to be so powerful. At 3 in the morning, Feng Zhu sat on his bed, feeling his body filled with strength, similar to how he felt after consuming the strengthening pill, but the power from the food was gentler. Since he couldn't sleep, Feng Zhu began to ponder the strengthening pill. He found some inspiration from the food he had eaten that evening. Perhaps he could replace certain medicinal materials with gentler ingredients to alter the potency. While contemplating, Feng Zhu got out of bed, took out a piece of paper, and began to write and draw at his desk. In a hotel in Dingbei City, Yan Wan looked at the information in his hands, frowning and silent. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Yan Wang's expression tightened, but he relaxed upon sensing the presence at the door. "Captain, are you asleep?" A somewhat charming voice came from outside. Yan Wang sighed and asked helplessly, "What's wrong, Xiaoli? I have something to ask you. Can you come open the door?" "No, I'm asleep," Yan Wang said firmly. "Captain, you're not asleep. I can hear your heartbeat." Xiaoli's voice carried a hint of playful reproach. Yan Wang closed his eyes, lying on the bed, controlling his breathing and heartbeat, quickly entering a state of apparent death. Outside, Xiaoli stomped her foot and left, looking quite annoyed. As dawn approached, Feng Zhu completed his concept. Relying on the knowledge he had inexplicably mastered after changing to an alchemist and his studies during this time, he designed a version of the strengthening pill that theoretically had stronger medicinal properties but was gentler in effect. Of course, the efficacy of this pill still needed to be verified. Stretching, Feng Zhu noticed the clock on the wall showing it was already 4 in the morning. He dragged his weary body onto the bed and set an alarm for 8 o'clock, deciding to skip the morning training since he needed to find Secretary Liu. At 8 in the morning, in a hotel, Yan Wang stepped out of his room with large dark circles under his eyes. He had stayed up too late the previous night and had also been disturbed by Xiaoli. Although he had used apparent death to make her leave, he still hadn't rested well. In the breakfast shop downstairs, Big Eye glanced at the captain and then at the pouting little pair, puzzled about what had happened. Before he could ask, the King of Hell brought up the task at hand. "Big Eye, you continue to monitor Feng Zhu today. Madman, you go to Jinhe City for a bit and investigate if there are any anomalies before and after Feng Zhu's fate ritual. The information we have is not detailed enough." "Understood," the two young men replied in unison. The rest of you come with me to the Blood Wolf secret realm today. There are suspicions that this large-scale secret realm riot has some abnormalities." Everyone nodded and quickly finished their breakfast. In the government building, Feng Zhu met with Secretary Liu and received an application form. "Your idea is good. Although the side effects of the strengthening pill are not very common, they have affected quite a few people. If we can save the country some money on importing these drugs every year, that would be great," Secretary Liu said with a smile. Feng Zhu scratched his head. He hadn't really thought about saving money for the country. He just wanted to refine an improved version of the strengthening pill and trade some fate fragments with the government. Thinking of the fate fragments, Feng Zhu suddenly remembered the one Wang Hu had given him yesterday, which was still in his pocket and hadn't been drawn yet. "I'll draw it when I get home tonight. Anyway, there are few fragments now, so it doesn't matter when I use them," he thought as he filled out the application form. Secretary Liu nodded after taking it and said, "Okay, let's do it this way. You go back and wait for my news. Oh, by the way, your resource subsidy has been approved and will be processed in the next few days." Feng Zhu's face lit up. He had been waiting for this subsidy for a long time, but there was nothing to be done. The higher the level of the resource subsidy, the slower the approval process. Moreover, according to Zhao Hangwu, the Class A resource subsidy contained many rare materials that needed to be allocated from all over the country, so it would definitely take some time. Leaving the government building, Feng Zhu hurried to the practitioner base. Although he had a legitimate reason to arrive late, the special training was very important to him, so he still tried to return as early as possible. In the Blood Wolf secret realm, the King of Hell led his team as if they were in an uninhabited land. Even the Blood Wolf King couldn't withstand 3 moves under his command. However, this was the Blood Wolf's home ground, and they couldn't clear out the enemies in a short time. The secret realm was a peculiar thing. No matter how much destruction you caused before or how many beasts you killed within it, it would restore itself to its original state in a very short time, and the resources inside would do the same. This allowed the King of Hell and his team to act without restraint. Half an hour later, the covert team reached the deepest part of the Blood Wolf secret realm, where the most powerful Blood Wolf clan resided. According to reports, this Blood Wolf King was likely related to the riot in the Blood Wolf secret realm. However, just as the King of Hell had cleared a path, hundreds of massive blood wolves charged out from the depths of the secret realm. These blood wolves were different from the common ones. Not only were they enormous, but they also burned with a faint red flame. In terms of momentum, these blood wolves were not inferior to some members of the covert team. The King of Hell's expression changed slightly as he raised his hand and waved it in the air. A strong black airflow surged toward the pack of blood wolves, and the other team members also unleashed their abilities, instantly stirring up a bloody storm in the secret realm. "Here they come," Shin Tu-Peng said, looking at Fang Zhu, who had just appeared at the entrance, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You won't be taking a lunch break. You'll run the 10 kilometers you missed this morning." Fang Zhu was stunned. He hadn't expected to hear such bad news right after returning to the practitioner base. And, why 10 kilometers? Shin Tu-Peng didn't explain, merely nodded his chin, signaling Fang Zhu to return to his seat. It was currently theory class, and he didn't want to waste time. Fang Zhu sat back down with a grim expression, and Wang Yingxue casually tilted her head, her gaze quickly landing on Fang Zhu before shifting away. Time spent studying always flew by, and Fang Zhu felt he had just gotten into the groove when Shin Tu-Peng announced the end of class. After lunch, Dian sat on the rooftop, watching with great interest as Fang Zhu ran laps alone. He was quite intrigued by Fang Zhu's proposed improvement to the strength pill, as he was also among the rare cases that could not consume it. Although the strength pill was now useless to him, it had indeed caused some trouble back in the day, which occasionally left Dian feeling unsettled when he thought about it. Fang Zhu had never felt running to be so effortless. The combination of the strength pill and energy-rich food had significantly boosted his physical fitness. If it weren't for the lack of sleep the previous night, he could have completed the 10 kilometers in an even shorter time. As evening approached, Fang Zhu finished his special training. The third team had already set off for the secret realm, so he didn't need to explore the sequence stronghold today. Just then, his phone rang. Secretary Liu brought good news to Fang Zhu. His application had been approved, and he could start conducting experiments at the practitioner base from today, with all expenses covered by the city. Fang Zhu was genuinely surprised at how quickly the approval came through, but it was likely due to Secretary Liu or Zhao Hangu pulling some strings. After all, such projects were ultimately just a matter of the city's word. With his own laboratory now available, Fang Zhu wasn't in a hurry to go home. He found the base manager and successfully obtained a key to an alchemy room, along with a certain credit limit. Materials within that limit didn't need to be reported to the manager. He could simply go to the warehouse and collect them. However, if the experimental costs exceeded the limit, Fang Zhu would need to submit a new application and a list of materials to the city to avoid being suspected of embezzlement or profiteering. Not rushing to the alchemy room, Fang Zhu decided to draw a card first. Having fate fragments in hand without using them felt restless. The card drawing room was located on the second floor of the base, and Fang Zhu quickly found the room named Fate's Favor. It was a spacious room, and as soon as Fang Zhu walked in, he saw a massive fate crystal, much larger than the one he had seen at Jinhe City's No. 3 high school. At that moment, more than a dozen men and women were nervously drawing cards in front of the crystal, each holding a fate fragment. Fang Zhu felt a twinge of envy. How great would it be if all those fragments were given to him? He was sure he could draw a gold card. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly turned his gaze to the other side of the room. There were several booths designed as private spaces for those in need. Drawing cards inside would keep others from knowing what one had drawn. Fang Zhu certainly wouldn't draw cards in public. It would be troublesome if it caused a commotion. Ordinary people might draw a gold card only a few times in their lives, and if he were to draw one in front of many people, he would become famous throughout the base by tomorrow. Someone noticed the unfamiliar face of Fang Zhu and curiously looked over. Although the number of practitioners in Dingbei City was not as high as in some first-tier cities, not everyone had seen the boy who had recently refined a rare-level rejuvenation pill. Fang Zhu ignored their gazes and walked straight to the innermost booth. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by a fate crystal that was a size larger than the one at his home, along with a stool and a table. The entire layout and furnishings of the room were quite simple, but that didn't matter. He was there to draw cards, not to sleep. Fang Zhu cautiously locked the door, then took out the fate fragments from his pocket. He first glanced around to ensure there were no cameras before preparing to draw a card. However, before he could place the fragment of fate onto the crystal, he suddenly realized this era didn't have cameras like those, or rather, there were none like the ones he was familiar with, perched in the corners of rooms. Thinking of this, Fangzhu shook his head and chuckled to himself. Although he had been in this world for a while, there were still times when he couldn't quite adapt to the changes of this era. Fangzhu stopped dwelling on it and raised his hand to place the fragment of fate on the fate crystal. After a brief pause, a golden light erupted from the surface of the crystal. Fortunately, the enclosure was well sealed, and the golden light did not spread outside. Those practitioners in the hall were unaware that a golden card had appeared beside them. After drawing several gold cards in succession, Fangzhu was no longer as excited as before. He quietly waited for the special effects to fade, and soon, a golden card floated above the fate crystal. I wonder what this one is, Fangzhu thought as he reached out to take the golden card, and several lines of text appeared before his eyes. Name, 9 turns spirit heart pill description, revive the dead, return to life in the second world. Seeing the introduction of this card, Fangzhu almost dropped it in shock. Wow, this is incredible, he murmured, his expression filled with astonishment. The item he drew this time was terrifying. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury, Fangzhu could swallow the pill and fully revive. Moreover, the phrase about returning to life in the second world seemed to carry deeper meaning, suggesting that in addition to healing injuries, the 9-turn spirit heart pill could also extend one's lifespan? Fangzhu couldn't be sure of this, but based on the card's description, it was very likely. To be honest, what he drew today was even more surprising than the Qingli red fire and Fei Hong stone, because this life-saving item could serve as a trump card. After all, being alive was better than anything else. Fangzhu took a deep breath, unable to contain the excitement in his eyes. He examined the card from left to right, and then suddenly crushed it with force. Golden light scattered in the air, and a radiant pill appeared in his palm. In that moment, Fangzhu also understood the materials and crafting method of the pill, but then he revealed a bitter smile. Not to mention that the herbs were all unfamiliar to him, even the refining steps were beyond his current capabilities. Those steps were incredibly complicated. Crafting a 9-turn spirit heart pill would take 81 days without any mistakes. During this time, the alchemist couldn't sleep or rest and had to constantly monitor the changes in the herbs. If any unexpected situation arose, they had to stop the refining immediately. According to Fangzhu's knowledge, this kind of pill was against the heavens, and its emergence would attract heavenly punishment. So even if the 9-turn spirit heart pill was successfully refined after 81 days, whether it could truly appear in the world would depend on whether the alchemist could withstand the heavenly punishment. Therefore, this pill in Fangzhu's hand was invaluable. After a long while, Fangzhu finally returned to normal. He placed the pill in a vial and then secured the vial close to his body. He had already decided that this pill could not leave his body under any circumstances. Pushing open the door of the compartment, Fangzhu saw several practitioners who had just drawn cards sitting dejectedly on nearby stools, clearly disappointed with their recent draws. This was the norm for drawing cards. The probability of ordinary people drawing high-grade cards was simply too low. On the rooftop of the base building, a big-eyed person stared wide-eyed, falling into a daze. He had witnessed the emergence of the golden card. That was a golden legend. In his short life, he had only drawn 2 purple cards, which were rare, and he couldn't even dare to think about a golden card. Yet that young man actually drew gold. Although Big Eye didn't know what effect that pill would have, it should be quite powerful. How could a gold card be useless? He took out his phone and eagerly sent the news to the captain. Yan Wang did not reply immediately, and Big Eye didn't think much of it. After all, they were in a secret realm, and it was normal not to have time to check their phones. This kid's luck is really terrifying. Including the fate ritual, he's already drawn 4 gold cards. Big Eye muttered to himself. What he didn't know was that Fangzhu had also drawn 2 more gold cards, meaning this young man, who embodied 3 legendary level professions, had now drawn a total of 6 legendary cards. Pushing open the door to the alchemy room, Fangzhu sat at the long table and began to ponder the improvement of the strengthening pill. Last night, he had already clarified his thoughts and organized a rough list of the required herbs and ingredients, so now he just needed to refine it a bit before he could go to the warehouse to collect what he needed. About half an hour later, Fangzhu arrived at the backyard of the practitioner base, where there was a large warehouse. Mysterious runes shimmered on the door and walls of the warehouse. He could recognize the general functions of those runes. Perhaps this was the talent of a legendary level rune master. I need some materials, Fangzhu said as he handed the list to the guard at the entrance. The guard had naturally received orders from the leadership, so he quickly submitted Fangzhu's list to the warehouse manager. A few minutes later, Fangzhu returned to the alchemy room carrying large and small bags. Although there were many secret realms in Dingbei City, and most of them were quite dangerous, this also had its advantages. Various materials were relatively abundant, making it very suitable for experiments. After categorizing all the materials, Fangzhu began to experiment with his ideas. He needed to set up some control groups, so the entire alchemy process was quite slow. Fang Zhu thought for a moment and decided to use a computer to assist him in the experiment. The concept of computers still existed in this era, but they were completely different from the ones Fang Zhu had used before. However, after getting familiar with it for a while, he gradually got the hang of it. The computers of this era were quite rudimentary and not as advanced as those of the technological age. All Fang Zhu could do was perform simple calculations with the data. After more than half an hour, the first batch of pills was completed. Fang Zhu opened the alchemy furnace and carefully observed the state of each pill. The talent of a legendary level alchemist ensured that he would succeed in every alchemy attempt, but whether the pills were effective was another matter. After a moment, Fang Zhu set the pills aside and suddenly said something puzzling. "I'm very curious, who exactly are you?" The room fell silent for a moment, and the pupil of an eye in a corner suddenly constricted, staring at Fang Zhu in shock. "I initially thought that the vague sense of being watched a couple of days ago was just an illusion, but just now, when I drew the card, I truly sensed your presence. I don't know whether you are friend or foe, but you haven't shown any malice towards me these past few days, so you are likely not an enemy." Fang Zhu spoke slowly, turning his head to look at the corner of the room. He didn't know why he could sense that pair of eyes. Perhaps a certain profession had enhanced his sixth sense. On the rooftop, Big Eye felt a bit flustered. He hadn't expected that his surveillance would be discovered by Fang Zhu, and it seemed the other party had sensed it beforehand. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. His surveillance had never been discovered before, at least not by a practitioner of such a low level, so Big Eye was momentarily at a loss. But he quickly calmed down, leaping down from the rooftop and swaggering towards the base. Fang Zhu could notice him, but that didn't mean others would. The trench coat he wore was a rare-level piece of equipment. Fang Zhu sat in the alchemy room, looking at the suddenly vanished eyes in the corner, scratching his head in confusion. "Are you scared off? What on earth is this thing?" He wasn't worried about his safety. If someone really wanted to harm him, they wouldn't do it in the base, especially with several high-level professionals around. Moments later, Fang Zhu heard a knock at the door. Since the other party can enter the base, it means my judgment was correct. Fang Zhu thought to himself as he opened the door, and then he saw a man in a trench coat. The man had a very ordinary face, the kind that wouldn't attract attention on a busy street. He looked to be in his 20s, with a hint of youthful innocence in his expression. Fang Zhu noticed that the man's gaze was filled with curiosity and confusion as he looked at him. "Hello, Fang Zhu, my name is Dian," the man in the trench coat said, extending his right hand. Fang Zhu didn't shake hands immediately. Instead, he first put his left hand in his pocket, gripping the 9-turn spirit heart pill he had just taken out. Although the man likely had no ill intentions, it was better to be cautious. "Hello," Fang Zhu said lightly as he shook the man's hand, then fell silent. He didn't know much about the situation, so he didn't plan to speak first. Dian smiled at the silence and pointed to the alchemy room, saying, "Aren't you going to invite me in to sit? Who are you?" Fang Zhu ignored the man's question and countered. Dian sighed at this. The situation was a bit out of control, so the initiative was now in Fang Zhu's hands, and he could only follow his lead. "You don't need to worry, I'm with the official side," Dian said, not explaining too much, as there were some things he couldn't tell Fang Zhu yet. Fang Zhu frowned and looked Dian up and down. This outfit didn't seem like that of a good person. "Do you have any proof?" Fang Zhu asked. Dian was momentarily taken aback by the question. He did have proof, but if he took out the secret team's token, Fang Zhu might not recognize it. "Please wait a moment." Dian turned around and quickly edited a message on his phone. Fang Zhu quietly watched his actions. He could basically confirm that the man was likely an official. After all, who would be so polite if they were an enemy? 2 minutes later, Dian helplessly handed his phone over. "It's Secretary Lu's call." Fang Zhu nodded and reached out to take it. Sure enough, Secretary Lu's serious voice came through the receiver. "Fang Zhu, this person is a member of the National Secret Team. He is here to discuss something with you. You don't need to worry, they absolutely mean no harm." "I understand, Secretary Lu, thank you." Fang Zhu smiled and returned the phone. "Now you can trust my identity, right?" Dian sighed. Fang Zhu stepped aside and pointed to the room, saying, "Come in and talk. Although Secretary Lu has vouched for you, I still can't fully trust you, but I can let you in to talk." Dian walked into the room, somewhat speechless. Fang Zhu kept his left hand in his pocket. Even though Dian's identity had been confirmed by Secretary Lu, he still didn't dare to trust the man completely. After all, no one wanted to be monitored all the time. "If I hadn't noticed those eyes, would you have continued to monitor me?" Fang Zhu asked as he sat on a stool. Dian shook his head and said, "At the latest, we will officially contact you the day after tomorrow. Let me reintroduce myself. I am a member of the Hell King team of the Huagua secret team, and I am here to assess you." Fang Zhu was taken aback. Assess me? Yes, to assess whether you qualify to join the secret team, Diane said seriously. Is it because of my legendary level profession? Fang Zhu countered. Yes, you are the first triple legendary level professional since the new era of Huagua, and your potential is unprecedented, so the higher-ups want to recruit you into the secret team. Of course, if you don't meet the requirements of the secret team, we won't make an exception just because of your talent. Fang Zhu nodded and asked, so, have I passed the assessment now? Big Eye took off his hood and scratched his head. I don't know. You don't know? Fang Zhu was momentarily confused. What do you mean you don't know? Didn't you come here to assess me? Fang Zhu stared at Big Eye suspiciously, making the other man sweat on his forehead. Well, whether you pass or not isn't up to me. It's the captain's decision. Big Eye quickly waved his hand and said, and your assessment isn't over yet. The captain hasn't told me what the outcome is. So where's your captain? Fang Zhu asked. He went to the secret realm. There's a mission. Big Eye replied. Fang Zhu nodded and spread his hands, saying, so, today's meeting was completely unexpected. Big Eye nodded emphatically. Yeah, I didn't expect you to discover my secret eye. I couldn't just pretend nothing happened, so I had to come see you. Since you're here, why don't you introduce me to the secret team? Fang Zhu said with a smile. Big Eye fell silent for 2 seconds, then nodded. Alright, let me briefly tell you about it. The secret team is an organization directly under the Elder Council of Huagua, consisting of 3 teams, mainly responsible for handling emergencies that ordinary professionals can't deal with. These emergencies aren't just in the secret realms, some urgent situations in reality also require our intervention. The professionals in the secret team must be at least rare level, but there is one exception, that person's talent is very special, so they were allowed to join the secret team. When Big Eye said the last sentence, his expression was quite subtle, and Fang Zhu immediately realized. The exception you're talking about isn't you, is it? Ah ha 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 ha, that's me. Big Eye laughed heartily, proudly admitting it. Fang Zhu looked at him speechlessly. He found this person's personality was a bit different from what he had imagined. He had thought Big Eye would be the type who was taciturn and not good at socializing, but after a few exchanges, it turned out to be quite the opposite. So you're a rare-level professional? Fang Zhu asked. Big Eye nodded. Yes, the only rare-level professional in the secret team. Fang Zhu clapped his hands in a very pretentious manner, and for a moment, he didn't know what else to ask. Some questions were clearly not going to be answered, so it would be pointless to ask. Big Eye hesitated for a moment and suddenly suggested, hey, brother, can you pretend today's incident never happened? If others find out I was discovered by a low-level professional, I'll be the laughingstock. Fang Zhu smirked and said, aren't you going to give me a hush fee? Big Eye's expression froze, and he stiffened for a moment before slowly asking, what do you want? Don't ask for too much. I'm not very wealthy. Not much, just 5 fate shards. Fang Zhu smiled broadly, revealing his 2 rows of big white teeth. Big Eye immediately jumped up from his seat. You might as well just let this matter out. I don't care about my face anymore. Seeing this, Fang Zhu quickly comforted him. Don't be anxious, brother, let's negotiate a bit more. Big Eye hesitantly sat back down. You call that not much? You opened your mouth and it's already half a year's salary for me. Fang Zhu was genuinely surprised. 5 fate shards in half a year meant it would be very difficult for him to draw cards every day in a short time. That was too wasteful. Can you give me a few? Fang Zhu asked. 2. That's the most I can do. Big Eye struggled for a moment before giving a pitiful number. It is indeed very pitiful that the strongest team in Huagua could only produce 2 fragments of fate, but this is understandable. Most people, upon receiving the fragments, would use them immediately, and very few can hold back. Fine, 2 it is, Fang Zhu said, slapping his thigh. What happened today is known to heaven, earth, you, and me. There won't be a third person who knows, so you don't need to keep an eye on me. Upon hearing this, De Yen revealed a smile that was more painful than crying, and then slowly took out 2 palm-sized fragments of fate from his pocket. This was all he had saved up over the past 2 months, and taking them out all at once was indeed a bit heart-wrenching. Fang Zhu, however, was in a good mood. Now he had 2 more gold cards to account for. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. I need to continue my experiment, Fang Zhu said, dismissing him. De Yen stood up, feeling dejected as he walked toward the door. Just as his hand was about to push the door open, Fang Zhu's voice suddenly came from behind. By the way, don't peek when I'm taking a shower. Who would want to look? I'm not interested. De Yen shouted angrily, then pushed the door open and left. Fang Zhu smiled, collected his thoughts, and continued with the experiment. In the Blood Wolf secret realm, Yan Wang stood at the forefront, his gaze icy as he stared at the gigantic Blood Wolf King, which was as massive as a mountain. The creature was now lying on the ground, barely alive, covered in numerous gruesome wounds, blood flowing and staining the ground a deep red. Captain, I can sense the aura of the abyss from it. one team member said, frowning and speaking seriously. Yan Wang nodded slightly. He could also feel that something was off with the Blood Wolf King. The wounds on its body, emitting black smoke, almost laid the answer bare before everyone. Like in other places, the cause of the secret realm's upheaval is the abyss, Yan Wang murmured to himself. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the Blood Wolf King's forehead, where something seemed amiss. Before he could act, the center of the Blood Wolf King's brow suddenly burst open, and a foul-smelling blood sprayed into the air, falling like rain around them. Yan Wang was startled, and a team member rushed forward, extending his hand to create a semi-transparent shield in mid-air. The next moment, a sharp, sizzling sound came, as the blood began to burn and tremble against the barrier. How can it be so corrosive? The team member holding the shield exclaimed. Although his talent was not weak, that blood was more troublesome than he had anticipated. Yan Wang's sharp gaze fixed on the Blood Wolf King's corpse. Indeed, after that explosion, the Blood Wolf King had completely lost its life force. At this moment, in the deep, invisible blood hole on the enemy's forehead, it seemed something was about to emerge. Yan Wang let out a low shout, his body suddenly transforming into a shadow, and in an instant, he was atop the Blood Wolf King. He raised his arm, and a thick black mist spread out, enveloping the Blood Wolf King's forehead and drilling straight toward the blood hole. However, he was still a step too late. Almost the moment the black mist touched the blood hole, a black object shot up into the air with a whoosh, quickly fleeing into the distance. "What is that?" someone exclaimed. "Chase!" Yan Wang shouted, leading the charge, and the other team members hurriedly followed, each using their talents to accelerate madly. Fang Zhu furrowed his brows, staring at the pill before him, lost in thought. He had just used the nearby instrument to test it, and the results could not be said to be exactly the same as the old version. It could only be described as having no changes at all. In fact, the efficacy of this new pill was even inferior to the old one. This truly exceeded Fang Zhu's expectations, as according to his ideas from last night, the new version should at least have an advantage in one aspect over the old version, but now it seemed, it had completely failed. Fang Zhu scratched his head. Although he knew that improving a pill formula was unlikely to succeed on the first try, the feeling of frustration was inevitable when faced with actual failure. After all, legendary alchemists had never failed up to this point. However, he quickly calmed the disappointment that came with failure, recorded the data from this experiment, and began a new round of alchemy. A single failure could not bring him down. He understood that persistence was the most important aspect of experimentation. As the sky darkened from dim to pitch black through one experiment after another, Fang Zhu rubbed his temples, concluding his fifth attempt at alchemy. He looked up at the clock. It was already 1:30 in the morning, and he had failed 5 times. According to the instruments, the properties of these pills were all inferior to the old version. But thinking about it, the old strength-enhancing pill had been around for so many years, improved by multiple generations of alchemists, while he was trying to create a new version after just a few experiments. What a pipe dream. Fang Zhu meticulously recorded the detailed data of each failure, then locked the alchemy room door and left the practitioner base. His physical condition was now vastly improved. Staying up a few nights wouldn't significantly affect his training during the day. The next day, as soon as Fang Zhu arrived at the base, he saw Shintu Peng rushing over with an anxious expression, throwing out a disjointed remark before hurriedly leaving the classroom. "Training is suspended for a day." Watching Shintu Peng's departing figure, Fang Zhu felt that something bad had happened. After all, he was the captain of the first combat team in Dingbei City, arguably the strongest practitioner in the entire city. It was strange for him to lose his composure. "There's been an incident in the secret realm." A girl's signature cool voice rang out beside him. Fang Zhu was slightly taken aback, then turned to Wang Yingxue and asked, "Do you know what's going on?" "Not particularly clear. I just overheard other practitioners discussing it this morning," Wang Yingxue replied expressionlessly. Fang Zhu nodded and walked over to Feng He, who was familiar with the others in the base and should know some insider information. Sure enough, as soon as Fang Zhu approached, he heard Feng He boasting about what he knew. "Have you heard? There's been a huge incident in the Blood Wolf secret realm." "What? What kind of big deal can happen in a sea-level secret realm?" "Don't underestimate it. Apparently, a monster escaped from inside, and all the official practitioners in Dingbei City are out hunting it down." "A monster? Is it some kind of mutated beast?" "Seems not. I'm not sure what it is exactly." Feng He excitedly discussed with a few companions nearby, while Fang Zhu quietly listened for a while, then felt a gaze fixed on him. He turned his head and found Zhao de Beos had somehow come to his side. This somewhat frail boy quietly asked Fang Zhu, "Are you very interested in this matter?" Fang Zhu nodded and pulled Zhao de Beos aside. He seemed to know something but didn't want others to find out. So, Fang Zhu quietly asked, "Do you know what's going on?" My dad told me," Zhao de Beos said with a serious expression, pausing for 2 seconds before continuing. but you have to give me Wang Yingshua's contact information. Fang Zhu was momentarily speechless. He felt he hadn't interacted with any normal people these past few days. All were somewhat eccentric competitors. Then just go ask Wang Yingxue if she wants to hear it, Fang Zhu said, pointing with his chin to the cool girl not far away. Zhao Debao's face immediately turned red. He fidgeted with the hem of his shirt, looking even more bashful than a girl. Fang Zhu sighed and slowly said, "Forget it, I won't ask you anymore." Zhao Debao saw this and immediately said anxiously, No, I'll tell you, but you have to call Wang Yingxue over to listen with you." Fang Zhu considered for 2 seconds and then nodded. He figured the girl would want to know what was happening too. So, Fang Zhu waved to Wang Yingxue, signaling her to come over. Wang Yingxue frowned slightly but still moved gracefully towards them. "All right, can we talk now?" Fang Zhu spread his hands and looked at Zhao Debao's. Zhao Debao shyly glanced at Wang Yingxue and then slowly began. "A primordial abyss entity has appeared in the Blood Wolf secret realm. The team pursuing it made a mistake, allowing it to break out of the secret realm and escape to the suburbs. Mayor Zhao has gathered most of the high-level professionals and is currently pursuing the primordial abyss entity in the suburbs." After hearing this, Fang Zhu exchanged a glance with Wang Yingxue. He could tell roughly what had happened, but what exactly was a primordial abyss entity? Noticing their confusion, Zhao Debaos continued to explain, "The primordial abyss entity is a terrifying species that suddenly appears, possessing the ability to corrode and assimilate. Once it attaches to you, you will lose consciousness in a short time and completely become a beast that only knows how to kill." Fang Zhu gasped. This thing did sound quite terrifying, but can't high-level professionals deal with it? Although he had never seen high-level professionals go all out, he could roughly infer from some materials that they possessed great power. Saying they could move mountains and fill seas might be an exaggeration, but they should be able to do things like Superman. Could such strength really not handle that primordial abyss entity? Fang Zhu certainly wouldn't keep his questions to himself, so he organized his thoughts and asked his doubts. Zhao Debao sighed and said helplessly, "Ordinary high-level professionals really can't deal with that kind of monster. It's extremely fast and very hard to kill. If a professional makes a mistake in battle with it, the result is the loss of consciousness." Fang Zhu nodded gravely, shifting his gaze from Zhao Debao's to the direction of the suburbs. A battle was likely happening there, yet ordinary people and low-level professionals in the same city were completely unaware of it. This reminded Fang Zhu of a saying from his time. "There is no such thing as peaceful years, it's just that someone is carrying the burden for you." In this era, Huagua still protects its citizens well. High-level professionals, like soldiers, bravely stand in the most dangerous places. "Perhaps I can do something," Fang Zhu thought to himself. Of course, Fang Zhu wouldn't foolishly go directly to the suburbs. With his current level and combat skills, going there would be like walking to his death. Although he had 3 legendary level professions, his support profession was not good at direct combat, so he could only rely on pills to help those professionals. With this in mind, Fang Zhu excused himself to go to the restroom, stepped outside the classroom, and dialed Secretary Lu's number. Secretary Lu's voice sounded a bit tired, as if last night's events had drained him of a lot of energy. "Fang Zhu, what's the matter?" Fang Zhu got straight to the point. "Secretary Lu, is there anything I can do to help with the primordial abyss entity situation?" Secretary Lu was taken aback for a moment and then slowly said, "You seem quite well informed." He chuckled lightly and continued, "It's fine. The city will handle this matter. You just continue with your experiments. Can I use pills to alleviate their pressure?" Fang Zhu pressed on. After all, he had received a lot of care from Dingbei City, and he couldn't just stand by when something happened. "Well, there is a type of pill that emits a fragrance that can attract the primordial abyss entity. If you want to help, try to refine some. You can get the materials from the base." "Okay, I'll go right now." Fang Zhu immediately perked up, hung up the phone, and headed towards the warehouse. The warehouse manager had already received the message, so by the time Fang Zhu arrived, all the medicinal materials were prepared. However, the formula for the Mo Xiang Dan was quite complex, and Fang Zhu had to request a defective product from the warehouse, as the finished products had already been sent to the suburbs. So now, Fang Zhu could only obtain the defective item. Nevertheless, even a defective product allowed Fang Zhu to understand the production method of the Mo Xiang Dan through touch. He did not waste any time and quickly moved the medicinal materials to his alchemy room. Secretary Lu seemed unaware of Fang Zhu's talent, so he merely suggested that Fang Zhu give it a try. But Fang Zhu could ensure that every alchemy attempt would be successful, even if it was his first time refining the Mo Xiang Dan. The initial processing of the Mo Xiang Dan was quite troublesome. As Fang Zhu organized the materials, he thought to himself that perhaps he could find an apprentice in the future to help him with the materials. If that didn't work, he could manufacture some instruments. Currently, the only useful instrument in Fang Zhu's alchemy room was a pharmacological analysis device, the same one he used yesterday to test his new type of pill. Fang Zhu could see that he understood most of the principles of this device, which seemed to be related to runes. Since runes could achieve these results, he could do the same in the future. After all, legendary rune masters were not to be taken lightly. About an hour later, Fang Zhu successfully refined a batch of Emoxiang Dan. Using the pharmacological analysis device, he determined that these Emoxiang Dan were completely fine, but one batch was a bit too few, so Fang Zhu decided to make another batch. As noon approached, the second batch of Emoxiang Dan was also officially completed. This time, Fang Zhu was lucky and simultaneously triggered Talent 2 and Talent 3, meaning he now had a total of 6 Emoxiang Dan, 3 of which were rare grade. It seems that the probability of Talent 2 is calculated per batch, while the probability of Talent 3 is calculated per pill. Fang Zhu thought for a moment, then put away the pills and got up to leave the alchemy room. He couldn't go to the suburbs now, so he could only give the pills to the returning professionals. When handing over the pills to them, Fang Zhu also chatted with them for a few moments. The situation in the suburbs was not particularly optimistic. That abyssal entity was very cunning, and the professionals would be caught off guard if they were not careful. In just 3 or 4 hours, Dingbei City had lost 2 high-level professionals, and nurturing a combat professional was not that simple. This loss made Zhao Hanwu feel a pang of heartache. However, they couldn't let this abyssal entity go. If it were allowed to grow in the real world, it could potentially cause immeasurable harm and loss to Dingbei City. After all, there had been cases where mature abyssal entities had destroyed cities. To capture the abyssal entity as soon as possible, Zhao Hanwu had called back all the idol teams from the secret realm. He even wanted the military district to send troops directly, but that would be somewhat embarrassing, as the military district was on the same level as him. Asking for help from the military district for minor issues made him, the mayor, seem incapable. Just then, the phone on Zhao Hongwu's desk suddenly rang. He picked it up and soon heard some good news. Mayor, Fang Zhu has produced several rare-grade Emoxiang Dan, which may help in capturing the abyssal entity, Secretary Lu said quickly. Someone is already on their way to the suburbs with these Emoxiang Dan. Good, that's great. Zhao Hanwu immediately smiled. Report any progress to me at any time. In the professional base, after Fang Zhu finished refining the Emoxiang Dan, he no longer worried about the matter. There was only so much he could do. After organizing the medicinal materials on the table, Fang Zhu continued to experiment with a new type of strengthening pill. He had generated several new ideas while refining the Emoxiang Dan, and perhaps he could give it a try. Fang Zhu quickly immersed himself in alchemy, while the large-eyed figure that had been monitoring him had long since vanished without a trace. It was impossible for the large-eyed person to remain uninvolved in last night's events. Their rare-level profession had a remarkable effect in such situations. During the time Fang Zhu was refining pills, Wang Yingxue unexpectedly ventured alone into the suburbs. This was an extremely risky move. One could even say it was courting death, but there was not a trace of fear in Wang Yingxue's heart. This stunning girl, as beautiful as ice and snow, swiftly approached the center of the suburbs. Before long, dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder and rain were brewing in the heavens. Fang Zhu glanced up during a break in his alchemy, his expression revealing an unmistakable worry. Looks like it's going to rain heavily, he murmured to himself, tidying up a failed batch of pills beside him, and quickly took out 2 fragments of fate. He suddenly realized that since he couldn't help the practitioners in the suburbs right now, it would be better to draw a card. Who knows, he might get something useful. Fang Zhu left the alchemy room and hurried to the Hall of Fate, taking 2 steps at a time. There were noticeably fewer people drawing cards today. He scanned the area and chose a room that looked relatively pleasing. Today, he decided to trust in metaphysics and follow his heart. Locking the door tightly, Fang Zhu first took out a fragment of fate. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. He silently recited a few words of blessing in his heart, then slowly brought the fragment of fate close to the fate crystal. A burst of golden light erupted instantly, and a golden meteor shot down through the fate crystal. Fang Zhu held his breath, his gaze fixed tightly on the space above the crystal. A few seconds later, a golden card slowly emerged, and Fang Zhu grabbed it, revealing several lines of text before him. Name, Alchemy Furnace Enhancement Stone Description, slightly increases the success rate of pill refining, significantly increases the size of the alchemy furnace, slightly reduces refining time. Fang Zhu was momentarily stunned upon seeing the item description, then slapped his thigh, a smile breaking out on his face. Great! This is a wonderful item. Not only could it be used for this round of alchemy, but it would also be useful in the future. Without hesitation, Fang Zhu summoned his alchemy furnace with a wave of his palm, a wild aura rushing towards him. He brought the enhancement stone close to the furnace, and in just a second, the stone transformed into a stream of light and merged into the furnace. Immediately, an astonishing change occurred. The alchemy furnace in Fang Zhu's palm spun around and expanded to more than 3 times its original size, and the wild beasts depicted on it seemed to become even more solid and exquisite. With the furnace's increased size, he could refine more pills in one go. Based on his experience, Fang Zhu estimated that this batch could yield about 6 to 8 pills, and if his talent was triggered, even more could be produced. After putting away the alchemy furnace, Fang Zhu hurried back to his laboratory, the alchemy room assigned to him by the administrator. He decided to refine some rejuvenation pills, as there would surely be casualties in the battles in the suburbs, and the current stock of rejuvenation pills in Dingbei City was not plentiful, making it crucial for him to produce as many as possible. There were plenty of materials for rejuvenation pills, and this time Fang Zhu directly gathered 5 portions of herbs, then tossed them all into the alchemy furnace. After all, the furnace was large enough to hold 5 portions. About half an hour later, Fang Zhu caught a strong medicinal fragrance. He extinguished the flames of the dragon's head and slowly tilted the alchemy furnace. A clattering sound erupted as over a dozen pills rolled out of the furnace. The efficiency was astonishing. Fang Zhu joyfully checked each one, finding a total of 14 rejuvenation pills, with 4 being rare level. His luck this time was slightly lacking. However, it was still acceptable. The effect of the rare level rejuvenation pills was decent, just right for those who had sustained minor injuries. Fang Zhu collected these pills and then prepared another batch. Meanwhile, in the suburbs, Wang Yingxue was dashing through a deserted building, looking somewhat disheveled. She had just discovered the trace of the abyssal entity, but for safety's sake, she did not approach it, merely teasing it from a distance. However, she did not expect the monster to be so fast. In the blink of an eye, the enemy was closing in on her. Just as she was in a perilous situation, another practitioner arrived to save her. This person carried ink-scented pills, successfully drawing the abyssal entity's attention. Wang Yingxue initially wanted to help. Her profession could be quite effective in such situations, but she did not anticipate that her level was too low to even face the enemy. This crisis made her realize her own limitations. Wang Yingxue began to reflect on her impulsive behavior. Even though she thought she had been cautious enough, her rare-level profession still made her uncontrollably proud. Fortunately, there were others to help, otherwise, she might have really died here today. As she ran, Wang Yingxue patted her full chest. I can never take such risks again, she thought to herself. I need to pass the special training as soon as possible and then level up in lower-level secret realms. I want to quickly gain the power to protect others. At that moment, it started to rain, the sky was overcast, and the ground began to get damp. Wang Yingxue gently waved her hand, and the raindrops brushed against her body, drifting away as if there were an invisible barrier around her. As a rare-level profession, goddess of ice and snow, she naturally possessed the power to control ice and snow, and rain was also a form of ice and snow, so she could manipulate it as well. Leaving the suburbs, Wang Yingxue remembered that her backpack was still at the base, so she changed direction and headed to the nearest station. At this time, Fang Zhu had already finished refining the pills. He found a large wooden box and placed all the rejuvenation pills inside, then went to the first floor of the base. Sure enough, there were a few practitioners who had retreated for a while and were now planning to head to the suburbs. Each of them bore injuries but showed no signs of retreating. Fang Zhu stepped forward and handed the wooden box over, speaking quickly, "These are some rejuvenation pills. I think you'll find them useful." The practitioner immediately showed a look of surprise, taking the wooden box and thanking him repeatedly. Fang Zhu smiled and asked, "How's the situation in the suburbs now?" Upon hearing this question, the smiles on the faces of the practitioners instantly vanished. 3 brothers have died, that abyssal entity is just too cunning. Now that it's getting dark, it's even harder to spot it, one practitioner said, his expression filled with sorrow and anger. Fang Zhu furrowed his brow, unsure how to comfort them. He remained silent for 2 seconds before speaking. "Let the practitioners returning for rest come to the second alchemy room on the 3rd floor to find me. I'll give you some more pills." "All right, thank you, brother." After saying this, the practitioners turned and left the base. Just then, Wang Yingxue walked in from outside. Her clothes were not wet from the rain, but her expression was not good. Fang Zhu raised an eyebrow and quickly stepped forward to Wang Yingxue's side. "What happened to you? You look unwell," Fang Zhu asked with concern. Wang Yingxue shook her head and softly replied, "It's nothing, I just went to the suburbs." "You went to the suburbs?" Fang Zhu was taken aback. He looked at Wang Yingxue and couldn't help but marvel at her good fortune. The practitioner had just said that the situation in the suburbs was dire, with 3 high-level practitioners dead. Yet, she, a low-level practitioner, had managed to return alive. Truly blessed and lucky. Wang Yingxue responded with a hum, looking rather downcast. "Are you hurt?" Fang Zhu asked again. "No," Wang Yingxue shook her head, suddenly saying something nonsensical, "I'm still too weak." Fang Zhu was a bit confused. He didn't understand what Wang Yingxue meant by that, but after a moment, he realized it was probably normal for her to feel stimulated by other high-level professionals in the suburbs. Then why are you at the base now? Fangzhu intended to ask if she wanted to train overnight, but her mental state was clearly not great, so the possibility of extra training was slim. To get something, Wang Yingxue had calmed down and returned to her previous icy demeanor. In fact, her current appearance was reassuring. The earlier sense of panic and chatter didn't fit her character at all. Fangzhu nodded and didn't speak to Wang Yingxue anymore. The two parted ways in the stairwell. Fangzhu returned to the alchemy room and continued his experiments. The rain outside grew heavier, turning into a torrential downpour in just half an hour. Water began to accumulate on the roads, and the drainage system in Dingbei City was overwhelmed, with more and more streets submerged in dirty rainwater. If the city was like this, what about the suburbs? Fangzhu looked out the window, thinking that this rain was truly ill-timed. He extinguished the flames of the dragon head. Today's experiment had predictably failed again, but Fangzhu had found some insights and felt he was on the right path. With such heavy rain, even though his apartment was not far from the base, walking back would leave him drenched, so Fangzhu decided to stay at the base tonight. This way, if any professionals came looking for pills, he could start refining them immediately. Before going to sleep, Fangzhu prepared several sets of rejuvenation pill ingredients and placed them in the most accessible spot on the table. These materials would turn into rejuvenation pills in just a few minutes if needed. Around midnight, just after Fangzhu had fallen asleep, there was a knock at the door. He immediately got up and opened it, and sure enough, it was the returning professionals, who brought good news. We caught it. The Abyss original body has been captured. One professional, though exhausted and bleeding, was in high spirits. Great, that's wonderful. Fangzhu clapped his hands and immediately asked, what are the casualties? Quite severe. I came to ask you for rejuvenation pills. They said yours are more effective. Fangzhu nodded and went to the dragon head, summoning the alchemy furnace as he said, give me a quarter of an hour, I'll start refining now. Okay. The professional sat down at the door, seemingly worried that his blood would stain the clean floor inside. Fangzhu glanced at him, then tossed all the prepared materials into the alchemy furnace. The enhanced alchemy furnace was very efficient. The rejuvenation pills that originally took about 20 minutes to refine now only required a quarter of an hour. Although the time saved didn't seem much, the accumulated time saved from multiple refinements was quite optimistic. At that moment, in the small white building behind the professional base, more than a dozen bloodied professionals were receiving treatment from the doctors and priests. Some with less severe injuries quickly recovered, while those with more serious wounds could not heal immediately. The low-level doctors and priests could only do so much. They could temporarily prevent the injuries from worsening but could not heal the horrific wounds, especially since these wounds were tainted with abyssal power. Fortunately, a quarter of an hour later, a professional rushed over, holding several warm pills in his hand, rare-grade rejuvenation pills. Fangzhu had just had some good luck. That batch of elixirs had simultaneously triggered Talent 2 and Talent 3, which meant a doubling in quantity and an increase in quality. As a result, he had refined 10 revitalization pills, 8 of which were of rare quality. However, this quantity was still insufficient. This time, most high-level practitioners in Dingbei City had sustained varying degrees of injuries, and 5 had died at the hands of the abyssal entity. Fangzhu's batch of elixirs could only alleviate the pressure on medical resources but could not directly resolve the situation. So, he went back to the warehouse to gather the necessary herbs for refining more revitalization pills. His alchemist level had risen to level 8 after several days of continuous refining, just 2 levels away from awakening his first skill. Fangzhu had been refining pills non-stop from noon until 6 in the morning when he finally stopped. Most of the practitioners in the Zayabela had already recovered, and the remaining few could not be helped by revitalization pills. They required high-level medical practitioners instead. After nearly a day and night of busyness, Fangzhu felt dizzy and on the verge of falling asleep the moment he closed his eyes. He sent a message to Xingtu Pang and then fell asleep in the alchemy room. He didn't know how long he had slept when he was awakened by a commotion outside the door. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he hurriedly got up from the makeshift bed made of stools. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Fangzhu took 2 steps forward, and the moment he opened the door, he saw dozens of practitioners of various appearances standing in the hallway, all wearing smiles of gratitude and excitement. Fangzhu was momentarily stunned. What were they here for? Before he could react, a somewhat familiar practitioner squeezed through the crowd, excitedly saying, "Fangzhu, thank you for your elixirs." Fangzhu stared at this practitioner for a moment before realizing that this was the person he had spoken to in the hall last night. "What brings you all here?" Fangzhu hadn't finished speaking when the other practitioners began chattering and laughing. After listening for a few moments, he finally understood. They had come to thank him for the free elixirs he had given away, and according to them, they had managed to capture the Abyssal entity thanks to the Mo-Xiang pills he provided. Those few rare Mo-Xiang pills had a tremendous attraction for the enemy and had also alleviated a significant amount of pressure on the others. Fang Zhu quickly waved his hands, not daring to take all the credit for himself. However, these practitioners clearly thought otherwise. One even knelt down with a thud. Thank you. If it weren't for your timely revitalization pills, I might not be here now. My wife just gave birth. If I were gone, how would they survive? As this practitioner spoke, tears began to flow, and Fang Zhu hurriedly stepped forward to help him up. I only did what I could. There's no need for such gratitude, brother, Fang Zhu said sincerely, looking at the young man who was only a few years older than himself. No, it should be this way, the practitioner replied firmly. Fang Zhu, feeling helpless, could only support this emotionally expressive young man while looking at the others. Although the others were not as emotional as this one, their sincere gratitude was still very evident. It's good that everyone is alive. There's no need to come all the way to thank me, Fang Zhu thought for a moment and said. You should be thanked. Before he could finish, everyone began pulling out items from their bags, and the hallway was instantly filled with a variety of colorful lights. Fang Zhu was momentarily dazzled by these items, realizing for the first time that some graded items emitted light when activated. Brother, take this, it's not anything valuable, several practitioners said as they tried to stuff the items into Fang Zhu's arms. Fang Zhu quickly stepped back, feeling both amused and helpless. I really can't accept this, it's something you all risked your lives to obtain. Fang Zhu still intended to refuse. He truly didn't care about the gifts from these professionals. In fact, he didn't lack anything at the moment, and what he really wanted was something these professionals couldn't provide. They couldn't gather even a few fragments of fate, so it was better to do them a favor, strengthen their relationship, and pave the way for himself in the future. After a couple more pulls, Fang Zhu realized that most of the professionals were genuine people. They sincerely wanted to thank him, and if he didn't accept, they might stand in the hallway indefinitely. Just as Fang Zhu was struggling with what to do, a voice suddenly came from the end of the staircase. All right, everyone disperse. In the future, you can each help Fang Zhu with something when the opportunity arises. Shen Tupeng appeared at just the right moment, and his words successfully extricated Fang Zhu from the situation. The professionals who had gathered to express their gratitude exchanged glances and then agreed to Shen Tupeng's suggestion. It was indeed a good idea. After they exchanged a few more words of thanks, they left. Only then did Fang Zhu breathe a sigh of relief and look at Shen Tupeng, who was walking towards him. Instructor, thank you. You really have experience, Fang Zhu said with a smile. Shen Tupeng also smiled slightly and reached into his pocket to pull out 2 fragments of fate and handed them over. You can choose whether to accept their gifts, but you must accept mine. Instructor, what do you mean by that? Fang Zhu asked, puzzled. Without your ink fragrance pill, we would never have been able to kill the Abyss original body in a single day. If it had matured, it would have been a disaster for the entire Dingbei city, so giving you some rewards is not excessive, Shen Tupeng explained slowly. Is this a reward from the city? Fang Zhu asked curiously. Shen Tupeng nodded and said, this is just the first step. There are more rewards in terms of items to come, and Mayor Zhao wants to apply for military merit for you, which will be very beneficial for your future development. Fang Zhu's expression immediately brightened with surprise. This was somewhat unexpected. He thought he had only done a small thing, but he didn't realize he had directly secured victory for the professionals on the front line. Then I won't be polite, Fang Zhu chuckled and took the fragments of fate from Shen Tupeng's hand. All right, there's nothing else. Special training will resume tomorrow, so you should rest well today, Shen Tupeng said before turning and walking towards the staircase. Fang Zhu clutched the 2 fragments of fate, turned around, locked the alchemy room door, and headed straight for the Fate Affinity Hall. The hall was noticeably livelier today, and the atmosphere wasn't as heavy as yesterday. Fang Zhu skillfully opened the room where he usually drew cards, and sure enough, it was empty. It seems most people prefer the feeling of drawing cards in front of everyone, Fang Zhu muttered with a smile before closing the door. He could now control his emotions. Getting gold cards every time was really quite dull. It was like visiting a car show every day. Over time, you wouldn't feel anything for the car models and might even find them annoying. As Fang Zhu indulged in his thoughts, he brought the fragments of fate close to the fate crystal. The fragments slowly disappeared, and a burst of golden light erupted from the crystal. Fang Zhu completely ignored the special effects before him and reached out to grasp the gold card atop the crystal. Name, strength pill, recipe, description, can significantly enhance the user's strength for a short period. After the effect ends, the user will be weakened for a time. The higher the grade of the strength pill, the shorter the weakness duration. Fang Zhu frowned and carefully examined the gold card in front of him. This thing looked so much like something a swindler would use to deceive people. Although the card's description was very clear, the name was indeed a bit out of place. After 2 seconds of silence, Fangzhu crushed the gold card in his palm, and golden light rained down, revealing an ancient, slightly yellowed piece of paper in his hand. The paper was filled with dense lines of small text, and Fangzhu's pupils trembled after just reading the first line. "What is this? I've never even heard of these herbs," Fangzhu couldn't help but exclaim. Although he had never formally studied alchemy, his mind was filled with knowledge about herbs and elixirs. This was the power of a legendary profession, that knowledge seemed innate. However, Fangzhu also understood that he couldn't master all the paths of an alchemist in just a few days, so it was normal for him not to have heard of some herbs. But not recognizing any of the herbs in the entire formula was unusual, and Fangzhu even began to doubt the authenticity of the recipe. Yet, this thought dissipated in less than a second. The item drawn from the fate crystal couldn't be fake, so the only possibility was that these herbs happened to fall within his knowledge blind spot. Sigh, another useless thing for now. Fangzhu sighed, putting away the formula and preparing to leave the room. He didn't realize that he had unconsciously developed expectations for drawing cards, feeling dissatisfied even with the gold card. Back in the alchemy room, Fangzhu continued his experiments on the improved body-strengthening elixir, while in the training ground of the base, Wang Yingxue tirelessly practiced her combat skills. Last night had indeed stimulated her greatly, to the point that this ice-cold girl now had only one thought in her mind: become stronger. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Yan Wang expressionlessly sliced off a piece of dark flesh from his calf. The flesh fell to the ground with a sizzling sound, immediately corroding a small pit into the hotel floor tiles. "Captain!" Shaoli exclaimed, rushing over with concern. She looked at the wound on Yan Wang's leg, her eyes involuntarily reddening. Yan Wang glanced at her and then continued to tend to his wounds. Nearby, De Yen sighed, checked his pockets, and calmed down after confirming he had enough money to cover the hotel's damages. He was not worried about the captain's injuries. After all, this was Yan Wang, the strongest of the younger generation in Huagua. After a moment, Yan Wang let out a long breath. His body was covered in wounds, but the dark, abnormal flesh was already gone. "There's a problem with this Abyssal original body," Yan Wang suddenly said without context. "Could it be the work of other countries?" a team member asked. "We can't rule out that possibility. You all need to work overtime and quickly write a report to send up," Yan Wang instructed. "Understood, Captain." "Alright, let's discuss Fangzhu next," Yan Wang said, looking at De Yen, who was standing nearby. The room fell silent as everyone awaited the captain and De Yan's next words. As the one who had been monitoring Fangzhu for the past 2 days, De Yen was actually the most qualified to evaluate him, but the scene from their meeting and the 2 lost fate fragments flashed in his mind, causing his words to get stuck in his throat. This, I think," De Yen stammered, unable to complete a single sentence. Yan Wang looked at him in confusion, as if asking what was wrong with him, why he was acting mute. De Yen noticed the captain's gaze, forced a bitter smile, and finally managed to say, "I think this kid is alright." He truly didn't know how to evaluate Fangzhu. Moreover, just thinking about the lost fate fragments made his heart ache to the point of breathlessness, but he couldn't help it. De Yen was even less willing to let others laugh at him. It was too embarrassing to be discovered by low-level professionals that he had lost the secret eye. Yama looked at Big Eye with a puzzled expression for a while. He always felt there was something off about Big Eye, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. "We've only seen Fangzhu's alchemy talent. He also has the titles of blacksmith and runesmith. Should we find an opportunity for him to showcase those as well?" Big Eye quickly changed the subject. Yama nodded slightly at this, thought for a moment, and said, "Alright, you go contact the government of Dingbei City and have them find a reason to test him. If the tests go well, we can meet with him." As soon as Yama said this, everyone showed a hint of surprise. Shaoli directly asked, "Captain, are you planning to recruit Fangzhu?" Upon hearing Shaoli's question, Big Eye slapped his forehead, feeling somewhat speechless, and said, "Do you think the captain is Tang Sang?" In the alchemy room of the practitioner's base, Fangzhu eagerly opened the alchemy furnace and poured out 2 pills from inside. The hot pills felt almost too much to bear in his hands, and he couldn't wait to place them on the pharmacological analysis device. These 2 pills represented Fangzhu's highest level of alchemy skills, pouring in a lot of his effort from material selection to production techniques. If they failed, he might start to doubt whether he was truly a legendary alchemist or just a fraud. Fortunately, the results from the pharmacological analysis device did not disappoint him. The modified strengthening pill had stronger properties, but the potency was not as violent as before. Even an ordinary person would not feel any discomfort after consuming it. However, the side effect of blood vessel ruptures still existed, which was not something that could be resolved overnight. After all, that side effect was related not only to the individual's physique but also to the profession of the user. Fang Zhu could only find a way to summarize the patterns of the side effects and then address them specifically. A phased victory is still a victory. Fang Zhu happily stored the 2 pills away and quickly wrote down the production method and material ratios for the modified strengthening pill on a piece of paper nearby. 2 hours later, Fang Zhu finished storing the 5 new strengthening pills he had made and turned to leave the alchemy room. He planned to report his results to Secretary Lu first, as this would help him continue to deceive. Apply for funding. Arriving at the government building, Fang Zhu successfully met with Secretary Lu, who, looking somewhat fatigued, rubbed his brow and revealed a friendly smile. I was just about to look for you, Secretary Lu said slowly. Is there something you need? Fang Zhu asked, placing the wooden box containing the new strengthening pills on the table. The city plans to test your blacksmith and runesmith skills. This will help us formulate a specialized improvement plan for you in the future, Secretary Lu said, handing over a piece of paper. Fang Zhu stood up to take it, seeing that it detailed the city's arrangements for him. First, there would be tests for the 2 professions, followed by arrangements for Fang Zhu to study the theoretical knowledge of alchemy, blacksmithing, and runes based on the test results. Finally, a dedicated escort would be assigned to help Fang Zhu level up in the secret realms, aiming to raise all 3 professions to above level 20 as quickly as possible. If all went well, Fang Zhu would complete his first job transfer before the university semester started, becoming a core strength of Huagua. After reading it, Fang Zhu showed a look of surprise. He felt that Dingbei City seemed very eager and anxious for him to grow. Normally, a practitioner would need over 6 months of theoretical study and combat skills training to enter low-level secret realms, then level up to level 10 within those realms, and after that, undergo about 6 months of training to enter higher-level secret realms. These tasks were generally completed during university, and it was already considered very fast for a practitioner to complete a job transfer before graduation. A plan like this, completing a job transfer in just over a month, had almost never happened in all of Huagua. For professionals, reaching level 20 is a watershed moment. Once they achieve this level, they can undergo a job change, which will provide comprehensive enhancements to their new profession. Fang Zhu is well aware of the typical leveling speed for regular professionals. It takes about 2 to 3 years to progress from level 10 to level 20, assuming no unexpected incidents occur. If one frequently gets injured in secret realms and requires long recovery periods, it could take 4 to 5 years to reach level 20. Leveling up to 20 in just 1 month is only possible if a high-level professional team directly brings Fang Zhu into a high-level secret realm, allowing him to level up quickly through a caretaker-style combat approach. Is this necessary? Fang Zhu couldn't help but feel this doubt. He knew the value of his legendary level profession was high, but according to the plan, Dingbei City intended to invest all its resources in cultivating him, enabling him to grow rapidly in a very short time, regardless of the resources and costs involved. Is this worth it? Even if Dingbei City didn't do this, Fang Zhu could still reach a usable level in 3 to 4 years, so Mayor Zhao and the others had no reason to be in such a hurry. Noticing Fang Zhu's confusion, Secretary Lu spoke seriously to explain, the next year or 2 may not be peaceful, we need your strength. His explanation was somewhat vague, even sounding like an excuse, but Fang Zhu keenly sensed an unusual implication in his words. Is the country planning a major move? Or is there an unsolvable problem in the secret realms? These 2 speculations flashed through Fang Zhu's mind. Don't overthink it, you are a legendary level professional, have a bit of confidence in yourself, Secretary Lu said with a smile. Fang Zhu nodded and pushed the wooden box in front of him toward Lu. Secretary Lu, I've completed part of the improved strengthening pill. This is the finished product. Oh, let me see. Secretary Lu's heart jolted, and he quickly took it. He opened the top lid of the wooden box with a flick of his finger, revealing 5 neatly arranged pills inside. Fang Zhu scratched his head and said, I haven't resolved the side effect of blood vessel rupture, but this version of the strengthening pill is somewhat better than the one we currently use, according to the pharmacological analysis instrument. Secretary Lu nodded slightly, pinching the strengthening pill and observing it closely. In truth, he couldn't discern much. He just wanted to appear more professional. After a moment, Secretary Lu placed the pills back in the wooden box and said with a smile, I'll have someone test it. You can continue your research and strive to eliminate the side effects completely. Fang Zhu acknowledged and then raised the plan in his hand, asking, Lu Gu, when do I start on the contents of this plan? Tomorrow, Secretary Lu revealed a mysterious smile, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes, but when Fang Zhu looked closely, Secretary Lu's expression returned to normal, as if his previous demeanor had been an illusion. A sense of foreboding suddenly rose in Fang Zhu's heart. He felt he might encounter some unpredictable situations tomorrow. Your rewards are in process and should come down together with your resource subsidies. Secretary Lu paused before continuing. Remember to go to the base to find Shin Tu Peng at 8 tomorrow morning. There's nothing else. Fang Zhu nodded and left the office. Stepping out of the government building, he thought for a moment and decided to go home and rest for the day. Although he hadn't personally participated in battles these past few days, he had still worn himself out. Just thinking about that plan was terrifying. The daily schedule would likely be packed. Since he finally had a chance to take a day off, Fangzhu immediately decided to go home and lie down. He was not someone particularly caught up in competition. He had just recently crossed over and had to push himself to survive. Now that he had established himself, if he didn't take a break now, when would he? With this thought, Fangzhu took a turn and headed towards his single apartment. Half an hour later, Fangzhu lay down on his bed. He intended to look at his phone for a bit, but before long, he fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 5 in the morning the next day. Feeling refreshed, he got out of bed and looked at the dimly lit sky outside the window, planning to organize the knowledge he had about alchemy, forging, and runes in his mind. The legendary profession had brought him a vast reservoir of knowledge, but he needed to sort and digest it himself, which was why the more pills he refined, the more skilled he became. Sitting at his desk, he first organized the knowledge of forging. He had been focused on alchemy, so his understanding of forging was still at a very basic level. Time passed minute by minute, and when Fangzhu came back to his senses, he found that the clock on the wall pointed to 7 o'clock. "Time for breakfast," he said, closing the notebook on the table and getting up to leave the room. Before he left, he opened the bedroom door and checked the Feihong stone covered by the bedsheet. Although this hiding method was quite rudimentary, Fangzhu really had no better way at the moment and could only make do with it for now. After confirming that the Feihong stone was fine, Fangzhu left the apartment and bought a pancake roll from a roadside vendor. Not to mention, the food in Huagua was something one could eat for years without getting tired of it. He couldn't help but wonder how much effort the predecessors had put in to preserve these delicacies during the chaotic times. While eating, Fangzhu arrived at the practitioner base and headed straight to the underground training ground, where he successfully found Shin Tupeng, who had just finished breakfast as well. "You're here." Shin Tupeng nodded at Fangzhu and then pointed to a small room nearby, saying, "Go wait there. I need to arrange training for the others first." "Okay, instructor," Fangzhu replied with a nod. Just as they were talking, Wang Yingxue walked in from outside. She was dressed in activewear, her high ponytail giving her a heroic and elegant appearance. "Why is she here so early today?" Fangzhu wondered curiously, nodding at Wang Yingxue. Wang Yingxue smiled faintly and approached the two, saying to Shin Tupeng, "Instructor, I'm going to train first. I'll join the theory class later." "Alright, go ahead." Shin Tupeng waved his hand with a smile. Fangzhu then saw the girl turn and enter the training ground, starting to run laps. He turned his head and curiously asked, "Instructor, what's going on with her? She's been like this for the past couple of days, really motivated to train. It seems she was a bit stimulated the night we caught the Abyssal original." Shin Tupeng thought for a moment and said, "That's good, her talent is strong, and increasing the training intensity will help her grow faster." Fangzhu nodded, not asking further, and turned to walk towards the small room. Pushing the door open, Fangzhu immediately saw the anvil set up on the floor. He slapped his forehead inside as he sat down on a nearby stool. So it was indeed about forging. He had thought the city would use other methods to test his talent, but in the end, it was still forging. After waiting for a moment, Fangzhu got up and carefully examined the anvil. Then, with a wave of his right hand, an ancient forging hammer suddenly appeared in his grasp. The overall material of this hammer was extremely unique. Fangzhu had never heard of or seen anything like it before. Upon closer inspection, the hammer bore the same savage beast pattern as the alchemy furnace, and a wild aura gradually emanated as Fangzhu swung it. This was the legendary forging master's talent hammer. Fangzhu had a feeling that at this moment, the forging hammer in his hand was like an extension of his body. He could control it perfectly, even though it was the first time he had summoned it. Setting the forging hammer aside, Fangzhu waved his hand again, and a brush radiating golden light suddenly appeared in his palm. The brush handle was also engraved with patterns of savage beasts, exuding a wild aura. Fangzhu had a vague sense that these three pieces of equipment seemed to form a set. Perhaps they could be called the Wild Set. Just as he was preparing to study the forging hammer and the seal brush, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and Shin Tupeng entered with a refined middle-aged man. Fangzhu had never seen this middle-aged man before, but he still politely extended his hand. "Let me introduce you, this is the strongest blacksmith in Dingbei City, Mr. Su Tsong," Shin Tupeng said seriously. "Hello, Mr. Su." Fangzhu shook hands with him, unable to help but take a closer look at the man. To be honest, this man's appearance did not resemble that of a blacksmith at all. If he wasn't a muscular man, he at least should have looked a bit more rugged. Su Tsong revealed a cultured and easygoing smile, his voice gentle as he said, "Hello, Fangzhu. Thank you for what you did a couple of days ago." Fangzhu was slightly taken aback, then realized he was referring to the incident where he helped the professionals capture the Abyssal entity. I was just doing my duty, Fang Zhu smiled, not taking credit. Those who died in battle deserve to be remembered. He, to be honest, hadn't really sacrificed much. If it weren't for your rare-level rejuvenation pill, my nephew wouldn't have survived, so you are a benefactor to our Su family, Su Tsang said very earnestly. Fang Zhu didn't know what to say for a moment and could only continue to be modest. He was indeed a bit unaccustomed to the feeling of having unknowingly become someone else's savior. After a few exchanges, Su Tsang pointed to the anvil and said, "Let's get started." Fang Zhu nodded, feeling slightly nervous. He wasn't worried about failing the assessment, but rather had a sense of reverence for a true master. Su Tsang didn't notice the change in Fang Zhu's expression. He waved his hand, and a block of iron, the size of a thigh, appeared on the ground. "First, forge the iron block for me to see," Su Tsang said with a smile. Fang Zhu placed it on the anvil and then picked up the forging hammer, starting to strike it with a clanging sound. Normally, this kind of forging would require heating the iron block to soften it, but Fang Zhu instinctively felt that it wasn't necessary. His forging hammer seemed capable of striking anything in the world. Su Tsang's gaze suddenly sharpened at this scene, and his breathing became slightly rapid. After a few minutes, the iron block in front of Fang Zhu had actually changed shape like clay. Su Tsang hesitated for a moment, then suddenly said, "Continue forging, follow your instincts, and just give me a finished product in the end." Fang Zhu was taken aback for a moment, nodded, and began to swing the forging hammer again. Sparks flew from the iron block, and Su Tsang's eyes grew brighter. Fang Zhu's forging completely defied all standards and rules, but the iron block in his hands kept changing, and before he knew it, a cold gleam had burst forth from the iron block. This could no longer be described as a skillful feat. Fang Zhu was completely performing magic. Su Tsang felt that the forging experience he had accumulated over decades had completely collapsed. He had never imagined that forging could be such a simple task, just striking with a hammer could shape a weapon. He looked at Shin Tu-Peng beside him, who also wore a shocked expression, as if he had seen a ghost. Su Tsang murmured, "Is a legendary-level blacksmith this strong? Goodness, what on earth is happening here?" Shin Tu-Peng exclaimed involuntarily. Fang Zhu did not pay attention to the two. He was now fully immersed in the forging process, his hammer flying up and down, a rough long sword already taking shape on the anvil. Su Tsang's hands trembled slightly, the scene before him reminding him of his time as an apprentice, when his master's forging skills seemed incredibly exquisite, completely beyond imitation. But Fang Zhu's technique, not to mention imitating it, he couldn't even understand it. Half an hour later, Fang Zhu stopped hammering. At this moment, a delicate long sword radiating a faint silver light lay on the anvil. No need for any materials, no need for forging or quenching, all it took was a hammer, and as long as Fang Zhu hammered away, the weapon would instantly take shape. Fang Zhu wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled at Su Tsang, saying, "Master Su, what do you think of this?" Su Tsang took a deep breath, slowly approached the anvil, and picked up the long sword. Name, fine iron long sword, rare level. Description, a solid and sharp long sword forged as a single piece. Special attribute, slightly increased durability. Su Tsang stared at the information of the long sword for a long time without speaking. When did a weapon with a special attribute become so easy to forge? Fang Zhu also didn't know how well he had forged it. His luck wasn't great this time, as he hadn't triggered the second and third talents of a forger, so he looked at Su Tsang, waiting for his evaluation. Generally speaking, only weapons of rare level and above would have special attributes, and only a very small portion of rare level weapons would possess them. The longsword Fang Zhu forged wasn't particularly exquisite, yet it was his first time forging, and it even had a special attribute. Su Tsang struggled to control his emotions. He just wanted to ask the heavens why there was such a huge gap between rare level and legendary level professions. That's right, he was a rare level forger, a rank that had basically represented the highest level of forgers before Fang Zhu appeared, and no rare level forger had ever emerged. But what about Fang Zhu? Not only did he raise the rank by his own strength, but he also heavily struck the confidence of all forgers. It turned out that legendary level professions could be self-taught. In fact, it was also the fault of Secretary Lu and Zhao Hanguo. They hadn't tested Fang Zhu in alchemy from the beginning, so they didn't understand the power of legendary level professions. They just thought Fang Zhu had studied alchemy before. Moreover, there were too few legendary level professions, and there were too few examples to refer to. The combination of multiple factors led to no one really knowing how powerful Fang Zhu was. Su Tsang set the long sword aside, nodded seriously, and said, "The forging is good. Achieving this level on your first try is already impressive." Hearing this, Fang Zhu finally felt relieved. He wasn't sure what level ordinary forgers could reach. Although he had alchemists as a reference, the two fields were different, and it was possible that forgers in this era were generally stronger than alchemists. "So does this mean I passed the assessment?" Fang Zhu asked. Sootsong turned to look at Shintu Pang with a somewhat speechless expression. Passed the assessment. This level would be considered average among forgers nationwide. With a little training, it could reach a higher standard. What was there to assess? But Sootsong didn't understand the city's intentions at this moment. He thought for a moment and ultimately decided to slightly temper Fangzhu's enthusiasm. After all, he was still young, and it wouldn't be good if he became arrogant. Well, I suppose you barely passed. Although there were some issues during the forging process, they can all be resolved through learning, Sootsang said in a deep voice, the demeanor of a master evident. Fangzhu nodded, thinking to himself that it was indeed the case. In front of a true master, his forging was still too immature. Shintu Peng had some understanding of forging, and when he heard Sootsang say that, he almost couldn't maintain his expression. Alright, let's leave the forging at that for now. You wait here for a moment, and we'll proceed to the next item, Shintu Peng said, making an effort to keep his expression calm. Sootsang left the room with the long sword forged by Fangzhu. He was still a bit dazed. Fangzhu's performance had nearly shattered his confidence and collapsed his worldview, but Sootsang had been navigating society for many years and could still barely control his emotions. He felt he had to report this matter to the Forging Master Association. Legendary level professions were so powerful that they completely exceeded his expectations. Being a step ahead is genius, but being 5 or 10 steps ahead, that's a monster. In fact, not only do forging masters have associations, but most auxiliary professions have their own associations as well. However, the situation in Dingbei City was special. The government had focused most of its energy on the secret realms, so the Alchemist Association still had no idea that a legendary figure like Fangzhu existed. Naturally, it was even less likely for the situation in Jinhe City to be known. Wouldn't that be slapping themselves in the face? Shintu Peng also left the room, and Fangzhu sat on the stool, recalling the entire forging process he had just gone through. To be honest, forging was simpler and easier than he had imagined. Legendary level forging masters truly lived up to their reputation. However, Fangzhu still tried to find his mistakes during the forging process. Although he could ensure that every forging was successful, if he did well enough, he might be able to improve the quality of the produced items. After waiting for a short while, Shintu Peng returned with an elderly man. The man was not tall, but his gaze was extremely sharp. As soon as the old man entered, he looked at Fangzhu, and Fangzhu immediately felt as if he was being seen through. It was as if, in front of this old man, he had no secrets at all. Fangzhu took a slight breath, trying hard to make his expression appear normal. Hee, young friend, there's no need to be nervous, the old man said as he took a couple of steps forward, revealing a kind smile. Hello, my name is Fangzhu, Fangzhu said, extending his hand politely. The old man's aura was much stronger than Sootsang's. Just standing there made one feel a bit breathless. You can call me Master Gu, the old man nodded slightly, exuding an imposing presence without anger. Alright, Master Gu, Fangzhu said while glancing at Shintu Peng. Shintu Peng sensed that the atmosphere between the two seemed a bit off, but upon reflection, it made sense. Master Gu was not easy to get along with, and ordinary people really couldn't engage in light-hearted banter with him. So, Shintu Peng stepped forward to ease the tension. Master Gu, don't you have a meeting to attend later? Why don't we start preparing now? Shintu Peng said with a smile. That works. Master Gu glanced at Fangzhu, then suddenly extended his right hand and made a couple of gestures in the air. The next moment, a mysterious rune appeared in mid-air and shot towards Fangzhu's chest. Fangzhu was taken aback and quickly sidestepped to avoid it, but the rune was incredibly fast. He had barely moved half a step when it struck him hard in the chest. Puff! Fangzhu was sent flying back, crashing heavily against the wall a few meters away before coming to a stop. Shintu Peng's expression changed slightly, but he ultimately did not stop Master Gu's actions. Fangzhu coughed as he got up from the ground. Although he had been knocked back 2 or 3 meters, he wasn't injured, just feeling a bit sore. Master Gu, are we starting off with something so intense? Fangzhu said, moving his shoulders and grinning through gritted teeth. Master Gu smiled and continued to carve runes in the air. This time, Fangzhu reacted quickly. He summoned his seal pen and began to carve in the air as well. 2 seconds later, the runes before Master Gu were completed, while the runes in front of Fangzhu were only half done. Not good, Fangzhu thought to himself, quickly retracting his outstretched right hand and skillfully dodging to the side. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the rune drawn by Master Gu grazed Fangzhu's body and crashed into the wall behind him, creating a small dent in the wall made of an unknown material. Fangzhu gasped, realizing that the power of the rune just now was significantly greater than the first one. If it had hit him, it would surely have caused injury. Without hesitation, he got up from the ground and immediately began to carve the rune again. Master Gu observed this scene, a hint of barely noticeable appreciation flashing in his eyes. He deliberately slowed down just a bit, allowing Feng Zhu to successfully complete his rune. 5 seconds later, a delicate rune appeared before Feng Zhu, spinning in the air before shooting straight towards Master Gu. Master Gu snorted lightly, not dodging or avoiding it, choosing instead to take it head-on. Bang! The rune struck Master Gu's chest, and he stood his ground as if he felt nothing from the impact. But upon closer inspection, small tears appeared in the robe he wore, exposing a small portion of his aged skin. Come again, Master Gu nodded slightly, his expression unchanged. But in reality, he was extremely shocked, nearly gasping in surprise. How could a newly minted rune master carve such a powerful attacking rune? The rune master was indeed a fascinating profession. It could not only add various effects to weapons and equipment but could also transform into a semi-combat profession when needed. This was why two people could use runes to clash. Moreover, a rune master could combine with a talisman master to advance into a more powerful celestial rune master, a profession that balanced offense and defense with almost no weaknesses. Of course, it was still too early to discuss this. Feng Zhu was far from changing professions. As Master Gu pondered, he carved a peculiar rune in mid-air, and the next second, he vanished from the room. Feng Zhu was momentarily stunned, then realized that the other party had activated an invisibility rune. In that case, he did not hesitate and gently tapped his forehead with the seal pen. Instantly, his vision changed, and the old man's ethereal and blurry figure appeared before Feng Zhu's eyes. Heavenly Eye! Master Gu was truly taken aback this time. How could a low-level rune master activate the Heavenly Eye? Master Gu finally understood why Su Tsung had shown that mix of despair and slight joy when he left just now. It was indeed despair. Facing such prodigies, they, as practitioners who had progressed step by step, were truly powerless. The old man did not launch another attack, his figure gradually became clearer in the air, and his expression was quite strange. Seeing this, Feng Zhu stood up straight, puzzled, and put away the seal pen in his hand. Shin Tupeng beside him was equally confused. What had happened? Why did the test suddenly stop halfway? Truly impressive for the younger generation, the old man said softly. Feng Zhu did not quite understand this statement, or rather, he did not feel that his performance was particularly outstanding. Master Gu had clearly held back, otherwise, given the other party's ability to draw runes without needing a seal pen, Feng Zhu felt he would be pressed to the ground within 5 moves. This was a normal situation. Master Gu was already of advanced age, with combat experience and level far surpassing his own. Therefore, Feng Zhu did not feel much discouragement, but at the same time, he did not think of himself as particularly exceptional. A legendary-level rune master was indeed impressive, but compared to a true master, he was still quite inexperienced. But Master Gu did not think so. His current thoughts were similar to Su Tsung's. It was astonishing that a legendary-level profession could be self-taught and could skillfully use techniques that others had spent years mastering. This kind of insight and talent was terrifying. With just a little cultivation, one could soar to great heights. It was not an exaggeration to say that Feng Zhu's emergence had directly overturned these professions. As long as the country gave him time to grow, he would eventually become the most powerful support professional, without a doubt. As Master Gu pondered, he suddenly laughed out loud, the imposing aura he carried dissipating entirely. Feng Zhu was left bewildered, not understanding what had happened. However, Shin Tupeng had caught on to a bit of the situation, having already witnessed Feng Zhu's abilities during the recent forging test. Master Gu, regarding Feng Zhu's test. Before Shin Tupeng could finish his question, Master Gu burst into hearty laughter, looking quite pleased. Haha, of course he passed. Feng Zhu truly lives up to his legendary-level profession. We are about to have a great talent emerge in Dingbei City. Master Gu did not hold back in his praise for Feng Zhu, making the young man feel a bit shy. Oh, no, Feng Zhu scratched his head, revealing a somewhat silly smile. He knew his profession was strong, but he was uncertain just how strong it could be. At that moment, after hearing Su Tsung and Master Gu's compliments, he finally understood that perhaps his talent was indeed extraordinarily impressive. Even the top forgers and rune masters in Huagua would find Feng Zhu's talent unmatched. Feng Zhu, would you be willing to join the Rune Master Association? Master Gu suddenly spoke up. Once you join the association, you will learn a lot of knowledge and materials that ordinary rune masters cannot access. It's all benefits with no drawbacks. Feng Zhu was taken aback, looking at Shin Tupeng with some confusion. Shin Tupeng quickly explained, the Rune Master Association is a semi-official organization with branches in various cities. It's a place for rune masters to communicate and learn. Feng Zhu nodded to show he understood, but then he realized another question. Since there was a Rune Master Association, was there also an Alchemist Association and a Forger Association? So he asked this question. Shin Tupeng immediately replied without thinking, of course there is. Why didn't anyone tell me? Feng Zhu asked, puzzled. Shin Tu-Peng suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, he seemed to have really forgotten to mention it to Fang Zhu. It wasn't that he had forgotten, but he thought it was common knowledge. However, hearing Fang Zhu ask this, he realized he might have made a mistake. But it wasn't a big deal, it was still timely to mention it now. So Shin Tu-Peng quickly explained, most support professions have their own dedicated associations. If you want to join, you can sign up at the headquarters of the professional association in the Southern District and pass the assessment. Fang Zhu nodded in realization, not paying too much attention to the matter. Shin Tu-Peng secretly wiped his brow, relieved that no one noticed his oversight. So, Fang Zhu, will you join our Rune Master Association? Master Gu smiled and glanced at Shin Tu-Peng before continuing to ask. Fang Zhu hardly hesitated, as he had already learned from Shin Tu-Peng about the usefulness of these associations for him at this moment. I agree, Fang Zhu said with a smile to Master Gu. Good, I'll arrange it for you later. Just remember to come to the association in the next few days. Master Gu laughed again. After chatting for a while longer, Master Gu left, as he had an important meeting to attend, which Fang Zhu guessed might be related to the Abyssal origin. At this point, only Fang Zhu and Shin Tu-Peng remained in the room. Shin Tu-Peng patted Fang Zhu's shoulder, and a look of envy and approval gradually appeared on his face, which had rarely shown a smile. Very good, very good. The city really didn't misjudge the person. Fang Zhu understood upon hearing this that Shin Tu-Peng was also in the know about the plan. It seemed that only a small part of the growth plan concerning him was known, otherwise, Su Tsang and Master Gu wouldn't have been so polite towards him just now. At that moment, outside the room, in a corner unnoticed by others, the King of Hell also revealed a smile. It was hard to read much expression on his scarred face, and to others, the smile even seemed a bit sinister. Indeed, it's time to make contact with him, the King of Hell said, and his body slowly vanished into the air. Fang Zhu put away the forging hammer and seal pen on the table and looked at Shin Tu-Peng, asking, Instructor, how should I arrange my next steps? First, train. Although your potential is good, you're still quite inexperienced, Shin Tu-Peng replied gently. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu suddenly shivered. He had a feeling that the instructor's sudden gentleness was hiding something sinister. Leaving the room, the two arrived at the training ground, where others had just finished gathering. The potential test Fang Zhu had just undergone took a little over an hour, so it was just the right time for the normal training session. According to the plan from yesterday, Fang Zhu's test today was mainly to assess his potential, after which the city would arrange his subsequent training plan. However, Fang Zhu had a vague feeling that what the city really wanted to see was what his legendary level profession looked like. Alchemists, blacksmiths, and rune masters had never reached legendary level, so these people were unclear about what a legendary profession could achieve. They could only arrange a test to understand Fang Zhu's capabilities. Fang Zhu didn't mind others knowing about his abilities. A profession couldn't be hidden, and once the city knew, he could openly do some things, like improving the strong body pills. What he truly wanted to hide was the fact that he could draw gold cards every day. Until he had firmly established himself in this world, Fang Zhu couldn't let others know that he could produce gold daily. That would bring him endless trouble, and it wasn't impossible for him to be captured and treated as a card drawing machine. In the mayor's office of the North Dingbei City Government Building, the King of Hell placed the teacup he had just sipped from on the table and said solemnly to Zhao Hangu, the King of Hell team will officially make contact with Fang Zhu tomorrow. Zhao Hangu showed little surprise at this. He seemed to have anticipated it long ago. After a moment of silence, Zhao Hangu picked up his teacup and slowly asked, did he pass the assessment? He passed, and performed well. Zhao Hangu nodded, his expression neutral, making it hard to discern his thoughts. With Fang Zhu's help, your casualty rate will likely decrease significantly. The secret team doesn't talk about casualties, we only speak of sacrifices, the King of Hell said emphatically. Zhao Hangu revealed an ambiguous expression. He didn't think sacrifices were bad, he just didn't like the King of Hell's tendency to bring up sacrifices so readily. I want to be present when you make contact with Fang Zhu tomorrow, Zhao Hangu suddenly said. The King of Hell was slightly taken aback, and after a moment of silence, he nodded and said, alright. At that moment, in the practitioner's base, Fang Zhu lay on the desk, unable to move. He had just run 15 kilometers at the fastest speed of his life, and after finishing, he even vaguely sought his great-grandmother. Fang Zhu couldn't help but mutter under his breath, damn it, this is inhumane. He had thought today's physical training was just an additional 5 kilometers, but unexpectedly, Shin Tu-Peng had directly summoned a flying sword to follow behind them. As soon as someone slowed down, Shin Tu-Peng would pierce the floor beneath their feet with his long sword. No one dared to gamble on whether Shin Tu-Peng's attack would land on them, so they could only run as fast as they could. Shin Tu-Peng skillfully controlled the pace, keeping the long sword in a state of poised tension, a sense of fear that forced Fang Zhu and the others to not dare to relax even a little. Now, it wasn't just Fang Zhu who felt weak all over. the others were in a similar state. Wang Yingxue was slightly better off. After all, she was a rare combat profession, and with a bit of training, her physical condition could improve. Fang Zhu gasped for a long time before recovering. He looked at Wang Yingxue, who appeared calm, and sighed softly. Why couldn't he draw a combat profession? Even a very ordinary combat profession could enhance his physical abilities. But it seemed like he was under a curse. Every day, the golden cards he drew had nothing to do with profession cards. Wait! Fang Zhu's spirit jolted. He suddenly remembered he hadn't drawn cards today. He still had fate fragments in hand, so he might as well use them. Just as Fang Zhu was about to leave the classroom, Shinta Peng's voice came from outside. Everyone quiet down, there are no theory classes today. I'm taking you to the secret realm. As Shinta Peng spoke, he walked into the classroom. The classroom instantly fell silent. Everyone held their breath, looking at Shinta Peng in surprise. This was indeed something no one had anticipated. According to the plan, they were supposed to go to the secret realm in a week, but now it was happening early? Fang Zhu almost instantly understood. This was likely because of him, due to that 1-month growth plan. At that moment, Shinta Peng's gaze turned towards him, and Fang Zhu exchanged a glance with him, as if their eyes were saying, everything is unspoken. Well, it seemed the city was indeed quite anxious. Stop dawdling, gather outside. Shinta Peng clapped his hands and then left the classroom. Everyone immediately stood up, chattering excitedly. Brother Feng, what's going on? Didn't you say we wouldn't be able to go to the secret realm for another week? A seemingly young practitioner asked. Feng He also looked puzzled, but he tried to offer his guess. The city might have other arrangements. I heard the secret realm isn't very peaceful right now, so they probably want us to adapt quickly. Then Brother Feng, you must be in your element. It's just okay. I still don't know which secret realm we're going to, so I can't say for sure. Feng He, flattered by his younger brothers, wore a smug smile. He was a typical example of someone with a strong physique but a simple mind. He could hardly pay attention in theory classes, but when it came to training in combat, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The secret realm was truly Feng He's territory. He had achieved 3rd place in practical training during the last special training session, but was last in the theory exam, which was why he was sent back to participate in the 2nd special training session. Soon, everyone gathered in the training field outside. Fang Zhu couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Ever since he crossed over, he had heard so much about the secret realm, but he had never had the chance to see it for himself. Now that he finally had the opportunity, he decided not to blink and to memorize all the details of the secret realm. But where exactly was the secret realm? Fang Zhu thought for a moment and realized he didn't even know where the secret realm in Dingbei City was. Shinta Peng hadn't mentioned it during their theory classes. Fang Zhu wasn't the only one with this doubt, but Shinta Peng quickly answered their questions. The secret realm in Dingbei City is in the suburbs. When we're on the road, don't ask too many questions or look around too much. You don't have the free passage rights to the secret realm yet, understand? Yes. Everyone replied in unison, full of spirit. Shinta Peng nodded. It seemed the training during this time had not been in vain. He then led everyone out of the training field on the -1st floor, turning left and right until they reached the back door of the base. At that moment, a bus was already waiting by the roadside. Everyone boarded the bus in order, and Fang Zhu naturally sat next to Wang Yingxue. The others still dared not approach this ice and snow goddess, and only Fang Zhu, with the other party's tacit approval and his own thick skin, could interact with Wang Yingxue like a friend. The bus started, and Shinta Peng stood beside the driver's seat, facing the crowd, his expression serious as he explained the precautions before and after entering the secret realm. You can think of the secret realm as a separate little world, but in this world, there is no civilization to communicate with, only endless strange beasts. These strange beasts will find ways to break through the gate of the secret realm and come into our world after a certain period. We usually refer to this collective attack by strange beasts as a secret realm riot. Currently, all professionals are working towards one goal: to eliminate the strange beasts and establish our own bases in various secret realms, utilizing the resources within. However, the strange beasts in the secret realm cannot be completely eradicated. Even if we use the strength of the nation to kill all the strange beasts in a certain secret realm, they will reappear after a while. Therefore, there must always be professionals present in the secret realm, monitoring the strange beasts while also controlling their numbers. This time we are heading to a low-level secret realm, the Fire Rabbit secret realm. Once we enter, do not run around, listen to my commands throughout the process. If you have any thoughts, report them to me first and only act after receiving my approval. Although the Fire Rabbit is a low-level strange beast, it is not something you rookies can handle. You must always be cautious. Shinta Peng admonished like a mother hen. If his appearance were seen by professionals familiar with him, they would be greatly surprised, for Shinta Peng was known to everyone as a cold-blooded warrior. Only at this moment would he show a completely different side, for For the people before him were the hope of Ding Bay City, the future pillars of Huagua. After the bus left the base, it entered the highway from the nearest entrance, and the scenery outside the window changed rapidly, soon leaving the urban area behind. About an hour later, Fangzhu saw several strange buildings appear at the end of his sight. They looked peculiar because they resembled miniature Sydney opera houses, with hemispherical bodies made of some unknown material, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Looking around, these strange buildings were clustered together, seemingly numbering over a dozen. Before Fangzhu could ask the others what they were, he heard Shin Tu-Peng's voice coming from the front of the bus. Those buildings are the gates to the secret realms. Each gate leads to a different secret realm. Fangzhu was somewhat surprised. He had originally thought these secret realms were scattered throughout the suburbs, but he didn't expect them to be concentrated together. From their current position, the gates to the secret realms were huddled together, occupying much less space than he had imagined. The bus continued forward, and soon they approached the gates, arriving at the foot of the spherical buildings. A sense of oppression rushed towards them from those structures, the smooth, jade-like unknown metal giving off a fantastical and sacred feeling. Armed soldiers were seen everywhere on the road connecting these gates, and some standardized mechanical units that Fangzhu had never seen before passed by in formation. There are troops stationed near the gates of the secret realms year-round. What you see now is the 3rd professional group of the Northern Military District, Shin Tu-Peng introduced to everyone, clearly familiar with the area. Some patrol teams stopped in their tracks upon seeing the bus, watching as Fangzhu and the others passed by. Soon, the bus passed the first checkpoint and smoothly arrived deep within the complex of the secret realm gates. Suddenly, a professional trainee asked, "Instructor, do we not need to undergo an inspection?" "You don't need to. From the moment you all stepped into this area, every one of you has been thoroughly scrutinized, even down to what underwear you're wearing in the command room," Shin Tu-Peng said in a low voice. Wang Yingxue and a few other girls curled their lips at his crude language, seeming a bit uncomfortable with it. A few minutes later, the bus came to a slow stop, and Shin Tu-Peng began to signal everyone to get off. Fangzhu lagged behind the group, and as he stepped out of the vehicle, the oppressive feeling of the spherical building hit him once again. It was hard for him to describe his current feelings, as if some entity that only existed in dreams had suddenly descended into reality, and the runes shimmering on the walls felt like the veins of a giant beast, sending shivers down his spine. "Alright, if you've seen enough, follow me," Shin Tu-Peng said coldly. At that moment, he exuded an aura of iron-blooded ruthlessness, and everyone quieted their emotions, silently following behind him. As they walked through a large metal door, Fangzhu and the others saw the interior of the spherical building. It was an incredibly spacious hall, and at the end of the hall was a massive portal that rippled like flowing water, the true entrance to the secret realm. Next to the entrance of the secret realm, dozens of uniquely shaped yet powerful large constructs were neatly arranged, extending dark pipes toward the portal at the end of the hall. Without needing Shin Tu-Peng to explain, everyone understood the purpose of those large constructs with just a glance. They were the second-to-last line of defense for the secret realm's gate. If the beasts from the secret realm broke through, these constructs would unleash powerful attacks to annihilate them right there. Of course, the government had also considered the worst-case scenario. If the attacks from these weapons failed and the beasts from the secret realm fully entered the real world, then these professionals would form the last line of defense to protect the safety of Huagua and its people. Shin Tu-Peng walked at the front and greeted the soldiers approaching him, then took out a document from his backpack and handed it over. "Welcome," the soldier said after reading the document, giving a crisp military salute. "Yes, we plan to stay inside for 6 hours. If any accidents occur, I will request assistance from the outpost," Shin Tu-Peng said seriously. "With Captain Shin leading, there won't be any accidents," the soldier replied with a smile. Shin Tu-Peng waved his hand and lightly patted the soldier's shoulder. "If your combat skills were as good as your talk, you'd already be a squad leader." The soldier scratched his head, smiling a bit shyly. "Alright, enough talk. Let's go in," Shin Tu-Peng said, waving his hand behind him, and Fangzhu and the others immediately followed. Standing before the portal that rippled like flowing water, Fangzhu couldn't help but hold his breath. The portal was beautiful, so beautiful that it was hard to look away, the shimmering surface resembling the most captivating lake in the world. "Let's go," Shin Tu-Peng said softly, then lifted his leg and stepped inside. His figure blended into the lake surface, gradually sinking in, disappearing without a trace in just a few seconds. The ripples that had just been stirred by his entrance slowly calmed, and the entire portal quickly fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of excitement and anticipation. Fangzhu raised an eyebrow, surprised that Shin Tu-Peng had entered the secret realm's gate without waiting for them. However, he quickly realized this was to prevent any unexpected occurrences within the secret realm. After all, those outside couldn't understand the situation inside in real time, so Shin Tu-Peng had to go in first as a scout. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Shin Tu-Peng's figure emerged from the flowing portal once again. He nodded to everyone, then pointed to the person at the front and said, "Walk in order." The line instantly began to move, with Fang Zhu at the back. When everyone had entered the secret realm, Fang Zhu arrived at the portal, and only he and Shin Tu-Peng remained outside. The iron-blooded instructor revealed a faint smile. "Don't stray too far from me later." "I understand," Fang Zhu replied, then lifted his leg and walked toward the door. A soft white light obscured his vision, and Fang Zhu felt as if his senses were momentarily blinded by something, his body becoming weightless as if it had no mass at all. "So this is what it feels like to enter the secret realm," Fang Zhu murmured to himself. At that moment, he had passed through the flowing portal, yet his consciousness had not returned to his body for a long time. Fang Zhu did not know how long this state lasted until a sound came from beside his ear. At first, it was just the sound of wind rustling through the leaves, then there were distant, ethereal voices. Gradually, Fang Zhu felt those voices becoming clearer. A man's voice seemed to be right next to him, while the sound of the wind slowly faded away. Finally, the white light in his vision began to dissipate, and Fang Zhu saw a blurred scene, with people and buildings overlapping like a giant mosaic. After a while, his vision finally cleared up completely. He saw his classmates from the special training class, the low, sprawling buildings, soldiers fully armed passing right in front of him, and the distinctly different scenery of the secret realm. "Awake?" Shin Tu-Peng's voice sounded from behind. Fang Zhu turned around and asked, somewhat confused, "What happened? How long was I unconscious?" Everyone experiences this feeling of losing consciousness the first time they pass through the portal of the secret realm. You might think you were out for a long time, but in reality, you were just dazed for about 2 seconds, Shin Tu-Peng explained slowly. Legendary class professions are indeed enviable. Others entered before you but still haven't woken up. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu immediately looked around, and sure enough, his classmates all had dazed expressions, their eyes vacant. Even Wang Yingxue was the same, but she usually had a deadpan expression, so now she looked adorably dazed. Fang Zhu shifted his gaze from the others to the nearby buildings, which were neat barracks constructed from some unknown material, exuding an intimidating atmosphere. This was the forward base, the foundation of Huagui in this secret realm. However, the Fire Rabbit secret realm was only a low-level one, so there weren't many soldiers stationed at the entire forward base, and the barracks area wasn't very large. Still, it was Fang Zhu's first time seeing such a scene, and he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Just then, a soft whimpering sound suddenly came from beside him. Fang Zhu looked in the direction of the sound and found Wang Yingxue blinking her eyes, her pupils regaining their luster. "Awake?" Fang Zhu asked, mimicking Shin Tu-Peng's tone. Wang Yingxue nodded slightly, looking completely unfazed by the situation. This left Fang Zhu surprised, as he recalled that Shin Tu-Peng had never mentioned losing consciousness when passing through the portal. "You weren't there the day the instructor talked about the precautions for the portal." Wang Yingxue seemed to guess what Fang Zhu was thinking and said coldly. Fang Zhu was momentarily speechless. Well, that made sense. After a moment, everyone finally snapped out of their daze. Feng He, true to his martial general type, was among the top 5 to wake up. "From now on, all of you must strictly follow my orders. Without my permission, you cannot leave my side by more than 5 meters. Do you understand?" Shin Tu-Peng said sternly. "Yes," everyone replied in unison. "Well, follow me," Shin Tu-Peng said, turning to walk towards the camp. At that moment, about 100 meters away, 2 teams of soldiers had already formed ranks, holding standard weapons, their eyes revealing an unmistakable ferocity. "In a moment, I, along with the 2nd and 3rd squads, will ensure your safety. Your task today is to observe, to see every detail that follows clearly. Do not think about taking action. Taking action will harm everyone," Shin Tu-Peng said, his tone calm, but everyone could sense his seriousness. If someone were to disregard his words, it would likely lead to a death training session upon their return. Feng He was well aware of the intensity of the special training. What they were experiencing now was merely an appetizer. Simple running and combat training could only help a person improve but could not lead to transformation. Only the life and death struggles in the secret realm could truly foster growth in a person. Of course, it was clear that this was not a life and death situation. Moments later, Shin Tu-Peng led the group to meet with the 2nd and 3rd squads. To ensure their safety, the army in the Fire Rabbit secret realm had dispatched 50 men. More than 50 elite combat professionals protecting 13 individuals. Anyone would call that extravagant. "Let's go!" Shin Tu-Peng waved his hand, and the 2nd squad slowly began to walk out of the camp. At this moment, Fang Zhu and the others, inexperienced as they were, found themselves in the middle of the entire team, with the 2nd squad in front and the 3rd squad behind. Shin Tu-Peng stood beside them, ready to respond to any emergencies. The camp was not large, and after about 10 minutes of walking, they had exited the base's perimeter. However, they could still see the towering watchtowers around them, indicating they were still in a guarded area. As they continued forward, the scenery changed, revealing a vast, endless grassland before them, the true appearance of the fire rabbit's secret realm. The muddy ground they stood on had been painstakingly transformed by the army. Without this transformation, the area would be overgrown with weeds taller than a person, and the ferocious fire rabbits would spring from their burrows to launch surprise attacks. "Everyone, stay alert, we are going in," Shin Tu-Peng's voice rang out through the ranks. Fang Zhu immediately clenched his fists, a faint glow flickering in his hands, a sign that the rune pen was about to appear. His current attack and defense relied solely on runes. Alchemists and blacksmiths had little combat capability. However, legendary rune masters could accomplish quite a bit, and if he truly had the chance to act, he might not perform worse than an average combat professional. The 20 or so soldiers from the second squad were the first to step into the waist-high grass. The grass in this secret realm was quite strange. When someone walked on it, it produced a creaking sound, as if wheels were twisting on an epoxy floor. Fang Zhu felt nothing unusual, but one female classmate in the group showed an expression of discomfort, her arms crossed over her chest, rubbing her forearms nervously as she carefully followed the others. "Today's task is simple. Walk along the grassland until we reach the vicinity of Green Shade Lake to search for green fire ore. Regardless of whether we find it or not, we must return within 6 hours, Shin Tu-Peng announced loudly to the group. Just as he finished speaking, a rustling sound suddenly came from the tall grass, and the 50 soldiers immediately assumed combat stances upon hearing it. Fang Zhu and the others couldn't help but feel tense. They had never truly faced a beast and had no idea how powerful those entities, which had nearly destroyed human civilization, really were. Among the entire special training class, only Feng He had truly faced a beast, but he couldn't claim to be calm, as those creatures were genuinely life-threatening. In the next moment, a rabbit the size of a Tibetan mastiff sprang out from the grass, its entire body a fiery red, moving with astonishing speed, reaching the diagonal front of the line in the blink of an eye. The leading soldier drew the long knife from his back, shouted sharply, and charged forward, instantly entangling himself with the rabbit. The other soldiers stood guard around them, not rushing to intervene. Fang Zhu carefully observed the soldier's fighting style. The long knife was swung continuously in his hand, creating afterimages in the air. In less than a minute, several long wounds appeared on the fire rabbit, but those wounds were not fatal, and the rabbit continued to run and jump, launching one agile attack after another. Just then, several more fire rabbits emerged from the grass. These beasts covered in fiery red fur directly launched an assault on the group. The special training class members, except for Feng He, all showed expressions of surprise. No one expected to encounter such a situation just after leaving the outpost base. Soldiers from the second and third squads quickly moved to engage, trained to withstand the first wave of the fire rabbit's attack. Fang Zhu noticed that some soldiers were not using long knives but rather some kind of gem-encrusted staffs. In the army, we usually categorize professions into warriors, mages, priests, and assassins. Shin Tu-Peng's voice rang out in the line. Generally speaking, those who fight at close range with weapons are warriors, while those who engage in long-range combat are mages, and those with healing abilities are called priests. As for assassins, they might be elite teams that eliminate enemy leaders or scouts who infiltrate behind enemy lines. The army won't take the time to understand your profession. Here, you are just a soldier who obeys orders and fights for the country and the people. As Shin Tu-Peng spoke, the soldiers using staffs had already prepared themselves, and Fang Zhu saw various shapes of spells appear before them: fireballs, ice spikes, meteors, and even pitch-black skulls. In the next moment, all these spells shot out, and the air was instantly filled with continuous explosions. The fire rabbits attacking had no time to dodge and were all severely injured. It must be said that the spectacle of mages in battle was indeed much stronger than that of warriors. After the mages completed a round of volleys, the warrior soldiers paired up and began the final extermination of the fire rabbits. The battle quickly reached its conclusion. The injured fire rabbits were no match for the well-coordinated soldiers. This was a textbook-level encounter with precise coordination. Over 50 soldiers resolved the enemy in less than 5 minutes, with only 2 or 3 unfortunate ones sustaining minor injuries. Such injuries didn't even require the priest's intervention. The soldiers simply stopped the bleeding, and that was considered treatment. "Do you think the fire rabbits are easy to deal with?" Shin Tu-Peng suddenly asked. The students were taken aback, and a few even nodded instinctively. "Naive, childish," Shin Tu-Peng said bluntly. "They can kill the fire rabbits so easily because of years of combat experience, an instinct formed through countless life and death struggles. And you, who dares to say that you wouldn't retreat or feel fear when facing the fire rabbit's attack? You may have high-level special professions, but you are still too green. If it were a life and death struggle, any one of you present could be killed within 3 moves." At this point, Shin Tu-Peng took a deep breath, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone. "I won't say more. Whether you understand or not depends on yourselves." Fang Zhu understood what Shin Tu-Peng was trying to express. but he always felt that something was subtly off. The team continued to advance, and for the next hour or so, they encountered 2 more attacks from fire rabbits. The first time was manageable, as the number of fire rabbits was within the soldiers' capacity to handle. However, during the second attack, the number of fire rabbits suddenly surged to 30. The soldiers fought desperately, employing various tactics, but still could not resolve the situation in a short time. As the situation rapidly deteriorated and threatened the safety of the trainees, Shin Tu-Pang let out a cold snort, and his long sword suddenly unsheathed, slicing through the air in a graceful arc, instantly killing 3 fire rabbits. Shin Tu-Pang, the captain of the combat squad, truly lived up to his reputation as a rare-class professional sword immortal, demonstrating unparalleled combat power. With his assistance, the soldiers of the 2nd and 3rd squads gradually stabilized the situation and repelled the fire rabbit's attack. "Rest in place for a moment," Shin Tu-Pang said, wiping the blood from his sword, his expression serious. Fang Zhu sat on the grass, recalling the scenes he had witnessed that day, and suddenly realized a problem. It seemed that the fate system of this era was not as mature as he had imagined. Although professionals could accomplish many things, overall, it gave Fang Zhu a rough and superficial feeling, just like the watchtowers and the current battle. If it were in a technological era, things like watchtowers would not completely disappear, but they would not become the primary means of reconnaissance either. Various detection devices and instruments could perform better than watchtowers. As for combat, although the professionals possessed magical powers, only a small portion of that power was truly utilized. This was the part that Fang Zhu always felt was somewhat discordant. Clearly, the fate system could achieve more, yet most of the time, he felt completely disconnected from it. At this moment, he vaguely understood that the current fate system was still in a stage reliant on individual strength. Although there was a well-organized army here, the soldiers' combat methods were very primitive, as if the technologically advanced Wakanda were still fighting with spears and other cold weapons. This was unreasonable, very unreasonable. Fang Zhu felt as if there was a layer of window paper in front of him, and as long as he could break through it, he would grasp the key to the problem. He scratched his head and looked around. The fate system could definitely do more. As long as the mindset changed, Huagua would soar from then on. But what was this mindset? Fang Zhu's understanding, cultivated in the technological era, constantly collided with the thinking of this current era. Unconsciously, he stood up and walked towards a soldier not far away, under the puzzled gazes of the others. The soldier was equally confused, but he still politely asked, "Classmate, is there something you need? Can you show me your weapon?" Fang Zhu suddenly asked. The soldier was taken aback, not understanding what Fang Zhu meant by that. The squad leader, upon hearing Fang Zhu's question, immediately looked at Shin Tu-Pang, and after receiving a nod of affirmation, smiled and said, "No problem, classmate." The squad leader directly picked up the long knife commonly used by the soldier from the ground and handed it over. Fang Zhu thanked him and took the long knife in his hand. He carefully examined the standard long knife, and its information began to appear before him. Name, standard long knife, ordinary level, description, an ordinary weapon forged by a regular blacksmith, capable of injuring enemies. This long knife was unremarkable from top to bottom, and the item description was quite blunt. Fang Zhu thought for a moment, put down the long knife, and picked up a nearby staff. The staff seemed to be a bit more exquisite than the long knife, but the information that appeared told Fang Zhu that it was almost indistinguishable from the long knife. Name, standard staff, common level, description, a common weapon forged by ordinary blacksmiths, capable of casting simple spells. Fang Zhu did not speak, lowering his head to look at the other soldiers' waists and the ground in front of them, where their recently used weapons lay. As expected, everyone was using this very ordinary standard weapon, even the squad leader was no exception. "What's wrong, Fang Zhu?" asked the squad leader of the 2nd platoon, a sturdy young man with a dark complexion, puzzled. Fang Zhu came to his senses and quickly replied, "It's nothing, I'm just a bit curious. If you want one, I can get one from the warehouse for you when we get back," the dark-skinned squad leader said with a hearty laugh. Fang Zhu nodded and turned back to the academy's formation. Wang Yingxue glanced at him, her gaze thoughtful. Shin Tu-Pang got up and sat next to Fang Zhu, pointing at the standard weapons and asking, "Do you think they are very crude?" Fang Zhu looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect this burly man to see through his thoughts so easily. "Yeah, these soldiers' weapons are too simple. This long knife really doesn't have much attack power. It's basically the most basic weapon." Shin Tu-Pang sighed, somewhat helplessly saying, "Everyone knows this, but we have no way around it." "Why? The materials for forging these weapons shouldn't be lacking, right?" Fang Zhu asked, confused. The key reason for this situation is the number of blacksmiths. An ordinary or rare-level blacksmith needs 3 to 5 years of study to forge qualified weapons, and if these blacksmiths draw other professions during their studies, they are likely to choose to give up further learning as a blacksmith. This has led to a relatively small number of blacksmiths in our country, and even fewer who can stand on their own. The military has a huge demand for weapons, so a blacksmith cannot spend a long time making a single masterpiece. They must forge the most weapons in the shortest time possible, which is why these standard weapons came into being. The standard long knives and standard staffs you see have gone through several iterations, being the styles that take the least time to produce and have the best quality. A blacksmith can produce 2 of these long knives a day, which can basically meet the military's needs given the current number of blacksmiths in our country. Shin Tu-Pang spoke at length, and Fang Zhu grew increasingly silent as he listened. He felt he had grasped the key point. The reason the fate system is still in such a primitive stage is that it has not truly developed industrialization. Perhaps it's because drawing cards has increased people's laziness, or perhaps it's because professions have limited people's thinking. In any case, the people of this era have not taken that route, the one that could overturn everything. Fang Zhu took a deep breath, turned to Shin Tu-Pang, and said firmly and powerfully, "Instructor, I know what I should do in the future." Shin Tu-Pang was momentarily stunned. What are you going to do? I didn't understand." Seeing the expression on his face, Fang Zhu smiled and said nothing. The rest period was over, and Shin Tu-Pang did not ask further, getting up to call everyone to prepare to depart. A minute later, the small team set off again towards Green Shade Lake. After the recent battles, everyone in the special training class realized how extremely dangerous this place was. Without the soldiers' protection, at least half of them would have died in the previous hour. The secret realm is brutal. To survive, one must fight desperately. This time they were protected, but next time it might not be the same. Unknowingly, everyone advanced in the secret realm for another hour, and under the protection of the soldiers and Shin Tu-Pang, they all successfully reached Green Shade Lake. Fang Zhu looked ahead, and a vast, dark green lake appeared before his eyes. This was the center of the entire Fire Rabbit secret realm, the most valuable location within it. The military had originally intended to station a troop here to continuously harvest the special materials found in the Fire Rabbit secret realm, but they quickly realized that this was not feasible, as powerful fire rabbits constantly roamed around Green Shade Lake. These fire rabbits were likely the elite of their kind, characterized by their violent nature and strong aggression, making it difficult for soldiers to carry out their daily production tasks under their attacks. Thus, the military had to withdraw to the vicinity of the secret realm's entrance. If a low-level secret realm posed such challenges, it was hard to imagine the difficulties that would arise in a high-level one. Green Firestone is a stone with a mix of green and red, easy to identify. "Everyone stay together and follow us to search," the second squad leader shouted from the front of the line. "Yes," the trainees responded in unison. Just as they had walked along the edge of Green Shade Lake for a few hundred meters, 2 fire rabbits, each the size of a wild boar, suddenly charged out from an inconspicuous corner. These 2 fire rabbits were clearly elite. Not only were they larger, but their fur was also a more vibrant red, appearing from a distance like 2 flames flying close to the ground. Seeing this, the soldiers showed no signs of panic. They formed a defensive formation, with several tough and resilient professional soldiers at the front, buying time for their mage teammates to cast spells. For Shin Tu-Pang, this level of fire rabbit was manageable. With a bit of effort, he could take them down. However, he wouldn't act recklessly, as no one could be sure if greater dangers lurked behind. He had to conserve his strength. Fang Zhu watched the soldiers at the front, and a thought suddenly crossed his mind. He remembered that a certain profession he possessed might be able to assist these commendable soldiers. "Instructor, I request to use runes to help the soldiers fight," Fang Zhu said to Shin Tu-Pang. Shin Tu-Pang raised an eyebrow and immediately nodded in agreement. He didn't know if others could help the soldiers, but Fang Zhu certainly could. Fang Zhu stepped out of the line, and a rune pen appeared in his hand. The knowledge of runes flooded his mind, and he quickly determined the rune he would draw. At that moment, the 2 elite fire rabbits had already approached the soldiers' defensive line. Fang Zhu no longer hesitated. He waved the rune pen and drew a mysterious rune in the air. "Go!" Fang Zhu whispered. The solid stone rune spun in the air and then flew straight toward the front of the defensive line. In the next second, an invisible wave spread out, and the rune transformed into a barrier that enveloped the soldiers. At the same time, Fang Zhu completed his second rune, the sharp blade rune, which swiftly reached the side of the highest-ranking soldier. The soldier looked in amazement as the rune merged with the long knife in his hand, and he immediately felt an indescribable sharpness emanating from the blade. The sharp blade rune triggered Fang Zhu's second talent as a rune master, allowing it to last for a full hour. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the fire rabbit's attack struck the front soldier. The few soldiers skilled in defense successfully blocked the fierce impact of the fire rabbit with their long knives and the solid stone rune. Normally, after blocking such an attack, these soldiers would certainly be pushed back a distance, as the strength of elite fire rabbits far exceeded that of ordinary professionals. However, with Fang Zhu's runes, they not only stood their ground but also had the strength to grapple with the fire rabbits. The soldier who received the sharp blade rune would not miss this opportunity. He lunged forward, aiming his enhanced long knife at the enemy's neck and suddenly slashed down. Thud! The long knife plunged into the flesh, and a spray of fresh blood erupted instantly. The somewhat fragile neck of the fire rabbit was cleaved open, its head flung to the side. The soldiers watched the scene in surprise, as did Fang Zhu. He hadn't expected the power of the runes to be so strong, almost taking down a fire rabbit with just one strike. At that moment, another fire rabbit, seeing its companion dead, let out a shriek and opened its large mouth to bite the nearest soldier. Fang Zhu was close to the enemy and could clearly see the fire rabbit's menacing sharp teeth. The soldier naturally could not sit idly by. He raised his long knife horizontally in front of him, pushing off the ground with force to advance rather than retreat, and struck directly at the fire rabbit's gaping mouth. An invisible barrier flickered, the solid stone rune successfully blocking the enemy's attack, while his long knife tore through the fire rabbit's lips, ripping it all the way to the back of its head. Other soldiers quickly surrounded it, each delivering a blow to slay the fire rabbit. Thus, the two elite fire rabbits fell under the onslaught of the crowd, and the soldiers sheathed their long knives, looking gratefully at Fang Zhu and the team. They understood very well why they could so easily kill the fire rabbits. Fang Zhu's runes had directly elevated their attack and defense capabilities to a new level, making those elite fire rabbits seem no different from ordinary ones in their eyes. Shen Tupang also wore a look of delight, patting Fang Zhu on the shoulder and generously praising him. Well done. Fang Zhu smiled shyly, extending his hand to draw a rune in the air. This was a warning rune. If any enemies approached within a 15-meter radius, Fang Zhu would receive a pre-warning. Start searching for green firestones, the second squad leader called out to everyone. After receiving the order, the soldiers quickly dispersed, forming small teams to search the ground around them. Green firestones generally only existed around Green Shade Lake. The peculiar stones seemed to be related to the lake water, which was why the military had yet to discover green firestones in other areas of the Fire Rabbit secret realm. Initially, the military had considered surrounding Green Shade Lake to continuously obtain green firestones. However, they later discovered that all the exotic beasts in the secret realm came to Green Shade Lake to drink water, and once they spotted humans, they would attack frantically, just like those elite fire rabbits. Moreover, after further investigation, the military found that the generation time of green firestones was also unpredictable, so they ultimately abandoned the idea of establishing a base there, as it would be more trouble than it was worth. Although green firestones were considered decent among low-level materials, it wasn't worth risking lives for them. The quantity collected had little overall impact. Fang Zhu and the other trainees were temporarily allowed to move freely, but they could not stray far from the soldiers' guarded area. Wang Yingxue and some other trainees paid no attention to the green firestones. They had little interest in the mineral and instead went to examine the corpse of the fire rabbit. This was the first time they had truly encountered an exotic beast, and the appearance and habits of this creature, so different from animals on Blue Star, quickly captured their full attention. Fang Zhu, on the other hand, approached a few soldiers to search for green firestones with them. As a support class, he normally didn't need to actively participate in combat, so it was unnecessary to gather with everyone to study the exotic beasts. Becoming more familiar with green firestones was the most important thing. Before long, a soldier discovered the task item, a palm-sized green firestone, buried in the mud by the lake. The soldier carefully drew his long knife from his waist and extracted the green firestone from the dirt, while Fang Zhu observed the soldier's actions closely, firmly committing the stone's characteristics to memory. Just as the soldiers were collecting green firestones one after another, a strange hiss suddenly echoed from the nearby Green Shade Lake. At the moment they heard the shrill cry, the three soldiers closest to the lake changed their expressions instantly, disregarding the half-dug green firestones and quickly running towards the outskirts, shouting loudly as they ran, "Retreat! Retreat!" Fang Zhu stood up immediately, running without any hesitation in the direction away from the lake. However, not everyone reacted as quickly as he did. A trainee from the special training class stood frozen in place, clearly unaware of what was happening. Seeing this, Shen Tupang quickly turned back, grabbing the trainee's arm and pulling him forcefully towards safety. In the next second, the lake erupted with a loud bang, a column of water shooting up into the sky, the turquoise lake water cascading down in all directions. Amidst this water column, a massive fire-red creature slowly emerged. It resembled an oversized crocodile, its eyes radiating the murderous intent characteristic of cold-blooded animals. Fang Zhu gasped in shock, and then he realized that Shen Tupang and the trainee were in danger. The fire thunder crocodile, it really is this thing. A soldier's murmured voice came from behind Fang Zhu. This was the most dangerous creature in the fire rabbit's secret realm. The last time the soldiers encountered the fire thunder crocodile was a year ago, and they had paid the price of over 100 lives to kill this monster. This meant that the strength of this fire thunder crocodile could potentially rival that of Shin Tu-Pang. By the Green Shadow Lake, Shin Tu-Pang pulled the trainee's arm and ran a couple of steps, but the fire thunder crocodile was clearly faster. The massive beast lunged forward, instantly closing the distance between them. Seeing the enemy approach, Shin Tu-Pang turned around, his sword flying up in an instant, aiming straight for the fire thunder crocodile's right eye. His swordsmanship was particularly effective at this moment. The fire thunder crocodile had to turn its head to dodge, and Shin Tu-Pang seized the opportunity when the enemy paused, using his strength to leap into the air with the trainee, landing safely within the defensive line of the soldiers. At this point, Fang Zhu had steadied his emotions, holding a seal pen and beginning to sketch runes in the air. The first rune he drew was the Solid Stone rune, a versatile rune that could enhance the survival chances of everyone, regardless of the enemy type. The fire thunder crocodile roared, its thick limbs stomping heavily on the ground as it charged towards the soldiers at high speed. Fang Zhu raised an eyebrow, instantly pushing out the rune he had just drawn, which quickly transformed into an invisible barrier in front of the soldiers. Faced with such an oppressive enemy, Fang Zhu's heart could not be completely calm, which somewhat affected his rune-drawing speed. The soldiers let out a low shout, forming a defensive formation that collided solidly with the fire thunder crocodile. Boom! A surge of immense force suddenly came, and even with the solid stone rune, the soldiers were still unable to withstand it, stumbling back a few steps. However, the situation was not as dire as they had imagined. The soldiers suddenly realized that the fire thunder crocodile strike had not caused them any harm. What was going on? The soldiers looked at the invisible barrier floating in front of them with some suspicion. They vaguely realized that it was Fang Zhu's solid stone rune that had worked, but just moments ago, when facing the fire rabbit, this barrier had not seemed as sturdy, and logically, a low-level rune master should not be able to draw a rune capable of withstanding the fire thunder crocodile. This was actually easy to explain. While others were unclear about the reason, Fang Zhu was not surprised at all. The solid stone rune he had just drawn had simultaneously activated the second and third talents of a rune master, causing the grade of this solid stone rune to soar to the rare level. No matter how strong the fire thunder crocodile was, it could not break through a rare level rune with a single strike, unless it was a level 40 or above powerhouse, in which case Fang Zhu and the others would have no chance to resist and could simply lie down and wait for death. Fang Zhu did not stop drawing the runes. While not far away, the fire thunder crocodile launched its second attack. Shin Tu-Pang summoned a flying sword that pierced towards the enemy's neck, the weakest point. It was unclear how the fire thunder crocodile had grown. This enormous beast had scales that were harder than fine iron, except for the slightly softer scales beneath its neck. Bang! The fire thunder crocodile collided with the soldiers again, and an invisible barrier rippled like the surface of a lake after a stone was thrown. Fortunately, the fire thunder crocodile's attack was ineffective. Its massive head seemed dazed from the impact, shaking a few times and letting out a confused roar. It had never encountered such hard humans before. Those it had met previously were either killed by a charge or bitten to death, and these humans exceeded its expectations, making the fire thunder crocodile feel a hint of retreat. However, the beast's mind could not contemplate complex matters. When it saw the humans displaying provocative expressions, a surge of murderous intent instantly overwhelmed it. It continued to attack until these humans were dead. At this moment, Fang Zhu had completed the drawing of the blade runes, and another soldier's weapon was empowered by the runes. The horn for counterattack sounded, and two soldiers with rune-enhanced weapons stepped forward, their long knives slicing towards the enemy's neck, while the mage soldiers finished their incantations, launching fireballs and ice spikes. The fire thunder crocodile's charge was abruptly interrupted. It turned its back, choosing to use the scales on its back to withstand this round of attacks, while it began to whip its thick tail, attempting to shatter the barrier with frequent strikes. Bang bang bang! The spell struck the fire thunder crocodile, and its tail slammed heavily against the barrier. The ground churned, dust rising, and the battle intensified. The fire thunder crocodile's defense was indeed formidable. Even under such a barrage of spells, it did not lose its ability to act. Fang Zhu was certainly not idle. He continuously drew blade runes and stone runes, ensuring that the team's offensive and defensive capabilities remained ahead of the enemy. Finally, after more than 10 minutes of fighting, the fire thunder crocodile showed signs of fatigue first. The blood flowing from its body had stained large patches of the muddy ground. Fortunately, due to its massive size, it had a sufficient amount of blood, otherwise, it would have succumbed to blood loss minutes ago. As the fire thunder crocodile's movements gradually slowed, Shin Tu-Pang finally seized the opportunity, his sword piercing like lightning through the weakest spot beneath the enemy's neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and after struggling a few times, the fire thunder crocodile ultimately collapsed to the ground, completely losing its life force. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at this sight, and Fang Zhu sat down heavily on the ground. He had just drawn a total of 8 runes, and at this moment, he felt his mind spinning, waves of dizziness crashing over him. If it weren't for the legendary class enhancing his mental strength, he would have already fainted. Shintopeng looked around, his expression not relaxing much. Others could let their guard down, but he could not. If there were casualties during this secret realm training, the city would definitely penalize him, so Shintopeng had to be fully alert. Fortunately, the appearance of the fire thunder crocodile intimidated the other beasts nearby. The elite fire rabbits chose to detour upon smelling the scent of the fire thunder crocodile. In the fire rabbit secret realm, there were actually more than just fire rabbits. It was just that their numbers were so overwhelming that the main enemies faced by the soldiers were the fire rabbits, which is why this place was named the Fire Rabbit Secret Realm. The most powerful beast in this secret realm is undoubtedly the Fire Thunder Crocodile. Its numbers are scarce, but each one is incredibly ferocious. Even a mid to high level practitioner like Shintopeng would find it somewhat challenging to face one alone. Although most of the beasts in low level secret realms are of lower rank, it does not mean that there are no beasts with combat power comparable to high level practitioners. Every time such a beast appears, the stationed army in the secret realm suffers significant losses. However, this time was different. Not a single one of the 50 soldiers died, which undoubtedly created a miracle for low-level secret realms. After confirming the safety near Green Shadow Lake, 2 squad leaders began organizing the soldiers to clean up the battlefield. The corpse of the Fire Thunder Crocodile is very useful. Its internal organs can be used for alchemy, its bones for crafting, and even its scales and nails can be made into items. Therefore, this beast, which is a treasure trove, could not be abandoned. Of course, Shintopeng did not forget the mission they came to this secret realm for today. "You guys, don't crowd around, spread out and look for green firestones," Shintopeng shouted to a few students. Fenghe reluctantly stood up, pouting as he walked toward the lake. He had no interest in the green firestones and only wanted to see how the soldiers dealt with the Fire Thunder Crocodile's corpse. But it was clear that Shintopeng did not want him to focus all his energy on the battle. An excellent warrior must also understand aspects beyond combat. Although the soldiers rarely encountered Fire Thunder Crocodiles, they knew how to handle them, essentially dismembering them. This massive beast did not require overly meticulous processing. As long as there was no extensive damage, it was fine. About an hour later, the corpse of the Fire Thunder Crocodile was processed, and the students successfully found a sufficient number of green firestones. "Good, prepare to withdraw," Shintopeng waved his hand, and his expression finally relaxed a bit. Before setting off, Fenghe used a seal pen to draw a solid stone rune for the team. He was becoming increasingly skilled at drawing runes from thin air, and the mental energy consumed had decreased significantly. After a period of rest, Fenghe felt the dizziness and discomfort in his head had lessened somewhat. Under Shintopeng's organization, everyone began to head back in the direction they came from. The soldiers still guarded the special training class students, while Shintopeng stood beside Fenghe like a guardian deity. After the 2 battles just fought, Shintopeng realized Fenghe's value was immeasurable. The runes this kid drew could actually withstand the Fire Thunder Crocodile's attacks, a beast even he had to be cautious of. So he had made up his mind that as long as he, Shintopeng, was around, Fenghe would not be harmed. The speed of their return was slightly slower than their arrival because the soldiers and students were carrying the green firestones and the Fire Thunder Crocodile's corpse, which were quite heavy, so they had to slow their pace for safety. However, the good news was that on the way back, they hardly encountered any fire rabbits trying to ambush them. The only time they did was detected in advance by Fenghe's warning rune. Thus, Shintopeng commanded the students to engage in battle, with Fenghe taking the lead, directly entangled with the fire rabbit. Wang Yinxue waved her staff, and a blizzard swept in, instantly restricting the fire rabbit's mobility. The other students borrowed soldiers' long knives and charged forward with a roar. In less than 10 minutes, all the fire rabbits that had come to ambush them were slain. After all, they were high-grade practitioners. Even if their levels were a bit lower, they could still fight back and forth in this secret realm, putting on quite a show. As afternoon approached dusk, everyone finally returned to the forward base. Due to the sudden appearance of the Fire Thunder Crocodile, the originally planned 6-hour stay was slightly extended. The squad leader and others handed over the corpse of the Fire Thunder Crocodile and the green firestone to the logistics of the base. Then, this dark-skinned man said to Shintopeng, "Captain Shin, do you want the materials from the Fire Thunder Crocodile, or should we convert them into other items of equivalent value? If you want other items, it might take a few days. We need to go through the approval process." Shintopeng did not make an immediate decision but looked at Fenghe beside him. Fenghe initially thought to let Shintopeng handle it, but he suddenly remembered that some materials from the Fire Thunder Crocodile were quite rare, so he tentatively said, "Could you give us the spine?" If that's not possible, the skull would be fine too. The legendary blacksmith had imparted a lot of knowledge about weapon crafting to Fenghe, and both the spine and skull of the fire thunder crocodile were excellent materials for making weapons. If he could trigger his talent, it wouldn't be impossible to create 2 rare-level weapons. Upon hearing Fang Zhu's request, the squad leader raised an eyebrow and said with a somewhat complex expression, "Good eye." Shen Tupang laughed heartily, patting Fang Zhu on the shoulder. "Don't underestimate me as a student." The squad leader immediately shook his head. "How could I dare to underestimate? Classmate Fang Zhu saved so many of our soldiers in the recent battle. I will definitely apply for military merit for him." "Alright, I'll remember that." Shen Tupang nodded heavily, his expression serious as he said, "I'll wait for it. If the military merit doesn't come through within half a month, I'll personally go find the military district commander." The squad leader sighed, rubbed his forehead, and after a long silence said, "Giving you the entire spine might be a bit difficult. I'll apply to higher-ups and ensure you are satisfied in the end." "That's more like it." Shen Tupang's expression softened a bit. Fang Zhu was now a treasure for the entire Dingbei city, so his needs had to be met. What was a mere few materials? If it weren't for the military and government being part of 2 different hierarchies, Shen Tupang would have made the decision right away. However, having military merit was also good. Fang Zhu could use it to exchange for even rarer materials, so Shen Tupang didn't dwell on the issue of a whole or half spine. This first exploration of the secret realm was now coming to an end. After Shen Tupang submitted the departure procedures to the military, he led Fang Zhu and the others toward the gate of the secret realm. China's attitude towards secret realms is different from that of most countries. Western countries like the United States and the United Kingdom adopt a laissez-faire approach, allowing all practitioners to enter the secret realms for exploration, with the resources discovered being bought back by the state. In contrast, China has a different approach. Almost all secret realms are under state control, with military forces stationed at each one to ensure the safety of the populace and prevent secret realm riots from attacking cities. Ordinary practitioners wishing to enter a secret realm must submit an application to the government and military, and only after approval can they enter. Whether or not they turn over the resources they find is irrelevant. The state does not care about those resources. It's hard to say which method is better or worse, but from Fang Zhu's perspective, while China's management of secret realms may be somewhat conservative, it is sufficiently safe. As long as the military is not completely wiped out, ordinary people will not be in danger. In contrast, those Western countries are driven entirely by profit, making it easy for secret realm riots to occur without practitioners to handle them. Their military generally does not enter secret realms, and even when they do, they are not as fearless as China's military. Thus, Fang Zhu gradually developed a greater sense of identification with this post-apocalyptic China. Even after experiencing many storms and tribulations, our mother still loves her children just the same. Standing in front of the gate of the secret realm, Fang Zhu looked back at the outpost base once more. Most of those soldiers were basic and rare-level combat professionals. They might never reach level 30 in their lifetime, yet their contributions were greater than many mid to high-level professionals. Guarding the secret realm was a tedious and deadly profession, with no more than 50% of these soldiers surviving to retire, yet they remained steadfast, never retreating an inch. Just by the Green Shade Lake, without Fang Zhu's help, more than 50 soldiers might have suffered casualties of over half. This situation should not have occurred. If these soldiers had better equipment or more advanced technological support, they could definitely survive until retirement. At this moment, Fang Zhu realized what he should do. He was not the type to charge at the front lines alone, nor was he the one who sat comfortably in the rear, directing troops with a snap of his fingers. He should use the advanced ideas of his technological era to promote the progress of the fate system, even if just a little. His own strength was not true strength, the strength of the entire Huagua was the real power. "Everyone, prepare to cross the secret realm." Shen Tupang's loud voice interrupted Fang Zhu's thoughts. He looked up, a hint of determination in his expression. As they stepped through the portal to the secret realm, Fang Zhu felt a slight dizziness, but this time he did not experience the sensation of losing consciousness. He regained clarity in just a few seconds. The spherical hall reappeared before him, with a dozen stout cannon barrels aimed at their position. "All right, everyone is here, right?" Shen Tupang scanned the crowd, counted silently, and then walked towards the hall's exit. The bus that had brought them was waiting outside the military base, and Fang Zhu and the others boarded it smoothly, beginning their return to the city of Dingbei. Shen Tupang stood beside the driver's seat as he had before, speaking seriously. "Today, you did not experience life and death because of Fang Zhu. Without him, you would have witnessed your comrades dying beside you. Do not think that the secret realm is just this. This is merely the lowest level of secret realms. The exotic beasts you encountered only attacked with their physical bodies. Truly powerful exotic beasts can move mountains and fill seas. Take the most dangerous class of secret realm in Dingbei City as an example. the military sacrifices thousands of people inside every year to stabilize the situation. You may one day also be part of the guardians of the secret realm, facing life and death every day. At that time, do you think you can survive every battle? At this point, Shin Tu-pang looked out the window, continuing earnestly, the level of your profession is indeed important, but it is not the most critical factor in whether you can survive. Only by becoming strong enough to protect yourself, those around you, and everything you cherish, can you truly possess real power and be called a strong person. In this era, you can only become strong and must become strong. Becoming a strong person is the only path. There are no other choices. Shin Tu-pang's speech ended, and the bus fell into silence. Everything experienced in the secret realm today surfaced in everyone's minds, those battles, those struggles, the scenes of soldiers fighting desperately were all so vivid. Yes, if it weren't for Fangzhu's intervention, if Shin Tu-pang hadn't helped, the soldiers' collection mission could be described as fraught with danger, even a matter of life and death. In a sense, Fangzhu's runes were equivalent to a professional between level 20 and level 40, while Shin Tu-pang himself was above level 40. It was their combined efforts that saved those soldiers and killed the Fire Thunder Crocodile. What if it weren't for the two of them? How did soldiers in other secret realms fend off the exotic beasts? Thinking of this, everyone displayed expressions of indescribable complexity. Especially Wang Yingsnow. She had a very proud personality, but she had not been able to help at all in the previous secret realm, which she found unacceptable. So at this moment, Wang Yingsnow secretly made up her mind to continue training twice as hard after returning, determined to grow into a powerful professional who could be of assistance in the shortest time possible. Fangzhu actually understood Shin Tu-pang's words very well. He had already determined his path moving forward, so even if the other party didn't motivate them, he would continue to act according to his own ideas. The bus sped down the road, and in less than half an hour, Fangzhu and the others returned to the city. There were not many vehicles on the road at night, and the bus driver even pressed the accelerator to the floor. After getting off the bus, Fangzhu felt a worsening of his dizziness. That driver really treated the bus like a racing car. It was already past 7 in the evening, and Shin Tu-pang began to call everyone to dinner. Fangzhu rubbed his stomach, and a wave of hunger hit him. He sat by the roadside, took a couple of deep breaths, and barely managed to clear his mind a little. Seeing Fangzhu like this, Wang Yingsnow frowned and walked over to ask Shin Tu-pang a few questions. The iron-blooded instructor also showed a hint of concern. After thinking for a moment, he pulled out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket, about the size of a palm, and poured out a pill that emitted a green glow. "Give this to Fangzhu to eat," Shin Tu-pang said, his face showing a pained expression. Wang Yingsnow ignored his hesitation and directly took the pill to Fangzhu's side. Fangzhu was taken aback for a moment, then noticed the pill. He extended his index finger and gently tapped it. 2 lines of text instantly appeared before his eyes. Name: Spirit Stabilizing Pill, Rare Level. Description: Stabilizes the mental world, calms the turbulence of the sea of consciousness, slightly enhances mental power. Fangzhu raised an eyebrow. This was a good item. Shin Tu-pang was indeed a top figure among the professionals in Dingbei City, carrying such a pill with him. "The instructor gave it to you, eat it." Wang Yingsnow's cold voice came from the side, but Fangzhu still faintly sensed the concern in her words. He smiled, thanked Shin Tu-pang, and then took the pill and swallowed it. A cool sensation traveled down his throat directly into his stomach, and Fangzhu inhaled sharply, feeling a refreshing sensation in his throat as if he had eaten a mint candy. A few seconds later, the discomfort in his brain began to fade, and Fangzhu's eyes gradually regained their focus. The effect of the spirit-stabilizing pill was indeed impressive. Fangzhu quickly recovered, and the aftereffects of excessive mental power consumption had basically disappeared. Such an immediate effect surprised Fangzhu, and he immediately realized that the value of this spirit-stabilizing pill was even greater than he had imagined. "If I have the chance, I should refine a few more and keep them. I'll find a time to return this one to the instructor." Dinner was a steaming and exceptionally delicious hot pot. In this era, sheep were quite rare, but instead, there was a creature that looked similar to a donkey but had a similarly good taste. After experiencing some events, the special training class students had quietly undergone some changes. Perhaps even they themselves were unaware that certain seeds had begun to take root and sprout in their hearts. Back at his single apartment, Fangzhu lay exhausted on the bed. For him, this day had been overly busy. From the initial tests to the later secret realm journey, Fangzhu had been in a state of mental tension the entire time. Even after taking the spirit-stabilizing pill, that mental fatigue had not completely alleviated, as the main function of the pill was to stabilize the mind, not to restore it. Fangzhu yawned, forcing himself to lean over the desk to record the method and materials for making the solid spirit pill. He was worried that in his current state, his memory might become fuzzy, so writing it down was the safest approach. After about 10 minutes, Fangzhu put down his pen, rolled over, and lost consciousness as he fell onto the bed. When he woke up again, the sunlight outside the window was already bright, shining directly on his face. Fangzhu yawned again and took out his phone to check the time. It was already 8 o'clock the next morning. He had slept for almost 12 hours. Climbing out of bed, Fangzhu felt that the fatigue from yesterday had completely vanished. He also noticed that the levels of his 3 professions had changed. It might have happened earlier, but he just hadn't noticed. Now, the levels of Fangzhu's 3 professions were Alchemist, level 9, Blacksmith, level 2, Runesmith, level 5. Auxiliary professions have 2 upgrade paths. Besides gaining experience from battles in secret realms, auxiliary professionals can also level up by using their professional abilities. Fangzhu was one of them. He had basically been using his professional abilities all along, and after a secret realm exploration, his alchemist had reached level 9, just one step away from awakening his professional skills. Although the levels of blacksmith and runesmith were still low, the power of legendary professions was undeniable. Fangzhu could now do many things that only professionals around level 20 could accomplish. He couldn't imagine how powerful he would become once his level increased. Just as Fangzhu was preparing to go out for breakfast, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that the contact was Secretary Lu. "Why is she calling me so early in the morning?" Fangzhu muttered, suddenly thinking of a possibility, and his eyes brightened. He immediately pressed the answer button and politely said, "Good morning, Secretary Lu." "Good morning, Fangzhu." Secretary Lu's voice carried a hint of amusement. "Your resource subsidy and military merits have come through. Come to the office, and I'll take you to collect them." "Great, I'm on my way," Fangzhu said, his face lighting up as he thought, just as I expected. Besides these 2 matters, Secretary Lu wouldn't call him so early in the morning. After hanging up, Fangzhu quickly left the apartment. He had been waiting for the resource subsidy for a long time. As long as there were enough fate fragments inside, he could grow rapidly in a short time. After a few minutes, Fangzhu arrived at the government building and met Secretary Lu, who was impeccably dressed, in the secretary's office. The 2 then left the office together and got into a government car heading to the logistics headquarters not far from the city center of Dingbei. The subsidies for high-grade professionals are provided directly by the capital. In cases of smaller amounts, they are directly issued to the professionals, but since Fangzhu's was indeed a bit more, the 2 had to collect it in person. Sitting in the government car, Fangzhu asked the question he had been concerned about. "Secretary Lu, what exactly is included in my subsidy?" Secretary Lu smiled and replied slowly, "Fate fragments, pills, and various materials. The resource subsidy is tailored to each individual situation, so you'll receive a lot of materials, which will help you quickly level up your professions." Hearing this, Fangzhu's eyes lit up. These were exactly the things he urgently needed. In addition, there are some formulas, forging blueprints, and rune diagrams, all of which you need to study. Secretary Lu paused and continued, "If all goes well, these things will be enough for you to use until around level 40. Fangzhu nodded, a strong sense of anticipation rising in his heart. Before long, the official vehicle arrived at the logistics headquarters, which was a large warehouse meticulously divided into several areas. The area they were headed to was the practitioner materials zone, located at the center of the headquarters, the most important section. No one dared to stop the city government's official vehicle, so Secretary Lu led Fangzhu smoothly into the warehouse. After passing through a series of tall buildings, Secretary Lu pointed to the largest warehouse not far away and said, "The resource subsidies are in that warehouse." Fangzhu nodded, his gaze already captivated by the ubiquitous runes around him. He could understand the meaning of those runes and had a basic grasp of the type of rune array present in this warehouse. It was a large rune array that integrated protection, defense, attack, and preservation. Although the concept was not complex, the difficulty of implementation was quite high. Fangzhu could draw runes out of thin air, but that was merely an emergency measure. Truly effective runes were engraved on rare materials, which not only ensured stability but also lasted much longer. The official vehicle slowly stopped at the entrance of the warehouse, and Fangzhu and Secretary Lu got out. Immediately, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle and a plump figure came out to greet them. Secretary Lu took out a document, and after the middle-aged man verified it, he waved his hand vigorously, bending slightly, and greeting them enthusiastically. Come, walk this way. I've checked everything, absolutely no problem." This overly courteous demeanor formed a stark contrast to Secretary Lu's serious expression, and Fangzhu almost laughed out loud. The 3 of them walked along the corridor inside the warehouse, which was quite large. Fangzhu felt like he had walked for nearly 15 minutes to reach their destination, and it seemed that the place he was currently at was not the end. "Old Shing, are you sure Fangzhu's resources match the numbers, right?" Secretary Lu asked, looking at two nearly man-sized metal boxes in front of him. The overly eager warehouse manager nodded repeatedly, confidently saying, "Absolutely no problem. If anything doesn't match, you can twist my head off and use it as a ball." Secretary Lu nodded slightly, stepped forward, and opened one of the boxes. In the next second, a dazzling light appeared, and Fangzhu immediately squinted his eyes. It felt like the opening effects in some games. The light from the box lasted for about 7 or 8 seconds before gradually calming down, and Fangzhu could then see the contents of the box clearly. The first thing that caught his eye was a row of neatly arranged fate shards, which were very regular in shape, quite different from what he usually saw. If the fate shards he typically encountered were irregular polyhedra, those in the box were standard-shaped cubes or rectangular prisms. Below the fate shards was a stack of green wooden boxes of varying sizes, and Fangzhu knew without thinking what those boxes contained: herbs used for alchemy. Herbs were quite precious, although the wooden boxes holding them were treated to have decent hardness. They could easily be damaged if bumped, so they were placed in the most central position. Closely packed with the herbs were various pills, roughly estimated to be over 100 of a dozen different kinds, and Fangzhu could even faintly smell some medicinal fragrance wafting from the box. At the very bottom of the metal box were various rare materials. To distinguish them from the herb area, the boxes containing these rare materials were painted gray-blue. If nothing unexpected happened, these materials would be enough for Fangzhu to raise his blacksmith level to above 15. The books on pill formulas, rune illustrations, and so on that Secretary Lu mentioned earlier were stuffed into the corners of the box. This knowledge was not particularly confidential. Even if Fangzhu spread it around, it wouldn't matter. If one was not a blacksmith or a runesmith, having these books and learning the knowledge within them would be useless, as they wouldn't be able to apply it at all. Secretary Lu held the list carefully, meticulously checking the items in the box for Fangzhu. Although Old Shing guaranteed that these resources were absolutely fine, Secretary Lu needed to personally verify them to feel at ease. Fangzhu followed behind Secretary Lu, inspecting alongside him. Although he understood some professional knowledge now, there could be discrepancies if he hadn't seen the actual items, so it was necessary to reinforce his understanding. These starshine crystals are extremely precious. Currently, they can only be found in the Starfall secret realm of the capital. Make sure not to waste them, and if you're unsure, don't use them lightly, Secretary Lu said very seriously to Fangzhu. Fangzhu nodded, lost in thought as he looked at the 50 grams of starshine crystal before him. This was a peculiar crystal that appeared white in sunlight but radiated colorful light at night. Its sole purpose was to enhance the grade of items. Indeed, items infused with starshine crystals had a certain probability of being upgraded by 1 grade after forging, which was somewhat similar to Fangzhu's forging talent. "This is a rainbow stone," Secretary Lu suddenly exclaimed, his tone filled with intense surprise and disbelief. "I didn't expect them to value you so much, giving you such a large piece of rainbow stone." Fangzhu looked over upon hearing this, and his expression froze. He saw a piece of rainbow stone the size of a fingernail. Was this really considered large? If you split this large piece of rainbow stone and apply it to 2 or 3 items, you could at least obtain 2 items with special attributes. Secretary Lu began to plan for Fangzhu. Fangzhu was taken aback. How could you split a piece of rainbow stone the size of a fingernail into 2 or 3 pieces? And even if it could be split, such a small amount wouldn't be enough to cause a qualitative change in the items, right? What kind of frugal life were they living that they were so stingy with something like rainbow stone? Fangzhu knew that rainbow stone was a very precious and rare material, but he didn't expect it to be rare to this extent. Lu Ge, is this rainbow stone really that precious? Fangzhu asked uncertainly. He was afraid Secretary Lu was joking with him, especially since he had a whole large piece in his hand. Of course, don't be fooled by its small size. In terms of value, the starshine crystal just now can't even compare. Secretary Lu seemed a bit excited, speaking differently than usual. Fangzhu remained silent for a long time, struggling to control his emotions, even feeling a bit sorry for Secretary Lu and the others. Secretary Lu didn't notice Fangzhu's unusualness. He gently set down the rainbow stone and began checking the other items. About 10 minutes later, Secretary Lu put down the list and let out a long breath. The resource subsidy this time exceeded Secretary Lu's expectations. In addition to the starshine crystals and rainbow stones, they also provided 2 very rare but highly effective pills. If Fangzhu took them all, both his physical fitness and mental strength would see a significant boost. By common reasoning, Fangzhu was very likely to possess physical fitness not weaker than that of low-grade combat professionals of the same level by the time he reached level 20. This was a terrifying prospect. Normally, no matter how strong a support professional was, they could never match a combat professional, but Fang Zhu might become the first to do so. Secretary Lu slightly composed himself and then began checking the second box. With the experience from the first box, he checked the second box much faster. This time, Fang Zhu did not follow along. He had basically understood the situation of these items, and for a legendary level professional, one familiarization was enough. He suddenly remembered that he still had a piece of fate fragment that he hadn't used. He had intended to use it earlier, but his rhythm was interrupted by Shintu Pang. Fang Zhu had just counted. He had been given a total of 20 fate fragments, a sum that could be a lifetime savings for an ordinary profession, and even high-ranking professionals would have to struggle for years to obtain such a quantity of fate fragments. He had essentially walked the path that would take others several years, even over a decade, in just a short time. Moreover, Fang Zhu could draw a gold card every day, and in less than a month, he could pull 20 legendary items. 20 legendary items. As long as his luck wasn't too bad, he could even reach the pinnacle of auxiliary professionals in Huagui in just 20 days. Of course, that was a bit exaggerated. After all, Fang Zhu's level was still quite low, but he had indeed already stepped one foot into the ranks of top professionals in Huagui. By the way, Lu Gu, where do I usually store these materials? Fang Zhu suddenly thought of this. Secretary Lu stroked his chin and said, somewhat belatedly, you still live in a single apartment, right? Fang Zhu nodded, yes, that place is indeed a bit small, and there are safety issues. Secretary Lu pondered for a moment and slowly said, I'll report for approval when I get back, and tomorrow I'll have you move into the safest community in Dingbei City. Fang Zhu's eyes lit up, and he quickly thanked Secretary Lu. Around 10 in the morning, Secretary Lu finally finished checking all the items. He closed the lid of the metal box and turned to the warehouse manager, Old Xing, who was standing nearby. Get someone to help me move the box to the car. Sure, I'll arrange it right away, Fat Xing said, clapping his hands. Soon, two burly men entered from outside, looking like they had been waiting at the door for a long time. Wow, the arrangement is really on point. Fang Zhu couldn't help but marvel. Fat Xing was indeed talented, having anticipated what Secretary Lu wanted to do. The weight of these two boxes was indeed not light. When Secretary Lu was counting earlier, Fang Zhu had tried to lift one and found that he couldn't budge it at all. His physical fitness was not weak, so this shouldn't have happened. The only explanation was that there were some items inside the boxes with extremely high density, making their actual weight much greater than they appeared. The two strong men looked like they belonged to some strength-related profession, and they easily hoisted the boxes up, shouting as they walked out the door. Secretary Lu walked beside Fang Zhu and said softly, let's put the things at my place today, and tomorrow I'll find you a good house to move into. Okay, then I'll trouble you, Lu Gu. No problem, no need to be so polite. Secretary Lu waved his hand. The two then got into the official car and returned to the government building in the city. After entering the office, Secretary Lu took a document from the drawer and handed it to Fang Zhu, the header emblazoned with 4 large red characters, Military Merit Commendation. This was the military merit Fang Zhu had reported after assisting in the capture of the Abyss original body, and it had finally come through today. In fact, this military merit shouldn't have been approved so quickly according to the normal process, but the events in the Fire Rabbit secret realm yesterday made the military realize Fang Zhu's value, so they decided to give him a push, which could be seen as a good connection. Since entering the new era, Huagua had revised its military merit system. The higher-ups, in order to stabilize the situation, specifically established a set of evaluation standards for non-military professionals, divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. The military merit Fang Zhu received this time was a D-level merit. Although it was the lowest, it was still extremely difficult for an ordinary professional to obtain. With this D-level military merit, Fang Zhu could exchange for some extremely rare materials from the military and also enjoy certain privileges in the secret realms. It could be said that if a professional wanted to navigate the secret realms smoothly, military merit was something they had to find a way to obtain. Fang Zhu has now taken a significant lead over others. Even seasoned high-level professionals like Shintapeng have only earned 2 D-level military honors. Of course, Shintapeng has other levels of military honors, but it is still very rare for someone like Fang Zhu, who hasn't even entered university yet, to have military achievements. Don't be proud, keep working hard, Secretary Lu said with a smile. I know, Lu Gu, Fang Zhu replied, looking at the military honor certificate in his hand, letting out a slight breath. He has finally taken a solid and stable step in this era. You should rest for a while. Come have lunch with me at noon, and in the afternoon, I'll take you to meet someone, Secretary Lu suddenly said. Fang Zhu was taken aback, almost unable to follow the other person's train of thought. What? What kind of person? It's a good thing for you, Secretary Lu said, pursing his lips without further explanation. But a figure had already appeared in Fang Zhu's mind. Is it them? That secret team? Fang Zhu thought silently. However, Secretary Lu clearly did not want to elaborate, so Fang Zhu did not ask further. Secretary Lu quickly immersed himself in work, and Fang Zhu quietly exited the office, heading outside the government building. Just as he was counting resource subsidies, he suddenly had an idea for improving the strengthening pill and was eager to try it out. There was still an hour until noon, and Fang Zhu quickly arrived at the practitioner base. He first went to the warehouse to claim some medicinal materials needed for refining the strengthening pill, then returned to his laboratory. As Fang Zhu organized the materials, he refined his thoughts. He had been trying to solve the side effect of blood vessel rupture caused by the strengthening pill, and after many experiments, he had vaguely grasped the key. Meanwhile, a similar scene was unfolding in the Blacksmith Association and the Rune Master Association, where Su Tsang and Master Gu stood before the presidents of the two associations, passionately recounting their encounter with Fang Zhu that day. They patted their chests, swearing that Fang Zhu was definitely the hope for the future of blacksmithing/rune mastery. After much deliberation, the two presidents ultimately made the same decision. Formally contact Fang Zhu and sign a growth contract with him. We must provide sufficient resources. We cannot let him focus all his energy on blacksmithing/rune mastery. Naturally, Fang Zhu was unaware that he had already caught the attention of two large organizations. He had just turned off the flames of the dragon head and was waiting for the alchemy furnace to cool naturally. A few minutes later, Fang Zhu eagerly opened the alchemy furnace and poured out the pills inside. These few strengthening pills appeared to be slightly larger, and Fang Zhu picked one up, immediately seeing the information about the pill in front of him. However, after reading the information, Fang Zhu's expression stiffened slightly, and he promptly placed the pill into the medicinal property analyzer. At the same time, the phone on the table rang, and he picked it up and pressed the answer button. Fang Zhu, where have you been? Secretary Lu's voice came from the other end of the line. I'm at the base doing an experiment. I'll be back soon, Fang Zhu hurriedly replied. Okay, no need to rush. There's still a little time before lunch, Secretary Lu said before hanging up. Fang Zhu put down the phone and looked at the results displayed on the medicinal property analyzer. Still a failure, Fang Zhu said softly, his expression a bit dejected. He felt he had put in a lot of effort, but why couldn't he succeed? He had studied the formula for the strengthening pill inside and out, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he could recite it backward, but the most critical problem remained unsolved. What exactly was going wrong? Fang Zhu sat aside, pondering for a long time, and suddenly realized it was already lunchtime, so he rushed out the door, running towards the government building. Captain, do you think Fang Zhu will agree to us? Big Eye sat in the corner of the cafeteria, looking at the King of Hell across from him and asked, I don't know. The King of Hell shook his head, focusing on the meal in front of him, seemingly indifferent to the opinions of the other party. Captain, you can pretend all you want. You say you don't know, but you're actually quite anxious inside, right? Big Eye pouted, exposing the King of Hell's inner thoughts. The King of Hell snorted coldly, and the chopsticks in his hand instantly turned as black as ink, a chill erupting from his body. Captain, I was wrong. Here we are. What do you want to eat? Just help yourself, Secretary Lu said with a smile, pointing to the cafeteria window and handing the meal card to Fang Zhu. This was Fang Zhu's first time eating at a government cafeteria, and the dishes in front of him were somewhat different from what he had imagined. He had expected to see some dishes from this era that he had never heard of or seen before, but the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried green beans with meat, and stir-fried cabbage were all too ordinary. What's wrong? Nothing you like? Secretary Lu asked curiously when she saw Fang Zhu not immediately going to get food. No, I just think your food is a bit ordinary. Fang Zhu thought for a moment and ultimately used the ambiguous term ordinary. In fact, he wanted to say it was simple. After all, in his time, a slightly better government cafeteria usually offered a buffet with a variety of hot and cold dishes. But here, there were only 3 hot dishes, and only one of them was meat. Haha, how good do you think we can eat? Secretary Lu laughed and patiently explained. We are just living or auxiliary professionals, so we naturally don't need overly complicated or high-end meals. The real good stuff is reserved for the frontline combat professionals. They can only defend the country if they are well fed. Fang Zhu felt a heaviness in his heart upon hearing this. It seemed that even in a once agricultural powerhouse like Huagua, there were issues with food resources in this era. The government could only ensure the stability of the frontline, while the civilian personnel in the rear just needed to fill their stomachs. He sighed and took a plate to serve himself some food. Just as Fang Zhu was about to find a place to sit, his gaze suddenly caught sight of Big Eye in the corner of the cafeteria, who had just finished eating and was picking his teeth without any decorum. Big Eye noticed Fang Zhu's gaze. He was very sensitive to such attention. The two locked eyes, and Big Eye's expression instantly froze, the toothpick in his hand poking into his gums. Ouch! That hurts, Big Eye exclaimed softly. The King of Hell turned his head in confusion and shot him a glare, while the other team members also wore dissatisfied expressions. Big Eye immediately lowered his head, pretending nothing had happened. Although the secret team had a high rank, they generally could not reveal their identities, so such public embarrassment was a bit too conspicuous. Fang Zhu clearly saw all of Big Eye's actions and chuckled to himself as he turned and sat down next to Secretary Lu. Although the food was somewhat simple, it still tasted good. Fang Zhu was not a picky eater. He could even eat plain noodles for over 10 days in extreme situations. About a quarter of an hour later, Fang Zhu and Secretary Lu put down their chopsticks at the same time. On the other side, the King of Hell and the others went to get another serving of food. They were combat professionals and usually had a larger appetite, while the government cafeteria served relatively small portions, so they had to get several servings to feel full. Big Eye had the smallest appetite in the King of Hell's team. He could only eat 3 servings, while the one with the largest appetite, Stone, could eat 8 servings at once. "Captain, is it okay for us to swipe Mayor Zhao's meal card like this?" Little Pear asked with some concern, as she had just gotten another serving of food. "It's fine, just eat," the King of Hell replied succinctly. Little Pear nodded, completely relieved. Since the captain said it was okay to eat, then it was fine. If there were any issues, the captain would handle it. Fang Zhu actually wanted to have another serving, but he felt a bit embarrassed, so in the end, he left the cafeteria with Secretary Lu. At 2 in the afternoon, in the conference room of the government building, Fang Zhu met Zhao Hongwu, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. "Have you gotten used to living here during this time?" Zhao Hongwu said as he stepped forward and pinched Fang Zhu's arm, seemingly checking if he had lost weight. "It's quite good, Uncle Zhao. Everyone takes great care of me," Fang Zhu replied with a radiant smile. Zhao Hongwu could be considered his benefactor. He had offended other city officials for Fang Zhu's sake, which was truly touching. "If you have any difficulties or needs, just tell Xiao Lu. If he can't make the decision, come to me. Dingbei City is your home. Don't be polite with us, understand?" Zhao Hongwu continued, his eyes filled with affection. Although he hadn't officially released Fang Zhu during this time, he was aware of Fang Zhu's every move, whether it was capturing the Abyss entity, taking professional tests, or helping soldiers defeat the Fire Thunder Crocodile in the Secret Realm. Each of these matters was extraordinarily significant. Fang Zhu's current value had even surpassed that of some mid to high-level professionals, and even Zhao Hongwu, no matter how rough he was, could realize he had struck gold. Sit down, Zhao Hongwu said, pointing to a chair by the conference table. Fang Zhu nodded and took a seat in a relatively obscure spot. He naturally couldn't sit in the main position, and there was a 99% chance that those who would come later would be older or of a higher rank than him, so he could only sit in the corner. This was courtesy, not some bureaucratic formality. "Do you know who will be coming today?" Zhao Hongwu asked. Fang Zhu shook his head and said, "I don't know, no one told me." "Have you heard of the secret team?" Zhao Hongwu asked again. Fang Zhu chuckled inwardly, thinking to himself that it was indeed them, but he maintained a puzzled expression and asked, "What is the secret team?" Zhao Hongwu smiled slightly and began to explain slowly. Fang Zhu actually already knew the general situation of the secret team, but he had promised Big Eye not to speak about it, so he could only listen as Zhao Hongwu explained it to him again. "I see." After Zhao Hongwu finished, Fang Zhu showed a look of realization. "So what does this have to do with today? Could it be that the secret team is here to find me?" Fang Zhu pretended to be surprised. Zhao Hongwu nodded with a smile and said slowly, "That's right, it's a secret team, and it's currently ranked 2nd in Huagua." Fang Zhu immediately showed a look of astonishment. He looked at Zhao Hongwu and stammered, "What do they want with me?" "You'll know soon," Zhao Hongwu teased, but he followed up with a sentence that made Fang Zhu feel a bit strange. "No matter what they say or what they hope you will do, don't agree immediately. Think it over carefully. Many things are not as simple as you imagine." As soon as Zhao Hongwu's words fell, a somewhat cold voice came from outside the room. "Mayor Zhao, what do you mean by saying this?" Zhao Hongwu did not turn around. He sat on the chair and directly responded, "It means nothing, you're thinking too much." "Humph." Yan Wang snorted coldly and walked into the conference room. Behind him, 9 men and women dressed in trench coats filed in, and Fang Zhu felt an indescribable sense of pressure from them, as if he had suddenly been targeted by a beast. The atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat eerie. Yan Wang stood in front of the conference table, his sharp gaze fixed on Fang Zhu. Zhao Hongwu sat in the main position, appearing calm, but in reality, he was in a tense state, ready to attack at any moment. Fang Zhu had already stood up. He glanced at the two people who seemed to be at odds and, for a moment, didn't know what to say, so he could only remain silent and watch the situation unfold. Big Eye scratched his head, somewhat confused about the situation in the room. How did the captain and Mayor Zhao suddenly get into a confrontation? This strange atmosphere lasted for more than a minute before someone finally broke the silence. "Everyone, please don't just stand there. Have a seat," said Secretary Lu, who greeted them very warmly, looking somewhat like the warehouse manager, Fat Xing. Yan Wang nodded slightly and sat down next to Zhao Hongwu, while the other members of the Yan Wang team also took their seats at the conference table. After another 10 seconds of silence, Yan Wang looked at Fang Zhu, a rather grim smile appearing on his fierce face. "Hello, I am the captain of the secret team of Huagua, Yan Wang. Classmate Fang Zhu, I would like to formally invite you to join us. Your talent and abilities can only be fully realized in a secret team. The country needs talents like you." Yan Wang's words were very sincere, and the other team members looked at Fang Zhu with expectant eyes. However, Fang Zhu did not respond immediately. Instead, he lowered his head, seemingly entangled in thought. Seeing this, Yan Wang continued, "The treatment in the secret team is far ahead of the rest of the country. We will arrange for professionals to help you level up. You need not worry at all." Fang Zhu still did not speak. He recalled Zhao Hongwu's earlier advice. Don't make decisions lightly, think carefully. This statement seemed to carry some unusual meaning in this context. If the secret team was truly as good as Yan Wang claimed, Zhao Hongwu wouldn't have specifically mentioned it. Although Fang Zhu didn't know Zhao Hongwu very well, he could tell that the other party genuinely hoped for his success and was not the type to restrict his development for the benefit of Dingbei City. Therefore, there must be some circumstances about the secret team that he was still unaware of. After thinking for a moment, Fang Zhu chose to employ a delaying tactic. "Captain Yan, may I take some time to consider?" "Captain Yan." The other team members displayed strange expressions upon hearing Fang Zhu's address, and Big Eye struggled to suppress a laugh. Yan Wang immediately shot him a glare, and the atmosphere in the room relaxed considerably. Fang Zhu did this intentionally. He was worried that under the previous atmosphere, some troublesome things might occur. If Yan Wang said something harsh, Zhao Hongwu might really slam the table, so easing the atmosphere would also help him delay the matter. It was obvious that Zhao Hongwu and Yan Wang were not on good terms, but everyone was still relatively restrained, as this was a public matter. Of course, Yan Wang appeared very accommodating, his mouth still wearing that unpleasant smile as he continued, "We will be in Dingbei City for the next few days, so feel free to call me whenever you have made your decision." As he spoke, Yan Wang took out his phone and dialed Fang Zhu's number. Fang Zhu was not surprised by this action. It was quite easy for someone of Yan Wang's level to obtain his phone number. Then let's leave it at that for today. Yan Wang did not linger in the room. After saying this, he stood up and prepared to leave. The other team members followed suit, while Xiaoli winked at Fang Zhu, appearing somewhat flirtatious. Fang Zhu remained expressionless, but he felt a sudden surge of heat in his lower abdomen. This unexpected turn of events startled him, but he still managed to control his expression and actions, keeping his head down as if nothing had happened. Xiaoli raised an eyebrow, chuckled lightly, and followed Yan Wang out of the conference room. Zhao Hongwu noticed Xiaoli's little gesture but did not stop her. Such crude flirting tactics could very well backfire, as long as Fang Zhu was not the type to be easily swayed. Outside the conference room, Yan Wang stared coldly at Xiaoli, his expression icy in his eyes betraying an unmistakable anger. "Who told you to do this?" Yan Wang asked in a chilling voice. Xiaoli remained silent, looking at Yan Wang with a pitiful gaze. "To casually use professional abilities on civilians, you really have some nerve." Yan Wang took a deep breath, his anger showing no signs of fading. "If I catch you doing this again, I will personally expel you from the team." With that, Yan Wang turned and left the corridor, ignoring the others. Several team members displayed varying degrees of shock on their faces. They had rarely seen their captain so furious. Xiaoli looked particularly aggrieved, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. De Yen could actually understand the captain's actions. Others might not be aware, but he knew the captain's thoughts best. In the captain's mind, Fang Zhu had almost become an indispensable target, and any actions that could complicate matters should not occur. Zhao Hongwu's earlier words had already caused dissatisfaction in the captain, and Xiaoli had just happened to run into a sensitive issue. Under normal circumstances, they might have laughed it off, but today was not the time for unnecessary actions. Not everyone would rush forward without hesitation when the country was in need. Fang Zhu's hesitation illustrated this point. It would be better to contact him privately, trying to persuade him with more benefits and patriotic sentiments to make a firm decision. However, Xiaoli's use of professional abilities to entice Fang Zhu was indeed somewhat inappropriate and did not align with the usual style of the secret team or even the national agency. It was no wonder Yan Wang was so furious. Inside the conference room, Fang Zhu slightly closed his eyes, taking a long time to calm the strange feeling within him before it gradually faded. He stood up, looking out the window with a somewhat unpleasant expression. Zhao Hongwu smiled slightly and said, "Don't overthink it, they definitely mean no harm." Fang Zhu nodded, pondering for a moment before asking, "Uncle Zhao, what is this secret team really like?" Zhao Hongwu seemed to have anticipated Fang Zhu's question. After a brief silence, he replied, "Yan Wang is right. The treatment in the secret team is indeed the best in the entire Huagua. Once you join, you can basically rise to prominence and have the chance to become the strongest professional. But, Zhao Hongwu's tone shifted at this point. But you must understand that everything comes at a cost. The more you gain, the more you must give in return. I won't tell you too much, and I can't stop you from joining the secret team. I just hope you think it through and don't make a hasty decision. Fang Zhu nodded at this, already having a rough idea in his mind. However, even if Zhao Hongwu hadn't said this, Fang Zhu didn't intend to immediately accept the secret team's invitation. The meeting today felt rushed, as if there was something unsaid, which made Fang Zhu feel quite awkward. He could guess that there might be more to this matter, so he didn't ask further. Although he had great talent and a high rank, potential was not something to be taken lightly, so his choices were limited. If he were to refuse Yan Wang's offer, Fang Zhu needed to provide a suitable reason and avoid creating animosity. While he was deep in thought, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him, and then Secretary Lu walked in. Mayor, the Rune change application for Fang Zhu has been drafted. Secretary Lu approached Zhao Hongwu and handed over a document. Zhao Hongwu casually picked up a pen and signed his name, then turned to Fang Zhu with a smile. In a moment, I'll have Xiao Lu take you to see the new place. If you have any needs, feel free to let me know. Thank you, Uncle Zhao, thank you, Brother Lu. Fang Zhu quickly expressed his gratitude. Having connections in the government certainly made things easier. The new house was approved in less than a day. However, this is normal. In the end, it was Zhao Hongwu who made the decision. He said that whenever there was a house, there would be a house. Zhao Hongwu waved his hand and smiled, saying, no need to be so polite. If you rise to great heights in the future, just don't forget about Dingbei City. Fang Zhu knew that this was the other party asking for a guarantee, so he nodded heavily and said, don't worry, Uncle Zhao. Alright, no more talking. You can go now. Zhao Hongwu grinned, clearly in a very good mood. Fang Zhu responded and then left the conference room with Secretary Lu. At the entrance of the government building, the members of the Yan Wang team had just boarded a government vehicle. They were going to the military side to learn about some situations regarding the secret realms. Across the country, there had been large-scale riots in the secret realms in a short period, and it seemed that Dingbei City was somewhat special, so they needed to communicate with the military. Just as the government vehicle was about to leave the building, Yan Wang suddenly turned his head and saw Fang Zhu, who had just walked down the stairs. His eyes flickered, as if he had made a certain decision. Although he had been the first to leave the corridor, he had not truly left without saying goodbye. Instead, he chose to wait for his team members at the entrance, believing that after his reprimand, Xiaoli should realize her mistake. Let's go. Yan Wang softly uttered 2 words and then withdrew his gaze. The government vehicle started, and 2 SUVs carried everyone away from the government building. Fang Zhu got into another car with Secretary Lu. He actually wanted to try driving a car from this era, but in the end, he didn't bring it up. The reason was simple. He didn't have a driver's license. The driver started the vehicle and smoothly headed towards the most upscale professional community in Dingbei City. Beijing Community, a name that sounds a bit old-fashioned, but it is the best decorated, most secure, and most advanced community in all of Dingbei City. Fang Zhu looked at the beautiful surroundings, the exquisite and elegant 2-story buildings, and was completely astonished. Beijing Community was not too far from the city center, so Fang Zhu and the others arrived there after just a quarter of an hour in the car. From the environment he observed, this could be said to be the most impressive community Fang Zhu had ever seen in his life. The beautifully designed greenery made him feel as if he were in a paradise. The security teams visible everywhere added a touch of seriousness to the community. Although these security guards might not be as capable as the professionals living inside, their presence still provided a strong sense of security. After all, no one could stay at home all the time. The government vehicle entered the community and then turned into the garage. Secretary Lu waited for a moment and pointed to the parking space where the government vehicle was about to stop, saying, "This will be your parking space in the future. Once you have a car, you can park it here directly." Fang Zhu nodded, looking at the parking space, and couldn't help but estimate in his heart that this parking space would cost at least several $100,000 in his own era. After getting out of the government vehicle, Fang Zhu followed Secretary Lu directly to a nearby elevator. Secretary Lu took out a small purple card and gently swiped it at a certain spot in the elevator, and then the elevator began to rise slowly. After a few seconds, Fang Zhu saw his new home. It was a 2-story small villa, exuding a sense of delicacy and luxury from the inside out. The solid wood furniture carved with intricate patterns, the dazzling chandelier, and the jade-like smooth floor made it impossible to take one's eyes off any part. "How is it? Are you satisfied?" Secretary Lu asked with a smile, opening his arms. "Satisfied, very satisfied." Fang Zhu didn't know how to describe his feelings at that moment. He had never imagined that one day he would live in such a grand and luxurious house, which even gave him a sense of unreality. I had someone put those 2 boxes of resource subsidies in the storage room on the first floor for you. The things inside are yours, feel free to use them. Secretary Lu pointed upstairs and continued, the second floor has an alchemy room and a forging room, but the equipment might not be complete. If you need anything else, just talk to this person. Secretary Lu then picked up a card from the table, which had a name and a phone number on it. Fang Zhu nodded and casually asked, who is this? The butler of the villa, Secretary Lu said slowly. Fang Zhu was immediately taken aback. What kind of conditions are these, even assigning him a butler? Don't think too much. This isn't just your butler, Secretary Lu explained. In the Beijing community, every 5 villas are grouped together, and each group has a butler responsible for the daily needs of the residents. Got it, Fang Zhu replied. Secretary Lu then introduced Fang Zhu to the various facilities and rooms in the villa, and it was only now that Fang Zhu finally confirmed he had moved into a grand mansion. In the evening, Secretary Lu left the villa. Fang Zhu wanted to treat him to a meal. After all, Secretary Lu had accompanied him for nearly an entire afternoon, but he firmly refused, stating that they could have the meal another time as he had other matters to attend to. Fang Zhu had no choice but to temporarily give up on that idea. Once he was alone in the house, Fang Zhu laughed a couple of times and lay down on the spacious floor. The cool surface finally made him feel more awake. To be honest, he felt a bit guilty, as he had never thought his contributions were enough to live in such a nice house. No merit, no reward. At this moment, Fang Zhu's conscience was somewhat troubled, so he decided to quickly refine some elixirs to send to the city, which would at least ease his mind a little. Just as Fang Zhu was preparing to categorize the alchemy and forging materials in the room on the second floor, the phone beside the armrest of the sofa in the living room suddenly rang. Fang Zhu hurried over, and upon seeing the number displayed on the landline, he thought, hey, isn't this Butler Zhou's number? He pressed the speakerphone button while pondering. Mr. Fang, hello, I am Zhou Mo, the butler of your villa. A clear voice came from the landline. Hello, is there something you need? Fang Zhu asked curiously. I wanted to ask what you plan to eat tonight. We offer Chinese cuisine, Western food, and various international delicacies. Of course, some more complex dishes may not be available tonight and would require a reservation in advance, Butler Zhou explained in a steady tone. Fang Zhu was momentarily stunned. Wow, this service is really thoughtful. He thought for a moment and decided to just have something simple, as he still had important work to do. Then let's go with Chinese food. Just give me a couple of dishes and a staple. All right, Mr. Fang, please hold on a moment. Butler Zhou, clearly experienced, continued to ask, do you have any dietary restrictions? No, normal meals are fine, Fang Zhu added, a bit worried that the butler might bring out some exotic creatures from the secret realm, so he clarified. No problem, do you need anything else? No, just leave the food at the door later. Fang Zhu thought that if he was in the middle of alchemy, he might not hear the doorbell, so he said this. After hanging up the phone, Fang Zhu couldn't help but laugh. This life is indeed a bit wonderful, with someone taking care of food and drink, and living in a big house. Even if Dili Reba came over, she would have to enjoy it with him. After a brief moment of reflection, he got up to continue working. He had already sorted all the materials in the large metal box of resource subsidies, and now he just needed to move them upstairs. In fact, there was another surprising aspect of this villa that Fang Zhu discovered. In the functional room on the second floor, there was a fate crystal, which meant he could draw cards freely in the villa, even upside down, without worrying about being seen by others. The fate crystal in his previous single apartment was too small, and after consecutive draws, there was a cooldown period. Although the fate crystal in the base was useful, it was crowded and chaotic there. If others saw him drawing gold every time, it could easily lead to trouble. So now, the fate crystal in the functional room perfectly solved this problem. The fate crystal equipped for the villa was certainly not some cheap little piece. Judging by its size, this crystal could allow Fang Zhu to draw cards continuously about 10 to 20 times. That was enough, after all, as Fang Zhu only had 20 fate fragments in total. About half an hour later, Fang Zhu finally moved all his materials into the various functional rooms. By this time, it was past 8 o'clock, and the stars and moon were high in the sky. He rubbed his stomach and suddenly realized he hadn't eaten yet. Where's my food? Fang Zhu exclaimed softly, suddenly remembering he had asked the butler to leave the meal at the door. Isn't it cold now? Fang Zhu hurried to the door and opened the exquisite security door, only to see a very high-end insulated lunchbox placed at the entrance. So meticulous, so thoughtful. Fang Zhu brought the insulated box back inside and quickly finished his dinner. He had to admit that the insulation effect of this lunchbox was really good. Even after being outside for over an hour, the food inside was still warm. Just as Fang Zhu was about to go upstairs to start refining pills, a rhythmic knocking sound suddenly came from the direction of the door. Who is it? Who comes knocking at this late hour? Fang Zhu frowned immediately, stood up from the sofa, and quietly asked at the door, "Who is it?" "It's me, King Yin." A somewhat familiar voice came from outside the door, and Fang Zhu was instantly stunned. This was truly an unexpected situation. He never thought King Yin would come to find him so late at night. Logically speaking, if King Yin wanted to meet him, he should have found a quiet place during the day, not suddenly visit his home, especially since he had just moved in not long ago. This kind of uninvited behavior. After a few seconds of silence, Fang Zhu stepped forward and opened the door. Standing outside was indeed King Yin, the captain of the team, dressed in a trench coat. "Captain Yin, please come in." Fang Zhu naturally wouldn't continue to call him Captain Yin. That was just a casual way to lighten the mood. King Yin looked at Fang Zhu, a signature sinister smile appearing on his face. "How does it feel to live here?" King Yin asked as he walked into the room. "It's quite good," Fang Zhu replied, unsure of how to continue the conversation, so he just went along with what King Yin said. King Yin nodded, glanced around the room, and then sat down on the sofa. Fang Zhu thought for a moment and felt he should pour a glass of water for him. It was basic etiquette, so he turned to find a teacup and pour hot water, while King Yin silently watched Fang Zhu's actions and suddenly asked, "What do you think of our secret team?" Fang Zhu's pouring motion suddenly paused. He turned his head in surprise and hesitated before saying, "I don't know much about you, so I can't really comment. Based on what you know now, what kind of existence do you think we are?" King Yin continued to ask. Contributing to the country and the people, very great. Fang Zhu ultimately decided to speak from a broader perspective, saying this couldn't be wrong. He had already learned from others about the secret team's work, which simply involved handling emergencies that posed great dangers in both the secret realms and reality. However, after hearing this, the King of Hell shook his head and said softly, "Actually, I don't want to do these things. If I could, I would just like to open a tavern and be an ordinary person." Fang Zhu did not speak, merely placing a cup of hot water in front of the King of Hell. "But this world is not safe. Some things ultimately need to be done by someone." The King of Hell continued in a calm tone, "I don't know how much you understand about the situation in other countries. Right now, most countries in the world are in turmoil, and only Huagua and a few other major powers have the strength to confront the secret realms. We must stand up, even if it's just for our own family." "Fang Zhu, you are very talented, but if you stay in Dingbei City, this talent will be wasted. The country needs you now. Someone needs to step up. You should understand that there is a home only when there is a country." The King of Hell's words were sincere, and Fang Zhu believed he truly thought this way. However, he always felt that his talent was not suited for the front lines. If it were a combat profession, that would be another matter, but for a support profession, there should be other paths. The villa fell silent for a moment. The King of Hell did not speak, and neither did Fang Zhu. After a while, the King of Hell suddenly spoke again. "By the way, I need to apologize for what happened at noon today. My team member acted on their own and caused you some trouble. I hope you won't hold it against us." As he spoke, he took out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket. "These are 2 solidifying spirit pills. Take them as a token of apology." Fang Zhu raised an eyebrow and reached out to take them. Why not accept them? Although he was an alchemist, not all materials were readily available, and the herbs needed for the solidifying spirit pill were relatively rare, so he might not be able to refine them in a short time. "Thank you," Fang Zhu said before falling silent again. He was thinking about one thing. If he could achieve it, the role of his 3 support professions would definitely be much greater than going into frontline combat, but whether he could achieve it was still uncertain. The King of Hell did not seem anxious. He took a sip from the teacup in front of him, his gaze drifting to the various decorations in the room. Fang Zhu took a deep breath and finally made up his mind. He looked at the King of Hell and said without a hint of hesitation, "Captain Yan Wang, I am unwilling to join the secret team." As soon as these words were spoken, the expression on the King of Hell's face froze, and there was even a hint of shock in his eyes. According to their investigation results, while Fang Zhu was not an extremely patriotic person, he shouldn't have rejected so decisively. Fang Zhu smiled and met the King of Hell's gaze, continuing, "Even if I don't join the secret team, I can still contribute to the country." The King of Hell controlled his expression and slowly asked, "What do you plan to do?" "I have an idea, but I don't know if you will support it." Fang Zhu had relaxed now. He sat down on the sofa, organized his thoughts, and continued, "I am a support profession, and I am a legendary level support profession that has never appeared before. I should be doing research rather than fighting." "Research?" The King of Hell frowned, seemingly not understanding Fang Zhu's meaning. "That's right. You may not know, but I have improved the strengthening pill, expanding its efficacy and reducing the impact of the medicine on the human body. So now even children can take the strengthening pill I refined. A sense of pride gradually appeared on Fangzhu's face. Moreover, the cost of the herbs used in this version of the strengthening pill has also been reduced, allowing the country the possibility of large-scale promotion of the strengthening pill. But this has not yet met my expectations. I plan to completely eliminate the side effects of the strengthening pill, and I already have some ideas. I believe I will be able to refine it soon. Do you think what I am doing is more beneficial to the country than fighting? Fangzhu's words resonated powerfully, leaving Yan Wang stunned on the spot after he finished listening. He began to understand Fangzhu's thoughts, a perspective he had never considered before. For most people in this era, especially combat professionals, research was a foreign concept because they lacked the energy. Stabilizing the situation in the secret realms was already quite challenging. Who had the energy to think about more? This was even more true for support professionals, whose ranks limited their development. It was difficult for ordinary and rare ranks to grow, let alone engage in any research. Historically, only a few exceptionally gifted individuals could balance both combat and research. What Fangzhu did not realize was that countries around the world had been stuck in a period of stagnation in the development of alchemy, potions, forging, and runes. Fortunately, the situation in the secret realms had not deteriorated too much in recent years. Otherwise, some major countries would have collapsed in a short time. At this moment, Yan Wang gradually began to grasp some of the connections. He furrowed his brow and asked uncertainly, "If you were allowed to research freely, what would you plan to do?" Fangzhu answered almost without hesitation. He had thought about it many times before, and his journey into the secret realm had inspired him. Start from the basics, basic pills, basic weapons and armor, and basic rune combinations. The strengthening pill is just the first step. Next would be other similar pills that can enhance the strength of low-level professionals. These pills all have some side effects to varying degrees, which prevents them from being widely promoted. If I can reduce the side effects and costs of 2 to 3 types of pills to a certain extent, then ordinary people in Huagua could possess a certain level of strength before the fate ceremony, thereby enhancing their combat power after they change professions. The same goes for weapons and armor. If the army could use stronger, sharper, and more cost-effective weapons, then in some mid to low-level secret realms, our army could reduce casualties and free up more manpower to suppress high-level secret realms. Fangzhu's thoughts were clear, and the more Yan Wang listened, the brighter his eyes became. If this young man could truly achieve this, then Huagua would possess unmatched power, and the new generation of professionals would have greater growth potential and more possibilities. What a beautiful scene that would be! Yan Wang couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. As one of the top professionals in Huagua, Yan Wang was well aware of the country's predicament, which could be summed up in one simple phrase: unable to fight back, unable to retreat. The secret realms hung over everyone like the sword of Damocles. No one knew when it would strike or deliver a fatal blow to humanity. However, currently, major countries had no way to resist the secret realms and were even in a stage of continuous retreat. So far, Huagua had lost nearly a third of its territory, which had been occupied by alien beasts, now referred to as forbidden zones. The country had to deploy troops on a large scale along the borders to ensure domestic stability, but this was ultimately not a long-term solution. Moreover, to reduce public panic, the country rarely reported on the situation at the borders. Fangzhu had only learned about these matters in a special training class, which further solidified his thoughts. After pondering for a long time, Yan Wang spoke again. "How confident are you about these matters?" Fangzhu hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said, "Words alone are not enough, let me show you." Yan Wang immediately displayed an interested expression, standing up and following Fangzhu to the second floor. Opening the door to the alchemy room, Fangzhu directly took out the materials for the new type of strengthening pill, processing them as he spoke. "I'll first refine an improved version to prove that what I said before wasn't a lie." The King of Hell nodded and sat down beside him. His current mood was hard to describe, a feeling that the future was about to unfold before his eyes. Fangzhu quickly and efficiently processed all the herbs at hand. Although the King of Hell did not understand alchemy, he was still surprised by Fangzhu's fluid movements. This was not something a low-level alchemist could do. He had seen other alchemists, and those who could handle herbs with such cleanliness, efficiency, and aesthetic appeal were usually seasoned alchemists. Fangzhu, of course, was unaware that his skills had already astonished the King of Hell, nor did he know that many others had been similarly impressed by him. After finishing with the herbs, Fangzhu ignited the flame of the dragon's head. Indeed, this villa was equipped with a geothermal device necessary for alchemy, and it seemed that the quality of this device was quite good, producing a steady flame with extremely high temperatures. Fangzhu summoned his alchemy furnace and then placed the herbs inside. At this point, the King of Hell finally dared to speak. He had just watched Fangzhu concentrate, fearing that his words might disrupt him. "Who did you learn your alchemy techniques from?" Since the country intended to recruit Fang Zhu, they would surely investigate his background, but there was nothing in Fang Zhu's life experience related to alchemy, which made the King of Hell curious. Fang Zhu smiled and continued to explain, "It's a unique talent of legendary class professions. I learned alchemy the moment I changed my job." The King of Hell's expression changed slightly. He had considered this possibility before, but when Fang Zhu confirmed it himself, he couldn't help but be shocked. Legendary class professions were indeed so powerful. No, it should be said that the legendary class support profession was surprisingly strong. The King of Hell had also looked into legendary combat professions. The strongest in the world, Huang, was a legendary class. Being from Huagua, the King of Hell had naturally had some contact with him. However, even Huang did not display such terrifying talent right after changing jobs. Of course, it was also possible that he had deliberately hidden this aspect, but regardless, Fang Zhu's talent was truly astonishing. After about half an hour, Fang Zhu stood up and extinguished the flame of the dragon's head, and a fragrant aroma of herbs wafted through the room. The King of Hell pulled his thoughts back and looked at Fang Zhu, who was taking out the pills. "This is the new type of strengthening pill. Take a look," Fang Zhu said as he handed the pill over. The King of Hell took it, and immediately information about the pill appeared before him. Although he had anticipated this, he still showed a look of surprise when he actually saw the information. Today, he had been continuously astonished by Fang Zhu several times, and now a complex emotion surged within him. At this moment, the King of Hell realized that his previous thinking had fallen into a misconception. Contributing to the country did not only involve fighting in secret realms. What Fang Zhu was doing now was no less than risking their lives to resolve a crisis. From the perspective of contribution, Fang Zhu had even surpassed most professionals of this era. "Besides the pills, I can also create basic weapons at a lower cost," Fang Zhu smiled, picking up some fine iron to begin forging. His forging process was different from that of ordinary blacksmiths, and with his legendary talent, it was quite easy to produce a weapon at a low cost. However, the King of Hell stopped him and slowly said, "No need, I already understand your intentions." Fang Zhu halted his actions and looked up at him. The King of Hell remained silent for 2 seconds before continuing. "Perhaps what you said makes sense, but I cannot guarantee you anything. You must know that the only place that can truly be called a research institute now is the Rune Research Institute in the capital." Fang Zhu nodded slightly. In fact, he had noticed this as well. Compared to alchemy and forging, the application of runes in daily life was much more prevalent. Not to mention, there were many rune-related items in the villa where he currently lived. However, from his perspective as someone who had been through it, this level of rune application was not particularly impressive. It could even be described as superficial. "How do I need to cooperate with this matter?" Fang Zhu thought for a moment and asked. "First, let me report this matter," Yan Wang said, rubbing his brow. He had basically given up on the idea of having Fang Zhu join the secret team. It was obvious to anyone that Fang Zhu's ambitions lay elsewhere, and he clearly had more talent in other areas. Of course, Yan Wang also dared not make any guarantees to Fang Zhu at this point. Although the Alchemist Association and the Forging Association did some minor research, it was certainly not what Fang Zhu wanted. Although Fang Zhu did not say it outright, Yan Wang could sense that the young man wanted a research group or institute led by himself, as only he had that capability. Yan Wang looked at the elixir in his hand, pondered for a moment, and said, "How about this? Give me some of your research materials, and if you have anything related to weapons, include that as well." Fang Zhu nodded, suddenly remembering that all his research materials were in his apartment in the practitioner base. He rubbed his nose and said, "It's a bit late today, the materials aren't in this villa." "No problem, just give them to me the day after tomorrow. I'll be in Dingbei City for the next few days, and you can write the materials and your thoughts in more detail." Yan Wang revealed a fierce yet kind smile. Fang Zhu didn't know how he could see that this smile was kind. An hour later, Yan Wang left the villa with a strengthening pill and a basic long sword. Indeed, Fang Zhu had ultimately forged a long sword. Yan Wang planned to present these two items along with Fang Zhu's materials to the higher-ups of the state, which would be more persuasive. The developments of today had completely deviated from Yan Wang's expectations. He had initially thought that discussing life ideals and national sentiments with Fang Zhu would convince the young man to join the secret team. However, he did not expect that after their conversation, it would be himself who changed his mind. Of course, this was also because Fang Zhu's ideas were indeed feasible, and Yan Wang realized that having a legendary-level support practitioner focus solely on combat seemed somewhat of a waste of talent. With Fang Zhu's innate talent, which he had grasped without a teacher, with just a bit of training, he could definitely grow into one of the top practitioners in Huagui in a short time. In comparison, engaging in combat would somewhat squander his abilities. Since Yan Wang could come and go without anyone noticing, Fang Zhu only saw him to the villa's entrance. Soon, he was left alone in the room. Under the bright lights, Fang Zhu sat on the sofa and began to check his professional information. After the recent alchemy, his alchemist profession level had risen to level 10, and he had awakened his first professional skill. Fang Zhu was very much looking forward to it because the skills of legendary level professions could not be weak. He just didn't know how powerful they would be. Skill name, mastery of flames, skill attribute, passive skill, skill description. You have precisely controlled the temperature and duration of the flames. Each time you perform alchemy, it will shorten the time by about 20%. Fang Zhu sought his awakened first professional skill and initially thought it was somewhat mediocre, merely reducing alchemy time, which seemed not very useful. But when he thought about it carefully, he realized that this skill was a divine ability for Fang Zhu himself. What does a 20% reduction in alchemy time mean? If refining the same type of elixir, others can at most refine 4 to 5 batches in a period of time, while Fang Zhu can refine 5 to 6 batches. It may seem like just a 1 batch difference, but what if his innate skill is triggered? What if the number of elixirs in the furnace doubles? Just thinking about this situation feels terrifying. Fang Zhu was already ahead of most alchemists in terms of refining efficiency, and now with this skill, it's not an exaggeration to say that he is equivalent to a collection of over a dozen alchemists. At this moment, Fang Zhu suddenly felt an urge to refine a batch. He wanted to test the effect of this skill and see if the shortened refining time was noticeable. Without hesitation, he stood up from the sofa and walked directly upstairs. In the alchemy room, there were still some materials for the strengthening elixir left. Fang Zhu quickly organized them and then planned to start refining. Just as he was about to put the herbs into the alchemy furnace, his gaze suddenly caught sight of the lingqing grass placed nearby. This is a type of herb with somewhat special properties. Generally, lingqing grass is only used to neutralize the potency of certain herbs, making them milder and more stable. The reason Fang Zhu noticed it now is that the strengthening elixir contains 2 or 3 herbs with relatively strong potency, and it seemed just right to use it for neutralization. However, this would also create many new problems. Take, for example, a competitive online game from Fang Zhu's era. Many people didn't know that all the heroes' acceleration, healing, shield skills, and similar effects in the equipment were all coded from the same hero. Simply put, every time you used or enjoyed the effects of these skills, there was an invisible harpist casting spells beside you. If that game were to redo or delete the harpist, the consequences would be obvious. The game would basically cease to exist. Fang Zhu now faced the same problem. If he added lingqing grass to the newly experimented elixir formula, then the strengthening elixir would need to rebalance the properties of all the herbs. But an idea suddenly flashed in Fang Zhu's mind. If it could be done, then perhaps the side effects of the strengthening elixir could really be resolved. He became excited and quickly began to extract the juice from the lingqing grass. Meanwhile, Yan Wang returned to the residence where the team had been staying during this time, and the team members quickly surrounded him, eagerly asking about the captain's results for the day. However, what Yan Wang said next left them dumbfounded. Fang Zhu rejected my invitation, and I also agreed to one of his requests. Yan Wang's tone was very calm, but after a brief moment of shock, everyone showed expressions of surprise. What's going on? The captain personally took action and actually failed? Yan Wang smiled but didn't explain immediately. Instead, he sat on the sofa and took a sip of water, waiting until everyone had calmed down before continuing. Fang Zhu said he is not suited for combat and is more suitable for research. De Yen was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. In fact, he had a strange feeling when he was secretly observing Fang Zhu with his secret eye. Now he finally understood where that feeling came from. It was a scholar's temperament that was completely at odds with their bloodthirsty combat professions. Research? Is he planning to refine elixirs or forge weapons? A team member asked softly. Both. Fang Zhu even wants to advance in all 3 fields simultaneously. Yan Wang recounted the ideas he heard from Fang Zhu in full, then slowly said, I think Fang Zhu has a point. His legendary profession indeed exceeds our imagination, and the country does have similar plans, but they are much more conservative than his ideas. But he just changed jobs and has no experience. Isn't it a bit too arrogant to go directly into research? Another team member thought for a moment and said. The King of Hell pondered for a while, nodded in agreement, but then shook his head and said, perhaps the issue you mentioned exists, but it's not something we need to consider. I will report Fang Zhu's ideas, but how the higher-ups will handle it is beyond our control. All the team members expressed their agreement upon hearing this. This matter was indeed not something they could decide. Although Fang Zhu's proposal was not particularly groundbreaking, it still exceeded ordinary imagination. On the other side, in a villa in Beijing, Fang Zhu looked at the elixir in his hand with some surprise. He had succeeded. Halfway. These few strengthening pills, although they no longer had the side effect of blood vessel rupture, had significantly reduced potency, essentially losing the original effect of the strengthening pills. This was a failed elixir, but it also proved that Fang Zhu's approach was not wrong. Adding lynching grass and rebalancing the various herbs could indeed eliminate side effects. So he took out a new notebook, recorded his thoughts, and continued to experiment. The next moment, it was the early morning of the second day. Fang Zhu, sporting dark circles under his eyes, entered his bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, losing consciousness. He had spent the entire night refining and had confirmed the formula for the latest type of strengthening pill, but the final product was somewhat unsatisfactory, so Fang Zhu wanted to try again to see if he could do better. While he slept for those few hours, a major event occurred across the ocean. In the United States, 3 classes secret realms simultaneously experienced massive riots. The military quickly assembled and promised substantial rewards to all participating professionals. The saying, "under heavy rewards, there will be brave men," was certainly true. Tens of thousands of professionals surged into the secret realms, and fierce battles erupted between the two sides. In just 3 hours, the United States and the alien beasts paid a heavy price, with severed limbs and blood flowing like rivers throughout the secret realms. To ensure that the professionals could continue fighting in the secret realms, the United States urgently summoned all pharmacists in the country to work overtime to concoct healing potions. Compared to the physically weak priests, bottles of potions were clearly more suitable for the brutal battlefield. However, the United States soon discovered that their stock of herbs was insufficient. Supplying so many people at once was no simple task, and the consumption of herbs exceeded everyone's expectations. Thus, the United States made a decisive decision. To ensure the combat effectiveness of the professionals and domestic safety, the United States took out the vast majority of its herb stock from the national treasury and urgently requisitioned various herbs and potions from its subordinate countries. Unlike alchemists, pharmacists, as a unique auxiliary profession in the West, were more suited to such a critical situation in some respects, because pharmacists could concoct basic potions without the need for flames. They only needed to proportionally mix various herbs and supplement them with magic circles. Therefore, in a short time, the United States could produce a large number of basic potions to provide additional support for the professionals fighting on the front lines. However, this required a massive amount of herbs, as even high-level pharmacists could not guarantee 100% success in concocting potions. In less than 6 hours, the United States had swept clean all the herbs and potions circulating in the international market. Seeing that this was still not enough, the United States began to purchase herbs from other countries at high prices. No one would refuse such a deal. It was almost like giving away money. Thus, herbs from various countries quickly flowed to this Western power, and even Huagua could not resist, taking advantage of the fire by offering a portion of its herbs. After half a day, the situation within the American Federation began to improve. The combat professionals, aided by potions, successfully withstood the 2 strongest attacks from the alien beasts. However, according to the higher-ups' assessment, the enemy would not retreat in the short term, and they had to hold their ground for a longer time. Of course, our classmate Fang Zhu was unaware of this. He was currently organizing his previous research materials in the professional base. After waking up in the afternoon, Fang Zhu first went to his single apartment, figuring out a way to transport the entire piece of rainbow stone back to the villa. He then began to organize the materials and planned to hand them over to Yan Wang the next day. In the evening, Fang Zhu asked Shen Tupeng for a day off tomorrow, as it was the final critical moment for researching the strengthening pill. Special training could wait for later. After returning to the villa, Fang Zhu called Zhao Hanwu and explained the situation about his refusal to join the secret team from start to finish. After listening, Zhao Hanwu was silent for a moment before speaking. "Have you made up your mind?" "Yes, I have always felt that I am not good at direct combat with others. Being a behind-the-scenes researcher suits me better," Fang Zhu said firmly. "If you've made up your mind, then go for it. No problem. I believe in you." Zhao Hongwu's tone carried blessings and a smile. After hanging up, Fang Zhu resumed his research on the strengthening pill, recording every step of his operations and setting up a control group to ensure he wouldn't take any detours during the research process. Near midnight, Fang Zhu set down the failed pill he had in hand and turned to another functional room nearby. Inside was a sizable fate crystal, and he hadn't drawn cards for several days. Now that he had fate fragments, it was just the right time to draw a couple of times. Fang Zhu deliberately chose midnight for this. The daily reward refresh time for the divine card drawing system was at 12 o'clock, meaning he could draw once and immediately draw again, directly obtaining 2 golden legends. Fang Zhu approached the fate crystal and brought one of the fragments close. The next second, a burst of golden light erupted in the room, and a golden meteor suddenly streaked across. He reached out, skillfully grasping the golden card that had just appeared, floating above the fate crystal. Name: Alchemy Furnace Enhancement Stone. Description: Upon seeing the name of this golden card, Fang Zhu revealed a helpless expression. This was the first time he had drawn a duplicate golden card. Although the Alchemy Furnace Enhancement Stone was quite useful to him, Fangzhu still hoped to draw something that could enhance his strength or assist in his research. Sighing, Fangzhu summoned the Alchemy Furnace and directly chose to use it. The Alchemy Furnace Enhancement Stone instantly transformed into a liquid and merged into the surface of the furnace. In no time, Fangzhu's Alchemy Furnace expanded slightly, the patterns of the savage beasts on it becoming more solid, and its aura more astonishing. The enhancement quickly concluded, and Fangzhu suddenly had a vague realization: if there were more enhancement stones in the future and he continued to enhance it like this, the Alchemy Furnace might undergo a qualitative change at some point, leading to some astonishing transformations. Realizing this, his earlier disappointment at drawing the enhancement stone faded somewhat. Retrieving the Alchemy Furnace, Fangzhu checked the time. It was exactly 12 o'clock in 1 minute, allowing for a second draw. He took out the second fate fragment from his pocket, but as soon as this fragment touched the fate crystal, an anomaly occurred. A burst of black light suddenly erupted from the fate crystal, the black light moving at incredible speed, engulfing the entire room in the blink of an eye. Fangzhu's vision was instantly shrouded in darkness, unable to see his own hand. Black light. Fangzhu suddenly remembered that Shin Tu Peng had previously emphasized that if a black card appeared during a draw, it must be reported immediately to the local highest administrative authority. With this thought, Fangzhu quickly took out his phone and dialed Zhao Hongwu's number. Although only black light had appeared now, this anomaly was not something he could handle. Since the golden light was followed by a golden card, it was reasonable to assume that the black light would be followed by a black card as well. Beep beep beep. A series of blind tones came from the phone, and Fangzhu's face showed anxiety as he tried to dial again. Still, it was just blind tones, and no one answered. Fangzhu's heart sank. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, tightly gripping the talisman pen in his hand. The runes could both attack and defend in this situation, and Fangzhu was very grateful that he still possessed the power of runes. After about 5 minutes of darkness, signs of dissipation finally appeared, and Fangzhu immediately looked up at the fate crystal. Sure enough, a black card was floating above it. He did not rashly take any action. After all, the black card looked very suspicious. To be safe, Fangzhu dialed the phone again, but neither Zhao Hongwu nor Secretary Liu answered, and even Shin Tu Peng's call could not get through. By this point, Fangzhu had realized the strangeness of the situation. One person not answering could be busy, but if no one else answered, even a fool could see that something was wrong. It seems I can only rely on myself now, Fangzhu murmured, slowly stepping forward 2 paces. He leaned closer to the fate crystal to carefully examine the black card. From the outside, the black card had no difference from a normal fate card except for its color. Fangzhu thought for a moment, picked up the talisman pen, and began to draw runes on himself. Before reaching out to touch the card, he had to ensure he was in peak condition. Stone runes, healing runes, thorn runes. Fangzhu quickly drew most of the runes he had mastered on himself. Fortunately, his mental strength was sufficient now, otherwise, just going through this process could have caused him to faint. In the functional room of the luxurious villa, Fangzhu's expression was tense as he stared intently at the fate crystal emitting black light and the black fate card above it. In contrast to the black light, various runes on Fangzhu's body flickered with colorful light. He was now ready, prepared to touch the black card. Fangzhu took a deep breath, slowly extended his hand, and cautiously touched the black card floating above the fate crystal. In the next second, a wave of icy coldness suddenly swept from the card along Fangzhu's fingertips, as if he were in an ice cellar at dozens of degrees below zero. Fangzhu couldn't help but shiver. The hand he extended became stiff and even lost sensation. He struggled to control his body, trying to pull his arm back, but the black card seemed to exert a pulling force, firmly attaching his fingers to the card. At the same time, the various runes on Fangzhu's body burst into brilliant light, those profound and obscure runes slowly emerging, unleashing astonishing power to confront the black card. As the runes appeared, the icy and stiff feeling on Fangzhu's body eased a little. He let out a low shout, steeling his heart, and directly opened his hand to grasp the black fate card. Boom! It felt as if a heavy hammer struck the back of his head. Fangzhu's vision blurred, and he nearly fainted. A sharp pain followed, and in an instant, his face turned pale, his body trembled, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. But this level of injury was not enough to make Fangzhu give up. He gripped the card tightly, his face contorted in rage as he stood up. At this moment, the black light on the fate crystal had completely dissipated, and only the black card in his hand continued to emit an unbearable dark light. However, the black card seemed different from a normal fate card. The card descriptions that should have appeared were still not visible before his eyes. Just as Fangzhu was about to crush the black life card to see what it really was, a piercing pain suddenly shot through his palm. Fangzhu gasped in shock, his face turning even paler. What the hell is going on? He cursed under his breath and looked down, only to see that the hand holding the life card had somehow lost all flesh, leaving behind only a ghastly white bone. Fangju's expression changed drastically. It was the first time he had experienced such a terrifying scene. However, he soon felt a cool sensation spreading through his body, the self-healing runes at work, barely suppressing the pain in his hand. This can't go on. Fangju's mind raced, and he used all his strength to ignore the excruciating pain in his hand and directly crushed the life card. The room fell silent in an instant, as if the world had lost its sound at that moment. Countless black dots suddenly appeared before Fangju's eyes, and an indescribable sense of fear surged from the depths of his heart. He had no idea what would happen next, but he absolutely could not sit idly by. Fangju waved his left hand, and the seal pen reappeared in his grasp. Calm down, he had to stay calm. Fangju thought to himself as the seal pen began to carve runes in the air. The items or professions contained within the life card could only be revealed after it was crushed, and Fangju had no idea what was in the black card. But it was never wrong to prepare for the worst. Sure enough, in the next moment, a stream of black gas coalesced in midair and shot straight towards his face. The black gas moved at an incredible speed, and Fangju had no time to react. However, the runes he had inscribed on himself took effect, and a translucent barrier suddenly appeared in front of him. The black gas slammed heavily against the barrier, but that barrier, which could withstand even the fire thunder crocodile, shattered with a loud bang in less than a second. But that was enough. Fangju instinctively ducked, and the black gas whizzed past his head. In that instant, Fangju caught a glimpse of the black gas's form. It was a small black sword, about the length of his forearm. This eased Fangju's mind a bit. He had thought it might be some ferocious beast or a legendary abyss creature, but if it was just a cold weapon. In that moment, many thoughts flashed through Fangju's mind, and in the blink of an eye, he had come up with a solution. A mere small sword dares to act recklessly? Fangju snorted coldly, and the seal pen in his hand suddenly accelerated, quickly drawing a rune he had never revealed before the shadow could react. Confinement rune formed. At that moment, the shadow was closing in on Fangju again, but the confinement rune suddenly accelerated in midair, colliding directly with the black small sword. But that wasn't the end. Fangju didn't stop with the seal pen, and a second confinement rune quickly formed before him. Go! Fangju called out softly, and at that moment, his mind momentarily went blank. He knew this was a sign that he was about to reach his limit. Drawing multiple runes in succession was still a bit too much for him. However, the good news was that the black small sword was trapped in midair by the two confinement runes. Its frantic attempts to break free were futile. Seizing the opportunity, Fangju turned and grabbed a solidifying spirit pill from the nearby table and swallowed it directly. Fortunately, he had placed the solidifying spirit pill in the functional room earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had time to go to another room to get it. The solidifying spirit pill melted in his mouth, and Fangju immediately felt a slight replenishment of his weakened mental power, the dizzying sensation beginning to fade. He had no time to think further and immediately began to draw the third confinement rune. 10 minutes later, Fangju sat on the ground, panting heavily, a piercing pain throbbing in his brain. He had just forcefully and continuously drawn 4 confinement runes while his mental strength had not fully recovered. Although he successfully restrained the black small sword, his mental strength had completely reached its limit. In this situation, even taking the spirit solidifying pill again would not have much effect, as he had overdrawn too severely. A rare grade pill simply couldn't make up for it. At this moment, in the room, the black mist above the small sword had disappeared, revealing its true form before Fangju. It was a small sword that looked somewhat ancient, and as Fangju looked closely, he discovered that exquisite patterns were engraved on the blade. Patterns? Fangju murmured to himself, barely propping himself up to the side of the small sword. This time, he could see those patterns clearly. They were the primordial beasts, shrunk dozens or even hundreds of times. Fangju was immediately stunned in place because those primordial beasts were identical to those on his alchemy furnace, almost carved from the same mold. Is this a coincidence? Fangju said softly, reaching out to grasp the hilt of the small sword. Under the effect of the self-healing rune, Fangju's right hand had regrown flesh, but the healing time was still short, and there was no skin over the flesh, making it look bloody and terrifying. At this moment, when his palm grasped the small sword, the long-lost item information finally appeared before his eyes. Name, 8 Desolation Sword, Abyssalized, Legendary. Description, originally the head of the 8 Desolation set, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, it fell into the abyss for unknown reasons, eroded by the abyssal power to the point of losing 9/10 of its strength. Each use requires a price. Fangju frowned as he read the item description. He had already had a vague suspicion that the black light, which made high-level professionals change color in fear, was likely related to the abyss. He just didn't expect the abyss to possess such bizarre power. If legendary items could be eroded, what about humans? Would they also be eroded by the abyss? Fang Zhu recalled the Abyssal entity incident that had caused great casualties some time ago. It seems the abyss can erode anything, he murmured, suddenly realizing another question. Why wasn't I eroded by the abyssal power of the 8 Desolations sword? Does this erosion have to meet certain conditions? Fang Zhu frowned, unable to come up with an answer to the question for a moment. He sat on the ground, placing the 8 Desolations sword in front of him, closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. The self-healing rune had dissipated, and his right hand had basically regrown. From the outside, the newly grown skin on his right hand was much fairer than that of his left hand. However, the dizziness in his brain had not completely faded. This time, he had overdrawn more severely than the last time in the secret realm. He felt that he would need at least 2 or 3 days to recover to normal. After about 10 minutes, Fang Zhu stood up from the ground, swaying as he made his way to the bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Ding-dling, ding-dling. A series of urgent phone rings sounded, and Fang Zhu struggled to reach for the phone placed by his pillow. He lifted the phone and pressed the answer button, and a familiar voice came from the speaker. Fang Zhu, are you home? How's the data organization going? It was Yan Wang's voice, and Fang Zhu immediately recognized it. His spirit jolted as he looked at the time displayed on the phone, 2:25 p.m. Oh no, I've slept for 2 days, Fang Zhu exclaimed in his heart. He turned over and sat up, speaking into the phone. I'm at home, and I've organized the data pretty much. Okay, I'll be there shortly, Yan Wang said before hanging up. Fang Zhu immediately got out of bed to wash his face in the bathroom, then went to the alchemy room to review the data again. After 2 days of rest, he had basically recovered, and his rune master level had reached level 5. After waiting for about half an hour, there was a knock at the door. This time, the King of Hell was quite polite, choosing to walk in through the door rather than using some special means to sneak in. The two quickly settled in the living room, and Fang Zhu handed over the research materials while speaking. Captain Yan, I have now found an effective method to eliminate the side effects of the strengthening pill. Within a week, I should be able to refine a version that has no side effects and is even more potent. Upon hearing this, the King of Hell's eyes lit up. He nodded but did not respond immediately. Instead, he looked at the research materials in his hands. Fang Zhu's recording method was somewhat unusual, something the King of Hell had not seen before, but he quickly understood some of the data. About 10 minutes later, the King of Hell set down the materials, revealing a surprised yet awkward smile. Not bad, even someone like me can understand it. So, is there hope for the idea I proposed? Fang Zhu quickly asked. The King of Hell thought for a moment and still gave a vague answer. I'm not sure. There has never been a case like yours in the country, so I can't say how things will be arranged in the end. Current policies still favor combat, but someone has already noticed the value of support professions. I can help you give it a try. Fang Zhu nodded slightly. He could hear the implication in the King of Hell's words. Under normal circumstances, it would be nearly impossible for him to establish his own research team, but it wasn't absolute. After all, he was legendary. Thank you, Fang Zhu said earnestly. The King of Hell did not linger in the villa. He collected the research materials from the table and left. After seeing off the King of Hell, Fang Zhu returned to the functional room. He first looked at the 8 Desolation sword on the ground. This little sword, which had nearly cost him his life, had undergone some changes. A quaint sword sheath had appeared on the blade at some unknown time. This was a good thing. He wouldn't have to worry about the blade cutting him when carrying it. Fang Zhu picked up the 8 Desolation sword and set it aside, then turned his attention to the Fate Crystal. His gold card count had refreshed again, but after the events of the past 2 days, Fang Zhu now felt a bit hesitant about drawing cards. What if he encountered that black light again? This time he was lucky. The power of the 8 Desolation sword was barely intact, and he had means to counter it. But what if he drew something he couldn't handle? Fang Zhu didn't dare to take the risk. Although he had the 9 turns spirit heart pill for protection, he still felt he should make some preparations to avoid falling into a similar crisis. With this in mind, Fang Zhu turned around and approached the wall, beginning to ponder. He planned to carve some runes on the walls of the villa, some that had a long duration and strong enough effects. This way, if a similar situation arose, the runes could buy him some time, at the very least allowing him to find a way to contact the outside world. Fang Zhu had basically figured out that the reason he couldn't get through to others before was likely due to that black light. The power of the abyss had distorted some things. It seemed that what Shin Tupeng said at the time was not entirely accurate. Once such a situation occurred, the best course of action was to leave the Fate Crystal and seek help personally, as the phone would not be useful then. Fang Zhu contemplated for a while, and ideas began to form in his mind. He approached the nearby blacksmith and took out some rare materials suitable for carrying runes from a pile. He then returned to the functional room. Snap! Fang Zhu snapped his fingers, and a flame burst forth from his fingertips. This was the Qingli red fire within him, which had now grown enough to be released externally after a short period of time. Placing the materials above the flame, it wasn't long before they melted and turned into a pool of liquid. Fang Zhu took out a rune pen and gently tapped it on the liquid. Once the pen tip fully absorbed the liquid, he went to the wall and began to draw a medium-sized rune array, just like the one he had seen at the logistics headquarters before. It is not difficult for a legendary rune master to draw a rune array, even if he is only at level 5. Soon, one rune after another appeared on the walls of the functional room. These runes intertwined to form a strangely shaped yet uniquely beautiful array. Fang Zhu drew faster and faster, the rune pen in his hand even creating afterimages in front of him. About half an hour later, Fang Zhu stopped, wiped the sweat from his brow, and sat down on a stool to rest. He had not yet completed the drawing of the rune array, but at this moment, his mental energy was beginning to wane. Fang Zhu had underestimated the mental energy required to draw such a rune array. He realized that it was nearly impossible to complete it all at once given his current level and skills, so he could only take a break in the middle. While resting, he did not remain idle and casually picked up some research materials to ponder over. What he handed to the King of Hell was, of course, a copy. The original was still in his hands. Fang Zhu utilized scientific thinking to break down alchemy into very detailed steps, even calculating the exact amount of each medicinal herb needed. He had previously discovered that people in this era did not have a systematic way of recording research processes. Although there were legacies from the old era, most people did not truly understand them thoroughly, which might also be related to the lack of emphasis on research. Therefore, Fang Zhu's method of recording, in a sense, was the true way to conduct research. If the juice of the spirit clear grass is reduced by 5 grams, will it affect the other herbs? Fang Zhu pondered while jotting down notes on paper. In his view, alchemy was no different from chemistry. However, chemistry had the periodic table of elements and scientific calculation methods, while alchemy was still a blank slate. Perhaps some alchemists had summarized certain rules, but unstructured rules ultimately could not stand up to scrutiny. Of course, he was still unable to summarize the rules of alchemy. That was an extremely difficult and labor-intensive task. However, Fang Zhu believed that he would be able to do so in the future. He was still young, and his profession had a lot of room for growth. Soon, Fang Zhu filled the draft paper beside him. He recalculated the formulas for the medicinal pills based on the rules he had summarized and found a highly probable feasible approach. Then he set down the draft paper and turned back to continue drawing the runes on the wall. He was not in a hurry to refine the pills. It was more important to complete the rune array on the wall first. Once this rune array was finished, Fang Zhu's villa would have a certain level of self-defense capability. Not only this functional room, but other rooms would also be affected by the rune array, and by then, Fang Zhu would be able to fully control the villa. In fact, there was a somewhat troublesome aspect to this rune array. It seemed that there was some kind of interference between the runes, which would lead to a decrease in the power of the runes themselves. The larger the rune array, the more severe this interference became. Fang Zhu's medium-sized rune array also had similar issues, but he could still resolve them, albeit with some trouble. Fang Zhu worked diligently until evening before finally completing the rune array. He let out a long breath, looking at the runes on the wall that shimmered with light, revealing a satisfied smile. This was his first time drawing such a rune array, and at the moment of completion, a sense of fulfillment surged within him, and his level as a rune master also rose to level 7. The workload of the rune array was substantial, so the experience provided to Fang Zhu was quite significant. If he were a mid to low-level rune master, it would take at least several days to complete such a comprehensive rune array that integrated offense, protection, and monitoring. But as a legendary master, he only needed an afternoon. After dinner, Fang Zhu began to refine the body-strengthening pill he had in mind. Meanwhile, in the capital of Huagua, the King of Hell arrived at a certain unknown small attic. Pushing open the door, the King of Hell saw 3 spirited old men sitting around a tea table, cheerfully discussing something. Upon seeing the newcomer, one of the old men put down his teacup, waved his hand warmly, and said in a gentle tone, "Little Yen, come sit." The King of Hell responded and sat down. He looked at the 3 men in the room, filled with respect. These were the 3 men currently at the pinnacle of power in Huagua. The slightly plump man on the left was the 3rd elder, amiable and mainly responsible for domestic affairs. On the right was the 2nd elder, whose character was resolute yet meticulous, primarily handling international matters. Naturally, the one sitting in the middle was the Grand Elder, who oversaw everything, leading Huagua through thorns and difficulties, navigating this chaotic era without a single mistake for decades, successfully ensuring that Huagua stood strong, becoming one of the most powerful countries in the world at this time. At this moment, the 3rd elder spoke first. "Little Yen, I saw the report you submitted. You mentioned that there is a young genius practitioner in Dingbei City who wants the country to sponsor his research?" The King of Hell nodded and slowly said, "Yes, 3rd elder, I spoke with this person. Although he just graduated from high school, his demeanor and actions are quite methodical, and he possesses 3 legendary professions, indicating great potential. The third elder nodded and pulled out a stack of reports to review. The King of Hell, with his excellent eyesight, could clearly see what the reports were about. They detailed Feng Zhu's life and the research materials he submitted. After a moment, the third elder spoke again. Did you bring the improved strengthening pill? I did. The King of Hell handed over a delicate wooden box. The 3 elders immediately leaned in to examine the strengthening pill closely. Not bad, the concept is quite clever. The second elder nodded slightly and said, legendary professions are indeed extraordinary. Achieving such results just a month after transitioning is impressive. The third elder also praised, then looked at the Grand Elder. Ultimately, the one in charge in this room was the Grand Elder in the center. The others could only offer their opinions. However, the Grand Elder merely smiled slightly and did not express an opinion. He looked at the materials and suddenly asked an apparently unrelated question. How is the situation over at the American Federation? Everyone was taken aback, and it was the second elder who reacted first. He furrowed his brow and said in a deep voice, the situation is currently stable. The 3 secret realms should not be able to breach their defenses in the short term. But based on my deductions, the American Federation is likely creating a stable illusion using sufficient potions. Once the supply of potions runs low, the beasts in the A-level secret realm will definitely launch a large-scale attack immediately. The Grand Elder nodded slightly. If that's the case, the situation there is actually not very optimistic. The King of Hell did not interject, merely listening quietly to the discussion among the 3 elders. After a moment, the Grand Elder picked up the report on the table, flipping through it while asking, do you think we should also stockpile some pills for emergencies? On the sofa, the second elder and the others exchanged glances. In fact, this matter had been raised by others before, but ultimately fell through for various reasons. Currently, there are fewer than 50,000 alchemists in Huagua whose main profession is alchemy, and whose success rate in refining basic pills is over 50%. This number is extremely small, even pitiably so. After experiencing several upheavals, Huagua's population has sharply decreased, now totaling less than 700 million, and with only 50,000 alchemists. It's a disheartening thought. Thus, the higher-ups felt powerless. Storing pills is indeed a good way to respond to crises, but the problem is, there simply aren't that many pills. The crowd was somewhat puzzled by the sudden mention of this topic by the Grand Elder at this moment. Even if the affairs of the American Federation had stimulated them, China did not possess such conditions right now. Although pharmacists could not compare to alchemists in the later stages, their early advantages were immense. Even newly transitioned pharmacists could achieve a success rate of over 70%. As for alchemists, in most cases, they did not last into the later stages, and very few could truly persevere. If Feng Zhu can solve this problem, the country might as well provide him with some support. The Grand Elder suddenly spoke again, his tone casual, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. However, the others in the room showed varying degrees of shock after hearing this. Asking a young man who had just transitioned not long ago to solve such a difficult problem? What a joke! Although the Grand Elder did not explicitly state what the problem was, everyone present was intelligent and quickly connected the dots. First, the Grand Elder initially mentioned whether to store some elixirs, which itself carried another layer of meaning, referring to the earlier issue of insufficient alchemists. To store elixirs, it was necessary to ensure that there was a surplus after meeting the national demand. If the domestic supply was already insufficient, there was no point in discussing storage. Thus, the problems Feng Zhu needed to solve included the number of alchemists, the quantity of elixirs, and methods of storage, among others. This matter seemed utterly absurd. It was far beyond the capabilities of a young person, even if he was a legendary class professional. Yan Wang hesitated for a moment before asking, Grand Elder, wouldn't this be a bit? He was interrupted by the Grand Elder before he could finish. Don't be too quick to refuse. There's no harm in trying, the Grand Elder said with a gentle smile. There's no punishment involved. Since the young man wants to conduct research, he should have some ambition. At this point, Yan Wang found it difficult to say anything further. This could be seen as a form of indirect support. The country would not let Feng Zhu tackle such a difficult problem alone, so there would definitely be support from various aspects later on. The higher-ups could not consider issues so simply, and Feng Zhu should have anticipated this as well. Then I'll talk to Feng Zhu later and let him prepare. Yan Wang nodded in agreement. 2 days later, in the villa, Feng Zhu burst into laughter, his excitement evident. He had successfully refining a strong body elixir that met his requirements. Name, strong muscle and bone elixir, rare level. Description, strengthens the body, enhances physical quality, with mild medicinal properties and no side effects, limited to 1 per person. After several modifications, the name of the strong body elixir had changed, but that didn't matter. As long as the effect remained unchanged and the side effects were completely eliminated, it was fine. The limitation of 1 per person was actually not a big deal, as Fangzhu had also developed some secondary strong body elixirs during the research process, which had no usage limit, so taking a few more was fine. Finally figured it out, Fangzhu couldn't help but exclaim, then picked up his phone to call Secretary Liu. Secretary Liu had given him significant support in this matter, so he had to inform her of the research results as soon as possible. In the government building, Secretary Liu was reporting to Zhao Hongwu when he felt his phone vibrate. He looked down and saw it was a call from Fangzhu. "Mayor, it's Fangzhu," Secretary Liu said as he picked up the phone. Answer it," Zhao Hongwu nodded. The two soon learned about the successful research of the strong body elixir. Zhao Hongwu slapped the table, unable to contain his excitement. "Great, that's wonderful." After thinking for a moment, he said into the phone, "Quickly inform Yan Wang of this news, it might help you secure some additional resources." Fangzhu immediately reacted, "Right, I'll call him now." After saying that, Fangzhu hung up the phone and began searching for the King of Hell's phone number in his contacts. The King of Hell had called him once before, so Fangzhu quickly found it. He pressed the dial button, and a series of blind tones echoed in his phone. A few seconds later, a somewhat cold voice came from the other end. "Fangzhu, I was just about to call you." Fangzhu was taken aback and instinctively asked, "Is there something wrong, Captain King of Hell?" "Well, I wanted to tell you that the higher-ups have agreed to your request, but you need to complete a task first." "What task?" Fangzhu smiled and continued to ask. "The country hopes you can." "Never mind, it's hard to explain over the phone. Come to the capital in the next couple of days, there will be dedicated personnel to meet with you." The King of Hell suddenly stopped halfway through, almost leaving Fangzhu in suspense. "Wait, why are you being so cryptic?" Fangzhu said, somewhat amused. "It's a bit complicated, you'll understand when you get here." The King of Hell didn't know how to explain, so he changed the subject. "Did you call me for something?" "All right, I wanted to say that I've developed a strong body pill with no side effects," Fangzhu said with a smile. The King of Hell paused, then couldn't help but praise, "So fast. Truly worthy of being a legendary professional." After thinking for a moment, he continued, "Bring this latest type of pill and research materials when you come to the capital, I'll help you get credit for it." Fangzhu thanked him, and after chatting for a bit, they hung up. He got up from his chair, organized the remaining herbs, and then left the apartment. He needed to inform Zhao Hongwu about going to the capital in person, as he might not know when he would return after leaving. Arriving at the government building, Fangzhu successfully met Zhao Hongwu in the mayor's office. The rugged mayor looked somewhat troubled, standing in front of his desk, staring blankly at the map on the wall. Hearing Fangzhu's voice, Zhao Hongwu turned around and revealed a slight smile. "What brings you here suddenly? Didn't we just talk on the phone?" Zhao Hongwu rubbed his forehead, curious. "The higher-ups have agreed to my previous request to the King of Hell, so I need to go to the capital in the next couple of days," Fangzhu said softly. Zhao Hongwu nodded slightly, his smile becoming more heartfelt. "Good, that's great news." Fangzhu was momentarily at a loss for words. Chinese people tend to be more reserved in expressing emotions. To Fangzhu, Zhao Hongwu felt like a respected elder who hoped he could achieve something and venture into a broader world. All he wanted was to help a little when difficulties arose in Dingbei City in the future. This made Fangzhu's feelings somewhat complicated. Regardless of Zhao Hongwu's initial intentions, he could genuinely feel the mayor's concern for him now. Seeing Fangzhu's expression, Zhao Hongwu smiled and came over to pat his shoulder, saying, "Don't overthink it. We're all doing this for the country and the people. Just don't forget Uncle Zhao and the people of Dingbei City." Fangzhu nodded heavily. "All right, the military merit from the Fire Rabbit secret realm should be available tomorrow. Come by again before you leave." Zhao Hongwu thought for a moment and added, "I'll arrange the special training class. You can rest assured and go to the capital." "Okay, Uncle Zhou." Fangzhu nodded again. After leaving the government building, Fangzhu went straight to the professional base. Since he was leaving, he had to return the alchemy room that had been assigned to him, not to mention, he still had the key to the alchemy room in his hand. The base manager smiled as he took the key, thought for a moment, and had a nearby staff member fetch a dozen types of materials from the warehouse, all of which were resources that Dingbei City had in abundance and wouldn't be needed for a while. "I have nothing else here, so consider these materials as a gift for you." The manager handed over a large box filled with materials. Fangzhu originally wanted to refuse, but after some back and forth, he accepted it. Upon seeing the materials, Fangzhu suddenly remembered that he still owed Shen Tupeng a solidifying pill. Although Shen Tupeng hadn't insisted on repayment, it would be difficult to find an opportunity after he left, so Fangzhu bid farewell to the manager and took the elevator down to the basement level. The special training class was indeed in the classroom on the basement level. At this stage, the special training class could already go to the secret realm for long-term training, but Shintu Peng seemed to think that the group's theoretical knowledge was not solid enough, so he added a few more days of theory classes. Fang Zhu did not enter the classroom. To be honest, he didn't have much camaraderie with most of the students in the special training class, except for Wang Yingxue. However, he had planned to visit Wang Yingxue before leaving Dingbei City, so there was no need for a grand reunion with the others now. Shintu Peng had naturally noticed Fang Zhu's arrival. After all, he was a high-level practitioner and had some ability to sense others. He left the classroom after assigning some homework to the students. Instructor, Fang Zhu approached, holding a wooden box. "What is this?" Shintu Peng asked, puzzled. "I'm going to the capital in a couple of days and I'm not sure when I'll be back, so please take this solidifying pill, instructor," Fang Zhu said as he handed over the wooden box. Shintu Peng was slightly taken aback, then waved his hand and said, "It's fine, I have more here." He smiled and continued, "It seems you're going to the capital to join a secret team, congratulations." Shintu Peng was unaware of the specifics regarding Fang Zhu and the secret team. He had only heard some information from high-level meetings in Dingbei City, leading to his incorrect assumption. Fang Zhu did not explain but insisted on returning the solidifying pill to him. Shintu Peng declined twice but ultimately accepted it. This scene was reminiscent of when Fang Zhu had just refused the materials from the base manager. After returning the solidifying pill to Shintu Peng, Fang Zhu felt he had no more attachments, but then he thought of someone, Secretary Liu. This serious, military-style secretary had been helping him during this time, and it would be somewhat inappropriate not to show his appreciation before leaving. So he returned to the villa and went to the alchemy room, lost in thought. In fact, giving Secretary Liu a solidifying pill would be the most suitable gesture. Fang Zhu realized that this type of pill seemed to be a hard currency among practitioners, but the awkward part was that he didn't have all the materials to refine a solidifying pill at the moment, and even if he went to find them now, it would be a bit too late. After thinking for a while, Fang Zhu decided to give Secretary Liu a small rune array. He still had plenty of materials for drawing runes, so creating a defensive rune array disc wouldn't be difficult. 2 days later, Fang Zhu boarded the aircraft heading to the capital. The clouds outside rushed by as he watched Dingbei City gradually recede into the distance, a contemplative expression on his face. "If I have the ability, I must help them," Fang Zhu thought as he slowly closed his eyes, entering a state of rest. A day earlier, after handing the defensive rune disc to Secretary Liu, he went to see Wang Yingxue. The ice-cold girl was briefly surprised to hear that Fang Zhu was going to the capital, but she quickly returned to her usual frosty demeanor and slowly uttered a few words of blessing. Fang Zhu had, of course, prepared a gift for her, a modified strong bone-strengthening pill and a staff imbued with the power of ice. He certainly remembered that Wang Yingxue could not take ordinary body-strengthening pills. Although her rare-level profession would bring some improvement to her physical condition, everyone else had it, but Wang Yingxue did not. Fang Zhu could sense her disappointment. The staff was quite interesting. Fang Zhu originally intended to forge a small item, something like jewelry, but after forging 6 or 7 pieces without producing a suitable special attribute, he had no choice but to reforge these small items. As a result, the 6 or 7 small pieces combined perfectly into the size of a staff. Thus the rare-level Ice Explosion Staff was born. Name: Ice Explosion Staff. Rare level. Description: contains powerful and incredibly violent ice and snow power. Practitioners of rare level and below cannot wield it, but the staff's power will slightly decrease in warm environments. Special attribute: increases the power of all ice-type spells by 30%. This special attribute is very straightforward, simply increasing attack power, which is very suitable for Wang Yingxue and can even be used at high levels without issue. Wang Yingxue was not at all polite. She smiled as she took it, a strange light flashing in her eyes. To be honest, anyone would feel favorably towards such a beautiful girl, but Fang Zhu did not have too many thoughts about Wang Yingxue. He still wanted to focus his main energy on dealing with the secret realm. This does not mean that Fang Zhu had a great sense of responsibility or patriotism. He just wanted to survive better in this era. The threat of the secret realm was too great. Over 50% of the countries on Blue Star had perished because of it. If this continued, Huaguo might not be able to hold on until the end, so surviving was the most important thing. The speed of the aircraft was not very fast, and about 5 hours later, Fang Zhu finally saw the outline of the capital from the window. He had to admit that even from the sky, the architecture of the capital was much more magnificent than that of Dingbei City. The towering buildings and bright, dazzling lights were still clearly visible under the night sky. In fact, if one looked closely at the layout of the capital, they could still find traces of Fang Zhu's era, but after so many years of development, the area of the capital had grown large enough to exceed his imagination. After some time of understanding, Fang Zhu discovered that in this era, Huaguo had abolished the administrative unit of province, leaving only the level of city. Perhaps this was also related to the arrival of the secret realm. After all, Huagua had lost vast territories, making it somewhat extravagant to still use Province 4 Division. Unknowingly, the aircraft had already landed on the ground, and Feng Zhu, carrying his small bag, followed the flow of people down from the aircraft. He did not bring too many things. His bag only contained a few changes of clothes, while resources and subsidies did not need to be carried by him personally, as Yen Wang had arranged a dedicated transport team for him. However, how to hide that large piece of flying rainbow stone had troubled Feng Zhu for quite a while. In the end, he decided to hide it in a large box and pretend it was a resource subsidy issued to him. As long as the transport team acted according to orders, his piece of flying rainbow stone would not be exposed. This was also a helpless move, as he currently did not have the strength to deal with the flying rainbow stone. At this moment, outside the airfield, two men in black were holding up a sign with serious expressions. The sign had large, eye-catching words, "Warmly welcome Comrade Feng Zhu." The moment Feng Zhu saw the sign, he slapped his forehead and muttered in disbelief, "Why such a big fuss?" He then quickened his pace and approached the two men in black. These men clearly already knew what Feng Zhu looked like. They displayed a professional smile and led Feng Zhu outside. After getting into a rather old-fashioned car, Feng Zhu couldn't help but curiously ask, "Where are we going next?" One of the men in black turned his head from the passenger seat and smiled, saying, "The captain has arranged everything. I'll take you to your residence to tidy up first, then we'll report to base 2. Captain?" Feng Zhu showed a curious expression. "Are you from Yen Wang's team?" "We are the logistics personnel of the Yen Wang team. You can call me Yen Air, and this is Yen San." The man in black sitting in the passenger seat pointed to the driver and said. Feng Zhu nodded in realization. He hadn't asked many questions earlier, just saw the other party's credentials and got into the car, and now he felt completely at ease. His safety should be guaranteed in the capital of Huagua, and it seemed that a secret team could easily accomplish such things. The car sped down the road and soon stopped in front of a magnificent high-rise building. Feng Zhu stared wide-eyed, showing a hint of surprise. Just from the exterior, there were at least 3 medium to large rune arrays carved on the building, which was an extremely extravagant act. After all, in Dingbei City, rune arrays of this level only existed in very important locations, and now, in the capital, they were actually carved on a high-rise. Although Feng Zhu did not know the specific purpose of this building, it likely wasn't a government office or some important place, as the government of Huagua had always been relatively low-key in such matters. "You will stay here for the next few days, and you may be moved to another place later depending on further arrangements," Yen Air said, opening the car door and pointing at the building. This treatment was indeed quite good. Feng Zhu was a bit unaccustomed as he got out of the car and quickly said, "Just be casual, and there's no need to use you like that. Just call me Feng Zhu." "It's fine, Mr. Feng, this is what we should do." Yen Air maintained a polite demeanor and continued, "This is the Capital International Hotel, and I will take you to check in." After about 10 minutes, Feng Zhu arrived at his temporary residence in the capital, a luxurious suite in the hotel. According to Yen Air, the higher-ups originally wanted to arrange for him to stay directly in the dormitory of the second base, but for some inconvenient reasons that couldn't be explained, Feng Zhu needed to stay outside for a few days while waiting for further notice. Yen Air did not explain much, but Feng Zhu had a rough guess. After all, the soul in this body had decades of life experience, and such political intrigues were not unfamiliar to him. Feng Zhu gladly accepted Yen Air's arrangement. Enjoying a couple of days was fine, and although he didn't know what the higher-ups would arrange for him to study next, it should be quite difficult, so it was just right to take these 2 days to relax his mind. After settling the accommodation issue, Yen Air and Yen San left, and Feng Zhu lay on the soft, luxurious bed and called the transport team to confirm the progress of the transport and the status of various materials. After learning that everything was going smoothly, Feng Zhu wanted to find something to eat. In fact, there was one thing that had troubled Feng Zhu for a long time while sorting out the materials, which was the rune array he had just drawn in the functional room of the villa in Dingbei City. He hadn't expected the higher-ups' notice to come so quickly, and that set of freshly drawn rune arrays couldn't go to waste, so Feng Zhu thought of many ways and ultimately pried the runes off the wall. Yes, pried. Feng Zhu spent half the night dismantling the rune array into several wall panels. Anyway, the transport team had enough capacity, and bringing a few more wall panels wouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, in a conference room somewhere in the capital, a middle-aged official sat at the conference table, seriously flipping through the report in his hands. After a moment, he raised his head and looked at the people sitting around him, speaking in a deep voice. "I oppose letting Feng Zhu conduct research independently." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, another official beside him couldn't help but question, "This is the decision of the elders. What do you mean by opposing it?" "Of course, I know it's the elders' intention," the first middle-aged man said calmly. "I also agree with the elders' views and understand that Huagua needs to store some elixirs for emergencies. But this matter should not be led by an inexperienced 18-year-old boy, even if he is legendary." "What do you mean by that?" The official sitting across from the middle-aged man squinted and asked, "Let high-level alchemists form a research team, with Fangzhu as an assistant, and the state will assign someone to supervise," the middle-aged man said word by word. The meeting room immediately fell silent. After all, the middle-aged man's point was valid. Fangzhu was indeed too young. "I oppose." Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door, and an elderly man walked steadily into the meeting room, his gaze sweeping over the attendees. All the officials immediately stood up and respectfully said, "Elder Zhou." Zhou Tinghua slowly walked to the front of the meeting room and looked at the middle-aged official who had been voicing opposition, saying, "Your thoughts have some merit, but, since the three elders have reached a consensus, it indicates that Fangzhu indeed has talent in this area." He paused and continued, "Being thorough in your work is certainly not wrong, but have you considered that such an arrogant young man would never willingly submit to others? If we follow your approach, Fangzhu is likely to develop a rebellious mindset, which could hinder the progress of the research." The middle-aged man fell silent for a few seconds, then responded without backing down, "I do not deny his talent in alchemy. Legendary-level professions are indeed powerful. However, research is fundamentally different from combat. He has only just begun to engage with alchemy. If he takes a wrong path, wouldn't that jeopardize the future of Huagua? We do not have much time for trial and error. What do you consider a wrong path?" Zhou Tinghua suddenly asked a question that caught the middle-aged man off guard. He was momentarily stunned, then realized that no matter how he answered, it would be wrong. Before the emergence of Fangzhu, the highest-ranked alchemists in Huagua were merely rare-level. Of course, some high-level alchemists had completed their professional advancement, and in terms of strength, they were not weaker than rare-level alchemists. However, this profession was ultimately too weak. To date, there were no more than 10 individuals in Huagua who could be called masters of alchemy, making the achievements of Western countries' pharmacists in potion-making seem far more impressive. Now, the American Federation had forcibly suppressed the turmoil in the secret realm with sufficient potions, which was shocking to other countries. Huagua was naturally stimulated by this. The higher-ups had already intended to shift policies towards research, as the development of combat professions seemed to have hit a bottleneck. Seizing this opportunity, the Elder Council quickly discussed and passed a series of bills and policies to promote research. Fangzhu's request was perfectly timed. Had he proposed it earlier, the higher-ups would have absolutely refused to let him lead the research, and had it been later, they might have hesitated due to various concerns. Only now, with his proposal and the proof of his strength through the improved body-strengthening pill, coupled with Yan Wang's relentless support, Fangzhu finally obtained this nearly impossible opportunity. Zhou Tinghua's words carried significant weight. He was, in Huagua, second only to three others, often referred to as the fourth elder. It was precisely because of this that his current assertive stance surprised everyone. Interestingly, before arriving at the meeting room, Zhou Tinghua had just received a call from Yan Wang, the leader of the secret team, who revealed a major piece of news. Fangzhu had developed a body-strengthening pill that had no side effects and was more effective. This news solidified Zhou Tinghua's thoughts. Such a talented young man must not be buried. Those old fellows wouldn't be able to achieve it anyway, so it was better to let Fangzhu give it a try. Thus, the scene of Zhou Tinghua standing firm against the other officials unfolded. The middle-aged man now found himself in a dilemma. How could he know what constituted a wrong path? He was not an alchemist. But if he couldn't articulate a clear argument, Zhou Tinghua would undoubtedly push for Fangzhu to lead the alchemical research. He didn't really want to hinder the development of Huagua. It was just that, as a member of the conservatives, the decision to directly appoint an inexperienced young person as the leader of the elixir research was a bit too risky. Fangzhu can lead the research on elixirs, the middle-aged man said after a long silence. But there can't be just his research team. I propose that we form a second or third team from the local alchemists associations to conduct research simultaneously, to prevent any unexpected situations. Zhou Tinghua nodded slightly upon hearing this. The request was not unexpected. It was reasonable for the conservatives not to put all their eggs in one basket. All right, let's do it that way. A day later, in the Capital International Hotel, Fangzhu stretched and crawled out of the soft bed. Although the bed was very comfortable, he still missed the small bed he had slept in for over a decade during a more stable time. After having breakfast, Fangzhu left the hotel, planning to take a stroll around the city center to see how much the future capital had changed compared to the past. However, after walking just 2 blocks, a commotion nearby caught his attention. He turned his head to see a man and a woman loudly arguing in front of a store, while a crowd of onlookers displayed expressions of curiosity. Fangzhu felt a bit curious as well, so he lifted his leg to move closer to listen. But just as he took a few steps, a sudden sense of crisis enveloped him. Startled, Fangzhu quickly retreated, and at the same time, a cloud of black smoke suddenly rose from where the man and woman were arguing. As he backed away, Fangzhu observed the black smoke, while the crowd had already scattered in panic, sensing the impending danger. "Run!" a deep voice shouted from the end of the street, and the next second, Fang Zhu saw a dozen uniformed police officers rushing towards them. They were all prepared for battle, weapons raised high, and waves of energy began to quietly spread around them. Fang Zhu also retreated to the side with the crowd. He hadn't figured out the situation yet, so he wouldn't act recklessly. At that moment, the black smoke quickly coalesced in mid-air, soon forming a 3-meter-tall humanoid shadow. "What is this?" Fang Zhu exclaimed inwardly, gripping his talisman pen tightly. The officers were surprised upon seeing the black figure, but they still charged forward. The close combat professionals quickly closed the distance, while the ranged professionals launched attacks infused with various powers. An explosion erupted in mid-air, but the black figure showed almost no change. It lowered its hazy head, and its eyes gradually turned a deep crimson. "Quick, contact the covert team," one officer shouted, his face filled with urgency. Just as he finished speaking, the black figure suddenly shot out a swift and powerful stream of black gas, targeting the shouting officer. The officer's expression changed drastically, but he had no time to react, only able to watch helplessly as the black gas approached him. Boom! The next second, a translucent barrier suddenly appeared, blocking the black gas and absorbing the attack for the officer. The officer was overjoyed but also puzzled. What just happened? As he thought this, he looked around and happened to see Fang Zhu smiling and gesturing at him. On the street, Fang Zhu stood proudly with the talisman pen in hand, forming a stark contrast to the fleeing crowd. The officer almost instantly realized that this was a powerful professional. At that moment, with the other officers attacking, the black figure finally showed some signs of injury, and the black gas surrounding it became slightly thinner. Under the shadow of the black figure, the man and woman who had just been arguing were now so frightened that they were completely paralyzed and unable to move. Fang Zhu quickly realized the officer's intention: distract the enemy and rescue the people. He took a few steps forward, and with his talisman brush, he swiftly began to draw in the air, forming solid stone runes and sharp blade runes that flew towards the officers nearby who were preparing to rescue. "Move faster, the runes won't hold for long," Fang Zhu shouted loudly, and upon hearing this, the officers suddenly accelerated. The black figure slightly tilted its head, its crimson eyes looking down. It noticed the small movements of these humans but couldn't stop them immediately because other humans were continuously harassing it. Although those magical attacks didn't cause it much harm, they were indeed quite bothersome. The black figure let out a roar, and a surge of black mist erupted from its body, spreading out like a sandstorm. Fang Zhu was startled. The isolation runes in front of him were ready to go. This was the most useful rune he could think of in such a short time, but the problem was, he didn't understand this black figure, so he couldn't determine how effective his runes would be. The higher-ranking officer beside him changed his expression drastically upon seeing the spreading black mist. He clearly recognized the monster and shouted without hesitation, fall back, don't get close to the black mist." "What is that thing?" Fang Zhu immediately turned to ask. The officer quickly explained, "Shadow demon, a half-beast, half-abyss entity. That black mist has corrosive effects. If enveloped, one would die within 3 seconds. Fang Zhu gasped, and the isolation runes shot out in a flash. 2 seconds later, the isolation runes appeared in front of the officers closest to the shadow demon, just as the black mist began to spread over. Sizzle, sizzle. A sound like water droplets hitting a hot iron pan rang out as the protective shield formed by the isolation runes trembled violently under the corrosion of the black mist. The good news was that the shield mostly blocked the black mist, buying time for the officers to retreat. The officers who were rescuing the man and woman, risking corrosion from the black mist, actually managed to pull them out of the shadow demon's attack range. Their professional training seemed well thought out, so they had some self-defense capability against the black mist. But in the next moment, the shadow demon flickered, its massive body quickly closing in on Fang Zhu's position. It had already identified that the most annoying one was the most handsome human. Fang Zhu hurriedly retreated, but he wasn't a combat specialist. How could he outrun such a powerful monster? The nearby officers reacted quickly, almost immediately unleashing various means and attacks as the shadow demon charged. But they couldn't defeat the shadow demon. To be honest, if the shadow demon unleashed its full power, these officers would be annihilated within 10 minutes. The reason they could hold on for a moment was mainly that this shadow demon had just emerged from the secret realm and was still somewhat curious about its surroundings, its aggression not yet fully unleashed. Of course, Fang Zhu's runes also had some effect. But even if he didn't take action, the officers could barely hold on thanks to the support roles in their team, though there would be some casualties. At this moment, the shadow demon was within 5 meters of Fang Zhu, and he could even faintly smell the foul, pungent odor emanating from it, like herring in a can that had fermented for dozens of days in a damp, hot environment. A surge of overwhelming black mist suddenly rushed in, almost instantly about to envelop Feng Zhu. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in front of Feng Zhu, grabbing his arm and pulling him outward with a fierce tug, allowing Feng Zhu to narrowly avoid the attack of the black mist. The figure didn't stop, dragging Feng Zhu back another 10 meters. After regaining his footing, Feng Zhu finally saw who had saved him. It was Xiaoli, someone he had met only once before. The member of the Yama team who had once used her gifted abilities to entice him in Dingbei City. Xiaoli noticed Feng Zhu's gaze, smiled charmingly, and sweetly said while brushing her hair at the temples, "I saved your life, so we're even now." Feng Zhu naturally understood what she meant. He nodded without speaking, instead looking towards the other members of the Yama team who were attacking the shadow demon not far away. They truly were the strongest professional team in Huagua. That massive shadow demon, which looked overwhelmingly oppressive, couldn't even last 5 minutes under their assault. With a scream, the shadow demon was torn apart by an attack, and the black mist in the air quickly dissipated. Feng Zhu let out a slow breath and said to Xiaoli, "You guys arrived pretty quickly." Xiaoli's lips curled into a smile as she replied gently, "Of course, that's our job." The police officers also relaxed at this moment, greeting the secret team before starting to clean up the battlefield. After seeing this scene, Feng Zhu scratched his head. Even ordinary police officers knew about the existence of the secret team. Wasn't it a bit pointless to have such a name? However, he didn't voice his thoughts, as Yama had already come to his side. "Lucky you, running into something like this right away," Yama said, patting Feng Zhu's shoulder with a hint of amusement in his tone. "I'd rather be a bit less lucky," Feng Zhu replied with a pout. Yes, it was indeed lucky. If the secret team had arrived a little later, he might have been done for. "Alright, since we ran into you, come with us," Yama said, looking around to ensure the police could handle the follow-up before leading his team to the other side of the street. Feng Zhu nodded and followed. He knew there must be news from above. Sure enough, after walking 2 blocks, Yama spoke first, and at that moment, an invisible wave of energy enveloped everyone. Feng Zhu soon realized that his figure seemed to vanish from the eyes of passers-by, as not a single person noticed the large group walking down the street. "This is Big Eye's ability," Yama explained first, then continued. "The higher-ups have agreed to let you lead the research on the elixirs, but don't get too excited yet, because your research project will be quite difficult." Hearing this, Feng Zhu's face lit up. As long as the country supported him, everything would be easier. As for difficulties, every research project was difficult. He never intended to take the easy route. After walking for about half an hour on the street, Feng Zhu finally understood where Yama and the others were headed. "Is this the direction of the base?" Feng Zhu asked. "Yes, I'm taking you to the second base," Yama replied with a smile, slowly saying, "First, we'll go through some procedures, and in a couple of days, you can come back for your lab and equipment." Feng Zhu nodded slightly, then asked in confusion, "Why are we walking? Don't we have any other means of transportation?" Yama's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, "There's a special vehicle ahead. We'll reach it after walking a bit more." 10 minutes later, Feng Zhu found himself lost in thought as he looked at the bus in front of him. This is the special vehicle? It wasn't quite what he had imagined. Big Eye coughed, and the few passengers on the bus immediately got off in a rush. "Get on," Yama said as he stepped aboard first. Feng Zhu was taken aback, looking at Big Eye with a puzzled expression. Big Eye chuckled and explained leisurely, "This bus is actually a shuttle to the base. The driver just occasionally takes it out to earn some extra cash." "What about those passengers?" "They're just some people working near the base, and we're quite familiar with them, so there's no need to worry." Big Eye waved his hand dismissively and said. Feng Zhu was speechless and nodded, following Big Eye onto the bus. The base shuttle. The shuttle driver greeted everyone with a cheerful smile, then started the vehicle and drove towards the base. Feng Zhu glanced at the driver and asked in confusion, "Isn't it risky to be so blatant about making extra money? Old Lee has dedicated his life to the country. Making a little extra on the side is fine," Big Eye patiently explained. "I see." Feng Zhu didn't ask further and turned his gaze to the window. The tall buildings of the city quickly receded from view, and soon they were on the highway, speeding towards the suburbs. Due to the cancellation of the provincial divisions, most cities are now larger than they were in Feng Zhu's time. At the same time, the speed of these Rune vehicles has also increased. After all, the number of vehicles in various countries has significantly decreased, allowing cars to drive freely on the roads. About 2 hours later, the surrounding scenery changed dramatically. The skyscrapers disappeared, leaving only some low houses and buildings. Feng Zhu knew they had entered the suburbs. "The base is in that direction," Big Eye said, pointing to a continuous stretch of buildings not far away. Feng Zhu looked in the direction he was pointing and saw dozens of uniquely shaped buildings, including a particularly eye-catching spherical structure. Indeed, there was a portal to the secret realm within the base. The bus gradually approached the base, and the driver pulled out a sign from under his seat and hung it in front of the driver's side window. Fangju's seat had a clear view of the sign's content, second base pass. Well, that makes sense. After showing the pass, the bus moved smoothly, taking everyone directly to the center of the base, where the tallest building stood, an administrative building. After Yan Wang and the others got off, Fangju followed them into the building. After passing through several long corridors, Fangju arrived at his destination. The person responsible for coordinating with Fangju was the second in command of the second base, a middle-aged beauty named Bai Fu, dressed in a red dress, her figure graceful and charming. Upon seeing Fangju, Bai Fu revealed an elegant smile, stood up, and gracefully walked towards him, sizing up the young man who had already made a name for himself among the higher-ups. "So young," Bai Fu said softly, her voice carrying a hint of huskiness and allure. Fangju was momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond, and could only slightly bow and politely say, "Hello, Director Bai." Bai Fu covered her mouth and chuckled softly, saying, "Just call me Aunt Bai. Calling me Director Bai feels too formal." "Aunt Bai," Fangju obediently called out. Bai Fu nodded in satisfaction and turned to Yan Wang, saying with some dissatisfaction, "You guys didn't even think to greet me. No one here is as considerate as the newcomer." Yan Wang and the others immediately showed somewhat awkward expressions. Most of them were actually around Bai Fu's age, and being called out like this was a bit speechless, but Bai Fu had that kind of personality, and no one would really take offense. Fangju had just learned before coming here that the professional bases in the capital were quite different from those in Dingbei City. 2 years ago, the 4 professional bases in the capital underwent reforms, becoming the first group company, second group company, third group company, and fourth group company. That was why he had just referred to Bai Fu as Director Bai. Fangju didn't quite understand whether this reform was good or bad for the country, but this second base was indeed much livelier than the one in Dingbei City. The faces of the professionals were almost all smiling, as if filled with hope for the future. Bai Fu joked with everyone for a bit, then turned and pulled out a form from her desk, handing it to Fangju while saying, "Fill this out, and then you can go back and wait for news. Oh, by the way, you can look for members for your team in the next couple of days. If you have someone in mind, just give me their information, and I'll handle the transfer procedures for you. Thank you, Aunt Bai." Fangju happily took the form and went to the tea table nearby to start writing. Meanwhile, Yan Wang called Bai Fu to the door and whispered a few words to her, causing Bai Fu to show a look of surprise. After thinking for a moment, she quietly said to Yan Wang, "Can you get me a strong muscle and bone pill?" Yan Wang didn't immediately react to her request, but soon he realized what she meant. "It's for Xiao Yan, right?" Bai Fu nodded, sighing as she said, "Yes, Xiao Yan can't take ordinary strengthening pills, and since she's a support profession, her physical condition is too poor. I'm afraid she won't survive." "Well, I'll try to ask. This pill has just been researched, and I don't know the specifics." Yan Wang's words were actually a lie. Earlier, while walking to the bus, Fangju had already informed him about the details of the strong muscle and bone pill, and one of the team members had even found the information Fangju mentioned at the hotel. In other words, Yan Wang had a complete research report in hand, and even a strong muscle and bone pill. But he couldn't easily agree to Bai Fu, as the higher-ups were very interested in this pill. Unless Fangju voluntarily offered it, no one had the right to decide its ownership. Fangju, of course, was unaware of their conversation. He quickly filled out the form, scanned it from top to bottom to ensure there were no issues, and then stood up. "Done writing?" Bai Fu asked with a smile. Fangju nodded and handed over the form. Bai Fu took it, glanced at the beginning, and then put it away. "Aunt Bai, what is this?" Fangju hadn't finished asking when Bai Fu interrupted him. "That's fine, no problem. Your procedures will be completed soon." Bai Fu elegantly brushed her hair back, then took out a stack of documents from her drawer. "These are some profiles of alchemists. These are the ones I can help you with. Just let me know who you think can be of assistance." Fangju felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. He had thought he would have to find the alchemists himself, but unexpectedly, she had already prepared them for him. However, why was this Bai Fu, whom he was meeting for the first time, being so nice to him? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Fangju's mind, and he tentatively asked, "Aunt Bai, I don't know how to thank you. If there's anything you need, just let me know." Bai Fu was overjoyed to hear Fangju say this. She no longer needed to ask Yan Wang and could directly request it herself. Could you get me a strong muscle and bone pill?" Bai Fu said, showing a slightly embarrassed expression as she spoke, then added, "Of course, if it's difficult for you, just pretend I didn't say anything." Fangju thought to himself, as expected, and chuckled softly, saying, "No problem, Aunt Bai. Just a single pill. I'll bring it to you in a couple of days." "That's great." Bai Fu was overjoyed, a flush appearing on her charming face. She took a couple of steps forward, patted Fangju's shoulder, her eyes filled with admiration. Once the application form was filled out, there were no other matters at the base. Fang Zhu bid farewell to Bai Fu and left the administrative building with De Yan. On the way back, Fang Zhu didn't need to take the bus anymore, as De Yan's professional skills were very useful for guiding people individually. Half an hour later, Fang Zhu returned to the International Grand Hotel and entered his luxurious suite. He sat at the desk and began to carefully review the Alchemist materials that Bai Fu had given him. After about 10 minutes, Fang Zhu closed the documents and sighed helplessly. Most of the information was about low-grade, low-level alchemists, and their professional skills were quite ordinary. Of course, this wasn't Bai Fu's fault. The profession of alchemist was indeed in a rather awkward position, with not a single rare-level practitioner among the new generation. Moreover, most alchemists no longer regarded alchemy as their main profession. Under the fate system, there was no limit to the number of professions a person could switch to, as long as one wanted. They could even change to 10 or 20 different professions. However, no one actually did that, as a person's energy was limited. Generally, those whose primary profession was alchemist would find ways to acquire other combat or support professions, treating their second profession as their main one, while alchemy would at most be leveled up occasionally and used when necessary. Thus, there were very few practitioners in Huagua who were genuinely willing to engage in alchemy, and even fewer that Fang Zhu could find. To be honest, Fang Zhu hadn't expected this to be the first difficulty he encountered in his research on alchemy. It was impossible for him to conduct a particularly large-scale study alone, even if he were legendary. The reason was simple: he lacked the energy. Fang Zhu couldn't do everything himself. Some trivial and less important tasks still required assistance. After pondering for a while, Fang Zhu reopened the alchemist materials, realizing he had no other choice but to pick the best among the mediocre. After carefully considering for half an hour, he extracted 2 pages from the documents. The talents and resumes of these 2 individuals were the best among all, and Fang Zhu decided to reach out to them. After reviewing these 2 profiles from start to finish, Fang Zhu stood up and dialed the number recorded on one of them. After a few rings, he heard a clear voice on the other end. "Hello, who is this?" Fang Zhu paused for a moment and slowly said, "Hello, Comrade Wanyu, my name is Fang Zhu, and I am an alchemist." There was a 2-second silence on the other end before the voice returned. Hello, may I ask what the matter is?" It was evident that this young man named Wanyu was quite polite. "Do you know that a medicinal research group is about to be formed?" Fang Zhu thought for a moment and decided to probe the other party's stance. Wanyu was taken aback, clearly not expecting Fang Zhu to mention this matter. After hesitating for a few seconds, he said, "I've heard about it, but it shouldn't have anything to do with me. I don't know if you have time right now. How about we chat in person?" Fang Zhu didn't elaborate further but extended an invitation to meet. Wanyu was unsure about the sudden phone call and what this unexpected visitor meant, but after a moment of contemplation, he decided to agree, as he genuinely regarded alchemy as his main profession. "Sure, just name a place, and I'll head over." Fang Zhu felt a surge of joy. The fact that the other party was willing to meet indicated that he had no objections to researching alchemy, which meant there was a chance to bring him into his group. Although Bai Fu had said she could directly assign anyone Fang Zhu wanted, he preferred to make contact first and understand the person before making a decision. "Let's meet at the Chaoyang Cafe." Fang Zhu suggested a very iconic location. The Chaoyang Cafe was known as a gathering place for support professionals and was quite famous in the capital. "Okay, I'll need about half an hour," Wanyu replied before hanging up. Fang Zhu glanced at the time and then at the second profile in his hand, contemplating whether to call the other person now. At the same time, seeing that the 2 people were a bit unsuitable, it was better to first make contact with Wanyu. Half an hour later, Fang Zhu sat at a small table in the corner of a cafe, gently sipping the coffee of this era. To be honest, it was no different from before. The only difference might be that the coffee beans of this era no longer had so many origins. Now, only a small part of Blue Star could still grow coffee beans, so the price of coffee was somewhat absurdly high. However, Fang Zhu didn't mind. He had plenty of money. Yan Wang had once given him a bank card, which contained a sum that looked terrifying to him. The decor of this cafe was quite exquisite, with dark wooden furniture and delicate, elegant murals that gave a retro feel. Fang Zhu listened to the classical music drifting in from somewhere, and his mood gradually calmed down. Judging from the current attitudes towards him, successfully forming a research team should not be a problem. The only issue was how to make the most of the resources at hand. After all, his foundation was still shallow, and some things would likely encounter resistance. Before long, he finished a cup of coffee, and just as he was about to call the waiter to order a second cup, a somewhat disheveled young man suddenly walked in from outside. Fang Zhu recognized him at a glance because there was a portrait of this person in the information Bai Fu had given him. Actually, calling it a portrait wasn't quite accurate. To Fang Zhu, it was some sort of record that lay between a photo and a portrait. Indeed, this era did not have a true camera, so there were no real photographs. However, that kind of portrait was still very clear and vivid, and Fang Zhu could immediately recognize that this person was Wanyue. He immediately stood up and waved, and Wanyue also waved his arm and slowly walked over. Once they were seated, Fang Zhu first ordered 2 cups of coffee and then said, "Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Fang Zhu, and I am the head of the Dan Medicine Research Group." Wanyue showed a somewhat surprised expression upon hearing this. He already had a somewhat comical appearance, and his 2 clusters of eyebrows coming together made him look like a character from a cartoon. "You're the head?" Wanyue couldn't help but ask aloud. Fang Zhu smiled and nodded, took a sip of the freshly served coffee, and slowly said, "I don't know how much you know about Dan Medicine Research, but I am indeed one of the group leaders. If all goes well, I am about to form the first Dan Medicine Research Group." Wanyue was even more surprised now. He unconsciously took a sip of coffee and then suddenly thought of something, murmuring softly, "That's right, there is indeed such a rumor. The Dan Medicine Research is divided into 3 groups, and the leader of the first group is a young person who has never appeared in public before." Fang Zhu listened to Wanyue's words with a smile and then added, "That's right, I am the person you mentioned." He paused for a moment and continued, "I believe you can guess the purpose of my visit today. I have reviewed your information, and from the perspective of an ordinary alchemist, you have done very well and completely meet my requirements. So I am here to extend an invitation to you, hoping you can join my team." Wanyue didn't expect Fang Zhu to be so straightforward, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. To be honest, Wanyue actually wanted to participate in Dan Medicine Research, but he had originally planned to consult his teacher at the Alchemist Association to see if he could be arranged into a Master Alchemists group. However, before he had the chance to find his teacher, he was called out by Fang Zhu. On the other hand, as a native of the capital, Wanyue instinctively felt more trust towards local alchemists. Someone like Fang Zhu, who had parachuted in, while not exactly discriminated against, wouldn't be given special importance either. So he began to think of reasons to refuse the other party. However, just as he was about to speak, Fang Zhu suddenly placed a wooden box on the table and then pushed it over. Wanyue was taken aback, not understanding what this meant. "Bribing me? Am I that valuable?" As this thought crossed his mind, he heard Fang Zhu's voice from across the table. "I know you have doubts about my abilities, but you can take a look at this first." Wanyue furrowed his brow but still reached out to take the wooden box and slowly opened it. Inside the box was a pill that looked rather ordinary. "What is this?" Wanyue did not pick up the pill but instead looked at Fang Zhu and asked. "You should first look at its description," Fang Zhu replied with a smile, not explaining much. Wanyue suppressed his curiosity, picked up the pill, and in the next moment, several lines of text appeared before his eyes. After a moment, Wanyue's breath caught in his throat, and his expression suddenly froze on his face. He raised his head, looking at Fang Zhu in surprise. "This is derived from which pill?" Fang Zhu raised an eyebrow at his words, impressed that he could tell at a glance that this was an improved pill. "It's the strengthening pill," Fang Zhu answered truthfully. "It really is that one," Wanyue murmured to himself, his expression surprisingly complex. "Is there a problem?" Fang Zhu asked softly. "No, there isn't." Wanyue's feelings were indeed complicated, but he did not voice his thoughts. "This is a brand new pill I developed based on the strengthening pill as a prototype. Although each person is limited to one, its effects are much better than the strengthening pill," Fang Zhu continued. Wanyue nodded. As an alchemist, he could see more information from the item description. Fang Zhu was not wrong. This pill was indeed much better than the strengthening pill. Moreover, the pill Fang Zhu presented was of rare quality. He had only seen rare-grade pills twice in his life. Wanyue remembered clearly that those were concocted by his teacher's teacher by chance, but this young man before him had produced a rare-grade pill right off the bat. What about the quality of this pill? Wanyue didn't know how to ask and could only utter this ambiguous question. Fang Zhu smiled. He knew what Wanyue wanted to ask, but the answer required some finesse to maintain an air of mystery. After a moment of silence, Fang Zhu slowly said, "If I told you that this quality of pill is common for me, you definitely wouldn't believe it, but it really isn't difficult for me." Wanyue, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation as he looked at the pill. To be honest, Fang Zhu's abilities exceeded his expectations. Both the improvement of the strengthening pill and the rare-grade quality seemed a bit outrageous. However, before he could formulate a response, Fang Zhu delivered an explosive piece of news. "The reason I can confidently say this is because my rank as an alchemist is very high." "Very high?" Wanyue's eyes widened. "How high is very high?" "You can take a guess." Fang Zhu did not say it outright but took a sip of the coffee in front of him. After all this talking, the coffee in the cup had gotten a bit cold. Fang Zhu quickly drank a couple of sips, finishing the now cold coffee. Wanyue silently looked at the young man before him. A very high professional rank? What could that be? Rare grade? Or perhaps an unprecedented legendary grade? As he thought of this, Wan Yu's eyes suddenly widened again. If it were just rare grade, the higher-ups would not allow this person to directly take charge of the alchemy team. After all, while rare grade had hardly ever appeared, some alchemy masters could be just as strong after transitioning. So, Fangju must be legendary grade. The more Wan Yu thought about it, the more likely it seemed. At this moment, his right hand holding the coffee cup trembled slightly. You are legendary grade? Wan Yu asked, his voice trembling. Exactly. Fangju slightly raised his head, a perfectly appropriate expression of pride appearing on his face. He indeed had the credentials: legendary alchemist, unprecedented in history, unmatched in the future. Inside the cafe, Wan Yu's expression was quite complex. He didn't even know what he was feeling right now. Shock, suspicion, confusion, various complicated emotions surged within him, and there was even a faint voice saying, could he be just putting on a show? However, looking at Fangju's proud little expression, Wan Yu found it hard to doubt for a moment. If you don't believe me, I can show you, but it's a bit late today, and I don't know if you have plans tomorrow. Fangju hesitated, looking somewhat uncertain. Wan Yu immediately perked up. No problem, I have nothing on. Brother, you must show me. One must say, Wan Yu's ability to change his demeanor was quite fast. After hearing that Fangju was a legendary alchemist, this somewhat scruffy and slightly dull young man suddenly became sharp-minded. But in fact, this was Fangju's intention. He wanted to use these words to hook the other party, which would, to some extent, increase the other person's sense of trust. After all, people are more willing to believe what they see with their own eyes. Then, let's find an alchemy room, Fangju said as he stood up. Wan Yu also got up. He looked outside the cafe and thought for a moment before saying, there's a private alchemy room not far from here. I have a good relationship with the owner, so borrowing it should be fine. Fangju nodded and smiled. Then I'll trouble you. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the private alchemy room Wan Yu mentioned. Upon entering, Fangju immediately spotted the exquisitely crafted ground fire instrument in the center of the room. For an alchemist, a good ground fire instrument can make the alchemy process much more efficient. Of course, excluding the flames used by the alchemists themselves, Fangju's Qingli red fire was far superior to the ground fire instrument. However, his flames were still too weak to complete the alchemy process from start to finish, so he was still using the ground fire instrument for now. Fangju didn't ask Wan Yu to prepare the materials for the strong muscle and bone pill, as this was currently his unique secret. The alchemy room also stored quite a few materials, and after a glance, Fangju found that they were mostly complete, so making a regular strong body pill wouldn't be a problem. He selected a dozen or so materials and confidently approached the operation table to begin his preparations. Seeing the materials Fangju selected, Wan Yu realized he intended to refine a strong body pill. Although he wanted to see the strong muscle and bone pill, he also knew that Fangju probably wouldn't easily reveal that. The strong body pill was fine, after all, he just wanted to confirm Fangju's alchemist rank. Under normal circumstances, professionals can demonstrate their rank to others by touching a fate crystal, with the color that lights up on the crystal representing different ranks. However, compared to the fate crystal, Wan Yu was more eager to see Fangju perform alchemy. Fangju ignored Wan Yu and began refining with great skill. He was so familiar with the process of making the strong body pill that it was almost second nature. It was no exaggeration to say he could recite the steps backward. At this moment, Wan Yu was already stunned by Fangju. Watching his fluid techniques, his mind was filled with one word: art. As an alchemist, he could see many subtleties in Fangju's work, and Wan Yu felt that even if he practiced for several more decades, he might not catch up to Fangju's skill. This is what genius looks like, Wan Yu murmured to himself, feeling as if the first 20 or 30 years of his life had been wasted. What he didn't know was that almost everyone who had seen Fangju refine alchemy felt the same way, as if a genius from a cultivation novel, who had always had things easy, had encountered a child of destiny. Tap! Fangju pressed the switch on the ground fire instrument, and a burst of flames instantly surged up. Not bad, this flame is really good. Fangju couldn't help but praise it. He was not being polite. The flames emitted by this private alchemical furnace were steady and gentle, which was highly beneficial for alchemy. The requirements for flames in alchemy are quite high. It's not that higher temperatures are better, but rather that the flames need to be stable within a certain temperature range without dissipating heat outward. This earth fire device had essentially achieved that, which is why Fangju couldn't help but speak out in admiration. Moreover, Fangju realized that since he acquired the skill of flame mastery, his standards for flames had become increasingly high, and he really didn't want to use ordinary flames anymore. Wan Yu remained silent, thinking it was not surprising that Fangju could see these things. A legendary alchemist should indeed have some extraordinary qualities. After processing the herbs, Fangju waved his hand, and a medium-sized alchemical furnace appeared in his grasp. Upon seeing this furnace, Wan Yu's eyes widened immediately. As a rare-level alchemist, Wan Yu had thought his own furnace was quite good, but compared to Fang Zhu's, it was like the difference between a genuine article and a counterfeit. The patterns, designs, and textures were so exquisite that he found it hard to believe. Furthermore, Wan Yu felt a faint sense of pressure emanating from Fang Zhu's furnace, as if some ancient beast had descended into this world. At this moment, Fang Zhu noticed Wan Yu's small expression and chuckled inwardly, then began to place the processed herbs into the alchemical furnace one by one. Next came the waiting time. Fang Zhu stepped aside to wipe his hands and asked Wan Yu, "What kind of elixirs are you usually good at making?" Wan Yu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he replied, "I usually make the pill of abstinence and the 100 poisons pill." Fang Zhu's eyes lit up at this. The pill of abstinence was a given. It was the most basic elixir and a must-have for combat professionals venturing into secret realms. However, what he was truly interested in was the second elixir Wan Yu mentioned, the 100 poisons pill. This was a relatively rare elixir, or rather, it was uncommon in the capital and surrounding cities, because from what Fang Zhu understood, there were almost no beasts in the nearby cities that primarily used poison as an attack method. The 100 poisons pill was created to detoxify, as its name suggests. It could neutralize dozens or even hundreds of toxins. It was extremely popular in certain southern cities, though the difficulty of crafting it was quite high. The information by Fu provided only mentioned that Wan Yu was skilled in making the pill of abstinence and did not indicate that he was also adept at crafting the 100 poisons pill, so this was a pleasant surprise. "I'm very interested in poisons as well." Fang Zhu smiled and turned to look at the alchemical furnace. He indeed had a keen interest in poisons. From a practical standpoint, if he could develop a toxin or poison pill that targeted beasts but was harmless to humans, the pressure in secret realms would be significantly reduced. However, people in this era did not pay much attention to poisons, which might also be related to the decline of alchemists. About half an hour later, a rich herbal fragrance wafted from the alchemical furnace. Fang Zhu ended his conversation with Wan Yu, stood up, and turned off the flames of the earth fire device. Next, it's time to witness the moment of the elixir. In the alchemical room, Wan Yu stared intently at the furnace in Fang Zhu's hands. He had a vague premonition, but whether it was true or not could only be confirmed by seeing it with his own eyes. Fang Zhu was also a bit nervous at this moment because he couldn't determine whether his talent had been triggered until he saw the elixir. However, he had prepared for 5 elixirs in this batch. Surely, at least one of them had to be triggered. With that thought, Fang Zhu reached out and opened the lid of the furnace. An even stronger herbal fragrance emanated, and Wan Yu took a deep breath, feeling his mind clear a little. He knew this was a sign of the elixir's high quality. At this point, Wan Yu had basically confirmed that there was definitely a rare grade existence in this furnace of elixirs, but he still wanted to see it with his own eyes, as he had never truly witnessed the scene of a rare grade elixir being born. If Fang Zhu knew Wan Yu's thoughts, he would surely laugh out loud. An elixir's emergence doesn't have any golden light or special effects. All grades are essentially the same. Fang Zhu raised his arm and slowly tilted the alchemy furnace, and with a plop, plop, 6 elixirs rolled out. Wait a minute. 6? Wan Yu immediately realized that the number of elixirs seemed off, as he had just watched Fang Zhu handle the materials, and those materials could at most produce 5 elixirs. How could there be 6 now? Fang Zhu didn't explain this issue but instead picked up one of the elixirs and held it up to examine it closely. Finally, he hadn't hit rock bottom, his talent had successfully triggered, and the one in his hand was indeed rare grade. In addition, Wan Yu also found another rare grade strengthening elixir, and he was almost speechless as he held it. Incredible, it really is rare grade. Fang Zhu smiled and humbly said, "Not bad, it was a success on the first try." Wan Yu took a deep breath, set the strengthening elixir aside, and said slowly, "I will seriously consider your invitation." "That's good. No need to rush your response. Unless something unexpected happens, I will be staying in the capital for a long time," Fang Zhu said as he put away the strengthening elixir and looked at Wan Yu. He had no intention of leaving these elixirs here. Although he had used some of others' materials, he wasn't refusing to pay. After leaving the private alchemy room, Fang Zhu bid farewell to Wan Yu. It was already evening, and since the second person's appointment was a bit tight on time, Fang Zhu planned to return to the hotel to rest for the night. However, on the way back, Fang Zhu saw a roast duck shop. In his previous life, he had never eaten authentic capital roast duck, and at this moment, he walked in without a second thought. Since he was already there, how could he not try it? An hour later, Fang Zhu walked out of the restaurant, satisfied and picking his teeth. The taste was good, it didn't disappoint him. After returning to the hotel, Fang Zhu sat at his desk to sort out the process of forming the research team, then went to bed and fell into a deep sleep. He had experienced quite a lot that day and was already exhausted. In the morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains and fell on Feng Zhu. He groggily opened his eyes and climbed out of bed. He had slept well that night and felt invigorated upon waking. He ordered a breakfast from the waiter and, while eating, picked up the second person's information to read through it again from start to finish. Just as he was about to call this person, his phone rang first. Seeing the number displayed on the screen, Feng Zhu's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly pressed the answer button. Sure enough, a familiar voice came from the other end of the line. "Comrade Feng Zhu, we have arrived at the second base in the capital. Do you have time to come and receive it?" Indeed, it was the transport team calling. They had delivered all of Feng Zhu's supplies. "I have time, I'm heading over now," Feng Zhu said as he began to get dressed. He had been eager to draw cards for a long time, and he was fed up with having fate fragments in hand but being unable to use them. 5 minutes later, Feng Zhu left the hotel and hailed a taxi. He didn't have the taxi take him directly to the second base but instead asked the driver to drop him off at the shuttle bus location. This was unavoidable. Although the practitioner base in the capital had been changed to a corporate group, under normal circumstances, non-internal practitioners still couldn't get close. Feng Zhu was lucky. As he got out of the taxi, he happened to catch the last shuttle bus. It was still morning, so the shuttle bus driver was not out pretending to be a public bus driver to earn extra money. Otherwise, Feng Zhu would have to wait a long time to board. A faint buzzing sound arose as the shuttle started, quickly heading towards the second base. After a somewhat boring journey, Feng Zhu arrived smoothly at the base entrance. He inquired with the soldier at the gate about the location of the warehouse and, upon discovering it was not far from him, ran straight over. Finally, after nearly a whole morning of fussing around, Feng Zhu met the leader of the transport team, a capable middle-aged soldier. Standing in front of the leader, Feng Zhu panted heavily while solidifying his thoughts in his mind. He needed to get a vehicle as soon as possible, or it would be too troublesome to go out. The leader smiled and shook hands with Feng Zhu, then led him to begin checking the supplies he had transported. There were no issues. The transport team had perfectly completed their task, and Feng Zhu's supplies were neither lost nor damaged. The second base had long reserved a medium-sized warehouse specifically for his items, and if all went well, this warehouse would also become their research team's dedicated storage. After placing some commonly used herbs and materials on display, Feng Zhu eagerly picked up a few fate shards. He then checked the time and decided to call the second-ranked alchemist listed in the materials to ask when they would be available. Taking out his phone, Feng Zhu verified the phone number and dialed. After a few rings, he heard a somewhat nervous and gentle female voice. "Why hello, who is this?" Feng Zhu took a gentle breath, trying to make his voice sound calm and friendly. "Hello, my name is Feng Zhu, and I am an alchemist. Do you need something?" The voice on the other end still sounded a bit tense. "I am about to form a pill research team and wanted to ask if you would be interested in joining the research." Feng Zhu could sense the other person's caution and nervousness, so he did not hastily propose a meeting. There was silence on the line for a few seconds before the voice slowly replied, I am not very good at research." "Not a problem." Feng Zhu's tone remained gentle. "Can we meet and discuss it in detail?" Suddenly, there was silence on the other end. Feng Zhu did not speak, just patiently waited. According to the information, the young alchemist named Rune had a somewhat socially anxious personality. Of course, the other party had decent talent, being a rare-level alchemist with a professional skill that increased the success rate of alchemy. Although this talent was insignificant compared to Feng Zhu's, it was still considered average within the alchemist community, so Feng Zhu wanted to bring her into his team. Moreover, generally speaking, people with such personalities could usually focus better, making them more suitable for research, and Rune saying she was not good at research was likely a polite way to decline. After an unknown amount of time in silence, Rune's gentle voice came through again. "Are you the alchemist who suddenly parachuted in to form the first team?" Feng Zhu raised an eyebrow. Since she knew him, it would be easier to handle. "Yes, that's me," Feng Zhu admitted quickly, then thought for a moment and added, "I spoke with Wanyu yesterday. If you have any concerns about me, you can ask him." Most alchemists in the capital knew each other, so Feng Zhu mentioned Wanyu's name to reassure Rune. "I'll think about it," Rune suddenly said and then hung up the phone. Feng Zhu scratched his head, momentarily unsure of what she meant. He put away his phone and got up to head to the Fate Affinity Hall within the base. If it weren't for the fact that the Fate Crystal in the hotel had no obstructions, Feng Zhu would not have chosen to draw cards in the base where the practitioners were most concentrated. There was no other choice. At least here, he could choose a private booth for the draw. Before long, Feng Zhu arrived at the Fate Affinity Hall in the second base. It must be said that the facilities here in the capital were significantly better than those in Dingbei City, and the Fate crystals shimmering with faint light were much larger than those in the practitioner base of Dingbei City. Feng Zhu directly chose the innermost booth, Although this location was somewhat remote, if black light appeared, he could notify others immediately, making it a decent choice. 10 minutes later, Fong Zhu walked out of the booth with a calm expression. He walked out nonchalantly, but upon closer inspection, one could see that his hands were trembling unconsciously, indicating his inner turmoil. I hit the jackpot. I really hit the jackpot. Fong Zhu roared in his heart, his right hand instinctively touching the area over his chest, where there was a book-shaped bulge, though it was not particularly noticeable. Name: Alchemical Classics, Legendary. Description: a classic that records the most essential knowledge of alchemy. Understanding it will make you the undisputed #1 in alchemy. This thing is incredibly useful. For Fong Zhu, the value of this classic surpassed everything he had drawn before. This was not to say that the Fei Hong Stone and the Nine-Turn Spirit Heart Pill were of low value, but because he now needed to rely on alchemy to accomplish his career and plans, the appearance of this classic had almost put one foot into the door of success. The other foot was still on the doorframe, ready to step in at any moment, as long as the support from the country arrived as scheduled. Fong Zhu took a deep breath, confirmed that the alchemical classics would not be lost, and then turned to head to his laboratory. Although the procedures had not been fully completed, the base had long prepared laboratories for the 3 research teams. To reduce unnecessary trouble, these 3 laboratories were identical in both equipment and size, which saved Fong Zhu a lot of hassle. Just as he was checking the situation inside the laboratory, an unexpected incident occurred in a secret realm within the American Federation across the ocean. The practitioners stationed inside began to show large-scale, unexplained signs of poisoning. The American Federation quickly dispatched a batch of antidotes, but the spread of the unknown toxin exceeded official expectations. In less than an hour, half of the practitioners in that secret realm fell into a coma, and some even died before the antidotes could reach them. The urgency of the situation was raised repeatedly in a short time, but the situation showed no signs of improvement, and even worse conditions began to emerge. Several practitioners who were among the first to be poisoned somehow managed to leave the secret realm, causing the toxin to start spreading in military camps and practitioner bases. 3 hours later, 3 practitioner bases of the American Federation were nearly paralyzed, with thousands of practitioners dead. The officials immediately made a decision, ordering all pharmacists to put aside their current work and focus on producing antidotes as quickly as possible. However, ordinary-grade antidotes were completely ineffective against this toxin. Only rare-grade and above antidotes would work. To stabilize the situation as quickly as possible, the American Federation had no choice but to seek detoxification methods from other countries and began to scour the international market for medicinal materials once again. In less than half a day, all detoxification-related medicinal materials on the international market were swept clean, causing significant turmoil in the market for these materials. The 2 rapid purchasing actions triggered a series of consequences, and this time, even a country as large as Huagua was not spared. The most direct impact was the rise in the price of medicinal materials. Fong Zhu found that when he settled the account for the medicinal materials with that private alchemy room, he had to pay about 20% more than usual. Although the increase was not significant, it still made Fong Zhu feel a bit pained. However, he didn't think too much of it. After all, the price of medicinal materials is influenced by many factors, so he figured it might just be due to the higher cost of living in the capital. But when he returned to the hotel in the evening, a sudden phone call overturned his previous thoughts. Fong Zhu, the captain asked me to tell you that some unexpected situations might occur in a few days, so you need to quickly assemble the research team. The caller was Big Eye, who had somehow become the designated person to communicate with him. What happened? Fong Zhu frowned and asked hurriedly. I'm not exactly sure, but it seems to be related to medicinal materials, Big Eye replied uncertainly. Medicinal materials. Fong Zhu repeated softly, then slowly said, I understand. I will assemble the research team as soon as possible. Yes, the captain also said that if you can't find suitable candidates, you should ask Bai Fu to recommend someone for you. Anyway, the priority is to get the research team together first, Big Eye added. Okay, thank you. After hanging up, Fong Zhu fell into deep thought. Initially, the higher-ups had given him ample time to form the team, even suggesting there was no rush, as many matters required time to process from top to bottom. But why the sudden urgency now? What exactly had happened? In the hotel, Fong Zhu sipped red wine while contemplating Big Eye's call. He had found this red wine in the mini-fridge in his room. He hadn't drunk much red wine in his previous life, and now he had the chance to try it. Fong Zhu realized that since arriving in this era, he often experienced things he hadn't in his previous life, which could be considered good news. In fact, Big Eye's call hadn't revealed much information. It only urged Fong Zhu to quickly form a team and indicated that this sense of urgency was due to something about to happen. Related to medicinal materials? Could it be connected to the sudden price increase of medicinal materials in the past few days? Fang Zhu had not yet fully entered the upper circles of the profession, so he was somewhat unaware of certain situations and could only infer from the existing information. So let's assume the price of medicinal materials is about to rise. He stroked his chin and murmured, what could be the cause of the increase? Is it due to scarcity of materials or an organization and the state deliberately inflating prices? It seems that either scenario would be detrimental to my upcoming research. If it's a deliberate price increase, that would be somewhat manageable, only causing temporary difficulties. But if the materials are scarce, that would be troublesome, which can only indicate one thing: something has happened in the secret realm. At this thought, Fang Zhu's expression changed slightly. He vaguely realized that his speculation might be the truth. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain why the higher-ups were suddenly anxious. Those who deal with politics surely have a longer-term perspective than he does, so if it were just a normal price fluctuation, they would never show such emotions. Thus, the truth became clear: some secret realm had encountered a problem that would be difficult to resolve in the short term, and this issue would lead to various situations regarding medicinal materials in the coming period, which would also affect his research. The reason the higher-ups wanted him to quickly establish a team was likely to solve some of these difficulties and problems through them, the alchemists. Of course, there might be worse situations, but that was beyond Fang Zhu's knowledge. After sorting out his thoughts, Fang Zhu took out his phone, the screen frozen on the dialing page, displaying the number for Yun. He hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided not to call her. The girl's attitude was rather unclear, and Fang Zhu worried that his actions might provoke her dislike, so he thought it best to wait until tomorrow to call. He sat at his desk and opened the Dan Dao classics that he had just drawn today. 10 minutes later, Fang Zhu looked at the first page of the classics, falling into a state of self-doubt. How could it be so difficult? Why couldn't he even understand the first page? Fang Zhu stood up, stretched lazily, as if to clear his mind. In fact, he wasn't completely unable to understand. It was just that the content of the book was all written in classical Chinese, and he had been away from school for over a decade, so most of his foundation in classical Chinese had faded away, and he could hardly remember much now. Of course, there was another important reason: the language in such classics was very ambiguous, seeming to be correct from several angles, which made Fang Zhu feel awkward no matter how he pondered, unable to grasp the correct line of thought. But he wouldn't give up so easily. After all, this book recorded the most essential principles of Dan Dao, which would be very helpful for his upcoming research. Steeling himself, Fang Zhu began to read again. Time passed second by second, and he didn't know how long he had been reading, but gradually, Fang Zhu found that he could understand the meanings of certain sentences and discovered some issues with his previous alchemy. This change filled him with joy. Perhaps this was what it meant to read a book 100 times and see its meaning. In the middle of the night, Fang Zhu put down the classics and fell into a deep sleep on his bed. 2 hours earlier, at the practitioner base, Yun walked through a long corridor and arrived at the door of an alchemy room. She raised her hand, but her finger stopped just before touching the door. This action felt a bit radical for her. Usually, Yun had never actively stepped out of her alchemy room, so she hesitated now. However, after taking 2 deep breaths, she knocked heavily on the door. A few seconds later, the door opened, and a somewhat disheveled young man appeared at the entrance. Yun? Yu called out the other person's name in surprise. He knew her, as she was said to be a very introverted and socially anxious alchemist. Why was she suddenly looking for him today? A hint of shyness appeared on Yun's beautiful face, and it seemed she had to muster a lot of strength to speak. Can I ask you something? Of course, Yu replied. Although he didn't know what she wanted to ask, he couldn't refuse. Come in and talk. Yu stepped aside, and Yun nodded slightly, slowly walking in. After they both sat down, Yu asked, what does junior sister C want to ask? As long as I can say it, I will tell you everything I know. Yu's address of junior sister was very smooth, as he had indeed become an alchemist a year earlier than Yun, and their teacher had a significant connection. I want to ask about the alchemy research group. Yun's voice was very gentle. The Dan Medicine Research Group? Yu repeated, then asked, what specific aspect? Brother Wan, have you heard of a person named Fang Zhu? Yun hesitated for a moment but ultimately asked directly. To her surprise, Yu showed a look of astonishment upon hearing the name. How do you know this person? Yu instinctively asked, then immediately realized, did he come to find you? He didn't come to find me, he just called me, so I wanted to ask you if this person is reliable? He should be reliable, but... Yu suddenly found himself at a loss for words. The night in Huagua coincided with daytime in the United States Federation, and the medicinal materials previously procured from various countries had begun to arrive in the United States Federation one after another. However, the situation was still very grim. Although the U.S. government had quickly sealed off the most severely affected secret realms, the practitioners inside couldn't just be left to their own devices. The pharmacists, through their relentless efforts, successfully formulated a batch of rare grade and above detoxifying agents, but these agents were simply insufficient to solve the problem. One could even say they were a drop in the bucket. If this continued, the Federation would at least lose nearly 1/5 of its territory, which was unacceptable to all of them. In this critical moment, the Federation made a decisive choice to allow all auxiliary professions with purification abilities to enter the secret realm, needing to resolve this toxin in the shortest time possible. However, the crisis was just beginning. In the early morning, Feng Zhu was once again awakened by the ringing of his phone. Groggily, he picked up the device and saw the number displayed on the screen. Wan Yu, has he come to a decision? Feng Zhu muttered as he pressed the answer button. Brother Wan Yu, calling so early, I hope you bring good news, Feng Zhu said with a smile, deliberately using a friendly tone to bridge the distance between them. Well, it can be considered good news. Wan Yu's tone was somewhat hesitant, and Feng Zhu vaguely picked up on it. Let's meet and talk, the usual place, Wan Yu quickly added. Alright, Feng Zhu replied before hanging up. He didn't quite understand what Wan Yu meant, but since the other party was willing to meet, there was a possibility of continuing the conversation. However, what about Simu Nan? Feng Zhu began to feel troubled. He washed up and temporarily suppressed his conflicting emotions, then left the hotel. More than half an hour later, Feng Zhu arrived at the Chaoyang Cafe. As soon as he walked through the cafe's entrance, he saw Wan Yu sitting in a corner, laughing and chatting with someone, and that someone was Simu Nan. Oh, these two really hit it off. Feng Zhu felt a surge of joy. If Simu Nan had no interest in this matter, she wouldn't be here, and now that she was present, it meant there was hope. Although Wan Yu had been talking to Simu Nan, the girl was rather reserved, often responding only after he had spoken several sentences. So, while chatting, he would occasionally glance towards the entrance, hoping Feng Zhu would arrive soon to break the awkward atmosphere. Upon seeing Feng Zhu enter, Wan Yu finally relaxed a bit, waved at him, and called over a waiter to order coffee. 5 minutes later, the three of them sat around a wooden table. Feng Zhu took a sip of coffee and spoke first. Have you two thought this through before calling me here today? Wan Yu put down his coffee and looked directly at Feng Zhu, saying, I have two questions I need to clarify first. Go ahead, Feng Zhu replied. First, regarding the research project, Team Leader Feng has never told us what project you are in charge of. Wan Yu raised a finger and asked. Feng Zhu revealed a bitter smile and slowly said, I don't know. Don't know? Wan Yu was somewhat surprised, and Simu Nan had the same expression beside him. The higher-ups have not clearly defined my upcoming research project, but based on the existing information, it might be quite difficult, Feng Zhu honestly informed them. Wan Yu and Simu Nan exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. They had intended to ask about the specific details of the research project before making a final decision, but now it seemed they could only take a gamble. Now for the second question, Wan Yu sighed lightly and continued, if we join, what kind of treatment can you offer? This was an unavoidable question. Alchemists had always ranked in the lower middle tier among all auxiliary professions, so if Feng Zhu wanted to attract other alchemists to join, the treatment must be significantly better than what they currently had. You don't need to worry about the treatment. Feng Zhu revealed an expression wrapped around me and said, this is a state-supported project, and it will definitely provide you with satisfactory treatment. Moreover, as long as we can produce research results, the state will offer additional rewards. Although Feng Zhu's words sounded somewhat empty, what Wan Yu and the others wanted was precisely such a promise. After all, given their qualifications and level, it was unlikely they would receive too high a treatment. So, how have you two considered it? Feng Zhu had a rough understanding of their thoughts by this point, but he still needed to ask clearly. Wan Yu paused for a moment, looking at Simu Nan, and after confirming that the other party did not shake their head, he continued, we have decided to join your team, but there is one condition. Hearing this, Feng Zhu finally felt at ease. He suppressed the urge to laugh and said, feel free to say it. If there are situations during the research process that endanger our lives, we have the right to refuse and leave, Wan Yu said solemnly. Feng Zhu nodded and immediately agreed, no problem. In fact, this was a very reasonable request, and Wan Yu and the others were well aware of their own level. Given their rank and status, being able to become the core of Feng Zhu's research team was already a very good outcome. Of course, if they sought connections, they could join other teams, but what specific work they would be responsible for was uncertain. Here with Feng Zhu, at least they could engage in core research work. Feng Zhu's feelings were quite complex at the moment, both happy and somewhat helpless. He was happy because Wan Yu and the others accepted his invitation, and helpless because he indeed had no foundation in the capital, making it very difficult to find a few researchers. If it weren't for Bai Fu, he might have had to go to the Alchemist Association himself to find someone, which would have significantly increased the difficulty. Furthermore, although the state would arrange some professionals, core researchers had to be personally interviewed by him or have achieved some results. Otherwise, alchemists who were mediocre in various aspects would find it hard to keep up with his pace and research progress, which could lead to trouble. Thank you both for your trust in me. I will arrange all the procedures. You can wait for news at home, and once everything is ready, we will start, Fangzhu said as he stood up and extended his right hand. Wan Yu smiled and shook hands with Fangzhu, while Si Munan hesitated for a moment before standing up and gently shaking hands with Fangzhu. After chatting for a few more minutes, Wan Yu and Si Munan prepared to leave, as they had their own matters to attend to and could not be away for too long. Fangzhu escorted them to the entrance of the cafe, and after watching them leave, he thought for a moment and decided to visit Bai Fu at the base. This beautiful young woman was his direct supervisor. In simple terms, Fangzhu could turn to her for any work-related difficulties, and now he wanted to confirm two things with her. First, how far along were the procedures for the research team, and when could he start the research? Second, what exactly was the research task of this team, and what preliminary preparations were needed? Although Fangzhu was not particularly anxious, many things were somewhat vague at the moment, and he wanted to get a definite answer. Approaching noon, Fangzhu arrived at the base and successfully met Bai Fu in the administrative building. The beautiful woman was wearing a black stepmother dress today, exuding a charming and elegant aura. It's Fangzhu, Bai Fu said with a light laugh, covering her mouth. Is there something you need? Don't hesitate to tell Aunt Bai. I will definitely help you with what I can. Fangzhu sat across from Bai Fu and smiled, saying, I want to ask you about the research team. Oh, you want to ask about the procedures, right? Bai Fu chuckled and took out a stack of documents from the drawer, saying, they're all here. They were just issued this morning, and I just finished signing them. Fangzhu's expression brightened at her words as he reached out to take the documents. Bai Fu continued, inside are the research projects you need to be responsible for and the upcoming work arrangements. Everything is written out in detail, and if you encounter any difficulties, just let me know. Aunt Bai will definitely support you 100%. Fangzhu nodded heavily, thanking her while looking at the documents in his hands. The first thing he saw was the research project. He was responsible for research on the storage of elixirs and the feasibility of large-scale elixir refining. The moment he saw the research project, it felt as if a heavy stone had been pressed down in his heart. To be honest, this research project was really difficult. He hadn't even considered this direction before. Fangzhu had thought that he would be asked to continue researching elixirs, specifically improving some that had significant side effects but were quite effective, which could enhance the national strength of Huagui in a short time without consuming too many resources. After all, the powerful bone-strengthening elixir he had demonstrated was modified from the strong body elixir, and he already had experience in this area, so continuing similar research would be within his expertise. But now, the country had directly assigned him another project, one that sounded daunting. The storage of elixirs was somewhat simpler. The reason elixirs couldn't be stored long-term was that ordinary containers couldn't suppress the loss of their medicinal properties, and over time, their efficacy would significantly diminish. There were two solutions. First, to find a way to develop a container that could inhibit the loss of medicinal properties. Second, to find a method to slow down the loss of medicinal properties during the refining process. These two methods had been attempted by alchemist associations across the country, but no breakthrough progress had been made, and Fangzhu could draw some inspiration from their results. The real challenge, however, was the latter research project, large-scale elixir refining. For present-day Huagua, this was almost an impossible task. If there were such a method, even a mere 20% increase in elixir yield would elevate the national strength of Huagui to a new level. Unfortunately, to date, no association or individual had found a similar method, as there was a very severe problem facing everyone: the success rate of alchemists. The success rate for ordinary and rare-grade alchemists generally did not exceed 40%, and even for the elixirs they were most familiar with, the success rate would not exceed 50%, leading to more than half of the medicinal materials being wasted during the refining process. Thus, Huagua could not conduct large-scale batch refining of any elixir, as each person's specialty varied, and so did their success rates. Fangzhu sighed and turned the page on the research project. The following pages mainly contained work arrangements and benefits. The country would fully support them during their research, with unlimited funding, as long as they could produce results. This was good news. After all, Huagua was one of the most powerful countries on this planet, and the resources they could obtain under full support could only be described as terrifying. So, how are the conditions given by the country? Not bad, right? Bai Fu asked with a smile while sipping her tea. Fangzhu nodded and sincerely remarked, very generous. I even feel a bit undeserving. Then don't let the country down with their expectations of you. Bai Fu paused for a moment before continuing. Fangzhu, your first group received the most resources in the first 3 batches among all groups. I don't need to say what that represents, right? Fang Zhu's face stiffened at the latter part of her sentence. He certainly knew what the country's action represented: trust and expectation. To be honest, he felt a lot of pressure now. I understand, and I will do my best. Fang Zhu took a deep breath and spoke each word clearly. After leaving Bai Fu's office, Fang Zhu did not linger and headed straight to the laboratory located in the southeast corner of the base. It was called a laboratory rather than an alchemy room because it was equipped with many advanced instruments, far superior to those in the alchemy room of Dingbei City. Fang Zhu had seen these instruments before. They were indeed new to him, but he quickly grasped their functions and how to use them. After all, a legendary rune master could almost see through the key components of the instruments at a glance. Although the mechanical creations of this era had declined, runes had actually replaced machinery in many aspects. However, in Fang Zhu's view, the practitioners of this era had not developed runes enough. This magical power could achieve even more. Of course, this was not the focus of Fang Zhu's work at the moment. He needed to start researching pills as soon as possible. The documents sent to him had subtly indicated that Huagua needed the power of pills to cope with the potential crises ahead, as the American Federation had already suffered significant losses, and Huagua could not repeat the same mistakes. Fang Zhu first moved some supplies from the warehouse, then took out a fragment of fate and left the laboratory. He hadn't drawn his card for the day yet. He would do that after. The Hall of Fate was not far from the laboratory, so Fang Zhu quickly arrived at the booth where he had drawn cards before. Just as he was about to start drawing, a sudden commotion outside caught his attention. Fang Zhu frowned, put away the fragment of fate, and opened the door. He soon saw the source of the noise. Not far from his booth, a group of people was pointing at a man and a woman, and Fang Zhu immediately recognized the girl being pointed at. Wasn't it Si Munin? What was going on? Fang Zhu had initially intended to avoid trouble, but since one of them was Si Munin, he couldn't remain indifferent. After all, she was his team member and might even become his confidant. It was only right to help her. So, Fang Zhu closed the booth door and walked over. As he reached the edge of the crowd, he heard a bystander whisper, "I wonder what Si Munin is thinking, actually rejecting Zhou Xiao's invitation to join some obscure group." Fang Zhu paused, feeling as if this was somehow related to him. "Yeah, I heard that guy named Fang Zhu is just a newly transitioned alchemist. What skills could he possibly have? Can he compare to Zhou Xiao?" The various doubts grew louder, and the more Fang Zhu listened, the more uneasy he felt. Why did this group have such a strong opinion about him? He didn't seem to have offended anyone. After a moment of discussion, the man standing in the center, facing Si Munin, spoke up. "Xiao Si, I can give you an opportunity. If you leave that small group now, you can come work as a researcher with me." This man, named Zhou Xiao, had an arrogant expression, as if joining his group was a great honor, and his words sounded like he was merely tossing scraps to a stray dog. How could he tolerate this? Fang Zhu's expression changed slightly as he suddenly pushed through the crowd, but he didn't immediately walk over to Si Munin. He still wanted to hear the girl's response. He could firmly choose someone else, but only if that person also firmly chose him. After a brief silence, Si Munin lifted her head, which had been lowered, looked at Zhou Xiao, and shook her head firmly. Her voice was soft, but everyone present could hear her clearly. "I have already promised him, and in the first group, I can do more than I can with you." The Hall of Fate suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at the girl in shock, unable to believe she would say such a thing. Only Fang Zhu revealed a smile. He pushed his way through the crowd and slowly approached the girl. "Am I still quite charming?" Fang Zhu said softly, meeting Si Munin's surprised gaze. "Team leader, what are you doing here?" Si Munin couldn't help but blurt out. "My team member was bullied, so I came," Fang Zhu replied matter-of-factly. This statement had a hint of arrogance, yet he said it with such confidence. "You are Fang Zhu?" In the midst of their conversation, an annoying voice suddenly interrupted. Fang Zhu turned his head to look at this so-called Zhou Xiao. He had to admit, the guy was decent-looking, quite handsome, but the condescending attitude made his demeanor extremely awkward. Fang Zhu shook his head in disgust and slowly said, "I am Fang Zhu. What do you want?" Zhou Xiao snorted coldly, his gaze scanning Fang Zhu from head to toe, filled with disdain, as if he were looking at an ant. "I'm giving you a chance," Zhou Xiao said, extending a finger slowly. "Dissolve your research group voluntarily and leave the capital, and I won't make things difficult for you." Fang Zhu almost laughed out loud upon hearing this. How could someone be so delusional? Who did he think he was? The king? What if I don't? Fang Zhu was now completely relaxed. Facing such an opponent, he even found it somewhat amusing. However, he still planned to give it his all, striking first to avoid being overwhelmed later. Fang Zhu had anticipated that he would be targeted by others. Although those people wouldn't confront him openly due to national support, there would surely be covert actions. But he never expected such a fool to come up and try to poach his team members and demand he disband his group. This was intolerable. You must have some skills, otherwise, they wouldn't let you lead a group alone, Zhou Xiao said, straightening his clothes and speaking sharply. I challenge you. If I win, you will disband your group and leave the capital. Challenge? Fang Zhu chuckled lightly, his expression filled with disdain. Who do you think you are, just declaring a challenge? Zhou Xiao was furious at his words, but before he could speak, someone in the crowd shouted loudly. Zhou Xiao is the grandson of the strongest alchemist in Huagua, Zhou Mu. Challenging you is giving you face. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a penalty. What a dedicated sycophant. Fang Zhu thought to himself, then slowly responded, I lead a research group just like your grandfather, so your current status doesn't qualify you to challenge me. We're not on the same level. Zhou Xiao took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and glared at Fang Zhu, saying viciously, if I lose, I'll give you 2 alchemy furnace enhancement stones. Is that enough? Fang Zhu felt a surge of joy at this offer. Alchemy furnace enhancement stones were valuable items. Although he had drawn 2 before, who wouldn't want more things that could enhance their strength? Fang Zhu pretended to ponder for a moment before speaking again. Not enough. Zhou Xiao was truly anxious now. Even if his grandfather was one of the strongest alchemists in Huagua, producing 2 enhancement stones at once wasn't easy, as these items were legendary. Add an ancient alchemy recipe. Zhou Xiao gritted his teeth and said. An ancient alchemy recipe was indeed a good item, but Fang Zhu had already drawn many recipes from the alchemy classics. If they were duplicates, it would be a waste. So Fang Zhu thought for a moment and said, I don't want the recipe. I want medicinal materials, 30% of your group's first batch of medicinal materials. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Xiao was stunned. He didn't have that right, it was his grandfather's research team, not his. Even if he had some say, he couldn't possibly give away 30% of the medicinal materials all at once. Impossible. Zhou Xiao immediately rejected the idea. Then I won't compete, Fang Zhu lazily replied. He really didn't want to compete. If the other party couldn't come up with suitable stakes, he didn't want to waste time on a meaningless contest. However, Zhou Xiao wasn't as relaxed as Fang Zhu. He was completely cornered at this moment. If he agreed with Fang Zhu and said he wouldn't compete, he would lose all face here. After struggling for about 2 minutes, Zhou Xiao gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, pointing at Fang Zhu and shouting, 20% of the medicinal materials, are you in or not? This was the highest amount he could offer. In fact, it wasn't entirely accurate to say that Zhou Xiao had quite a few medicinal materials himself, and if he really lost in the end, he could just take from his own stock. But Zhou Xiao didn't believe he would lose. He was personally guided by the strongest alchemist in Huagua. How could he possibly lose to an unknown young man? Fang Zhu pretended to ponder for a moment, and just as Zhou Xiao was about to explode, he nodded slowly and said, all right, let's do it your way. How do we compete? How do we compete? Zhou Xiao still had that gritted teeth expression. Each of us will refine 3 batches of pills, and the winner will be determined by success rate and quality. At this point, Zhou Xiao paused, took out a recipe from his pocket, and continued, this is a recipe I just obtained. I haven't tried it yet, so let's use it for the competition. Fang Zhu didn't respond immediately but instead looked at the recipe. The slightly yellowed paper clearly stated the name of the pill at the top. Qingxin pill. Name, Qingxin pill. Description. Calms the mind and slightly enhances reaction speed. This pill is purely auxiliary in nature. Its effectiveness would depend on the quality of the pill. Although Zhou Xiao claimed he had never refined a Qingxin pill, no one knew whether he had or not. However, Fang Zhu didn't care about that. For him, it didn't matter whether Zhou Xiao had experience in refining it or not, since he couldn't possibly fail anyway. Alright, let's do it your way, Fang Zhu sneered, stepping forward to take the recipe. When do we start? Fang Zhu asked again. At this moment, the crowd of onlookers became excited. They were witnessing an extraordinary competition. Something of this level had almost never occurred among the alchemist community before. Tomorrow morning at 8, see you in the lab. Zhou Xiao said this and turned to leave. Fang Zhu watched Zhou Xiao's departing figure without making any move until the crowd dispersed. Then he turned his head to look at Xin Yunan beside him. I didn't expect you to be so resolute, Fang Zhu said with a smile. I promised you, Xin Yunan said softly, looking down. Don't worry, it will definitely work out. Fang Zhu's words were uncertain whether they were meant to encourage Xin Yunan or himself. After a few seconds of silence, Xin Yunan suddenly asked, Team leader, what is our research task? Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu ran his fingers through his hair and said helplessly, come with me. Xin Yunan nodded and slowly followed Fang Zhu. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the lab. At that moment, Fang Zhu suddenly felt in his pocket and discovered that the fate fragments he was supposed to use were still there. Well, he could only wait until Xin Yunan left before drawing cards. Have a seat, I'll contact Wanyu, Fang Zhu said as he picked up his phone and dialed Wanyu's number. Wanyu happened to be free today, so the three members of the first group met for the first time in the lab. Sitting around the experimental table, Fang Zhu took out the documents that Bai Fu had handed to him. He then looked at the two people sitting upright and said, "Our upcoming research task is heavy and difficult. Other staff members should arrive in the next 3 or 4 days, and by then we will officially start our research." While Fang Zhu was speaking, Wanyu and Simu Nan had already picked up the documents and were reading them carefully. They were both well educated, so they read through the documents quickly. Before long, Wanyu put down the document, his face revealing an unmistakable expression of shock. How could it be this topic? Looking at the terminology used, topic, it sounded so professional. Fang Zhu could only say research project. Simu Nan's reaction was slightly better than Wanyu's, though this might also be due to her inherently reserved personality. I was also startled when I first saw it, Fang Zhu said with a wry smile. In fact, after seeing this topic, Fang Zhu felt a moment of regret. He thought he should have given a heads up to the higher-ups in advance. After all, a topic this complex would be better tackled after he had leveled up, considering he had only just recently passed level 10. But there was no such thing as a regret pill in this world, and it was clear that the country was at a critical juncture. It would be quite inappropriate for him to suddenly suggest changing the topic at this time, so he could only find a way to push through. After a brief silence in the room, Simu Nan quietly asked, "Team leader, can we really research this?" "Yes, why not?" As the team leader, Fang Zhu had to be more resolute than anyone else, so even though he felt a bit uncertain, he still had to insist that it was possible. Fang Zhu took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Before the others arrive, we need to do some preparation." As he spoke, he took out a stack of blank paper from the drawer and said, "Since we have time today, let's discuss from which aspect we should approach the storage of elixirs." Upon hearing Fang Zhu's question, Wanyu and Simu Nan fell into deep thought. They looked at the documents in their hands, momentarily at a loss for words. To be honest, they had ideas but didn't know how to implement them. They were aware of the two approaches Fang Zhu had considered, focusing on the storage medium and the elixirs themselves. However, while it sounded simple to talk about, it was quite difficult to execute. If it were easy to find a suitable storage medium, alchemists would have made breakthroughs long ago. The fact that nothing had been found to achieve this so far indicated that long-term storage of elixirs was nearly impossible. Western countries' pharmacists had done much better in this regard than alchemists. They had long discovered the appropriate environments for storing various potions, and magic could also help ensure the freshness of the potions to some extent. Potions and elixirs were actually two different systems, so there was no way to reference their experiences for elixirs. They could only wade through the river by feeling the stones. Fang Zhu did not rush them. He sat beside them, carefully reading the alchemical texts. When he encountered parts he couldn't understand, he would pick up some herbs for experimentation. Unknowingly, time passed to the afternoon. Simu Nan and Wanyu had proposed several ideas during these few hours, but none of them were easy to implement, or rather, they were almost impossible to realize. However, just because ordinary alchemists couldn't accomplish something didn't mean Fang Zhu couldn't. Looking at the ideas discussed by the two, he pondered for a moment and said, "We can try starting from the elixirs." The reason he chose this was that there were simply too many mediums that could store elixirs, and it was impossible to find a suitable one in a short time. But the situation with the elixirs was different. Although the medicinal materials used for each elixir are different, the basic elixirs are not actually complex. Most basic elixirs use at most 5 types of medicinal materials and at least 3. Summarizing and categorizing them might reveal a breakthrough. Thus, Fang Zhu first looked at Wanyu and said, "Collect all the formulas for the basic elixirs, the more complete, the better." Then he turned to Simu Nan, "Compile all the items on the market that store elixirs. Again, the more complete, the better." Although Fang Zhu planned to start with elixirs, he would not completely abandon another line of thought, preparing just in case it was needed. "Understood, team leader," the two replied in unison. Since they had decided to follow Fang Zhu, they would commit to doing well from the very beginning. "Alright, that's it for today. Starting tomorrow, after you finish your own tasks, if you have nothing else to do, come by the lab for a round. Once everything is ready, we will officially begin," Fang Zhu said with a smile. Wanyu and Simu Nan left the lab, and Fang Zhu sat at the table, lost in thought as he looked at the elixir texts in his hands. He had just seen something very interesting in the texts that seemed applicable to their upcoming research. Fang Zhu picked up several medicinal materials nearby, preparing to start this experiment. Meanwhile, the Yan Wang team returned to Dingbei City. Their previous exploration of the secret realm was not fully completed, and there were still some uncertainties that needed to be revisited for confirmation. Walking through the jungle of the secret realm, De Yen vigilantly looked around. His abilities were best suited for reconnaissance and concealment, making him the eyes of the team. "Captain, why have we been coming to the secret realm near Dingbei City?" De Yen suddenly asked curiously as they walked. He had always had this question but had not had the chance to ask before. Yen Wang paused for 2 seconds before answering. According to the divination of the diviner, there are some issues with the secret realm here, possibly related to the recent disturbances of the alien beasts. Hearing the captain say this, not only De Yen but the others also showed surprised expressions. They had thought that the secret realm in Dingbei City contained rare treasures or extremely rare resources, but it turned out to be related to the disturbances of alien beasts. Generally, Yen Wang would not disclose the specific details of the mission to the team members, not out of concern for leaks, but because some missions are so uncertain that even Yen Wang does not know the specifics before they begin, and saying too much could lead to misunderstandings. Just like this mission, Yen Wang was unsure if they could find the cause of the alien beast disturbances, which is why he had not said much before. Just as they were about to enter a marshy area after passing through the jungle of the secret realm, a surge of black mist suddenly erupted from the depths of the secret realm, rising into the sky. The black mist was extremely conspicuous, visible even from a distance. Yen Wang's expression tightened, and he immediately stopped, turning his head to ask, "Can you tell what that is?" De Yen held his breath and focused, carefully looking into the distance, a flash of light suddenly appearing in his dark pupils. "I can't tell, it feels like the aura of the abyss, but somewhat different," De Yen hesitated to say. "Then let's go take a look," Yen Wang ordered without hesitation. The others nodded and moved forward in a standard combat formation. The reason Yen Wang had De Yen check the situation from a distance first was that, in some cases, black mist was unrelated to the abyss. Although most people associate black mist with the abyss, Yen Wang and the others knew well that some high-level secret realms or high-level alien beasts could also produce black mist. Half an hour later, they gradually approached the black mist. It only seemed far away, but the actual distance was much closer than they had anticipated. However, just as they approached the black mist, the ground suddenly began to roll, and a violent earthquake swept over all the members of the Yen Wang team without any warning. In an instant, mud flew, the earth shook, and the ground cracked open with several deep fissures in a very short time, resembling a spider web. The members of Yen Wang reacted quickly, flying into the air before the ground completely collapsed, but not everyone had the ability to fly, leading to a rather comical scene. Several team members with flying abilities were laden with their teammates, with friends hanging from their arms and legs, and one even wrapped around their waist. De Yen clung tightly to a teammate's ankle, his face showing fear. "Don't fly around, please don't fly around." A teammate smirked coldly and was about to lift his leg to throw De Yen off. No, big brother, I'm scared." Who would have thought that a member of the secret team was actually afraid of heights? Yen Wang shook his head at the sight and gently scolded, "Stop messing around, be careful." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately tensed up, but the earthquake showed no signs of calming down, and not far away, it seemed that something astonishing was happening within the black mist. The next morning, Feng Zhu woke up in the apartment at the second base. That's right, he had checked out of the Capital International Hotel and would now be living in the base's apartment. To be honest, when Feng Zhu first saw the apartment at the second base, he thought he had gone to the wrong place. The minimalist yet luxurious decor and the seemingly ordinary but actually quite sophisticated furniture left him momentarily stunned. Moreover, the apartment was surprisingly spacious. He was living in a 3-bedroom, 2-living room unit, a full 150 square meters. Compared to this apartment, the one in Dingbei City was hardly different from a doghouse. However, Feng Zhu certainly couldn't compare the infrastructure of an ordinary city with that of the capital. Arriving at the cafeteria within the base, Feng Zhu bought a few fried dough sticks and munched on them while heading towards the laboratory. He had arranged with Zhou Sha to have a competition in the lab today. Although this competition seemed meaningless to Feng Zhu, it would at least silence some people, so he decided to put in a bit more effort. At this moment, dozens of people had already gathered at the entrance of the laboratory, with even more spectators on their way. Feng Zhu was trying hard to squeeze his way in while eating his fried dough sticks. "What are you pushing for? Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated?" someone complained as he was jostled. Feng Zhu was somewhat speechless, just about to say that he was the main attraction for today's spectacle when someone suddenly shouted from the side, "You are Feng Zhu, you're the one competing with Zhou Shao?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads in unison, countless pairs of eyes fixated on Feng Zhu. That's me," Feng Zhu said, putting down the fried dough stick and smiling as he greeted the crowd. Thus, amidst the gazes of disdain, goodwill, admiration, and hostility, Feng Zhu walked into the laboratory. The room was empty. Zhou Shao had not yet arrived. Feng Zhu wasn't in a hurry and found a stool to sit down. The professionals outside were quite well-mannered. They merely gathered at the door and had no intention of entering the laboratory. Feng Zhu didn't care how many people were watching their competition today. In fact, The more people watching, the better, as it would speed up his rise to fame. Taking out the pill formula Zhou Xiao had given him yesterday, Fang Zhu sat on the stool leisurely reading it. At this moment, in the administrative building of the base, Bai Fu stood in front of a large glass window, her gaze directed towards the laboratory not far away. "Do you favor Fang Zhu or Zhou Hong?" A voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Bai Fu turned around to see an elderly man in a tang suit slowly walking into the office. "Why has old Zhou suddenly come to see me?" Bai Fu did not answer the other person's question but instead covered her mouth and chuckled as she asked back, "This isn't some treacherous secret realm. Why can't I come?" A faint smile appeared on the old man's wrinkled face. "The competition is about to start. Aren't you going to take a look?" Bai Fu lightly moved her lotus steps and went to pour a cup of tea for the old man. The old man still wore a warm smile as he took the teacup and shook his head, saying, "There's nothing to see, he can't win." "Are you saying who can't win against whom?" A glint of mischief flashed in Bai Fu's eyes. "Nonsense." The old man took a sip of tea and said with a sigh, "I know my grandson's level well enough. He can manage a simple elixir, but to refine a pill from an ancient formula. Ha ha." As he spoke, the old man suddenly scoffed twice, clearly not believing in his grandson's abilities. Bai Fu laughed as well. The old man was indeed quite honest. She knew about Zhou Xiao's character. Although his talent in alchemy was decent, he was still too young and hadn't grasped many details properly. And Fang Zhu, he was a legendary alchemist. Didn't the others know that? He was the first legendary figure in Huagua, with abilities beyond imagination. Zhou Xiao was merely a minor player. Even Zhou Laoyezi wouldn't dare to claim he could definitely defeat Fang Zhu. "It's fine for young people to mess around a bit. It's not a bad thing for Fang Zhu," Zhou Laoyezi said slowly while sitting on the sofa. "Aren't you jealous of Fang Zhu?" Bai Fu also approached the sofa. "So young, with such great talent, and he's taking resources from your research. What's there to be jealous of?" Zhou Laoyezi looked at Bai Fu in confusion. "This is a good thing. I'm happy that the country has successors. Why would I be jealous of him?" At this point, Zhou Laoyezi smiled and continued, "Not just me, but old Wan wouldn't be jealous either." Bai Fu nodded, feeling a bit more respect for the old man in her heart. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Zhou Xiao was completely unaware that his grandfather had already declared him the loser. At this moment, he was still full of confidence, his expression fierce as he said to Fang Zhu, "Come on, let me see what you can do." Zhou Xiao arrived not late at all. In fact, he was quite punctual. Surrounded by his younger brothers, he arrived at the laboratory right on time and threw down a harsh challenge at Fang Zhu. Fang Zhu smiled and walked over to his own workstation and the dragon head. The medicinal materials for alchemy had already been prepared by the staff at the base, and both Fang Zhu and Zhou Xiao had the right to use them. "You might not know my talent. For me, alchemy is like..." Zhou Xiao's second round of harsh words was interrupted by Fang Zhu. All right, let's get started." Zhou Xiao's expression froze, and the staff member acting as the judge nearly laughed out loud. In fact, this competition was supposed to be presided over by a higher-ranking leader, but Zhou Laoyezi secretly stopped that from happening. It was fine to lose face, but not too much. A private comparison was acceptable as long as a few people knew. If it escalated, it wouldn't be good for anyone. "Then I declare the competition to begin." The staff member made a downward chopping gesture like the start of a car race. Fang Zhu chuckled lightly and did not rush to start refining the elixir. He picked up the medicinal materials and turned his gaze toward Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao, in a flurry of panic, began to handle the materials, his movements lacking any grace and instead showing his confusion. Among the onlookers, Wanya shook his head gently at this scene. Just from the way Zhou Xiao handled the materials, he was already far behind Fang Zhu. There was no need to watch. The outcome of this competition was already decided. Xin Yunan stood beside Wanyu, frowning as she looked toward the laboratory. She had never seen Fang Zhu refine elixirs, so she didn't know just how strong her team leader really was. However, she also learned some information from Wanyu, mainly about Fang Zhu's flattery. "Actually, there's really no need to watch. The team leader's level is something that ordinary alchemists can't comprehend," Wanyu said quietly. Xin Yunan nodded slightly, neither refuting nor agreeing. She still wanted to see for herself just how strong a legendary alchemist really was. Aside from the two of them, the reactions of the onlookers varied widely. Some thought Fang Zhu was showing off, while others believed he was underestimating his opponent. Although some hoped for Fang Zhu's victory, they couldn't help but curse inwardly at his nonchalant demeanor. Fang Zhu didn't care at all about what others thought. He waited for a while until Major Zhou had processed half of the herbs before he began to act. Most of the onlookers were alchemists, so when Fang Zhu finished processing 3 or 4 herbs, they were all stunned. "No way, this must be fake. Is he performing magic? How did he do that? How did such a thick herb disappear in the blink of an eye?" Wait, does he not even use instruments to process the herbs? The discussion suddenly grew louder, as almost everyone was shocked by Fangzhu's incredible processing skills. Yunan was no exception. Being a meticulous girl, she was particularly careful and knowledgeable in herb processing, but after seeing Fangzhu's technique, she was completely taken aback. Are you kidding me? Yunan murmured to herself. Wanya chuckled and said, I had the same expression when I saw it for the first time. I couldn't believe it, just like you. At that moment, although Major Joe heard the crowd's discussion, he had no time to see what was happening because the herbs in his hands were at a critical moment. However, the more anxious he became, the more mistakes he made. When processing one of the herbs, he clearly needed to keep the flower's stamen, but he ended up discarding it and leaving the stem. Realizing his mistake, Joe hurried to the side to get some spare herbs. No alchemist could guarantee 100% success, so preparing some backup materials was quite necessary. Just as he returned to his workstation to continue processing, his gaze suddenly fell on Fangzhu, and he was instantly captivated by Fangzhu's fluid movements. Although Joe could be arrogant at times, he also knew his own level. He might be considered good among his peers, but he was still lacking in front of a true master. At that moment, in Joe's eyes, Fangzhu's skill in processing herbs was no different from that of a real master. Upon realizing this, Joe began to doubt his decision to challenge Fangzhu. But soon, another thought crossed his mind. What if Fangzhu was just talented in processing herbs but was average at actually refining pills? Moreover, for Joe, there was no turning back now. He couldn't announce to everyone that he was conceding, right? That would be a blow to his pride. So, Joe steeled himself and began processing the herbs again. He believed in his own talent. As long as Fangzhu wasn't a freak, he still had a chance of winning. But unfortunately, Fangzhu was a genius. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the two quickly finished processing the herbs. Although Fangzhu started later than Joe, they almost completed this step simultaneously, and throughout the process, Fangzhu made not a single mistake. The processed herbs were neatly arranged on the table, exuding a unique beauty. In contrast, Joe's side was a mess, with herb remnants haphazardly discarded, looking chaotic. Next came the most exciting moment, refining the pills. This step was the true key to determining the winner. With a wave of his right hand, a pill furnace appeared in Fangzhu's grasp. Joe made the same move, but the difference between their pill furnaces was quite significant. Without saying anything else, just looking at the size, Fangzhu's alchemy furnace is twice that of Zhou Xiao's, not to mention the exquisite patterns on it. Anyone with a bit of knowledge can see how great the difference between the two is. At this moment, the little confidence Zhou Xiao had left completely vanished. Even if Fangzhu's talent in alchemy is really average, just based on that alchemy furnace, his final success rate would probably be higher than Zhou Xiao's. What's wrong? Are you scared? Seeing Zhou Xiao staring blankly at his alchemy furnace, Fangzhu couldn't help but ask. Scared? Zhou Xiao immediately snapped back to reality. How could I be scared? He continued to pretend to be full of confidence, saying, So what if your alchemy furnace is bigger? I don't believe you can succeed every time. Fangzhu shrugged indifferently and said, Then let's give it a try. With that, he picked up the herbs beside him and began to toss them into the alchemy furnace one by one. Poof! The flames on the dragon head in front of the two erupted almost simultaneously, and Fangzhu slowly placed the alchemy furnace over the flames, his movements light, as if worried that the flames wouldn't completely cover the furnace. Zhou Xiao mirrored his actions, clearly showing that his talent in alchemy was also quite good. At this moment, the discussions outside the room gradually quieted down. The onlookers knew very well that the closer it got to the end, the less they could disturb the two inside. Inside, Fangzhu kept rotating the alchemy furnace to ensure even heating, allowing the herbs to be fully refined. In fact, he didn't need to do this at all. With the talent of a legendary alchemist, even if he casually tossed the furnace onto the flames, he would still end up producing pills, but that would be too eye-catching. Zhou Xiao hid his face behind the flames, and no one could see his expression. To be honest, his heart was far from as calm as he appeared. Zhou Xiao was actually quite impressive, at least among his peers. Even those 5 or 6 years older than him had almost no rivals. As a rare-level alchemist with an extremely rare talent that increased the success rate of alchemy, Zhou Xiao had lost only a handful of times in his short 20-plus years of life, which had fostered his arrogant personality. However, today, after seeing Fangzhu refine pills, his once overflowing confidence was crumbling, and now there was hardly any left. The only hope remaining was that Fangzhu would produce fewer pills than he did. Zhou Xiao still had a bit of confidence in this regard because, with the support of his talent and professional skills, his success rate could reach a terrifying 70%, a height that was almost impossible for ordinary alchemists to achieve. But in front of Fangzhu, 70%? Wasn't that no different from failure? The first batch of pills was gradually nearing its end, and Fang Zhu no longer looked at his alchemy furnace. Instead, he turned around to start preparing the herbs needed for the second batch. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xiao was taken aback, and even the alchemy furnace in front of him trembled slightly. Fang Zhu's behavior was akin to seeking death among mid to low-level alchemists, because at the final moment, strict control over the temperature and intensity of the flames was required, unless one was a high-level alchemist whose control over the flames had reached a masterful level. So at this moment, after his surprise, Zhou Xiao felt a sense of joy. He thought his opportunity had come. As long as Fang Zhu made a slight mistake, he could easily win this competition. Zhou Xiao took a deep breath, barely suppressing the ups and downs of his emotions. He seemed to be staring intently at the alchemy furnace in front of him, but his peripheral vision kept glancing towards Fang Zhu. Fang Zhu ignored the astonished expressions of the crowd and quietly processed the herbs in his hands. Xin Yunan looked at Wan Yu in surprise and quietly asked, "Is this really okay?" Wan Yu scratched his head, hesitating as he said, "I'm not sure. Although the team leader is very strong, his level shouldn't be that high. This behavior is indeed a bit risky." Not long after, a soft sound suddenly echoed in the laboratory. It was Zhou Xiao closing the dragon head. This sound signified that his first batch of pills had been successfully refined. At this moment, Fang Zhu also set down the herbs in his hands and turned to close the dragon head as well. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted through the room, gradually drifting outside. As everyone inhaled this aroma, they felt their thoughts clear and their bodies relaxed. "I wonder who succeeded more with this batch," someone whispered. "I think it's Zhou Xiao. He never left the alchemy furnace during the entire process." Yeah, Zhou Xiao's talent can also increase the success rate of pill formation. Almost everyone instinctively overlooked Fang Zhu's stunning performance while handling the herbs, and they also ignored how Fang Zhu suddenly stopped caring at the end, which could affect the pill formation. Zhou Xiao removed the alchemy furnace, his gaze fixed on Fang Zhu. He felt he still had a chance. No matter how skilled Fang Zhu was, he couldn't possibly succeed 100%, right? Fang Zhu met Zhou Xiao's gaze, smiled, and without any hesitation, directly opened the top cover of the alchemy furnace. Zhou Xiao's eyes widened immediately. He stretched his neck, trying hard to see the situation inside the furnace, but there was a small distance between them, and the inside of the furnace was pitch black, so no matter how hard he squinted, he couldn't see how many pills were inside. "Did you come first, or did I?" Fang Zhu asked with a friendly smile, not immediately pouring out the pills. Zhou Xiao hesitated for a moment. He gently shook his alchemy furnace and heard the sound of spheres colliding inside. "At least 3 have formed." Zhou Xiao felt a bit relieved and decided to overwhelm Fang Zhu with his momentum, so he said loudly, "I'll go first." After saying that, Zhou Xiao tilted the alchemy furnace and poured all the pills out. The crowd outside was all focused, eager to rush to Zhou Xiao's side, but that would be too much. In the next second, 4 round pills appeared on the plate on the experimental table, rolling around before slowly coming to a stop. 4. I made 4. Zhou Xiao's face immediately lit up with ecstatic joy, his expression turned wild, and his confidence surged once again. Normally, a batch could produce 5 pills, and he was lucky, only failing 1. Zhou Xiao raised his head, his gaze burning as he looked at Fang Zhu. "Fang Zhu, it's your turn." Zhou Xiao slightly lifted his neck, a look of disdain on his face. He felt he had this round in the bag. Wow, 4 pills. Zhou Xiao is amazing. He starts off with such a result. The onlookers gasped in surprise, and some even wanted to celebrate Zhou Xiao right away, but he stopped them. "Don't be so frivolous, the competition isn't over yet." Zhou Xiao's expression clearly conveyed this message. Although he was very excited, he remained rational and didn't pop the champagne halfway through. At this moment, Fang Zhu looked at the expressions of the crowd and chuckled softly in his heart. He slowly tilted the alchemy furnace, and one by one, the pills fell out like rolling beans. 1, 2, 3, 5. Zhou Xiao silently counted, and when he reached the end, he suddenly jumped up in shock. 5, they all succeeded. Zhou Xiao couldn't believe his eyes. He counted again, and the result was exactly the same as before. No matter how you looked at it, no one could possibly make a mistake with addition and subtraction within 10, right? Wow, how is that possible? It must be fake. Did he use something to pretend the pills? I can't be seeing things. Are there really 5? In an instant, the discussion outside erupted, and everyone couldn't believe the scene before them. In fact, it is not unheard of for an entire furnace of elixirs to succeed. An alchemist might experience this once or twice in a lifetime of alchemy. However, the shock brought by such an occurrence in this competition is simply too great. Xin Yunan's eyes widened, her already somewhat naive face appearing exceptionally cute at this moment. She slowly blinked and murmured in surprise, "Is the team leader really that amazing?" Wan Yu was somewhat mentally prepared, so he appeared calmer than the others, but even after seeing this scene for the second time, he still couldn't help but think it was incredible. Zhou Xiao snapped back to reality from his shock and disappointment, staggering back 2 steps, his right hand bracing against the table to steady himself. You cheated! Zhou Xiao squeezed out this accusation through clenched teeth, having thought of this possibility. Fang Zhu smiled and handed over the wooden box containing the elixirs, saying, "See for yourself." Zhou Xiao instinctively reached out to take it, then began to inspect each one. He initially thought Fang Zhu had used some kind of sleight of hand, perhaps creating a few elixirs identical to the Qingxingdan to pass them off as real. However, after checking, Zhou Xiao's heart sank completely. They were all Qingxingdan, and their quality was astonishing. Although Fang Zhu's furnace did not trigger his talent for doubling the quantity, it did activate his talent for 2 quality upgrades. In other words, among the 5 Qingxingdan Zhou Xiao now held, 2 were of rare quality, which was simply unscientific. In an instant, a sense of helplessness surged in Zhou Xiao's heart. He was the grandson of the strongest alchemist in Huagua and had seen many rare elixirs, so what truly shocked Zhou Xiao was not those 2 rare elixirs, but Fang Zhu's nonchalant demeanor throughout. At this moment, he began to vaguely understand that Fang Zhu's true strength was far beyond his imagination. Competing against such an opponent, he estimated that even if he gave it his all, he would only be able to see the others back, just like now. Realizing this, Zhou Xiao's face turned ashen. Even if he attributed Fang Zhu's 5 elixirs this time to good luck, luck is also a part of strength. Zhou Xiao had already lost a round. If he withdrew now, he might still save some face, but if he continued to fight and kept losing, Zhou Xiao did not notice his own change. Yes, it was after seeing these elixirs that his fighting spirit completely vanished, leaving only fear of Fang Zhu. Outside, the onlookers were still discussing, typical of those who enjoy the spectacle without caring about the trouble. However, most of the alchemists present were intimidated by Zhou Xiao's influence and did not dare to say anything unpleasant. Fang Zhu had been observing Zhou Xiao's expressions, and after seeing the rapid changes in his face, he could basically confirm that this kid had been scared off by him. TCH, I haven't even tried hard yet, how come you can't handle it? Of course, Fang Zhu did not voice this thought. He wasn't the type to provoke his opponent with words, so he simply set the alchemy furnace aside and waited for Zhou Xiao's next reaction. A few minutes later, Zhou Xiao's expression improved slightly. He took a deep breath and, feeling stifled, said, "I lost this round," but Zhou Xiao initially wanted to throw out a few more harsh words. Although he had already decided to concede, he couldn't afford to lose too disgracefully, otherwise, wouldn't he completely lose face as Zhou Xiao? Even though he had already lost face, Zhou Xiao still wanted to try to maintain some dignity. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind the crowd of onlookers. The voice was not loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. "Alright, let's call it a day here." As they spoke, an elderly man dressed in a tang suit walked forward slowly, exuding an air of authority. Upon seeing the old man, everyone instinctively parted to make way, with some alchemists slightly bowing their heads and respectfully calling out, "Master Zhou." "Ah, no need for formality, I just came to take a look," Master Zhou said with a smile, waving his hand. He then turned to his grandson in the laboratory, his expression turning serious as he said, "I've only been busy for 2 days, and you've managed to create such a big mess?" Hearing his grandfather's reprimanding tone, Zhou Xiao immediately sulked, looking like a frightened lamb. Fang Zhu naturally noticed Master Zhou, but he did not make any unnecessary moves, simply saying politely, "Master Zhou, I've long admired your name." After this opening remark, he paused for a moment before continuing, "I was just having a friendly exchange with Zhou Xiao. We are both young and learning from each other." Although Fang Zhu appeared young, he housed a mature soul, so he quickly understood the underlying meaning of Master Zhou's words. The reprimand was actually directed at him, aimed at giving his grandson a way out. Thus, Fang Zhu followed the lead, recognizing that he and Master Zhou were on equal footing, and it would not be wise to act as Zhou Xiao did. They might need to collaborate in the future, and making things too difficult would be counterproductive. Master Zhou looked at Fang Zhu, his smile growing even wider. "I apologize on behalf of my grandson. He is young and inexperienced, and has caused you trouble." The strongest alchemist in Huagua was not only skilled in his craft but also adept in social matters. This statement, while seemingly a concession, effectively minimized the impact of the situation. Everyone present understood that continuing the competition was pointless, and it would be too embarrassing for Zhou Xiao to admit defeat or lose directly to Fang Zhu. In this case, Master Zhou stepping back would instead convey a sense of generosity and broad-mindedness. Of course, there were those with malicious intent, as Zhou Xiao's initial motives were not pure, but as time passed, this incident would ultimately fade away without causing further turmoil. Though Fang Zhu was young, Master Zhou had never underestimated him, and after today's events, no one dared to look down on this young man anymore. Given this, it would be better to genuinely befriend him. Fang Zhu also returned Master Zhou's sincere smile, saying, "You are too kind, Zhou Xiao has qualities worth learning from, and this is not a trouble at all, it is beneficial for me." Master Zhou chuckled inwardly, as he could easily discern what benefits Fong Zhu was referring to. However, he did not dwell on it. It was best for the matter to end here, and Fong Zhu had already taken the opportunity to step down, which was sufficient. Moments later, laughter erupted in the laboratory, coming from both Fong Zhu and Master Zhou. Truly, the younger generation is formidable, Master Zhou said after laughing for a while. I'm still far behind you. Fong Zhu began to engage in mutual flattery. Ha ha ha. The two burst into another round of laughter, leaving Zhou Xiao standing to the side, dumbfounded. The onlookers were equally bewildered. Some reacted quickly, vaguely understanding what had transpired, but most were clueless as to how the previously tense atmosphere had suddenly turned so harmonious. Wan Yu withdrew his gaze from the laboratory and quietly said to Xin Yunan, "The team leader is indeed impressive." Ah? Xin Yunan looked puzzled, her big eyes blinking, clearly not understanding what Wan Yu was saying. After today's events, the team leader has gained the endorsement of Old Master Zhou, recognized as the head of the first group by the strongest alchemist in Huagua. Just this alone makes our situation much better, Wan Yu explained softly. Oh? Xin Yunan nodded, looking as if she understood but also as if she didn't. Wan Yu smiled and shook his head, choosing not to continue this topic with the girl beside him. Although he appeared somewhat disheveled, he was actually quite perceptive and could be considered a rare talent. In the laboratory, Fong Zhu and Old Master Zhou finally finished their mutual flattery and stood up together, heading towards the door. The crowd immediately dispersed, and Old Master Zhou waved his hand, saying to everyone, "You can all go back to your work. There's nothing more to do here." Yes. As the onlookers scattered, Old Master Zhou pointed towards the window and said, "Let's go sit in my office." How could I refuse such an invitation? Fong Zhu nodded and followed the old man. Behind them, Zhou Xiao scratched his head, momentarily unsure of what to do. After leaving the laboratory, Fong Zhu followed Old Master Zhou through several turns in the base, eventually arriving at the administrative building. Old Master Zhou was not only the strongest alchemist in Huagua but also held several other positions, so having an office was quite normal. The office's decor was not luxurious, but the reddish-brown solid wood furniture exuded a sense of understated sophistication. It was clear that Old Master Zhou was a nostalgic person, as the sofa in front of Fong Zhu had no soft padding, its entirely wooden structure giving it a rather retro appearance. This kind of sofa looked quite nice, but sitting on it could be a bit uncomfortable. Once the three entered the room, Old Master Zhou turned to Zhou Xiao and pretended to be displeased, saying, "What are you still standing there for? Pour some tea for Comrade Fong Zhu." "Ah, no need to be so polite," Fong Zhu quickly replied. Zhou Xiao was stunned for 2 seconds, then silently approached the tea table. He realized that he was now the lowest in status among the three. He couldn't offend his grandfather, and he couldn't compete with Fong Zhu, so he could only do the chores. "You must have other matters to discuss with me this time, right?" Fong Zhu withdrew his gaze from the room and looked at Old Master Zhou. Old Master Zhou nodded, took a sip of the tea his grandson had just poured for him, and said, "I want to ask about the large-scale alchemy project. Do you have any ideas?" Fong Zhu paused in his tea drinking, honestly finding the question a bit abrupt. Moreover, in a certain sense, the three groups were actually in competition. The resources allocated by the state were limited, and whichever group produced results first would gain more resources. So Old Master Zhou's inquiry was essentially probing for confidential information. Fong Zhu was momentarily unsure of what the other party meant, so he chuckled and said, "I'm just starting to think about it. I don't have any specific ideas yet." Old Master Zhou chuckled softly and said, "Don't overthink it. I've discussed this with Old Wang. This project cannot be completed overnight, and it's difficult for a single group to achieve perfection on its own. That's why I wanted to ask for your thoughts." At this point, Old Master Zhou paused before continuing. "If you agree, then the three of us can work together, sharing resources and research progress, striving to break through this project in the shortest time possible. Of course, if you don't agree, that's fine too. I won't use my seniority to pressure you. We should prioritize the bigger picture." Old Master Zhou's words were sincere, and Fong Zhu could feel it. He remained silent for a moment before speaking. "I want to think it over." Your proposal makes a lot of sense, but this is not a small matter after all." Old Zhou smiled and nodded, saying, "No problem. It should be this way." On the other side, in Dingbei City, the Yan Wang team rushed out of the secret realm, sitting on the ground in a somewhat disheveled state. They were injured all over, and one team member had even lost his left arm. "Captain, what exactly was that?" Big Eye asked, still somewhat shaken. Yan Wang took a deep breath, turned to look at the secret realm, and said solemnly, "That might be the most terrifying existence in the abyss. I've only heard of it, but never seen it." Then, Dingbei City? Although Big Eye didn't finish his question, Yan Wang already understood his meaning. Report to the higher-ups. Something big might happen. There was an unmistakable worry in Yan Wang's tone. Fong Zhu didn't stay long in Old Zhou's office. The old man held multiple positions and was quite busy with various tasks. At this moment, Zhou Xiao no longer had his previous arrogance. He smiled at Fang Zhu with a lowered brow and then escorted him to the door. After leaving the administrative building, Fang Zhu thought for a moment and decided to draw the cards he hadn't drawn earlier. His match with Zhou Xiao had been somewhat sudden, disrupting his card drawing plans. Now that he had time, it was just right to draw them, to avoid any further interruptions from Lu Xiao or Zhang Xiao. The Fate Affinity building was not far from the administrative building. Fang Zhu had learned from others that the second base had an entire building dedicated to drawing cards. The place he had previously visited was just the first floor. This was good news for Fang Zhu because he could choose a floor that was less crowded, ensuring that no one would know if he drew a gold card. Moreover, there was another situation to consider, the black card. Fang Zhu wouldn't choose a completely empty floor. If a black card appeared, he wouldn't even have a chance to call for help. After about 10 minutes, Fang Zhu arrived at the 18th floor of the Fate Affinity building. He deliberately chose this floor because many people were superstitious about this number, so there weren't many people here, which perfectly met Fang Zhu's requirements. Standing at the stairway entrance of the 18th floor and looking inside, he saw that the rooms were neatly arranged on both sides of the corridor. Unlike the other floors where people constantly came in and out, here on the 18th floor, someone would only come out every 10 minutes or so. Fang Zhu selected a room in the middle and walked in. After closing the door, he took out the fate fragment from his pocket. To be honest, ever since the last time he encountered the black light and black card, Fang Zhu had to do some mental preparation every time he drew cards, fearing he would encounter another life-threatening situation. He took a deep breath and placed the fate fragment in front of the fate crystal. The next second, golden light suddenly erupted. Name: Forging Hammer Enhancement Stone. Description: slightly increases forging success rate, slightly increases the probability of special attributes appearing. After seeing the description of the item in his hand, Fang Zhu felt somewhat speechless. He really seemed to be at odds with enhancement stones. Every day it was either this enhancement stone or that enhancement stone. Why not just give me something instead of making me draw? In fact, Fang Zhu wasn't really disdainful of such enhancement materials. It was just that their frequent appearance made him feel somewhat numb. The forging hammer wasn't needed at the moment. It would be better to give him an alchemy furnace enhancement stone. However, Fang Zhu quickly composed himself. There would be plenty of opportunities to draw gold cards in the future, so he wouldn't get too hung up on this one or two. Realizing this, he summoned the forging hammer and brought the enhancement stone close. A flash of light, not particularly dazzling, passed by, and the enhancement stone transformed into a stream of light, merging into the forging hammer. Fang Zhu saw clearly that as the enhancement stone entered, the patterns on the surface of the forging hammer became clearer, and the oppressive feeling that seemed to come from a primordial beast intensified. He was very familiar with this sense of oppression, which also existed in the alchemy furnace and the talisman pen. It seems that these three things have big problems. Fang Zhu murmured to himself. The disappointment of just drawing the enhancement stone had completely vanished. He even thought about directly drawing 10 or 8 enhancement stones to see what changes would occur. The card drawing task for today had been completed, so Fang Zhu did not linger in the Fates Chosen building. He had experiments to conduct and needed to return quickly to continue his previous line of thought. Just in time, when Fang Zhu returned to the laboratory, Wan Yu and Si Mu Nan were also there. The two of them had not many alchemy tasks today, so they could come over to conduct research on pill storage. For ordinary alchemists, their main source of income came from orders from combat professionals. More famous alchemists could manage to live without worries, but becoming extremely wealthy was impossible. There was no way around it. The success rate of alchemy limited their achievements. Even someone like Zhou Xiao, whose alchemy success rate could reach 60 to 70%, could not guarantee that every order would be profitable under normal circumstances. In the laboratory, Wan Yu and Si Mu Nan began to compile data according to Fang Zhu's previous instructions, while Fang Zhu took out the alchemy classics to try the interesting thing he had seen before. After about 10 minutes, Fang Zhu looked at the experimental table in front of him, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. After pondering for a moment, he turned to Wan Yu and said, "Go to the warehouse and bring back 2 of every kind of medicinal herb currently on the market." Ha! Wan Yu was stunned for 2 seconds, seemingly not understanding what Fang Zhu meant. Just take it literally, bring back 2 of every kind of medicinal herb, hurry up, Fang Zhu instructed again. All right. Wan Yu put down the materials in his hands and quickly left the laboratory. He did not ask what Fang Zhu wanted to do. The team leader would naturally say when he wanted to tell them. Meanwhile, some members of the King of Hell team had already boarded the aircraft returning to the capital. After reporting the situation in the secret realm to the higher-ups, the higher-ups took it very seriously and immediately issued instructions. 3 members of the King of Hell team stayed behind to guard Dingbei City, while the rest returned to the capital to report in person, and Dingbei City was put on a state of combat readiness. with nearby military districts sending reinforcements to Dingbei City. Such a decisive order naturally indicated that the situation the King of Hell team encountered in the secret realm was extraordinary. Even though they had already left the secret realm, recalling everything they had just experienced still left them feeling uneasy. The King of Hell sat in a corner of the aircraft, his eyes slightly closed, appearing as if everything was normal, but his slightly trembling hands revealed his inner turmoil. Logically speaking, the King of Hell was already one of the top professionals in Hwagwa, having participated in countless battles, and should not have such a seemingly fearful reaction. But the situation in the secret realm was indeed too stimulating. The King of Hell clearly remembered that after the black mist dissipated, a terrifying creature, as massive as a mountain, slowly appeared in the secret realm. From its appearance, it had a hideous and terrifying head, with a pair of pitch-black horns on top. It had a body similar to that of a human, but behind it were two bat wings magnified by hundreds of times. Its lower limbs were somewhat slender, seeming disproportionate to its upper body, but the twisting joints and beast-like hooves added to the sense of horror. The monster was somewhat similar to the demons in Western legends, but the sense of oppression was many times stronger than that of a demon. The King of Hell had seen demons before. He had once fought a high-level demon for 4 hours in a secret realm in a Western country, so he naturally knew the capabilities of demons. But this monster before him, even demons were not worthy of carrying its shoes. It was only after realizing this that the King of Hell did not hesitate at all and directly led his team to flee outside the secret realm. However, they were still too slow. The moment the monster appeared, it launched an attack, an endless stream of black mist instantly transforming into ferocious spirits that howled towards the Yen Wang team. In this critical moment, these top-tier professionals from Hwagwa displayed exceptional combat skills, each fulfilling their roles, using their abilities and skills to engage the monster. In an instant, beams of intense energy radiated from the team members. Some were responsible for blocking attacks, some for counterattacks, and others for disrupting the enemy's line of sight. Although they were unaware of the enemy's exact strength, they knew that in such a rush, it was very likely they would be outmatched, and fleeing was the most sensible plan. However, the exit of the secret realm was far too distant from their current position, and Yen Wang quickly realized that they might suffer casualties before escaping the secret realm. He ordered the others to continue fleeing while he turned back to hold off the monster. This was a situation no one wanted to see, but apart from the captain, no one else had the ability to withstand the monster. Although they were the strongest covert team in Hwagwa in terms of combat power, there were still two other teams above them. The Yen Wang team was primarily responsible for investigation and stability maintenance, and when they truly encountered a tough opponent, it was those two teams that took action. So at this moment, only Yen Wang could buy time for everyone to escape. Watching the situation deteriorate, De Yen felt an overwhelming urgency in his heart. He wanted to do something with his abilities, but under the monster's fierce assault, his skills would fail in less than 2 seconds. Just then, Yen Wang was caught off guard and was directly hit in the left shoulder by the monster's black mist. The scene he imagined of blood splattering did not occur. Instead, the black mist corroded the flesh and blood on Yen Wang's shoulder, creating a large pit. In pain, Yen Wang's movements slowed for a moment, and the monster's second wave of attack followed closely. Seeing that he had lost the chance to evade, Yen Wang steeled himself, preparing to use his most costly professional skill. But at that moment, a team member suddenly flashed forward, directly blocking in front of Yen Wang. Put! The sound of flesh separating echoed, and this team member's arm was severed at the root. Blood sprayed, and the team member's face instantly turned pale. Yen Wang came to his senses, a surge of power coursing through him, protecting the team member while also launching a counterattack against the monster. With everyone's combined efforts, they finally shook off the monster's pursuit and successfully broke out of the secret realm. However, the cost was extremely heavy. Almost all team members were injured by the monster. Fortunately, the government of Dingbei City had arranged for auxiliary professionals with healing abilities in advance and provided some precious medicinal pills. But the team member with the severed arm faced difficulties in regrowing it. The monster's power had a strong corrosive effect, and this power had to be removed before they could find a way to regrow the arm. The only good news was that this high-level monster could not pass through the secret realm gate in a short time, giving Hwagwa time to find a way to eliminate the monster. Meanwhile, in the laboratory of the second base in the capital, Fang Zhu received the medicinal materials that Wan Yu had retrieved from the warehouse. Since he didn't need a large quantity, the warehouse staff readily filled 3 large boxes and sent them over. The reason Fang Zhu needed so many materials was that he discovered a very magical phenomenon through the Dan Dao classics. Almost all medicinal materials could react with the juice of the yin yang flower, presenting different colors. Fang Zhu keenly sensed that these colors contained some kind of pattern, and if he could find this pattern, his future research would be much more efficient. This experiment required a significant amount of work, so Fang Zhu decided to first try some common medicinal materials himself, while the remaining materials would be completed by the secondary researchers assigned tomorrow. In order to better manage his work, Fang Zhu decided to designate the researchers he personally interviewed as Level 1, while those assigned by the base would be called Level 2. This made it easier for him to allocate and schedule tasks. Bai Fu was indeed quite good to him. Fang Zhu had just reviewed the profiles of the Level 2 researchers, all of whom were young individuals with a very serious work attitude. Of course, even with Bai Fu's support, the overall hard power of Fang Zhu's group was still inferior to the second and third groups led by Old Zhou and Old Wang. There was no way around it. The gap in foundation was too great. In fact, Old Zhou's proposal was a good thing for Fang Zhu. In a sense, Old Zhou was helping him by promoting newcomers. However, everything has two sides. If it were someone else, they might agree to Old Zhou's proposal, but from Fang Zhu's perspective, he preferred to complete the research himself because he had too many secrets. The legendary alchemist's power was something even Old Zhou and the others had not truly realized. If too many people became aware of it, Fang Zhu could very well find himself in trouble. However, sharing research progress was something to consider, as there were too few people in his group actually responsible for the research, and they might indeed fall behind the other two groups in terms of progress. Of course, Fang Zhu would not make a decision so early. The research in each group had not truly begun yet, and there was no rush at this moment. In the evening, Fang Zhu finished his experiment and leaned back in his chair, feeling somewhat fatigued. Wan Yu and Simu Nan's progress was not very fast. They had managed to organize about 1/5 of the data in half a day's time. At this rate, it would take about a week to complete the data organization. Fang Zhu planned to have the Level 2 researchers assist them starting tomorrow, which would help speed things up a bit. His own progress was even slower, as the reaction between the medicinal materials and the yin-yang flower required time, so he had only completed less than 1/10 in half a day. Returning to his apartment, Fang Zhu simply reviewed the research progress of the day and the tasks for tomorrow before lying down and falling asleep. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, it was daytime in the United States, with clear skies and abundant sunshine. However, the mood of all the professionals in the United States was not as pleasant as the weather. An unexpected situation had occurred again. That inexplicable toxin had mutated in a very short time, rendering the antidote currently used in the United States ineffective. Moreover, the original isolation measures had inexplicably failed, and the toxin began to spread wildly within the United States. In this situation, the U.S. government could only resort to the most extreme measures. They had a portion of auxiliary professionals simultaneously use sealing formations to confine all infected professionals within a certain area, as if building a cage. But this was ultimately not a fundamental solution. In desperation, the United States could only seek assistance from other countries, hoping that nations with the capacity could find a way to crack the toxin. The higher-ups in Huagua took the U.S. request for help very seriously. As two of the only major powers in the world today, if the United States suffered a heavy blow, Huagua's future situation would not be good either. Although using the phrase "when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold" might be somewhat inappropriate, given the great distance between the two countries, the changes in the secret realms were unpredictable for everyone. What if such toxins also appeared in Huagua's secret realms? Just because the United States could not solve it, did it mean that Huagua could? Therefore, based on this consideration, Huagua had to do something. Of course, there were those who opposed this idea. Their thinking was simple. If the United States truly declined because of this, then Huagua would have the opportunity to become the dominant power on this planet. But such actions carried enormous risks, which seemed unworthy for contemporary Huagua. Humanity should ultimately unite to resist the secret realms, rather than watching their compatriots die without taking action. Of course, if there really is an opportunity, Huagua wouldn't mind doing so. However, there is no need for that at the moment. The American Federation still has its value. They can help Huagua accumulate relevant experience and figure out what exactly happened in the secret realm. So the next day, as soon as Fang Zhu arrived at the laboratory, he received an order from above. Suspend all research, produce all detoxification pills, and deliver them to the warehouses of each base within 2 days. This was an order directed at all alchemists, and Fang Zhu was no exception. Moreover, the order he received was more detailed, specifying the pills he was to refine, which were 2 types of pills with a very high failure rate for ordinary alchemists. Fang Zhu looked at the prescription in his hand. Extremely detailed refining steps appeared directly in his mind. For him, no matter how difficult the pill was, it was not a problem. His legendary profession granted him unimaginable abilities. With the arrival of the secondary researchers, Fang Zhu no longer needed to go himself or send Wan Yu and the others to the warehouse to fetch the materials. The tasks for these ordinary alchemists were simple. they only needed to refine some ordinary detoxification pills, so it was just right for them to do some menial work. Before long, several stacks of materials appeared in front of Fang Zhu. After checking these materials one by one, Fang Zhu ordered the secondary researchers to start processing them. Of course, he didn't remain idle. There were indeed a lot of materials, and it would take a long time for the researchers to process them all. A day quickly passed, and under the enhancement of his legendary profession, Fang Zhu refined pills at a terrifying efficiency. Naturally, he did not allow the members of his team to be present while he was refining pills, as it was too frightening. In pursuit of efficiency, Fang Zhu did not follow the normal procedures for refining pills. He almost just tossed the materials into the alchemy furnace and waited for the pills to be produced. The guaranteed success buff allowed him to almost ignore all the rules of alchemy. But this absolutely could not be seen by outsiders. This near rule-breaking ability was simply too outrageous. In a certain sense, as long as Fang Zhu wanted, as long as there was fire, an alchemy furnace, and materials, he could refine pills anytime and anywhere and would definitely produce the pills he wanted. With this ability, Fang Zhu completed all the tasks assigned from above in just half a day. To keep up appearances, Fang Zhu had his team members continue organizing the materials while he began conducting experiments that had not been completed before with these materials. After all, the laboratory was spacious enough, and Fang Zhu specifically set aside a room as his exclusive research space, forbidding anyone from entering. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the laboratory, Fang Zhu looked at the data organized by Wan Yu and Xin Yunan, nodding in satisfaction. He had already submitted the pills required by the higher-ups yesterday, and after confirming that there were no follow-up tasks in the short term, Fang Zhu planned to continue his research on pill storage. He didn't care much about the situation on the American Federation side. To put it bluntly, Fang Zhu was a staunch racist. He believed that only Huagua people counted as humans, while people from other countries did not. So those whites and blacks, if they could live, fine, if not, so be it. Of course, he would never say such things openly, as it could easily cause trouble. After reviewing the data, Fang Zhu pondered for a moment and pointed to several materials, saying, "Let's try these materials, perhaps there is something useful among them. Also, check with the alchemist associations in various places to see what low-level alchemists usually use to store pills. Oh, and ask those combat professionals, they might have some practical methods. For now, let's leave it at that. Wan Yu, you go and be responsible for collecting information in this regard." Fang Zhu looked at Wan Yu and nodded, then turned his gaze to the side at Si Munan. "Munan, you will conduct experiments with these materials with me." "Yes, team leader," the two replied in unison. The second-level researchers quickly brought over the materials Fang Zhu had just pointed out, and a new round of experiments began in full swing. Fang Zhu realized that he couldn't complete the experiment with ordinary medicinal materials and yin-yang flowers in a short time, so he directed two of the more capable second-level researchers to take his place in this aspect of the experiment. After all, there was no technical difficulty. As long as they kept good records and ensured there were no mistakes during the experiment, it would be fine. Meanwhile, the aircraft heading to support the Federation had already taken off, 3 giant aircraft filled with various detoxification pills, totaling 300 tons. This was certainly not all. The results from all the alchemists in Huagua over the past 2 days were more than this. However, the higher-ups naturally could not send all the pills over. Huagua had to keep a portion of the pills made from nearly 30% of the materials, just in case. In a conference room in the capital, the Yan Wang team was reporting face-to-face to the higher-ups about the situation in the secret realm of Dingbei City. The good news was that the higher-ups had found information about this monster, and after comparison, they could basically confirm that it was an Abyssal Lord, an existence 3 levels higher than the Abyssal original body. It could be said to be the overlord of the Abyss, one of the most powerful beings. This explained why the Yan Wang team had almost no ability to resist when facing the enemy. Monsters of this level had only appeared once in the secret realm after descending to Blue Star, and that time, the European alliance was left in disarray, with several once-developed countries nearly facing extinction. In the end, it was only through the combined efforts of Huang and Zeus that the enemy was killed on the surface of the sea, and now, the Abyssal Lord had appeared in Huagua's territory, a piece of bad news that kept everyone awake at night. If the Abyssal Lord broke out of the secret realm, Huagua would surely face devastation. "We must find a way to kill the Abyssal Lord within the secret realm." The people in the conference room began a heated discussion, their faces flushed, unable to convince one another. In fact, according to some people's thoughts, given the crisis situation in Huagua, they should contact Huang immediately. After all, he was a Huagua citizen and couldn't just watch Huagua fall into crisis. However, some opposed this view, arguing that Huang was currently suppressing the superclass secret realm that had appeared in Australia alongside Zeus, and the situation was said to be quite grim. Calling him back at this time could very likely lead to a collapse on both sides. Moreover, there was another important reason. The current three elders preferred to resolve the Abyssal Lord issue using domestic forces. Although this seemed unlikely, Huagua had never lacked the courage to defy fate. Therefore, after half a day of discussion, the higher-ups decided to first attempt to kill it within the secret realm. If that failed, they would find a way to limit the Lord's power to ensure it wouldn't break out in a short time. Of course, this matter would be reported to Huan, but there was no need for him to take action just yet, so they would only notify him. With the conclusion of the high-level meeting, orders began to be transmitted rapidly to the lower levels, and military districts across the country quickly responded, mobilizing over 100,000 troops from various regions towards Dingbei City in just half a day. At the same time, 2 secret teams that were out on missions were also recalled. Their combat power was stronger than that of the Yan Wang team, making them the main force against the Abyssal Lord in the future. In addition to these combat professionals, the higher-ups also sought breakthroughs from non-combat professionals. The collective sealing of the Federation inspired everyone. If auxiliary professionals were utilized well, they could also be a formidable force. 2 days later, Fang Zhu concluded a round of experiments and let out a helpless sigh. The data on several materials seemed promising, but their actual application left much to be desired. Black cherry wood, currently the most common material for storing elixirs, was cost-effective but could not preserve elixirs for long periods. Therefore, Fang Zhu and his team attempted to enhance the effects by adding various herbs to the black cherry wood, but the maximum preservation time did not exceed 2 days. After that, the medicinal properties of the elixirs would rapidly diminish. Moreover, during the experiments, Fang Zhu discovered that the shape of the container also affected the storage effectiveness. Simply put, bottles preserved better than boxes, and boxes were better than crates. For the daily use of professionals, this was barely acceptable. After all, 80% to 90% of the medicinal properties did not significantly impact the outcome in lower intensity battles. However, what Fang Zhu truly wanted to create was a container capable of storing elixirs for years. What are the investigation results? Any new discoveries? Fang Zhu asked Wan Yu. Wan Yu immediately replied, "Yes, team leader, take a look at this." He pulled out a completely red wooden box from his pocket. Fang Zhu reached out to take it and carefully examined the unremarkable box. From the outside, it indeed had no outstanding features. Wan Yu then explained, "This is a box I found from a nearby county. It is said that a hemostatic powder stored inside can last over 7 days, but I haven't tried it yet." 7 days, huh? Fang Zhu nodded, opened the wooden box to look inside, but found nothing special. What about the material? Fang Zhu continued to ask. "I haven't tested it yet, but from the appearance, it should be red tongue wood," Wan Yu replied. "Go test the material. We need to find out if this box contains any other materials besides red tongue wood." Fang Zhu placed the wooden box on the table, frowning in thought. He felt as if he had fallen into a misunderstanding. If there truly existed a natural material in the world that could perfectly store elixirs, it should have been discovered by now. After all, the first condition for such a material would be its availability. Otherwise, if the container were more valuable than the elixir, there would be no point in using it. However, they had tried all the common materials on the market, and neither single materials nor mixed materials met the standards, which forced them to consider another possibility, that their direction of effort was wrong. "You all continue the experiments," Fang Zhu said before getting up and leaving the laboratory. He wanted to go outside for a walk to seek inspiration. For the past 2 days, he had been almost sleepless, immersed in the laboratory without leaving. Now he realized that his thinking seemed to be off, so he planned to clear his mind. Fang Zhu wandered aimlessly around the base and unknowingly arrived at the training ground for professionals. The training ground of the second base was large, equipped with various training facilities. Most professionals who did not enter secret realms would choose to train here. As Fang Zhu walked around the training ground, he suddenly noticed several professionals gathered around a facility of unknown purpose, laughing and chatting. He approached to take a look and found that the facility could spray out cold air from the front nozzle, cooling down the professionals who felt overheated after training. "Isn't this just an air conditioner?" Fang Zhu muttered with a smile, but in the next moment, his expression suddenly froze. "Air conditioner? Regulating temperature? Refrigerator? No, wait, elixirs aren't vegetables. They don't need to be stored at specific temperatures." Fang Zhu felt that he had vaguely grasped the key point, but there was a layer of window paper that he just couldn't break through. He turned his gaze back to the training ground and saw a professional suddenly take out a pill from his pocket and approach the facility that emitted cold air. Moments later, a layer of frost covered the surface of the pill, and the professional smiled as he placed the pill in his mouth, revealing a satisfied and intoxicated expression. "I'm telling you, eating it this way feels amazing, both cool and stimulating, just like eating ice cream." The professional's voice reached Fang Zhu's ears, and he realized that he had unconsciously walked over to the crowd. The other professionals followed suit, trying out the icy texture of the pill. Fang Zhu thought for a moment and also took a pill from his pocket and moved closer. The others barely reacted to the sudden appearance of the young boy and continued to chat and laugh. "Hey, this feels pretty good. Mine is both hot and cold, ha ha ha." 5 minutes later, Fang Zhu placed the pill, now covered in frost, into his mouth. A wave of icy coldness instantly spread through his mouth, and the next second, the pill melted, warm liquid flowing down his throat into his stomach. It was indeed a very novel experience. Just as Fang Zhu was pondering this, his eyes suddenly widened. No, the medicinal properties are wrong. Ordinary professionals might not feel anything after consuming such a chilled pill, but Fang Zhu could taste many different things from it. Besides the texture being vastly different from direct consumption, the most concerning change was in the potency. Fang Zhu could clearly feel that the pill released its medicinal power more gently after being chilled, and the human body absorbed it more quickly. This was an unexpected discovery. Normally, alchemists wouldn't think in this direction, as almost no one would deliberately chill or refrigerate a pill before consuming it. One could only say that the wisdom of the working people is boundless. They might just feel that this way of eating is more comfortable, and only an alchemist of Fang Zhu's caliber could deliberately uncover the mystery within. I wonder if all pills can be treated this way, Fang Zhu pondered while stroking his chin. I could engrave a frost rune on the container to achieve this. Some pills with more violent properties might have their consumption threshold lowered through this treatment. As Fang Zhu thought, he walked out of the training ground, planning to return and experiment. This was indeed a valuable discovery. Just as he left the training ground and stepped onto the street, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. The next second, Fang Zhu's whole body shook, and he stood there in a daze. If I can draw frost runes inside the container, then why can't I draw other runes? If I inscribe a rune with preservation effects inside the container, wouldn't that significantly extend the storage time of the pills? Once his mind opened up, countless ideas surged through Fang Zhu's head. The more he thought, the more excited he became, and he dashed toward the laboratory. At that moment, Wan Yu was testing the wooden box he had brought back earlier. He found that the material of the box was indeed somewhat unusual. Besides the red tongue wood, it seemed to have other materials added. Meanwhile, Sim Yunin was leading a group of secondary researchers to continue trying their initial plan, which was to find materials that could store the pill substances through combinations. Bang! The laboratory door was pushed open violently, and everyone turned to look. Upon seeing the visitor, they all showed surprised expressions. Team leader, what's wrong with you? Wan Yu reacted the fastest, putting down the wooden box and approaching Fang Zhu. He had never seen Fang Zhu looking so flustered and sweaty. Everyone, hold on, I have an idea, Fang Zhu gasped heavily, excitedly speaking to the crowd. 2 minutes later, everyone stopped their work and gathered around the conference table in the corner of the laboratory, waiting for Fang Zhu to speak. At this moment, Fang Zhu had returned to his usual self. He looked at everyone and quickly expressed his thoughts. I think we can change our approach. Besides looking for suitable materials, we can try drawing runes with preservation functions inside the containers, using the power of the runes to delay the loss of the medicinal properties of the pills. For example, there is a large rune array in the warehouse of the base right now. This rune array has various functions, and some rare and fragile materials can be stored in this rune array for a long time. So, if we simplify the rune array and keep only part of its functions, can we draw it in the container to store the pills for a long time? Therefore, I think we can split into two groups. One group continues to search for natural materials that can store pills, while the other group looks for inexpensive materials that can accommodate the rune array. What does everyone think? After finishing, Fang Zhu let out a long breath, his gaze sweeping over the people present. He had just realized on the way back to the laboratory that relying solely on one or two runes would likely be insufficient to meet the above requirements, as the energy of a single rune is limited and will disappear once its energy is exhausted. To make the runes last, a rune array must be drawn, giving the runes the ability to absorb energy from the world. Only then can the container store the pills for a long time. For a moment, everyone was a bit dazed, nearly unable to keep up with Fang Zhu's line of thought. However, after a moment, Sim Yunin was the first to react, a strange light shining in her bright eyes. The others also gradually showed expressions of surprise, but Wan Yu furrowed his brows, suddenly recalling something. Team leader, I remember that other alchemists have tried the rune array plan, but they ultimately failed to create a qualified container. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu looked at Wan Yu and, after pondering for a few seconds, asked, do you know the reason for their failure? Wan Yu shook his head. He was just a low-level alchemist and hadn't paid much attention to this information. If he hadn't suddenly joined Fang Zhu's group, he probably would never have thought about the storage of pills in his lifetime. The reason he remembered that someone had tried the rune array was that he had heard a few alchemists mention it while searching for materials earlier. Go find the experimental data of those alchemists. It doesn't matter if they failed, we can still learn from their failures. Fangzhu nodded and said, I understand, Wan Yu replied. Good, see Munin, take a few people and use the equipment to test how well the common materials match with the runes, Fangzhu ordered again, methodically. He was not worried about the rune array issue. Just because other rune masters couldn't do it didn't mean he couldn't. Legendary rune masters were not to be taken lightly. However, the specific effectiveness of the rune array was still limited by the compatibility of the materials with the runes. Fangzhu and the others had to find materials with a high enough compatibility to ensure that the rune array would not be damaged during long-term use. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. During these 5 days, Fangzhu successfully simplified the rune array and drew a type that could delay the loss of the medicinal properties of the pills for a long time. But this was only the first step. Next, Fangzhu needed to miniaturize this rune array as much as possible to ensure it could be drawn on any container that could store pills. This step was very difficult because there was some unknown interference between the runes, and when the interference accumulated to a certain extent, the entire rune array would become ineffective. The more densely arranged the runes, the stronger the interference becomes. Large rune arrays can avoid this interference by dispersing the runes, but small rune arrays cannot. Therefore, Fangzhu needs to find a balance to ensure that this interference does not affect the effectiveness of the runes. In the past 5 days, Si Munin and the others tested nearly 100 types of materials and finally succeeded in identifying 3 materials with a high compatibility for the runes. Thus, Fangzhu led everyone to begin the next phase of experiments with these materials. Miniaturizing the rune array is a troublesome task, so Fangzhu decided to first draw a normal-sized rune array on these materials to observe the effects. A few minutes later, Wan Yue and the others moved the prepared materials to the experimental table. Indeed, they needed to work together to move this material because Fangzhu required a 5 meter by 5 meter board, as only such a large board could accommodate the simplified rune array. Wan Yue and Si Munin never expected that their team leader had such high attainments in runes. They had thought Fangzhu would seek help from a master at the Rune Master Association, but in the end, it was Fangzhu himself who handled it, and he completed the simplification in just 5 days. At this moment, they all looked at Fangzhu with admiration, and they saw a flash of light as an ancient seal pen was steadily held in Fangzhu's hand. Get ready and wait for my command, Fangzhu turned to remind everyone, then began to draw the runes on the wooden board. The raw material for this board was the red paulownia wood that Wan Yue had found earlier. After testing, the red paulownia wood had a very high compatibility with the runes, ranking among the top 3 of all known materials, so Fangzhu decided to use it for the experiment first. Just as Fangzhu was fully immersed in the experiment, a storm brewing against him was taking shape. In Huagua, Jinheshui City, in a high-end residential area, Zhou Shangyang, looking haggard, leaned back on the sofa while a younger man, resembling him but much younger, showed a fierce expression across from him. Dad, are we just going to let this go? The man asked in a sharp voice. What else can we do? Do you have any other solutions? Zhou Shangyang replied with a bitter smile. The spirit of the once high-ranking official completely vanished. There must be a way. A fierce glint flashed in the man's eyes, his fists clenched tightly by his sides, the knuckles turning slightly white from the force. This man was Zhou Shangyang's eldest son, Zhou Feiyu. That little brat, even if the country has taken notice of him, what can he stir up as a support-type practitioner? Zhou Feiyu said fiercely, he has caused our family to fall to this state. This matter cannot just be let go. Hearing his son's words, Zhou Shangyang's eyes filled with pain. He never expected that after that little brat Fangzhu stayed in Dingbei City for a while, he would be noticed by the country and suddenly become the head of a research group. Such a thing was indeed a bit far-fetched. Even if he were a legendary support-type practitioner, he shouldn't rise so quickly. When Zhou Shangyang first learned this news, he realized that trouble was brewing because the country would definitely investigate Fangzhu's background before his official appointment, and there was no way to hide what he had done. Suppressing newcomers, coercing and enticing, forcibly taking, and even wanting to take the other's life. Any one of these actions would be enough to land Zhou Shangyang in hot water, and he had done all of them in that short span of 2 days. Thus, the higher-ups were furious and directly dismissed Zhou Shangyang. If it weren't for Zhou Feiyu asking his teacher to intervene, along with the Zhou family's elders running around, Zhou Shangyang would likely already be in prison. This was a heavy blow for the Zhou family. The little foundation of their once prestigious family had been nearly exhausted this time. A fallen family, adding insult to injury. By the way, the Zhou family that Zhou Shangyang belongs to is not the same family as the Zhou family where the strongest alchemist, Old Master Zhou, is from. Zhou is a prominent surname, and with such a large population in Huagua, it's not surprising to have several Zhou families. At this moment, Zhou Feiyu's heart was filled with overwhelming hatred. He hated Fang Zhu for not agreeing to his father's request from the very beginning. If the other party had agreed at that time and handed over the Rune Master life card, he would already be a Heavenly Rune Master now. Both are legendary professions, and the country would no longer be able to target their Zhou family. Zhou Feiyu also resented the country for disregarding past relationships. Their Zhou family had made significant contributions in the past, especially when the secret realm first descended. They had shed blood for Huagua, yet now they found themselves in such a predicament. The Zhou family had completely lost hope for resurgence. Since that was the case, Zhou Feiyu looked at his father and silently made up his mind. He must make Fang Zhu pay the price. At this moment, if Fang Zhu knew Zhou Feiyu's thoughts, he would probably scoff and laugh out loud. How could a waste who only achieved something by relying on the favor of his elders have the audacity to blame the country? If it weren't for the past relationships, how could Zhou Shangyang escape legal punishment? With such a way of doing things, it's no wonder the Zhou family has fallen. Of course, Fang Zhu was unaware of all this, and the country had not informed him about Zhou Shangyang. To be honest, Fang Zhu was not concerned about this former official from Jinhe City who had once caused him trouble. Their levels were no longer the same. With Fang Zhu's current status, it would be easy to sanction a mere Zhou Shangyang, but he didn't want to waste time on such matters. Before making significant breakthroughs in his research tasks, Fang Zhu didn't want to consider other issues. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. He was not a saint and would not easily spare those who sought his life. Meanwhile, good news finally came from across the Atlantic. After trying thousands of potions and pills from various countries, the American Federation finally found a perfect item to remove toxins: 3 transformation poison pill. This pill came from Huagua, and the ordinary level 3 transformation poison pill could restore slightly poisoned practitioners to normal, while the rare level could cure those with moderate or severe poisoning. However, the difficulty of refining this pill was not small. Even Huagua would find it hard to produce enough to cure all moderate cases in the American Federation in a short time. But it was, after all, the hope of the American Federation, so after a brief hesitation, they decided to pay a significant price to purchase this pill from Huagua. The high-ranking officials of Huagua were naturally pleased to see this situation. From any angle, it was a guaranteed profitable business, provided that Huagua could deliver enough pills within the stipulated time. On the other side, the reinforcements sent by Huagua to Dingbei City had all arrived near the entrance of the secret realm in the suburbs. According to the plan, they would launch a tentative attack on the Abyss Lord 3 days later, trying to gauge the strength of this Abyss Lord while ensuring that they wouldn't lose too many troops and practitioners. Zhao Hangwu had been extremely busy these past few days. He had never imagined that such a dangerous situation could arise in a small Dingbei city. Compared to the previous riots in the secret realms, the Abyss Lord was a far greater threat. If the Abyss Lord really broke out of the secret realm, the entire Dingbei city might cease to exist, so he had to prepare for the worst, which meant being ready to evacuate the entire Dingbei city. Move all the boxes to the corner and mark them. Record the changes in the medicinal properties of the pills inside every day at 10 in the morning. Notify me immediately of any abnormalities, Fang Zhu said sternly to everyone in the laboratory. He had just drawn simple storage rune arrays on 4 types of materials, and then he used these materials as the main components to create 4 large boxes. Next, it was time to test the storage effects of these boxes using medicinal pills. This was a rather tedious and simple task, so Fang Zhu did not intend to do it himself. After arranging the work, Fang Zhu returned to his own room in the laboratory, rubbing his temples wearily. To be honest, drawing 4 rune arrays in a row was a bit too much, but under the admiring gazes of everyone, Fang Zhu managed to pull it off in the end. However, the cost was, he would have a headache for a long time. Of course, there was some good news. Fang Zhu's rune master level had just officially risen to level 10, successfully awakening his first professional skill. At this moment, he was eager to see what his first skill as a rune master was. After calming himself slightly, Fang Zhu focused his thoughts and opened the Rune Master's professional interface, where he saw the skill name Mastery of Arrays. Skill name, Mastery of Arrays. Skill attribute, passive skill. Skill description, your understanding and control of rune arrays have reached a new level, reducing the consumption in time required to draw rune arrays by 20%. After reading the skill description, Fang Zhu's expression brightened. This skill was on par with the Alchemist's Awakened skill, Mastery of Flames, and it was just what he needed. Not to mention, the better control and understanding of arrays was very practical, especially since Fang Zhu was troubled about how to miniaturize the rune arrays. It was truly a case of a timely gift. However, he currently lacked the energy to ponder how this skill would enhance him, as his head was throbbing too much. Fang Zhu squinted and rummaged through the drawer of his desk, eventually pulling out a small porcelain bottle containing medicinal pills. He opened the cap, and a faint medicinal aroma wafted out. Fang Zhu sniffed, confirming he hadn't made a mistake. this was indeed a spirit-solidifying pill. He flipped his hand and poured the pill out, then promptly popped it into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, flowing down his throat, but moments later, Fang Zhu frowned, his face filled with distress. Damn it, the spirit-solidifying pill had been stored for too long. Its original potency had dropped to less than 50%. What a waste! The spirit-solidifying pill was one of the most troublesome pills to refine, and even Fang Zhu couldn't produce one in a short time due to the scarcity of materials. So now he felt both pained and regretful, and he was even more determined to quickly create a container for storing medicinal pills. Just as Fang Zhu was digesting the effects of the spirit-solidifying pill, a flying vehicle slowly descended at the capital's airfield. Moments later, a young man with a sinister appearance stepped down from the vehicle. He raised his head, looking at the dim sky, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Fang Zhu, I've come to take my revenge, Zhou Feiyu murmured to himself, then took a taxi outside the airfield to a high-end residential area. Although the Zhou family had fallen from grace, they still retained some connections, and Zhou Feiyu was looking for a close friend of an elder, someone with considerable influence in the capital, hoping to learn more about Fang Zhu through this elder. In a beautifully decorated and luxurious living room, Zhou Feiyu awkwardly accepted the tea handed to him by a servant. He took a small sip and looked at the elderly man sitting across from him. The old man appeared quite prosperous, dressed in a bright red tang suit, exuding an imposing aura without needing to be angry. Feiyu, how is your grandfather doing lately? The old man asked, taking a puff from his cigar and blowing out smoke rings. He's doing well. My grandfather often tells us younger ones about his adventures with you in the secret realm, Zhou Feiyu replied with a forced smile. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed heartily, in a good mood as he said, he always used to steal my medicinal pills. You go back and tell him to return them to me. I'll pay it back. Zhou Feiyu patted his chest and said, I'll find you some high-grade elixirs later. The old man smiled and nodded, exchanging a few pleasantries with Zhou Feiyu before getting to the main topic. I want you to help me look into someone. Zhou Feiyu stated his purpose for coming. Who? Fang Zhu. I heard he is now the head of the elixir research group in Huagua. I want you to help me check his whereabouts. Zhou Feiyu spoke very candidly. The old man fell silent for a moment, slightly furrowing his brow. Fang Zhu. I've heard that name before. Do you know him? Zhou Feiyu asked, somewhat surprised. No, I don't know him, just heard some things about him, the old man said, taking a puff of his cigar, his voice low. Do you know what you want this information for? I'll tell you, his current status is not low. Zhou Feiyu hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. He decided to tell the old man the truth because the old man was a close friend of his grandfather and would at least not harm him. My dad suppressed him before, so after he rose to power, my dad. Zhou Feiyu didn't finish, but the old man already understood his meaning. So it's because of him. I was wondering why your dad suddenly faced such severe punishment, the old man sighed. In fact, he was fully aware of what had happened with Zhou Shangyang, but in this situation, it was more appropriate to play dumb. From the old man's perspective, the recent winds from above seemed a bit off, and he was worried about being implicated, so he hadn't acted on the previous matters. However, now that Zhou Feiyu had personally come to seek his help, he felt he had to do something. I understand your meaning, the old man extinguished his cigar and said seriously, I will help you investigate Fang Zhu's situation, but today you have not been here, and we have not had any conversation, understand? Zhou Feiyu immediately showed a look of surprise upon hearing this. He quickly stood up to thank him, deeply bowing to the old man. All right, you can go back now. I will notify you when I have news. The old man waved his hand, signaling Zhou Feiyu to leave. Zhou Feiyu responded and then followed the servant out of the villa. 2 minutes later, only the old man remained in the room. He sighed softly, as if murmuring to himself, to think of taking action against the head of the elixir research group, you really are bold. On the other side, in the laboratory, Fang Zhu slowly opened his eyes, stood up, and walked towards the outside of the lab. It was mealtime now. When it comes to eating, nothing else matters. In the cafeteria of the second base, Fang Zhu encountered members from 2 other groups. Old Zhou and Old Wang sat across from each other, eating while discussing their respective groups' research progress. They had never considered competing in this matter. That would be meaningless. The 2 old men had dedicated their lives to the country, their goals pure to a terrifying degree. As long as Huagua could become strong, they would do anything. Fang Zhu admired such people, but he was also very hesitant. If he really agreed to old Zhou's proposal, which meant sharing resources and research progress among the 3 groups, he would inevitably have to show something in front of everyone. And once these things were known to outsiders, it could very likely lead to trouble. More radically, Fang Zhu even suspected that someone might act against him. He did not distrust Huagua, but he was worried about other countries. Humanity had never stopped infighting, and even in the face of great enemies, some countries would still do many despicable things. Therefore, Fang Zhu had been hiding himself all along. He needed a safe environment to conduct research, not one where he felt anxious every day, fearing someone would harm him. However, now that he had encountered old Zhou and old Wang, he naturally had to go over and greet them. The two old men also noticed Fang Zhu at this time. They smiled and waved, signaling him to come over. Fang Zhu nodded, took a portion of food, and then sat down next to old Zhou. "I just heard you two seem to be discussing large-scale alchemy?" Fang Zhu asked after taking a bite. "Yes," old Zhou replied, then explained, "We received a big order from above, but with our current capabilities, it's difficult to complete it within the specified time, so we must achieve a technical breakthrough." "A big order? How come I didn't know about it?" Fang Zhu asked curiously. Old Wang chuckled. This somewhat mischievous old man slowly spoke. "The specific documents haven't come down yet. I only found out while chatting with Bai Yatu." Bai Yatu. Fang Zhu found the nickname amusing. It was somewhat strange for such a beautiful young woman like Bai Fu to be called a girl. The American Federation needs a large quantity of the third transformation poison pill, but only a few alchemists in our country can refine it. Old Wang and I were just brainstorming ways to see if we could increase the output, old Zhou added. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu quickly recalled the orders issued by the higher-ups and the recent situation in the American Federation. "Oh, it's about that unknown toxin," Fang Zhu realized. "The third transformation poison pill can eliminate toxins, so the American Federation placed an order with us." "Exactly," old Zhou said, finishing his last bite of food. Wiping his mouth while looking at Fang Zhu. "Do you have any ideas? The deadline for this order is quite urgent." Fang Zhu slowly shook his head and sighed. "No, I don't have any ideas at the moment. I've been researching the storage of pills these past few days and haven't considered this matter at all. Sigh, this is quite troublesome. The American Federation really knows how to create issues," old Wang suddenly remarked. Hearing this, both old Zhou and Fang Zhu laughed. They didn't like the American Federation, so seeing each other in a bind naturally didn't evoke any sympathy. Of course, they would still do their best to complete the tasks assigned by the country, as this order was beneficial for Huagua. "I estimate the orders will come down later. We will have a lot to do next," old Wang said as he stood up, addressing Fang Zhu. "You eat, old Zhou and I will go for a walk to digest." "Alright, you two take your time." Fang Zhu smiled and then focused on his meal. As evening approached, Fang Zhu indeed saw the task order they mentioned. It didn't specify any other requirements, just that all alchemists must provide 100,000 third transformation poison pills within 10 days. Upon seeing this number, Fang Zhu instinctively thought the task order was written incorrectly. 100,000 in 10 days. That means they need to refine 10,000 a day. If it were basic pills, it would be manageable, but this intermediate pill is not that simple. Low-level alchemists can't produce it, and mid to high-level alchemists are also limited by their success rates, making it extremely difficult to refine such a large quantity in a short time. Wan Yu frowned at the task order and thought for a long time before slowly speaking. "I think if we can produce 50,000, that would be the best we can do." Fang Zhu nodded. He was actually more pessimistic than Wan Yu because the existing medicinal materials in Huagua might not be enough to meet the consumption of these alchemists, so they might not even reach 50,000. Moreover, there was a very critical issue. The medicinal properties of the pills would continuously degrade over these 10 days, and a rare level poison pill might become inferior to an ordinary level after 10 days. In that case, how effective these pills would be was highly questionable. However, before Fang Zhu could voice this concern, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. "No, wait, the country is doing this intentionally." The higher-ups are well aware of the rate at which the medicinal properties of the pills diminish, and since they have chosen not to send a batch of pills to the Federation every day, it indicates that they want to achieve some purpose during these 10 days. As for the purpose, Fang Zhu pondered for a moment, and suddenly a terrifying possibility surfaced in his mind. No way. Could it be that the country wants to take this opportunity to significantly reduce the number of practitioners in the Federation? Fang Zhu was startled by his own thought, but the more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the somewhat suspicious behavior of the state. "That's really ruthless," Fang Zhu commented, then shifted his gaze back to the mission order. "What? Ruthless?" Wan Yu, having heard Fang Zhu's last remark, looked up in confusion. "It's nothing, not important." Fang Zhu waved his hand and, stroking his chin, asked, "Do you have any way to increase the success rate of refining the third transformation poison pill?" Wan Yu shook his head decisively. He was just a rare-level alchemist, not very high in rank, and had never thought about this issue before, so he had no ideas at the moment. Fang Zhu sighed, patted Wan Yu's shoulder, and said, "Alright, let's call it a day. We'll think about this tomorrow." After understanding the country's intentions, Fang Zhu decided not to exert himself in refining the third transformation poison pill. There was really no need for that. As long as he could refine a portion every day without slacking off, it would be enough. As for whether the quantity would be sufficient, that was beyond his control. Meanwhile, in another laboratory, Old Joe revealed a somewhat sinister smile. Their tactical minds are dirty, Old Joe commented gloomily. But even so, we can't refine too few, otherwise, we won't be able to report to the higher-ups, Old Wang said with a smile. I understand, we can't make this too obvious. The next morning, Fangzhu arrived at the laboratory, munching on a fried dough stick. The laboratory was somewhat hot, with a dozen second-level researchers standing by the central experiment table handling medicinal materials, while Wan Yu and Si Munan were refining pills at the Dragon Head. Fangzhu watched for a while and noticed that they were refining the third transformation poison pill. Wan Yu was already skilled at refining this pill, so the entire process looked much smoother than it did for Si Munan. He carefully rotated the alchemy furnace, focused so intently that he didn't even notice Fangzhu's arrival. Fangzhu waved to the others, signaling them to remain silent and not disturb the two while they were refining. He could tell that they were at a critical moment in the pill refining process, and even the slightest disturbance could affect the final success rate. Although Wan Yu and Si Munan had good talent, they were still within the realm of ordinary people, so they had to be extremely cautious at the last moment. Fangzhu quietly positioned himself behind the two, ready to support them. The key to refining the third transformation poison pill lies in the temperature of the flame, and both of them are still somewhat inexperienced in controlling the fire, so the chances of failure at the last moment are quite high, Fangzhu thought to himself. Just then, he suddenly noticed that the alchemy furnace next to Si Munan trembled slightly, and a flame shot up to the top cover of the furnace. Not good, Fangzhu exclaimed inwardly, quickly taking a step forward to extinguish the flames on the dragon head. The next second, Si Munan's alchemy furnace emitted a puff of black smoke, and the entire furnace shook as if some energy within was on the verge of exploding. However, Fangzhu reacted in time and prevented the flames from further catalyzing the reaction inside the furnace, so the explosion ultimately extinguished within the furnace. Si Munan stood aside, looking somewhat apprehensive. Fangzhu placed her alchemy furnace aside and smiled as he patted her shoulder. It's okay, being able to reach this level on your first try is already quite good. He said this and turned to look at Wan Yu. Wan Yu had just extinguished the flames of the dragon's head, and the unexpected incident that had just occurred on their side did not affect his alchemy. At this moment, he had completed the final step, and a faint medicinal fragrance wafted from the alchemy furnace. It seemed that Wan Yu's psychological resilience was quite impressive. How many did you get? Fangzhu asked with a smile. Wan Yu chuckled upon hearing the question, opened the lid, and poured out all the pills inside. 3, not bad. Fangzhu's eyes lit up. If everyone else could be as efficient as Wan Yu, then 100,000 pills would actually be achievable. However, very few could reach Wan Yu's level, with Si Munan being a living example. Only 3. Wan Yu frowned, clearly dissatisfied. Si Munan, hearing this, immediately showed her displeasure, lightly snorting and saying, "Do you still want to be as impressive as the team leader? Truly insatiable." Wan Yu smiled awkwardly, scratching his head and falling silent. Fangzhu laughed heartily, patting Wan Yu on the shoulder. "Keep it up, you're doing great." "Okay, team leader," Wan Yu replied, then began to tidy up the alchemy furnace. Si Munan also got ready again, and the two resumed their alchemy work. Fangzhu checked the medicinal materials handled by the second-level researchers and nodded in satisfaction. The researchers that Bai Fu had sent him were indeed good. There had been almost no instances of them slacking off while working. Thinking of Bai Fu, Fangzhu suddenly remembered that he had promised to give her a powerful bone-strengthening pill, but he had been too busy with experiments to think about refining it. "There's no time like the present," Fangzhu muttered, then went to the side to select the medicinal materials needed for the bone-strengthening pill. Naturally, the pill for Bai Fu had to be of the best quality, so Fangzhu did not arrange for other researchers to help him with the materials but chose to do it himself. After some time of research, Fangzhu found that the pills he refined himself had a higher chance of triggering talents. He wasn't sure if this was just his illusion, but he still wanted to do his best for Bai Fu's pill. The morning quickly passed, and Fangzhu encountered Old Zhou and Old Wang again in the cafeteria. The two looked rosy and seemed completely unaffected by the tasks. Seeing this, Fangzhu understood, the country indeed had some undisclosed plans, so he approached the two, wearing a somewhat mischievous smile. This smile immediately amused Old Wang, who burst into a hearty laugh without any restraint. "You kid, your reaction isn't slow," Old Wang said, laughing for a long time before calming down and pointing at Fangzhu quietly. Fangzhu chuckled, placing his tray on the table. Not bad, can't compare to you two. Hey, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you like." Old Wang glared at Fangzhu, pretending to be displeased. Old Zhou also laughed, gently tapping the table to signal the two to tone it down a bit. This matter was known only to a very small number of people, and the fewer who knew, the easier it would be to succeed, so they should try to keep a low profile while discussing it. I wonder what kind of contract the higher-ups signed with the Federation. It would be great to know the specific amount. Old Wang suddenly sighed. Old Joe shook his head at this, saying, if you knew the amount, could you still act like you do now? What if you accidentally let it slip to others? That's a good point. Let's just play it safe for now. Since the country hasn't given any further instructions, it means that no matter how many we refine, the quantity must be sufficient. Old Wang nodded slightly, agreeing with Old Joe's statement. Fang Zhu, on the other hand, looked somewhat troubled. What's wrong, Xiao Feng? Is there a problem? Old Joe noticed Fang Zhu's expression and asked with concern. I'm thinking about how to improve the success rate of alchemy, Fang Zhu sighed, looking somewhat troubled. No matter how one looked at it, the tasks assigned to them were quite real. Even if there were some tricks involved, they couldn't be too obvious in their laziness. To be honest, Fang Zhu felt that the plan from above was somewhat risky. The American Federation wasn't foolish. Over time, they would naturally become aware of things, so according to Old Joe and Old Wang's plan, they had to produce more than 40,000 pills within 10 days. Fang Zhu had just learned this number while chatting with the two, and after calculating in his mind, he found it to be an almost impossible task. This meant they had to find a way to improve the success rate in the coming days, which was why Fang Zhu wore a worried expression. Old Joe was silent for a moment, then looked at Old Wang and asked, can the plan you mentioned before work? Old Wang sighed upon hearing the question, gently shaking the chopsticks in his hand as he said, it's very difficult. I had someone try it, but the efficiency didn't improve much. Fang Zhu took a bite of his meal and curiously looked at the two elders in front of him. What plan? Old Wang wants to improve the efficiency of alchemy through an assembly line approach, breaking down each step of pill making to be completed by different alchemists, with the final step handled by an alchemist whose talent can enhance the success rate, Old Joe explained in detail. Fang Zhu nodded and couldn't help but praise. That's a great idea. However, Old Wang glared at Fang Zhu because of this comment, growling softly, what's so great about it? They're all useless. They can't even handle the herbs properly. Fang Zhu was taken aback for a moment, then understood, revealing a bitter smile. Old Wang's plan was good, but it was based on the premise that everyone could complete their respective steps. In practice, it was easy for one step to be incomplete, making it impossible to proceed to the next, thus the efficiency wouldn't improve much, and in some cases, it might even decrease. There was no way around it. The skill levels of alchemists varied greatly, and even if they gathered a few with similar skills, an assembly line approach would be less effective than letting them refine the pills themselves. That was why Old Wang was somewhat frustrated, not knowing how to improve his plan. By the way, Xiao Feng, do you have any ideas? Old Wang quickly calmed down and looked at Fang Zhu. They had reviewed Fang Zhu's background and knew that this young legendary alchemist had previously improved the body strengthening pill. That kind of pill was highly valued by the higher-ups, and if all went well, large-scale production would begin soon. Therefore, they placed great importance on Fang Zhu's opinion, and besides, the young man's perspective might be broader than theirs. Upon hearing Old Wang's question, Fang Zhu's face showed a contemplative expression. In fact, Fang Zhu thought Old Wang's idea was correct. An assembly line could definitely improve the efficiency of alchemy, but in this era, there were no suitable machines, and everything had to rely on human labor. Currently, no laboratory had equipment to assist alchemists in their work. The instruments they commonly used could only conduct tests on some common substances in pills, and nothing more. So, was it only possible to find a way to improve the alchemist's skills? This seemed like a dead end. Fang Zhu looked at the exquisite dishes in front of him, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck his mind. He widened his eyes and began to mumble to himself involuntarily. Food, herbs, manual, mechanical. Old Joe and Old Wang, hearing Fang Zhu's disjointed words, exchanged puzzled glances, completely unaware of what the young man was talking about. Moments later, Fang Zhu regained his composure and said excitedly, I have an idea, but I need help from other professionals. Other professionals? Old Joe instinctively repeated, his expression growing more puzzled. Old Wang, however, seemed to have thought of something, his eyes lighting up as he said uncertainly, you mean to leverage other professions to help us increase our success rate? Exactly, I have two ideas now. Fang Zhu put down his chopsticks and raised two fingers. First, we can ask certain special professionals to assist us by applying buffs like luck or efficiency boost, which would enhance the efficiency of our assembly line. Upon hearing this, Old Joe and Old Wang nodded. It was indeed a good idea. There was no shortage of special professionals in Huagua, so finding a few who could help them wouldn't be difficult. In fact, Fang Zhu had been contemplating this idea for a long time. There were quite a few special professionals in the base, and Fang Zhu had interacted with them to varying degrees. These professionals had all sorts of bizarre abilities, and it wasn't quite accurate to call them support professionals, so everyone referred to them as special professionals. However, these individuals generally had low levels and ranks, so not many people paid attention to them. Fang Zhu wanted to utilize their abilities to assist him in alchemy. Old Zhou and Old Wang usually interacted with higher-level professionals, so it was normal for them not to notice these individuals, but at this moment, hearing Fang Zhu mention them sparked their thoughts. I remember there are a few people in the base whose abilities are quite interesting, Old Wang said softly. Old Zhou nodded, intending to agree, but suddenly thought of a question. I remember their levels aren't high, right? The efficiency boost they provide shouldn't be significant. That's right, Fang Zhu replied, then slowly said, this idea doesn't completely solve the current problem, so what I really want to say is my second idea. Go ahead, Old Zhou and Old Wang exchanged glances, curiously and seriously waiting for Fang Zhu's next words. For the second idea, I want to try using rune devices to help the alchemists improve their alchemy efficiency and success rate. Fang Zhu did not hide his thoughts. He knew that the technological system of this era had collapsed, so relying solely on his own strength to create a fusion of technology and runes was nearly impossible. His idea wasn't complicated. Since the assembly line in the era he once lived in could be completed through machinery, this era should be able to do the same, and with the help of runes, the assembly line in this era should be even more efficient. However, the reality was not so simple. Fang Zhu had some understanding of rune arrays, and in his impression, there were no rune arrays with such functions, while the common rune arrays had very limited capabilities. Therefore, if he wanted to integrate runes with machinery, he would have to redesign the rune arrays and have someone skilled in machinery redesign the assembly line. Both were indispensable. Fang Zhu meticulously explained his thoughts to the two elders in front of him. As his words fell, Old Zhou and Old Wang were left in shock. They hadn't expected Fang Zhu to actually have a solution. Initially, they had approached Fang Zhu with a mindset of just trying, as this matter was quite complex. Many alchemists were struggling to achieve success, let alone large-scale production. Those individuals didn't even have the qualifications to consider this matter. And Fang Zhu, although he had the qualifications, he was still young. His ideas were broad, but he lacked experience, making it easy for him to fall into the trap of empty talk. Yet, they hadn't expected him to truly provide a feasible approach. In their view, Fang Zhu's second idea was somewhat fanciful. Using machinery and runes to assist in alchemy was too rare, but the first idea was still viable. There were special professionals right in the base. After the shock, Old Zhou and Old Wang fell silent for a moment, clearly organizing their thoughts. Fang Zhu did not rush them, continuing to eat the food in front of him. He knew that his words contained a lot of information, so the two of them would need some time to digest it. After a long while, Old Zhou slowly raised his head and said in a steady tone, "We can find someone to try your first idea this afternoon, but the second one." He paused here, seemingly unsure of how to continue. Old Wang chuckled and smoothly interjected, "The second idea is too complex to implement. We need to go back and plan it out properly." Fang Zhu nodded, understanding the implication in Old Wang's words. Clearly, neither of them believed the second idea could succeed. Perhaps Fang Zhu's second idea was indeed brilliant, but the problem was that using machinery and runes to assist alchemists in refining pills sounded almost impossible to achieve. No one was willing to invest energy in such an uncertain outcome unless Fang Zhu could prove the potential of this idea. However, he felt no displeasure upon hearing their comments. Geniuses are often misunderstood, especially those like him who harbor secrets. Fang Zhu smiled, put down his chopsticks, and said slowly, "Then let's call those special professionals over to give it a try. Perhaps there will be some surprises." Good, Old Zhou nodded, picking up his plate. He had finished eating and was now eager to try it out. Fang Zhu quickly took a few more bites and then followed the two elders. Meanwhile, in front of the ghostly secret realm in Dingbei City, a middle-aged man in military uniform walked briskly, reaching a fairly large barack in just a few minutes. The soldier guarding the entrance stopped him and asked sternly, "Password." "Kill the king," the officer replied without hesitation. "You may enter." The guarding soldier stepped aside, allowing passage for one person. Upon entering the command room, the middle-aged man saw the highest commander of the army, General Wang Chongshan. Just sitting there, he exuded an invisible pressure that made it hard to look directly at him. This was a legend, a true legend. Wang Chongshan had originally been just a small soldier in the army, with no background, struggling through life and death for over 20 years while stationed at the secret realm. Just this alone made him a legend. At that time, no one would have thought that such an inconspicuous soldier would eventually become one of the highest military leaders in Huagua. The army he led was invincible, having successively eliminated 4 secret realms and reclaimed 2 cities that had fallen. Now, with the emergence of the Abyss Lord, after careful consideration, the Huagua military ultimately decided to let Wang Chongshan lead the team. He had enough experience. Even if the Abyss Lord was powerful enough to overwhelm the entire army, at least Wang Chongshan could ensure the safety of the people in Dingbei City. In fact, on his first day here, Wang Chongshan had a deep discussion with Zhao Hanwu about this issue. They quickly reached a consensus that evacuation must be carried out as soon as possible. They could not wait for danger to strike before evacuating, as it would be too late. Therefore, at this moment, various districts in Dingbei City were methodically evacuating, while neighboring Nanhe City voluntarily took in all the citizens of Dingbei City, ensuring that they could seek refuge there without worry for a month. Back in the command room, the middle-aged man stood in front of a wooden table, his back drenched in cold sweat. The murderous aura emanating from Wang Chongshan was overwhelming. The kind of killing intent forged from slaying countless beasts was enough to easily shatter the spirit of an ordinary person, making the middle-aged man feel as if he were facing a ferocious tiger ready to pounce. However, he still managed to control his expression and actions well. After all, he had been following the general through thick and thin for so many years. If he said he couldn't withstand the general's aura, that would be too embarrassing. After a moment, Wang Chongshan set down his teacup, raised his head, and his gaze was sharp as a knife, but he quickly reined in his imposing presence and revealed a friendly smile. "Xiao Wu, what's the matter?" As these words fell into his ears, the middle-aged man with the surname Wu felt a sudden decrease in pressure. He saluted with a standard military gesture and said loudly, "General, we just received news from Dingbei City that the evacuation will be completed before midnight tonight." Very good." Wang Chongshan nodded, turning his head to look out the window, in the direction of the secret realm. "Have everyone prepare. The official exploration of the secret realm will begin at noon tomorrow. Let's have a good meeting with this Abyss Lord." As Wang Chongshan spoke, he stood up, his eyes filled with a soaring killing intent. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, in a towering building in a city of the American Federation, a tall white man was pounding on the long table in front of him, his expression twisted in rage. "A bunch of useless fools, can't you replicate the elixirs of Huagua even now?" Opposite the long table, an elderly woman with a somewhat gloomy appearance showed an awkward expression. She rubbed her wrinkled hands and replied in a hoarse voice, "The alchemy of Huagua and our pharmacology are two different systems. It's indeed impossible to learn it in a short time. Is there no other way? Are we just going to wait helplessly for Huagua's elixirs to be delivered?" The white man questioned sharply. "It seems that this is the only way." The elderly woman, resembling an old witch from a TV drama, spread her hands and said helplessly, "Useless, useless." The white man angrily paced around the room. He was well aware of the difficulty of the situation. Those colorful potions were indeed far inferior to Huagua's elixirs, making it nearly impossible for a group of people who had never dealt with elixirs to replicate them in a short time. "How are the professionals doing?" The white man turned his head to look at a thin young man standing in the corner of the room. "Not very optimistic. Some of the mildly ill professionals are gradually turning into severe cases after 2 days of delay," the young man said with a very grim expression. The white man sighed, furrowing his brows as he looked at the elderly woman sitting at the table. No matter how angry he was, he couldn't really do anything to her, as she was the head of the entire Pharmacists Association of the American Federation, with a status no lower than his. "Beatrice, think of a way to use potions to help those suffering professionals. They are the cornerstone of the American Federation. Without them, the American Federation will be in disarray." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman slightly lowered her eyelids. She remained silent for a long time before saying, "I will think of a way." Meanwhile, in the laboratory of the second base in the capital of Huagua, more than a dozen special professionals stood in a neat row, waiting for the instructions of the three in front of them. Zhou Lao and the others acted quickly, gathering all the available special professionals in the base in less than an hour. At this moment, Fang Zhu looked at these professionals with bizarre job titles, his face showing a somewhat conflicted expression. Although he had previously thought of using special abilities to assist the alchemists in refining elixirs, he had never delved deeply into it, so he didn't know how to start. Zhou Lao, however, had experience in this area. He clapped his hands and asked everyone to introduce their professional abilities and talents. The young man standing on the far left was the first to speak. "My name is Wang Jun, a level 15 gambler. My talent allows me to make a lucky determination for myself or others once a day. If the determination is successful, that person will have good luck for the next day. The professional skill is called dog shit luck, and its effect is to double luck for a period of time. Under normal circumstances, professionals cannot see each other's specific job information, so Fang Zhu and the others needed to introduce themselves in detail, as their job titles did not reveal their abilities. This introduction took over an hour. Some professionals had strange names, but their abilities were surprisingly good. Fang Zhu listened and took notes, gradually forming a few ideas in his mind. Finally, after all the special professionals had finished their introductions, Fang Zhu looked at everyone and slowly announced a few names. "Wang Jun, Luing, Su Lei. You few stay behind, the others can leave for now." Thank you for your trouble today. Oh, it's no trouble. One professional quickly waved his hand in response to Fangzhu's polite words. Fangzhu smiled and gestured for a researcher nearby to bring out the prepared pills. You can share these pills, perhaps there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. If we can be of help, just let us know, a young man said, patting his chest. He knew very well that as long as he could establish a connection with these research teams, life would be much easier in the future. If it didn't work out this time, there might be a next time. Leaving a good impression on the other party was effortless. As the others left, only 4 people remained in the laboratory, 2 men and 2 women, a very balanced ratio. Fangzhu had them reintroduce their professions, then nodded in satisfaction and said to Old Zhou and Old Wang, they should be useful. Shall we give it a try now? Let's give it a try. Old Zhou slapped the table and then led the 4 towards Old Wang's laboratory. Hey, I haven't even spoken yet, and we're starting already. Old Wang followed, both amused and exasperated. The second base adhered to the principle of fairness, so the laboratories for Fangzhu and the other 2 were all of the same scale, with no differences in equipment or instruments. However, Old Wang's side clearly had more staff than Fangzhu's, as he was an established alchemist, and his reputation alone could attract many idle alchemists. At this moment, in the laboratory, more than a dozen alchemists were busy around the experimental table. This is the assembly line, Old Wang said as he stepped forward, pointing at the crowd. Each person is responsible for processing one type of medicinal material. According to my calculations, this can shorten the time by about 1/3. Fangzhu nodded and approached the experimental table to observe carefully. He had previously considered this idea, but the researchers on his side were lacking in both level and experience, and they were currently focusing their efforts on the research of storing pills, so they had not attempted assembly line alchemy. Just then, a light gasp came from the dragon head side, and Fangzhu turned to see an alchemist in a fluster, hurriedly removing the alchemy furnace from the dragon head, looking quite disheveled. Someone had failed at alchemy. Old Wang quickly stepped forward, and after confirming there was no danger of explosion, he breathed a sigh of relief. He returned to Fangzhu and Old Zhou's side, somewhat helplessly saying, "There's nothing we can do. The success rate of alchemy severely limits efficiency. Now, as long as we can improve the success rate, I estimate that efficiency could increase by another 20%. Fangzhu pondered for a moment, then pointed towards the 4 special professionals and said, "Let them give it a try and see how much improvement we can achieve." A few minutes later, the 4 special professionals each used their professional abilities, and the alchemists visibly perked up. In addition to the luck boost, they also applied positive states like agility and increased mental power to the other researchers on the assembly line. "How does it feel?" Fangzhu asked one of the alchemists. "It seems like we have more confidence than before." The alchemist's eyes sparkled with light as he spoke energetically. With the enhancement of 4 or 5 positive states, the efficiency of the assembly line had significantly improved, and the researchers handling the medicinal materials waved their arms, processing each herb into the required form at an unprecedented speed. Old Wang immediately broke into a smile, nodding in satisfaction and generously praising the 4 special professionals. However, Fangzhu quickly realized that no matter how high the efficiency on Old Wang's side, it would be of little use. How many pills could they produce in 10 days? 1,000? 2,000? Compared to the target of 40 to 50,000, the output of this laboratory was truly a drop in the bucket. According to what everyone understood, the total number of alchemists in Huagui capable of refining the 3rd transformation poison pill did not exceed 1,000, yes, fewer than 1,000. Even if these people worked themselves to the bone, it was impossible to complete that quantity in 10 days, and Fangzhu and the others could not gather these 1,000 people to form a larger assembly line. Therefore, the actual number of pills delivered after 10 days might be much lower than expected. Even if the higher-ups intended it that way, too few would indeed look quite bad. Sure enough, just as they were adjusting the assembly line, Bai Fu's call came through to Fangzhu. Minutes later, Fangzhu arrived at Bai Fu's office and met the stunning young woman. Bai Fu set down her coffee and casually asked, "How's the refining of the poison pills going on your end?" Fangzhu forced a bitter smile, "Not great. This pill has high requirements for alchemists. Aside from me, the success rate of the others is terrifyingly low. The situation on Old Wang and Old Zhou's side is similar, but we are brainstorming solutions, and we have made some progress, though completing the target is still very difficult." His words were quite skillful, first expressing grievances, then emphasizing the efforts of his team, and stating that they were doing their best. I know you have difficulties, so the higher-ups won't insist on the quantity of 100,000. Bai Fu said something that was not surprising at all, but the next sentence made Fangzhu's eyes widen. In the office, Bai Fu looked at Fangzhu with a half-smile and said word by word, "Although the higher-ups won't force you on the final quantity delivered, you must at least produce 3,000. 3,000? Fangzhu was instantly shocked. 10 days? His small team needed 3,000? It was impossible to produce that even if they killed him. Fang Zhu had previously estimated his team's efficiency, even if everyone only slept 5 or 6 hours a day, and with his 100% success rate, they could at most produce around 2,000 pills. This was under the condition of triggering his legendary alchemist talent. If there were no triggers or if something unexpected happened in between, they might only be able to produce a little over 1,000. And now the higher-ups were asking for 3,000, were they joking? At that moment, Fang Zhu suddenly noticed Bai Fu's expression. She was not in a serious state discussing business but rather seemed to take pleasure in his predicament. What was going on? Fang Zhu's mind raced, and he couldn't help but ask, is there any room for negotiation on this number? Bai Fu looked at Fang Zhu for a moment, and only after seeing him grow uneasy did she speak. Yes, the higher-ups provided 2 options. First, your team delivers 1,000 rare level 3rd transformation poison pills or 300 uncommon level poison pills. Second, improve the formula to reduce the difficulty of refining and enhance the efficacy. The pressure on the higher-ups is also quite significant. The quantity of ordinary level pills delivered doesn't matter much, but the number of rare level pills must be sufficient, otherwise, the Federation won't pay the final amount. Fang Zhu sighed upon hearing this. He had expected it to be this way. Although the 3rd transformation poison pill was more effective than the Federation's own agents, curing critically ill patients still required a quality above rare level. Given the current level of most alchemists in Huagua, it is almost impossible to refine rare-grade pills. However, the United States cannot just watch those critically ill patients die, so when they signed the contract with Huagua, they must have stipulated a certain quantity of rare-grade pills. Those rare-grade pills are the hope for saving the United States. It is certain that Huagua cannot produce enough rare-grade pills. Therefore, without breaching the contract, there is only one path to take, to allow ordinary grade 3 transformation poison pills to also cure critically ill patients. If Fang Zhu puts in the effort, he could produce 1,000 rare-grade poison pills. After all, he is exceptionally talented, but that would be too conspicuous. He understands the principle that the tall tree will be toppled by the wind. So, Fang Zhu can only choose to improve the pill formula. There is no third option. I really have to give it my all, Fang Zhu said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. The higher-ups also said that if you can accomplish this, the subsequent research funding and material subsidies will be increased by 50%. Bai Fu dropped a bombshell. Fang Zhu's eyes lit up immediately. 50%. That is no small amount. Why not ask old Zhou and old Wang? Fang Zhu asked, puzzled. The higher-ups are aware of their abilities. They have enough experience but lack innovation, so they can only rely on you. Bai Fu said seriously, coming to Fang Zhu's side and patting his shoulder. Fang Zhu could smell a faint fragrance from her, but he had no romantic thoughts. His mind was solely focused on one idea: how to secure that 50% extra funding in materials. Alright, Fang Zhu suddenly remembered the request Bai Fu had mentioned earlier, so he took out a wooden box from his pocket, which contained 2 strengthening bone pills. This wooden box utilized their latest research results, ensuring that the medicinal properties of the pills would not dissipate within 10 days. This was also thanks to the type of wood one you found, and of course, Munin and the researchers contributed significantly as well. After mixing various materials, Fang Zhu obtained this container. However, 10 days is still too short. Their hope now lies in the rune array that has preservation capabilities. As long as they confirm that the rune array can take effect, Fang Zhu can start miniaturizing it and successfully create a container that can store pills long-term. Bai Fu's face lit up with surprise when she saw the pills in Fang Zhu's hand. Although she did not open the lid, she could guess what Fang Zhu had brought her. These are 2 strengthening bone pills. i.e., you take them. Thank you for your efforts in arranging the alchemists and researchers, Fang Zhu said very politely. He had a good impression of Bai Fu. She had helped him a lot, and 2 pills were nothing, especially since one of them was requested by Bai Fu. Whether in his past life or this one, Fang Zhu was a person who valued gratitude. Without Bai Fu, his research team would not have been established so smoothly. In an unfamiliar capital, even with national support, it is not easy to form a small team. After all, human hearts are unpredictable. Then I will accept it, Bai Fu said happily as she took the wooden box, then opened it. Upon seeing that the strengthening bone pills were of rare grade, she couldn't help but exclaim, "This is too precious, rare-grade pills, I've only seen them 3 times." As a senior member of the professional base, Bai Fu had naturally seen many rare items, but rare-grade pills are indeed scarce, and even in her position, she had not seen many. "This is not precious to me," Fang Zhu said with a smile, pushing the wooden box forward, then stood up to take his leave. He had already decided to start with improving the 3 transformation poison pills. Back in the laboratory, Fang Zhu found that things had quieted down on old Wang's side, and the assembly line had resumed its previous efficiency. Everyone looked a bit listless. Fang Zhu was taken aback for a moment, then walked up to Old Wang and asked, "What's going on?" Old Wang sighed and said helplessly, "The duration of the positive state has expired." Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu immediately looked up at the clock on the wall. He mentally calculated that he had only been out for about an hour. How could the duration of the positive state have expired so quickly? Beside him, a special occupational practitioner scratched his head and said somewhat awkwardly, "Our levels are a bit low, so the duration of the skill enhancement is shorter." "That shouldn't be the case," Fang Zhu instinctively replied. Old Wang sighed again. "We overlooked one thing. The skill effects of low-tier practitioners are generally mediocre, and even more so when applied to others. Among them, the best effect can only grant others a positive state for an hour, while the shortest is only 20 minutes. Fang Zhu nodded, understanding the issue. Generally, the effect of a professional skill is best when applied to the caster themselves, and when applied to others, it is affected by the practitioner's level. The higher the level, the better the effect. They had not paid attention to the duration before, which is why this situation arose. In fact, some professional skills have very vague descriptions, and one cannot understand the specific effects of the skill just from the few lines of text. It requires the practitioner to explore repeatedly to fully grasp it. Typically, skill descriptions do not quantify duration, they only use terms like short duration or long duration to describe it. So this time, Fang Zhu and the others were left with a hollow joy. The 4 special practitioners could only enhance efficiency for less than an hour, which felt somewhat regrettable yet unappetizing. However, after a brief contemplation, Fang Zhu felt they could still struggle a bit more. He inquired in detail about the levels of the 4 special practitioners, then looked at Old Wang and asked, "Would it be better if we took them to the secret realm to level up?" Old Wang stroked his beard and nodded, saying, "If their levels increase, the skill effects should improve as well." "Alright then, let's arrange for someone to take us to the secret realm." Fang Zhu clapped his hands and made a decision. He was also curious to see how much help the special practitioners could provide in alchemy. Although Fang Zhu preferred to use machinery and runes to assist in alchemy, before this plan was officially implemented, those special practitioners could still be quite useful. Moreover, Fang Zhu currently had no ideas for improving the 3rd transformation poison pill. Despite having improved the strong body pill, the difficulty of the two was not on the same level. So he wanted to go out for a breather, and it was just right to accompany these special practitioners to explore the secret realm. Old Wang quickly communicated with the base, and there were quite a few idle practitioners at the base, so a 10-person team was quickly formed to ensure the safety of Fang Zhu and the special practitioners in the secret realm. The departure time for this team was set for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Time was of the essence, and Fang Zhu and the others had to go and return quickly. After leaving Old Wang's laboratory, Fang Zhu returned to his side. Inside the room, Wan Yu and Xing Yunan were leading a group of researchers in refining the 3rd transformation poison pill. Inspired by the assembly line, they had also divided the work in alchemy, breaking down the more tedious steps of processing the pills by category, allowing the researchers to complete them independently. Since the number of researchers on Fang Zhu's side was relatively small, they could not break it down as finely as Old Wang's side, but the actual experience showed an efficiency improvement of about 10 to 20%. Of course, if Xing Yunan's success rate in alchemy were to increase a bit more, the efficiency of the refining process could likely improve as well. However, Fang Zhu didn't care much about that slight enhancement. After all, a production line without mechanical and runic assistance was ultimately incomplete. Team leader, Wan Yu saw Fang Zhu enter and immediately stood up to greet him. "Don't mind me, continue with your work." Fang Zhu waved his hand and returned to his room. He first spread out the formula for the 3rd transformation poison pill on the table, then took out paper and pen to write down each type of medicinal herb in order. Following that, Fang Zhu wrote down other herbs with similar properties next to each one. The first step in improving the formula was to replace the more expensive and rarer herbs with cheaper and more readily available ones. Of course, during this replacement process, the medicinal properties of the pill itself could not change significantly, otherwise, it might not be able to form a pill at all. In general, the processing difficulty of cheap and easily obtainable herbs is much lower than that of rare herbs, and the probability of failure during the refining process is also lower. This is because alchemists usually use cheaper and more accessible herbs more often, leading to a better understanding of them. Thus, the success rate of alchemy naturally increases. It's like how someone accustomed to driving a family sedan would find it difficult to handle a sports car in a short time. What Fang Zhu was doing now was to reduce the difficulty of refining the 3rd transformation poison pill. As long as the difficulty decreased, even lower-level alchemists could refine it, making it possible to deliver more pills later on. However, this herb replacement was just the most basic approach, and Fang Zhu couldn't guarantee the medicinal properties after the replacement. He could only make some attempts based on his experience and knowledge, but the specific effects were still uncertain. Time quickly passed to the next morning, and Fang Zhu, dressed in combat gear, arrived at the designated assembly point in the base. In half an hour, they would set off for the secret realm. This was Fang Zhu's second time entering a secret realm, and to be honest, he felt calmer than during his first experience. The 10 professionals accompanying Fang Zhu had already gathered. These battle-hardened fighters were fully equipped, exuding an impressive aura. To ensure the safety of Fang Zhu and the 4 special professionals, Old Wang specifically arranged for idle professionals from the first and second tiers of the base, meaning these individuals were mostly around level 30. For professionals, every 10 levels represented a significant hurdle. Once crossed, it would lead to a leap in strength. Therefore, these mid to high-level professionals were fully capable of ensuring Fang Zhu's safety. Alright, let's get ready to depart. The team leader of the professionals clapped his hands and looked at Fang Zhu and the others. Then I'll trouble Captain Li, Fang Zhu said with a smile. Not at all. The sturdy man waved his hand and then led everyone toward the gate of the secret realm. A few minutes later, they arrived at the gate of the secret realm. Captain Li began checking the supplies and equipment of the other combat professionals, while Fang Zhu took the opportunity to look at the information about this secret realm. They were about to enter the Violent Bear secret realm, a mid-level secret realm near the capital, where the main inhabitant was a powerful beast called the Violent Bear, which exceeded 3 meters in size. It's not an exaggeration to say that even the weakest Violent Bear inside had a combat power of around level 15 for professionals, while the stronger ones were comparable to level 30 professionals. However, after many years of exploration, the professionals from the capital had mastered a relatively safe route. Captain Li planned to take Fang Zhu and the others along this route, killing the weaker Violent Bears along the way to gain experience. After reading the information about the secret realm, Fang Zhu touched the inner pocket of his combat suit, where he had 2 items, both of which were legendary level life cards he had drawn and activated in the past 2 days. They were a dagger and a scroll. Among these, the scroll is a one-time item that, once used, will summon a meteor shower capable of destroying a city. If they truly encounter an insurmountable crisis in the secret realm, Fang Zhu can activate the scroll to secure a chance of survival for everyone. The dagger, on the other hand, is akin to a concealed weapon. Fang Zhu can manipulate it with his mental power, making it an extension of his arm within a kilometer radius, invulnerable and incredibly fast. With these 2 items, Fang Zhu is confident that neither he nor the other members of his team will face life-threatening dangers in the secret realm. Meanwhile, in a hidden location in the capital, Zhou Feiyu looked at the person in front of him and quietly asked, "Is the information accurate? Are they really going to enter the Violent Bear secret realm?" "Accurate. If all goes well, they should already be preparing to enter at the entrance of the secret realm," the cloaked figure replied, shrouded in mystery. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feiyu revealed a sinister smile, gritting his teeth as he said, "Fang Zhu, your death is imminent." With that, Zhou Feiyu reached into his pocket and handed over a porcelain bottle. "A small token of my intentions, please take it." The cloaked figure calmly accepted the bottle, opened the lid, and sniffed it before slowly saying, "The procedures are complete. You can enter the secret realm after noon. Remember, if you are discovered, do not say anything unnecessary. Do you understand?" "Understood, understood." Zhou Feiyu nodded eagerly, respectfully watching the cloaked figure leave. Once he was alone in the secret room, Zhou Feiyu could no longer contain his laughter. "Ha ha ha, Fang Zhu, you dare to enter the secret realm. This is truly a heaven-sent opportunity. It would be a crime not to kill you." On the other side, in the second base for professionals in the capital, Fang Zhu and his team were fully prepared. Team leader Li Guangwei submitted their application to the soldier at the gate and then led the way inside. Fang Zhu stood in the middle of the group and entered the secret realm with them. White light obscured his vision, and a sensation of weightlessness washed over him. After an unknown amount of time, the sights and sounds around Fang Zhu changed. He found himself standing in a barracks, the damp, earthy air filling his nostrils. Looking around, he saw the escort team and several professionals standing beside him, while a few fully armed soldiers stood a bit further away, their expressions serious and vigilant as they watched them. This was likely a routine inspection. Even though Fang Zhu and his team had been checked at the entrance of the secret realm, they still had to undergo another review and inspection once inside. Aside from the people, the barracks contained some equipment of unknown purpose. Fang Zhu suddenly noticed the weapons in the soldiers' hands, standard long knives and shields, looking no different from the military gear of the soldiers in Dingbei City. Once we finish these tasks, I should start thinking about weapon improvements, Fang Zhu thought to himself. A few minutes later, Team Leader Li completed the identification of everyone and turned to stride confidently toward the door, brandishing a large ring knife. Fang Zhu was momentarily taken aback. He had expected Li to mention some precautions, but instead, he just boldly walked out. A teammate beside him chuckled, "The forward base is very safe, Team Leader Fang, you can rest assured. With us around, there's absolutely no problem." Seeing the teammates smile, Fang Zhu felt a bit more relaxed. With 10 professionals averaging level 30 and the 2 items in his possession, while they might not be invincible in this secret realm, escaping unscathed was definitely within reach. Stepping out of the forward base, Fang Zhu beheld the true scenery of the Violent Bear secret realm. It was an immense forest that stretched endlessly, with countless towering trees growing wildly toward the sky, and numerous unknown birds flitting about in the branches. If it weren't for the knowledge of the ferocity of the Fang Zhu would really think this was some beautiful primeval forest. Outside the base, Captain Li stood on a small path that had been artificially cleared, his expression serious as he instructed Fang Zhu and the others. Although we generally won't encounter particularly powerful violent bears on this path, we mustn't let our guard down. If we come across one that we can't handle, take care of yourselves and find a chance to contact the military. Okay. Fang Zhu nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Alright, then let's set off now. Captain Li swung his long knife and said with great enthusiasm. Just as Fang Zhu and the others officially entered the secret realm to begin leveling up, in the command room of Wang Chongshan in the ghostly secret realm of Dingbei City, several staff members were looking seriously at the map hanging on the wall. This map was provided by the Dingbei City government, but to be honest, the terrain was likely to change after the arrival of the Abyss Lord, so the military was unsure of the map's accuracy. However, they could formulate an initial combat plan based on the map. Regardless of the situation on the Abyss Lord's side, the military had already made ample preparations. Enter the secret realm in 1 hour. Notify the troops to conduct final checks, Wang Chongshan ordered after confirming that there were no errors in the combat plan. In fact, everyone felt uncertain. After all, no one had experience facing the Abyss Lord. Prior to this, the staff had developed dozens of emergency plans and combat strategies, but they still felt it wasn't enough. In the face of such a terrifying existence, no amount of preparation seemed sufficient. Wang Chongshan understood this well, so they would likely have to adapt to the situation as it unfolded. An hour passed quickly. In front of the gate to the secret realm, Wang Chongshan looked at the clock on the wall and solemnly commanded, "All troops, move out." At the same time, in the Violent Bear secret realm where Fang Zhu was located, a young man in a black short-sleeve shirt stepped out of the secret realm gate. He looked at the soldiers coming to inspect and wore a friendly smile. "Hello, may I ask if a small team of about 10 people just came through?" The young man asking the question was Zhou Feiyu, and at this moment, he radiated a sunny and uplifting aura, looking nothing like the fierce demeanor he had before. The soldier thought for a moment and asked Zhou Feiyu, "Were you with them?" Zhou Feiyu nodded and said naturally, "Yes, they left a bit earlier but didn't tell me which direction they went." The soldier vaguely felt something was off. Years of guarding the secret realm had instilled in him a sense that this young man seemed suspicious, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong at the moment. So after a brief silence, the soldier pointed in a direction and said, "They went that way." "Okay, thank you." Zhou Feiyu expressed his gratitude and then ran in the direction the soldier indicated. At this moment, on a small path in the Violent Bear secret realm, Fang Zhu held a seal pen, bestowing rune power upon several professionals who were fighting against a violent bear. They were facing a bear about 2 meters tall, which could only be considered a normal size, with average combat power. The escort team could easily handle it, but Fang Zhu still reinforced them with shields. After all, blades and swords are blind, and any injury could affect their progress. 3 minutes later, Captain Li's body suddenly accelerated, and his large ring knife slashed diagonally, striking the violent bear's neck. Blood splattered as the bear's heavy body fell to the ground, lifeless. After entering the secret realm, Fang Zhu and the others had been advancing along this small path, and the surrounding scenery had not changed much. The monotonous giant trees and plants were becoming a bit tiresome to look at. However, they had not yet encountered any powerful violent bears, and the professionals in the escort team were fully capable of handling the situation. I have to say, the secret realm is truly a great place to level up. Fang Zhu estimates that before leaving the secret realm, he can raise his alchemist level to 20, while the blacksmith can reach level 10. As for the others, judging by the current efficiency, it shouldn't be a problem for the 4 special profession holders to awaken another professional skill. Fang Zhu has now learned a lot about profession holders, so he understands that the higher the rank of a profession, the more difficult it is to level up. Under the same conditions, if a rare level profession holder can level up 5 times, a legendary level profession holder might only be able to level up 1 or 2 times. Therefore, these special profession holders in their teens find it much easier to level up than he does. At this moment, Captain Li, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped and turned to the group. "There's an open area ahead. If you encounter a violent bear, be careful." As soon as Captain Li finished speaking, he caught sight of Fang Zhu and slapped his forehead. "I forgot, Team Leader Fang has strong enough defensive means." Fang Zhu waved his hand and smiled, saying, "I can only provide some support. For tough battles, it still depends on you all." After a brief exchange, the the group continued on their way. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Fang Zhu and the others arrived at the open area Captain Li mentioned. It was a vast swamp located between two forests. Due to the soft soil, there were no tall plants, only some low shrubs growing sporadically. However, to call it an open area seemed a bit inappropriate. Captain Li pointed to the swamp in front of them and explained, originally, this was indeed a solid mudflat. Later, several violent bears fought here, and the military used some special means for self-preservation, which resulted in this swamp. The group nodded, and then they heard Captain Li continue, stay close to me. There are some places in the swamp that you shouldn't step on. If an accident happens, I won't be able to save you. Fang Zhu immediately indicated that he understood, and the group set off again. The soft mud felt like a large cotton ball, giving no sense of safety underfoot. Fang Zhu carefully followed behind Captain Li and the other combat profession holders. He wasn't feeling too good because this kind of place wasn't suitable for fighting. If a violent bear were to attack at this moment, boom! Just as Fang Zhu thought of this, a loud noise suddenly rang in his ears. Captain Li and the others immediately became alert, their eyes wide open, staring intently in the direction of the sound. However, their view was blocked by dense trees. Although the swamp was not small, there was no fog at the moment, and the group could clearly see the distant forest. Dust suddenly rose, and a giant tree fell without warning. Fortunately, they were far from the forest, and the debris and branches kicked up by the giant tree did not splash into the swamp. What happened? A special profession holder couldn't help but ask. Captain Li shook his head. He couldn't tell either, but it probably wasn't a good thing. Let's leave here first. The swamp isn't suitable for fighting. With that, Captain Li instructed a few other team members to carry some of the special profession holders. After this period of travel, Captain Li had already noticed that the physical fitness of these special profession holders was quite poor, completely unable to keep up with the pace of the others. So in this situation, carrying them actually allowed for faster movement. Fang Zhu could barely keep up with them. Having taken a strengthening pill, his physical fitness was already close to that of a level 15 combat profession holder, and the blacksmith had also gained some physical enhancement after leveling up. With both factors combined, Fang Zhu's speed in the swamp was not too slow. However, there are many unknown dangers in the swamp. In addition to the quagmire that can swallow everything, some unknown beasts occasionally launch surprise attacks, hiding in the mire and attempting to ambush any passing creatures. Captain Li is very familiar with the violent bear secret realm, but he cannot guarantee the absolute safety of everyone, so he keeps an eye on the situation in the forest while scouting a path for the group. Meanwhile, in the ghostly secret realm, Wang Chongshan's army has already stationed itself in a valley. At this moment, the entire secret realm is divided into two parts. Looking around, half of the secret realm is shrouded in black mist, while only the valley they are currently in and the mountains ahead retain their normal appearance. This change was unexpected for everyone. Since the Abyss Lord appeared, the soldiers originally stationed in the secret realm had all withdrawn, so the military was unaware of the changes that had occurred in the secret realm over the past few days. However, this does not mean that the military has made no effort. They attempted to use the talents of certain special professionals to investigate the situation in the secret realm, but under the influence of some unknown force, all these attempts were in vain. In other words, it was only at this moment that the military began to see the changes occurring in the secret realm clearly. What is going on? A staff officer put down his binoculars, unable to help but murmur. Have the stealth team and scout battalion explore the mist and inform me immediately if they find any trace of the Abyss Lord. Wang Chongshan snapped back to attention and ordered in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone responded loudly, and then the entire army quickly sprang into action. The stealth team immediately approached the black mist. As the most powerful combat team in the entire Huagua, they naturally had the strength to resist the abyss for a short time. Meanwhile, the scout battalion also dispatched some professionals to assist the stealth team in their exploration. Before long, the situation in the black mist was relayed back to the command room, and Wang Chongshan stared wide-eyed, momentarily unable to believe it. What did you say? That black mist is alive? Yes, General, that black mist seems to be unlike the abyssal black mist we are familiar with. It resembles an enlarged shadow demon. A soldier from the scout battalion quickly replied. Can you guarantee that your judgment is correct? Wang Chongshan continued to question. The soldier fell silent for 2 seconds, then firmly nodded. This is the speculation given by the captain of the secret realm team. Wang Chongshan immediately furrowed his brow. If it were ordinary black mist, then arranging some mid to high-level support professionals would not be unmanageable. But if that black mist is alive, can the current means still deal with it? If they cannot enter the black mist, how can they investigate the Abyss Lord's information? Should they just wait for the other party to come out? Not to mention whether the other party would even come out. This passive approach is not Wang Chongshan's style. Not good, hide, Captain Lee shouted in a low voice, suddenly swinging his large ring knife to meet the incoming boulder. Bang! The boulder shattered, and stones flew, as Fang Zhu and the others dodged to avoid the unintentional strike from the violent bear. Indeed, the boulder just now was the aftermath of a battle between two violent bears in the forest. At this moment, Fang Zhu and the others had reached the edge of the swamp, but the situation was not too good. They were now less than 100 meters away from those violent bears, a distance that would only take a few seconds for the powerful bears to cover. However, there was no other way. The situation around the swamp was complex, and the area they were standing in was already the safest spot. That violent bear must be 5 meters tall, a special professional exclaimed. Captain Lee turned his head to take a look, then pointed in a direction and said, "Hurry, we can't provoke them. This should be the two violent bear leaders fighting over territory." The violent bear leaders are the most dangerous beings in the entire secret realm, each over 5 meters in size. Professionals below level 30 have no ability to resist it, and even those above level 30 are no match for it when fighting alone. Only by joining forces of 3 or more can they hope to defeat it. Fang Zhu and his small team, accompanied by a few baggage, absolutely cannot confront the enemy head-on. Under Captain Lee's leadership, everyone quickly retreated in the opposite direction. However, they had only run a few dozen meters when a raging bear, engaged in a fierce battle, suddenly roared and turned to charge at their position with incredible speed. The expressions of the group changed drastically. Captain Lee reacted swiftly, leaping into the air, his large ring knife slicing through the air in a swift arc, a blade of energy shooting towards the approaching bear. The energy traveled at lightning speed, reaching the bear leader in an instant. The leader raised its arm to block, but the next second, the blade of energy sliced through its arm, leaving a deep wound, blood splattering out with a sizzle. Seeing this, the group felt somewhat reassured. Captain Lee was indeed formidable, not falling behind against the bear leader. But Captain Lee thought to himself that things were not looking good. The bear leader's defense exceeded his expectations. He had just used his strongest attack skill, which normally could cleave through an ordinary bear, but against the bear leader, it only left a non-fatal wound. "We can't win, let's go." Captain Lee landed back on the ground and shouted at the others, then turned to leave. Several members of the escort team immediately followed, and Fang Zhu also burst forth with his fastest speed. However, the bear leader was now enraged. It roared and, disregarding the enemies behind it, charged fiercely towards Fang Zhu and the others. "Damn it, is this stupid bear brainless?" one team member cursed. Indeed, the real enemy was right behind them, yet the bear leader was fixated on their group. Fang Zhu glanced sideways, quickly assessing the power gap between both sides, and soon realized that if they kept running like this, they would be caught by the bear in less than 10 minutes. "No, we have to do something." With a thought, Fang Zhu's rune pen began to move rapidly, and within seconds, a mysterious rune appeared before him and quickly dispersed, with specks of light falling like rain. The group immediately felt their bodies become much lighter. The swift rune could enhance the speed of everyone within its range for a short time. With the rune's boost, they managed to create a small distance between themselves and the bear leader through a series of agile movements. But the danger was not yet averted. After all, the rune's duration was limited, and even a legendary rune master like Fang Zhu could not rely on a single rune to keep everyone out of danger. "Fang team leader, do you have any other methods?" Captain Lee turned his head and asked loudly. "I can enhance your attack and defense. Can you take down these two bears?" Fang Zhu immediately replied. Drawing runes from thin air was a highly draining act of mental energy, and given his current low level, he couldn't conjure some powerful runes out of nothing, so his options were quite limited at this moment. Upon hearing Fang Zhu's question, Captain Lee immediately looked at the other team members. They exchanged glances and then nodded heavily. "We can fight. Fang team leader's runes are strong," one team member said solemnly. "Good, then let's fight." Captain Lee made up his mind, abruptly halting his speeding form and turning to face the approaching bear. The other team members did the same, forming a wall in front of Fang Zhu and the other four. Fang Zhu did not hesitate. His surging mental energy instantly attached to the rune pen, and then, one after another, runes were conjured out of thin air. The distance between the violent bear and the others quickly closed in. At this critical moment, Fang Zhu successfully cast runes on all members of the escort team, significantly enhancing their combat power. Captain Lee shouted loudly and charged towards the violent bear, while the other team members provided support from the flanks, and the two sides instantly became entangled in a fierce battle. In the distance, the violent bear leader, who was rapidly approaching, saw this scene and slowly came to a halt, seemingly not intending to strike just yet, but rather wanting to play the role of the mantis stalking the cicada. At the level of the leader, the exotic beasts possessed a certain level of intelligence, so this violent bear's actions were not entirely surprising. Fang Zhu snorted coldly and waved his rune pen again, the violent bear before them had already been suppressed by Captain Lee and the others. With the help of the runes, they could unleash combat power comparable to that of a level 40 professional. Under the combined assault of multiple people, the already injured violent bear soon showed signs of faltering, and at that moment, the rune in front of Fang Zhu was completed. Go! Fang Zhu whispered, and the rune swiftly flew out, suddenly transforming in midair into a cage radiating golden light. The violent bear leader had no time to dodge and was directly enveloped by this cage. Captain Lee and the others' eyes lit up. They naturally could not miss this opportunity to attack. They surged forward, their weapons glowing brilliantly. The violent bear leader, witnessing this scene, was overtaken by uncontrollable fear. It wildly swung its claws, trying to break free from the cage and escape. However, the cage formed by the runes was quite resilient. It was something that even the Abyssal Desolation Sword could be trapped by, so how could a violent bear leader easily break free? In the next moment, over a dozen attacks struck the violent bear leader from all sides, blood instantly spraying everywhere, and a bull-sized pit appeared in the bear's chest, created by a professional's magical projectile. Fang Zhu slowly exhaled, for he saw the light in the violent bear's eyes gradually fading, its life force slowly ceasing. A violent bear leader, dead. In the violent bear's secret realm, beside the swamp, a violent bear over 5 meters in size crashed to the ground, sending dust flying into the air. Not far away in the forest, another violent bear leader, who had witnessed the entire scene, widened its crimson eyes and almost without hesitation turned to flee. Captain Lee watched the violent bear retreat and scoffed, his expression one of disdain. The recent battle that had killed the violent bear leader had boosted his confidence immensely, but he also knew that the main credit for the easy kill belonged to Fang Zhu. Without Fang Zhu's runes, they would never have been able to defeat the violent bear leader so easily, and casualties could have occurred. Alright, let's move on, Captain Lee said, bending down to cut off the violent bear leader's claws. Materials from exotic beasts of this level could fetch a good price, and since they had encountered it, they naturally could not let it go. The group continued on their way. The recent battle had granted Fang Zhu and the other 3 special professionals a significant amount of experience, and their professional levels had seen a notable increase. If they continued at this pace, some of them might even awaken 2 professional skills before leaving the secret realm, but that was merely a thought. If the violent bear leader were truly that easy to kill, this wouldn't be a mid-level secret realm. According to Captain Lee and the others, if a violent bear leader was killed consecutively in a certain area, an even more powerful violent bear lord would appear, a formidable beast over 8 meters in size, each capable of easily killing them. Therefore, if Fang Zhu and the others wanted to grind for experience, they could only hunt the ordinary violent bears. Meanwhile, in the Ghost Secret Realm, Wang Chongshan was directing part of the army to the front of the Black Mist. After a brief hesitation, Wang Chongshan decided to find a way to dispel the Black Mist. Even if he couldn't disperse it, he needed to try to understand the movements of the Abyss Lord and determine the enemy's position. Everyone, prepare. Wang Chongshan looked at the rolling black mist and raised his arm. Just as he was about to give the order, the black mist suddenly underwent a change. It began to move violently and rapidly, like startled fish and shrimp in a small river. The next moment, an unbearable sharp sound came from the black mist, causing some lower-level practitioners to stagger back and spit blood, while Wang Chongshan felt an invisible pressure descend upon him. As a high-level practitioner, most of the exotic beasts in this world would not exert such great pressure on him, but now, he truly felt a pressure as overwhelming as a mountain that completely extinguished any thought of resistance. The sheer power of a single roar left Wang Chongshan in shock. Is it the Abyss Lord? A staff officer looked toward the black mist, his voice trembling slightly. Wang Chongshan took a deep breath to calm his slightly panicked heart. He looked at the black mist and ordered in a deep voice, "Mage Camp, prepare Dispel Magic." As soon as he finished speaking, a portion of the soldiers in the army quickly raised their arms, and in the next second, waves of energy began to spread, white light gathering in their hands. Once all the soldiers in the mage camp were ready, Wang Chongshan looked at the black mist and shouted, "Fire!" The sound carried far, and moments later, the magic in the soldiers' hands shot into the black mist like shooting stars. Although the covert team had said that this black mist was alive, Wang Chongshan still chose to use Dispel Magic because, based on what they understood so far, the black mist could be a summon entity, meaning it was summoned by the Abyss Lord. Dispel Magic could not only dispel mist toxins and similar entities but also most summoned creatures. If the Dispel Magic proved effective, it would indicate that the black mist was not to be feared. However, the situation did not go as smoothly as they had anticipated. The Dispel Magic seemed to vanish into the black mist without a trace, as if a stone had sunk into the sea. Wang Chongshan remained silent for 2 seconds before ordering the mage camp to release another round of Dispel Magic, but the black mist still showed no response. At that moment, a sharp roar echoed from within the black mist once again. Roar! This roar was even more powerful than the previous one, causing some soldiers near the black mist to faint outright. Seeing this, Wang Chongshan's expression changed, and he quickly ordered the army to retreat, moving away from the vicinity of the black mist. He had initially intended for the mage camp to probe first, followed by the warrior camp and scout camp to investigate the situation inside the black mist, with the support camp also releasing some skills to assist in exploration. However, the consecutive roars from the black mist derailed the exploration plan. He could not order his soldiers to their deaths, so he had no choice but to temporarily withdraw to the base. In the command room, Wang Chongshan looked solemnly at the map on the wall, which had been redrawn after they entered the secret realm, indicating the area shrouded in black mist. "General, is it possible for us to go around to the back of the black mist?" A staff officer looked at the map and proposed his idea. Wang Chongshan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "We can't go around. The terrain in this area is very difficult to traverse. Only a small number of practitioners can cross it, and even if they do, how much of a role can they play?" The room fell silent as everyone was at a loss for what to do. The black mist could not be dispelled, nor could they rashly enter, and the Abyss Lord was very likely inside. The deadlock had unknowingly turned into a dead end. Was it only possible to wait for the Abyss Lord to emerge from the black mist? No one knew what was happening in the black mist, which meant that if the Abyss Lord was engaged in something even more dangerous, they would be completely unaware. "No, we can't just wait like this." Wang Chongshan slammed the table, making up his mind. Have the support battalion empower the stealth team and the scout battalion. "We'll enter the black mist in 2 hours. "Yes." A crisp response echoed in the command room. Meanwhile, in the Savage Bear secret realm, Zhou Feiyu pushed through the bushes in front of him, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and sat down on the ground, looking somewhat disheveled. He had been moving through the secret realm for several hours, yet he hadn't even seen a trace of Feng Zhu and the others, which made Zhou Feiyu doubt whether the soldier had pointed him in the wrong direction. But they had no grievances against each other, and he had no flaws. Such a situation shouldn't arise. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Feiyu stood up, deciding to walk a bit further to see if it was just that Feng Zhu and the others were moving faster. Just then, his gaze caught sight of the ground beneath him, and he suddenly realized something. Wait, if they really took this path, how could they not have encountered a single savage bear? Zhou Feiyu's mind exploded with realization. He had encountered 2 savage bears on this stretch of road, but upon reflection, aside from those 2 savage bears, there were no signs of any recent battles on the entire path. What did this indicate? It meant that this road hadn't been traveled for at least 2 or 3 days. Moreover, he hadn't seen any corpses of savage bears. Feng Zhu and the others couldn't possibly be that lucky. Zhou Feiyu was well aware of Feng Zhu and the others' purpose. They had come to the secret realm to level up. If they hadn't encountered any savage bears, wouldn't that mean their efforts were in vain? So at this moment, Zhou Feiyu could already confirm that he had taken the wrong path. "Damn it, are you messing with me?" he shouted angrily, bringing his long knife down heavily on a giant tree beside him. Bang! Wood chips flew, leaving a deep mark on the giant tree. Calm down, calm down." Zhou Feiyu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He took out a map from his pocket and looked around, trying hard to confirm his current location. In this era, there was no such thing as navigation software. Finding a way could only be done through the primitive method of paper maps. Moreover, maps in the secret realm were not 100% accurate. Some powerful exotic beasts could alter the terrain during battles, so the map in Zhou Feiyu's hand could only serve as a reference. After looking for about a few minutes, Zhou Feiyu confirmed that he should be on the west side of the secret realm, and if his judgment was correct, Feng Zhu and the others should be on the safer little road on the east side. "It's a bit far," Zhou Feiyu muttered to himself as he looked at the map. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he revealed a look of surprise while looking at the map. "Can I pass through here?" Zhou Feiyu's finger slowly traced along an irregular line on the map, and soon he confirmed his idea. Not far from where Zhou Feiyu was now, there was a little-used path. Following this path, he could directly move from the west side of the secret realm to the east side. Of course, this was also thanks to the fact that the Savage Bear's secret realm itself wasn't very large. Otherwise, even if he found the path, he wouldn't make it in time, and Feng Zhu and the others would have long since vanished without a trace. After confirming the route, Zhou Feiyu rubbed his face vigorously with his palm, stood up with a fierce look, and charged out. Meanwhile, on the east side of the secret realm, Feng Zhu and the others were caught in a fierce battle, with Captain Li leading the charge, colliding violently with a savage bear leader. The other team members stood guard around Feng Zhu and the 4 special professionals, fending off the sudden emergence of a dozen ordinary violent bears. The sounds of battle were incessant, and Feng Zhu's expression was heavy as he continuously drew runes in the air, the invisible energy waves spreading out, making one team member's movements noticeably quicker. "Wasn't it said that this path is relatively safe?" one of the special professionals couldn't help but ask. People like them, due to their unique professions, rarely entered secret realms, and even when they did, it was usually in lower-level ones. This was their first time in a mid-level realm like the Violent Bear secret realm. After all, no one wanted to carry a burden in his secret realm. Fang Zhu also had this doubt. How could they keep encountering the Violent Bear leader on a supposedly safe path? With their team's configuration, they could handle the Violent Bear leader, but the danger level would significantly increase, and Fang Zhu did not want any casualties. One team member stepped back a few paces, catching his breath before answering, "I don't know. I came here before, and we rarely encountered the Violent Bear leader on the east side." He quickly finished speaking and charged back into battle with an ordinary Violent Bear. Fang Zhu's runes were indeed very useful, but he couldn't apply them to many people at once, which led to a stalemate in the battle. Captain Li had unleashed his two strongest attack skills during the fight in the swamp, so now, facing the Violent Bear leader, he could only ensure he didn't fall behind, but killing the opponent was somewhat difficult. Time passed second by second, and the few team members guarding Fang Zhu killed the ordinary Violent Bears and immediately rushed to support Captain Li. The situation began to improve, and Captain Li seized the opportunity to slash a deep, bone-revealing wound on the Violent Bear leader's chest. In pain, the Violent Bear leader let out a roar and turned to flee. Fang Zhu hesitated for a moment and did not use the binding rune on it. Among all the runes he mastered, the binding rune consumed the most mental energy. If used multiple times in a short period, Fang Zhu felt he would likely experience mental exhaustion, and in the dangerous environment of the secret realm, he needed to ensure his own condition to face potentially greater dangers ahead. Captain Li swung his large ring knife, ready to pursue the injured Violent Bear leader, but Fang Zhu hurriedly stopped him. "Captain Li, don't chase. Something feels off." Captain Li was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized that indeed, they shouldn't be encountering the Violent Bear leader consecutively. Ensuring safety was more important than the experience gained from killing it. "It really is off," Captain Li said, putting down his large ring knife and coming to the others. "The last time I was here, I only encountered 2 leaders the entire time," Captain Li said solemnly. Fang Zhu pondered for a moment and slowly said, "So, this path is not safe now, and there may have been changes in the secret realm that we are unaware of?" "It seems likely." Captain Li's expression turned grim. "If that were the case, they should evacuate the secret realm as soon as possible and report the situation to the military." However, they had no substantial evidence. While the appearance of the Violent Bear leader was suspicious, it couldn't be confirmed that something bad had truly happened in the secret realm. After some hesitation, Fang Zhu made up his mind. Continue forward, deeper into the secret realm. On the surface, the team was indeed led by Captain Li, but the one whose words truly counted was Fang Zhu. Since Fang Zhu had made a decision, the others could no longer refute it. The team set off again, heading deeper into the secret realm. Meanwhile, in the ghostly secret realm, 2 hidden teams returned to the Black Mist with hundreds of elite scouts, this time radiating with various glows, the marks of various supportive skills. Moments later, Wang Chongshan's deep voice rang in their ears, "Everyone, get ready. We will enter the Black Mist in 5 minutes. If you encounter the Abyss Lord, gather information about them only if it is safe to do so. Understood?" "Yes," the crowd responded in unison. The 5 minutes passed quickly, and these elite soldiers charged into the Black Mist with an unstoppable momentum, which seemed to swallow them whole in an instant. Wang Chongshan could sense their positions through a certain auxiliary skill and could even communicate with them. However, in the unknown environment of the Black Mist, this method still provided little sense of security. "Will they come back alive?" a staff officer suddenly blurted out. Wang Chongshan immediately turned around and glared at him. It was thoughtless to say such things now. The staff officer fell silent, scratching his head in embarrassment. At this moment, within the Black Mist, the elite soldiers advanced slowly, their vision engulfed in darkness, as if the mist had thickened to the extreme, rendering any light useless. Nevertheless, the auxiliary skills still played a role. The soldiers could sense their comrades' positions and could somewhat discern directions, ensuring they wouldn't get lost. 10 minutes after entering the Black Mist, a soldier suddenly let out a cry. The sound did not travel far in the mist, as if something was swallowing the noise. Several soldiers nearby hurried over upon hearing the sound. They had all studied the map before setting out and knew they were currently in a plain with a decent surrounding environment, but in the Black Mist, they could see nothing. "Xiao Zhang, can you hear me?" One soldier called softly, not daring to raise his voice, unsure if there were any beasts lurking nearby. After he spoke, the soldier listened carefully to the sounds around him, but there was nothing in the Black Mist, only a deathly silence. This eerie scene sent chills down the soldier's spine, but he still sensed the position of the comrade who had just cried out through their mental link and slowly approached. However, a few minutes later, the sight before him made the soldier shudder, as if his blood had frozen. Not far away, a withered corpse lay twisted on the ground. The soldier could see the body because it emitted a faint but steady glow, a light he recognized well. It was the mark left by an auxiliary skill. In the darkness, the soldier reached the corpse and crouched down to examine it. Just then, a set of footsteps approached, not hurried, and the soldier quickly looked up to see his comrade emerging from the darkness. "What happened?" another soldier asked. "I don't know." The soldier shook his head, sighed, and suppressed his sorrow. "Let's go, continue exploring." Meanwhile, in the command room of the ghostly secret realm, Wang Chongshan's expression was grim. In just over 10 minutes, 20% of the elite soldiers who had entered the secret realm were already dead, and in Wang Chongshan's mental link, one light point after another was disappearing rapidly. The good news was that all members of the hidden squad had survived. The bad news was that at this rate of death, these soldiers would hardly gather any useful information. It was a senseless sacrifice. "Everyone, report in if you can hear me," Wang Chongshan called out through the mental link. 2 seconds later, the soldiers' voices rang out one after another. 1, 2, 3, 63. The last soldier stopped reporting, and Wang Chongshan pinched the bridge of his nose, organizing his thoughts before saying, "If there are no gains in 10 minutes, return immediately. Do not linger in the black mist." Yes. Half a day later, in the Violent Bear secret realm, Fang Zhu and the others arrived before a lake. Captain Li leaned against a tree stump, a slightly relaxed expression on his face. "Once we reach here, it means we've completed 1/3 of the journey. Tonight, we'll rest in that little wooden cabin over there." Captain Li pointed to a somewhat dilapidated cabin not far away. Fang Zhu followed his finger and couldn't help but frown. To be honest, the extent of the cabin's decay exceeded his expectations. The rickety door and the large holes in the walls made one doubt whether the cabin would collapse at any moment. Moreover, as they got closer, Fang Zhu also caught a whiff of a foul, moldy smell, the scent of rotting wood. "Can we stay here?" a special profession practitioner couldn't help but ask. Captain Li smiled but didn't immediately explain. Instead, he led everyone into the cabin. Pushing open the old and shaky wooden door, they were greeted by a chaotic interior, with various items haphazardly strewn across the floor, dust covering everything visible. Fang Zhu noticed uneven footprints in the dust on the floor, left by others who had come to the cabin. Depending on the time of arrival, the depth of dust on those footprints varied. Captain Li waved his hand in front of his nose, seemingly uncomfortable with the environment, but he still stepped inside first, approaching a collapsed wooden cabinet. Everyone watched his actions. Among all present, only 4 special practitioners and Fang Zhu were in the dark, while the others knew what Captain Li intended to do. Soon, Fang Zhu saw Captain Li propping up the cabinet, using his large ring knife to strike a spot on the floor with force. A sound that made one's teeth ache echoed, and the wooden floor slowly shifted, revealing a hole in the ground just moments later. Fang Zhu looked on in surprise at this scene. Captain Li smiled and explained, "Below is where the practitioners rest temporarily. Follow me." With that, Captain Li lightly jumped and directly descended into the ground, with the others following him into the hole. The environment in the hole was not as dark as they had imagined. Luminous pearls were scattered on the walls, illuminating the passage brightly. After walking forward for about several hundred meters with Captain Li, a spacious hall came into view. This underground hall was furnished with some living supplies, and at the end of the hall, several rooms could be seen. "You can choose your own rooms, and feel free to use the supplies, but make sure to record how much you use to report back to the military later," Captain Li said with a smile to Fang Zhu and the others. At this moment, the sun was gradually setting in the west, and the evening glow painted the secret realm beautifully, but those underground, including Fang Zhu, could not see this beautiful scene. In the cave room formed by excavated earth, Fang Zhu sat cross-legged, checking his profession information. After more than half a day of battle, his 3 professions had each leveled up by 1 or 2 levels. Upgrading legendary professions was indeed difficult, and only the 2 violent bear leaders had allowed him to level up once. Indeed, they had encountered another violent bear leader later on, making it 3 in total over a short distance of 1/3 of the journey. This was certainly unusual, but so far, they had managed to cope, so they decided to rest for the night before continuing their journey. At this moment, in the ghostly secret realm, Wang Chongshan was anxiously running, soon arriving at the somewhat rudimentary temporary hospital in the military camp. At this time, in the not-so-spacious corridor of the hospital, medical staff, including auxiliary practitioners with healing abilities, were frantically moving between the various wards. The situation had developed beyond everyone's expectations. Wang Chongshan walked into the ward, the screams and wails of soldiers ringing in his ears. These iron-willed men, who would not utter a sound even under the greatest pain, could no longer hold back this time. Everything began a few hours earlier. When Wang Chongshan sensed that something was wrong and requested the soldiers to explore for no more than 10 more minutes before returning, the dense black mist suddenly changed. To the outside observer, it seemed to have merely expanded suddenly, but the soldiers within felt a sharp pain in their minds, followed by a chilling voice that echoed in their heads, as if it had come from the depths of the underworld. "Ants, how dare you attempt to step into my domain?" As the voice faded, an invisible wave spread out, and a pitch-black mark suddenly appeared in the soldiers' minds. The moment that mark formed, everyone collapsed, unable to bear it. Even the high-level professionals of the secret team could not resist. Fortunately, this unknown attack only affected those within the black mist, allowing Wang Chongshan to escape disaster. However, he quickly realized that if he allowed the soldiers to remain unconscious in the black mist, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, there were the high-level professionals of the secret team. They could not die in the secret realm for nothing. Thus, without hesitation, Wang Chongshan ordered the warrior camp and the mage camp to approach the black mist. He could sense the positions of those soldiers and the secret team, so under the cover of the mage camp, the warrior camp charged into the black mist and brought all the unconscious soldiers out. However, the situation did not improve. The unconscious soldiers soon returned to the military camp and woke up an hour later. But after waking, they could not control their bodies at all and felt as if their souls were being burned by flames, causing them excruciating pain. Their screams echoed throughout the military camp, and all the doctors and support professionals were at a loss. Wang Chongshan immediately reported this situation to the Elder Council, which reacted swiftly, sending the strongest medical team in Huagui to Dingbei City within an hour. Originally, according to the plan, Wang Chongshan needed to transport the injured soldiers back to Dingbei City for treatment, but they soon discovered that these soldiers could not leave the ghostly secret realm. As soon as they passed through the secret realm's gate, the soldiers' bodies would decay and wither within 5 minutes, and no matter how powerful the skills, they could not be saved. In desperation, the medical team could only allow a portion of the professionals to enter the secret realm. Fortunately, these professionals had skills to alleviate the soldiers' pain. But it was only alleviation, it could not fully restore the soldiers, and they had no idea what had actually happened or how to truly heal the soldiers. At this moment, Wang Chongshan looked at the tragic scene in the makeshift hospital, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes. Only extreme pain could make them cry and wail like children. A night quickly passed, and the medical team finally put all the injured soldiers into a deep sleep before dawn. This was the only way they could alleviate their suffering. At this moment, in the Violent Bear's secret realm, Fang Zhu and the others crawled out of the cave. It must be said that resting underground was indeed very safe. Throughout the night, everyone was not worried about the Violent Bear, as its size made it impossible to come down. After leaving the cave, they continued along the lake. This lake was vast, and there were some strange beasts around that Fang Zhu had never seen before. The secret realm did not contain only one type of strange beast. Generally, the naming of a secret realm was based on the most powerful strange beast or tribe within it, but that did not mean there were no other dangers apart from that beast. Captain Lee introduced as they walked. This is the four-clawed loach, a type of strange beast that is very fast, but its attack power is weak. As long as you take some precautions, there will be no danger. This is the gray wolf lizard, a highly aggressive exotic beast, but their numbers are very few. Their strength surpasses that of ordinary violent bears, but they cannot match the violent bear leader. Fang Zhu carefully memorized this information about the exotic beasts, which he couldn't learn about in the base. Although the library at the base had many books introducing exotic beasts, pictures are still just pictures, lacking the directness of real objects. 2 hours later, the group entered a dense forest. The environment in this area resembled that of their initial entry into the Violent Bear secret realm, with giant trees over 15 meters in diameter everywhere. The thick canopies spread out like large umbrellas, obscuring the entire sky, with only faint sunlight filtering through the sporadic gaps in the leaves. "Be careful, we are now officially entering the interior of the Violent Bear secret realm," Captain Lee said, gripping his large ring knife, his expression betraying a hint of nervousness. Even though their small team was quite strong, this was still a secret realm, and danger lurked everywhere. Fang Zhu nodded and then reached into his pocket to touch his dagger and scroll, feeling slightly more at ease. In fact, besides these 2 items, Fang Zhu also had the 8 Desolation Sword and the 9-turn Spirit Heart Pill in the other 2 pockets of his combat suit. These were truly life-saving items, and he would never take them out unless faced with an insurmountable danger. Moreover, once activated, the 8 Desolation Sword would emit waves of black mist, which clearly had something to do with the abyss, so Fang Zhu was still somewhat wary of it. At that moment, Captain Lee, who was at the front, suddenly noticed something. He quickly ran a few steps to a giant tree. The others all gathered around, and after Fang Zhu saw the specific situation, he gasped in shock. On the ground lay 2 corpses. From their appearance, they had clearly experienced a fierce battle in life, with countless wounds covering their bodies, and their combat suits were reduced to mere strips of fabric. In this era, humanity had made many efforts to combat exotic beasts, and combat suits were one of them. However, this type of highly defensive yet lightweight clothing was expensive, making it unaffordable for most professionals, and it couldn't be widely promoted. Therefore, these two corpses should belong to individuals of notable status. Captain Lee crouched down and carefully examined the bodies. As an experienced professional, he remained composed in the face of death, but the two special professionals showed expressions akin to constipation, even feeling a bit nauseous. There from the first base, Captain Lee quickly discovered. He found an identity tag on one of the corpses, which recorded some information about the two. In the depths of the Violent Bear's secret realm, amidst a dense forest, Captain Lee stood beside the two corpses, looking at the identity tags and softly said, Wang Meng, Tian Hongfang, registered professionals from the first base of the capital, entered the secret realm 2 days ago, and died for unknown reasons. Fang Zhu looked at the corpses on the ground and slowly shook his head. He knew the secret realm was dangerous, but it was only at this moment that he truly witnessed death. Previously, whether in Dingbei City or here, he had relied on runes to protect everyone's safety, but the secret realm was ultimately perilous. He could protect 1 or 2 people, but he couldn't protect everyone. They entered the secret realm 2 days ago, which means they arrived a day earlier than us, one team member said slowly. Yes, according to the records on the identity tags, both of them are professionals above level 30. A normal violent bear wouldn't be able to kill them. Captain Lee pondered for a moment and said, the only possibility is that they encountered several violent bear leaders. The violent bear secret realm is considered relatively safe among mid-level secret realms. Its area is not large, and the distribution of violent bears is sparse, so generally, the teams exploring here do not exceed 5 members. Fang Zhu and his team were a relatively special case. The 2-person team in front of them was within the realm of normalcy, though it did not rule out another possibility. They might have teammates who had simply left this place. The sudden appearance of the corpses weighed heavily on everyone's mood, seemingly confirming some of their earlier speculations. In this situation, returning to the entrance to report the matter would be the optimal choice, but this time, Captain Lee voiced his opposition. I want to go deeper. If these two don't have any other teammates, we might be the first to discover that something has gone wrong in the secret realm. Captain Lee paused before continuing. This doesn't seem like a typical secret realm disturbance. To be honest, Fang Zhu didn't know much about the secret realm. He couldn't accurately judge what situations were normal and which were abnormal, so it was best to heed the advice of professionals, following Captain Lee's lead. However, as the actual leader of this small team, he had to be responsible for everyone's safety. So he asked, what if we encounter the multi-headed violent bear leader again? Although Fang Zhu had powerful weapons and scrolls, he couldn't guarantee that he could save everyone in the face of danger. Captain Lee thought for a moment and said, if we really encounter an unbeatable violent bear leader, you all run, and I'll hold them off. Hearing this, Fang Zhu sighed. He saw the determination in Captain Lee's eyes, a steadfastness that came from being a professional. When problems arose in the secret realm, others could retreat, but they, as professionals, could not. They had to step up. All right, let's go a bit deeper then. Fang Zhu nodded in agreement with Captain Lee's suggestion. However, before leaving, they needed to handle the bodies of the 2 professionals. A few members of the guard team dug a large pit under the giant tree and carefully placed the 2 bodies inside. After covering them with soil, Captain Lee chopped off a thick branch and carved 2 names into it with a large ring knife. They were far from the entrance to the secret realm, and it was impossible for Fang Zhu and the others to carry 2 corpses on their journey, so they had to do it this way for now. Suddenly, Captain Lee's expression changed dramatically, and Fang Zhu's right hand immediately reached into his combat suit pocket. They sensed an extremely powerful presence, one even stronger than the violent bear leader. The others also began to notice something. They looked up in terror towards the depths of the forest, where something was rapidly approaching. In the next moment, everyone heard a rumbling sound as giant trees in the dense forest began to collapse. This scene was reminiscent of what they had experienced in the swamp yesterday, but the difference this time was that the beast causing the destruction was even more powerful. Even from nearly 100 meters away, they could clearly see the enormous body of the beast. Countless giant trees could not impede its advance. Captain Lee gasped, his face showing horror. That is, the violent bear monarch. Fang Zhu was momentarily stunned, then realized this was an existence even more powerful than the violent bear lord. Over the past 2 days, Captain Lee had shared some information about the violent bear secret realm with him. The violent bears here were divided into 4 levels: ordinary violent bears, about 3 meters tall; violent bear leaders, over 5 meters tall; violent bear lords, over 8 meters tall; and violent bear monarchs, over 15 meters tall. What they were seeing now was a violent bear monarch nearly 20 meters tall. This was a joke. There were only 2 violent bear monarchs in the entire violent bear secret realm, and they had encountered one on a relatively safe path? Feng Zhu felt incredibly lucky. He could buy a lottery ticket after they got out. Based on the explorations of these years, the military has basically figured out the territories of the violent bears. The 2 most powerful clans are located on the east and west sides of the secret realm, and under normal circumstances, these 2 violent bear emperors would never leave their territories. But now, one of the violent bear emperors not only left its territory but also appeared in a place it shouldn't be. Captain Li was the first to react. He looked at the approaching violent bear emperor and shouted without hesitation, "Quick, retreat, back to the entrance of the secret realm." After saying this, he did not leave first as he had before, but instead walked at the back of the group, constantly watching the movements of the violent bear emperor. Unlike ordinary violent bears, the violent bear emperor was extremely fast, and a moment's carelessness could lead to casualties. In fact, at their current speed, they couldn't escape the attack range of the violent bear emperor at all. "Are they targeting us?" a special practitioner asked while running. "I don't know, but even if they're not, do you dare to gamble?" Captain Li asked without looking back. The practitioner fell silent. Indeed, no one dared to gamble, because the consequence of losing a bet was losing one's life. Meanwhile, near the violent bear emperor, a figure was rapidly dodging collapsing giant trees and flying debris. He looked very disheveled, but each time he narrowly avoided a fatal attack, while the violent bear emperor seemed relentless in its pursuit, its massive claws leaving deep craters in the ground with each strike. "Damn it, I just accidentally hit you once. Is it necessary to be this crazy?" Zhou Feiyu cursed as he dodged another attack from the violent bear emperor, and suddenly a yellow paper talisman appeared between his 2 fingers. "Go!" Zhou Feiyu shouted softly, and the talisman transformed into a fireball in midair, suddenly flying towards the violent bear emperor. Boom! The fireball exploded on the violent bear emperor, flames instantly igniting its thick fur, and a burnt smell spread. Although the violent bear emperor was extremely fast, its massive size made it impossible to avoid Zhou Feiyu's attack, and the flames were the most effective means to restrict it. However, the fireball Zhou Feiyu launched was simply too small for the violent bear emperor. Even though the flames burned its fur, it merely swatted at it and extinguished the spreading fire. Zhou Feiyu's expression was anxious and terrified. He knew that if he didn't come up with an effective plan soon, he might very well die here. The reason the violent bear emperor was relentlessly pursuing him dated back to half an hour ago. At that time, Zhou Feiyu had just crossed the forest and arrived at the eastern side of the secret realm. Originally, his journey had been relatively smooth. Apart from a few ordinary violent bears, he hadn't encountered any other more powerful beings, so he felt he wouldn't fall too far behind Feng Zhu and the others, and might even be faster than them. After reaching the small path on the eastern side, Zhou Feiyu began to look for traces of Feng Zhu and the others passing through here. After a brief search, he realized he was indeed faster than Feng Zhu, as the most recent footprints on this path were from a few days ago. Elated, Zhou Feiyu decided to lie in ambush nearby, so that once Feng Zhu and the others passed, he could find an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Of course, if there were many of them and they were well protected, he wouldn't act rashly. Soon, Zhou Feiyu found a tree hollow. This hollow was located high up in the crown of a giant tree, making it difficult to spot from the outside. The only way to enter was to climb the trunk and then enter from above, meaning that part of the giant tree's trunk was hollow. Zhou Feiyu successfully entered the tree hollow and dug out a hole of moderate size in the trunk, which served as his window to observe the outside world. Just then, Zhou Feiyu suddenly noticed a strangely shaped fruit growing in a bush not far from this giant tree. He recognized that fruit almost instantly. Damn, a spirit rhythm fruit. This is a fruit that can significantly enhance mental strength, making it extremely useful for both combat and support professions. If Zhou Feiyu could obtain one, his talismans would become even more powerful, and challenging higher levels would not be a problem. In fact, among combat professionals, what truly determines combat power is not just the profession's level and rank. The practitioner's physical strength and mental power are also very important. For example, if both sides are 30-level rare grade talisman masters, the one with higher mental power can use more talismans in the same amount of time, and the effects of the talismans will be better. The side with weaker mental power is naturally at a disadvantage, and this disadvantage is hard to make up for with skills. So when Zhou Feiyu saw the Lingyun fruit, he became excited and quickly crawled out of the tree hole, racing towards the bush. However, the next second, a sense of crisis suddenly surged from the depths of his heart. It was his mental power giving a warning. Zhou Feiyu abruptly stopped, focusing his gaze on the back of the bush, and sure enough, a massive violent bear was hiding there. The bear's fur was a grayish-green, perfectly blending into the environment, almost causing him to overlook it behind the cover of the bushes and tree trunks. Zhou Feiyu took 2 steps back, feeling a lingering fear as he returned to the giant tree. He had briefly learned about the classification of violent bears before entering the secret realm, so at this moment, he realized he was facing a creature above the level of a bear leader. Indeed, he couldn't make an accurate judgment because most of the bear's body was hidden in the nearly human-high bushes, and from his angle, he couldn't see the entire figure. But he was unwilling to give up the Lingyun fruit so easily, so after a moment of hesitation, he decided to take a risk. In the next second, 5 talismans appeared in Zhou Feiyu's hand, all fireball spells. His plan was simple: ignite the bushes with flames, disturb the violent bear, and take the Lingyun fruit amidst the chaos. There was no way he could stealthily take the Lingyun fruit from such a high-level beast, so he had to go all out. A minute later, intense flames erupted in the bushes, and Zhou Feiyu quickly approached, grabbed the Lingyun fruit, and turned to run. The violent bear was startled and suddenly flipped over. It was only then that Zhou Feiyu realized that this was not just a bear leader, but a bear emperor. Logically, such a massive body shouldn't be able to hide so well in the bushes. Even a blind person wouldn't mistake two beings of such different sizes, but he had just not noticed this point. However, he no longer had time to dwell on his oversight, as the enemy had already discovered his position. Those huge, basketball-sized crimson eyes brought an overwhelming sense of pressure, and Zhou Feiyu felt his body go numb, his soul trembling. Run! I must run! Without hesitation, Zhou Feiyu quickened his pace, unleashing the fastest speed of his life, with the bear emperor hot on his heels, crashing into one giant tree after another. Then Fang Zhu and the others heard the commotion and saw the furious bear emperor in the distance. "Look, is there a figure in the woods?" a member of the escort team suddenly shouted. Fang Zhu turned back to look, and sure enough, there was a figure in the distance, jumping around and looking quite flustered. Could he be the teammate of those two professionals? Another team member asked. Upon hearing this, several people in the team exchanged glances. If that were the case, they might know what was happening in the secret realm. After a few seconds of silence, Captain Li suddenly spoke up, "Save him." With that, he turned and dashed out, taking a quick step to close the distance to Zhou Feiyu. Fang Zhu gritted his teeth at the sight and traced several intricate curves in the air with his rune pen, quickly forming a rune in midair. The swift rune suddenly accelerated and landed on Captain Li, causing his speed to surge dramatically. Fang Zhu was fortunate. This rune triggered the Rune Master's talent, resulting in a very high intensity. A flicker of surprise flashed in Captain Li's eyes, but he quickly reacted and gave Fang Zhu a thumbs up. Zhou Feiyu, seeing Fang Zhu and the others, who were originally fleeing, suddenly turn around to save him, couldn't help but feel overjoyed. It was truly a case of finding something after a long search, and it came effortlessly. "Save me, save me," Zhou Feiyu shouted loudly. Being able to join Fang Zhu's team was a good choice, and if they really fought against the violent Bear King, he could take the opportunity to strike at Fang Zhu. As long as he was discreet enough, he could use the violent Bear King to kill him, and no one would be able to say anything. Thinking of this, Zhou Feiyu's desire to survive surged. He suddenly threw out several talismans, using the flames to slightly hinder the violent Bear King's pursuit. At this moment, Captain Li and the two team members were less than 100 meters away from Zhou Feiyu. 100 meters was just a matter of seconds for mid-level combat professionals. Speed-type professionals could even reach it in 2 or 3 seconds at full sprint. Captain Li was not slow. With Fang Zhu's rune enhancement, he was almost flying close to the ground, aided by his familiarity with the forest environment. Professionals in the capital could generally maneuver through the forest like monkeys. However, the violent Bear King's speed was too fast. Although it appeared bulky, each of its steps was equivalent to several steps of a professional. 2 seconds later, the violent Bear King reached Zhou Feiyu's back, while Captain Li was still several meters away. "Is it too late?" A special professional couldn't help but speak up. Fang Zhu's gaze flickered as he prepared to draw a binding rune. In the next second, Captain Li shouted, swinging his large ring knife fiercely, the blade flashing as it struck the violent Bear King's thick lower limbs. It was indeed heavy and couldn't dodge the attacks, but its extremely high defense meant it didn't need to evade. Taking a hit was completely inconsequential. However, this fierce strike did momentarily hinder its momentum, causing the violent Bear King to halt abruptly. Seeing this, Zhou Feiyu quickly took out a talisman and slapped it hard on himself. A green light instantly enveloped Zhou Feiyu, and his speed surged. At this moment, the other two guard team members also reached Zhou Feiyu's side, raising their long spears and swords to unleash their strongest attacks. Powerful energy waves exploded in midair, and the violent Bear King roared, bracing against the impact as it attempted to accelerate again. Fang Zhu snorted coldly, and a rune he had never used before appeared before him. The stagnation rune could significantly reduce the enemy's speed. At the legendary level, it could even freeze space. Of course, even with his talent triggered, Fang Zhu could only use a rare level stagnation rune now. This mysterious rune wobbled slightly in midair, and Fangzhu seized the opportunity, waving his hand, "Go." The rune transformed into a streak of light and shot towards the violent Bear King. He chose to use the stagnation rune because the enemy was too large. Conventional binding runes would struggle to envelop it directly, so he had to use the stagnation rune to slow it down first. The rune bang struck the violent Bear King's leg, and in the next second, a sticky force spread out, wrapping around the enemy's legs, further reducing the violent Bear King's speed. However, neither Fangzhu's rune nor the previous attacks from the team members inflicted any damage on the violent Bear King. This being, standing at the peak of the violent bear's secret realm, was not something a few mid-level professionals could breach. Zhou Feiyu seized the opportunity, bursting into speed and instantly creating some distance from the violent Bear King. However, they could only run for their lives, unable to shake off the pursuit of the violent Bear King. At this moment, Zhou Feiyu had joined up with Fangzhu and the others, and while running frantically, he pretended to glance casually at Fangzhu, a flash of resentment and ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. Fangzhu was unaware of Zhou Feiyu's thoughts. He once again drew a stasis rune, which not only restricted the violent Bear King but also gave Captain Li and the others time to escape from the enemy. A few seconds later, the violent Bear King broke free from the rune's constraints, its crimson eyes fixed on Fangzhu and the others, who had already escaped several hundred meters away. It let out a roar, suddenly bent down, and yanked up a giant tree, swinging its massive arm to throw it out. The giant tree whistled through the air, and Captain Li's expression changed as he raised his long knife and activated his skill. The blade of light met the giant tree, but compared to the tree's size, the blade looked somewhat insignificant. Other professionals also activated their skills simultaneously, several beams of light shooting out, hitting the trunk of the giant tree one after another. Boom! The trunk shattered into splinters in mid-air, and the violent Bear King quickly closed the distance between them while everyone was distracted. "We can't escape." A special professional's face showed despair. The bear race had no ranged attack methods, but the violent Bear King was enormous and powerful. As long as it threw something at them, they wouldn't be able to handle it, let alone escape. Fangzhu's expression was also grim. He had a way, but he needed to find the right moment to use it. The meteor shower scroll's attack was indiscriminate, meaning that once he activated the scroll, the falling meteor shower could also kill them, which was a last resort he couldn't use yet. So, he was left with only his dagger and the 8 Desolation Sword. Fangzhu took a deep breath and suddenly slowed his pace, startling everyone. "Team leader Fang, what are you doing?" Captain Li exclaimed. Zhou Feiyu also looked at Fangzhu, his eyes filled with confusion, thinking to himself, what is he doing? Committing suicide? That would be great. Fangzhu didn't explain much, only slowly saying, "Let me try." After saying that, he waved his right hand with the rune pen, and the stasis rune quickly took shape in mid-air. At the same time, his left hand reached into the inner pocket of his combat suit and pulled out a dagger the size of a palm. Captain Li and the members of the guard team exchanged glances and also chose to slow down. They couldn't just abandon Fangzhu and run away. As the guard team, they had to fight to protect Fangzhu's safety. Although this guard team was composed of idle combat professionals from the base, they understood Fangzhu's importance. He was the hope for the future of alchemy in Huagua, the hope for countless professionals to survive in the secret realm, and the hope for the rise of the Huagua people. They had to take Fangzhu out of the secret realm. "Go!" Fangzhu shouted softly, and the stasis rune instantly flew onto the violent Bear King. In the moment the enemy's movement slowed, the dagger in Fangzhu's left hand trembled slightly in midair and suddenly transformed into a streak of light shooting upwards. The sound of wind breaking came, and the dagger plunged straight into the violent Bear King's face, crimson blood spraying out like a fountain. "Ayo!" The violent Bear King cried out in pain, its massive form halting abruptly, its furry paw reaching for its cheek, where there was a wound, a gash that nearly split its face in half. Fangzhu felt a surge of joy. This dagger was indeed a legendary weapon, breaking through the opponent's defenses with just one strike. Again! Fangzhu's mental energy wrapped around the dagger, spinning it in midair before plunging it towards the violent Bear King once more. A hint of panic appeared in the violent Bear King's eyes. It had thought that these humans before had lacked the power to harm it, but it never expected that one of them would possess such a sharp weapon. The dagger transformed into a stream of black light once more and shot out. The violent Bear King dared not take it head-on and quickly lowered its head to dodge. Fangzhu let out a cold snort, controlling the dagger to change its flight direction in midair and directly stab into the back of the violent Bear King's neck. Puff! The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed through the forest. The violent Bear King's body suddenly froze. It felt a piercing pain radiating from its neck, while its strength began to rapidly drain away, a sign that its bones had been penetrated. Scarlet blood flowed like a stream from the wound, staining a large patch of fur on its back. The violent Bear King struggled to raise its upper body, its eyes filled with not only terror but also a hint of lingering fear. If it hadn't lowered its head at that moment, the dagger could have very well pierced through its skull. No, it couldn't pursue any longer. The Violent Bear King immediately made up its mind, disregarding its wounds, and turned to flee. Seeing this, Fangzhu let out a long sigh of relief. With a thought, the dagger transformed into a stream of light and flew back into his hand. The onlookers, witnessing the Violent Bear King's desperate escape, displayed expressions of disbelief and ecstasy. It's running, the enemy is fleeing, we survived, Captain Fang is amazing. The voices of admiration and awe reached Fangzhu's ears. He smiled, but his eyes betrayed an unmistakable weariness. Continuous rune drawing and dagger usage had drained most of his mental energy. Although he wasn't completely exhausted, he had essentially lost his combat effectiveness. Zhou Feiyu also wore a smile, but beneath it lay a well-concealed murderous intent. Captain Li approached Fangzhu and quietly asked, "Captain Fang, should we head back now?" Fangzhu nodded, looking at the forest in disarray caused by the Violent Bear King, and said with lingering fear, "Retreat, return to the entrance and quickly report the situation to the military." It was extremely unusual for the Violent Bear King to leave its territory. If the Violent Bear secret realm truly experienced an unusual beast riot, the military needed to respond swiftly. To be honest, if the Violent Bear King hadn't retreated just now, they would have been in danger. Fangzhu was already struggling to launch another attack with the dagger. If the Violent Bear King had been relentless, he might have had to use the Meteor Shower Scroll. That was a forbidden spell that could destroy the entire secret realm, likely leading to a series of unpredictable consequences, and the station military would also suffer losses because of it. There was no choice. With his current strength, controlling the dagger was still too strenuous. After all, it was a legendary weapon. After tending to their injuries, everyone began to return to the entrance of the secret realm. Zhou Feiyu followed a few members of the guard team, slightly furrowing his brows. He realized that under the current circumstances, it would be difficult to find an opportunity to kill Fangzhu, and once they returned, he would completely lose the chance. No, he had to find an opportunity. If there was none, he had to create one. Zhou Feiyu lowered his eyelids, a hint of treachery flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the ghostly secret realm, Wang Chongshan's long-held anxiety finally eased. With the efforts of the country's top healing professionals, the injured soldiers had mostly recovered. Indeed, they had found a way to heal the soldiers. According to the words of the High Priest of Holy Light, Lu Huiguang, what caused those soldiers unbearable pain and loss of control over their bodies was a malicious entity known as the Abyssal Soulmark. This was a unique attack method of abyssal monsters, and resolving it was quite difficult. However, Lu Huiguang had awakened his level 50 professional skill just 5 days ago, and that skill was particularly effective against this kind of soul attack. Thus, under his tireless treatment, these soldiers had basically recovered. But this incident left Wang Chongshan with lingering fears. He had reacted quickly, making a decision the moment he sensed something was wrong, but the Abyssal Monarch indeed could not be judged by common sense. The enemy's attacks came silently and were deadly. Moreover, the black mist was too terrifying. So far, they had not figured out what it really was. Not only that, the soldiers also brought back some very bad news. Most of their compatriots who died in the black mist had turned into mummified corpses, their deaths extremely tragic. This indicated that the soldiers' deaths were unrelated to the soul marks. It was another attack that caused those people's deaths. At this moment, the exploration of the black mist had completely reached a deadlock. Wang Chongshan could not let the soldiers go into the black mist to die for nothing unless he could find a better way, either to disperse the black mist or to directly determine the location of the Abyss Lord. In the command room, Wang Chongshan stared at the map, lost in thought. In fact, he wasn't completely without options. As a general, he had encountered various situations before, some even more complex than this one. However, that method came at a great cost, and as long as there was a glimmer of another way, Wang Chongshan did not want to resort to it. After pondering for a long time, a flash of inspiration struck Wang Chongshan, as if he suddenly thought of something. He turned around and asked the group of advisors behind him, "I remember someone mentioned that there is a kind of elixir that can attract the Abyss entity?" The Abyss entity was extremely rare. Even Wang Chongshan had not encountered it many times. He had too many matters to attend to in his daily life, so naturally, he had no impression of such trivial details. One advisor immediately replied, "It's the Emotion Dan, it can attract the Abyss entity." "Then what do you think? Does this elixir work on the Abyss Lord?" Wang Chongshan continued to ask. Upon hearing the question, everyone was taken aback. They had not really considered this issue. In fact, the ability of Emotion Dan to attract the Abyss entity was discovered by a few professionals by chance. 15 years ago, an Abyss entity suddenly appeared in Chengchuan City, and that Abyss entity did not care about other professionals at all. It simply chased and killed those professionals who had Emotion Dan. The scene was bloody and chaotic, as people initially did not react until all the professionals with Emotion Dan were dead. at which point someone finally realized this fact. Since then, Mo Xiangdan became a reserve elixir in various cities, used to deal with the Abyss entities that could appear at any time. However, whether this elixir could attract the Abyss Lord was unknown. After all, the other party was one of the most powerful existences in the Abyss. Nevertheless, this was indeed a line of thought. Adhering to the idea that trying wouldn't hurt, the advisory department quickly contacted Dingbei City and soon received good news. Dingbei City had high-grade Mo Xiangdan, which might really have some effect. Thus, Zhao Hangwu organized a team of professionals to deliver the Mo Xiangdan, and Wang Chongshan began to formulate a plan. The Mo Xiangdan needed to be close to or enter the black mist to be effective, so they had to take the risk once again. Meanwhile, in the Violent Bear's secret realm, Fang Zhu and the others returned to the vicinity of the swamp. Normally, they should rest here, but Zhou Feiyu suggested that everyone continue on their way and return to the entrance of the secret realm as soon as possible. After this period of travel, Captain Li and the others also learned that Zhou Feiyu was not a member of those two professionals' team, but he did know some information about the secret realm. After all, Zhou Feiyu had come from another direction, and the information they had could corroborate each other. Walking through the dense forest, Fang Zhu felt a wave of dizziness in his brain, a side effect of his mental energy being in deficit for a long time. He took a deep breath and discreetly supported Captain Li's arm. The two of them were at the back of the team, so Zhou Feiyu, who was in the middle, did not notice their action. Captain Li turned his head to look at Fang Zhu, who slightly shook his head, indicating that he was fine. To be honest, Fang Zhu had a vague feeling that something was off, but he simply didn't have the energy to think about it. The fact that he could still stay awake was already an extraordinary feat. If it weren't for being in the secret realm, he felt he might very well be lying in bed unable to get up. The group cautiously made their way through the swamp, and just as they breathed a sigh of relief, the swamp nearby suddenly churned, splattering mud and turning one of the professionals into a mud figure. This scene was quite comical, with only the person's two big eyes remaining visible. However, no one could laugh, as it was clear that the swamp had undergone some kind of change, and a powerful exotic beast had emerged from the mire. Captain Li gasped as soon as he saw it. Damn, a green-wing poison frog. This creature looked very much like a frog on the outside, but its color was quite different. The typical green-wing poison frog was mostly gray-black, with a pair of large, green, fleshy wings that looked very menacing. At that moment, what appeared before Fang Zhu and the others was a green-wing poison frog standing a full 2 meters tall, a terrifying size for this type of beast. Run! Captain Li shouted, protecting Fang Zhu as he ran to the side. In fact, given their current combat strength, they could have fought back, but there was no need to clash head-on with the creature. Once poison sticks, it is very hard to remove, not to mention that the toxin of the green-wing poison frog was particularly strange and potent. Just a little could corrode the flesh of a mid-level professional. Perhaps some professionals with high physical strength could withstand it, but no one present dared to take that gamble. It was another desperate escape. Fang Zhu felt that since he arrived in the Violent Bear's secret realm, his luck had never been good. The Violent Bear leader kept appearing, and now there was even a Violent Bear emperor, and to top it off, they had encountered the troublesome green-wing poison frog, whose wings were not just for show, they could actually fly short distances. Captain Li's expression was grim because he was already very tired. The intensity of the battles over the past 2 days had been too high, and even he was struggling to cope. However, the green-wing poison frog relentlessly pursued them, and Fang Zhu had no idea why it had fixated on their group. Among the team, Zhou Feiyu's eyes flickered, as if he was calculating something. Suddenly, the unpleasant croak of the green-wing poison frog came from behind the group, followed by a sound of rushing wind. Zhou Feiyu reacted quickly, turning his body just as the sound of wind broke. The next second, a green light zipped past his back and headed straight for Fang Zhu. At that moment, Fang Zhu had nowhere to dodge. He was already slower to react than the others, and the speed of that green light was incredibly fast. Put! The light pierced into Fang Zhu's body, and a foul smell instantly filled the air. Fang Zhu looked down to see a large hole in the combat suit at his abdomen, and a tingling sensation spread through the skin inside the hole. The next second, his skin began to melt away, revealing the red flesh beneath. Captain Li immediately showed a look of shock and concern. He gritted his teeth, leaned Fang Zhu against a teammate, and charged toward the green-wing poison frog. However, he had barely taken a few steps when he heard Fang Zhu's voice from behind. Don't go, run together. I'm fine. Captain Li turned his head, looking at Fang Zhu in confusion, unsure if this genius team leader was putting on a brave face or truly was unhurt. Fang Zhu forced a smile, took out a porcelain bottle, and quickly swallowed a pill. In just 2 breaths, the toxin emitted by the green-wing poison frog actually stopped corroding, and even the wounds on Fang Zhu's body ceased to bleed. Seeing this, Zhou Feiyu's pupils constricted, and a look of regret flashed across his face. Fang Zhu did not notice this. He felt uncomfortable all over, the dizziness in his brain still persisting, and although the wound in his lower abdomen had stopped bleeding, the pain still came and went. At this moment, 2 professionals had already engaged with the green-wing poison frog. They were barely holding their ground against it with their skills, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that these 2 professionals could not last much longer. Fang Zhu took a deep breath, intending to force himself to draw runes, when Zhou Feiyu suddenly made his move. He suddenly conjured a yellow paper talisman at his fingertips, which flickered with faint electric light. Go! The talisman flew out and landed on the green-wing poison frog. A sphere of condensed electric light suddenly appeared, followed by a violent explosion on the green-wing poison frog. Run! Zhou Feiyu turned around, supporting Fang Zhu's shoulder, wanting to pull him out of the green-wing poison frog's attack range. This action was very normal and would not raise suspicion in anyone's eyes. But in the next second, another talisman appeared in Zhou Feiyu's hand, this one radiating black light and filled with evil power. Fang Zhu's pupils constricted, but he had no time to dodge. A glint of ruthlessness and the thrill of revenge flashed in Zhou Feiyu's eyes. He had even envisioned the scene of Fang Zhu turning into blood after he killed him. As for how to escape after killing Fang Zhu, that was simple. He would just throw out all the talismans on him. The escort team was already at the end of their rope and would definitely not withstand the barrage of talismans, allowing him to escape amidst the chaos. Die! Zhou Feiyu hissed, and the talisman struck heavily against Fang Zhu's already injured lower abdomen. Fang Zhu's eyes widened in terror as he looked at Zhou Feiyu beside him, while the surrounding team members had yet to react to what was happening, as most of their attention was still on the green-wing poison frog. The talisman quickly ignited, transforming into a mass of black gas that was about to seep into Fang Zhu's body through his wound. It was a power from the abyss, a force that Zhou Feiyu had inadvertently obtained and then confined with talisman power. He had previously tried it. A wisp of black gas could turn an ordinary person into blood, and low-level professionals could not withstand the corrosion of the black gas. Now, Zhou Feiyu was using all the black gas, and someone of Fang Zhu's level could not resist at all. A piercing pain shot from his lower abdomen, and Fang Zhu looked down to see that the flesh that had just stopped bleeding was rapidly dissolving, like a snow pile under the early spring sun. What are you doing? Captain Li shouted angrily, rushing towards Zhou Feiyu. Ha 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 ha. In the forest beside the violent bear's secret realm swamp, Zhou Feiyu laughed maniacally, his face showing the thrill of revenge. Captain Li's eyes were about to burst. He never expected that after protecting Fang Zhu all the way, he would ultimately fall due to a good intention. Fang Zhu, oh Fang Zhu, didn't expect this, did you? Ha 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 ha. Zhou Feiyu laughed loudly, even shedding tears as he looked at Fang Zhu, who had already knelt on the ground, emitting black gas, feeling immensely satisfied. You're asking for death, Captain Li roared, raising his large ring knife and striking heavily at Zhou Feiyu. Zhou Feiyu did not dodge. 5 talismans suddenly appeared in his hand. If it weren't for the lack of opportunity along the way, he wouldn't have acted in front of others, but since he had already made his move, he would do it thoroughly. Zhou Feiyu hurled the talismans fiercely towards Captain Li and the other team members. The crowd quickly dodged while also retaliating. However, the previous battle had drained too much of their strength, and they found themselves momentarily overwhelmed by the sudden attack. Of course, Zhou Feiyu could not single-handedly contend with the entire team. He was merely taking them by surprise while they were unprepared. Captain Li swung the large ring knife and cleaved a talisman in two, his figure suddenly accelerating, a strong killing intent enveloping him as he charged straight at Zhou Feiyu. Zhou Feiyu remained calm, tossing a slowing talisman at his feet, then pushed off with his legs and retreated violently backward. Captain Li's figure immediately slowed down, but he did not give up. He actually threw the large ring knife from his hand. The blade spun in the air, its speed increasing rapidly, forming a circular blade wheel in just a few seconds. This skill was one Captain Li rarely used, as employing it meant he would lose his weapon afterward, but he couldn't afford to think about that now. The blade wheel whistled through the air toward Zhou Feiyu, whose expression changed drastically, unable to activate the talisman in his hand in time. In a moment of crisis, he suddenly fell backward, barely managing to evade the strike in a very awkward position. However, the wind from the blade wheel still sliced off a small piece of flesh from his left cheek. Blood gushed out instantly, covering half of Zhou Feiyu's face, making him look extremely ferocious. Goodbye, Zhou Feiyu shouted softly, rolling halfway on the ground before standing up and sprinting away. The effect of the slowing talisman ended at that moment, but Captain Li and the others had already lost the best opportunity to pursue him, as Zhou Feiyu, while fleeing, cast an acceleration state on himself and threw another slowing talisman backward. Faced with the continuous restrictions from the enemy, Captain Li was both anxious and furious, but he truly had no way to respond. His professional skills were on cooldown, his strength was only 50% of its peak, and the others were in the same situation. Under these circumstances, Trying to chase down a high-grade professional was a fool's dream. Is there really no way? A look of immense pain appeared on Captain Lee's face as he watched Zhou Feiyu grow more distant, a sense of helplessness rising in his heart. Just then, a black light suddenly shot out from behind him, moving at an incredible speed, crossing over 100 meters in an instant. Following that, the black light rapidly expanded in mid-air, transforming into an ancient long sword. Captain Lee couldn't see the patterns on the sword, but he could feel an indescribable sense of oppression, a powerful primal force suddenly spreading out. Zhou Feiyu was sprinting through the forest, a cruel arc forming at the corner of his mouth. As long as he escaped Captain Lee's pursuit range, he could take a detour back to the entrance of the secret realm and leave first. Once he left the secret realm, it would be very difficult for Captain Lee and the others to find him again. Zhou Feiyu could easily take the next available aircraft to leave Huagua, and at that point, countless countries would be at his disposal. After all, he had used a false identity to enter the secret realm, so even if they investigated, they wouldn't trace it back to his Zhou family. But just then, Zhou Feiyu felt a surge of crisis in his heart, as if he had been targeted by some primal ferocious beast. He was startled and quickly turned his head to look. When he saw the situation behind him, Zhou Feiyu's pupils constricted, and a look of horror appeared on his face. The long sword was moving at an incredible speed, and Zhou Feiyu had no time to react before it caught up to him. At that moment, the long sword hovered above his head, like the scythe of death. Watching the fleeting cold light on the blade, Zhou Feiyu felt a chill in his heart. He sensed his own death, a death he was completely powerless to resist. No! Zhou Feiyu shouted loudly, and dozens of talismans appeared in his hand, but before he could throw them, the 8 Desolation Sword had already come crashing down. The world fell silent for a moment, as if all eyes in the universe were focused on that one sword. The speed of the 8 Desolation Sword was not fast, but Zhou Feiyu, under the blade, made no movement at all, as he was completely immobilized by the sword's overwhelming momentum. So, Zhou Feiyu could only watch helplessly as the 8 Desolation Sword struck his face, cleaving open his forehead, skull, and piercing through his entire body. Just like cutting tofu, Zhou Feiyu's entire body instantly split into 2 halves, and Captain Lee and the others could even see the cross-section of Zhou Feiyu's organs from that half of his body. Blood, countless streams of blood, splattered out, dyeing the ground red, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. The guard team and the 4 special professionals looked on in disbelief at this scene. They hadn't even reacted to what had happened. After a moment, Captain Lee was the first to realize something. He turned his head, looking in shock at Feng Zhu, who was kneeling on the ground. At this moment, the severely injured boy slowly raised his head, his gaze calm and icy. Team leader Feng Yu. Captain Lee's words were cut off by Feng Zhu. I'm fine. As Feng Zhu spoke, he stood up, and the wound on his lower abdomen surprisingly stopped rotting, the black mist having long since vanished without a trace. Captain Lee hurried to Feng Zhu's side, reaching out to support him. Although Feng Zhu said he was fine, his pale face looked very weak. Fortunately, after he took out the 8 Desolation Sword, the green-winged poison frog that had been pursuing them stopped its attack. The beast seemed to be intimidated by the aura of the 8 Desolation Sword and was now lying on the ground, not daring to move. Feng Zhu coughed twice, raised his arm to wave, and the 8 Desolation Sword in the distance trembled lightly before flying back. As it flew closer, the size of the 8 Desolation Sword rapidly shrank, soon returning to the size of a palm, with a wisp of black light emerging from it. Captain Lee looked in surprise at the small sword in front of Feng Zhu, his expression suddenly changing slightly. That was. Feng Zhu patted his shoulder, shaking his head while also handing over a bottle of elixir. Captain Lee immediately understood Feng Zhu's meaning, smiled, and discreetly accepted it, then averted his gaze from the 8 Desolation Sword. Abyssal aura? What is that? I've never seen it before. Not bad, little brother, you're on the right path. Feng Zhu looked at Captain Lee with satisfaction. The other party clearly sensed the abyssal aura of the 8 Desolation Sword and had some doubts about this weapon, but as long as he kept his mouth shut, this matter could be treated as if it had never happened. Just one abyssal weapon wouldn't stir up too much trouble, but avoiding some complications was also good. Feng Zhu let out a breath and put the 8 Desolation Sword into the pocket of his combat suit. The next second, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted without warning. Captain Lee was startled and quickly reached out to support Feng Zhu. Team leader Feng, what's wrong? Seeing that Feng Zhu was unresponsive, Captain Lee immediately panicked. He hurriedly checked Feng Zhu's body and only felt slightly relieved after confirming that he still had a heartbeat. If he wasn't mistaken, Feng Zhu should have used that weapon, causing his mental energy to be exhausted and leading to his fainting. And indeed, the situation was more complicated than Captain Lee thought. After Zhou Feiyu used that abyssal talisman, the power of the abyss immediately invaded Feng Zhu's body, but just when Feng Zhu thought he would need to use the 9-turn spirit heart pill this time, the 8 Desolation sword in his pocket suddenly trembled. A suction force erupted from the 8 Desolation sword, and in just a few seconds, it absorbed all the black mist condensed from the overwhelming power of the abyss. At the same time, Fangzhu sensed the 8 Desolation sword becoming restless, so he tried to suppress it with his mental energy, but unexpectedly, this weapon, which had been eroded by the abyss, unleashed a powerful force, flying out of his pocket and killing Zhou Feiyu in the distance. With the disappearance of the abyssal power, Fangzhu's flesh naturally stopped dissolving, but his mental energy was completely exhausted. Fangzhu had experienced the feeling of mental energy depletion before, but this time it was particularly severe, causing him to faint directly, collapsing into Captain Li's arms. "Quick, look for healing elixirs," Captain Li said urgently to everyone. All the team members and special professionals quickly rummaged through their pockets, but a few seconds later, they suddenly realized something. In the absence of a clear understanding of Fangzhu's specific injuries, what medicine should they give him, these non-support professions? Captain Li was also stunned, holding the elixir he had found on Fangzhu, a look of confusion on his face. He wasn't an alchemist, how would he know what these elixirs were? There were no names written on them. "Go see what he has on him." Captain Li pointed at the distant Zhou Feiyu, who was broken in two. The other party was not weak, and it seemed they were a practitioner leaning towards mental power. Perhaps they had some nourishing elixirs on them, which should be more useful than the external injury elixirs they had. Sure enough, within a short moment, a team member made a discovery. "Captain, look at this." The team member found a fruit on Zhou Feiyu and handed it to Captain Li. Captain Li looked closely and felt that this fruit seemed somewhat familiar. After a few seconds, his face lit up with joy, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Spirit Rhythm Fruit! This is the Spirit Rhythm Fruit!" For most practitioners, the Spirit Rhythm Fruit was a treasure they had heard of but never seen. But Captain Li was different. He had seen a Spirit Rhythm Fruit at an auction, and he remembered clearly that it had been sold for nearly 100 million. This was a treasure that only true aristocrats could enjoy. At this moment, Captain Li looked at the Spirit Rhythm Fruit in the team member's hand, and his heart was in turmoil. If he were to secretly keep the Spirit Rhythm Fruit, then after leaving the secret realm, he could turn his life around and live a life free of danger. But if he gave the Spirit Rhythm Fruit to Fangzhu, this treasure would definitely benefit Fangzhu's injuries. Captain Li was very sure of that. This was a very difficult choice, one that everyone would hesitate over. Time passed second by second, and Captain Li remained motionless, staring at the Spirit Rhythm Fruit. The team members and the 4 special professionals did not understand the Spirit Rhythm Fruit. They did not dare to speak, thinking the captain was contemplating its effects. Finally, Captain Li made a decision. He steeled his heart, picked up the Spirit Rhythm Fruit, and stuffed it into Fangzhu's mouth. Damn it, what a huge loss. Captain Li cursed as he laid Fangzhu flat on the ground to prevent the juice of the Spirit Rhythm Fruit from leaking out. In fact, Captain Li knew very well that it would be difficult for him to keep the Spirit Rhythm Fruit for himself, because the more than 10 people present had all seen the fruit, and he had even involuntarily shouted out its name. If the higher-ups really wanted to investigate, they would definitely trace it back to him. So, even though he was reluctant, he could only choose to give it to Fangzhu. Of course, Captain Li had also thought about taking the Spirit Rhythm Fruit out of the secret realm, but after a moment of hesitation, he gave up. Fangzhu's life was far more important than a fruit. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Fangzhu's tightly closed eyes suddenly trembled, and then, under everyone's gaze, he slowly awakened. Captain Li's anxious heart immediately relaxed. He gently supported Fangzhu's shoulder and asked with concern, "Team Leader Fang, how do you feel?" Fangzhu looked around, his eyes gradually sparkling with vitality, and at the same time, a pure stream of mental power flowed through his entire body, reaching his brain. The previous dizzy feeling had vanished without a trace, and Fangzhu felt his mental power was incredibly strong, his mind exceptionally clear. "I feel great," Fangzhu smiled and stood up from the ground. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their previously tense spirits easing a bit. Fangzhu looked down at the wound on his lower abdomen. Fortunately, the abyssal power had not corroded his internal organs, or things would have been troublesome. As a legendary alchemist, Fangzhu often concocts various elixirs during his experiments. Aside from a few rare materials, he possesses most of the basic pills. The antidote he just used and the one given to Captain Li were both of good quality, crafted by him earlier. Fangzhu reached into his pocket again and pulled out a porcelain vial, then poured out a rare rejuvenation pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Within seconds, the wound on his lower abdomen began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. "Let's go, we should leave the secret realm first," Fangzhu said with a smile to the others. Half a day quickly passed. At the entrance of the Violent Bear secret realm, in front of the military station there, a small team of over a dozen people slowly emerged from the forest. They looked quite exhausted, with mottled bloodstains on their bodies. Fortunately, they appeared to have sustained only minor injuries. This group was none other than Feng Zhu and his companions returning from the secret realm. Looking at the military camp filled with a tense atmosphere, Feng Zhu's face broke into a long-lost smile. "We're finally back." One of the team members waved his arm, relief evident on his face. Everyone wore smiles, although they looked tired, their eyes shone brighter than before. This exploration of the secret realm had been incredibly challenging. Continuous high-intensity battles had left everyone groaning, and the final assassination attempt had nearly cost Feng Zhu his life. If Feng Zhu had truly died in the secret realm, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Captain Li wouldn't even know how to face Elder Zhou and Elder Wang. After all, he had once been saved by these two elders. Others might not carry such a heavy psychological burden as he did, but if such a thing had really happened, it would surely weigh on everyone's hearts. Moments later, they arrived at a heavily guarded barrack within the military camp. Inside, Feng Zhu met a middle-aged man with a stern appearance, dressed in a green military uniform. The man had a deep scar on his cheek, suggesting he was not someone to be trifled with. Before Feng Zhu and the others could speak, the middle-aged man asked first, "Did you encounter the violent bear leader?" "Yes." Feng Zhu had just uttered that one word when the middle-aged soldier suddenly sneered, interrupting him. There's no need to tell me about just a few violent bear leaders." The middle-aged soldier waved his hand and continued, "I know you took the route through Area 3. Although it's usually safe, it's the mating season for the bears now, so it's normal for them to be more active." Feng Zhu looked at him, his gaze deep and calm. He didn't feel much dissatisfaction from the man's words. It was normal for some soldiers to develop a solitary personality after spending a long time in such a harsh environment. If it weren't for the lack of signal in the secret realm, he wouldn't need to report face-to-face, he could have simply called for help. Moreover, professionals with long-range communication abilities were quite rare, and it was clear that this mid-level secret realm was not equipped with such capabilities. "Not just the violent bear leader," Feng Zhu said slowly after the man finished speaking. "We encountered the violent bear emperor." As soon as he said this, the middle-aged soldier's expression changed. The impatience he had shown moments before vanished instantly, and he fixed a sharp gaze on Feng Zhu, asking each word carefully, "Are you serious?" "Absolutely." "Ah." The middle-aged soldier inhaled sharply, rubbing his forehead, realizing that the situation might be far more serious than he had imagined. "All right, tell me the specifics." He sat back down at his desk, his attitude noticeably improved. Feng Zhu smiled and began recounting all the events that had transpired since they entered the secret realm. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Ghost Secret Realm combat base, a staff officer excitedly pushed open the command room door and shouted to General Wang Chongshan, "General, it's useful. The Mo Xiang Dan is effective." Wang Chongshan's face immediately lit up with joy upon hearing this. He looked at the advisor and quickly asked, "Tell me in detail." "Yes, we delivered the ink fragrance pills we brought from Dingbei City to the area farthest from the military camp, next to the Black Mist, and then." The advisor spoke rapidly, and Wang Chongshan listened intently, quickly understanding what had happened. The ink fragrance pills indeed had the ability to attract the abyss, but the actual situation was somewhat different from what Wang Chongshan had imagined. He had thought the ink fragrance pills would attract the Abyss Lord within the Black Mist. However, what was truly attracted were the Black Mists themselves. The Black Mist surged wildly toward the location of the ink fragrance pills, and within just an hour, the Black Mist in other areas had even thinned out a bit. But compared to the vast area of the Black Mist, this change had little impact on the battle situation. Wang Chongshan sat behind his desk, lightly tapping his fingers on the surface as he pondered how to make the ink fragrance pills more effective. Since it was confirmed that this pill was useful, it should be put to good use to quickly disperse the Black Mist and locate the Abyss Lord. If we had more ink fragrance pills, would it be possible to completely disperse the Black Mist in some areas? Wang Chongshan asked the advisor. The advisor thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "It's possible, but we would need a lot of ink fragrance pills, and we can't get that many from Dingbei City at once." At this point, the advisor suddenly thought of something and quickly added, "We found that higher grade ink fragrance pills have a stronger attraction to the Black Mist. If we could get a batch of rare grade or above ink fragrance pills, perhaps we could draw the Black Mist away from a certain area." Wang Chongshan nodded and ordered, "Contact Dingbei City and have them send more ink fragrance pills as soon as possible. Get as many high-grade ones as you can. I want to see the second batch of ink fragrance pills by noon tomorrow at the latest." "Yes." The advisor saluted sharply and then left the command room. Wang Chongshan leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the map on the wall not far away, his mind constantly contemplating the next battle plan. He had already begun to consider the various situations that would arise after the Black Mist disappeared. This was something that had to be thought about in advance. "Thank you, Team Leader Feng, for the information. I will make sure to investigate the movements of the violent bears thoroughly." In the military camp of the Violent Bear's secret realm, a middle-aged soldier escorted Feng Zhu and the others to the entrance of the secret realm, smiling broadly as he spoke. Feng Zhu shook hands with the soldier, maintaining a calm exterior while internally complaining, "I still prefer your initial unruly demeanor." The middle-aged soldier in front of him was named Yang Xingwu, a very straightforward soldier. Initially, he had been impatient with Feng Zhu and his group because there had been practitioners reporting false military situations over the past few days. However, after confirming that unexpected situations had indeed arisen in the secret realm, Yang Xingwu became serious, meticulously recording the details of Feng Zhu's description, and then personally escorted them to the entrance of the secret realm. Team leader Feng, safe travels. Yang Xingwu waved goodbye to Feng Zhu and his group. An hour later, Feng Zhu and the others returned to Base 2. Standing in front of the administrative building, everyone went their separate ways. Captain Li and his team were to report to the person in charge of the combat practitioners, while Feng Zhu needed to find Bai Fu to explain the situation. As for the 4 special practitioners, they naturally went to report to Old Wang. Bai Fu had already received news of Feng Zhu and the others leaving the secret realm and even knew some of the situations that had occurred in the Violent Bear secret realm. There was signal outside the secret realm door, so she had been waiting in her office early on. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound rang out, and Bai Fu's beautiful eyes brightened. "Come in." Feng Zhu pushed the door open and walked in with a faint smile, but when Bai Fu saw the mottled bloodstains and the damaged combat uniform on Feng Zhu, her expression instantly changed. She quickly stood up, jogging a couple of steps to stand in front of Feng Zhu, looking him up and down with a worried expression. "Aunt Bai, you're looking at me like that, and I feel a bit embarrassed," Feng Zhu chuckled, slowly explaining. "It's all the blood of the exotic beasts, I hardly got hurt." Bai Fu ignored Feng Zhu and carefully examined him several times before letting out a sigh of relief. Indeed, as Feng Zhu said, there were no obvious wounds on him, but there was a large hole in the abdomen area of his combat suit, making it seem like he had been injured. "You here?" Bai Fu hadn't finished speaking when she realized that Feng Zhu must have taken a high-grade healing elixir. Upon closer inspection, his skin around the abdomen seemed to be whiter, indicating new flesh had grown. "It's nothing, Aunt Bai. It's normal to get a bit hurt in the secret realm." Sigh. Bai Fu sighed. She understood this point, but compared to others, Feng Zhu absolutely could not afford to have any accidents. He was the head of the National Designated First Group for Elixir Research, the hope for the future of alchemy in Huadhua. In fact, at first, Bai Fu did not agree with Feng Zhu going into the secret realm. She thought he could just upgrade his alchemy skills without needing to go into the secret realm. But Feng Zhu insisted on his stance, stating that he would run away immediately if he encountered danger, leaving Bai Fu with no choice but to agree in the end. Thankfully, nothing happened to Feng Zhu. Bai Fu calmed her emotions and secretly resolved that if Feng Zhu went into the secret realm again, she would arrange at least a 100-man team for him. If necessary, she would directly have the military send a proper combat unit to protect him. Aunt Bai, what are you thinking about?" Feng Zhu looked at Bai Fu in confusion as she sighed and suddenly fell silent, her expression changing several times. Bai Fu, hearing the question, came back to her senses. "Oh, nothing." She extended her fair hands to tidy up Feng Zhu's damaged combat suit and then asked, "What are your plans next?" Improve the elixir production line and the formula for the 3rd transformation poison elixir. I didn't level up much this time, and I didn't awaken any new skills as an alchemist." Feng Zhu spread his hands, his expression suddenly becoming serious. "Besides that, I want to investigate something." "What is it?" Bai Fu noticed the change in Feng Zhu's expression and suddenly realized something. "I was assassinated in the secret realm." Feng Zhu's words were shocking, and Bai Fu's eyes widened, her face instantly turning pale. After about 10 minutes, Bai Fu learned the ins and outs of Feng Zhu's assassination attempt, her expression changing several times as if her face were cramping. "Well, that description might be a bit too direct." "I understand. I will help you investigate who wanted to assassinate you." Bai Fu reacted quickly, understanding Feng Zhu's meaning after hearing his account. "Thank you, Aunt Bai." Feng Zhu slightly bowed and then left the administrative building. He didn't return to the laboratory immediately but headed to the cafeteria. After more than a day of exploring the secret realm, Feng Zhu hadn't had a proper meal, and with the enhancement from the Lingyun fruit, he felt like he could eat a whole cow now. It was just before noon, and the cafeteria was bustling with noise. As Feng Zhu was selecting his food, he suddenly saw Old Wang and Old Zhou walking in through the door. "Xiao Feng, you can't take such risks next time." Old Zhou came to Feng Zhu's side, patting his shoulder. "Yeah, you really scared us," Old Wang sighed, looking at the bloodstains on Feng Zhu. "I'll be careful in the future," Feng Zhu sincerely said, feeling the genuine concern from the 2 elders. After lunch, he returned to his apartment to change into clean clothes and then went to the laboratory. Wan Yu and Si Munin had not been idle these past few days, They were refining the third transformation poison pills while testing the properties of various materials. When Fang Zhu walked in, excitement lit up their faces. Team leader, are you alright? Wan Yu was the first to approach, asking with concern. I'm fine. How have things been for you these past 2 days? Fang Zhu smiled and nodded, then inquired. Wan Yu immediately moved to the side, pointing to the dozen or so wooden boxes on the table. We've been refining the third transformation poison pills. Old Wang has optimized the process, and now the efficiency is even higher than before. Fang Zhu nodded in satisfaction, then turned to see Munin, who was mainly responsible for finding materials that could store the pills long-term. How's it going on your end? Have you found more suitable materials? Si Munin lowered her head slightly, a shy expression on her face. I haven't made much progress. That's alright, this project isn't urgent. It's more important to focus on refining the poison pills first. Fang Zhu smiled, showing no sign of blaming Si Munin. This project couldn't be completed overnight, so there was no point in rushing. After staying in the laboratory for a while longer, Fang Zhu left, intending to check on old Wang's situation and see if the newly upgraded special professionals could play a greater role. At that moment, in old Wang's laboratory, four special professionals stood side by side. Although they looked a bit tired, excitement sparkled in their eyes. For these professionals, working in the laboratory was a dream come true. Without Fang Zhu, they would have been stuck working in small companies with no prospects, living their lives as low-level professionals. But now, the situation was different. They had joined a laboratory funded by the state, which had elevated their professional levels and awakened new skills. They understood the principle of repaying kindness with gratitude. To continue staying in the laboratory, these four special professionals had no choice but to work hard, which was why they came directly to the lab without much rest after returning from the secret realm. Alright, next you will use your skills in order, just like last time. Do you understand? Old Wang looked at the four, a hint of anticipation in his heart. Yes, the professionals replied in unison. Just then, the laboratory door was suddenly pushed open, and Fang Zhu walked in. Xiao Fang, come quickly and see the results after their upgrades, Old Wang said with a kind smile, waving at Fang Zhu. Fang Zhu nodded and approached Old Wang, first glancing at the dozen or so researchers who were ready, each responsible for a part of the assembly line. How many poison pills have you refined in the past 2 days? Fang Zhu asked curiously. Old Wang smiled proudly, pointing to a nearby experimental table. Fang Zhu followed his finger and was immediately taken aback. So many? Of course. I've been optimizing the assembly line these past 2 days, and the efficiency has nearly doubled compared to before, Old Wang said, his wrinkled face beaming with joy. This must be several hundred, right? Fang Zhu estimated aloud. 1,000. Exactly 1,000. Old Wang said, enunciating each word. I have 300 more than old Zhou. When he said the last part, it was as if he had just won a battle. Fang Zhu couldn't help but show a bemused expression, but the efficiency of the assembly line truly shocked him. This quantity was outrageous. If the assembly line really had such high efficiency, wouldn't that mean that having a dozen or so lines could complete the 100,000 pills required in the stipulated time? No, that didn't seem right. It felt suspicious no matter how he thought about it. Fang Zhu looked at Old Wang with confusion, suddenly walking to the experimental table and opening a wooden box to take a look. Hey, what are you looking at? Old Wang immediately became flustered, hurriedly coming to Fang Zhu's side and tugging at his arm, saying, let's check the skills of these few professionals first. Fang Zhu glanced at Old Wang, chuckled softly, and said, Old Wang, you haven't slept much these past 2 days, have you? You've been busy refining the detoxification pills, right? Don't talk nonsense. I'm not. I haven't. Seeing the other's reaction, Fang Zhu secretly laughed, confirming his suspicion. In fact, the dark circles around Old Wang's eyes also indicated this. Out of the 1,000 pills, probably more than a third were refined by Old Wang, this old rascal treating his own output as if it were a production line's result. But it didn't matter. Anyway, the higher-ups wouldn't check, as long as they could deliver enough quantity in the end. Fang Zhu figured he just wanted to outdo Zhou Lao in this production line matter. Truly, the older one gets, the more childish they become. Alright, let's first look at their skill effects. Fang Zhu didn't dwell on the matter any longer and turned to the side of the production line. Old Wang immediately breathed a sigh of relief, grinning as he pointed at the four special professionals and said, you can start now. Moments later, Fang Zhu saw the production line operating at full power, the researchers moving extremely quickly, with some steps even Fang Zhu couldn't fully see. The success rate of the pill refining was also astonishing. The alchemists at the end of the production line skillfully completed batch after batch of pills, roughly estimating their success rate to be stable at 70%. This success rate was already very high, and stabilizing it was quite difficult. However, the key issue was how long the positive effects provided by the special professionals would last. Fang Zhu didn't stay long in old Wang's laboratory because he had his own tasks. He planned to come back in the evening to check the situation. Back in his own exclusive lab, Fang Zhu looked at the research materials on the table. It seemed that Wan Yu and the others hadn't come in these past few days. The materials were neatly arranged, showing no changes compared to when he left. Sitting at the table, Fang Zhu organized his thoughts while sketching on the materials. Improving the third transformation detoxification pill was not a simple task. The difficulty of improving this mid to high grade pill was much greater than that of the strength enhancing pill. When he improved the strength enhancing pill, it took Fang Zhu a long time, and this pill had to be completed within 5 or 6 days. To be honest, it was almost impossible. However, Fang Zhu had no other choice. He couldn't possibly start refining pills without sleep from now on. That would be too torturous. Time passed second by second, and Fang Zhu soon immersed himself wholeheartedly in pill refining. A day later, in the ghostly secret realm of Dingbei City, thousands of soldiers lined up in perfect order, then rushed towards the edge of this secret realm. An hour ago, Dingbei City sent over the last batch of emotion pills they could find. Zhao Hongwu, in order to meet Wang Chongshan's requirements, had no choice but to borrow pills from other cities overnight, finally gathering 3 carts after borrowing from 5 surrounding cities. After receiving this batch of pills, Wang Chongshan directly ordered the various levels of commanders to distribute them to their soldiers and quickly finalized the location for placing the emotion pills. In fact, the area of the ghostly secret realm was not large, it was even considered relatively small among all secret realms. Wang Chongshan discussed with the staff for a long time and ultimately decided to place the emotion pills at the edge of the secret realm, on top of a volcanic crater. With the soldiers of the scout camp running at full speed, it would take about a day to reach. This was also thanks to the special environment of the ghostly secret realm, otherwise, the time spent on the road could exceed 5 days. Ghosts are a type of very difficult to deal with, and calling them is not entirely accurate, as most ghosts exist in the form of soul bodies. Ordinary physical attacks cause them very limited damage, only energy attacks can eliminate them. After Zhao Hongwu took office, the military force invested in the ghost secret realm was not inferior to those 2A level secret realms, yet even so, problems still occasionally arose in the ghost secret realm. However, since the appearance of the Abyss Lord, those ghosts mysteriously disappeared, which, in a sense, is good news, at least for this period. Beibei City will no longer be disturbed by ghosts. Because of this, the soldiers of the scout camp can advance at full speed in the secret realm. The terrain here is relatively flat, and the scout camp consists mostly of speed-oriented professionals, so the time spent on the road is within the acceptable range for Wang Zhongshan and the staff. Time quietly passed, and 20 hours later, Wang Zhongshan heard the call of the scout camp commander through the mental link. Calling the command center, all members of the scout camp have arrived at the volcano's mouth and are placing the ink fragrance pills according to plan. Very good. Continue to execute the plan and report any situation in a timely manner. Wang Zhongshan let out a slight sigh of relief, his previously tense expression easing a bit. As long as they could successfully reach the volcano's mouth, half of the operation plan would be considered complete. Next, it would depend on how effective the ink fragrance pills could be. The time spent placing the ink fragrance pills was not much, although the terrain near the volcano's mouth was somewhat difficult to navigate. They were all seasoned elite soldiers who could complete their tasks well even in harsh environments. Report to the command center, all ink fragrance pills have been placed, and the black mist is now gathering near the volcano's mouth. What is the speed of the gathering? Wang Zhongshan immediately inquired. Not very fast, probably only twice as fast as last time. The commander's tone sounded somewhat gloomy. They had clearly invested more ink fragrance pills, with a greater quantity and better quality, yet the effect was quite average, completely failing to meet the staff's requirements. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhongshan's expression immediately darkened. They had considered this possibility before, but the fact that the speed of the black mist gathering had only increased by a factor of 2 was indeed hard to accept. Continue to observe, and notify me immediately if there are any changes in the speed of the black mist gathering. Received, the commander responded crisply. At this moment, beside the volcano's mouth, the tall and sturdy commander put down his binoculars, his gaze fixed intently on the distant black mist. The movement of the black mist was entirely within his expectations, but this gathering speed, to be honest, was pitifully slow. At this rate, the black mist might take several months to dissipate. Several months. The daylilies would have wilted. The commander looked towards the volcano's mouth not far away, where thousands of ink fragrance pills were placed at the mountain's peak, and at this moment, the endless black mist was attracted by the ink fragrance pills, gathering above them into a huge black sphere as dark as ink. This was merely a trivial part of the black mist. To the naked eye, the black mist had only slightly thinned out, far from dissipating. The surrounding soldiers couldn't help but discuss the scene. What's going on? Are those ink fragrance pills useless? Is it a matter of insufficient quantity? Should we ask for more from above? I don't think it's a quantity issue, it might be a matter of grade. Listening to the soldiers' discussions, the commander also had several speculations in his mind. Everyone, stop gathering here. Let's try moving the ink fragrance pills a bit closer. The commander decided to give it another try to see if it was a matter of distance. The current position of the ink fragrance pill is actually still a short distance from the black mist. This is because it is difficult to navigate near the volcano's crater, and getting any closer is quite challenging. However, they must overcome this difficulty and attempt to place the ink fragrance pill right next to the black mist, minimizing the distance as much as possible. The soldiers sprang into action, retrieving the ink fragrance pills from the crater and preparing to approach the black mist. Meanwhile, the battalion commander called the command center through the mental link. Calling command center, the gathering speed of the black mist remains unchanged. I have decided to relocate the ink fragrance pill to 1 meter beside the black mist. There was a moment of silence in the mental link, and then Wang Chongshan's steady voice came through. Understood, be careful. Yes. After receiving approval from above, the battalion commander began leading the soldiers closer to the black mist. After about 2 hours, the soldiers crossed the crater and reached the other side, closer to the black mist. This stretch of road was indeed extremely difficult to traverse, and the soldiers had to be cautious at all times to pass through successfully. Finally, they reached the target location, and the battalion commander began directing everyone to place the ink fragrance pill down. At this moment, the black mist was less than a meter in front of them, and an indescribable sense of palpitation spread in the battalion commander's heart. He took a deep breath and urged everyone, move quickly. After placing the ink fragrance pill, retreat immediately. The soldiers' movements quickened, and over 1,000 ink fragrance pills were swiftly placed beside the black mist. The battalion commander looked at the black mist, and the feeling of unease in his heart grew stronger. Gritting his teeth, he waved his arm and shouted, "Retreat!" Everyone immediately began to withdraw, racing away from the black mist. However, at that moment, the black mist suddenly began to churn violently, surging toward the ink fragrance pills with an unstoppable momentum. The gathering speed was much faster and more ferocious than when they were at the crater. A dozen soldiers were caught off guard and were violently thrown back several meters by the black mist. The once intangible black mist now seemed to become a terrifying heavy hammer capable of severely injuring a mid-level practitioner upon contact. The soldiers fled in a frenzy, desperately trying to distance themselves from the black mist. Fortunately, the black mist's target was not them. The allure of the ink fragrance pills was far greater than they had imagined. However, this attraction seemed to have a limit. After about 10 minutes, the gathering speed of the black mist slowed down, gradually returning to the speed it had when the ink fragrance pills were at the volcano's crater. The battalion commander's previously raised corners of his mouth drooped. Thankfully, he hadn't reported the news to the command center immediately. Playing it safe was the right choice. After a while, the gathering speed of the black mist stabilized completely. The battalion commander helplessly recounted the situation in detail through the mental link. The initial speed was quite fast, but now it has slowed down, right? After a moment of silence, Wang Chongshan continued to ask, "What do you think can be done to increase the gathering speed of the black mist?" The battalion commander scratched his head. To be honest, he didn't know much about this thing and wasn't sure if his opinion was correct, but since he was being asked, he felt he should share his thoughts. So, he relayed the previous discussions among the soldiers. If we take some higher-grade ink fragrance pills, it might be useful. There was silence in the mental link until Wang Chongshan's voice came through again just as the battalion commander began to doubt whether the link had been interrupted. "I understand. Leave 100 soldiers on guard near the volcano's crater, and the others should return first." "Yes." The battalion commander blinked a couple of times, exited the mental link, and then began to arrange for the soldiers to stay behind. At that moment, in the command center, Wang Chongshan sat helplessly at his desk, looking up at the group of advisors in front of him. "You all should have heard what was just said. Let's discuss your thoughts." The advisors exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of what to do. They understood the current situation in Dingbei City, let alone Dingbei City. Even the nearby 5 or 6 cities couldn't produce a single Emotion Dan, not to mention higher-grade ones. "General, can we ask the Alchemist Association to help us refine some?" One advisor suddenly spoke up. "Is there enough time?" Wang Chongshan asked him. "I don't know, but we can give it a try. After all, we don't have a better plan right now." Go ask now." Meanwhile, in the second base of the capital's professionals, Fang Zhu looked at the pill in his hand, expressionless, and casually tossed it aside. He had modified the formula for the 3-transformation poison pill and attempted to refine it, but the results showed that the modified pill was significantly more effective and difficult to refine than the original version. However, failure was quite normal. Fang Zhu had long been mentally prepared. so he felt no disappointment. Shaoli, help me get some herbs from the warehouse, here's the list. Fang Zhu stepped out of his lab and said to a researcher. Okay, team leader. The young man named Shaoli took the list and quickly ran out of the laboratory. How's it going over there? Fang Zhu asked as he approached Wan Yu and the others. Hee, not bad, Wan Yu smiled, handing over a wooden box beside him. This was his achievement for the morning, a total of 50 pills. Not bad, very efficient, Fang Zhu expressed his surprise. Wan Yu truly surprised him. For a low-level alchemist to ensure a stable output of around 100 pills a day was almost impossible. However, with the help of the assembly line, Wan Yu succeeded, and of course, this was also due to his proficiency in refining this type of pill. Although Xing Yunan was slightly behind, he also managed to refine over 20 pills in the morning, a significant improvement compared to the previous days. Fang Zhu was very satisfied with their performance. At this rate, they would be able to deliver around 10,000 pills in a few days, which was quite impressive. However, Fang Zhu's laboratory was understaffed. Compared to the labs of Old Zhou and Old Wang, his was indeed lacking. It had to be said that Old Wang had optimized the manual assembly line to an incredible degree, but there were very few alchemists in the entire Huagua who could reach their level, so ultimately, they probably wouldn't be able to deliver 100,000 pills. Besides the pills that needed to be delivered, Fang Zhu had to improve the formula and medicinal properties of the 3-transformation poison pill within a week, ensuring that even at the ordinary level, it could effectively eliminate toxins. This was the most challenging task. Fang Zhu felt a bit regretful now. If he had chosen to refine a sufficient quantity of high-grade poison pills back then, would it have been easier? With this thought, Fang Zhu sighed and continued to ponder the formula for the 3-transformation poison pill. Half a day later, a sudden phone ring echoed in the laboratory. Fang Zhu put down the materials in his hand and picked up his phone to check. Bai Fu? Why is she calling at this time? Fang Zhu felt puzzled but immediately pressed the answer button. The alluring voice of the beautiful woman came through the phone. Fang Zhu, you have a new task. Bai Fu's first sentence left Fang Zhu stunned. No way. I still have several tasks at hand, and now there's another one from above? Even the donkeys in the production team aren't worked this hard. And isn't the most urgent task the order from the American Federation? Aunt Bai, what task is it? Fang Zhu asked tentatively. Come to my office, it's not very clear over the phone, Bai Fu said slowly. Alright, I'll head over now. After Fang Zhu finished speaking, he hung up the phone, tidied up the documents on his desk, and walked out. After a few minutes, Fang Zhu arrived at Bai Fu's office. The beautiful woman was wearing a long, snow-white dress today, and paired with her somewhat alluring appearance, the contrast was striking. However, Fang Zhu wasn't in the mood to pay attention to her attire. He only wanted to know what the new task was. Bai Fu set down her coffee after taking a sip and smiled as she said, Do you remember encountering a deep abyss entity in Dingbei City? Fang Zhu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Of course, he remembered, as it was one of the first significant events after he became a professional. At that time, didn't you refine a few ink fragrance pills? Bai Fu asked again. Yes, those ink fragrance pills helped me earn my first military merit, Fang Zhu replied with a smile. The longer he had been a professional, the deeper his understanding of the rules of this era became. He was very grateful that he had earned some military merit early on through his professional abilities. These merits allowed him to bypass many restrictions of the rules, which was what they called privilege. Of course, enjoying privileges also meant taking on corresponding responsibilities, and Fang Zhu was well aware of this. Is the new task related to the ink fragrance pills? Fang Zhu quickly reacted. Are you asking me to refine some ink fragrance pills? Bai Fu smiled and nodded. That's right. Has another deep abyss entity appeared? Fang Zhu frowned and asked. He had a deep impression of the deep abyss entity. It was a very bizarre abyssal creature that always brought a wave of blood and carnage whenever it appeared. No, it's not a deep abyss entity. Bai Fu's expression suddenly became serious. It's something even more terrifying. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu straightened up. He really hadn't expected things to develop this way. Aunt Bai, can I ask what exactly is going on? Bai Fu didn't answer immediately but looked down at a document on the table. After a moment, she raised her head and slowly said, The confidentiality level of this matter is very high, but you can know. Fang Zhu nodded in understanding. See, this was the power of military merit. A deep abyss monarch has appeared in the secret realm of Dingbei City. Bai Fu revealed a term that Fang Zhu had never heard before. There was no way around it. Fang Zhu still had many things he didn't understand, especially regarding high security matters involving the abyss. The deep abyss entity seemed to be known by many, but in reality, there were not many professionals who had participated in hunting the deep abyss entity, let alone some professionals who didn't even know the difference between it and other beasts. What is a deep abyss monarch? Fang Zhu asked. Bai Fu brushed her hair and began to educate him on this topic. In fact, at Fang Zhu's level, he should have known this knowledge, it was just that no one had ever told him before. Monsters in the Abyss are divided into 3 levels: Deep Abyss Warriors, Deep Abyss Generals, and Deep Abyss Monarchs. The Deep Abyss Monarch is the most dangerous. Once it breaks out of the secret realm, destroying a city is just a matter of time. Bai Fu's description made Fang Zhu gasp. A terrifying existence capable of destroying a city was currently in the secret realm of Dingbei City? He had never heard of this before. Currently, in the ghostly secret realm of Dingbei City, there is General Wang Chongshan and a battle-hardened army, but such forces are completely insufficient against a Deep Abyss Monarch, and they are now blocked from advancing by a mass of black mist. Black mist? Fang Zhu asked in confusion. Yes, black mist. After a few minutes, Fang Zhu learned the ins and outs of the situation. So, the ink fragrance pills are effective against that black mist, so now I need to refine high-quality ink fragrance pills to help General Wang and the others disperse the black mist? Yes, that's right, Bai Fu nodded. No problem, how many do you need? Fang Zhu immediately agreed. He simply could not refuse such a matter. To exaggerate a bit, the lives of all the people in Dingbei City were now tied to these Mo Xiang Dan. The more, the better, within 12 hours. Bai Fu said decisively, if you need anything, just talk directly to the warehouse. From now until this time tomorrow, the second base will prioritize this matter above all else, and everyone will cooperate with you. Yes. Fang Zhu nodded solemnly and then left Bai Fu's office. He had to hurry to start refining. Calculating half an hour for each furnace of Mo Xiang Dan, he could probably refine 24 furnaces in 12 hours without sleep. Each furnace would yield at least 6 pills, which would amount to 144 Mo Xiang Dan. About 30% of those would be rare grade, and there was a possibility of legendary grade appearing. Since Fang Zhu's Alchemist level broke through to level 10, he had the ability to refine legendary grade pills. Although the probability was low, it could still happen if the quantity was large enough. Of course, it still depended on luck. Fang Zhu did not expect legendary grade pills. As long as there were enough rare grade ones, that would be good. At this moment, in the ghostly secret realm, a staff officer stood in front of Wang Chongshan, reporting loudly. General, the Alchemist Association has recommended a master to us. The rare grade Mo Xiang Dan we used came from this master. Wang Chongshan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he quickly asked, so, did the master agree to help? He agreed. The master said he would help us refine a batch of Mo Xiang Dan, to be delivered in 12 hours, the staff officer said, his tone somewhat excited. Very good. Wang Chongshan nodded in satisfaction, his expression relaxing slightly. What Wang Chongshan did not know was that his request for Fang Zhu to refine pills had taken several twists and turns, and ultimately, the task Fang Zhu received was quite different from what they initially wanted him to do. This story began 5 hours ago. After Wang Chongshan and the others sought help from the Alchemist Association, some professionals who had experienced the Abyssal Origin event in Dingbei City thought of Fang Zhu, so they immediately contacted Secretary Liu. Although they had Fang Zhu's information and could reach him, it was still better to go through official channels for such matters. After receiving the news, Secretary Liu informed Zhao Hongwu. Zhao Hongwu did not expect that after all the twists and turns, it would end up with Fang Zhu, and after thinking for a while, he felt that he might not be able to command Fang Zhu. Perhaps it couldn't be called a command, rather, Fang Zhu's current identity clearly had more pressing tasks. If he rashly approached him, he didn't know if it would affect what Fang Zhu was currently busy with. He was really too kind. I'm crying. So in the end, Zhao Hongwu reported the whole matter to his superiors, emphasizing how crucial Fang Zhu was in this situation. The higher-ups immediately made a decision. Since Fang Zhu could play a key role in this matter, they would directly give him 12 hours, during which the second base would unconditionally cooperate with Fang Zhu and do their utmost to provide enough Mo Xiang Dan. Subsequently, Bai Fu reached a consensus with Fang Zhu, and the higher-ups also promised Wang Chongshan 12 hours, leading to the current situation. Originally, Wang Chongshan just wanted to ask the Alchemist Association for help, but in the end, he found the right person. Back in the laboratory, Fang Zhu saw Wan Yu and Si Nunan handling the medicinal materials, while other researchers assisted nearby. Team leader, we can prepare the medicinal materials for Mo Xiang Dan very soon, Wan Yu said without looking up, still focused on his work. You all are quite fast, Fang Zhu said with a smile as he looked at everyone. Half an hour ago, the researchers from Old Zhou's side sent over the materials, and then Old Wang personally came to guide us a bit, Wan Yu quickly replied. They really are cooperating fully. Fang Zhu whispered softly, then approached the experimental table. According to Wan Yu, preparations in the laboratory had already begun before Fang Zhu agreed to Bai Fu, which was quite impressive. They really understood him well, knowing he would definitely agree to this matter. Then let's get started. Fang Zhu flipped his hand and summoned the alchemy furnace, but he didn't start refining immediately. Instead, he took out a seemingly unremarkable stone. At that moment, Wan Yu had just finished handling the medicinal materials. He looked up and immediately showed a shocked expression. Team leader, is this an alchemy furnace enhancement stone? Yes, it's the enhancement stone. Fang Zhu smiled and brought the enhancement stone close to the alchemy furnace. A stream of flowing light slowly enveloped the alchemy furnace, and Fang Zhu quietly waited. This wasn't his first time using such an item, so he was naturally quite skilled at it. At this moment, everyone in the room was staring at the alchemy furnace in Fang Zhu's hands. They had all heard of the alchemy furnace enhancement stone, a treasure that alchemists dreamed of. Even the previous Zhou Xiao couldn't produce many. Fang Zhu still had 2 in his hands. He found that this item seemed to have become his guaranteed draw. Half of the gold cards he drew every day were enhancement stones, including those for the alchemy furnace, forging hammer, and rune pen. A few minutes later, the enhancement stone completely merged into the alchemy furnace, and a powerful, oppressive primal aura spread throughout the room. Wan Yu and the others showed shocked expressions. They had seen many alchemy furnaces, but none like Fang Zhu's. The team leader's alchemy furnace is too powerful, a researcher muttered quietly. That's why he's the team leader. This furnace can produce 10 pills, right? Yeah, roughly. 1 furnace from the team leader is worth more than 2 of ours. Fang Zhu heard their discussions and smiled, opening the ground fire instrument in front of him. Actually, if there weren't so many people around, Fang Zhu would really want to try his Qingli Qihua. After this period of nurturing, Qingli Qihua had entered the next stage and could be briefly released outside the body. Generally, using exotic fire to refine pills would increase the success rate by 10% to 30%, and the most crucial aspect was that could enhance the quality of the pills. If Fang Zhu wanted to refine legendary grade pills, using was essential. Are the medicinal materials ready? Fang Zhu turned his head and asked. Ready. Wan Yu immediately picked up the prepared medicinal materials and handed them to Fang Zhu in the order of refinement. Fang Zhu took them and quickly tossed them into the alchemy furnace. A long session of alchemy began. 2 hours later, Fang Zhu rubbed his somewhat dry eyes and picked up a large water cup beside him, drinking it all in one go. After several enhancements, the alchemy furnace had noticeably changed in size, allowing Fang Zhu to refine more than 10 pills at once. In these 2 hours, he had produced 50 pills from 4 furnaces. This left Wan Yu and the others utterly shocked, and even Zhou Lao and Wang Lao, who had just arrived, began to question their lives. What the hell? 4 furnaces actually produced 50 pills. Zhou Lao felt that the first half of his life had been wasted. Wang Lao's mindset was slightly better, but when he saw the quality of the 50 Emotion Dan, his face immediately fell. Damn it, 20 of these 50 are rare grade. I've never refined so many rare grades in my life. If it weren't for the concern that cursing would affect Fang Zhu, Wang Lao would have shouted out loud. Where do you find such a young person who doesn't respect the elders at all? Fang Zhu didn't notice the change in their expressions. He just smiled at the not-so-far Wang Lao and Zhou Lao, then continued to immerse himself in alchemy. The two exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly, not lingering in the laboratory any longer since they both had their own tasks. They had only come over out of concern that Fang Zhu might encounter some unsolvable problems, but, unexpectedly, upon arriving, they were met with such an explosive scene. Fortunately, both had weathered many storms, otherwise, witnessing Fang Zhu's alchemy could have shattered their resolve. After 5 hours, Fang Zhu felt a noticeable decline in his mental state, the most typical manifestation being a mistake in his control of the flames. However, with the boost of his talent, the alchemy was still successful. After 2 consecutive mistakes, Fang Zhu realized that the activation of his talent was indeed related to his alchemical techniques. The more standard the technique, the higher the probability of triggering his talent. The first 3 hours were when he was at his best. Nearly every batch of pills he produced triggered a doubling in quantity and an increase in quality, with a probability clearly above 30%. But the pills produced in the following 2 hours were somewhat lacking. Although they were still extraordinary compared to others, Fang Zhu was not entirely satisfied with himself. By the 6th hour, Fang Zhu took a spirit stabilizing pill, a support from the base for his high-intensity alchemy. This was a good thing. It would be a waste not to take it. The spirit stabilizing pill quickly stabilized his somewhat turbulent consciousness and alleviated the fatigue in his nerves from concentrating on alchemy for so long. After catching his breath, Fang Zhu continued his alchemical work. As his techniques became more refined, the time required to produce the Mo Xiang Dan shortened by a few minutes. Now, he could complete a batch of pills roughly every 20 minutes. This speed was terrifying. Typically, even if an alchemist could produce Mo Xiang Dan, it would take no less than half an hour, and the success rate would be quite disheartening. After all, Mo Xiang Dan was considered a mid-grade pill, and as a niche pill, many might never attempt to refine it in their lifetime. After the 7th hour, Fang Zhu heard the gurgling sound from his stomach. He looked up at the clock and realized it was already evening. However, neither he nor the other alchemists had any intention of leaving. Having persisted for over 7 hours, stopping to eat now seemed inappropriate. At the very least, Fang Zhu decided that others should not take the initiative to do so before him. Fang Zhu could naturally see the thoughts of these people. To be honest, he was quite hungry, but it seemed he was stuck. Just as he was about to ask the researchers to bring back some meals, a sudden sound of footsteps came from outside, followed by several staff members from the base pushing a food cart into the room. Fang Zhu was immediately stunned. Wow, this is too considerate, they brought the food right to the door. Along with the food cart and staff came old Zhou, the kind elder who quickly walked over to Fang Zhu. However, when he saw the rows of wooden boxes on the floor, the smile on his face froze. Based on his calculations, Fang Zhu should have been able to produce 14 batches in these 7 hours, which meant around 150 pills. But how could the quantity not match up? Although old Zhou was older, he could still handle basic math. He counted carefully twice and ultimately confirmed the number of Mo Xiang Dan on the ground, 201. That's not right. How could it be over 200? Old Zhou frowned, beginning to doubt his eyesight and math skills. It shouldn't be this far off. Fang Zhu glanced at old Zhou, noticing he was questioning his life choices, and secretly smiled to himself before quickly grabbing a nearby food box to eat. Time is life, he had no time to waste now. A quarter of an hour later, Fang Zhu set down the food box and resumed his alchemy. 9 hours later, Fang Zhu's vision blurred, and his arm suddenly went limp, causing the alchemy furnace to tilt to the side. But in the next second, Fang Zhu regained his composure and immediately steadied the furnace, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. The long hours of alchemy had nearly exhausted all his mental energy, and now even the spirit-stabilizing pill couldn't save him. Moreover, no matter how good a pill is, taking too much leads to resistance. Fang Zhu felt he was close to developing a resistance to the spirit-stabilizing pill, which originally helped him quickly stabilize his consciousness but now required some time to take effect. In those 9 hours, Fang Zhu had refined a total of 20 batches, yielding 240 Mo Xiang pills, an efficiency that was truly terrifying. Among these 240, 83 were of rare quality, and one was even of legendary quality. Yes, a legendary Mo Xiang pill. Fang Zhu had truly refined one. When this pill came into existence, an incredibly dense dark cloud appeared in the sky above the second base, with flickering lightning within it, resembling the tribulations faced by legendary cultivators. It seemed that some high-level existence did not want such a pill to be born, but the thundercloud came quickly and left just as fast. After Fang Zhu took the pill in hand, the thundercloud vanished. Can you continue? Old Zhou approached Fang Zhu, asking with concern. I can push through. Fang Zhu managed a pale smile. To be honest, he didn't want to stop now. The front line was still waiting for these pills, and he had only been given 12 hours. If he gave up now, it would be too embarrassing. This was a moment to fight. The fate of Dingbei City and several surrounding cities was in his hands. Old Zhou looked at Fang Zhu, furrowing his brow, and slowly took out a porcelain bottle from his pocket. This is a rare spirit-stabilizing pill. Before old Zhou could finish, he saw Fang Zhu's eyes light up instantly. He immediately regretted showing the rare spirit-stabilizing pill so easily. Thank you, old Zhou. Fang Zhu's smile appeared very sincere, but deep down, old Zhou felt a pang of heartache. Take it, take it. Old Zhou placed the porcelain bottle in Fang Zhu's hand and left the laboratory without looking back. He truly felt pained about his pill, but at this moment, Fang Zhu's value was undoubtedly greater than that single pill. Moreover, with Fang Zhu's current level, once he had the materials for the spirit-stabilizing pill, refining some high-quality one should not be a problem. After watching old Zhou leave, Fang Zhu consumed the rare spirit-stabilizing pill. This grade was indeed much more effective than the ordinary and rare grades. Just a few seconds later, he felt much more awake. The previous drowsiness completely vanished. This was far more effective than smoking. Fang Zhu took a deep breath and continued to immerse himself in alchemy. 11 hours later, he extinguished the flames on the ground fire device and placed the last batch of pills on the ground. The refining was complete. Although there was still half an hour until the 12-hour mark, the second base had run out of materials for refining Mo Xiang pills. After all, this type of pill was relatively rare, and the entire base's materials could only support Fang Zhu for 11 hours of refining. Of course, if it were an ordinary alchemist, they might not even finish in several days and nights. That's all, you guys tally it up and send it over to Dingbei City, Fang Zhu said with a smile. In the laboratory, several staff members quickly opened the wooden boxes laid out on the floor and began counting the quantity and quality of the Mo Xiang pills. In the following hours, Fang Zhu did not refine any more legendary pills, but the appearance of one legendary pill was already astonishing. Old Zhou and Old Wang had spent their entire lives refining pills without ever producing a single legendary one. When this news reached the ears of the two elders, Old Wang, who was working overtime in the laboratory, immediately erupted in curses. According to the researchers in the room, Wang Lao's hair stood on end, looking no different from a super saiyan. If it weren't for Fang Zhu currently working for the country, Wang Lao might have even gone to fight to the death with him. Of course, this was mostly a joke. After his anger, a complex expression appeared on Wang Lao's face, as if he felt a sense of melancholy akin to the waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward while the previous waves were left dead on the beach, along with a sense of satisfaction that the student had surpassed the master. Zhou Lao had a similar reaction. He looked at Fang Zhu, patted his shoulder heavily, and didn't say much. Minutes quickly passed, and the staff raised their heads, reporting an astonishing number: 310 Mo Xiang Dan, including 210 rare grade, 99 uncommon grade, and 1 legendary grade. The laboratory fell silent. No one spoke, and only heavy breathing could be heard from an unknown source. This was genius, true genius. Only a genius could refine so many pills in such a short time, and the quality was terrifying. Take the 3-turn poison pill that everyone was refining daily as a comparison. A normal alchemist, with the support of a production line, could stabilize their daily output at 100 pills, which was already quite impressive. Yet Fang Zhu had refined over 300 in less than 12 hours. It was truly infuriating to compare. Wang Lao saw the frustrated expressions of the alchemists around him and was momentarily speechless. These were young talents he had discovered in recent years, quite gifted in alchemy. Wang Lao even thought that 2 of them could inherit his legacy and become top alchemists in Huagua. But now, compared to Fang Zhu, it was like heaven and earth, a difference so vast it was no exaggeration to say it was like clouds and mud. Wang Lao couldn't help but smooth his graying temples, wondering what they could possibly compare to him. Alright, cheer up. Team leader Fang is just a freak. What are you comparing yourselves to him for? Wang Lao said to a few of his disciples nearby. However, this statement offered little comfort to the disciples. They had always held themselves in high regard, but at this moment, their feelings were akin to having trained for thousands of years only to encounter the havoc-wreaking Sun Wukong in the heavenly palace. Thank you, Team Leader Fang. A military leader grasped Fang Zhu's hand, his eyes filled with gratitude. He had watched Fang Zhu refine the pills the entire time and knew how much effort this young man had put in an entire 11 hours of high-intensity alchemy. Just watching from the side was exhausting, let alone for Fang Zhu himself. Hurry and send them over. General Wang is probably waiting anxiously. Fang Zhu smiled, his eyes betraying an undeniable fatigue. In truth, this was still him holding on. If he relaxed even a little now, he might just fall asleep right there in the lab. This mental fatigue was different from the spiritual exhaustion after using runes. It was more akin to the drowsiness felt after not sleeping for 3 to 5 days, that feeling where one could easily fall asleep while walking. Finally, a staff member took the pills and left the laboratory. Zhou Lao noticed something was off with Fang Zhu and quietly called over Wan Yu to say a few words before approaching Fang Zhu. You should go rest. I'll handle anything that comes up later, Zhou Lao said slowly, his tone filled with the concern of an elder for a younger. Thank you, Zhou Lao. Fang Zhu didn't stand on ceremony and left the laboratory with Wan Yu's support. After returning to his apartment, he lay down on the bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep, while Wan Yu carefully closed the door and returned to the lab. 3 hours later, in the ghostly secret realm, Wang Chongshan received the batch of Mo Xiangdan refined by Fang Zhu. General Wang, team leader Fang has not rested for a full 11 hours. Look here, this batch consists entirely of rare-grade Mo Xiangdan. A staff member pointed to the pills on the ground, a hint of pride on his face. With team leader Fang being so impressive, these low-level alchemists felt honored. You looked down on alchemists, but in the end, you still came to seek our help. Wang Zhongshan did not perceive the staff member's inner thoughts. To be honest, he didn't care. He only wanted to see the quality of these Mo Xiangdan. Are these all rare grade? Wang Zhongshan squatted down and opened a large box to ask. Yes, all rare grade, and there's a surprise, the staff member said with a smile, taking out a palm-sized small box from a layered package nearby. What is this? The moment Wang Zhongshan saw the box, he had a guess, and disbelief flashed in his eyes as he stared at the staff member. That's right, it's a legendary grade Mo Xiangdan. The staff member's lips curled up as he gently opened the box. A rich medicinal fragrance wafted out, and Wang Zhongshan saw a pitch-black pill emitting a faint glow, securely placed inside the box. Legendary grade, it really is legendary grade. The expressions of several military leaders nearby showed immense shock. In fact, one of the leaders who had been observing in the laboratory knew about the emergence of legendary grade pills, but he played a trick and did not inform Wang Zhongshan and the others in advance, which led to their initial disbelief upon seeing the pill. Of course it's legendary grade. Team leader Fang was inspired while refining the pills and successfully created the world's first legendary grade Mo Xiangdan. The staff member placed the wooden box in Wang Zhongshan's hands, even wearing a reverent expression. To some alchemists, Fang Zhu's success rate and pill quality were akin to that of a deity. They even began to privately form a Fengzhu cult, hoping to enhance their success rates and pill quality through worship. Who can say for sure about metaphysics? Wang Zhongshan excitedly held up the box. Just a few days ago, they had mostly used rare grade Mo Xiang Dan, with only one being of the uncommon grade, but now, nearly 100 rare grade pills and one legendary grade pill. If they still couldn't dispel the black mist, it would truly be against the natural order. Please thank Master Feng for me. Once this matter is settled, I will definitely pay a visit. Wang Zhongshan said earnestly. Then I will take my leave. I wish General Wang all the best, the staff member said, slightly bowing before turning to walk out of the secret realm. In the ghostly secret realm, Wang Zhongshan excitedly instructed the soldiers to put away the Mo Xiang Dan, then quickly made his way to the command room. Looking at the map on the wall, he began to determine the final placement location for this batch of Mo Xiang Dan. Originally, they planned to place the Mo Xiang Dan near the volcano, so that both batches could work simultaneously to dispel the black mist as quickly as possible. But now, given the high quality of this batch, they needed to find the best location for it. The volcano was somewhat unsuitable. The discussions in the command room were incessant, and soon, one of the strategists' ideas received unanimous agreement. What if we placed them directly in the black mist? Initially, Wang Zhongshan and the others had similar thoughts, but the Abyssal Soul Seal was too strange. A slight misstep could cost them their lives. So, the scout camp ultimately adopted a more cautious approach, placing the Mo Xiang Dan outside the black mist. The reason for choosing the volcano was that it was far from the military camp, so even if an accident occurred, it wouldn't affect the entire army. However, things were different now. The Mo Xiang Dan had already proven effective against the black mist. Wouldn't it be better to find a place to throw the Mo Xiang Dan directly into it to dispel the black mist as quickly as possible? Soon, everyone quickly decided on the location for placing the ink fragrance pill beneath a deep pool in the black mist. As for the Abyss Soul Seal, Wang Zhongshan decided to send the medical team along. If any abnormalities occurred, they would immediately provide treatment. As long as they acted quickly, the Abyss Soul Seal would not be a threat. Of course, this plan had many details that needed to be discussed. After all, this was a war, and Wang Zhongshan and the other officers needed to be responsible for the soldiers and the people outside the secret realm. They could not make seemingly reasonable but actually extremely dangerous decisions on a whim. Half a day later, all the details were finalized, and the soldiers of the scout camp set out again, this time targeting a pool within the secret realm. According to the plan, the soldiers did not need to venture too far into the black mist. The location of the pool had already been confirmed during the last exploration. They just needed to throw the ink fragrance pill in and then quickly withdraw. The medical team waited outside the black mist, and the command center monitored the soldiers' status through a mental link. If any abnormalities occurred, the medical team would quickly provide treatment. The pool was about 300 kilometers from the military camp, and the scout camp, known for its speed, could reach it in about 2 hours. The command center chose that pool because the black mist gathering on the water's surface would not affect the army's combat, making it clearly more suitable than the plains. Wang Zhongshan sat in the command center, waiting as time passed second by second, until a voice echoed in his mind. Report to the command center, the scout camp has arrived before the black mist. Wang Zhongshan, who had been half closing his eyes, immediately opened them wide, a glint flashing in his gaze. Prepare to enter. Withdraw immediately if there are any abnormalities. Yes. As soon as the words fell, all the soldiers of the scout camp organized their gear, ensuring the ink fragrance pill was intact in their backpacks, and then they resolutely entered the black mist. An inexplicable sense of dread suddenly washed over them, and all the soldiers felt their hair stand on end, but for the sake of the mission, they followed the map's instructions toward the pool. The black mist obscured their vision, preventing the soldiers from moving quickly, but fortunately, they were not too far from the pool. To be honest, Wang Zhongshan and the others in the command center were even more nervous than the soldiers. The command room was silent. All the high-ranking military officials had their eyes tightly shut, constantly monitoring the soldiers' status through the mental link. When the first light point extinguished, all the staff instinctively held their breath. Based on the previous experience of exploring the black mist, there were other deadly entities besides the Abyss Soul Seal lurking within. The unknown was the most terrifying. Stay calm, continue observing. Wang Zhongshan's steady voice came from the side. Waiting was always the most agonizing, especially in this situation. The pressure in everyone's hearts felt like a mountain, making it hard to breathe. Finally, after a long time, a slightly fatigued voice came through. Report to the command center, the scout camp has successfully thrown all the ink fragrance pills into the pool. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhongshan immediately sat up straight, a flash of light in his eyes. Withdraw immediately, do not linger in the black mist. At this moment, in their mental link, the light points representing the scout camp soldiers had already extinguished by 20%. This ratio did not seem high, even lower than the last time, but every soldier was an elite, and Wang Chongshan felt an immense pain in his heart. Fortunately, there were no unexpected incidents during the soldiers' retreat. The Abyss Lord within the black mist seemed to be asleep and did not attack the soldiers. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the mission had been successfully completed, a dozen soldiers suddenly fell to the ground at the boundary between the black mist and the normal world, wailing in agony. They trembled all over, dark blue blood oozing from their mouths and noses, and the medical team stationed nearby rushed forward, frantically casting healing spells. But even the High Priest of Holy Light, Li Huiguang, was powerless to turn the tide, only able to watch helplessly as more than a dozen soldiers lost their lives, collapsing to the ground. At the same time, the ink fragrance pill began to take effect, the black mist transforming into a raging hurricane that howled around the pond. Although they were some distance from the pond, the black mist seemed to take on a physical form, each disturbance sending the soldiers staggering. This was still in their peripheral situation. If they had been caught in the black mist, the consequences would have been unimaginable. There was no time for sorrow. The soldiers quickly retreated towards the military camp. Wang Chongshan's expression grew heavy after seeing the light points and the mental link vanish in an instant. Lu Huiguan quickly reported the situation during the retreat. Even he couldn't handle the unknown injuries. The black mist was truly terrifying. Fortunately, the legendary ink fragrance pill lived up to its grade. In just a few minutes, the black mist visibly thinned, and of course, the 99 rare grade ink fragrance pills also played a significant role, as even one rare grade pill could attract a large area of black mist. After a long while, as the sky darkened, the momentum of the black mist showed no signs of weakening. Even though visibility was obstructed, everyone could still clearly feel the changes in the black mist, as they could now see the plains and mountains that were previously hidden. I never expected that in the end, it would be a pill that solved the black mist, one of the advisors suddenly remarked. This is no ordinary pill. Wang Chongshan felt even more respect for Master Fang in his heart. 2 days later, at the second base of the capital, Fang Zhu stepped out of his lab, sporting dark circles under his eyes. After completing the task of the ink fragrance pill, he had slept for nearly 10 hours straight, but since waking up nearly 2 days ago, he hadn't slept a minute, fully immersed in the task of improving the pill formula. To be honest, he wished he could stretch a minute into 2 or 3, yet even so, Fang Zhu still felt time was insufficient. Fortunately, hard work paid off. Fang Zhu's efforts over the past few days finally bore fruit, as he successfully improved a version of the formula, enhancing its efficacy while significantly reducing the cost of the materials used. However, this did not meet Fang Zhu's ultimate requirement. He wanted the ordinary grade 3 transformation poison pill to also have the ability to alleviate moderate poisoning, but it seemed very difficult, at least in the short term. So Fang Zhu stopped his research and left the lab, and of course, there was another important reason. He was utterly exhausted. After handing the formula to Wanyu, Fang Zhu trudged back to his apartment. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the ghostly secret realm, Wang Chongshan finally wore a smile. The black mist had dissipated by more than 60%, and looking deeper into the secret realm from their current position, a massive shadow loomed at the end. Just by looking at that shadow, everyone could feel an immense pressure. Beside this shadow, a gigantic semicircular object was emitting a faint glow, appearing to be over 100 meters tall, making even the Abyss Lord seem like a dwarf in its presence. However, the black mist had not completely dissipated yet, so they could not discern what that object truly was, and it seemed the Abyss Lord had released some kind of barrier, preventing them from seeing what was happening at the end of the secret realm. Wang Chongshan withdrew his gaze and turned to the advisor beside him, asking, "What do you think it's doing?" "Perhaps it's gathering power," the advisor replied uncertainly. To be honest, their understanding of the Abyss is really limited. Even though they occasionally interact with each other, the existence of the Abyss Lord is simply too terrifying, and there isn't much information about him in Huagua so far. Once the black mist completely dissipates, we will prepare to attack, Wang Chongshan ordered slowly after much contemplation. The advisors all showed surprised expressions, and one person asked in confusion, "General, is it really okay for us to take the initiative? Are we supposed to let them take the initiative? Just sit back and take hits?" Wang Chongshan shot back with a glare. The advisor immediately fell silent. Wang Chongshan was right, they could only take the initiative now. Although they didn't know much about the enemy, only by seizing the initiative could they minimize damage. Passive combat was a very unwise choice. Of course, this attack wasn't a blind assault. Wang Chongshan and his men were seasoned soldiers, well aware of how to fight in such situations to maximize benefits and minimize losses, but they had to wait for a full 3 days. In the second base of the practitioners in Dingbei City, Fang Zhu and Old Zhou sat in the cafeteria, chatting with smiles on their faces. In front of them was a table full of sumptuous dishes, and a whole box of fine wine that they usually wouldn't splurge on. This was a simple celebration banquet, celebrating the successful refinement of 50,000 third-tier poison pills by alchemists nationwide in just 10 days. This quantity had already reached half of the required amount, and nearly 10,000 of those were improved by Feng Zhu, called the True Essence Detox Pill. Tests showed that the overall effectiveness of the True Essence Detox Pill was much better than that of the third-tier poison pills. It could cure moderately poisoned patients at the rare level, and there was even a chance to cure severely poisoned patients, which was more than enough for the American Federation. After all, the higher-ups didn't really want to fully treat the practitioners of the American Federation. Some who were terminally ill could just die, and there was nothing to be sad about, at least not for Huagua. Feng Zhu took a sip of the medicinal wine said to have longevity effects, and a grimace immediately appeared on his face. Damn, this is really awful. Old Wang laughed heartily at the sight and teased Feng Zhu. This is a good thing. Not only can it prolong life, but it can also revive one's vigor. Feng Zhu shook his head, and after forcing the liquid down, he showed an exasperated expression. I don't need this stuff right now. I thought the same when I was young, Old Wang said, stroking his beard, his eyes gleaming with a lewd light. Feng Zhu sighed and ignored the old man. Old Zhou beside them showed a look of disdain. He quietly moved closer to Feng Zhu and casually asked, how did you come up with the idea of using purple sulfur water to replace ice cloud dew? I did an experiment before. Many herbs can change color when reacting with the juice of the yin-yang flower. The two instantly fell into a discussion, while Old Wang huffed in annoyance and took a sip of wine. At this moment, in the ghostly secret realm, Wang Chongshan's army officially set out, heading deep into the secret realm. The marching speed of the warrior camp and the mage camp was naturally not as fast as that of the scout camp, so they would need at least 3 days to reach the vicinity of the Abyss Lord. During this time, the high-ranking officials of Huagua mobilized another army, which quickly arrived outside the ghostly secret realm. By now, the total number of troops involved in the war against the Abyss Lord had reached 30,000, a considerable force, even for Huagua, especially after the Great Chaos period when the population of various countries on Blue Star sharply decreased, leaving Huagua with less than 700 million people. Among these 700 million, most were engaged in civilian professions, with less than 100 million having transitioned to combat professions, and even fewer able to join the army. What's the situation on Wang Chongshan's side? 2 days later, outside the ghostly secret realm, a burly man with a metal mask on his face asked the officer beside him, we have reached the K3 area, less than 300 kilometers from the Abyss Lord. The officer glanced at the report in his hand and quickly replied, then let's go in. The man with the metal mask said in a deep voice. But, didn't the higher-ups instruct us to wait outside the secret realm? The officer asked hesitantly. Poof. The man with the metal mask snorted coldly. What does waiting outside the secret realm accomplish? If Wang Zhongshan's troops really suffer a defeat, can we provide support from out here? I understand. I'll notify the troops right away. The officer snapped to attention and quickly ran off. I hope we can reduce some casualties, the man with the metal mask muttered quietly, a strange light flickering in his eyes. To be honest, this was a war with a failure rate as high as 90%, but they had to give it their all. To facilitate communication, the military high command divided the ghostly secret realm into 3 areas, the K area near the Abyss Lord, the H area near the entrance of the secret realm, and the I area where the ink fragrance pill was located. There was no particular logic to the naming. As long as they could distinguish them, it was fine. At this moment, Wang Zhongshan's troops had arrived at the K3 area, truly delving deep into the secret realm. A military force of over 10,000 was arrayed magnificently, their momentum soaring. However, they were still some distance from the Abyss Lord, and Wang Zhongshan ordered the troops to stop here because the black mist that had previously dissipated was gathering again in the distance. However, it had not yet reached an unseeable level. But this situation did affect their march to some extent, and there were unknown dangers within the black mist. Wang Zhongshan could not allow the soldiers to rush in recklessly. General, should we use the ink fragrance pills we left behind here? A staff officer stepped forward to ask. Yes, let's use them here. Wang Zhongshan nodded. The batch of ink fragrance pills given to them by Feng Zhu had not all been thrown into the water pool. Wang Zhongshan had ordered logistics to keep a few dozen ordinary and rare ones, as he had suspected that the black mist might reappear. Sure enough, it had appeared now. However, under the attraction of the ink fragrance pills, the black mist that had just risen in the distance quickly faded and soon disappeared without a trace. At this moment, everyone could finally see the appearance of the Abyss Lord. It was an extremely terrifying creature, resembling a demon from ancient mythological legends, and what was truly chilling was its emotionless pupils, as if a deity were looking down upon mere ants. Moreover, what it was doing made those who could see it tremble all over. Although they were still several hundred kilometers away from the Abyss Lord, some soldiers skilled in long-distance observation clearly saw the Abyss Lord raising its thick, grotesque arms, dancing gracefully towards that semicircular object like a ritual. The dance seemed to be filled with some kind of magic. After just a few seconds of watching, some soldiers also raised their arms, their faces showing fervent expressions, their eyes turning crimson. Some mid-level officers immediately issued warnings, and the auxiliary battalion instantly flickered with light, followed by a stream of light appearing, enveloping all the soldiers, enhancing their mental defenses. Hundreds of soldiers who had been dancing gracefully suddenly calmed down, exchanging glances filled with fear. Everyone, do not stare at the Abyss Lord for more than 3 seconds, pay attention to the state of those around you, and report any abnormalities immediately. The command center issued orders. The auxiliary battalion should disperse into each battalion by squad to ensure the stability of mental defenses. Wang Chongshan stood in the middle of the ranks, his face serious as he spoke to the advisor beside him. Notify all battalions to prepare. We will set off immediately after the black mist dissipates. Understood. On the other side, at the entrance of the secret realm, the army led by the man in the golden mask had already passed through the gate of the secret realm and gathered in the camp that had been stationed before Wang Chongshan and the others. Although there was no signal inside the secret realm, and communication devices like mobile phones could not connect with the outside world, the army still had means to contact the highest command. High-level runes were indeed very useful in certain situations. At this moment, in the command room, the man in the golden mask received a reprimand from the highest command. Who allowed you to lead the army into the secret realm without permission? If something goes wrong, who will take responsibility for it? The masked man did not respond immediately. He looked at the map left by Wang Chongshan on the wall, silently calculating the marching plan ahead. In fact, he was not the kind of commander who disobeyed orders. In reality, no one who could rise to a high position in Huagua was a fool, and the reason the masked man openly defied orders this time was that he was well aware of the power of the Abyss Lord. If anyone in this world understood the Abyss Lord best, it had to be the masked man. There was no second person, because he was a survivor of the last Abyss Lord incident. That was 15 years ago when a tremendously powerful Abyss Lord appeared in the European Federation. At that time, the 23-year-old masked man happened to be there on vacation, and he witnessed firsthand how the Abyss Lord destroyed a city. That was a memory he would do anything to avoid recalling. The Abyss Lord merely looked at the sky, and countless meteor showers fell, turning the once bustling western metropolis into a sea of fire in an instant. The masked man fled in a frenzy, but under the Abyss Lord's attack, the world felt like a purgatory. Nowhere was safe for him to escape. It was the first time he felt powerless. The Abyss Lord seemed like the grim reaper of the world, annihilating all hope for life. On that day, over 1 million professionals died in the West. On that day, dozens of cities fell. On that day, several once prosperous countries in the European Federation nearly faced extinction. The masked man did not even know how he escaped, but he could only run madly, run for his life. Eventually, he fled into a canyon. But just as he was about to catch his breath, the meteor shower fell upon the canyon, and a landslide completely buried him at the bottom of the mountain. Fortunately, heaven does not completely cut off one's path. The massive rubble formed a natural barrier at the bottom of the mountain, and the masked man was very lucky not to be injured. This barrier also shielded him from a second collapse of the canyon. Thus, he spent 3 grueling days in the collapsed canyon, and after 3 days, the masked man broke through the rubble with his strong physique and left the bottom of the canyon. However, what appeared before him was a scene of devastation and bloodshed. He arrived in a city that had once been bustling with life. Now only collapsed buildings and scattered limbs remained. Countless survivors wailed in agony, curled up on the ground, searching for the bodies of their loved ones. This was the Abyss Lord, who effortlessly destroyed cities, annihilated nations, and brought death. The masked man survived, but he then realized that his face had been disfigured, though he did not know when it had happened. Perhaps it was from the meteor shower that had destroyed the canyon, or perhaps it was the unconscious power emitted by the Abyss Lord. He was lucky, at least he did not die far from home, but he was also unfortunate. After witnessing the power of the Abyss Lord, the masked man began to doubt humanity's strength for the first time. Can humanity really fight against such powerful beings? The enemy was too terrifying. How many such powerful beings lurked in the abyss? And humanity. Now, it is only barely possible to resist the secret realm, and I haven't even seen the true abyss, let alone understand the enemies within. The masked man has wandered through the ruins for a long time, crafting a mask for himself from a piece of metal, concealing this pain. That memory is incredibly painful. The masked man pulls his thoughts back and slowly speaks to the highest command. I understand the Abyss Lord. Perhaps I can find a way to counter him, but I must enter the secret realm and see him with my own eyes. Others may not be clear, but he knows very well. The Abyss Lord who destroyed dozens of cities in the Euro Federation did not die. It was as if he was just playing. and when he had enough fun, he simply left. So he wants to see if the Abyss Lord that has appeared this time is the same one he encountered before. The highest command remained silent for a long time, and then an old man's voice suddenly rang out. I know your thoughts, but you could communicate with us instead of acting on your own. The masked man did not speak. Half a minute later, the old man spoke again. Let's do it this way for now. You prepare to support Wang Chongshan in the secret realm. Report any unusual situations in a timely manner, and we will find a way to mobilize another army. Just as the old man was about to hang up the communication, the masked man suddenly spoke. Using a human wave tactic against the Abyss Lord is useless. Only high-level professionals can pose a threat to him. I suggest gathering all professionals above level 40 nationwide. In the administrative building of the capital military district, an elderly man with graying hair revealed a bitter smile upon hearing this. You really dare to think that way. We will consider your suggestion, but your current task is to support Wang Chongshan and prepare for a direct confrontation. I understand. The masked man nodded and said seriously. After hanging up the communication, the old man looked at the documents on the table, murmuring to himself, Manhwa, I hope you can have good luck again. On the other side, in the second base of the capital's professionals, Fang Zhuyan and greeted Wan Yu and the others, then began reviewing the research progress on the storage materials for elixirs during this time. It must be said that Wan Yu and Si Munan have a great talent for research. They have advanced the experimental progress significantly without any guidance. Now, the containers produced in the laboratory can ensure that the efficacy of the elixirs does not diminish by more than 20% within 3 months. This is a significant improvement, far exceeding Fang Zhu's expectations. Very good, very good. You all did great. In fact, to verify the effects of the materials, one does not need to wait all the time. There is a type of acceleration rune that can temporarily speed up the flow of time in a certain area. However, not every rune master can draw this rune. Fang Zhu can certainly do it, but he can only accelerate the flow of time by 10 times at most, meaning that 1 day in reality equals 10 days in the rune area. Of course, this speed is already sufficient for them at the moment. Si Munan, continue experimenting with the materials. Fang Zhu put down the research report and said to the two, Wan Yu, come with me, we will proceed with the second project. After saying this, Fang Zhu turned and entered his laboratory, taking out a thick stack of research materials. This was his organized thought process regarding large-scale alchemy during this time. An artificial assembly line is, after all, a product of necessity. What can truly bring alchemy into the industrial age must be machinery and runes. At least in Fang Zhu's view, this is the only correct approach. However, achieving this is very difficult, and Fang Zhu has not yet found a truly effective idea. Arriving at the other side of the laboratory, Fang Zhu directed Wan Yu and several researchers to move the instruments aside. This was a space he designated specifically for industrial experiments. Actually, if conditions allowed, Fang Zhu wanted a separate room to conduct experiments for this project. However, he felt it was better to produce some results first before making requests to higher-ups. After all, his ideas were somewhat excessively ahead of their time. As the saying goes, being 1 step ahead is genius, while being 3 steps ahead is madness. Fang Zhu did not want his genius reputation to turn into madness, unless absolutely necessary. Do you know any talents in mechanics? Fang Zhu asked Wan Yu and the others while standing on the cleared space. Wan Yu and the others exchanged glances and all shook their heads in unison. No. To be honest, there are very few people in the entire base who understand mechanics, Wan Yu said slowly after some thought. Hearing this, Fang Zhu sighed. He had previously looked into the mechanical level of this era, and to be honest, it was almost non-existent. Perhaps there were a few individuals who had survived from the chaotic times and still had some knowledge of mechanics, but such talents were too rare. After the arrival of the secret realm, the physical rules on Blue Star underwent a period of change. To put it in the words of the three-body problem, physics ceased to exist. Consequently, the radicals of that time abandoned almost all knowledge of physics and devoted all their energy to the fate system of the practitioners. Looking back now, it cannot be said that those people's decisions were absolutely wrong. They merely made the choice that was most likely to lead to their own survival in that environment. However, the disappearance of physics is an undeniable fact. To be honest, Fang Zhu estimated that the current higher-ups must have some regrets about this, but wanting to revive physics, even just the simplest mechanical knowledge would be very difficult, as the foundation was already gone. I'll think of a way. You all help me contact the Rune Master Association first, Fang Zhu instructed them before leaving the laboratory. Although talents in mechanics were rare, Bai Fu might have some information, so Fang Zhu planned to ask her. If that didn't work, he still had one last resort. Soon, Fang Zhu arrived at Bai Fu's office, pushed open the door, and a faint, refreshing fragrance wafted in. He took a gentle sniff and felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. How is it? My incense is quite nice, right? Bai Fu said with a light smile, her voice soft and charming. Fang Zhu nodded. It really is nice, and Bai knows how to enjoy life. What brings you here all of a sudden? There haven't been any new tasks these days, Bai Fu asked as she poured a cup of tea for Fang Zhu. Can't I come if there's nothing going on, Aunt Bai? Fang Zhu blinked, asking very sincerely. Of course you can come. Bai Fu brushed her hair back, her playful expression fading as she asked, so, what can I help you with? Fang Zhu scratched his head and slowly spoke. I wanted to ask if you know any talents in mechanics? Mechanics? Bai Fu was slightly taken aback and then asked in confusion. What do you need someone in this field for? You shouldn't need it for alchemy. Fang Zhu organized his thoughts and then explained, I plan to improve the artificial assembly line that Wang Lao and the others are currently using, to see if I can replace part of the manual labor with mechanics and runes. After all, machines don't get tired, and runes don't make mistakes. Mechanics, runes. Bai Fu instinctively repeated these two terms. To be honest, she didn't know much about these two things. Each field has its own expertise, and Bai Fu was skilled in management rather than research, so she didn't know whether Fang Zhu's idea was right or wrong. However, since Fang Zhu brought it up, she had no reason to refuse outright. I can help you look for someone, but don't get your hopes up too high. There are really too few talents in this area, and even fewer registered ones, Bai Fu said, rubbing her forehead with a hint of helplessness. Fang Zhu nodded seriously and expressed his gratitude. As long as the other party was willing to help him find someone, with Bai Fu's connections and abilities, they would eventually be able to find a temporary solution. After leaving Bai Fu's office, Fang Zhu headed to the laboratories of Old Zhou and Old Wang. Although he had never agreed to their proposal for sharing research progress, it was still fine to communicate a bit. This was not out of selfishness, rather, as his research deepened, many of his ideas seemed a bit too crazy to the two old men, so it was better for him to conduct independent research. A day and a half later, within the ghostly secret realm, Wang Chongshan's army stopped in a valley just 30 kilometers away from the Abyss Lord. This was a continuous mountain range, and between the peaks was a suitable terrain. Wang Chongshan could not directly launch an attack on the Abyss Lord. After several days of travel, they naturally needed to rest. At this time, the masked man's army also set out towards Wang Chongshan's location. The two had communicated multiple times and clarified the upcoming battle plan. In simple terms, there were two options. First, Wang Chongshan would lead his army to attack the Abyss Lord first. If the battle went well, the masked man's army would join the battlefield, aiming to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. Second, if Wang Chongshan and his men were completely no match for the Abyss Lord, then the masked man should not commit his forces, as they needed to preserve their strength in preparation for a potential city-destroying war. Indeed, if Wang Chongshan and his men could not withstand the Abyss Lord, the enemy would likely break out of the secret realm, and at that point, the masked man would have to experience another city-destroying incident caused by the Abyss Lord. He did not want to go through that again, but it was not something he could decide. Now, he needed to lead his army to the designated location and observe the outcome of the war. But, the masked man wanted to kill the enemy within the secret realm. He wanted to take a gamble. Is everything ready? The masked man turned to the officer beside him and asked. It's all prepared. The officer nodded heavily, then asked after a moment, General, are we really going to do this? What? Are you scared? The masked man looked at the officer, his gaze a mix of amusement and seriousness. No, the officer shook his head and said, I just think this is too risky. Risky? Huh? The masked man looked up into the distance, where the Abyss Lord was located. How can we win against such an enemy without taking risks? In the valley, Wang Chongshan pointed to the map in his hand and said, the mage camp will reach this position and launch long-range attacks relying on the terrain. The warrior camp should prepare in advance and wait to join the battlefield after 3 rounds of attacks. Since they did not understand the enemy's attack methods and defensive capabilities, the warrior camp, which could only engage in close combat, could not enter the battlefield immediately. According to the battle plan, most of the first 2 rounds of attacks launched by the mage camp would be debuff spells, attempting to weaken the Abyss Lord's power. However, to be honest, this approach might not necessarily be effective, as the enemy's level was too high, and the spells cast by ordinary practitioners might not achieve the desired effect. But if quality was lacking, they would make up for it with quantity. The staff conducted a simulation and determined that as long as they cast enough spells, even an existence like the Abyss Lord would be affected by debuff spells. 3 hours later, Wang Chongshan sat in the temporary command center and ordered in a deep voice, Mage Camp, prepare to attack in 10 seconds. At this moment, the Abyss Lord was still performing his strange dance, and everyone could clearly see each of his jumping movements. To be honest, the dance was quite ugly, even somewhat bizarre, but no one would relax because of it, the more bizarre the enemy, the colder everyone's hearts felt. 10, 9, 8, 7. Wang Chongshan's voice echoed in the minds of every officer, and the army fell into a momentary silence. The mage camp was 25 kilometers away from their current position, which meant that this team responsible for long-range attacks had already seen glimmers of light appear on the peaks as Wang Chongshan counted down. All the practitioners in the mage camp were making their final preparations, their spirits taut, each face bearing an expression of unwavering determination. As the first to attack the Abyss Lord, they were likely to face retaliation from the enemy, potentially leading to their complete annihilation. But not a single person flinched. At such a moment, someone had to step forward. It was noon, the sun hanging high in the sky, with the mage camp facing away from the sun, placing the Abyss Lord in a backlit position. They didn't actually know if this would be effective. After all, beings like the Abyss Lord might not rely on their eyes to observe their surroundings, and even if it did use its eyes, its structure might differ from that of humans, so whether sunlight could obstruct its observation remained an unknown. 4, 3, 2. Wang Chongshan continued the countdown. Countless spells had already risen in the peaks, subtly shaking the space in mid-air, creating ripples in the atmosphere. 1. With the final word spoken, thousands of spells suddenly arced through the air, targeting the distant, gracefully dancing Abyss Lord. All eyes were fixed on the shining arc, and at that moment, the world seemed to fall silent. 15 seconds later, the spells began to land on the Abyss Lord. Wang Chongshan held his breath, staring intently at the effects of the spell's impact. However, in the next second, everyone was stunned, because what happened next was beyond comprehension. Just as the spells were about to hit the Abyss Lord, they all flickered abnormally, then exploded with a bang, vanishing without a trace. Indeed, those spells did not land on the Abyss Lord. It was as if an invisible barrier existed around it, blocking all approaching attacks. This was an unforeseen situation for everyone. Even the masked man was not very familiar with it, as the Abyss Lord he had encountered did not seem to possess such an ability. Wang Chongshan had a brief communication with the masked man, and after their exchange, he learned some very troubling news. According to the masked man, the Abyss Lord he had seen did not have this ability to withstand attacks. That monster, which had once caused a bloody storm in the European Federation, had easily blocked all practitioners' attacks with its flesh alone. So, this was a brand new Abyss Lord, with no prior data. Moreover, this monster completely ignored the mage camp's attacks, continuing to dance its bizarre dance, even more exaggerated than when Wang Chongshan and the others first saw it. The soldiers of the mage camp hesitated for a moment, and the camp commander and other officers had no choice but to call the command center through their mental link. After 2 minutes of discussion, the staff decided to continue the attack on the Abyss Lord. Although the battle plan had encountered an unexpected situation, it felt unsatisfactory to give up so rashly. Countdown 5 seconds, launched the second round of attacks, a staff officer said in the mental link. As the words fell, the soldiers of the mage camp cleared their minds of distractions, reopening their hands, and waves of energy once again spread across the peaks. 5, 3, 2. The staff officer's calm voice resonated in the mental link. In truth, he was far from as calm as he appeared, but at such a time, those in high positions had to instill confidence in everyone. 1. The countdown ended, and a dazzling light burst into the sky from the peak where the mage camp was located. This time, the vast majority of soldiers chose their strongest professional skills, and thousands of spells even dyed half the sky in brilliant colors. Everyone's gaze followed the trajectory of the spells flying through the air until they landed on the Abyss Lord. However, the situation was exactly the same as last time. Those spells, which were originally very fast, suddenly flickered just as they were about to hit the Abyss Lord, and then everyone saw that the spell group, which could have destroyed a mountain, seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, exploding in midair without causing any harm to the enemy. In the command center, everyone looked grave, unsure of what to do. Faced with such an unknown and powerful enemy, conventional strategies were utterly ineffective. Wang Chongshan's expression was serious, and just as he was about to speak, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a black light mass that had appeared in the distance without anyone noticing. He turned his head to look and instinctively blurted out, "What is that?" Everyone followed his gaze and saw a black light mass, which was rapidly approaching and continuously growing larger, positioned between the army and the Abyss Lord. This light mass possessed a terrifying devouring power, leaving nothing alive in its wake. 2 seconds later, a staff officer was the first to react. Auxiliary camp, activate defensive barrier, activate mental defense. In the next moment, a wave of energy suddenly spread from the rear of the army, and a translucent barrier quietly rose, enveloping all the soldiers in an instant. At the same time, a cool breeze swept through, and everyone felt their minds clear. The defensive barrier and mental defense were activated simultaneously, and the soldiers at the front of the army stared intently at the approaching black light mass. This was the enemy's first attack, and they had to block it. Seconds later, as the black light mass drew near, all the soldiers in the warrior camp shouted in unison, swinging their weapons together. Thousands of blades and sword lights collided with the 2-meter light mass like a tsunami. At the point of impact, light flashed, and a strong wave of energy rippled outward, shaking the air, and everyone heard a buzzing sound in their ears. The soldiers felt a powerful backlash surge through their weapons, as if a typhoon had suddenly engulfed them. Fortunately, the power contained within this light mass was not as terrifying as it appeared. Although the blades and sword lights were swallowed, moments later, the light mass exploded, transforming into a black rain of light in front of the army. The casualties were much lighter than they had imagined, with only a few dozen soldiers at the front suffering non-fatal injuries from the impact of the light mass, and several soldiers from the auxiliary camp quickly began to heal them. Seeing this, Wang Chongshan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but he soon realized several issues. When did the enemy launch their attack? Why was their target the army and not the mage camp on the peak? They had managed to block this attack, but what about the next one? However, he hesitated for only 2 seconds before regaining his resolve. No matter what kind of attack the enemy launched, they could not retreat. Thus, Wang Chongshan issued another command through the mental link. Mage camp, prepare to attack. The Abyss Lord could indeed withstand all attacks from the mage camp, but he did not seem as relaxed as he appeared. If he truly didn't care, he wouldn't have attacked the army. 10 seconds later, the mage camp launched its third round of attacks against the Abyss Lord. This time, they finally achieved some effect. The spells containing terrifying energy finally broke through the invisible boundaries that had held them back twice before. The barriers surrounding the Abyss Lord failed to function as it should, and a few spells successfully struck its back. Although only a handful of spells hit, they indeed landed solidly on the Abyss Lord's back. It hit, it hit! A staff officer shouted excitedly in the temporary command center, and Wang Chongshan's eyes suddenly lit up. As long as they could hit, it meant the enemy was not as powerful as they had imagined. Wang Chongshan took a deep breath, looking at the distant Abyss Lord, and decided to continue the attack until the enemy made its next move. Mage camp, prepare for a 3-round attack. Just then, the Abyss Lord, who had been dancing with its back to them, suddenly lowered its arms, stopped dancing, and slowly turned around. Wang Chongshan then noticed that the semicircular object above the enemy's head was flickering with a pitch-black light, pulsating as if it were a living thing. Then, a voice echoed in everyone's minds. Ants, dare to offend the divine. This voice was grand and magnificent, but Wang Chongshan instantly realized it was the voice of the Abyss Lord, pretending to be a god. Wang Chongshan shouted, his arms suddenly dropping, and the mage camp launched another attack. Overestimating yourselves. The Abyss Lord's voice seemed to contain some kind of magic, and after he finished speaking, soldiers in the army experienced varying degrees of dizziness, with some even fainting outright. Wang Chongshan also felt a disturbance in his consciousness, but he snorted coldly and forcibly stabilized his restless mental energy. The enemy was much stronger than they had imagined. Even if a few spells occasionally broke through the barrier and struck the Abyss Lord, they could not inflict any real damage. The opponent could simply rely on their physical defense, the toughness of their skin, to withstand the attacks. After 3 consecutive rounds of attacks, the Abyss Lord shook its ugly, hideous head, a playful glint appearing in its eyes. Wang Chongshan's expression grew serious as he looked at the Abyss Lord, dozens of kilometers away, constantly pondering ways to break the deadlock. The sense of oppression from the enemy was too strong, even at such a distance, that murderous and brutal momentum still surged toward them like a tide. Higher-ranking officers fared a bit better, but ordinary soldiers were already affected by the pressure, showing various symptoms of discomfort. The army had not even engaged yet and was already at a disadvantage. However, Wang Chongshan would not give up because of this. They had worked hard for so long, how could they retreat now? After a moment of silence, Wang Chongshan issued an order through the mental link. Warrior camp, advance 20 kilometers, auxiliary camp follow, mage camp prepare spells, cover the warrior camp. Yes, came the responses from officers of all ranks through the mental link. As soon as the command was given, the thousands of soldiers in the warrior camp quickly sprang into action, moving swiftly and in unison toward the front. Meanwhile, the mage camp released control spells at their unique frequency. Wang Chongshan did not know if these control spells would be effective, but as long as they could restrain the enemy for a while, it would be enough, because he held a powerful weapon, the Legion-level skill, Sword of Divine Punishment. In addition to awakening a professional skill every 10 levels, there was another way to obtain skills, which was through drawing cards from fate crystals. If one drew a skill book, they could gain an additional professional skill. Almost all the soldiers in his warrior camp had mastered the same skill, the Sword of Divine Punishment. This was an elite force created by the country at great expense in fate crystals. With thousands of Sword of Divine Punishment stacked together, the warrior camp under Wang Chongshan could easily annihilate a B-level secret realm, and even the Beast Kings in A-level secret realms could not withstand it. Even the Abyss Lord, Wang Zhongshan, is confident he can deliver a heavy blow. Of course, the cost of unleashing such a skill is immense. Each time the Sword of Divine Punishment is released, the caster will fall into a state of weakness for up to 3 hours. If this were in the outside world or in some weaker secret realms, it would be manageable, but here, the warrior camp might not return. Wang Zhongshan has 7 warrior camps under his command that master the Sword of Divine Punishment, each with 1,000 men, totaling 7,000. The military organization of this era differs from that of the old times. Just as the administrative level of cities has eliminated the provincial level, retaining only the municipal level, the military has also abolished ranks above battalion, keeping only the camp level. At this moment, Wang Zhongshan's feelings are complex. He dares not imagine the scene of those 7,000 soldiers perishing. They are his most elite troops, the most elite in all of Huagua, but now, they are very likely to die here. The soldiers of the warrior camp are well aware of this, yet none of them flinch, all resolutely heading towards their target. At this moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Wang Zhongshan's mind. "Old Wang, my troops will reach the K10 area in 5 hours. How's the situation on your side?" It was the voice of the masked man, and Wang Zhongshan immediately recognized it. He sighed and replied, "I'm preparing to unleash the Legion-level Sword of Divine Punishment. It has already been approved." The Sword of Divine Punishment. To be honest, the masked man was not surprised by Wang Zhongshan's decision. He understood the other's army, and this was the only skill that could truly threaten the Abyss Lord. "I hope you can wait for me a moment," the masked man slowly began. "I also have a Legion-level spell that can provide remote support." Wang Zhongshan showed a look of surprise. "You also have a Legion-level skill?" This was indeed unexpected for him, as in his impression, although the masked man's army possessed strong combat power, he had never heard that they also had Legion-level skills. It should be noted that the minimum standard for Legion-level skills is for 5,000 people to simultaneously activate the same skill, and gathering 5,000 skill books is difficult even for a major country like Huagua. Therefore, the masked man could not quietly possess an army capable of unleashing Legion-level skills. "I drew a skill book, a legendary skill book," the masked man slowly explained. "This skill is very special. It doesn't require everyone to learn it. In fact, as long as one person learns it, the skill can be activated." Wang Zhongshan was even more surprised to hear this. A Legion-level skill that can be activated as long as one person learns it? And it's legendary? Yes, I have no reason to lie to you, but the activation conditions for this skill are very strict, and the failure rate is extremely high. However, once successful, I am confident I can severely injure the Abyss Lord. The masked man's tone was unwavering and very firm. Wang Zhongshan fell silent for a moment, then suddenly realized something and immediately asked, "What happens if it fails?" "If I fail, I will die," the masked man said calmly. Wang Zhongshan was instantly stunned. He had just thought of a similar possibility, which is why he asked, but he didn't expect it to be true. "No, I can't agree," Wang Zhongshan said decisively. "You can't die, absolutely not. For Huagua today, high-level professionals with the ability to lead troops are far too few. If the masked man dies, it would be a heavy blow for Huagua. The higher-ups have already agreed. This is our only chance." The masked man did not refute, only calmly stated. Wang Zhongshan took a deep breath, an inexplicable light flashing in his eyes. After a long time, he softly said, "I will wait for you. Let me know when you're ready." "Okay." After saying this word, the masked man ended the communication. Wang Zhongshan leaned weakly against the wall of the temporary command room, but just 2 seconds later, his gaze regained its determination. They would definitely succeed. They must succeed. At this moment, dozens of kilometers away, on the plain, the Abyss Lord quietly watched these humans, his gaze filled with amusement and a hint of madness, seemingly indifferent to their small movements. Indeed, the march of thousands of people appeared to him as mere trivialities. In the Abyss, he commanded over 100 million creatures, and compared to those terrifying beings, humans were truly as insignificant as ants. The Abyss Lord slightly raised his head and looked at the semicircular object directly above. It was the portal, the Abyss portal. The Abyss Lord firmly remembered his mission. He was not the type of Abyss creature particularly skilled in combat. According to human classifications, he should belong to a support role. However, for Abyss creatures, even a support role possessed terrifying abilities. After all, he was the Abyss Lord, the most powerful existence in the Abyss. His mission was to open the Abyss portal. This was also why he had not immediately launched an attack since descending to Blue Star. Opening the Abyss portal was very troublesome. Even an existence like the Abyss Lord had to pay a huge price, and not every secret realm had the conditions to open a portal. Thus, this Abyss Lord came to the ghostly secret realm, where the strange beasts, known as ghosts, possessed unique soul energy, perfectly suitable for opening the Abyss portal. Once the Abyss portal was fully prepared, an endless army from the Abyss could descend upon Blue Star, and at that time, the humans on Blue Star would be slaughtered, and this planet would become the territory of the Abyss. Of course, Wang Chongshan and the others were unaware of this. They naively believed that as long as they dealt with the Abyss Lord, they could overcome this crisis. At this moment, the Abyss Lord had completed all preparations. He was waiting for the portal to fully activate. According to the energy feedback from the portal, he would need to wait about 72 hours, or 3 days. During these 3 days, the portal could not suffer from excessively strong external attacks, otherwise, the activation process could very likely be interrupted. On this point, the Abyss Lord was quite confident. Even if humans, such weak creatures, fought desperately, they could not break through to attack the portal. The soul and energy attacks he had casually unleashed earlier had already caused significant trouble for those humans. The Abyss Lord felt that even if he stood here doing nothing, those humans would not be able to kill him in 3 days. Warrior camp, halt and wait for orders. After a while, seeing that the warrior camp had reached the designated location, Wang Chongshan ordered through the mental link. He needed to wait for news from the masked man. Only when the other side was ready could he command the warrior camp to launch an attack. At this time, the masked man was urging the army to move faster. They were less than 100 kilometers from the target location, and if they hurried, they could arrive in about half an hour. Although the physical condition of the mages was relatively poor, the combat professionals were still much stronger than ordinary people. Their full-speed running could easily earn them Olympic medals in that era. Finally, 30 minutes later, the masked man and his army arrived at the designated location. This place was actually quite far from the Abyss Lord, but the skill the masked man had acquired allowed him to cast spells from a great distance, so arriving here was sufficient. Notify the mage camp to meditate in place and prepare, the masked man said slowly to the officer beside him. The officer hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something, but ultimately nodded and turned to leave. The masked man took a deep breath and then pulled out a small book the size of a palm, radiating a golden light from his pocket. This was a skill book, the legendary skill book he had drawn, God-Slaying Stab. According to the description of the skill book, he only needed to gather the mental power of over 1,000 professionals to unleash a powerful attack targeting the soul. The more mental power he gathered, the stronger the God-Slaying Stab's attack would be. Of course, there was a limit to one person's capacity to bear it. If he gathered too much mental power at once, his own soul would be crushed by it after launching the attack. To put it simply, it was a one-time skill, use it and die. The masked man's expression was calm, and without a hint of hesitation, he chose to learn it. At this point, there was nothing left to hesitate about. Old Wang, I'm ready on my end. When do you plan to launch the attack? The masked man asked over the communication device. A few seconds later, Wang Chongshan's voice came through. In 10 minutes. Alright, I will launch the attack with you. After saying this, the masked man hung up the communication and looked at the 8 mage camps in front of him. Indeed, he had brought along 8,000 mage professionals this time, and among them, there were 10 mid to high-level professionals. With all their mental power gathered, the masked man believed that even the Abyss Lord would not be able to withstand it. Everyone, follow my mental frequency and share your mental power with me, the masked man ordered in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, over 8,000 soldiers immediately closed their eyes, maintaining a high degree of consistency with the mental frequency released by the masked man. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the second base of the capital's professionals, Fang Zhu looked at the fate crystal in front of him, revealing a helpless expression. What is this? Why is everything I draw useless to me? He said, crushing the card in his hand, and specks of light scattered in the air, followed by a scroll slowly appearing. The Radiant Ray scroll, a one-time item, could unleash a ray capable of destroying everything. Although the skill description stated this, Fang Zhu had reason to doubt that this capable of destroying everything was an exaggeration. Even a legendary item couldn't truly destroy everything. He sighed, put the scroll away, and turned to leave the Fate Hall. Bai Fu had just called to inform him that she had successfully found a talent skilled in mechanics, and Fang Zhu planned to meet this person right away. 10 minutes passed quickly. In the ghostly secret realm, Wang Chongshan's eyes were sharp as knives as he issued a command. All soldiers in the warrior camp, prepare the sword of heavenly punishment. In an instant, the 7,000 soldiers in the distance raised their long swords, and a suffocating aura emanated from the blades. The next second, a purple-black light slowly covered the sharp edges of the swords, rising along the handles. The momentum of the 7,000 warriors fused at this moment, and the light on the blades continuously condensed in the air. In the blink of an eye, a long sword phantom over 1,000 meters long appeared in the sky. Although this skill was called the Sword of Heavenly Punishment, it could be executed with either a sword or a knife, with no difference in effect. The longsword phantom was so enormous that even the masked man, hundreds of kilometers away, could see it clearly. A slight smile curved at the corners of his mouth, and then he slowly closed his eyes, gathering all 8,000 people's mental power onto his own soul. A razor-sharp spike suddenly appeared in the sky, parallel to the longsword phantom, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. The spike was not as large as the longsword phantom, but its momentum was equally formidable, even showing a tendency to surpass it. "Come on!" the masked man shouted in his heart. Deep within the ghostly secret realm, before the Abyss Lord, the phantoms of the two strongest human attacks faced the enemy from afar, their soaring momentum stretching for hundreds of kilometers. The Abyss Lord's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that this group of insignificant humans could unleash such a powerful attack. Those two strikes seemed capable of inflicting considerable damage on him. "Humph!" the Abyss Lord snorted coldly, his voice echoing among all present. Wang Zhongshan felt as if his brain had been struck by a heavy hammer, and in an instant, he was overwhelmed by excruciating pain. However, the warriors at the front showed no reaction, as if that cold snort had no effect on them. No, it was impossible that it had no effect. Wang Zhongshan was very certain of this. The only explanation for why those soldiers appeared unscathed was that they had endured it with their incredibly strong willpower. Wang Zhongshan felt a pang in his heart, but his gaze was unwavering. He took a deep breath and shouted with all his might, "Attack!" In the next moment, the phantom of the long knife was raised high, its blade gleaming coldly, suddenly slashing down towards the Abyss Lord. At the same time, the spikes behind the long knife let out a piercing shriek, swiftly reaching the top of the Abyss Lord's head. The change was too rapid. The Abyss Lord, who was not skilled in combat, could not react in time. His means of attack came from his innate abilities or the manipulation of the inherent power of the Abyss, both of which required time to unleash. He had taken a long time to prepare for the previous attacks, so now, faced with this sudden assault, the Abyss Lord could only choose to endure it. Of course, even if he had to endure, he believed he could withstand it. Those humans had no understanding of the terrifying aspects of the most powerful beings in the Abyss. At least from the Abyss Lord's perspective, the energy contained in those two attacks was not lethal, at least not on the surface. After a breath, the phantom of the long knife struck down, its sharp blade seemingly capable of slicing through space, landing on the Abyss Lord's head. Immediately after, the spikes pierced through the air, driving straight into the Abyss Lord's brow. The Annihilation Spike was a sole attack, so on the surface, the Abyss Lord's forehead showed no signs of damage, but the immense mental power gathered from nearly 10,000 people instantly turned his sea of consciousness into mush. Put! The long knife cleaved through the Abyss Lord's skull, brain matter and blood splattering out like a blooming crimson flower. The world fell silent, and all anyone could see was the Abyss Lord's shattered head. "Did we win?" a staff officer murmured, his eyes filled with hope. Wang Zhongshan clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, his nails even digging into his flesh. The masked man gazed into the distance, his vision filled with the figure of the Abyss Lord. Gradually, he felt the scene before him begin to blur, a sense of powerlessness surging from the depths of his heart. The masked man understood that this was a sign of his soul about to dissipate. He had successfully unleashed the Annihilation Spike, but the price was death. The masked man's expression tightened, his gaze still firmly locked on the enemy. He was not afraid of death, he was only afraid that his strike would not kill the Abyss Lord. He had to hold on, to see the enemy truly fall before he could die. Moments later, deep within the ghostly secret realm, that massive and grotesque body swayed slightly, its arms weakly drooping to the sides. For abyssal creatures, having their skull destroyed was not a fatal injury. As long as there was enough time and energy, they could still grow a new head. But the Sea of Consciousness could not. This was quite a coincidence. Normally, the Sea of Consciousness of abyssal creatures was not located within the skull, meaning their souls would not dissipate due to the destruction of the skull. The soul grew within the Sea of Consciousness, and once that sea was shattered, the soul could no longer remain in the world. However, this Abyss Lord was an anomaly. He was a support class, with a naturally sturdy Sea of Consciousness and a powerful soul, combined with the defensive strength of his physical body, making it very difficult to kill him. Although he did not possess powerful offensive capabilities, in contrast, his survival ability was formidable. As long as either his soul or body existed, he was immortal. But a coincidental event occurred. When his head was cleaved by a long knife, and his Sea of Consciousness was pierced by a sharp spike, both his body and soul suffered severe blows simultaneously, leaving him no chance or time to react. He had always believed himself to be strong. In fact, the Abyss Lord was indeed powerful, and Wang Zhongshan and the masked man could not break through his defenses with ordinary means. However, the head was fragile, and the Sea of Consciousness was also vulnerable. When both were attacked at the same time, even the mighty Abyss Lord was powerless to turn the tide. Death arrived abruptly. The soul of the Abyss Lord began to disintegrate, and he saw the faces of tens of thousands of humans in the secret realm displaying expressions of surprise. He watched as his body began to fall to the ground. His world plunged into darkness, as if returning to the embrace of the abyss. We won! We won! He's dead! That monster is dead! Cheers echoed throughout the secret realm. Soldiers wept with joy, tossing their military caps into the air. Wang Zhongshan let out a long sigh of relief. The tense muscles and nerves in his body finally relaxed. He leaned against a nearby wall, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. The pressure he had faced these days had been immense, with the heavy losses in the Black Mist and the ineffective attacks from the mage camp leaving him feeling powerless more than once. Fortunately, he still had a trump card, one that could pose a threat to the Abyss Lord. Wang Zhongshan steadied himself and suddenly thought of something, quickly whispering, "Manhwa, can you hear me, Manhwa?" There was no response in the communication. The voice he wanted to hear did not come. "Manhwa, you can't really be dead, can you?" Wang Zhongshan murmured, then suddenly dashed out of the temporary command center, running towards the outskirts of the secret realm. A few staff officers nearby were stunned. Just as they were about to ask, they heard Wang Zhongshan's voice echoing from afar. "Send someone to check on the Abyss Lord's situation, and do not act rashly until I return." As his words fell, Wang Zhongshan's figure had already vanished from the military camp. He was a high-level professional, and at full speed, he could cover hundreds of kilometers in just a few minutes. On the other side, among the masked man's army, two officers wore expressions of despair as they helped the already semi-conscious general sit down. "General, we won, did you see?" The officer whispered in Renhua's ear. He did not see that the corner of the mouth behind the mask slightly curled up, revealing a faint smile. "We won," Renhua mumbled, repeating it indistinctly. He was already on the edge of consciousness, only able to vaguely hear muffled sounds. "Renhua, are you really going to die like this?" At that moment, a voice that could shatter eardrums echoed from afar. "Renhua, are you really going to die like this?" Before the words fell, a figure rushed in from the distance, and everyone looked up in surprise to see another legend from the army, General Wang Zhongshan, approaching at an incredible speed. Moments later, Wang Zhongshan's figure stopped, revealing the somewhat disheveled appearance of the other party. Several officers immediately spoke up, respectfully calling out, "General Wang." Wang Zhongshan waved his hand and bent down to look at Renhua, who was almost closing his eyes. The mask was still on his face, and he could only see those murky eyes. In his memory, Renhua's eyes had always been sharp and spirited, but now, all that remained in those eyes was exhaustion and a heavy aura of death. "You've made a great contribution, and you want to die so easily?" Wang Zhongshan said softly, reaching out to remove Renhua's mask. It was an extremely ugly face, with the skin covered in countless pits. The nose had vanished, leaving only two pitch-black holes, and the skin around the eyes was wrinkled, making the eyeballs quite prominent. Wang Zhongshan's gaze showed no change. He looked at Renhua, hoping to see more emotion in the other's eyes. Renhua slightly curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. He could no longer speak, but still forced a subtle expression. Wang Zhongshan sighed softly, then took out a porcelain bottle from his pocket. A pill rolled out from the bottle's opening, and Wang Zhongshan picked it up, examining it for a second before his eyes. "Perhaps this is the only thing that can save your life," he said, shoving the pill into Renhua's already unrecognizable mouth. The several officers nearby finally reacted to what had happened. They looked at Wang Zhongshan in surprise, then turned to their general with faces full of expectation. "Our general, is there hope?" One officer couldn't help but ask. Wang Zhongshan did not answer immediately but stared intently at Renhua's reaction. To be honest, he wasn't 100% sure he could save Renhua. Such injuries to the soul were the most bizarre, and even the top auxiliary practitioners of Huagua would find it difficult to heal soul injuries, so he couldn't be certain whether this soul spirit pill would be effective. However, this was Wang Zhongshan's only means. This legendary pill was said to be able to repair most of the damage to the soul, but Renhua's current state was clearly severely injured, and his soul might even be on the verge of dissipating. He could only gamble, betting that this pill could save Renhua's life. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, Renhua might survive. Everyone was focused on Renhua, lying on the ground, while Wang Zhongshan held his hands tightly, not blinking. Time passed second by second, and Renhua's nearly closed eyes trembled slightly. His almost completely pale face gradually regained a bit of color, just a little. Wang Zhongshan was overjoyed and quickly called softly, "Renhua, can you hear my voice?" There was no response. Renhua showed no reaction at all. Wang Zhongshan's heart sank, and he called again, while the nearby officers also softly called the general's name. However, Renhua remained motionless. The trembling eyelids seemed to be just their illusion. Just as everyone was about to despair, a voice suddenly came from outside the army, and then a middle-aged man dressed in a long robe, looking gentle and refined, walked over quickly. The moment Wang Zhongshan saw him, a smile instantly appeared on his face. "Huiguang, why are you here?" The Holy Light Patriarch Li Huiguang shot Wang Zhongshan a glare and said irritably, "If it weren't for Xiao Ma and the others calling me, I wouldn't have known such a thing had happened. Wang Chongshan scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. He had rushed out too quickly and had been focused on saving people after arriving, completely forgetting to notify Lu Huiguang, who was known to have saved many who had been declared dead. Li Huiguang ignored Wang Chongshan and crouched down to carefully examine Renhua's body. A gentle, warm white light appeared, slowly enveloping Renhua's entire body. This holy light was completely harmless to the human body and also had the effect of stabilizing injuries. After a moment, Li Huiguang sighed, revealing a look of regret on his face. The instant they saw this expression, several officers, including Wang Chongshan, felt as if they had been struck by a heavy blow to the head. They stared blankly at Li Huiguang, and Wang Chongshan pointed at Renhua, his voice trembling as he asked, Is there no hope? At least for now, it seems there is no hope. Lu Huiguang shook his head and said mournfully. Wang Chongshan's body swayed as if he were about to sit down, but Lu Huiguang's next words left him frozen in place. I can't bring him back, but that doesn't mean others can't. Bring back? What do you mean? Wang Chongshan's eyes widened. He's not dead? Lu Huiguang looked at Wang Chongshan in confusion. When did I say he was dead? Didn't you say there was no hope? Wang Chongshan retorted. That doesn't mean he's dead. Lu Huiguang said matter-of-factly. To me, no hope and dead are completely different concepts. No hope means, stop. I don't want to hear your rambling. Just tell me, what is Renhua's current situation? Wang Chongshan waved his hand, impatiently. His soul is almost extinguished, but he's hanging on by the last breath thanks to a pill. If there were more legendary grade pills, perhaps he could survive, but if not, he will definitely die in a month. Lu Huiguang said slowly. Wang Chongshan breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this. At least there was still a month left. Although legendary grade pills were hard to find, it wasn't impossible for Huagua. Send General Rune out of the secret realm and get him treated at the best hospital. Spare no expense to stabilize his vital signs, understand? Wang Chongshan turned to several officers nearby. Yes. Wang Chongshan nodded and was about to leave when suddenly a hurried voice rang in his mental link. General, there's a problem. The semicircular object above the Abyss Lord's head is malfunctioning. Wang Chongshan was startled, his gaze instantly turning to the depths of the secret realm, to the semicircular object in midair, which had a diameter of perhaps 5 kilometers. At that moment, the object was flickering slightly, as if it were breathing, and at its center, an extremely dark mass of light was slowly condensing, an incredibly terrifying aura of the abyss spreading from it. Wang Chongshan's figure flashed as he ran towards the ground where the semicircular object was located. He realized that the death of the Abyss Lord did not mean that everything was over. Half a day later, in the second base of the capital's professionals, Fang Zhu looked at the rough mechanical creation before him, resembling a child's toy, and fell into a daze. To be honest, this device exceeded his expectations. The so-called talent in mechanics seemed to have completely misunderstood his intentions, yet this device seemed capable of achieving part of his goals. This contradictory feeling left Fang Zhu momentarily at a loss for words. Team leader Fang, do you think this device is okay? Fan Xing rubbed his hands, nervously asking. Fang Zhu stroked his chin, after a long pause finally managing to say, barely. It might work. What Fang Zhu wanted was not complicated. He just wanted to create a conveyor belt first, yes, the kind used in factories to transport items, and then set up several common tools for processing medicinal materials on either side of this conveyor belt. Researchers or alchemists could simply sit in fixed positions to complete their steps without needing to get up or exchange tools. Finally, this device also needed a juicer and a centrifuge to complete the last step of processing the medicinal materials. To be honest, aside from the conveyor belt requiring a bit more effort, the other components posed no difficulty, as they already used these instruments and tools when processing medicinal materials. This meant that Fan Xing only needed to combine these instruments and tools with the conveyor belt and leave space on both sides for people to work. But a bizarre contraption had been created. Although it could achieve Fang Zhu's goals, it felt awkward to him, like a program filled with bugs. No matter how many bugs there were, as long as it could produce the correct result in the end, that was all that mattered. The process is all wrong, but the result is right was exactly what this device represented. However, considering that such a device had never appeared in this era, it was not surprising that the other party could create something like this. But understanding was one thing, it still needed to be improved. The assembly line had undergone countless tests of capital in Fang Zhu's time and had long since developed into a mature system. He only needed to replicate it. So he took out a piece of paper and meticulously drew out the assembly line he envisioned. The reason he hadn't done this before was that he wanted to see what the so-called mechanical talents of this era were capable of. But now it seemed they were indeed lacking. In fact, in Fang Zhu's conception, the assembly line was meant to do much more than this. He planned to completely eliminate manual labor in the preliminary processing of medicinal materials through runes and machinery, meaning that alchemists would only need to focus on refining pills, leaving everything else to the assembly line. Perhaps it couldn't be called an assembly line anymore, it should be called a pill refining machine. Of course, he couldn't achieve that just yet and could only settle for creating a mechanical assembly line first. This way, work that originally required 10 people could potentially be done by just 2 or 3, and the surplus workers could form a new assembly line, greatly increasing the efficiency of alchemy. Fan Xing looked at the blueprint, and a look of realization gradually appeared on his face. His previous thoughts had been somewhat off track. This wasn't entirely his fault. Feng Zhu hadn't explained things very clearly at the beginning. No problem, Team Leader Fawn, leave it to me. I'll have the finished product for you within a day. Fan Xing patted his chest and promised. Feng Zhu nodded, feeling a bit emotional. It had to be said that the professionals of this era were indeed impressive in certain aspects. In the past, a mechanical device required various preparations and a dedicated workshop to produce. But in this era, professionals could easily complete a series of steps like cutting, welding, and assembling materials using their own strength or professional skills. This meant that a high-level mechanic was completely comparable to an industrial mother machine, and even a low-level mechanic like Fan Xing could accomplish many amazing things. Thank you, and feel free to ask me anytime if you have any questions, Feng Zhu said, patting Fan Xing on the shoulder. After the other party left, Feng Zhu turned to the bizarre, rough device in front of him, wearing a helpless expression. How should he deal with this thing? After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly had an idea and waved to call over 2 researchers, pointing at the assembly line and saying, "Move it over to Old Wang's side." Although the researchers were unclear about what the team leader meant, they still obeyed his orders. 10 minutes later, Feng Zhu arrived at Old Wang's laboratory with the device. Old Wang looked at the strange object beside Feng Zhu in surprise and asked, "Xiao Feng, what is this?" Feng Zhu smiled mysteriously and said astonishingly, "It's something that can double the efficiency of the assembly line." Old Wang was immediately taken aback, approaching the assembly line as if it were a rare treasure. He carefully examined every detail of the assembly line and quickly realized that it wasn't complicated. It was just a combination of the instruments and tools they commonly used. "Are you saying this thing can double our efficiency?" Old Wang was even more puzzled. He was very skeptical of Feng Zhu's claims. To be honest, he was quite confident in his improved manual assembly line. Everyone had their own responsibilities, and in his view, the alchemy efficiency had already reached its limit, unless he could simplify the steps of alchemy. But that was not so easy. So when Feng Zhu said that a bizarre device could double his efficiency, Wang Lao did not believe it. Feng Zhu could certainly see the other person's thoughts. He smiled slightly, offered no further explanation, and simply ordered the researchers to move the assembly line to the corner of the room, then began to direct them. Bring in 3 researchers to sit at these 3 positions, and 12 alchemists to stand at the end of the assembly line. As Feng Zhu spoke, he aligned the end of the assembly line with the ground fire instrument. Wang Lao nodded, signaling everyone to follow Feng Zhu's instructions. Soon, everyone was in position. At this point, Wang Lao suddenly realized that Feng Zhu intended to supply 12 alchemists with just 3 researchers. How could that be possible? He had optimized the manual assembly line through multiple improvements to the point where 1 researcher could supply 2 alchemists, but now Feng Zhu planned to have 1 researcher supply 4 alchemists? That was a joke. Even with 3 heads and 6 arms, it was impossible. In fact, this calculation method was not accurate, as each researcher was responsible for different processes, and at least 3 researchers were needed to complete all the tasks. So saying how many alchemists 1 researcher could supply was a very non-standard statement. However, this way of speaking was easier to understand and allowed for a straightforward calculation of the assembly line's efficiency. Although the initial assembly line made by Fan Xing was quite awkward and did not fully meet Feng Zhu's requirements, it was generally functional. So demonstrating it to Wang Lao was not a hassle. Place the herbs here. In a moment, I will turn this handle, and the herbs will be automatically delivered to you via the conveyor belt. After you process the herbs, put them back on the conveyor belt. Do you understand? Feng Zhu briefly explained the working process of the assembly line. The dozen or so researchers nodded, looking somewhat bewildered. They could understand what Feng Zhu was saying, but they couldn't imagine the specific process. This was not their fault. The assembly line made by Fan Xing was somewhat strange and even counterintuitive, and a normal person would not be able to figure it out on their first encounter. Fortunately, Feng Zhu had experience and knew how to use this thing. I'll operate it once, and you'll understand. Feng Zhu smiled, signaled everyone to be ready, and then turned the handle next to the conveyor belt. Since this was the first generation machine, Fangzhu did not use runes to drive it but chose the simplest hand crank method. As Fangzhu turned the handle, the conveyor belt on the assembly line began to move, and in just a few seconds, the herbs were delivered to the researchers' hands. However, due to the design issues from Fan Xing, these researchers would interfere with each other to varying degrees, so Fangzhu did not turn the conveyor belt quickly. At first, the researchers were a bit flustered, with some not even able to process the herbs in front of them in time. To be honest, in Fangzhu's view, once a real assembly line was applied, the processes each researcher was responsible for should be further refined or directly redesigned. However, even though the conditions were not suitable in various aspects, the mechanical assembly line still demonstrated its superiority. Wang Lao stared in amazement at the busy researchers and alchemists, quickly realizing that the assembly line Fangzhu had just moved in could indeed enhance their alchemy efficiency. Even though everyone was still unskilled, anyone with a discerning eye could see the difference. Before long, the elixirs were produced, and several alchemists wiped the sweat from their foreheads, looking with some surprise at the elixirs in the furnace. Although the success rate did not show a significant improvement, it did save them some time, and the accumulated time saved was quite considerable. Xiaofang, I think everyone is still not very skilled right now, and it's hard to see the difference between your device and my assembly line. Wang Lao stroked his beard and said slowly, how about you leave it here with me? I'll have someone get familiar with it, and then we can see its effects. Upon hearing this, Fangzhu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, having seen through Wang Lao's intentions. He just wanted to keep the assembly line for himself. Wang Lao's intentions were known to all. He pretended to hesitate, moving his lips a couple of times without immediately agreeing to Wang Lao's request. What a joke! It was not easy to grasp the opportunity with the other party. How could he not get some benefits out of it? If it weren't for the benefits, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble of moving the assembly line over. Well, it seemed he hadn't really gone through much trouble. The ones doing the work were his two researchers from the lab. Seeing this, Wang Lao immediately understood Fangzhu's meaning. He chuckled and took out 2 porcelain vials from a nearby cabinet. These are 2 pills I concocted when I had nothing to do. See if there's anything useful. Wang Lao's expression was calm, but his tone carried a hint of flattery. If it were someone else speaking in such a tone, like Zhou Lao, Fangzhu would definitely feel a prickling sensation all over and would be utterly unworthy of it. But Wang Lao, it didn't matter, he was just that kind of old rascal. Fangzhu was not surprised at all that he could do such a thing and speak in that tone. Then thank you, Wang Lao. I'll leave the assembly line here for now, I don't need it at the moment. Fangzhu reached out to take the pills and said cheerfully. Wang Lao immediately broke into a smile, his wrinkles bunching together. He saw a lot in this mechanical assembly line. Besides improving the efficiency of alchemy, he also saw a whole new idea. It might not be entirely accurate to call it new, as Fangzhu had mentioned this idea to him and Zhou Lao early on, but at that time, they didn't think it would work. Now, however, Fangzhu had indeed produced a finished product, albeit very immature, but it had turned his initial idea into part of reality. Thus, Wang Lao had to seriously consider the feasibility of Fangzhu's idea. At this moment, in the ghostly secret realm, Wang Chongshan stood in the temporary command center, establishing communication with the highest levels of the military in Huagua. This semicircular object definitely has major issues. I can sense the abyssal aura emanating from it. If I'm not mistaken, it is very likely some kind of device that can connect to the abyss, Wang Chongshan said gravely. After a moment, an elderly voice came through. I understand. You should first conduct a simple investigation of this object. Do not be reckless. I will immediately arrange for relevant experts and professionals to go over. Yes. Wang Chongshan hung up the communication and raised his head to stare at the massive semicircular object. To be honest, the oppressive feeling from this thing was very strong. Ordinary low-level professionals couldn't even look at it for long, and the abyssal aura it occasionally emitted made people feel uncomfortable, as if they were being watched by something extremely malicious. During this half-day, Wang Chongshan and his army first dealt with the corpse of the abyssal sovereign, but the toughness of the corpse exceeded their expectations. Even Wang Chongshan couldn't easily damage its surface skin. This also made it impossible for them to cut the corpse smoothly, and with such a large body, moving it out of the secret realm was a very difficult task. In desperation, Wang Chongshan could only order the soldiers to move the corpse to a nearby unobtrusive place. Fortunately, there was plenty of open space here. Otherwise, having such a large corpse nearby would still make people feel uncomfortable. As for Manhwa's side, Wang Chongshan had already contacted the higher-ups, and the best auxiliary practitioners would provide him with 24-hour continuous treatment, while also seeking out elixirs capable of healing soul injuries nationwide. Although such elixirs were extremely rare, it was possible that they could indeed find one by searching throughout the entire Huagua. Meanwhile, Runhua's army remained in the secret realm, obeying Wang Chongshan's orders. The Abyss Lord was dead, but the matter was not over. That semicircular object clearly concealed a greater secret, and they had to figure out what it was for. At that moment, Wang Chongshan suddenly heard a knock on the door, followed by a voice from an officer. "General, someone claims to have seen that thing." Wang Chongshan was taken aback and quickly said, "Bring him in." A few minutes later, the officer brought in a soldier who looked very dark, thin, and strong into the temporary command center. The soldier seemed a bit nervous. He snapped to attention and shouted, "General, my name is Lu De, and I belong to the Auxiliary 2nd Battalion." Wang Chongshan nodded, gestured for him to relax, and smiled as he said, "Don't be nervous. I heard from Xiao Chang that you have seen this semicircular object?" Lu De took a deep breath to calm his nerves and replied, "Actually, I haven't seen it." "Oh?" Wang Chongshan looked at him in confusion, waiting for an explanation. He believed his soldiers would not lie about this matter. It would be meaningless. "I haven't seen the semicircular object, but I have seen the runes on it," Lu De explained. Wang Chongshan was slightly taken aback and then turned to look at the sky. There were indeed runes on the surface of that object, but he was not a rune master and still did not understand the meaning of those runes. Lu De continued, "I am a rune master. I once saw similar runes in a book explaining runes. If I am not mistaken, this rune means teleportation." Upon hearing this, Wang Chongshan was suddenly alarmed. Teleportation? A teleportation portal? Wang Chongshan immediately thought of this possibility. "Are you saying this is a teleportation portal?" "I am about 80% sure that this semicircular object is a teleportation portal," Lu De nodded and said. Wang Chongshan's brows furrowed, and his expression darkened as he sat back down. If Lu De's speculation was correct, then they were in big trouble. A teleportation portal from the abyss, any fool could guess what it was for. Wang Chongshan stared intently at Lu De, his eyes urgent and his tone serious as he asked, "Can you still find that book?" Lu De thought for a moment and then nodded, saying, "The book is called Rune Annotations. It should be available at the Shofu Library." "Good. You go back first. I'll have someone confirm it. If it's true, I'll give you credit." Wang Chongshan patted Lu De on the shoulder and then had the officer escort him back. Once he was alone in the room, Wang Chongshan contacted the highest levels of the Huagua military and reported the matter in full. The higher-ups immediately took action, arranging for someone to search the library. 3 hours later, a speed-oriented practitioner entered the secret realm and brought rune annotations before Wang Chongshan. Looking at the book in his hands, Wang Chongshan's expression gradually darkened. Indeed, Lu De was right. The runes on the semicircular object were almost identical to those explained in the book, which meant that the unknown object above them was the Abyss teleportation portal. Moreover, according to the book's description, the activation time for this rune was 72 hours. Every 24 hours, the color of its glow would change, and the current color was blue. Blue represented that it was about to complete the first phase of activation, with just over 50 hours remaining until it was fully activated. Realizing this, Wang Chongshan instantly stood up, his face showing a look of horror. In just over 50 hours, the abyssal portal would be fully activated, and at that time, creatures from the abyss would surge through it into the secret realm, ultimately entering the real world. This absolutely cannot happen. Those terrifying creatures possess all sorts of bizarre abilities that normal practitioners cannot handle at all. If they were to enter the real world, the consequences would be unimaginable. An abyssal lord could easily destroy a city, but thousands of abyssal creatures could directly annihilate a country. Currently, apart from Huagua, the American Federation, the European Union, and the Soviet Union, other countries simply do not have the capability to combat large-scale abyssal creatures. Even for these major powers, resisting the abyss would come at a tremendous cost, and thus, a complete collapse is not out of the question. This is something that Wang Chongshan and the others absolutely cannot accept. So, 5 minutes later, the highest levels of Huagua were all informed about the abyssal portal, and 10 minutes later, a meeting regarding the future fate of Huagua was convened in the conference room of the capital's assembly hall. Meanwhile, Feng Zhu, who was in the laboratory, was unaware of this matter. Although his rank was already quite high, he was not yet qualified to be informed of such high-level issues immediately. At this moment, he was pondering over the rune array on the experimental table. This was the preservation rune array, used to store elixirs and delay the loss of their medicinal properties. After a period of experimentation, Fang Zhu and his team had confirmed the effectiveness of the preservation rune array. If combined with the materials that Wan Yu and the others had developed, it could ensure that the medicinal properties of the elixirs would not diminish by more than 20% within 6 months. This was already a significant achievement, basically meeting the minimum requirements set by the higher-ups for this project. Currently, the most commonly used containers could only store elixirs for 3 to 5 days. Once that time passed, their medicinal properties would rapidly deteriorate, and their effectiveness would become extremely poor. This led to elixirs not being a mainstream choice for ordinary practitioners. Generally, most practitioners would only purchase a small amount of elixirs before entering the secret realm and would try to use them all up within the realm. Otherwise, those elixirs would be wasted if left for too long. If Fang Zhu could promote his research results, practitioners would definitely purchase elixirs in large quantities, which would not only elevate the status of alchemists but also reduce casualties among practitioners in the secret realm, making it a great contribution. Unfortunately, Fang Zhu's research could only be considered 2/3 complete. He had not yet managed to shrink the preservation array to a size that could be used with any container. Therefore, Fang Zhu needed to complete this final step as soon as possible to promote containers that could store elixirs long-term. More than an hour later, Fang Zhu put down the rune pen in his hand, a hint of excitement on his face. He had just found the correct approach and successfully resolved part of the interference issues between the runes. As long as he continued to research along this line, Fang Zhu felt that he could shrink the rune array to a size suitable for most containers in at most 10 days. Of course, this was still not enough. Fang Zhu's goal was to make the preservation rune array usable in any container, and to achieve this, he would need at least another month. After all, various problems might arise once the rune array was shrunk, and he needed to solve all these issues to consider the project complete. At this moment, on the other side of the capital, in a beautifully decorated and elegant conference hall, a dozen of Huagua's top leaders made a decision. Within 24 hours, they would use every means necessary to destroy the portal at all costs. With the order given, the entire Huagua immediately sprang into action, and the city of Dingbei and several surrounding cities quickly mobilized Huagua's most powerful weapon to date, the rune cannon. If Fang Zhu were present, he would definitely recognize what this rune cannon is. It was the weapon he saw outside the entrance of the secret realm during his first descent into the secret realm. It is the last line of defense against the alien beasts. If the alien beasts break out of the secret realm, the rune cannon will annihilate all enemies outside the entrance. This is the culmination of the rune field in Huagua, the lifelong effort of a rare-level rune master. One could say that the appearance of the rune cannon represents Huagua's true confidence in facing the secret realm. Of course, this type of weapon also has very obvious drawbacks. Although the power of the rune cannon is immense, even against the alien beast monarchs in A-level secret realms, it does not fall short, and there is even a possibility of killing the opponent. However, the rune cannon has a fatal flaw: its lifespan. Each rune cannon can fire a maximum of 4 shots after being manufactured. After 4 shots, the core rune array within the cannon will be destroyed, and the entire cannon will turn into a pile of scrap metal, which, no matter how powerful a rune master is, cannot be repaired. Moreover, the cost of each rune cannon is extremely high, and the craftsmanship is very complex. Even a global powerhouse like Huagua cannot produce them on a large scale. However, Huagua has a deep foundation and countless talents emerging, which is why in the past 200 years, every city has been equipped with a rune cannon. After the order to destroy the Abyss portal was issued, Dingbei City and several surrounding cities quickly mobilized over 30 rune cannons. This number of cannons is enough to suppress an A-level secret realm, but the higher-ups still felt it was insufficient and issued another order, commanding the more distant cities to transfer all rune cannons to Dingbei City, ensuring the safety of the secret realm. 6 hours later, the number of rune cannons in the ghostly secret realm exceeded 60. In fact, even more cannons could be mobilized, but if too much time was spent on the journey, there would be too little time left for them to attack the Abyss portal. Thus, the final number of rune cannons was set at 65. Deploying such a large number of rune cannons in a secret realm is unprecedented in Huagua's history. To operate weapons of this level, a substance called Black Cloud Crystal is required, a rare item that can only be obtained through card draws, and even Huagua does not have much stock. According to calculations, Huagua's current stock of Black Cloud crystals can only support 2 volleys from these 65 rune cannons. That's right, only 2 times. However, at such a time, no one cared about the preciousness of Black Cloud crystals. The high-ranking officials of Huagua urgently contacted the other 3 major countries and exchanged a large batch of Black Cloud crystals from them at a relatively light cost. At this time, other countries were not in the mood to kick a man when he's down. They understood very well that if Huagua could not withstand the Abyss portal, the monsters from the Abyss would surely turn their attention to them after destroying Huagua. The ruling classes of these countries are not fools. They understand the principle that there are no perfect eggs under a collapsed nest. Take the previous incident where the American Federation encountered an unknown toxin, for example. After learning about it, various countries provided assistance to the American Federation to varying degrees, and although Huagua's elixirs had some suspicion of intentional delay, they did not go too far, remaining within a reasonable range. This time, however, the incident Huagua experienced was clearly much more terrifying than that unknown toxin. Toxins could still be controlled with potions and elixirs, but the Abyss. The European Union even has PTSD from the Abyss. Just hearing those two words makes them feel uncomfortable all over. So they gave Huagua the most black cloud crystals, which was quite generous. As for the American Federation, to be honest, they are still preoccupied with their own issues. Through Huagua's elixirs, the high-ranking officials of the American Federation temporarily stabilized the situation, but as long as they cannot find a countermeasure against that unknown toxin, they will not find peace. However, the Federation of America managed to gather some black cloud crystals, allowing China to support the simultaneous firing of 65 rune cannons 4 times. After 4 rounds, even a class A secret realm would be utterly devastated, and the beasts within would surely suffer heavy casualties, with even the beast monarch unable to escape. Yet, despite this, the higher-ups in China still felt uncertain. In such a short time, they had managed to assemble so many rune cannons and black cloud crystals, which was no small feat, and at this moment, there were only a little over 40 hours left until the Abyss portal activated. If the rune cannons could not resolve the Abyss portal, they would still have time to consider other options. In the ghostly secret realm, Wang Chongshan stood before the rune cannons, his eyes revealing a hint of shock. Even as a general, he had never witnessed so many rune cannons appearing simultaneously. The cannon bodies reflected a heart-stirring light under the sun, and the dark cannon muzzles exuded a faint aura of death. Thanks to the efforts of over 1,000 soldiers, these cannons had reached a position about 5 kilometers from the Abyss portal in less than 3 hours. This was their most lethal range. Behind these cannons were large boxes storing the black cloud crystals. Wang Chongshan directed the soldiers to extract the black cloud crystals, then neatly arranged 4 stacks behind each rune cannon. According to orders from above, they would commence bombardment of the Abyss portal in 15 minutes, first firing 2 rounds to assess the situation. If the results were good, the subsequent 2 rounds would not be necessary. However, if all 4 bombardments failed to destroy the portal, Wang Chongshan hesitated to consider that possibility. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the portal suspended in midair. The massive semicircular object was currently emitting a black glow, and the black sphere within had expanded several times, almost occupying 1/10 of the entire center space. If this continued, once the black sphere completely filled that space, the Abyss portal would likely activate, so they had to quicken their pace. Soon, the final checks on the rune cannons were completed, and over 600 soldiers stood in formation behind them. At this moment, all the cannon muzzles were aimed at the portal in the air, exuding a formidable presence. Wang Chongshan nodded, raised his arm, and commanded loudly, "Rune preheat." As his voice fell, the soldiers uniformly placed sufficient black cloud crystals on a rune array behind the cannon mounts. The black cloud crystals emitted a faint purple glow, and then the rune arrays on the entire body of the rune cannons began to light up sequentially, steady and powerful like breathing. Immediately after, a ball of light flickered deep within the cannon muzzles, growing brighter and gradually becoming dazzling. 65 rune cannons shone simultaneously, resembling the brightest stars in the night sky. It was the nightfall in the ghostly secret realm, and the twinkling stars in the night sky complemented the ground. If someone could capture this moment, it would indeed be a beautiful sight. However, everyone present was too preoccupied to appreciate it. Wang Chongshan snorted coldly in his heart and then forcefully brought his arm down. "Fire!" he shouted, his voice echoing for several kilometers around. As a high-level practitioner, Wang Chongshan's presence was unmatched by ordinary soldiers. The sound rolled like thunder as dozens of soldiers simultaneously pressed the launch buttons on their rune cannons. In an instant, 65 beams of energy shot forth from the dark cannon barrels, as if 65 bolts of lightning had simultaneously erupted in the sky. The speed of the energy beams was incredibly fast, akin to soaring dragons, reaching the Abyss portal in an instant, then exploding with a thunderous roar, the brilliance illuminating half the sky. The energy beams had completely submerged the portal, the explosion deafening, and the surrounding space even showed faint tremors. In the next moment, a violent shockwave spread out, shaking the ground, sending grass and soil flying, and it even forcibly reduced the surface closest to the portal by several centimeters. Wang Chongshan stood firmly on the ground, squinting at the portal. The soldiers around him did not possess his formidable strength. Faced with the intense shockwave, they could only hide behind the runic giant cannon, waiting for it all to end. This scene felt like the apocalypse had arrived. Even the strongest professionals would feel a sense of dread. If that Abyss Lord was still alive, he would probably tremble in fear at this sight. If it weren't for the enormous cost of activating the runic giant cannon, Wang Chongshan and the others would truly be reluctant to risk their lives. Regardless of the final outcome, China would lose its most deterrent trump card in a short time. Time passed second by second, and the light in the sky finally began to dissipate, darkness once again enveloping the land. Wang Chongshan's expression was grim, his right fist involuntarily clenched. In his line of sight, the enormous portal had not been destroyed, on the contrary, it still hung steadily in the sky. From the surface, the portal seemed to have sustained little damage under such an attack, the black light representing the abyss still flickering, and the central black sphere showed no signs of change. However, upon closer inspection, one could notice that the main body of the portal, that semicircular object, had developed some not-so-obvious cracks. Wang Chongshan and the others did not know what material constituted the main body of the portal, but judging from its ability to withstand the bombardment, it was clearly an extremely sturdy material. This level of damage isn't enough, Wang Chongshan muttered to himself, then looked at the runic giant cannon beside him. Prepare for the second round of concentrated fire. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of soldiers quickly returned to their positions, moving swiftly and efficiently to prepare. The first 2 rounds of concentrated fire had been part of the initial plan. Regardless of the damage to the portal, they would complete 2 rounds first. 5 minutes later, the runic giant cannon was ready, and Wang Chongshan once again issued a loud command. Fire! 65 beams of energy shot out, crashing heavily onto the main body of the abyss portal. A violent explosion erupted once more, light flashing, ringing in the ears, and a terrifying shockwave lifted the ground, creating a deep pit around the portal. Wang Chongshan stood on the ground, unmoving as a mountain. His expression was calm, but a sense of foreboding stirred within him. Sure enough, after waiting for the light and dust to settle, the abyss portal still hung steadily in the sky. The 2 rounds of concentrated fire had not caused the portal to fall, nor had they inflicted any significant damage. Wang Chongshan had excellent vision, so he could see that the cracks on the portal's main body had become denser, but this level of damage was not enough to be considered serious. Moreover, the black sphere showed no change at all, appearing even larger than before. Wang Chongshan gritted his teeth, exchanged a glance with the advisor and officer beside him, and then coldly issued the order. Another round. Since the portal showed signs of change, it indicated that their attacks were effective, albeit with poor results. Wang Chongshan steeled himself. They still had 2 more chances and absolutely could not give up. In the ghostly secret realm on the plain, 65 runic giant cannons roared once more, their concentrated fire turning the sky into broad daylight. The sound of explosions echoed throughout the entire secret realm, the terrain of the plain completely altered by the shockwaves, and a massive pit appeared beneath the abyss portal, while in slightly farther areas, the ground was lifted, revealing the deep red soil beneath. However, the situation had not changed. After the light faded, the abyss portal remained, and that black sphere of light was still there, the aura of the abyss still thick. Wang Chongshan reached out to steady himself against the rune cannon beside him. He could feel the heat radiating from the barrel and smelled a faint burnt odor. That was the scent emitted after the rune array of the cannon was destroyed. After 4 simultaneous shots, the rune arrays of all 65 rune cannons were burned out, and Huagua had lost more than half of its rune cannons and all of its black cloud crystals. But they had not achieved their goal. There were indeed some visible damages on the abyss portal. Now anyone could see the pits and fractures on its main body, but this damage did not stop the portal from activating. Wang Chongshan had some doubts, suspecting that the semicircular structure was not the main body of the portal. Otherwise, with a third of the entire structure broken, the portal should not still be hanging in the sky. 65 rune cannons, 4 rounds of simultaneous fire. No matter how sturdy the abyss portal was, it should not have been able to withstand that. At the very least, it should have stopped activating. But for some reason, this thing was still operational. Wang Chongshan sighed, confirming that their first step plan had failed. However, it was not all bad news. After all, they had proven that energy attacks from the rune cannons were still effective against the portal. It was just that they could only launch too few attacks. If they had 10 or 8 more, perhaps the portal could have been directly destroyed. Wang Chongshan looked at the tens of thousands of soldiers in the distance, and a thought suddenly struck him. What would happen if they unleashed the sword of divine punishment again? Could it cause damage to the portal? He gritted his teeth. At such a time, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, they should try. All soldiers of the warrior camp, heed my command, advance to within 1 kilometer of the portal. This time, Wang Chongshan did not issue the order through the mental link but shouted it out loud. His voice resonated, and 7,000 soldiers from the warrior camp quickly ran towards the portal. Meanwhile, in the second base of the professional practitioners, Fang Zhu put down his seal pen and scratched his head while looking at the phone number on his phone. Bai Fu. Every time she contacted him, it was never for good news. Fang Zhu picked up the phone and pressed the answer button, and Bai Fu's magnetic and alluring voice came through. "Are you busy, team leader Fang?" Fang Zhu smiled and replied softly, "Just finished. What's up, Aunt Bai?" I wanted to ask if you have any pills that can heal the soul?" Bai Fu's tone did not sound relaxed. Fang Zhu immediately sensed something was wrong and asked, "What happened? Multiple injuries?" "It's not me," Bai Fu sighed and said slowly, "it's a general from the military." "The specifics. You should come here. With your rank, you can know about this matter." Fang Zhu frowned slightly and replied after a moment, "Okay, I'll come over now." A little over 10 minutes later, he arrived at the administrative building and pushed open the door to Bai Fu's office. "You're here, have a seat." Bai Fu extended her hand and then picked up a document from the table and handed it over. Fang Zhu vaguely felt that this matter seemed complicated. He took the document and was instantly shocked when he saw a line of small print under the title. This was a document from the Elder Council of Huagua, and it was a red-headed document. He steadied himself and began to read the contents of the document. Fang Zhu read very carefully, afraid of missing any important information. He read for a full 10 minutes before stopping, then looked at Bai Fu in shock. Such a thing actually happened. Bai Fu nodded slightly, her tone heavy as she said, "Yes, no one expected that an Abyss Lord would appear within Huagua, but the good news is that the military successfully killed it. But one of the generals from the military was also seriously injured, with only a month to live." Fang Zhu fell silent, looking at the document. After a long while, he asked, "So, are you saying that only legendary level healing items can possibly save this general's life?" "Yes, and it must be items effective against the soul." Bai Fu rubbed her forehead, speaking with some helplessness. "I've thought about it for a long time and feel that only you might have similar items. As for old Master Zhou and the others, it's unlikely." Fang Zhu took a sip of coffee and did not speak immediately. In fact, logically speaking, Zhou Lao and Wan Lao had lived long enough that they should have some legendary items. Even if the probability was low, given enough time and draws, they would eventually get one or two. But now, from Bai Fu's words, it seemed that Zhou Lao and Wang Lao really did not have anything similar, or rather, the items they could produce were unable to heal Renhua's injuries. In fact, Fang Zhu felt a bit flustered inside. He was wondering if the fact that he could draw a legendary card every day had been exposed. This matter was different from others. No matter how high his talent in alchemy was, it didn't matter, as that was a legendary profession. But if others knew he could draw legendary cards every day, it was easy to imagine the trouble that would bring. Bai Fu looked at Fang Zhu and thought for a moment before asking, "If I give you a recipe, can you refine a legendary elixir?" Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu suddenly understood that Bai Fu was not looking for him because of the card draws, but because he could refine high-grade elixirs that others could not. He had just refined a legendary Mo Xiang Dan, so now Bai Fu hoped he could find a way to refine another legendary elixir to save someone. If that was the case, then he had to help with this. "What kind of recipe? Let me see." Fang Zhu raised his head and said with determination. A smile immediately appeared on Bai Fu's face as she opened a drawer and took out a thin, yellowed piece of paper. "This is the Tianling Sheng Hundan, a type of elixir that is extremely difficult to refine. However, if you can refine it and its grade is high enough, it should be able to heal Renhua's injuries." Fang Zhu nodded and took the recipe, glancing over it. With his talent, as long as he saw the recipe, he could understand the entire refining process. For him, the notion of difficulty in refining did not exist. There was no reason for Fang Zhu to fail. However, refining a legendary elixir still required some luck. Fang Zhu's current alchemist level was 24. Yes, that day he crazily refined Mo Xiang Dan, causing his level to soar by 5 levels, and he also awakened a second professional skill. Even so, he still couldn't just produce legendary level elixirs. The second skill of Fang Zhu's alchemist profession was called recipe analysis, an active skill with a cooldown of 3 days. After using this skill, Fang Zhu could understand every detail of the recipe, know the role of each herb in the refining process, understand the impact of flame temperature on the elixir, and even make certain improvements and innovations to the recipe. Yes, this was what he had been doing before, but now it was presented in the form of a skill. This was certainly a good thing for Fang Zhu. After all, if he were to improve recipes in the future, recipe analysis could help him avoid many detours. However, this skill did not provide much help for the Tianling Sheng Hundan at the moment, unless he chose to improve this elixir. With this thought, Fang Zhu's mind stirred. If he could lower the refining difficulty of the Tianling Sheng Hundan, would that increase the probability of producing a legendary one? As he delved deeper into the path of alchemy, Fang Zhu had already realized one thing. If a certain elixir is mastered very skillfully, then the chance of triggering innate abilities when refining the elixir will be very high, even exceeding 50%. However, if this elixir is just learned, the probability of triggering innate abilities during the refining process will not exceed 30%, and is likely only around 10%. This logic is easy to understand. Much like two exceptionally intelligent young geniuses, one indulges in daily pleasures without focusing on studying, yet with the help of his talent, he still manages to score high marks. The other, however, studies diligently every day, wasting none of his innate abilities, making it clear who will achieve greater success in the future. But mastering a highly difficult elixir in a very short time is clearly not possible. Refining elixirs is also a gradual process. Although Fang Zhu is indeed legendary, he cannot immediately grasp a particularly difficult elixir. He needs time, but what Manhwa lacks is time. The longer it drags on, the worse the elixir's effects may become. Fang Zhu stood up, a determined expression appearing on his face. "Leave it to me, I will quickly produce a legendary Heavenly Spirit Soul Elixir." Bai Fu nodded seriously. "Then I'll leave it to you." Fang Zhu smiled and turned to leave, but suddenly heard Bai Fu's phone ringing on the table. He turned back to see Bai Fu's expression change to one of distress after answering the call. Fang Zhu immediately halted, his gaze fixed on Bai Fu. Bai Fu's right hand holding the phone trembled slightly, her expression growing increasingly grave. After a moment, she put down the phone, her brows furrowed tightly. "What's wrong, Aunt Bai?" Fang Zhu asked softly. "Ha!" Bai Fu let out a long breath, looking at Fang Zhu, her tone devoid of the previous softness, now extremely heavy. "The matter of the abyss is not over." Hearing this, Fang Zhu's expression changed in shock, and he quickly asked, "What happened? Didn't the Abyss Lord already die?" Bai Fu sighed, resting her elbows on the table, and slowly said, "The Abyss Lord left behind a portal to the abyss before dying. According to our estimates, this portal will activate in 40 hours. 40 hours! Fang Zhu exclaimed, his expression turning grim. Although he had never heard of the Abyss portal before, the name conveyed enough information. In 40 hours, Abyss creatures will descend into the real world of Blue Star? Fang Zhu pressed on. Yes. Bai Fu nodded heavily, then continued, the country has just mobilized 65 rune cannons to attack the portal, and General Wang has also led the army to launch an assault. But these attacks have not destroyed the portal, it is still in the process of activation. Fang Zhu's face changed several times upon hearing this. He wasn't particularly familiar with rune cannons, but since the country chose such a weapon, it indicated immense power. If an army along with 65 rune cannons couldn't destroy the portal, what else could they do? Just watch as abyss creatures enter Huagua through the portal? Absolutely not. Fang Zhu steadied himself and quickly asked, what can we do? Bai Fu revealed a bitter smile. What could they do? It seemed they could do nothing. The country had paid such a high price and still couldn't destroy the portal. What use were they, low to mid-level practitioners? The atmosphere in the office became heavy when Fang Zhu remained silent, and Bai Fu did not speak either. They sat in their respective positions, their minds racing with thoughts of possible ways to assist the military. The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. In the face of such matters, no one in Huagua could remain indifferent. Moments later, Fang Zhu's eyes lit up, and he suddenly raised his head, his expression barely containing his excitement. Bai Fu immediately turned her attention to Fang Zhu, looking over in confusion. Fang Zhu swallowed hard and said, his voice slightly trembling, I might have something here that can help the military. As soon as he said this, Bai Fu jumped to her feet, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Are you serious? Fang Zhu nodded and quickly added, but I don't have it with me right now. I need to go back and get it. Okay, hurry back. I'll report this news to the higher-ups. Bai Fu's face also showed signs of excitement. However, upon hearing this, Fang Zhu quickly waved his hand. Aunt Bai, hold on. I'm not sure if that thing is really useful. What if it turns out to be useless? That would just be a false hope. Bai Fu took a gentle breath, sat back down in her chair, and slowly said, You're right, I was a bit too anxious. Well, I'll go first, Fang Zhu said before leaving the office and quickly running towards his apartment. Indeed, what he was thinking of was the scroll he had drawn earlier, Radiant Ray. According to the scroll's description, it was a one-time skill that could unleash an extremely powerful energy attack, claiming to be able to destroy everything. Although Fang Zhu was skeptical of this claim, it was already the most powerful item he could present at the moment. However, a legendary item was somewhat eye-catching for a practitioner of Fang Zhu's level, especially since they had only recently become practitioners and shouldn't have drawn a legendary item so soon. Of course, there had been exceptionally lucky individuals in history who had drawn gold consecutively, and at such times, there was no need to dwell on such matters. While Fang Zhu and Bai Fu were brainstorming, practitioners from bases across the country began searching for items that could potentially destroy the Abyss portal. The confidentiality level of this matter was very high, but many people received the news almost immediately. They did not hoard their treasures and chose to present their strongest items. Some even volunteered, hoping to enter the secret realm and try it out themselves. Practitioners had all sorts of bizarre skills. Some could burn their life force to unleash a powerful strike, while others could only use their skills once in a lifetime, with astonishing power. If all the practitioners with these skills gathered to attack the Abyss portal, they could likely inflict significant damage on it. However, the higher-ups would not agree to sacrifice lives unless it was absolutely necessary. They had not reached that final moment. There was still hope for Huagua, and hope for humanity. Fangzhu pushed open the door to his apartment and quickly retrieved the scroll from the drawer. The specific information about the scroll appeared before him, and after carefully browsing through it and confirming there were no issues, he returned to the administrative building with the scroll. Bai Fu appeared calm as she sat behind her desk, but inside, she was somewhat anxious. More accurately, she was filled with anticipation. She hoped that Fangzhu could bring back a truly useful legendary item, as that would give the billions of people in Huagua a chance to survive. It was unclear when this young man had become one of the mainstays of this base. Before long, the door was pushed open forcefully, and Bai Fu stood up, her face full of expectation as she looked at Fangzhu. Fangzhu took a couple of breaths and handed over the scroll in his hand. Bai Fu quickly took it, examined it carefully, and then a look of surprise appeared on her face. From the item description alone, this was an extremely powerful scroll, but she was not a combat specialist and could not assess the specific power of the scroll. Nevertheless, it was a legendary item, so the effect should be good. Bai Fu picked up her phone and quickly dialed a number. A few minutes later, a young officer in military uniform walked into the office. "Commander Bai, I've been ordered to come here to retrieve something." The officer saluted with a standard military gesture and spoke politely. Bai Fu nodded slightly and handed over the scroll, then said, "This is the scroll provided by team leader Fangzhu, and you must record it accurately. Rest assured." The officer replied, glancing at Fangzhu, who was sitting on the sofa nearby. "Hello, team leader Fang. The ink fragrance pill you provided has been a great help to us, and the military will certainly remember your contribution." "No need to be polite, I just did what I was supposed to do." Fangzhu smiled shyly, as he truly did not think he had done anything remarkable. However, Bai Fu shot him a glare and said emphatically, "Once the Abyssal portal is resolved, you must not skimp on the military merits you owe." The officer quickly nodded and then left the office. The room fell silent again. Although Bai Fu had just mentioned resolving the Abyssal portal, they all knew deep down that it was a matter with very slim hope. At this point, it was reasonable to say that Huagua should initiate the civilization preservation plan, which meant preserving the seeds of civilization. If they ultimately could not resolve the Abyssal portal, at least human civilization would not disappear because of it. Indeed, the arrival of the Abyss was far more terrifying than the previous arrival of the secret realm. These were abyssal creatures, incredibly powerful and bizarre abyssal beings. However, so far, Bai Fu had not heard any similar news, which indicated that the higher-ups were confident in resolving this portal. Fangzhu slowly stood up and said to Bai Fu, "I will go refine the pills first. If you need anything, feel free to contact me." "Alright, you go ahead." Bai Fu nodded, watching Fangzhu leave, then leaned back in her chair, her gaze somewhat vacant. "It must succeed," Bai Fu murmured to herself. Fangzhu returned to the laboratory, instructing everyone not to disturb him, and then locked the door to the lab. He did not plan to leave the laboratory until he had refined the legendary level Tianling Soul Pill, and the researchers would bring him food and drink on schedule. Fangzhu sat at the table, laid out the pill formula, and then activated his skill, Pill Formula Analysis. In an instant, an invisible force enveloped the pill formula before him, and Fangzhu felt a sudden clarity in his mind. All the information recorded on the formula became incredibly clear and orderly. He quickly grabbed a pen and paper, swiftly writing down a few lines. These were two ideas that had instantly emerged in his mind while in the analysis state. But these were merely ideas. Whether they could be successfully improved would depend on the subsequent refining process. Fangzhu continued to examine the pill formula, and his thoughts became increasingly clear. The various medicinal herbs appeared to him like symbols, and through constant rearrangement and combination, he could quickly find the optimal solution. Time passed minute by minute, and after 5 hours, Fangzhu lifted his head, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "That's right, these two herbs have similar properties and can be substituted for each other without any change in the pill's efficacy." Fangzhu felt he had found the correct approach. With the skills enhancement, he was improving the pill formula at a speed several times or even dozens of times faster than before. Moments later, he called Wan Yu over and handed him a paper filled with the names of herbs. "Get these herbs quickly." Wan Yu nodded and immediately dashed out the door. Fangzhu returned his gaze to the table. He had improved a version of the pill formula, and if the subsequent refining went well, he could refine the legendary level pill according to this formula. Meanwhile, in the ghostly secret realm, Wang Chongshan looked up at the semicircular abyssal portal in midair. In fact, it was no longer entirely accurate to call it semicircular, as this enormous portal had become riddled with holes, with more than half of its main structure broken and damaged, yet it still had not collapsed. Wang Chongshan commanded the army to launch 2 strikes of the Sword of Divine Punishment, which indeed caused some damage to the portal, but compared to the runic giant cannon, their attacks were clearly less effective. After a moment, Wang Chongshan turned his head to look at the advisor beside him. "Is there any news from above?" The advisor shook his head, his expression somewhat bitter. "Not yet." "Then let's wait a bit longer. The Elder Council also needs time to gather high-quality items." Wang Chongshan withdrew his gaze and raised his arm to check the time. "Alright, notify the warrior camp to prepare for the 3rd strike of the Sword of Divine Punishment." "Yes," the advisor replied, then went to command the soldiers. Although Wang Chongshan no longer had the runic giant cannon, he and his soldiers still possessed Legion-level skills, and the Sword of Divine Punishment, launched every few hours, could still inflict some damage on the portal. As long as they had enough attempts, they would eventually destroy it. Soon, a phantom of a long knife appeared in midair, and after a brief pause, the phantom heavily slashed down onto the main body of the portal. A loud roar erupted, and the portal trembled violently, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds. Wang Chongshan saw a piece of debris, about the height of a person, fall off the main frame of the portal. The fragment crashed to the ground, landing in the basin beneath the portal. Once everything calmed down, Wang Chongshan directed the soldiers to retrieve the fragment. Over the course of about a day, they collected a total of 5 such fragments, varying in size, all exhibiting a purplish-black sheen. These were items from the Abyss, possessing extremely high research value. However, compared to the massive size of the portal, these fragments could only be considered scraps. Of course, Wang Chongshan's attacks still did not inflict fatal damage on the portal. Even though cracks covered its main body, the central black sphere continued to condense, showing no signs of dissipating. Sigh. Wang Chongshan quietly sighed and then returned to the command room. At this point, there were still over 30 hours until the portal activated, and various items collected by the nation had begun to be sent to the ghostly secret realm one after another. Wang Chongshan soon received the first batch. At the entrance of the military camp, boxes were neatly arranged. "General, there are a total of 23 items in here, coming from 15 cities. I have checked them, and they are mostly of legendary quality." An officer stood straight and said loudly. Wang Chongshan nodded slightly, then opened one of the boxes to take a look inside. It contained a small dark red stone, and just by looking at it, he could feel an astonishing heat radiating from it. This legendary item was likely a collection of some big shot, and soon, information about the item appeared before Wang Chongshan's eyes. He quickly skimmed through it, and then his heart sank. According to the item description, once this stone was activated, it would release flames with a temperature nearing 10,000 degrees Celsius, comparable to that of the sun. Truly a legendary item, its power exceeded the imagination of most people present. Wang Chongshan did not rush to use these items. Instead, he opened them one by one and carefully organized them. Some of these items had great power, some had strange effects, and others conflicted with other items, so using them all recklessly would not necessarily yield the desired results. Wang Chongshan was precisely worried about this, which is why he had to spend time sorting and categorizing. Sharpening the knife does not delay the work of chopping wood. This principle was understood by each of them. Before long, the 23 items of various forms were organized, and Wang Chongshan looked at the officer and advisor beside him, giving a solemn order. "Use them in the order of the groups. If anything abnormal occurs, stop immediately." "Understood?" Wang Chongshan and the others divided these items into 5 groups. The first 3 groups contained various powerful scrolls, weapons, and the like, which did not conflict with each other and could be used all at once. Of course, caution was still necessary during use. After all, they were all legendary level items with astonishing power, and any mishap could lead to casualties, so they had to be extremely careful. The 4th and 5th groups consisted of items with more specialized effects. Some required specific conditions to unleash their full power, while others needed a long preparation time. To use gaming terminology, they had a long wind-up. To maximize the effectiveness of these items, the command center explored various methods, utilizing nearly all available means, as some items had excessively stringent triggering conditions. Take the scroll they were currently preparing, for example. It was a powerful ice-type scroll that required a significant amount of magical energy to activate, and it had to be ice-type magic from a rare level or higher practitioner. These 2 conditions were quite harsh for the army, as it would be impossible to prepare within 1 or 2 hours. After all, there were only a few ice mages in the army, and their levels were not very high, making it somewhat challenging to activate such a legendary level scroll. However, some items had much lower activation requirements, and most of the items in the first 3 groups could be used immediately. 10 minutes later, the officers directed the soldiers to line up under the portal. Some items could only be used at close range, while others had to be used from a distance for safety, so they planned to use the close-range items first. On my command, an officer raised his right hand and shouted loudly. Several soldiers immediately became serious, adjusting their items to the best angle. Fire! With the officer's command, 4 soldiers' hands flashed with dazzling light. In the next moment, 4 beams of light shot out, instantly reaching the main body of the portal, followed by a thunderous explosion that shook the entire portal. Each legendary level item's power was far greater than the simultaneous fire of 65 rune cannons. However, on the surface, the explosive force of the 4 legendary items was not as grand as the cannon fire. This phenomenon was not surprising. Different items utilized energy in various ways, resulting in different displays of attack, but the one commonality was, their power was terrifyingly strong. The 65 rune cannons and the 3 rounds of the judgment sword from the warrior camp only destroyed half of the portal's main body, but now, the 4 legendary items had directly made the remaining half teeter on the brink of collapse. Indeed, it was truly on the verge of collapse. Wang Zhongshan saw large-scale damage to the portal's main body, with chunks of unknown metal falling to the ground, and the entire semicircular frame looked as if it had been gnawed by a dog. Good, Wang Zhongshan murmured, his expression relaxing slightly. Just 4 legendary items could achieve this level. They still had a full 19 in hand, so the chances of destroying the legendary portal were high. Continue, move to the second group, Wang Zhongshan ordered in a deep voice. Then, 5 soldiers moved to a position slightly farther from the portal, as the items in their hands needed this distance to unleash their maximum power. The officer standing beside the 5 took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and shouted loudly, "Everyone ready? Fire!" 5 beams of light suddenly shot out, and the terrifying energy fluctuations even caused the space to distort. 3 minutes later, Wang Zhongshan looked at the now calm sky and couldn't help but clench his fist. Good, let's go again. Under this round of attacks, the main body of the portal had basically shattered completely, and even the black sphere in the center was showing slight tremors, as if the gathering speed had slowed down a bit. However, upon closer inspection, this slowdown seemed to be an illusion. The black sphere still existed despite the main body being shattered, and it had even grown slightly larger than before their attacks began. Wang Zhongshan was so excited because, according to some experts' previous judgments, as long as the main body of the portal was destroyed, the remaining black sphere was not to be feared. Its defensive power and sturdiness could not compare to that of the purple-black metal. The third round of attacks began, this time with 6 beams of light. The roar of heaven and earth echoed continuously, and violent shockwaves spread out. A closer look revealed that these beams of light took on various forms, such as long swords, arrows, and giant axes. Some legendary items were not one-time use, so they could be used multiple times. However, they all had cooldown times or usage restrictions. The command center planned to wait until these 5 rounds of attacks were over, and if the portal still existed, they would launch the 6th round of attacks using these reusable items. Wang Zhongshan stared intently at the sky, his eyes filled with anticipation. At this moment, every round of attack they launched had the potential to destroy the portal and save everyone. It would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. However, moments later, Wang Zhongshan's expression dimmed slightly. The black sphere had not disappeared. Even though the surrounding portal frame had completely collapsed, it still hung in the sky, unchanged. Clear away those purple-black metals, and continue the attack. Wang Zhongshan quickly calmed his emotions and ordered in a deep voice. Meanwhile, in Fang Zhu's laboratory, Wan Yu was panting as he placed 2 large boxes on the ground, then gently knocked on the laboratory door. "Team leader, I've brought back the herbs you wanted." "Good, just put them there." A refreshing voice came from inside, and then it fell silent again. At this moment, inside the laboratory, Fang Zhu frowned as he looked at the formula on the table, his eyes filled with contemplation. He always felt that something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. There was no way, even as a legendary alchemist, he could completely simulate the entire alchemy process in his mind. The interactions between the properties of the herbs were too intricate, and Fang Zhu's experience and levels still had shortcomings. After a moment, Fang Zhu stepped out of the laboratory and took out all the herbs from the 2 large boxes. He decided to refine a few times to see where his improved formula had issues. Fang Zhu trusted his intuition. The intuition of a legendary alchemist could not be unfounded. And this refining process was something he couldn't let others interfere with, as it could easily lead to uncontrollable situations, so he planned to handle the herb processing himself from the very beginning. Time passed second by second, and Fang Zhu calmed himself, slowly processing the herbs, striving for perfection in every step. Only then could he find the problems in the formula and in himself. Sure enough, after processing all the herbs, Fang Zhu suddenly discovered a serious issue. Several of the herbs had conflicting properties. Some herbs would undergo slight changes in their properties after processing, which was a complex and easily overlooked point, so Fang Zhu hadn't realized it at first. This change was not a problem for some basic elixirs and had no impact on pill formation, but if it were applied to a high-level elixir like the Heavenly Spirit Soul Pill, then the problem would be significant. According to his current formula, let alone legendary level, even rare level would be difficult to achieve. Fang Zhu helplessly pushed the herbs on the table aside and took out the formula to start studying it again. The skill of Danfang analysis was still on cooldown, and for the past 2 days, he couldn't use it to speed up his research progress. However, Fang Zhu believed he had the ability to solve the problem himself. Half a day later, Fang Zhu learned from Mai Fu that the first batch of 23 legendary items had not destroyed the Abyssal portal. Even though the main framework was completely damaged, that thing, which would bring disaster to Blue Star, still stood firm in the secret realm. Yes, the subsequent legendary items, including some with special effects, had not destroyed that black sphere. This object appeared fragile but was, in fact, terrifyingly solid. Experts speculated that the black sphere, as the core of the portal, must possess some abyssal characteristics unknown to them. Perhaps only specific items could break this characteristic. In the ghostly secret realm, Wang Chongshan established communication with the highest military officials and learned that the next batch of legendary items was on the way, expected to arrive within 3 hours at most. This batch contained a total of 12 items, nearly half less than the previous batch, which was unavoidable since the total number of legendary items in the entire Huagua was not as plentiful as imagined, and even fewer could be used for this matter. Even Fang Zhu could only produce one legendary scroll, let alone others. Of course, aside from the Radiant Ray scroll, Fang Zhu also had 2 legendary weapons and a Meteor Shower scroll, but those items were not suitable to be used right now. After all, being this lucky could lead to trouble. The soldiers quickly finished cleaning the battlefield, and at the same time, the second batch of legendary items was delivered. Wang Chongshan had a vague premonition that this batch of legendary items would also not destroy that black sphere. He didn't know where this feeling came from, but he inexplicably had this thought. Wang Chongshan shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and then instructed his aide to categorize the new batch of items. The 12 items were quickly divided into 3 groups, with the first 2 groups consisting of powerful weapons and scrolls that could be used directly, while the last group contained items with more special effects. According to the previous plan, the soldiers began to use these items in turn. Half an hour later, Wang Chongshan sat at the command table, his expression very serious. Sure enough, his feeling was not wrong. These 12 items did not destroy the portal, and the black sphere seemed to have undergone little change. However, upon closer inspection, it could be seen that the speed at which the black sphere was gathering had noticeably decreased, meaning their attacks had indeed had some effect. It was just that the black sphere had now expanded to a diameter of 15 meters, not far from completely covering the entire portal. Although the main framework of the Abyssal portal had been destroyed by Wang Chongshan and his team, some mysterious runes still lingered in the sky, appearing to not belong to this time and space, flickering in and out of visibility, with the black sphere expanding continuously in the midst of these runes. Wang Chongshan calmed his emotions and then dialed the superior's communication. Chief, the second batch of legendary items was ineffective. There was a 2-second silence on the other end, followed by an elderly voice. The third batch only has 2 items, and they will arrive before evening. Wang Chongshan was taken aback by this, and then his expression changed slightly. No more? No, all legendary items that could pose a threat to the portal have been sent over, the elderly voice replied slowly. Then, can we have some high-level professionals come over to try? Wang Chongshan asked again. Yes, preparations are already underway. This matter has a significant impact and will require some time. Wang Chongshan nodded slightly, understanding the chief's meaning. Yes, if all high-level professionals are transferred to the ghostly secret realm, the arrival of the Abyss will definitely not be kept a secret. If panic arises from this, it would be a huge problem for Huagua. I understand, Wang Zhongshan said before hanging up the communication. Time passed, and an hour later, Fang Zhu suddenly stood up from the table, looking joyfully at the formula in his hand. This should be fine now, Fang Zhu murmured to himself, reaching for several herbs beside him. He had just reformed the formula for the Heavenly Spirit Life Soul Pill, simplifying some steps and replacing some of the rarer herbs with cheaper ones. As a result, the difficulty of refining the Heavenly Spirit Life Soul Pill had decreased by about 30%. Don't underestimate this 30%. For an alchemist of Fang Zhu's level, it was equivalent to turning a college entrance exam question into one suitable for a third-year middle school or first-year high school student, making it much easier to handle. Alright, let's get started. Fang Zhu took a gentle breath and began to refine the modified Heavenly Spirit Life Soul Pill. Although there were some changes in the herbs used, the overall medicinal properties of the pill remained unchanged, and with the reduced difficulty, he could master the entire refining process more quickly. After a period of refining, Fang Zhu felt that he could increase the probability of triggering his talent to about 50%. 50%. That was no joke. If one or several pills triggered the talent consecutively, it would not be surprising at all to produce a legendary grade pill. Fangzhu was very confident now, but of course, he still needed to confirm whether his modified formula had any issues. Some hidden dangers do not become apparent right away, they only gradually reveal themselves after refining a couple of times, just like the issue he previously discovered with the change in medicinal properties. Half an hour later, Fangzhu extinguished the ground fire device in front of him and opened the lid of the alchemy furnace. A waft of medicinal fragrance spread out, instantly invigorating all the alchemists and researchers in the room. They looked in surprise at the position of the team leader, their faces involuntarily showing shock. This fragrance was richer than any pill the team leader had refined before. What exactly was the team leader refining? Fangzhu's gaze was intense as he stared at the pills in the furnace, and several lines of text immediately appeared before his eyes. Rare grade, uncommon grade, uncommon grade. Fangzhu scanned all the pills, and a hint of disappointment crossed his face, but he quickly regained his composure. From the descriptions of the various pills, the modified Heavenly Spirit Life Soul pill did not show any obvious flaws or hidden dangers. Of course, it couldn't be 100% certain based solely on the first batch, but Fangzhu felt there shouldn't be any problems. Continue. Fangzhu silently urged himself and continued the refining process. Second batch, third batch. Fangzhu refined 3 batches of pills in a row, becoming increasingly familiar with the refining process of the Heavenly Spirit Life Soul pill. Unfortunately, none of these pills were legendary grade. He put away all the Heavenly Spirit Life Soul pills, rubbed his temples, and decided to relax a bit before continuing the refining. When in a good mental state, the pills refined are also easier to trigger talent. This was Fangzhu's feeling, without any theoretical support. At this moment, the sky was getting darker, and in the ghostly secret realm, Wang Zhongshan successfully received the third batch of legendary grade items, only 2 pieces, which could be carried in a small box. Radiant Ray, Thunder Roar. Wang Zhongshan looked at the names of these 2 items, murmuring to himself, not bad, 2 purely attack-type skill scrolls. After saying this, he turned around and handed the scrolls to an officer beside him. Prepare, let's use this Thunder Roar first. Its damage range is quite large, so be careful. Wang Zhongshan instructed. Understood. The officer took the scroll and jogged out of the command room. At this moment, in a grand hidden hall, hundreds of professionals were entering one after another, dressed in various styles, their auras astonishing, greeting each other with tones full of confusion. Why did they suddenly call us all here? I don't know. I was just about to enter a secret realm. Look over there, isn't that person the King of 100 Ghosts? Wow, it really is. The hall buzzed with discussions, as some powerful professionals, who only existed in hearsay, gathered here one after another. Soon, as the last high-level professional arrived, the main door of the hall slammed shut. Then, an elderly voice came from the end of the hall. Good evening, everyone. Some of you may not know me, so let me introduce myself first. My name is Sun Hongyi. The voice echoed throughout the hall, and all the high-level professionals turned their heads to look towards the end of the hall. There stood a thin, spirited old man, his hair completely white, yet his presence was like a sharp sword pointing straight at the sky, incredibly fierce. Is it General Sun? It really is General Sun? This is the first time I've seen General Sun in real life. General Sun is a respectful title for this old man. As one of the highest leaders of the military in Huagua, Sun Hongyi is truly a figure above all others. General Sun, is there something you need to personally tell us? A curious short professional at the front asked. Everyone actually shared this thought. Although they were the strongest fighters in Huagua, they rarely interacted with real big shots. To put it simply, most of them were lone wolves or martial enthusiasts, spending their time fighting in dangerous secret realms with little else to do. They hardly encountered even lower-ranking military officers, let alone someone of Sun Hongyi's caliber. Of course, some had good relations with the military, like the short professional who just asked, who could be considered an auxiliary member of the military and often acted alongside them. He also keenly sensed that this situation was unusual. The military had never summoned high-level professionals on such a large scale before. It should be noted that there were only a little over 200 true high-level combat professionals in Huagua. Excluding those already serving in the military, there were only about 100 freelancers left, meaning that almost all unofficial high-level combat professionals in Huagua were gathered in this hall. This was an extremely terrifying force. It is not an exaggeration to say they could easily destroy a small country, as the professionals from those countries would have little resistance. And such a terrifying force was gathered here at this moment. If it wasn't to attack other countries, then it meant there was a problem with some secret realm in Huagua. Some professionals quickly connected the dots and realized this issue. At the end of the hall, Sun Hongyi clapped his hands, and then several officers walked out from behind, holding a stack of documents that didn't seem too thick, standing neatly beside Sun Hongyi. "Distribute it." Sun Hongyi waved his hand, and the officers immediately began handing out the documents. The professionals reached out to take them and then curiously started reading. The hall fell into an extraordinary silence, with only the faint sound of breathing. However, this silence did not last long. A few minutes later, a surprised voice came from the back of the hall. "What? Abyssal teleportation portal? Is this true? The Abyss Lord and the Abyss portal appearing at the same time. Why didn't you tell us earlier?" The professionals immediately began to discuss, and no one doubted the authenticity of the document too much. With Sun Hongyi here, how could it be fake? After a moment of discussion, everyone fell silent again. Sun Hongyi did not rush to speak but quietly waited for these strongest professionals of Huaguo to digest the news. After a long while, a voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. "Something big has happened." This expressed the thoughts of everyone. Indeed, something big had happened. Sun Hongyi sighed slightly, looked at everyone, and said loudly, "Everyone, the situation has reached a critical moment. The only strength we can rely on is yours. We must either destroy the portal or allow the Abyss creatures to descend upon Huaguo, upon Blue Star. I believe everyone understands the terror of the Abyss creatures. Those beasts have no intelligence, only the instinct to kill. We must stop them. We must stop them. Of course, besides our Huaguo, high-level professionals from other countries are also on their way. They will arrive by tomorrow morning at the latest, so our time to act is tomorrow noon, when you will all launch an attack on the Abyss portal. If we win, Huaguo wins, Blue Star wins. If we lose, disaster will descend, and countless lives will be lost." At this point, Sun Hongyi's voice choked slightly as he scanned the room and then deeply bowed, bending the back he had held straight for a lifetime. "Everyone, I beg you." Sun Hongyi's voice echoed in the hall for a long time. These high-level professionals did not speak, but the flames of battle began to burn fiercely in their eyes. Yes, this is the final moment, the last chance. They must stand up, they must fight, even if it is just for their families to continue living in peace. Just then, a professional suddenly stepped forward, slightly agitated, and asked, "Commander Sun, how dangerous is this, and what are our chances of survival?" Sun Hongyi sighed lightly at the question and then slowly replied, "There is no danger. Destroying the portal itself is not a dangerous task. However, if we fail to do so, then it will be truly dangerous." "I understand." The professional nodded heavily, as if he had made a certain resolution. "All right everyone, you have one more night to prepare. At 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, the military's aircraft will take you to the ghostly secret realm." Sun Hongyi met everyone's gaze and said loudly, "If anyone is unwilling to participate, the country will not force you. Just gather here at 4:30 tomorrow morning, and you can disperse now." After saying this, Sun Hongyi turned and left the hall, leaving only these powerful professionals behind. They exchanged glances, each with a resolute determination in their eyes. Retreat? How could they possibly retreat at a time like this? Even if the sky were to fall, they could not retreat. "I'll go back to prepare first." One professional turned and walked toward the door, his killing intent soaring, as if he was ready to destroy everything. "Then I'll go prepare too." Another professional followed closely. "Is anyone going to draw cards? Let's take the chance to draw a card now. It might come in handy tomorrow. Let's go, draw cards. Hope I get a legendary one. Who needs pills? I have a few that I won't use, just right for everyone to enhance their combat power." The hall was chaotic, but not a single person chose to give up. They all tried their best to prepare for tomorrow. At this moment, Sun Hongyi stood at the corner of the second floor, clearly hearing the conversations of the crowd. He paused for a moment, a smile creeping onto his lips. "I'm counting on you all." Sun Hongyi murmured softly, then stepped up the stairs. In the dead of night, in the ghostly secret realm, Wang Chongshan looked at the raging thunder in the sky, his expression somewhat speechless. No one expected the thunderous roar of the scroll to last this long. It had already been 6 or 7 hours since they activated the scroll, and it seemed it would continue for a long time. However, the effect was indeed good. The runes above the portal flickered briefly under the thunder's assault, and the gathering speed of the black sphere slowed down a bit. "General, are we just going to wait like this?" a staff officer asked, somewhat unwilling. Wang Chongshan glanced at him and said helplessly, "What else can we do? Do you have a better plan?" The officer shook his head. He was just a bit reluctant, feeling that waiting like this was a waste of time, especially since there was less than 24 hours left until the portal was fully activated. Have the warrior camp use the sword of divine punishment every few hours. Don't do anything else unnecessary. After saying this, Wang Chongshan's gaze returned to the portal. Perhaps, under their continuous attacks, the activation time of the portal had already been delayed, but they couldn't confirm this now. Even the best rune masters couldn't accurately judge the current state of the portal. Although those runes would emit different glows at different stages, they ultimately didn't understand the things in the abyss well enough, so no one dared to gamble on it. At 4 in the morning, Fang Zhu yawned, picked up a refreshing pill from the side, and tossed it into his mouth. He still hadn't refined a legendary level pill, but with more attempts, he was becoming increasingly skilled at mastering the heavenly spirit soul pill. Fang Zhu felt that his luck had never been too bad, so he would eventually refine a legendary level pill. He just had to persevere. At that moment, the phone on the table suddenly rang. He turned his head to see it was Bai Fu's number. Fang Zhu's heart sank. Had something happened again? He grabbed the phone, pressed the answer button, and hurriedly asked, "Aunt Bai, what's wrong? Is something happening?" "Nothing. Don't be too nervous." Bai Fu's voice sounded a bit tired, and it lacked the previous charm. "That's good to hear." Fang Zhu breathed a slight sigh of relief and continued to ask, "How's the situation with the portal? Did the military succeed?" "That's what I wanted to tell you." Bai Fu paused before continuing. "In about 3 or 4 hours, high-level practitioners from various countries will gather together to launch an attack on the portal, and the legendary items collected earlier, including the one you submitted, did not destroy the portal." Hearing this, Fang Zhu was taken aback. The sturdiness of the abyss portal exceeded his imagination. According to what Bai Fu had said before, the country had collected dozens of legendary items. Those items could suppress almost all classes' secret realms in Huagua during normal times, yet now they hadn't even destroyed a single portal. So what should we do next? Fang Zhu felt somewhat flustered. He knew that things had reached a critical point, but his 3 proud legendary level professions couldn't help the front line. After a moment of silence, Bai Fu slowly said, "The higher-ups have just decided to initiate the civilization preservation plan. Fang Zhu, you are part of the plan." Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu was instantly stunned. "Aunt Bai, you mean?" Yes, if the abyss portal is not destroyed, you will leave Huagua with other plan members and go to a secret place to preserve the last spark of Huagua." Bai Fu's tone was very calm. Fang Zhu tightly gripped the phone, remaining silent for a long time. People are selfish. If there is a chance to survive, no one would willingly choose to die. But at such a time, when everyone else was struggling desperately, Fang Zhu found it hard to leave with a clear conscience, abandoning others to survive alone. Whether one called him foolish or unable to see the situation clearly, Fang Zhu never felt he was much nobler than anyone else. He understood that if the abyss descended, the chance of survival for the entire Blue Star would be only 1 in a million, and others would pay with their lives to ensure the safety of people like him. Fang Zhu was not a saint, but he also did not want innocent people to sacrifice themselves for him. Moreover, this country was a place he loved deeply from the bottom of his heart, both in his time and in this era. The Hua nation had never changed, and he was willing to shed his last drop of blood for this country. Are we really unable to save anyone else? Bai Fu fell silent upon hearing this, and Fang Zhu did not rush her, simply waiting quietly. The country has actually done a lot. Bai Fu's voice suddenly broke the silence. The Elder Council had made similar contingency plans long ago. If another crisis arises on Blue Star that humanity cannot cope with, the country will organize enough aircraft in the shortest time possible to transport all of Hua's people to a secret place. That place can accommodate 1 billion people. It can be said to be humanity's second home. However, the environment there is harsh, and there are many dangers. Unless absolutely necessary, the higher-ups are unwilling to abandon the relatively stable homeland. But, just a day before the Abyss Lord descended, a once-in-a-century torrential rain hit the secret place, submerging 4/5 of the land. By the time various countries reacted, it was already too late. In other words, now it can only accommodate a little over 100 million people. If the countries share, there will be very little land left for Hua. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu roughly understood. You mean to say that the country is also left with no choice but to abandon a portion of people? Yes, left with no choice. The higher-ups have been trying to find ways to restore the land in the secret place, but they haven't succeeded until now. Bai Fu's tone was filled with helplessness. She finally understood why the higher-ups had not initiated the civilization preservation plan. Because if the land in the secret place could be restored, all of Hua's people could survive, and there would be no need for the so-called preservation. But no country had succeeded, and the secret place could not accommodate that many people now. The higher-ups of Hua could only make the final, most helpless decision. Choose some people, abandon some people. Of course, the higher-ups would not give up so easily. The military had already made a decision. If high-level professionals could not destroy the Abyss portal, all of Hua's military would gather in the shortest time possible. They would build flesh and blood walls with their lives to buy time for the evacuation of the people in various cities. At that time, the real war would begin, and the Hua military would do everything possible to delay the attack of the Abyss creatures. Perhaps they could still fight for a glimmer of hope. Both preparations had to be made. The crisis was imminent. Fang Zhu hung up the phone with Bai Fu, his mind in a bit of a mess. To be honest, everything was happening too suddenly. Even now, Fang Zhu felt it was somewhat unreal, but he also understood that if he did not take the initiative to do something, he would definitely regret it later. First, refine the legendary level elixir, then go to the secret realm to see that portal. Fang Zhu quickly made up his mind, so he forced himself to calm down and devoted himself wholeheartedly to alchemy. At 8 in the morning, at a little-known airfield in Hua, aircraft roared into the sky, their destination the ghostly secret realm of Dingbei City. Among these aircraft, over 400 high-level professionals from various countries wore no smiles. They were either sitting cross-legged to cultivate their spirits or gazing out the window, lost in thought. Only a few people were engaged in quiet conversation, seemingly discussing the skills to be used when facing the abyssal portal. The aircraft roared through the sky, slicing through the clouds in its wake. These were the top-tier aircraft from various countries, almost all derived from fate crystals, obtained through card draws. They were incredibly fast, reaching Dingbei City in just over half an hour. The aircraft slowly descended in front of the ghostly secret realm's gate, where a designated area had already been cleared. The hatch opened, and over 400 high-level professionals streamed out. A burly, bald middle-aged man stepped forward and said in a loud voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, the secret realm gate is right there, please follow me." In the ghostly secret realm, beneath the abyssal portal, Wang Chongshan received orders from his superiors, learning that high-level professionals from various countries had already entered the secret realm. His gaze was intense, fixed on the sky. The thunderstorm brought by the thunder roar scroll was finally beginning to dissipate, and the sky was gradually clearing. The abyssal portal showed obvious signs of damage from the relentless thunder strikes. Indeed, some of the mysterious runes were on the verge of fading. However, they were merely on the brink of fading, not completely gone. This meant that the portal was still in the process of activation. Where are the high-level professionals? Wang Chongshan turned to his aide and asked. They've already reached Area K and will arrive shortly, the aide replied immediately. Wang Chongshan nodded. These individuals were indeed high-level professionals, moving swiftly. He had just received the news less than an hour ago, and they had already traversed more than half of the ghostly secret realm. Finally, when the thunder completely dissipated from the horizon, these high-level professionals arrived before the abyssal portal. Wang Chongshan stepped forward, greeting several familiar professionals from Huagua, and then looked at the more than 400 people around him, a rare faint smile appearing on his face. With them present, the hope of destroying the portal increased significantly. Once everyone had gathered, Wang Chongshan stood before them, his voice resonating around. Everyone, the portal is right there. We have done our best. Now, it's up to you. As his words fell, all the high-level professionals raised their heads, their gazes fixed on the shimmering runes and the black sphere in the sky. Is that the abyssal portal? Indeed, the aura of the abyss is extremely dense. It looks like it's on the verge of collapse. Yes, if we strike, we can definitely bring it down. The professionals murmured among themselves, and after a moment, Wang Chongshan spoke again. I have a legendary item here that can unleash a powerful attack. Do you all want to see the state of the portal after being attacked, or should we strike directly? Upon hearing the question, the more than 400 professionals became conflicted. However, two nearly identical Western professionals with golden hair suddenly stepped forward, speaking in heavily accented Mandarin. Let us try first. After saying this, they shouted, and a powerful wave of energy erupted from them, their golden hair standing on end, pointing skyward. If Fang Zhu had seen this scene, he would have exclaimed, "Wow, Super Saiyan!" The momentum of the twin brothers grew stronger, energy continuously gathering upwards. Gradually, a 5-meter-tall war god phantom clad in golden armor appeared in midair, wielding a long blade, and heavily struck down towards the abyssal portal and the black sphere. This strike seemed capable of splitting space, carrying an incredibly violent force that heavily slashed down upon the abyssal portal. The heavens and earth roared, the portal trembled violently, and one of the runes on it instantly extinguished, causing the entire black sphere to momentarily freeze. On the vast plain, everyone fell silent. They looked up at the suddenly halted portal, their faces gradually revealing expressions of surprise. Did it succeed? The portal has stopped? Incredible, the twin judgment truly lives up to its name. Murmurs began to rise, but soon, the plain fell silent once more. Because the portal, which had seemingly come to a stop, suddenly changed, the runes that had just vanished reappeared, and the black sphere that had ceased to spin began to glow, with strands of black mist slowly converging around it. The portal had not been destroyed, it was still operational. What's going on? Yeah, it clearly stopped. Why did it suddenly resume? Those present were all high-level professionals, but level did not equate to everything. Their understanding of the abyssal portal was limited. Most had only heard some officers from Huagua explain a few things about the portal on the way here. In other words, they had no idea what changes were occurring with the portal. However, anyone with a modicum of sense could figure out the current situation. Simply put, the twins had just failed, their skills had completely missed the mark. The Abyssal portal seemed to possess some form of self-repair ability. Even if they destroyed the runes above, it wouldn't be long before the portal would recover and continue to gather the power of the abyss. Then let's not hesitate. A towering professional, over 2 meters tall, stepped out from the crowd. Let's go together. I don't believe it can recover again. Right, together, the other professionals echoed. Then, more than 400 professionals spread out, waves of invisible energy radiating from them. Wang Chongshan quickly directed the soldiers to disperse. Their momentum and energy were too strong, and even ordinary professionals would be injured if they got too close. Moments later, over 400 forces surged into the sky, each person wielding their weapons, with auras of slaughter, coldness, heat, and darkness all converging, each body shimmering with different colors of light. Wang Chongshan knew that was a sign their skills were about to be unleashed. Come on, let me see just how sturdy this portal really is. A professional at the front roared, his body suddenly transforming into a pillar of fire shooting skyward, the violent shockwave radiating outward, the temperature so high it melted the gravel beneath his feet. Kill! The professional shouted, the fire pillar charging directly toward the abyssal portal in midair. Behind him, several high-level professionals were also ready. Some resembled ice that could freeze everything in the world, others transformed into nameless savage beasts, and some were like sharp swords capable of cleaving mountains. In an instant, these ferocious attacks all struck the abyssal portal. The sky suddenly changed color, and the roar was deafening, the violent shockwave spreading outward. Following that, dozens, even hundreds of attacks were unleashed simultaneously. The high-level professionals' advanced skills were nearly enough to destroy this realm. It didn't end there. The remaining 300 professionals also activated their strongest skills, and Wang Chongshan felt a darkness before his eyes as his body was suddenly thrown backward, as were the soldiers beside him. Fortunately, the targets of these skills were not them, but even the residual force uprooted the land for dozens of kilometers around. The space trembled violently, and specks of black light appeared around the abyssal portal. Those were spatial rifts. Over 400 advanced skills had truly torn apart space. Wang Chongshan struggled mightily to avoid losing consciousness, while the officer beside him lacked such strength. Except for him, all the officers and soldiers were buried in the mud. Fortunately, none of them were in life-threatening danger. In a critical moment, the soldiers of the auxiliary battalion opened their shields to protect all the mid- and low-level professionals present. To be honest, no one expected the combined power of those high-level skills to be so terrifying. Wang Zhongshan had already led them away to 20 kilometers, but the violent shockwave still caused them some minor injuries. The effects of the skills were still ongoing. The entire plain was engulfed in fierce winds and torrential rain, with thunder and lightning, and even the terrifying roars of savage beasts echoing in the sky, attacking the portal time and again. The runes that had been shimmering with light began to gradually dissipate. 1, 2, 3. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen runes had vanished. The black sphere also showed some changes. The abyssal energy that had been so hard to gather was now starting to dissipate, and the entire sphere shrank several meters in a very short time. It was not easy. This was the first time humanity's attack had truly touched the black sphere. A smile of uncontrollable joy appeared on Wang Zhongshan's face, and the attacks from the high-level professionals were not over yet. That world-destroying energy continued to linger in the sky. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Fang Zhu's eyes were bloodshot, his mind highly tense. He had been refining the improved Heavenly Spirit Soul Pill for a long time, and it must be said that even with the difficulty reduced, mastering such a high-level pill was not easy. It should be coming. The legendary level should be coming. Fang Zhu murmured to himself. He felt immense pressure during this refinement. Unlike the last time he refined the ink fragrance pill, he had been filled with anticipation only to be disappointed time and again. To be honest, at this point, he was even a bit numb. Fang Zhu extinguished the ground fire device and then removed the alchemy furnace. Opening the lid, he looked inside at the pill. A few seconds later, disappointment appeared on Fang Zhu's face. Still nothing. Fang Zhu muttered softly, then picked up the prepared herbs beside him and tossed them in. No matter what, he had to continue refining. Only by producing a legendary-level pill could Manhwa be saved. An hour later, Fang Zhu removed the alchemy furnace, numbly opened the lid, and casually glanced inside. But the next second, he instantly perked up, his eyes wide and his mouth involuntarily curling into a smile. Legendary level, ha ha, I did it. Fang Zhu laughed heartily, feeling incredibly elated. He had truly succeeded. In just over 2 days, he had improved the formula and successfully refined a legendary-level pill. This was something that seemed impossible. In the entire history of professionals in Huagua, such a thing had never happened before. Fang Zhu had done it. He was an unprecedented existence, and it was highly likely that there would be no one like him in the future. Fang Zhu leaned back in his chair, a beaming smile on his face as he dialed Bai Fu's number. It's Feng Zhu, what's up? Encountered any difficulties? No, I have good news. Good news? Bai Fu paused slightly, then seemed to realize something and quickly asked, is it the pill? Feng Zhu smiled faintly, pretending to answer very casually, yes, it's the pill. I refined a legendary level heavenly spirit soul pill. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a crashing sound on the other end of the phone, as if a stool had fallen to the ground. Then came Bai Fu's rapid-fire exclamations. Really? It's really a legendary level heavenly spirit soul pill. Feng Zhu, you succeeded? Feng Zhu didn't respond immediately. He waited until Bai Fu's emotions stabilized a bit before confidently saying, yes, it's legendary level. That's great. Bai Fu couldn't stop her continuous praises, then took a deep breath and quickly said, you wait for me in the lab, I'm coming over right now. After saying that, the call was abruptly ended. Feng Zhu placed his phone aside and walked out of his lab. Wan Yu and the others were conducting experiments, and when they saw Feng Zhu come out, they all showed surprised expressions, as their team leader had been locked in his room for the past few days, hardly coming out at all. So now that he was out, could it be? Wan Yu hurriedly stepped forward and asked expectantly, Team leader, did you succeed? Feng Zhu smiled at the words, yes, I succeeded. The people in the lab immediately became excited, waving their arms and letting out incomprehensible shouts of joy. The news of Feng Zhu refining a legendary level elixir couldn't be hidden from those in his lab, but they didn't know why he was refining a legendary level elixir. Their excitement was simply because their leader had succeeded. Moments later, Bai Fu arrived at the lab, and Feng Zhu handed her a wooden box containing the Tianling Shenghundan, then said something that almost made Bai Fu jump. I plan to go into the secret realm to take a look, Feng Zhu said calmly. Although Feng Zhu didn't specify which secret realm, Bai Fu knew exactly what this young man was referring to. No, you can't go. Bai Fu firmly refused, her expression serious, showing no room for negotiation. Feng Zhu frowned slightly. Others may not understand the situation and can do nothing, but I can't. As someone who knows the truth, if I do nothing, I won't be able to live with myself. Hearing Feng Zhu say this, Bai Fu sighed softly. She actually wanted to do something too, but as a professional in her field, her options were very limited. However, Feng Zhu was different. He could truly do something. Yet, as a member of the Civilization Preservation Plan, he shouldn't enter the secret realm, shouldn't go to such a dangerous place. I need to apply to the higher-ups, Bai Fu said after a long silence. Feng Zhu nodded and asked, what's the situation now? I don't know, the latest updates haven't come down yet, but those higher-ups should have already launched their attacks. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhu pursed his lips, feeling somewhat unsettled. At that moment, on the other side, in the ghostly secret realm, the residual effects of various skills were still shaking in the sky, with flames, thunder, ice, and whirlwinds filling the plains. Some high-level professionals fell back to the ground from mid-air, their faces filled with anticipation as they had seen the changes in the portal. Those incomprehensible runes had dissipated by more than half under the continuous attacks, and the black sphere had shrunk by nearly 50%. Thinking optimistically, once the duration of those high-level skills ended, the portal should be on the verge of collapse. At that time, a few more powerful skills would be enough to destroy it. The worst-case scenario was also acceptable. After all, the more than 400 high-level professionals present could still launch another round of attacks, which would be no weaker than the first, so the Abyss portal was doomed this time. However, just as everyone was filled with anticipation, the black sphere in the sky suddenly shrank violently, then rapidly expanded again, the speed of expansion even surpassing most people's reactions. In the next second, the black sphere suddenly exploded, and a violent aura of the Abyss instantly swept the surroundings, engulfing over 100 professionals who couldn't dodge in time, the dense black wave forcing everyone back. Wang Chongshan's expression changed, and he quickly leaped up to support two swaying professionals. What's going on? Everyone showed expressions of confusion and suspicion. A few seconds later, those high-level professionals shrouded in black mist rushed out, their combat suits corroded by more than half, and some were even seriously injured. Seeing this scene, Wang Zhongshan immediately waved his hand backward, and the prepared support camp and medical team quickly moved forward to begin treating everyone. The white light filled with healing energy instantly flooded the plane. What's going on? At that moment, a professional suddenly exclaimed, and everyone looked up to see the runes on the teleportation portal, which had already extinguished, lighting up one by one. The abyssal aura slowly contracted, and although the black sphere shrank in size, it began to rotate again. The teleportation portal was activated. How could this happen? The high-level professionals felt a sinking sensation in their hearts, exchanging glances with grim expressions. The previous attack had indeed been effective, but the portal did not stop as they had anticipated. Instead, it completed self-repair in a very short time. It even launched a powerful attack on the surroundings. Its repairability should have a limit. A thin middle-aged man in a pitch-black combat suit stepped forward and said to the portal, "It can't keep repairing indefinitely. As long as we continue to attack, this repairability will eventually reach its limit." That makes sense. Well then, let's do it again. The high-level professionals quickly unified their thoughts, re-establishing their positions and unleashing their momentum once more. However, this time, only more than 380 high-level professionals were left to launch skills, as over 40 had been injured by the previous Abyssal Aura and were temporarily unable to launch powerful attacks. Generally, the Abyssal Aura would not cause much harm to these high-level professionals, but the black mist emitted by the portal was terrifying. Containing an incredibly pure Abyssal Aura, a wisp of black mist could easily kill a mid-level professional, so it was not surprising that those over 40 professionals were severely injured without having time to dodge or defend. Fortunately, the timely treatment from the support camp and medical team prevented any casualties among the high-level professionals. Kill! Dozens of professionals roared in unison, quickly activating their skills and charging into the air, launching powerful attacks at the Abyssal teleportation portal. The heavens and earth shook again, and terrifying energy exploded on the Abyssal portal, countless tiny black dots suddenly appearing. Space once again showed cracks. The secret realm was not a normal world, and its spatial stability was inferior to that of the real world. Under the continuous attacks of the high-level professionals, the space became fragile. The various energies that had just dissipated reappeared. Flames, ice, gales, and thunder crashed down. The teleportation portal experienced even more violent tremors than before. Their attacks were indeed effective. No matter how sturdy the portal was, it could not remain completely unscathed. That self-healing ability was indeed a bug. But the attacks from high-level professionals were no joke. Wang Zhongshan clenched his fists, his eyes red, physically and mentally exhausted. Since entering the ghostly secret realm, he had not had a proper rest for a single day, but now was not the time to relax. While directing the medical team, Wang Zhongshan kept a close watch on the situation in the air. The explosion of the black sphere had left him with a severe psychological shadow. If it happened again, there might be casualties. However, this time everyone was on guard. After releasing their skills, almost all the high-level professionals immediately retreated to the ground. In less than a minute, only a dozen professionals remained in the air. Those professionals left in the air had no choice. The skills they released were continuous skills, and they could not leave like the others. Time passed second by second, and the violent energy stirred up by the skill began to calm down, with the runes around the portal extinguishing once again. A dozen practitioners who had been continuously casting skills seized the opportunity to leave the portal. Just less than 10 seconds after they left, a terrifying wave of abyssal energy spread from the black sphere. Fortunately, they retreated quickly, otherwise, something truly disastrous would have happened. The wave of energy from the black sphere this time was even more ferocious than before, and the soldiers in the auxiliary camp barely managed to raise their protective barrier in time. However, the next scene made everyone's expression change drastically. The portal began to recover again. The extinguished runes lit up once more, and the black sphere started to spin again. Damn it, is this never ending? One practitioner cursed angrily, his face looking extremely grim. The others shared the same sentiment. What the hell was this thing? Why couldn't it be destroyed? Wang Chongshan sighed inwardly. It was indeed as he had predicted. The second attack still had no effect. Just then, a bald middle-aged man with a western face pointed at the sky and shouted, "It's slow, the runes are recovering slowly." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately looked up and, after observing for a moment, their eyes brightened. It was true, the recovery speed of the runes in the sky was significantly slower than before. They had been cursing for quite a while, and those runes had only just begun to recover. Good, there's hope. Come on, a few more times and we can definitely bring down the portal. Then let's keep going. The practitioners encouraged each other for a while and then prepared to launch another attack. An hour later, in the second base of the capital's practitioners, Fangzhou received a call from Baifu. The higher-ups have agreed to let you go to the secret realm, but you are only allowed to stay there for 10 hours. After 10 hours, you must leave on an aircraft. Upon hearing this, Fangzhou immediately understood, 10 hours, which meant that if the portal wasn't destroyed within 10 hours, those of them involved in the civilization preservation plan would have to head to the hidden place, leaving a spark for Huagua. However, 10 hours was enough. He could still do something for the practitioners in the secret realm. When do we depart? Fangzhou quickly asked. In 15 minutes. Pack your things, there's an aircraft passing by here, Baifu replied. Okay, I understand. After hanging up, Fangzhou packed various pills he usually refined into 2 large boxes, then quickly left the laboratory and headed to the airfield in the base. More than 10 minutes later, a huge silver-white aircraft landed at the airfield. Fangzhou immediately approached and found a seat in the cabin. This time, no one was there to protect him. To be honest, with so many high-level practitioners in the secret realm, even one picked at random would be much stronger than the strongest practitioner in the base. There was no need for anyone else to protect him. The aircraft was very fast, and since the capital wasn't far from Dingbei City, Fangzhu felt as if he had just organized his pills in the cabin before arriving at his destination. After disembarking from the aircraft, Fangzhu met the person who was there to receive him, a tall officer in military uniform. Team Leader Fang, I'm Lu Bo, responsible for all matters in the secret realm, Lu Bo said, extending his right hand. Fangzhu shook hands with him and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your trouble." "No need to be polite, follow me," Lu Bo replied with a smile, then took long strides toward the depths of the secret realm. Fangzhu immediately followed, but after running for a while, he suddenly realized Lu Bo was running way too fast. At this speed, he would collapse halfway and wouldn't even reach the depths of the secret realm. But if I just admit defeat, wouldn't that be a bit too embarrassing? Moreover, Fangzhu was also worried that he would be too slow and arrive too late, so he took out a small bottle of elixir from his pocket and poured it all into his mouth. The elixir instantly transformed into a thick liquid that flowed down his throat and into his stomach. Within just a few seconds, Fangzhu felt a surge of power throughout his body, and his speed suddenly skyrocketed, directly surpassing Lu Bo. Seeing this, Lu Bo raised an eyebrow and increased his speed again. "Oh, so you weren't using your full strength before, you were just taking care of me," Fangzhu thought to himself. The two of them continued to traverse the secret realm, and after passing through a forest, Fangzhu spotted a massive black sphere in the sky in the distance. Lu Bo pointed at the black sphere and said, "That's the Abyssal portal. Originally, there was a frame around it, but we destroyed it using a legendary item." Fangzhu nodded and continued to race deeper into the secret realm. At this moment, the third round of attacks launched by the high-level professionals had ended, and the terrifying energy fluctuations in the air had subsided. "It's working, the recovery speed of those runes has slowed down significantly. Right, it seems that with just 2 or 3 more attacks, we can completely bring it down. But all my skills are on cooldown, what about you guys?" "Mine too, the shortest cooldown for one of my skills is 4 hours. The high-level professionals were discussing among themselves, and their expressions were not very pleasant. They had indeed achieved some results, but now they were stuck in a deadlock, with skill cooldowns becoming a huge obstacle on their path to success. Wang Chongshan and the others suddenly realized a problem. If they didn't launch skills for a period of time, the portal would likely recover to its original state, making their current efforts essentially futile. Only by continuously attacking the portal could they keep it in a state of halted operation and self-repair, thus delaying its activation time. "Warrior camp, prepare." Wang Chongshan turned around and shouted at the soldiers who had just awakened from their stupor. The soldiers of the warrior camp quickly began to assemble. Despite their injuries, military orders were like mountains, and no one on the battlefield flinched. These soldiers had been injured by the residual power of the skills during the first group attack of the high-level professionals, but to be honest, it wasn't entirely Wang Chongshan and the others' fault. No one had expected those skills to be so powerful, but fortunately, after treatment from the medical team and support camp, the soldiers had mostly recovered. Soon, the soldiers were assembled, with 7,000 from the 7 warrior camps standing in neat rows, their dirt and blood-stained uniforms adding a fierce aura. "Heaven's punishment sword, prepare!" Wang Chongshan shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers of the warrior camp were enveloped in the glow of their skills. 10 seconds later, a gigantic phantom long knife suddenly slashed down towards the portal. The sound of explosions and collisions erupted violently, and shockwaves spread outwards. At this moment, at the edge of Area F, Fangzhu witnessed this scene in its entirety. His running speed involuntarily slowed, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Lu Bo smiled slightly and pointed to the sky, saying, "That's the Legion-level skill, Heaven's Punishment Sword, unleashed by 7,000 professionals together. How about that? Quite powerful, right?" Fangzhu nodded and praised, "It really is impressive. Even from this distance, I can feel the terrifying energy contained in that skill." The two continued forward, and after crossing a continuous mountain range, Fangzhu saw an army of 10,000 gathered on the plain and a charred basin. The distance from the mountains to the plain seemed short, but in reality, it took them nearly an hour to arrive. Wang Chongshan had already received news that Fangzhu was about to arrive, and he felt a deep respect for this master who could concoct legendary-level ink-scented pills. He arrived at the rear of the army, ready to personally welcome Fangzhu. On the plain, 2 dark figures quickly approached, and then Wang Chongshan saw the legendary Master Fang. A look of surprise appeared on his face. He never expected this Master Fang to be so young. "Master Fang, I've long admired you." Wang Chongshan extended his right hand, greeting him warmly. "I didn't expect you to be so young, truly impressive." Fangzhu shook hands with him and politely replied, "General Wang, you flatter me." As he spoke, Feng Zhu looked up at the abyss portal in the sky and asked, "What's the situation now? Is there anything I can do?" Wang Chongshan sighed and said slowly, "The situation isn't very good. The high-level professionals have already used their skills, and they are mostly on cooldown. The Legion-level skills have just been used and are also on cooldown. As for those legendary items, there's only one left, called Radiant Ray." Feng Zhu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "That Radiant Ray is mine." Wang Chongshan burst into laughter. "Huh? I didn't expect Team Leader Feng to have such a good item. It's just a small thing. It won't be of much help in the current situation." Feng Zhu sighed. He could see that Wang Chongshan and the others had reached a point of desperation. Although they could launch a few more rounds of attacks in a few hours, the portal could very well return to its original state within that time. After all, its self-repair ability was frighteningly strong. Wang Chongshan shook his head with a bitter smile and thought for a moment before saying, "Team Leader Feng, could you concoct some potions that can temporarily boost our strength? That way, in a few hours, we can hit the portal hard." "Of course, no problem," Feng Zhu readily agreed. This was actually similar to what he had initially thought. Feng Zhu had planned to use potions to help the professionals enhance their strength. Although they were all high-level professionals, ordinary potions were not very useful. However, Feng Zhu was a legendary alchemist capable of refining potions of extremely high quality, and such potions could at least increase the strength of these high-level professionals by 20 to 30%. One should not underestimate this 20% increase. For high-level professionals, even a 10% increase was already terrifying. For example, if an ordinary professional had a combat power of 100, then an increase of 20 to 30% would only bring it to 120 or 30 at most. But for high-level professionals, their combat power started at 1000, so an increase of 20 to 30% was equivalent to directly boosting the combat power of 2 to 3 ordinary professionals. The base numbers were different, so the increase was also different. Of course, Feng Zhu could not refine potions in the busiest part of the military camp. He needed a quieter environment. So, under Lu Bo's guidance, he went to a warehouse on the outskirts of the camp. This place had not been affected by the previous battles and was very suitable for Feng Zhu to refine potions. Moreover, various medicinal materials were within his reach, saving him a lot of effort. "Lu Bo, I can't be disturbed while refining potions, so please keep an eye on things for me." Feng Zhu smiled and continued, "I will try to finish refining before the high-level professional skills are off cooldown. If anything unexpected happens, just gently knock on the door." Lu Bo nodded heavily. "I understand, Team Leader Feng. You can focus on refining." With that, Lu Bo turned and left the warehouse. Feng Zhu closed the warehouse door and opened several boxes containing medicinal materials nearby. The army had a decent supply of materials, as there were also some alchemists in the support camp who usually refined healing or other useful potions. However, after Feng Zhu checked all the materials, he realized a problem. These medicinal materials are the most basic ones, which means he can only refine some fundamental elixirs with very little room for choice. In this situation, Feng Zhu quickly determined the elixir he wanted to refine. Among the basic elixirs, the one with the best effect and relatively low refining difficulty is only one, Beidu Xinshan Dan. This elixir, with its imposing name, is indeed a basic elixir, and its effect is quite simple. It enhances the user's strength and mental power by 10% for 5 minutes, with a maximum of 2 pills consumed per hour. Of course, the elixirs refined by Feng Zhu will definitely have better effects. Let's get started. Feng Zhu swiftly processed the medicinal materials, then summoned the alchemy furnace and the Qingli red fire. This time, he would use the within his body to refine the elixir. Meanwhile, besides Feng Zhu, the United States, the European Union, and the Soviet Union were also doing similar things. These countries sent over the legendary items they had collected domestically. Indeed, these countries also dug into their own resources, but the overall national strength of the European Union and the Soviet Union could not compare to that of China, so in the end, each country produced only a limited number of legendary items. However, combined, it was still a considerable amount, totaling more than 80 items. When these items were delivered to Wang Zhongshan, this iron-blooded tough guy showed an expression of immense shock for the first time. No matter how chaotic or complex the situation had been before, he had never displayed such an expression. However, he truly did not expect that those countries would suddenly produce so many items. In fact, the higher-ups in China also did not anticipate this. Initially, the countries had only discussed a plan, and then gathered personnel to start preparations. But due to communication limitations, there was a brief lag in communication among countries during this era. Even though the countries had made great efforts to create large communication rune arrays, it was not so easy to communicate across half of Blue Star. Generally, China needed at least 3 hours to prepare for communication with the United States, so the specific situations of other countries did not return to China that quickly. Thus, the current situation arose. It was only when the countries had prepared all the items and were about to deliver them that China received the news. However, this was not particularly rare. Similar situations occasionally occurred. Therefore, China quickly prepared to receive the items and immediately sent the legendary items to the ghostly secret realm. More than 80 legendary items. Wang Zhongshan had never fought such a wealthy battle. Quick, categorize these items, and then give me a good beating, Wang Zhongshan excitedly said to the advisor beside him. The advisor also had an uncontrollable smile on his face. Previously, 40 to 50 legendary items had already destroyed more than half of the Abyssal portal, and now with more than 80 items, directly destroying the portal was not a dream. In less than half an hour, the 80-plus legendary items were divided into 4 groups. Without hesitation, the first group of legendary items began to activate. 1 minute later, the world experienced another violent tremor, as if the apocalypse had suddenly descended, with countless natural disasters manifesting on the plains. Fang Zhu was in the warehouse, only feeling a series of explosions coming from outside, and the sudden thunder made him drop the medicinal materials in his hands. What's going on? Fang Zhu pushed open the warehouse door and asked Lu Bo, who was standing at the entrance. Lu Bo chuckled and pointed at the portal, saying, "An hour ago, the general received the legendary items sent by other countries, and now they have just begun to concentrate their attacks on the portal." Fang Zhu's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he quickly asked, "How many items?" 86 items. Experts judge that so many legendary items can definitely destroy the portal, Lu Bo said excitedly. Fang Zhu smiled and shook his head. The experts' judgments were not necessarily accurate. The existence of the Abyssal portal had never been seen before, so anything could happen. However, even if it couldn't destroy the portal, over 80 legendary items could at least strip it of its self-healing ability, right? Fang Zhu actually knew very little about the portal, or rather, almost everyone in this world knew very little about it. But when faced with such an unknown entity, it was necessary to think the worst. If the 80-plus legendary items couldn't destroy the portal, they would still have to rely on those powerful high-level professionals. They were the last hope. Therefore, Fang Zhu would not stop alchemy because of the arrival of legendary items. On the contrary, he would speed up, as time was running out. He could stay in the secret realm for at most 10 hours, and over 2 hours had already passed. As for the portal's activation time, although it seemed that the activation speed of the runes had clearly slowed down after the portal was damaged, the gathering speed of the black sphere had also decreased significantly. But no one dared to gamble, so if they calculated according to the previous timing, there were still less than 24 hours until the portal activated. Fang Zhu returned to the warehouse and continued to refine pills without stopping. He had just completed a batch, and he had to say that the Qingli red fire was indeed impressive, directly reducing the alchemy time by more than 30%, and the quality had also improved significantly. In one batch of 10 pills, there were actually 6 rare grade ones. Fang Zhu didn't know if this was just a stroke of luck, so he wanted to try a few more times. Time passed, and Wang Zhongshan commanded the soldiers to use 2 sets of legendary items in succession. Over 40 powerful attacks directly created a 2-meter-long spatial rift in the sky. That was a spatial rift, a rift that could devour everything. However, the self-repair ability of space was extremely strong, far surpassing that of the Abyssal portal, so in the blink of an eye, the rift disappeared without a trace. This time, the Abyssal portal did not immediately begin self-repair. That ability seemed to have finally reached its limit. Wang Zhongshan and the others looked up, their faces filled with anticipation. They had been disappointed many times before, but every time it came to this moment, they still looked up, hoping to see the portal disappear. Above the portal, the runes that had been flickering finally extinguished completely. Yes, this time they all went out, and the huge black sphere shrank by nearly 4/5, its surface no longer swirling with black light, appearing to have lost its vitality. This was the first time they had brought the portal to such a near-collapse state. Wang Zhongshan couldn't help but slightly open his mouth, a smile appearing on his face. The surrounding soldiers let out short gasps of surprise, while the high-level professionals exchanged glances, their expressions filled with uncontrollable excitement. Had they succeeded? No, not yet. The black sphere had not completely disappeared, and the portal had not collapsed. It had merely lost its self-repair ability. So now, what they should do most was to pursue victory. Wang Zhongshan raised his right arm and shouted loudly, "Third group, prepare." Fang Zhu was unaware of what was happening outside. He was fully immersed in alchemy. The second batch of pills was completed, and 5 out of 10 were rare grade. He could now basically confirm that the Qingli red fire not only shortened the alchemy time but also greatly increased the probability of triggering his talent. If I had known, I would have used the Qingli red fire when refining the Tianling Shenghun pill. Fang Zhu said helplessly, then began to organize the materials for the next batch of pills. The powerful attacks from the third group of legendary items struck hard against the portal. The world shook once more, and dozens of thunderclaps erupted with a deafening roar. A thin black line appeared in midair, and upon closer inspection, behind that line was an endless void, as if it were the end of all things in the world. The line quickly vanished, and the abyssal portal trembled violently again. Inside the warehouse, Fang Zhu helplessly set down the alchemy furnace at hand. He had failed, the first failure since he began alchemy. In truth, this wasn't a failure in the true sense, nor was it that his talent hadn't activated, rather, he had actively chosen to halt this alchemical process. The thunder just now had been too loud, startling Fang Zhu so much that he nearly dropped the furnace, and the Qingli red fire had also experienced a momentary fluctuation. With both factors combined, Fang Zhu instantly realized that the probability of triggering a quality upgrade for this alchemical attempt would be very low, and the Beidou Shenlong pill at the ordinary and rare levels was quite useless for high-level practitioners. So it was better to stop this batch and quickly start the next one. As Fang Zhu handled the herbs, he pondered the thunderclap from earlier. After a moment, he stood up and drew several runes in the warehouse where he was. The isolation rune could block external sounds, gases, and even attacks. This rune was quite comprehensive as a defensive type, but because it consumed a lot of mental energy, Fang Zhu initially didn't want to inscribe it. However, it seemed that it was necessary to isolate now. Who knows when those thunderclaps or other sounds would come? If it were at another time, Fang Zhu wouldn't mind such interference. Even if the thunder struck him, it wouldn't matter. As long as his talent was present, he would surely succeed in alchemy. But now it was different. He needed to ensure the triggering probability of his talent, so he had to block external disturbances. The attack from the third group of legendary items quickly ended, and in the sky, the portal that brought endless terror was on the brink of collapse, evident to everyone present. Wang Chongshan's lips curled into a slight arc. They finally saw a glimmer of hope for victory. If this continued, perhaps the fourth group of legendary items could truly destroy the portal. Continue. Wang Chongshan laughed heartily, the long-standing frustration finally easing at this moment. Other high-level practitioners also smiled, beginning to whisper among themselves. If that's the case, we might not need to intervene anymore. Maybe, but this thing came from the abyss after all. Don't say such discouraging things. It would be best to take it down directly. The fourth group of legendary items activated, and the attack commenced. Once again, the sky was filled with raging winds and torrential rain, thunder and lightning, as golden spears imbued with terrifying power pierced the sky, crashing heavily onto the portal. The earth trembled, and violent shockwaves swept around, causing the already collapsed ground to sink further. Everyone stared intently at the sky, bracing against the shockwaves, unwilling to take a step back. However, they couldn't see the specific situation of the portal, as the overwhelming attacks from the legendary items blocked their view. At that moment, everyone on the plane heard a crisp crack sound. It broke? What broke? What happened? People began to discuss. The crack sound was extremely abrupt, not even ringing in their ears, but seemingly resonating directly in their minds. Wang Chongshan's heart stirred. Just as he was about to say something, he saw a change in the black sphere amidst the gaps of the dozens or hundreds of attacks in the sky. He focused his gaze and saw the black sphere shatter into several pieces, like a broken eggshell. The black sphere shattered? Was the portal destroyed? However, before he had the chance to feel happy, he saw something seemingly drilling out from the shattered black sphere. The others also noticed this somewhat eerie scene. What is that? It looks like a bug? I can't see it clearly, but it does resemble a bug. The discussions reached Wang Chongshan's ears. He remained silent, his gaze fixed on the sky. He could see it too. That thing really looked like a bug. The attacks in the sky began to dissipate. To be precise, something was absorbing those attacks that contained terrifying energy. In an instant, an ominous premonition rose in everyone's hearts. Just a few seconds later, all the anomalies in the sky vanished without a trace, and a massive, pitch-black serpentine creature, over 10 meters long, appeared in the sky. Everyone held their breath, their faces turning extremely pale. What was that? How could such a thing appear after the black sphere shattered? Wang Chongshan turned his head to the high-level professionals beside him. Does anyone know what this is? It's the void worm. One high-level professional said in a daze, his face revealing uncontrollable terror. What is that? Wang Chongshan quickly pressed for more information. The professional gradually regained his composure, pointing at the black serpent in the sky, his voice trembling as he explained, I saw it in an ancient text. This is the void worm. Once it grows up, it can open a portal, and that black sphere is likely its egg. What did you say? Wang Chongshan was instantly shocked. Are you saying that after all this time fighting, we actually helped the enemy hatch it? Why didn't you say earlier that thing was an egg? No, How could it be an egg? Has this void worm grown up? When did it grow up? The discussions erupted across the plain, and Wang Chongshan didn't know how to feel. After fighting so hard, they discovered that their previous efforts were in vain, and the so-called voidworm still possessed the power to open a portal. Moreover, this form of the enemy was even more oppressive than that portal just by appearance. It hasn't grown up yet. The professional who had just spoken suddenly exclaimed, "We interrupted its hatching process, so this voidworm is very weak and small. I saw in the ancient text that a real voidworm can reach 100 meters long, and it can spit out a portal with ease. But this one is only about 10 meters long. Even if it devoured the energy from those legendary items, it is still a very weak existence." Hearing this, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But no matter what, the enemy was still a terrifying abyssal creature, and they absolutely could not let their guard down. Does that mean if we kill it, the abyss portal will completely disappear? Does that mean if we kill it, the abyss portal will completely disappear? A muscular high-level professional asked in a deep voice. Yes, if we kill it, we win. The more knowledgeable professional replied. As soon as he finished speaking, the flames of hope reignited in everyone's eyes. This was truly the final struggle. Then let's do it! One professional shouted as he leaped into the air, his skill cooldown short enough to unleash a powerful attack at that moment. In the sky, the massive voidworm turned its fierce head, and a strange glimmer flashed in its hollow eyes. As the most unique existence among the abyssal creatures, the voidworm possesses a remarkably high intelligence and can ignore most physical attacks. It serves as the vanguard for the abyssal race's assault on other worlds. Even without having fully matured, its combat power is astonishing. After the appearance of the voidworm, the series of strange behaviors exhibited by the previously deceased Abyssal Lord suddenly made sense. The true purpose of the other party was to hatch the voidworm, and the framework of the portal, including the surrounding self-repairing runes, was all designed to ensure that the black sphere, essentially the egg of the voidworm, could grow smoothly. Now, with Wang Zhongshan and the others having broken all the protective measures for the voidworm, this terrifying creature could only hatch prematurely and complete its final growth in the outside world. At this moment, the first attacker among the professionals had already approached the voidworm. This individual was skilled with a swift blade, wielding a long sword that struck like a torrential storm, relentless and unending. Others could only see a flash of blades erupting in the sky, followed by the voidworm emitting an extremely unpleasant roar. Roar! The sound was chilling, akin to the wailing of a vengeful spirit suffering endless torment. Most people present furrowed their brows, feeling their heads swell as countless black threads appeared before their eyes. Mental attack. The auxiliary camp behind quickly moved forward, casting spells with dispelling and clarity effects across the entire plane. High-level professionals are not invincible, some excel in melee combat, while others are adept at spells, and mental attacks are a niche type of magic that most professionals do not know, nor do they have many means to resist such spells. However, they had a well-organized auxiliary camp behind them, and with large-scale dispelling and clarity spells, this mental attack was not difficult to resolve. Nevertheless, the enemy's ability still put everyone on high alert. If such power could be unleashed with just a roar, what would happen with a full-on attack? In fact, those on the ground were relatively safe, as they were at a distance. The unfortunate one was the professional who had just leaped into the air. His long sword did inflict some damage on the voidworm, but such damage was negligible compared to the creature's massive size. When the enemy roared, he was almost pressed against the voidworm. Thus, this professional was directly hit by the mental attack, losing consciousness and plummeting toward the ground. Fortunately, the professionals on the ground reacted quickly, reaching out to catch him and gently placing him down. At that height, if one were to fall from the air completely unconscious, even a high-level professional would be injured. The enemy's attack served as a wake-up call for everyone. This voidworm appeared weak, yet its power was extraordinarily terrifying. To defeat it, they would need to concentrate their attacks or pay a significant price. However, Wang Zhongshan soon brought good news. Everyone, the pills that can temporarily enhance your strength are currently being refined. Within 4 hours, each of you will have one. At that time, it will be our opportunity to attack the voidworm. As soon as he finished speaking, the high-level professionals became excited. If they could indeed ensure that everyone had one, then what was a mere voidworm? However, their most pressing concern now was to find a way to restrict the voidworm's movements or halt its growth. Everyone looked up, and at that moment, the voidworm was writhing its long body, flying in the sky, seemingly quite pleased. The enemy had not left this area nor launched the next round of attacks. It merely circled within a fixed area in the sky. This strange behavior left everyone baffled. They truly could not understand. Logically, since the previous professional had inflicted damage on the voidworm, it should have been enraged or at least launched 2 more rounds of attacks on the crowd below. The voidworm completely ignored the professional, not even using that mental attack again. How should one put it? The opponent seemed entirely unconcerned about its injuries and paid no attention to the crowd on the ground. This monster only wanted to fly and circle in the sky, appearing to pose no threat at all. Thus, one professional proposed a rather unreliable hypothesis. Do you think it just hatched and is a bit too excited? To be fair, upon closer thought, this hypothesis actually made some sense. After all, the void worm was still in its juvenile stage, and it was normal for it to be a bit dim-witted. Even children can play for hours when they see something new, let alone a creature that can fly by nature. In this case, was it unnecessary to immediately engage in a direct confrontation with the enemy? As long as they could stall until the power-enhancing elixirs arrived, they could gather all their strength to directly slay the enemy. Out of caution, most of the professionals present agreed with this idea, as acting rashly could very well provoke this dim-witted voidworm, and any unexpected incidents would be too costly. However, preparations still needed to be made. Wang Chongshan and the command staff quickly devised several plans, such as how to respond if the enemy fled or launched an attack. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. In the sky, the voidworm was still dancing, but unlike before, its body had swollen nearly to twice its size during this time, meaning the current voidworm should be about 30 meters long. At this rate of expansion, in about 10 hours, the voidworm would grow into its complete form. This was bad news. No one expected that after the voidworm appeared, the activation of the portal would actually be accelerated. Originally, those teleportation runes were supposed to activate in 18 or 19 hours, and everyone thought that shattering the portal would end everything. But now it seemed that the Abyssal portal was merely one of the enemy's means. This portal, which visibly possessed teleportation power, should be complementary to the voidworm. Boldly speculating, the initial Abyssal portal could not fully meet the requirements of the Abyssal creatures, so the voidworm was the real focus. What the Abyssal creatures wanted was a larger, sturdier portal, and only the voidworm could open such a portal. Based on the timing, when the portal activated, the voidworm would just hatch. Then the Abyssal creatures could send their vanguard over to protect the voidworm and scout the surroundings. In 10 hours, when the voidworm matured into its complete form, it would open a larger portal, allowing the Abyssal army to descend upon this world. Indeed, the voidworm was the key. The previous portal could only be considered a small thing. Realizing this, everyone's expressions turned grim. However, upon further reflection, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. If they truly allowed the portal to open, the vanguard of the Abyssal creatures would definitely engage with the current high-level professionals. Even if they could kill all the enemies, they would have to pay a heavy price. Therefore, the voidworm, a creature with little offensive capability, was not a bad thing for the high-level professionals currently in a vacuum period in the ghostly secret realm. At this moment, in the warehouse, Fang Zhu gathered the Qingli Chihua before him and slowly placed the alchemy furnace on the ground. He had completed the last batch of elixirs, and now he had a total of 236 rare-level beta Xianshan pills, 105 uncommon-level beta Xianshan pills, and several ordinary-level pills. This is an astonishing number. In just over 3 hours, Fang Zhu managed to refine nearly 400 pills, single-handedly equivalent to several manual assembly lines. The reason for such high efficiency mainly lies in Fang Zhu's reinforcement of the alchemy furnace. His card draws over the past 2 days had been quite unfortunate, with reinforcement stones, seemingly useless items, appearing consecutively. However, after he tossed 2 alchemy furnace reinforcement stones into the furnace, a miraculous change occurred. His alchemy furnace underwent a qualitative transformation in a very short time. Although its size did not increase much, the speed of pill refinement was halved. Coupled with the Qingli red fire, Fang Zhu now took no more than 10 minutes to refine a batch of pills. This speed was simply like cheating, but it seemed he was already cheating. With the boost of his talent, Fang Zhu used the Qingli red fire and the reinforced alchemy furnace to achieve a miracle, producing nearly 400 pills, most of which could affect high-level practitioners. Fang Zhu believed that with these pills, over 300 high-level practitioners could unleash earth-shattering power. Soon, just a few minutes later, these pills were delivered to the high-level practitioners. A practitioner, exuding a strong curry scent, frowned as he looked at the pills in the box, shock evident in his eyes. Rare-grade Beidou Xianlong pill? How did you manage this? The officer smiled slightly, naturally unable to reveal Fang Zhu's name. In fact, only Wang Chongshan and a few officers around him knew about Fang Zhu's arrival in the secret realm, others were unaware. This was a form of protection, as Fang Zhu held immense value for Huagua. If he were targeted by practitioners from other countries, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Ahead of the team, Wang Chongshan held a note detailing Fang Zhu's arrangements for the pills. Practitioners below level 55 would take the rare grade Beidou Xianlong pill, while those above level 55 would take the uncommon grade version, and the only 2 legendary grade pills would go to the 2 practitioners above level 60. Normally, the rare grade Beidou Xianlong pill would be ineffective for high-level practitioners, as it was merely a basic pill. But who was Fang Zhu? A legendary alchemist was no joke. The pills he refined could essentially ignore such level restrictions. More accurately, the pills Fang Zhu produced were more perfect, so even basic pills could be effective for mid to high-level practitioners. However, the grade would still limit the effects of these pills, so it was best for mid to high-level practitioners to consume rare grade or higher basic pills. The practitioners acted quickly, swallowing all the pills in less than 2 minutes. Instantly, a surge of vigorous power erupted from all parts of their bodies, and their mental strength received a significant boost. The Beidou Xianlong pill refined by Fang Zhu could enhance their strength by 20 to 30%, which was already terrifying for high-level practitioners. Everyone's faces lit up with surprise. They saw the item description and realized the effects of the pills should be good, but only after trying them did they discover that the effects were not just good, they were miraculous. Among the more than 300 high-level practitioners present, the weakest saw at least a 20% increase in strength, while the strongest gained over 30%, surpassing their usual skill enhancements. Moreover, this thing had no side effects, although the duration was somewhat shorter. Taking 2 pills consecutively would still provide about 10 minutes of effect. If they couldn't win in 10 minutes, it would be time to strategically retreat. After everyone had consumed the Beidou Xianlong pill, the attack began. Originally, more than 400 professionals were supposed to launch the attack, but dozens of them lost their ability to engage for various reasons, leaving only 386 to battle the Voidworm. On the plain, over 200 high-level professionals leaped high into the air, while the remaining 100 raised their staffs. Suddenly, a strong sense of oppression enveloped the world, a precursor to the agitation of energy. In the next moment, dozens to hundreds of skill lights burst forth in the sky and on the ground. This time, their attacks were more powerful and prepared in a shorter time, aiming to take down the Voidworm in one fell swoop. The Voidworm only reacted when the professional's attack struck it. It halted its writhing body, and for the first time, a look of suspicion appeared in its hollow eyes. Moments later, great swords, long swords, arrows, thunder, flames, hundreds of attacks landed on it simultaneously. This newly hatched abyss creature had never encountered such a spectacle. In fact, it was just beginning to understand its mission, its brain barely online. Thus, facing the reckless attacks of over 300 high-level professionals, the Voidworm truly could not respond. Under normal circumstances, before it hatched, the vanguard led by the Abyss Lord should have already occupied a relatively large area, ensuring the safety of the Voidworm. Once its size exceeded 30 meters, an Abyss creature skilled in spatial magic would communicate with it and teach it how to complete the final step of creating a large teleportation portal. But now, the Voidworm had lost its protection, its brain a muddle, and aside from its combat instincts and spatial instincts, everything else was in disarray. Yet even so, the high-level professionals did not successfully kill it. Yes, the enhanced skills of the high-level professionals did not manage to slay the Voidworm. This monster was immune to all physical attacks, meaning that among all the attacks launched by the professionals, only energy attacks were effective. However, initially, no one was aware of this situation. The understanding of the Voidworm was quite limited, so they were unclear about which type of attack would be most effective. Out of caution, the vast majority of professionals used their strongest attack methods, but some only had purely physical skills. Thus, their skills were completely ineffective. The skills that truly inflicted damage on the Voidworm numbered around 200, which was indeed a lot, but relative to the current size of the Voidworm, the damage caused by 200 skills was not fatal. In the sky, various skill lights continuously flashed and exploded, and the Voidworm let out an angry roar. However, this time, its mental attack did not work, as the support camp had preemptively placed a barrier against mental attacks on the high-level professionals. Before the massive head of the Voidworm, a dozen high-level professionals swung their weapons fiercely. Yet in the next second, all those attacks missed. The Voidworm seemed to not exist in this space at all, its enormous head flickering slightly, and all the attacks passed through as if what stood before them was merely an afterimage. At this point, all the professionals finally realized that the monster before them could perfectly immunize against physical attacks. Fall back, let the mages take over. A professional shouted loudly, then suddenly dropped down. However, they had barely fallen 3 meters when the Voidworm abruptly turned its body, and its massive serpentine tail crashed heavily into one professional. Poof! This professional spat out a mouthful of blood, his body suddenly flying backward like a kite with a severed string. A nearby friend quickly followed, rushing to support him, but in the next second, the friend's eyes turned blood red, and he let out a piercing scream. No, no! With just a single strike, the Voidworm killed a high-level practitioner, and it was a melee-type practitioner known for their physical prowess. Retreat, retreat! The others quickly fell back, their faces showing terror. If the juvenile void worm's attack power was this strong, what would happen if it were allowed to grow? Stop hiding your trump cards, use them now, a muscular practitioner with a bare torso shouted. On the ground, all the high-level mages and ranged practitioners focused their gazes. Indeed, they could not afford to hold back any longer. If the void worm charged down, they, with their frail bodies, would have no means of resistance. Moments later, intense energy fluctuations erupted on the ground, and the ranged practitioners frantically mobilized the energy within them. In just a few seconds, ripples appeared in the surrounding space. This was the result of energy gathering and shaking the space. Come on, let me see what you can do. A practitioner shouted loudly, his eyes filled with fierce determination. He was giving it his all. With his longbow fully drawn, a massive, fiery red arrow slowly took shape, and a scorching heat instantly enveloped half the plane. This was a skill that could only be used by burning one's life force, and the moment the arrow formed, several strands of white hair suddenly appeared at the practitioner's temples. Others also unleashed skills that came at a great cost. At their level, temporarily boosting their power was not particularly difficult. The next second, a violent skill swept across the entire sky, as over 200 ranged practitioners released their powerful skills, completely tearing apart the space, creating a massive void with a diameter of over 10 meters. The void worm's eyes showed signs of fear. It was indeed a powerful abyssal creature, but facing such a large spatial rift, no amount of strength would help. The void worm let out a low growl and suddenly opened its large mouth, a phantom light sphere rapidly forming in its throat. Before the practitioners could react, the void worm forcefully expelled the light sphere. Everything happened so quickly. The moment the light sphere was expelled, the void worm's body had already been torn apart by the spatial rift. However, its life force was tenacious. This kind of injury would have killed any normal beast long ago, yet the void worm could still move, even launching an attack at the practitioners not far away. Indeed, after expelling the phantom light sphere, the void worm turned its damaged upper body to attack the high-level practitioners on the ground. A silver streak shot from the void worm's forehead, instantly reaching the ground. The high-level practitioners hurriedly dodged, but some were still struck by the streak, losing an arm in the process. Casualties, true casualties had begun. The previously deceased practitioner and the now maimed practitioner both indicated one thing: the enemy was serious. At this moment, the spatial rift had begun to heal, and the void worm's original body, which was over 30 meters long, was now reduced to just 12 meters due to the chaotic spatial currents. Meanwhile, the phantom sphere, after floating out for several dozen meters, suddenly expanded, creating a circular hole in the air. This hole was not a spatial rift, nor was it filled with boundless darkness and scattered starlight. Looking up from the ground, a dark blue light flowed from the hole, resembling a curtain of water. What is that thing? Could it be a teleportation portal? Isn't the void worm still in its juvenile form? On the ground, many practitioners couldn't help but discuss. They knew too little about the void worm and the abyss to determine what the opening of the phantom sphere truly was, but considering the worst-case scenario, that thing could indeed be a teleportation portal. Quick, Caddis, you all go check it out. A Western professional shouted urgently at his friend beside him. The middle-aged man named Caddis snorted coldly, stomped his legs on the ground, and then leaped high into the air, followed by a dozen other professionals with flying abilities. At the same time, other professionals aimed their weapons at the now somewhat weakened void insect in midair, which looked completely different from before. The oppressive aura around it almost entirely dissipated. However, no one relaxed. Even in this form, the void insect had the capability to kill any one of them with a single strike. In the next moment, dozens of attacks struck the void insect, which lowered its head and shot out streams of silver light. High-level professionals responded in kind, using their strongest defensive measures to withstand wave after wave of attacks. After several rounds of back and forth, the professionals began to suffer noticeable casualties. There was no way around it. The void insect's attacks were too terrifying, and the silver light-like defensive barriers could not hold up. Even the most robust and high-defense professionals could not withstand the continuous bombardment of the light. It was as if an ancient laser weapon was relentlessly attacking a single point. Over time, no one could endure it. Of course, the state of the void insect in the sky was not particularly good either. It had already been severely injured by nearly 200 magical attacks and spatial rifts, and now it was merely holding on through its formidable vitality. On the other side, a dozen high-level professionals had already approached the blue circular light screen expanded by the illusory sphere. From the outside, this blue light screen seemed unremarkable, but they keenly sensed a rich abyssal aura emanating from it. In the next moment, a black claw suddenly shot out from the light screen, extremely abrupt. Following that, an arm also extended out. The skin on that arm was rough, resembling the bark of an old tree, and it carried a heavy stench of blood. Soon after, the body to which this arm belonged gradually squeezed out from the light screen. How to describe it? It was like a corpse buried underground for thousands of years, with skin that was pitch black and cracked, making anyone who looked at it feel uncomfortable. An abyssal creature. This thing was an abyssal creature. That blue light screen was a portal. The high-level professionals present quickly reacted, their expressions changing drastically, and they swung their weapons forward. Whatever it was, just attack. These high-level professionals were all veterans who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. As long as there was a threat, they would never show mercy. Black Moss looked at the sudden onslaught of attacks with a flash of anger and disdain on his ugly, twisted face. As the most battle-hardened race among the Abyssal Holy Clan, Black Moss had fought in various worlds for hundreds of years, yet he was encountering such a difficult situation for the first time. The Abyssal Lord was dead, the portal was destroyed, and the Void Insect was on the brink of death. Any one of these three would be unbearable for the Abyssal Holy Clan, let alone all of them happening at once. Moreover, this group of humans had forced the Void Insect to open the portal before it had fully matured. This completely disrupted the rhythm of the Abyssal Holy Clan. A juvenile or even young Void Insect could not open a complete portal. Under normal circumstances, an adult Void Insect could open a portal with a diameter of up to 100 meters or even several hundred meters. But now, there was only a mere 10-meter portal in the air. As Black Moss pondered, he raised his withered arm and waved it gently. A black barrier appeared out of thin air, directly blocking the attacks of the dozen high-level professionals. Everyone's expression darkened as they looked at the abyssal creature before them. One of the high-level professionals shouted and suddenly charged forward. His speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Hymos, his spear lunging out like a sinister venomous snake. Hymos slightly tilted his body, his right hand opening like a claw to grasp the spear. Both sides were unsure of each other's strength, so this attack was merely a probe. Faced with Hymos's counterattack, the professional's speed did not diminish at all. Just as the enemy's claw was about to grip the spear, a burst of flame suddenly appeared, instantly engulfing the entire spear. Hymos's expression changed slightly. He sensed that the flames on the spear contained an extremely terrifying high temperature, and if he grasped it, he could very well be injured. With no other choice, Hymos had to retract his arm and quickly retreat, dodging the professional's attack. Seeing this, the other professionals immediately followed suit. Since the opponent could dodge, it indicated that the enemy's strength was not as formidable as they had imagined. Moments later, the air was filled with chaos as over a dozen high-level professionals frantically besieged the abyss creature. Hymos was massive, and his attacks were powerful. A single hit could incapacitate a high-level professional. In the relentless barrage, two professionals were caught off guard and were smashed to the ground by him. "Don't clash head-on, use speed to maneuver around it," shouted a professional above level 60. The towering Hymos, standing 8 meters tall, indeed possessed great strength, but he had a clear weakness: his agility was lacking. As long as humans unleashed their full speed, Hymos could not escape in a short time. On the other side, on the ground, everyone noticed the suddenly emerged abyss creature. Wang Chongshan heavily slapped a nearby boulder and turned to shout at the warrior camp. "Everyone, prepare the sword of divine punishment." Facing such an enemy, it was essential to unleash their ultimate abilities right away. No one knew what tricks it might have up its sleeve, and they had to crush it here. Aside from Wang Chongshan and his group, the other ranged professionals also shifted some of their focus onto Hymos. The Void Worm seemed to be at the end of its rope. As long as they killed Hymos and closed the portal, this crisis would be over. Of course, Fangzhu was not idle either. He did not refine pills but instead took out the 8 Desolation Sword, which he had carefully hidden all along. Originally, Fangzhu was worried that possessing an abyss weapon would bring some trouble, but he unexpectedly discovered that 1/3 of the high-level professionals present had abyss weapons. This meant that such things were not particularly taboo. It was just that he had not encountered that level before. Moreover, according to an officer nearby, abyss weapons had remarkable effects against divine origin creatures. Normal weapons drawn from fate crystals, even legendary ones, would be diminished in power to less than 90% when facing abyss creatures. Abyss weapons did not have this kind of weakening. Sometimes, they could even unleash 120% of their power. Therefore, most high-level professionals desired to possess an abyss weapon. However, the problem arose. The 8 Desolation Sword was not strictly an abyss weapon. The 8 Desolation Sword was tainted with abyssal energy only after being corroded by the abyss, and its original power had been reduced to almost nothing. Name: 8 Desolation Sword, abyssalized, legendary. Description: originally the pinnacle of the 8 Desolation set, capable of shattering mountains and rocks, it fell into the abyss for unknown reasons and was corroded by the abyss, reducing its power to almost nothing. Each use requires a cost. From the item description, it was clear that the 8 Desolation Sword was a normal weapon. It did not contain abyssal power. so Fangzhu was also uncertain about how much damage the 8 Desolation Sword could inflict on Abyss creatures. However, even so, the 8 Desolation Sword remained his strongest weapon. As long as he paid the price, slaying an Abyss creature should not be a difficult task. 5 minutes passed quickly, and all the high-level professionals present felt their strength rapidly deplete, soon returning to the power they had before consuming the Beidou Xianlong Dan. However, the good news was that the void insect had completely withered. Although it was not dead, it could no longer launch any significant attacks. Seeing this, Hymos was filled with rage. The void insect had lost its ability to open a portal, meaning their plan to invade Blue Star had failed significantly. Hymos immediately shouted, uttering a series of incomprehensible words, and a thick black mist spread from his body, instantly pushing away all the attacking high-level professionals around him. In the next moment, Hymos flashed and appeared directly in front of a professional, extending his right hand and grabbing forward fiercely. Thud! Blood splattered as he firmly grasped the professional's heart in his hand. Hymos snorted coldly and tossed the heart into his pitch-black mouth, his crimson eyes scanning everyone present. The high-level professionals were shocked and quickly retreated to create distance. Just then, another withered arm reached out from the blue light screen. A second Abyss creature. The worst-case scenario had occurred. There were likely more Abyss creatures behind that portal, and if this dragged on, those monsters would probably all descend upon Blue Star. Attack! Hit them hard! Wang Chongshan shouted loudly, and beside him, all the soldiers of the warrior camp raised their long swords, the phantom of the Sword of Divine Punishment quickly taking shape. Other high-level professionals unleashed their skills again, interrupting Hymos's charge, while the Abyss creature that had just emerged from the portal was bombarded with various skills, purple-black blood immediately gushing out. Roar! Hykuro wiped the blood from his face, his crimson eyes fixated on the people on the ground like a venomous scorpion. This Abyss creature that had just emerged from the portal was named Hykuro, and like Hymos, he belonged to a race highly skilled in combat, known collectively in their realm as the Holy Race. The Holy Race waged war across the worlds, relying on their incredibly sturdy portals. As long as the portals remained, their armies could continuously arrive, making the conquest of a mere Blue Star not difficult at all. However, what the two did not expect was that the humans on Blue Star possessed the power to destroy the portals, and they had managed to destroy both the outer portal and the void insect together, causing the Holy Race's grand conquest plan to fall apart. Although they could currently emerge from the portal, in reality, the truly powerful warriors of the Holy Race could not pass through a portal with a diameter of only 10 meters. This meant that the two of them were relatively average within the Holy Race. The larger the Holy Race members, the stronger their combat power. Nevertheless, Hymos had never regarded the humans on the ground as a threat. They had not completely failed. As long as they killed those powerful humans, they could find a way to have their Holy Race comrades send another void insect through the portal, keeping their plan alive. So now, both sides wanted to quickly kill each other. Hymos and Hykuro, flying in the air, exchanged glances and then accelerated sharply, charging directly toward the ranged professionals on the ground. Those ranged professionals were as bothersome as flies. Killing them would make everything much simpler. Moments later, the two monsters plunged into the fray like wild wolves among sheep, beginning a frenzied slaughter. With every swing of their hands, they took the lives of the professionals, with only a few particularly quick-reacting individuals managing to survive the enemy's attacks. In the sky, a dozen melee professionals roared as they charged forward, sacrificing their lives to buy others a chance to escape from the two monsters. Blood splattered everywhere, bright red blood and dark purple blood. The Black Moss and Black Carlo were strong, but the high-level professionals were not weak enough to be completely defenseless. With everyone's desperate efforts, the two monsters quickly sustained significant injuries. However, compared to the casualties they had caused, these injuries seemed trivial. 5 minutes, 15 people. On average, they were killing 3 high-level professionals every minute. This speed was terrifying. If they continued to kill at this rate, over 300 people would be gone in just over an hour. It absolutely could not continue like this. Some professionals who were closer to the monsters fought fiercely, their energy fluctuations erupting as they charged forward, engaging the enemy in a head-on battle with their combat skills and high-level abilities. Meanwhile, certain stealthy assassin-type professionals continuously struck at the joints of Black Carlo and Black Moss through surprise attacks. They couldn't hit the enemy's heads or throats, so they could only settle for attacking various joints of the body. The battle grew increasingly intense, and the high-level professionals from various countries on Blue Star had no thoughts of retreating. The enemy had already arrived at their doorstep, and retreating now would be tantamount to treason. Among these professionals, those from Huagua were the most dedicated, or rather, the most desperate. The teleportation portal at their doorstep. If they didn't fight with all their might, how could the professionals from other countries possibly do so? The battle became more brutal, and more high-level professionals lost their lives, the basin on the ground growing larger with each clash. Fang Zhu's expression darkened as he continuously pondered what he could do. He gripped the 8 Desolations sword tightly, watching the battlefield not far away. Fortunately, these two monsters did not possess large-scale destructive skills, otherwise, Fang Zhu truly couldn't continue to stay in the secret realm. In fact, by now, Fang Zhu was almost certain that the 8 Desolations sword in his hand could kill such monsters. As long as he paid a sufficient price, the 8 Desolations sword could temporarily break free from its eroded state by the abyss and regain its former power. That was the foremost of the 8 Desolations set. As long as it struck the enemy's vital points, it could definitely kill a monster from the abyss. Yes, the 8 Desolations set, Fang Zhu learned the specific information about it from an expert. It was said to be the most powerful set produced from the Fate Crystal, and if someone was fortunate enough to gather it, they could easily destroy Blue Star. That's right, destroy Blue Star. Therefore, as the foremost of the 8 Desolations set, the 8 Desolations sword should have no trouble killing a monster from the abyss. After learning the information about the 8 Desolations set, the fact that Fang Zhu possessed the 8 Desolations sword naturally reached the ears of some professionals from Huagua and then to the higher-ups in Huagua. Soon, the higher-ups issued an order. Have Yama use the 8 Desolations sword to kill the monster from the abyss. Yama. Fang Zhu turned his head to look at the man in black beside him. On the plain, the man in the black robe slowly approached Fang Zhu. His robe was stained with dirt and blood, with wrinkles and holes everywhere. Yama was also a high-level professional and had naturally participated in the recent battle. If it weren't for the higher-ups' orders, he would have continued fighting the enemy until victory or death. I didn't expect you to have something good in your hands, Yama said, patting Fang Zhu's shoulder, a clear scar visible on his right cheek. Fang Zhu suddenly found himself at a loss for words. It seemed he had heard Yama's earlier words somewhere before, but those words didn't seem to bring any good fortune. What's wrong? Why aren't you speaking? Yama suddenly became more talkative, smiling, with not a trace of fear or dread in his expression. Captain Yama, aren't you afraid? Fang Zhu hesitated and voiced his thoughts. Afraid? Why should we be afraid? Yan Wang smiled, his gaze falling on the battlefield not far away. Behind me are countless people, why would I be afraid? Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu was momentarily stunned. Yes, why should they be afraid? They had already prepared to sacrifice themselves here. As long as they could win, what harm would it be to return their souls to their homeland? Achievements do not have to be mine, achievements will surely include me. Yan Wang still smiled, looking entirely different from the bloodthirsty figure he once was. He extended his hand and took the palm-sized small sword from Fang Zhu's hand. This is the 8 Desolations sword, Yan Wang said, raising the small sword before his eyes. The moment he grasped the small sword, the instructions for using the 8 Desolations sword appeared in his mind. Use the power of the soul to dispel the power of the abyss. The more you give, the purer the 8 Desolations sword becomes. Until the 8 Desolations sword completely breaks free from the corruption of the abyss, until your soul is fully integrated into the 8 Desolations sword. Yan Wang looked at Fang Zhu, then at the nearly 1,000 soldiers around, and finally fixed his gaze on Wang Zhongshan. The eyes of this iron-blooded general suddenly turned red. He and Yan Wang shared a deep friendship. They studied together at the military academy and partnered for a time after graduation, experiencing hundreds of battles and life-and-death crises. Later, they entered different departments. Although they saw each other less often, they would still sit together for drinks when they had the chance, reminiscing about their youthful battles. This is the friendship of men. It doesn't require sentimental words. Sometimes, a single glance can say it all. So now, Wang Zhongshan felt as if his throat had suddenly been blocked. So far, 5 high-level practitioners had died in Huagua. It may not seem like many, but each high-level practitioner had to endure countless hardships and hundreds of years to grow. Huagua had fewer than 100 high-level practitioners. This was an unattainable achievement for other countries. But if this continued, not only Huagua but other countries' high-level practitioners would also die in the secret realm. If Blue Star lost these high-level practitioners, the threat of the secret realm would expand unchecked, and most countries in the world would once again fall into chaos. The simultaneous eruption of the abyss and the secret realm would undoubtedly be a catastrophe for humanity on Blue Star. Therefore, someone must stand up, it is a must. Yan Wang nodded slightly and then strode toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, some high-level practitioners on the battlefield began to fight desperately, using skills that came at great cost. Many even burned their own life force. The cost of burning life force was death. Everyone was clear about this, yet they did not retreat, launching a frenzied attack against Hymos and Haikuro. Yan Wang's pace quickened, and his momentum grew stronger. In the blink of an eye, he became the strongest presence of energy fluctuation on the battlefield. This change instantly attracted the attention of dozens of practitioners nearby, and not far away, Hymos suddenly turned his gaze toward the approaching Yan Wang. a flicker of astonishment flashing in his crimson eyes. This energy fluctuation was something he had never felt from other humans. It was a genuine threat to him. Hymus frowned, his towering 8-meter frame suddenly accelerating, instantly crossing the entire basin to appear before Yen Wang. Yen Wang looked up at Hymus's head and saw those crimson eyes. "You are impressive, very strong." A booming voice suddenly echoed in Yen Wang's mind. He raised an eyebrow, instantly realizing it was the enemy's voice. "Thank you for the compliment," Yen Wang replied softly. "My name is Hymus, the second in command of the Holy Clan's vanguard." Hymus did not strike immediately but suddenly began to converse with the King of Hell amidst the fierce battle. The King of Hell did not ask any meaningless questions, such as why he could speak Chinese or why he did not attack. In a different context, perhaps these questions would have been worth asking. But now, the King of Hell only wanted this monster before him to die. "Cut the nonsense!" Before the words fell, the King of Hell soared into the air, surrounded by swirling black mist. "There are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames." With the full power of the King of Hell unleashed, he was here to claim a life today. In the next moment, the 8 Desolation sword burst forth with dazzling golden light, instantly transforming into an ancient long sword, the aura of the wild spreading out, its overwhelming presence startling the nearby Haikuro, who turned in fear to look at the King of Hell. Hymus wore a similar expression, immediately realizing this was bad. However, before he could react, the King of Hell had already moved. The black light and golden light intertwined, flashing to appear before Hymus. The ancient long sword swung out, piercing straight towards Hymus's head. The King of Hell did not use any flashy techniques. He simply gathered all his strength into the 8 Desolation sword. A closer look revealed that all the fierce beast patterns on the sword began to faintly shimmer, as if they had come to life. Hymus's face showed terror. He found himself completely unable to move, as if he were being targeted by an incredibly powerful ancient beast, the pressure surging into his mind and soul. In that moment, Hymus sought his own death. Roar! Not far away, Haikuro realized something and rushed over with a loud roar. But the high-level professionals around him all closed in, unleashing their skills recklessly, with some even using their bodies to block between the two, instantly halting Haikuro's momentum. Roar! Haikuro roared again, swinging his massive arms to directly send the obstructing professionals flying. Blood scattered in the air as those professionals used their lives to block Haikuro. The King of Hell watched all of this with icy eyes, fixating on Hymus before him, letting out a roar that seemed to come from the depths of hell. "Die! Die!" The King of Hell roared, thrusting the 8 Desolation sword fiercely, and at that moment, the world stood still. Hymus's eyes widened. The originally bloodthirsty crimson gaze was now filled with terror, his pupils flickering as he watched the 8 Desolation sword draw closer and grow larger in his sight. He could clearly see every pattern on the 8 Desolation sword, could vividly see the lifelike fierce beast designs, but he could not move at all. It felt as if his body had not been his since earlier. The blade approached, cold light flashing. Put! The tip of the 8 Desolation sword, carrying an unstoppable momentum, pierced through Hymus's head. Purple-black blood gushed out, forming a cloud of darkness in the air. Hymus did not feel pain, only an indescribable coolness. Gradually, he felt his vision blur, the figure in the black robe growing larger, becoming indistinct, ethereal. Darkness descended, and the light in Hymus's pupils completely vanished. Thud! The towering 8-meter body collapsed to the ground, dust flying. Hymus dead. The King of Hell saw this scene and let out a long sigh of relief. The 8 Desolation sword was indeed powerful. If everyone had such a weapon, a counterattack into the abyss would be just around the corner. But unfortunately, there was only one 8 Desolation sword, and the cost of using it was too great. With this thought, the King of Hell raised his head, his gaze filled with complex emotions. He looked up at the sky. The sky in the secret realm was not beautiful at all, not even a cloud in sight. He then lowered his head, looking at Fang Zhu and Wang Chongshan, as well as the members of the King of Hell's team. Everyone's eyes were red, and Shaoli was crying out loud. In her view, Yan Wang's entire face had lost the normal color of a human, turning extremely pale, with a deathly aura swirling around his brow. His time was running out. Yan Wang was, of course, aware of this. The process of soul dissipation and loss of vitality was a very strange one. Although he had experienced it before, this time it was happening more rapidly than ever. Not far away, He Kaluo was furious, stomping his foot violently, sending a wave of pressure that knocked all the surrounding professionals away, and then he charged madly towards Yin Wang in midair. His speed was incredibly fast, and the professionals couldn't react in time. Yin Wang turned his head, calmly looking at He Kaluo, and suddenly raised the Ba Huang sword in his hand, an invisible pressure descending upon He Kaluo. He Kaluo trembled all over and abruptly stopped. He had just witnessed the tragic fate of He Mo's. Could this seemingly insignificant human still have the strength for another strike? Although their life forms were different, He Kaluo could see that the human before him was already at the end of his strength, but he didn't dare to gamble. If the opponent could indeed strike him again, he had no confidence in being able to block it. Just then, in the sky, the blue light curtain rippled again. Fangju was the first to notice the anomaly in the sky, as he was just twisting his neck. After looking up for too long, his neck felt a bit sore, so he turned it and saw a smaller abyssal monster than He Kaluo and Heimo struggling to emerge from the blue light curtain. General Wang! Fangju exclaimed in surprise. Wang Chongshan was momentarily stunned, then followed Fangju's gaze. Damn it, is this never ending? At that moment, from the blue light curtain, which was the portal, a small, withered creature resembling a monkey that had rotted for 1,000 years had completely emerged. Other professionals also began to notice the situation. A rather effeminate male professional suddenly screamed, then stomped heavily on the ground, leaping into the air towards the monkey monster. He couldn't hold back any longer. He just wanted to fight these monsters to the death. Nearby, several accompanying professionals quickly followed suit. The monkey monster noticed the approaching figures, let out a roar, and transformed into a black whirlwind charging straight at them. Upon seeing the monkey monster, He Kaluo felt slightly reassured. It seemed that their compatriots from the Holy Clan were finding a way, so they were not fighting alone. Although Heimos was dead, the Holy Clan had not lost. Yan Wang, however, felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He lunged forward several meters with the Ba Huang sword, directly in front of He Kaluo. These were his last few seconds. He had to seize the time. He Kaluo was still unable to move. He finally understood why Heimos had allowed the enemy to slaughter him. The momentum from that long sword was too overwhelming. Once locked onto by the long sword, he had no thought of resistance, and his body was completely immobilized. Yan Wang showed no hesitation, raising the long sword and stabbing towards He Kaluo's brow just as before. The weakness of this humanoid abyss creature was also its brain, a fact that had been established during their previous battles. The Ba Huang sword traced a beautiful arc in the air, the tip arriving in an instant, directly pointing at He Kaluo's brow. However, the Ba Huang sword stopped, halting at the enemy's brow without advancing a single inch. In the next moment, Yan Wang's body softened and fell heavily to the ground. On the ground, more than a dozen high-level professionals from Huagua rushed forward, reaching out to catch the already dying Yan Wang in their arms. The members of Yan Wang's team were a bit farther away, but they quickly gathered around as well. Little Pear cried like a pear blossom in the rain, her face filled with immense sorrow, a faint killing intent swirling around her. Captain! Captain! Little Pear's piercing voice echoed around her as she reached out and embraced the already fading Yama. Little Pear! Yama's voice was as thin as a thread, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Don't cry, you don't look good when you cry. Captain, woo woo woo. Little Pear covered her mouth, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Suddenly, from outside the crowd, a boy's voice rang out. Let me through, let me through. In the next moment, Fangju's figure appeared among the crowd, and the big-eyed person beside him made way for him. Yama struggled to open his heavy eyelids, his gaze murky as he looked at Fangju. However, before he could speak, he suddenly felt something in his mouth. Then, a cool sensation flowed down his throat into his body. At that moment, a golden-haired professional rushed over and grabbed the 8 Desolations sword from Yama's hand. Fangju was taken aback, and the others also failed to react to what was happening. But in the next second, the foreign professional soared into the sky, the 8 Desolations sword shining brightly, its previously dull surface becoming dazzling once more. Clearly, the golden-haired professional had activated the power of the 8 Desolations sword, and the price was naturally his own life. Everyone was stunned, and Fangju never expected that someone would choose to fight to the death without hesitation after witnessing Yama's fate. At this moment, the golden-haired professional had reached Black Carlo's front. Before Black Carlo could catch his breath, the crisis descended again. He had thought he was going to die, but unexpectedly, the terrifying black-robed figure lost consciousness at the last moment. However, before he could feel relieved, the next human wielding that terrifying long sword appeared before him. Although this person looked less fearsome than the black-robed figure, the 8 Desolations sword in his hand was equally terrifying. On the other side, the monkey monster was entangled by dozens of professionals and couldn't escape for the time being. It was fast and had strong attack power, but the professionals were fighting like madmen, trading injuries for injuries, even occasionally going all out against it. No matter how fast it was, it couldn't escape from the crowd's entanglement. Wait! Black Carlo knew he was doomed and quickly used his racial talent to roar in the golden-haired professional's mind. The golden-haired professional raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised that such a monster could speak, but like Yama, he showed no hesitation. The 8 Desolations sword was raised high, and in the next second, it was already stabbing towards Black Carlo's forehead. Black Carlo was filled with anxiety and panic, but he could do nothing but watch as the tip of the 8 Desolations sword drew closer and closer. Put! The 8 Desolations sword pierced Black Carlo's forehead, directly penetrating his skull, just like Black Moss's death. Purple-black blood mist exploded in midair, and the golden-haired professional laughed twice before falling straight to the ground. He didn't possess Yama's strength, so after activating the 8 Desolation Sword, he almost instantly lost consciousness. The golden-haired professional's companions immediately surrounded him, embracing his corpse with faces full of sorrow. At this moment, the plane was divided into two groups, one led by Yama, the Chinese professionals, and the other led by the golden-haired professional, the Western group. Fang Zhu looked at Yama in confusion. He had just given Yama the 9-turn spirit heart pill, known as the strongest pill that could revive the dead. The pill worked well, and after Yama took it, his life force quickly stabilized, meaning Yama was no longer in danger. He had survived. But the Western professional not far away was not so lucky. He had neither the 9-turn spirit heart pill nor any other life-saving pills. Amid the wails of his companions, the blonde warrior took his last breath. The battle did not cease with the desperate struggle of the two. Although the two most powerful abyssal creatures had perished, the monkey monster remained, and the blue barrier was still intact. Over 200 high-level warriors were each employing their skills to combat the now frenzied enemy. After the death of Black Carlo, the monkey monster abandoned any thought of breaking through the encirclement. It was enveloped in a black-red mist, its power surging several times over, and each strike could severely injure the warriors in front of it. Its strength was indeed inferior to that of Black Moss and Black Carlo, but its agility was far superior, making it more challenging for the warriors to deal with than the previous two. These monsters completely overwhelmed the high-level human warriors in terms of strength, so when facing agile monsters, the human side found it exceedingly difficult. The death toll began to rise. In just a few minutes, 4 warriors besieging the monkey monster had perished. Fang Zhu. Suddenly, a weak voice reached Fang Zhu's ears. The members of the Yin Wang team around him also heard the voice. They turned in surprise to see their captain's eyes regaining color. "Captain!" Shaoli gasped, instinctively covering her mouth with her hands. "Captain, are you all right?" De Yen asked, his eyes wide in disbelief. How could this be? Just moments ago, the captain had clearly lost consciousness, and his life force was rapidly fading. Now, in the blink of an eye, he seemed revitalized. "Wait, is that Fang Zhu?" A pale-faced, handsome team member suddenly turned his head, looking at Fang Zhu in astonishment. In fact, no one had noticed Fang Zhu feeding the captain a pill, as the chaos around them and Shaoli's cries had drawn everyone's attention. However, this team member had been paying close attention to Fang Zhu, as he was the team's strategist. Fang Zhu smiled slightly and gestured to everyone, then leaned down and whispered to Yen Wang, "Captain, you can't get up yet. The effects of the pill haven't fully taken effect." Yen Wang nodded, gently closing his eyes. His previously pale cheeks began to flush rapidly, and his life force stabilized once more. Shaoli immediately cried even louder, but this time it was tears of joy. De Yen grabbed Fang Zhu's arm, astonished, and asked, "Fang Zhu, what did you do?" "I gave him a legendary grade pill," Fang Zhu replied quickly. Upon hearing this, De Yen scratched his head. Well, if it was a legendary grade pill that was rare and hard to come by, then everything made sense. In truth, the others did not know that for Fang Zhu, concocting a legendary grade pill was not particularly difficult at this point, but it was better for fewer people to know about it. Otherwise, the deceased blonde warrior would have been too wronged. Of course, Fang Zhu still couldn't concoct the 9-turn spirit heart pill, as the materials required for it were exceedingly rare. After the surprise, everyone carried Yin Wang toward the army led by Wang Chongshan, and at that moment, Fang Zhu suddenly sensed that the 8 Desolation Sword had been activated again. He stopped in his tracks and turned to look in the direction of the monkey monster, where a burly warrior, as strong as a bear, raised the 8 Desolation Sword, a resolute expression on his rugged face. Someone else had chosen to fight to the death. In fact, the vast majority of the warriors present had their own desperate means. So far, nearly 100 had burned their life force to launch all-out attacks against the abyssal monsters. Yet none had been able to truly injure these abyssal creatures until the appearance of the 8 Desolation Sword in Fang Zhu's hands. Although the King of Hell and the others did not promote the 8 Desolation Sword, the professionals present were not fools. They quickly realized that this was a weapon with a tremendous cost. However, as long as it could kill the enemy, what did the cost matter? At such times, who would care about the price? The Russian professional, resembling a black bear, charged in front of the monkey monster with a roar, then raised the 8 Desolation Sword and thrust it fiercely. Dark purple blood exploded in the air, and the monkey monster died on the spot. In the next second, the Russian professional also fell to the ground, his eyes rapidly losing their luster. 1 for 1, not a loss. By this point, all 3 monsters from the abyss were dead, but on the side of Blue Star, over 100 high-level professionals had lost their lives, a heavy price indeed. Yet the crisis was not over. The blue light screen in the sky continued to shimmer, and it seemed something wanted to break through. All the high-level professionals looked up at the 10-meter diameter portal. How can we close it? Who has sealing skills? Hurry up and use them. Is there a high-level sealer? Everyone, think of a way. The discussions among the professionals grew louder, but soon everyone realized that none of the high-level professionals present were skilled in sealing. It wasn't that there were no high-level sealers, it was just that the sealers in the team had all died, one killed by Himos, and another who had to burn his life to restrain Hikuro. In other words, there were no high-level sealing skills among the tens of thousands in the entire secret realm. Wang Chongshan turned his head and looked at his auxiliary camp leader, asking sternly, "Is there any way on your side to let everyone cast the same sealing technique?" The camp leader smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "No, General. Only a very small number of people can cast sealing techniques, and their combined power might not even match that of a high-level professional." Wang Chongshan's face immediately darkened. It was clear that something was brewing in that blue light screen. They couldn't just let a monster come out and have a high-level professional trade one for one. Just as everyone was at a loss, the blue light screen in the sky slowly shrank, and then a rough, large hand reached out from it. "Coming again?" A professional's face showed a look of grief and anger as he picked up the 8 Desolation sword from the ground, ready to fight the enemy to the death. However, in the next second, that large hand suddenly froze in mid-air, as if a loading progress bar had gotten stuck. Everyone was stunned. The professional holding the 8 Desolation sword immediately stopped his movements, as he was just a second away from activating this powerful yet deadly weapon. Time passed second by second, and that large hand remained motionless, with no changes occurring to the portal. Wang Chongshan frowned, intending to send a soldier to check the situation. High-level professionals could trade one for one with abyss monsters, so their lives should be used in more useful ways. Oldly, send someone to take a look. Just as Wang Chongshan's words were halfway through, the large hand in the sky suddenly changed. Under everyone's gaze, the portal trembled violently, and then the entire hand shrank back. Everyone felt a surge of joy. This indicated that the enemy's teleportation had encountered some kind of mishap, and they still had time to seal the portal. "Quick, anyone with a way, try it," a professional suggested. Everyone exchanged glances, and then dozens of people soared into the air. They didn't know if their skills would be effective, but now was not the time to hold back. Moments later, various lights appeared in the sky, and dozens of skills imbued with sealing or binding power enveloped the blue light screen from all directions. Although these practitioners were not high-level sealing masters, some still chose to learn skills related to sealing in order to enhance their own strength. The sky began to tremble, and the power of these skills was quite impressive, with waves of strong energy radiating outward. However, compared to direct damage skills, sealing skills did not cause much harm to the surroundings. They only affected the target. Yet, after a while, the blue barrier showed no signs of change, and those skills seemed to have sunk like stones into the sea, causing no damage to the portal at all. The practitioners who had released their skills looked grim, and they began to discuss their next course of action. They planned to combine multiple skills to form a massive sealing array, hoping it might yield some effect. Just as they were preparing to act, the blue barrier suddenly shook violently, and then a pair of enormous, rough hands reached out. Those hands gripped both sides of the blue barrier, seemingly trying to pry it open. This sudden change startled everyone, and then, to their astonishment, the portal was indeed pried open by those giant hands by several meters. In just 2 minutes, the diameter of the portal had expanded to nearly 20 meters. All the practitioners present felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. The expansion of the portal meant that even larger creatures from the abyss could emerge. If a 10-meter monster was so difficult to kill, what if several larger and stronger ones came out? Perhaps even the 8 Desolation sword would not be able to slay them, and a life for a life would be impossible. Fang Zhu's pupils contracted, and a hint of despair began to swell within him. The endless abyssal creatures were indeed despairing, and the enemy's methods were ever-changing: normal portals, voidworms, portals summoned by voidworms, and now this method. Everything was utterly hopeless. Not just Fang Zhu, but other practitioners also wore helpless smiles. They had done their best, and now only the final resort remained: desperation. But against such terrifying enemies, would desperation really be effective? Who could guarantee that after they fought desperately, the enemy would simply vanish? What if another portal appeared? Morale began to plummet. After fighting for so long, signs of exhaustion finally appeared among some. These high-level practitioners were all resolute individuals, but even the most steadfast could feel despair when faced with an unbeatable enemy. They were not afraid of fighting desperately, they feared that their desperation would be meaningless. Yet, some were still unwilling to give up so easily. A few practitioners shouted and soared into the sky, targeting the giant hands on either side of the blue barrier. If they could sever those hands, perhaps the portal could shrink back. However, a despairing scene unfolded once more. Their attacks were completely ineffective against those hands. No, that was not entirely accurate. They did manage to slice off a bit of the skin from the giant hands. Wang Chongshan's eyes widened in shock. Even when facing Himos and Hikuro, the attacks of high-level practitioners had some effect, occasionally even slicing off flesh. But why did such an attack have no effect on those giant hands? He clenched his fists and suddenly thought of the last legendary item he had. The Radiant Ray, said to be capable of destroying everything. Perhaps it could inflict some damage on the hands. Wang Chongshan immediately ordered a soldier to activate the legendary scroll, the Radiant Ray. A thick, golden beam of light shot out suddenly, and the terrifying energy fluctuations tore through space, instantly striking the giant hands on either side of the portal. When the Radiant Ray hit the monstrous hands, the world seemed to fall silent for a moment. Immediately, a deafening explosion and shockwave erupted simultaneously, causing the surrounding high-level professionals to quickly retreat, some looking in surprise at Wang Zhongshan on the ground. They hadn't expected that Wang Zhongshan still had such a powerful item in his hands, and judging by the current energy fluctuations, the power of this ray was immense, easily placing it among the top tier of legendary items. Yes, there are distinctions among legendary items. The simplest way to categorize them is by their power, and the Radiant Ray that Wang Zhongshan just used is considered the most powerful among all legendary items to date. The earth trembled, and the shockwave spread outward from the portal, the overwhelming energy fluctuations directly stunning the hundreds of soldiers nearby. Fang Zhu was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated that the Radiant Ray he had drawn would be so powerful. If it weren't for the protection of a few high-level professionals around him, he likely would have been injured by the residual waves of the ray. It's probably equivalent to the combined power of nearly 100 high-level professionals, Fang Zhu silently calculated in his mind. Now, most professional skills had once again entered cooldown, making it difficult to launch a collective attack on the portal and the giant hand, but the confidence of many professionals had somewhat returned, as the Radiant Ray had indeed achieved some results. Everyone could now clearly see that the place where the Radiant Ray struck had pierced through the giant hand above the portal, leaving behind a dark hole. No blood flowed out, but the hand seemed to have lost its strength, drooping limply. Good. There's still one hand left. Let's find a way to keep attacking it. The professionals' feelings of despair were somewhat alleviated. Since legendary items were effective, perhaps they could injure the other giant hand if they fought hard enough. However, the next second, the injured, now limp giant hand suddenly retracted, disappearing into the portal. In no time, an intact giant hand stretched out again, supporting the top of the portal once more. Damn it! Fang Zhu's eyes widened. No way, it really isn't over. How many hands do you have? Can't you just extend them all at once? Stretching out two at a time is intentional, right? The expressions of the professionals also turned grim. The glimmer of hope they had just seen vanished once again. Yet, some still stood up at this moment, shouting loudly as they launched their attacks against the portal. What if they were desperate? What if there was no way out? As long as they were still alive, the battle was not over. Behind them were trillions of compatriots. If they gave up now, they would be sinners of Blue Star, sinners of humanity. Even in despair, they could not give up. A momentum of fighting to the death began to rise in everyone's hearts. Over 200 high-level professionals tightened their grips on their weapons, their expressions growing increasingly serious, even taking on a resolute determination. Let's fight one more time. We absolutely cannot give up like this. A professional whispered, as if flames were burning in his eyes. Let's do it. Everyone silently roared in their hearts, then launched their final attack against the portal, which had expanded to nearly 30 meters. Fang Zhu also summoned his legendary dagger. Although its power was not among the very top tier of legendary items, it consumed relatively little mental energy, making it suitable for Fang Zhu at this moment. In an instant, the heavens and earth shook, various skills began to converge around the portal, and an explosion of heart-pounding energy fluctuations appeared in the sky. This was the final moment, or rather, the last resort of the group. If they failed this time, they would truly be out of options. The legendary items had been used up, the high-level professionals had exhausted their skills, and all means had been tried. But facing such an enemy, even a one-for-one exchange seemed like a luxury, because it was impossible to determine just how many enemies there were. Fang Zhu directed the dagger to spin in the air for half a circle, then thrust it directly at the enormous hand beneath the portal. Ding! It felt as if he had struck metal. The dagger was violently deflected, and Fang Zhu shuddered, feeling dazed for half a second. The recoil from the dagger was too strong, and Fang Zhu took a deep breath, controlling the dagger to attack again. His mental energy was still relatively full, and launching several rounds of attacks was not a problem. Although Fang Zhu's strength was vastly inferior to those high-level professionals, the legendary weapon could somewhat make up for it. However, as time passed, the expressions on everyone's faces grew increasingly grim. Based on the intensity of the previous radiant beam, their 200 or so skills should have been able to directly take down two of the enemy's hands. And indeed, these skills had truly shattered the enemy's large hand, flesh and blood flying everywhere. But the worst-case scenario occurred. The enemy quickly extended two identical large hands from behind the portal. At this point, the diameter of the portal had expanded to nearly 50 meters, and the massive blue light screen brought a chilling sense of oppression. Roar! An incredibly piercing roar erupted from behind the blue screen, echoing across the entire plane. Then, a gigantic head, resembling that of a crocodile, emerged from the light screen. The head was enormous, with fierce skin and sharp teeth that exuded a sense of bloodthirsty brutality. Its iconic crimson eyes gazed down at all the professionals on the ground and in the sky. Just one glance made everyone feel as if they were submerged in a sea of blood, an endless desire for slaughter seemingly ready to engulf them. Kill! 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 The sound of battle cries, as if from ancient times, rang in everyone's ears, as if an army had crossed the river of time to fight, battling recklessly. Fang Zhu quickly realized that this was likely some sort of illusion, that army might have truly existed. What on earth is this? A professional exclaimed, staring at the crocodile monster in the sky, his face filled with shock. The monster was incredibly large, although it had only revealed its head. That head alone was as big as a black moss, meaning its true size must be even more terrifying. So the portal expanded to 50 meters to let such a large monster out. One of Fang Zhu's companions murmured, "To be honest, a monster of this size, even the 8 Desolation Sword might not be able to kill it. The 1-for-1 tactic was likely to become ineffective." The 8 Desolation Sword was powerful, but it was just one piece. Unless the 8 Desolation set could be gathered, it was hard to say what would happen now. Within the light screen, the scales at the corner of the crocodile monster's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a terrifying and sinister smile, and everyone present could see the mockery in that smile. Fang Zhu frowned and directed the dagger straight at the crocodile monster's eye. Not just him, other professionals also attempted to attack the enemy. Since the crocodile monster had revealed its head first, it should be prepared for everyone to focus their fire on it. In the next second, dozens of attacks landed on the crocodile monster's head. However, neither Fang Zhu's attacks nor the spells from others inflicted even the slightest damage on the crocodile monster. Even explosive spells left no marks on its scales. The enemy's defense was too strong. The professionals' concentrated fire couldn't even break through its defenses. In fact, the previous Black Moss and Black Carlo had impressive defenses, but they were ultimately not powerful to the point of being abnormal. If the professionals concentrated their spells to attack, they could still damage their flesh or outer membranes. But this crocodile monster, its defense was indeed somewhat abnormal. Dozens of attacks were roughly equivalent to the power of a normal legendary item. Logically, it should at least leave a few wounds on the enemy's body surface, yet now there was nothing at all. How to fight? How to fight without breaking through its defense? Perhaps if over 200 professionals attacked simultaneously, they could break the crocodile monster's defense, but that would be meaningless, as the enemy's size was simply too great. Small wounds posed no threat to it at all. The crocodile monster extended its blood-red tongue to lick the area that had just been bombarded by skills, and then its massive body began to gradually emerge from the portal. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before them. One could say that the abyss creature walking out of the sky was a crocodile magnified dozens of times, standing upright. However, unlike a normal crocodile, this monster had a pair of curled, fiery red wings on its back, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Its thick hind legs stomped on the ground like two towering stone pillars, and the few professionals, about 2 meters tall, looked like small figurines in front of the crocodile monster. As the monster squeezed its entire body out of the portal, an intensely rich smell of blood spread out, and Fang Zhu felt nauseous after just one whiff, as if his brain were being suffocated by blood. He immediately retreated, and others followed suit, with tens of thousands quickly fleeing the plain to regroup in the surrounding mountains. Some fortifications previously built by Wang Zhongshan were inadvertently destroyed by the crocodile monster's tail, which, in terms of materials, were quite decent, but in front of the enemy, they were almost like paper. This showed just how great the crocodile monster's strength was. If that tail struck a professional, it would likely shatter their bones. How to fight this? Steelfin, do you have any skills left? No, they're all on cooldown. The professionals discussed among themselves, their expressions growing increasingly grim and desperate. Faced with an enemy that had no weak points from top to bottom, Fang Zhu and the others saw no glimmer of hope. Have we lost? A professional's voice suddenly rang out among the crowd. He lowered his head, trembling all over, looking as if he were under immense pressure. Yes, had they really lost? Wang Zhongshan clenched his fists. The mental link in his mind had already connected to the higher-ups, but moments later, his expression turned despondent. Because there were no clear instructions from the higher-ups, or rather, they didn't know what to do either. This was a battle where even fighting desperately would be meaningless. The more than 300 high-level professionals present might not even be able to stop the enemy's advance if they gave it their all. In such a situation, what could they do? Should we try again? Maybe we can win? Win against one, and then what? What about the enemies behind? The 8 Desolation Sword should be able to kill it, right? There's only one 8 Desolation Sword, and that portal is already 60 meters wide. There are probably many more enemies behind. The discussions among the crowd were filled with despair, and some had even begun to consider leaving the secret realm to return to the real world, to see their families one last time, or to sneak away to a hidden place. Fang Zhu felt utterly powerless as he touched the Meteor Shower Scroll in his pocket. Although the Meteor Shower Scroll was also a legendary item, how much could such an item really do? In fact, for a monster of this size, it was difficult for an ordinary legendary item to kill it, and even inflicting serious injury was somewhat challenging. Fang Zhu, do you have any other ideas? A voice suddenly came from the side. Fang Zhu turned his head and saw De Yen looking at him with an eager expression. He forced a smile and shook his head, saying, "No, not a single idea." De Yen sighed and asked, "Can the 8 Desolation Sword kill this monster?" "I'm not sure. The monster is too large," Fang Zhu replied hesitantly. De Yen nodded, looking at the crocodile monster that was now firmly standing on the plain, his emotions complex. He wanted to take a chance and try. What if it could be done? Just as he hesitated, the crocodile monster moved, charging towards the nearest mountain range with its powerful legs, a fierce wind howling and a scent of blood wafting through the air. The professionals on the mountain quickly dodged, but the enemy was incredibly fast, covering 10 meters with each step, almost instantly reaching the mountain. As they fled, the professionals launched control-type skills at the enemy. However, those skills had almost no effect on the crocodile monster. Only a few could slightly reduce its speed. But for the crocodile monster, such minimal effects could be dispelled in just a few seconds, allowing it to charge into the most densely packed area of professionals without any hindrance. Roar! The crocodile monster let out a deafening roar, and in the moment when most people couldn't react, it swung its tail and directly killed a dozen high-level professionals nearby. There was no resistance, everyone was completely powerless. Fang Zhu saw that among the recently deceased high-level professionals, one was actually above level 60. The strongest professionals on Blue Star were no match for the crocodile monster. What about the others? Were they just fodder? We can't win. We can't win. A professional suddenly shouted, his eyes bloodshot, hair disheveled, looking almost mad. The pressure was too great. Someone finally couldn't bear it any longer and began to break down. However, just as a mutiny was about to erupt within the secret realm, a voice suddenly rang out from afar. "Abyss Crocodile Demon, is it really this kind of monster?" The voice sounded somewhat ethereal, as if it were very far away. Yet everyone could hear it clearly, as if it were speaking right next to them. Fang Zhu looked up in surprise, gazing in the direction of the voice, but there was nothing there. Wang Chongshan was momentarily stunned, then seemed to realize something, his expression instantly becoming very excited. Beside him, a dozen high-level professionals from Huagua gripped their weapons tightly, their bodies trembling slightly. On the other side of the mountain, some professionals from other countries exchanged uncertain glances and began to discuss. De Yen suddenly gasped, his eyes filled with disbelief. Fang Zhu looked at him in confusion, not knowing what was happening, and curiously asked, "What's wrong? Who is the person speaking?" "It's him, it really is him," De Yen murmured, his eyes fixed on the sky. Fang Zhu followed his gaze, and in the sky, there was only a massive blue light screen, nothing else. However, a few seconds later, a black dot rapidly enlarged, approaching the swirling portal in just a breath's time. At that moment, Fang Zhu finally saw part of the black dot's features. It was a person, someone who didn't seem very tall and was even somewhat thin. Is this the person who just spoke? Who exactly is he? Fang Zhu's heart was filled with confusion. He didn't notice that De Yen was now so excited he was about to faint. And he was not the only one reacting this way. Nearly half of the more than 200 high-level professionals in the entire mountain range were so excited they could hardly contain themselves, with some emotional female professionals even crying out loud. Fang Zhu's attention was focused on the black dot in the sky, so he did not notice the reactions of others. However, after a moment, he sensed something unusual. After the appearance of this black dot, the crocodile monster, the abyssal crocodile demon, actually stopped moving in place. Above the mountains, apart from the wails of some injured professionals, there was no other sound. It was abnormal, too abnormal. Fang Zhu's confusion deepened, but before he could voice it, he saw the black dot suddenly accelerate and instantly arrive in front of the abyssal crocodile demon. Compared to this monster over 40 meters tall, the person seemed like an ant. However, Fang Zhu had a strange feeling this person's aura was even stronger than that of the abyssal crocodile demon. He merely stood there in midair, but it felt as if he were a blazing sun, an immovable mountain. The abyssal crocodile demon, on the other hand, seemed like an ordinary beast, completely losing its original sense of oppression. This contrast left Fang Zhu momentarily unable to adapt, and when he finally reacted, the figure in the sky moved again. He saw the person raise his right arm and casually throw a punch. It was such a casual motion, such a light punch. But the next second, the space exploded, and an invisible yet terrifying energy erupted from his arm, radiating outward with a thunderous blast. The violent shockwave struck the abyssal crocodile demon even before the punch landed. Sizzle! The demon's sturdy scales crumbled under the shockwave like white paper, and the scales that had withstood the combined attacks of dozens of professionals were torn apart, revealing the purple-black flesh beneath. Blood sprayed out instantly, filling the air with a foul, bloody stench. In the next moment, the fist struck the abyssal crocodile demon. Boom! A dull sound echoed throughout the secret realm, and Fangzhu tightly covered his ears, feeling as if 10,000 bombs were exploding beside him. He struggled to open his eyes, trying to see the figure's movements, but unfortunately, after the person's fist hit the monster, he could see nothing. The reason was simple. It was dark. Yes, the secret realm suddenly plunged into darkness at that moment. Fangzhu's vision and senses were completely sealed off. He could feel nothing, see nothing, only his active mind proving that he was still alive. This extremely uncomfortable feeling lasted for nearly 5 minutes. Then, Fangzhu's vision and senses suddenly returned. But when he saw the scene before him, he gasped in shock, nearly collapsing to the ground. Some professionals even screamed, their faces filled with disbelief and shock. At this moment, on the plain before everyone, the monster that had originally stood over 40 meters tall had vanished without a trace, leaving only a ground covered in broken flesh and scattered body parts. This person had actually killed the monster directly, and in such a brutal manner. The purple-black blood flowed across the plain, quickly forming a massive pool on the ground. The figure stood there, hovering above the monster's mangled corpse. He wore a black combat suit, which appeared completely undamaged from a distance, exuding a faint glow. Who on earth is he? Fangzhu's shock surged like a tidal wave. He is Huang. A voice from the side, belonging to a wide-eyed individual, trembled with respect. Huang? Fangzhu instantly realized. The one who instantly killed the enemy while wearing a black combat suit was none other than the strongest professional on Blue Star, Huang. How could he be so strong? The hundreds of enemies, helpless against him, lasted less than 5 minutes in his hands. This kind of power far exceeded his imagination. Can human professionals really be this strong? It was as if he was cheating. He alone was equivalent to hundreds of high-level professionals. It was terrifying. However, Fangzhu had not finished his astonishment when the blue screen in the sky changed again, and a surge of black mist suddenly poured out from it. Huang looked up, disdainfully curled his lip, and then soared into the air. At the same time, on the ground, a professional's 8 Desolation sword suddenly flew up, transforming into a streak of light that appeared directly in Huang's hand. Fangzhu's expression changed slightly. The 8 Desolation sword was something that could take lives. Would Huang be okay? They had finally seen hope. It couldn't be snatched away so quickly again. As it turned out, Fangzhu was overthinking. As the strongest professional on Blue Star, Huang certainly knew what the 8 Desolation sword was and how to use it. In an instant, he arrived before the black mist, wielding the 8 Desolation sword, and suddenly slashed through the mist. A flash of sword light appeared, and then the black mist vanished without a trace. Huang turned his head, his gaze fixed on the blue screen not far away. The diameter of the expanding portal had now reached 100 meters. In the sky, Huang stood quietly, without any unnecessary movements, yet he gave the impression that he was the only one left in the world. Outside the portal, 2 enormous hands that had been supporting its upper and lower edges were preparing to retract, as if 100 meters had met the requirements of these abyssal monsters. But just as the 2 large hands loosened, Huang's figure flickered, and in a movement that no one could clearly see, he instantly appeared before the large hands. The sword light shone like the only candle flame in the darkness. Sizzle! The sound of cutting echoed throughout the mountains, and the hand that had been holding the portal was sent flying, landing like a cannonball in a nearby basin. Upon closer inspection, the place where the hand was severed was smooth as a mirror, with not a drop of blood flowing out. It was unclear whether it was Huang's strength that was too great or if the hand was not a flesh and blood creature. After severing one hand, Huang snorted coldly, his figure rapidly descending, and he instantly arrived before the other large hand. From Fangzhu and the other's perspective, even a fingernail on the hand was larger than Huang's entire body, but at this moment, everyone had only one thought in their minds: another hand was about to be severed. Sure enough, the next second, Huang swung his sword, and the sword light flashed again, lightly landing on the wrist of the large hand. However, this time, the hand clearly did not want to be slaughtered. It suddenly retracted, trying to evade the sword light's cut, but its speed was ultimately too slow. Sizzle! The sound of a blade slicing through paper echoed again, and the other large hand was also sent flying. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Huang's mouth as his gaze fell on the portal, which had stopped expanding. Suddenly, an angry roar came from within the blue screen. Roar! Just as everyone covered their ears, desperately resisting the pressure from the roar, a voice like thunder suddenly rang out. Human! You are seeking death. Before the words had faded, a black beam shot out from the blue screen. The black beam was incredibly fast. Fangzhu only felt a flash before the black beam was already in front of Huang. Huang raised an eyebrow, quickly sidestepping to avoid it, but the black beam seemed to have a tracking function, slightly circling in the air before stabbing toward him again. Interesting. Huang snorted coldly, raising the 8 Desolation sword and fiercely slashing downward. The sound of metal clashing echoed, and the invisible waves even caused ripples in the space around. The black light stopped, and the various professionals on the mountain clearly saw the form of the black light. It was an arrow, entirely pitch black, emanating an endless aura of the abyss, as if it wanted to swallow Huang. Huang stared at the arrow and then suddenly exerted force, flinging it aside. The arrow spun as it fell, and upon touching the ground, it exploded into fragments. The surrounding professionals changed their expressions drastically and hurriedly raised barriers for defense. Fortunately, the power of the arrow had already diminished significantly, otherwise, the fragments alone could have directly killed dozens of high-level professionals. Huang turned his head to look at the blue light curtain. To be honest, he didn't have a good way to deal with this large teleportation portal either. If he had a way, he would have tried to close the portal long ago, instead of allowing the abyssal creatures behind it to strike repeatedly. Huang's strength was indeed formidable. It was not an exaggeration to say that only a handful of beings in the entire abyss could contend with him. But fighting power was one thing, sealing the portal was another. Just as he was in a dilemma, another black light shot out from within the blue curtain, this time 3 beams, moving at incredible speed, instantly arriving in front of him. Huang did not dodge. He raised the 8 Desolation sword and performed a beautiful sword flourish, directly blocking the 3 beams of black light. Fangzhu's eyes widened. His evaluation of Huang was constantly being refreshed in his mind. He was certain that the vast majority of high-level professionals present could not withstand those black beams. Even if someone could block them, it would likely come at a great cost. But Huang could easily fend them off. Too strong, truly deserving of the title of the strongest professional in Blue Star. However, what happened next left Fangzhu somewhat puzzled. Huang stood in midair, holding the long sword, looking incredibly graceful. Yet he did not take the initiative to attack, seemingly waiting for the next move from the abyssal creatures within the portal. The portal was the same, the abyssal creatures made no move, and both sides remained in a strange stalemate. Among the mountains, all the professionals showed expressions of confusion. They couldn't understand. Logically speaking, with Huang's strength, it wasn't impossible to charge into the portal, but why? Was neither side making a move? Time passed second by second, and after about 10 minutes, Huang frowned slightly, then directly approached the edge of the portal. He could not wait any longer. Since he couldn't think of a better way to seal it, he would charge directly into the portal and cut off its energy supply. Huang raised the 8 Desolation sword, and an incredibly dazzling light burst forth from the sword's body. Fangzhu was horrified. In his eyes, that light surpassed the total of all the previous professionals combined. The light those professionals activated with their life force was less than 1% of what Huang held at that moment. Abyss. Disgusting creatures. A cold voice came from Huang's mouth, and then he swung the 8 Desolation sword heavily from top to bottom towards the blue light curtain. The blade sank into the curtain, directly cutting a large opening in the blue, water-like light. Looking inward through the opening revealed nothing but endless darkness, but Huang knew very well that those abyssal creatures were lurking in the dark. He flicked his long sword and then stepped forward, ready to enter the large opening in the light curtain. Human, stop! A thunderous voice roared from within the secret realm. It was the abyssal creatures in the light curtain. Huang ignored it and continued walking towards the light curtain. If you want to die, then come in. The thunderous voice rang out again. Huang scoffed, his figure suddenly accelerating, and in an instant, he disappeared into the light curtain. At that moment, everyone in the secret realm widened their eyes. This is too fierce. He charged straight into the abyss alone. This is something no one even dared to think about. Fangzhu never imagined that Huang would do this. He thought the strongest person from Blue Star would directly use some kind of sealing skill or item. So awesome! De Yin exclaimed beside him. Fangzhu nodded, filled with respect for Huang. However, he also felt a twinge of curiosity. Why didn't Huang appear at the very beginning? If he had come earlier, perhaps the professionals wouldn't have to fight so desperately, and more of them would survive. Of course, thinking about this now was pointless. They could only wait for Huang to return victorious. In the secret realm, Wang Chongshan directed the soldiers to start cleaning the battlefield. The corpse of the Abyss Crocodile Demon and the 2 large hands supporting the portal were of great research value. If they could bring them back, it would be a precious asset for the countries of Blue Star. While the soldiers were cleaning the battlefield, high-level professionals from various countries sat cross-legged, quickly recovering from their injuries. Although they had great confidence in Huang, they still needed to be ready to fight in case of any unexpected events. The waiting process was excruciating. Fang Zhu obtained some undamaged medicinal materials from the army and managed to refine a batch of healing pills. With the pills, everyone's recovery speed increased significantly. Some high-level professionals from abroad noticed Fang Zhu and curiously inquired with the Chinese professionals nearby. However, Fang Zhu had only recently entered this rank, so most people were unaware of his specific situation. Even if they knew, they wouldn't elaborate to these professionals. Naturally, Fang Zhu didn't want to stand out, so he kept most of the pills for himself, giving only a small portion to those professionals, but he still caught their attention. Fortunately, he didn't stand out too much, and most professionals were focused on the battlefield, so it wasn't long before they shifted their discussion to other topics. In the sky, the blue light screen suddenly stopped spinning, and the large mouth that Huang had just split open disappeared. Everyone looked up, their hearts filled with unease. To be honest, Huang's actions were a bit too reckless. Even if he really intended to enter the abyss, he should have made some preparations in advance, at the very least, notifying the countries. Of course, the safest approach would have been to bring Zeus along, but since Huang came alone, it indicated that Australia's superclass secret realm had not been completely resolved, meaning the situation on Blue Star was worse than people had anticipated. The abyss here was indeed a significant problem. If not handled well, most countries on Blue Star would fall. However, Australia's superclass secret realm was also a problem that could not be ignored. It was the first superclass secret realm on Blue Star, and the beasts within were incredibly powerful. The fact that Huang and Thor had suppressed it for so long without resolving the issue was enough to illustrate the severity of the problem. As the sky gradually darkened, the sun in the secret realm left behind a beautiful sunset glow. Some high-level professionals began discussing cooking. There wasn't much to do now, so it was better to eat well and regain their strength. Fang Zhu was surprised to see the soldiers in the logistics camp. These people were actually caramelizing sugar in such a harsh environment. That's right, they were making braised pork. It must be said that the Chinese people's obsession with food in certain situations is beyond imagination. While professionals from other countries searched for fruits in the secret realm, the logistics camp's kitchen had already prepared a large pot of fragrant braised pork. What? You ask where the ingredients came from? The answer, of course, is to source them locally. The secret realm is a small world that claims to be a universe of its own, filled not only with various exotic beasts but also with some creatures that do not exist in the outside world. Although most of them are inedible, there is a very small portion that is exceptionally delicious. For instance, the jade snow pig in the ghostly realm is a creature that is entirely snow white and looks almost identical to a pig. It is highly aggressive, yet its meat is surprisingly tender. Before the incident in the ghostly realm, this jade snow pig was considered one of the top-tier ingredients. Now, the aftermath of the battles between numerous professionals and abyssal monsters has resulted in the deaths of countless jade snow pigs, and the soldiers in the logistics camp hardly need to exert any effort to find their corpses scattered across the mountains or plains. Making a pot of braised pork is naturally not a problem. Professionals from other countries also enjoyed a feast. The meal quickly came to an end, and Fang Zhu sat on a large rock, looking up at the sky, where there were twinkling stars and an enormous teleportation portal that could not be ignored. I wonder how Huang is doing, Fang Zhu murmured to himself. According to previous arrangements, he was supposed to leave the ghostly realm in 2 or 3 hours and take a flying vehicle to a hidden place. But now the situation was different. Huang had killed the invading abyssal monsters and counterattacked the abyss, and everything seemed to be developing in a positive direction, so Fang Zhu saw no need to leave immediately. After communicating with the higher-ups, Fang Zhu successfully obtained a brief period of freedom to act. As long as the situation remained under control, he did not need to leave the secret realm and could stay a little longer. Time passed, and soon it was the next day. Huang had been in the secret realm for over 8 hours, and some of the people present had begun to feel restless. To be honest, Fang Zhu was also a bit worried. No one knew how many abyssal monsters were beyond the portal, and no one knew what the situation was like there. What if Huang couldn't come back? Although the possibility was extremely small, facing the unknown abyss, no one had 100% certainty. Another day passed, and on the mountains, some professionals could no longer resist flying to the light screen. They wanted to try to contact Huang. There was a communication line that had existed in Huang's sea of consciousness for years, but only a select few could reach him. These professionals just wanted to give it a try, even though it was completely futile. Just as everyone was growing a bit impatient, the blue light screen in the sky suddenly began to tremble violently, and then, to their astonishment, it started to shrink at a visible speed, reducing its diameter by nearly 10 meters in just a few minutes. The nearby professionals quickly retreated, their faces filled with shock as they stared at the sky. It should be noted that since those two giant hands appeared, the diameter of the portal had never shrunk. It had only expanded from the initial dozen meters to the current 100 meters. However, now the portal was indeed shrinking, and at a rapid pace. At this rate, in less than 2 hours, the portal would completely disappear. Sure enough, an hour later, the diameter of the portal was down to less than 40 meters, but gradually, someone noticed something unusual. Where is Huang? Why hasn't he come out yet? Yeah, if it keeps shrinking like this, he won't be able to get out. Don't be a jinx, Huang will definitely make it out. The last speaker glared at the crowd around him, but his expression betrayed his true thoughts. It was certainly false to say he wasn't worried, but they could do nothing to help and could only pray in the mountains. No one could split the portal like Huang, and no one could fight their way in under such circumstances, so the mountains fell silent, waiting for Huang's return. Time passed second by second, and the diameter of the portal quickly shrank to 10 meters. Only 10 meters left. This was the size of the portal when the void worm spat it out. All the professionals clenched their fists, and some could no longer hold back, soaring into the air to unleash their skills at the portal. Everyone, give it a try. The portal is already very small. We might be able to blast it open, shouted a tall professional in mid-air. The others nodded in agreement, and various skills were hurled toward the portal, causing the sky to erupt with flashes of lightning and howling winds. However, even though the portal was now only 10 meters wide, its defensive power remained astonishing, and the assault from these high-level professionals had little effect on it. As time passed, the portal continued to shrink slowly. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The diameter of the portal was now only 1 meter. At this size, not to mention Huang, even a normal adult could not walk out standing up. Everyone's faces showed anxious expressions, and several professionals even began trying to enlarge the portal. This scene was somewhat comical. Clearly, everyone initially wanted to close the portal as quickly as possible, but now they had to find a way to enlarge it, or else Huang wouldn't be able to come out. However, this approach was completely ineffective, and the portal continued to shrink. 1 meter. 90 centimeters, 80 centimeters. When the diameter of the portal shrank to 80 centimeters, an abnormal tremor suddenly emanated from within, and then everyone saw a gash suddenly open up on the blue light screen. In the next second, a figure abruptly shot out sideways, stabilizing itself somewhat awkwardly in midair. It's Huang, he's out, he really came out. The professionals shouted excitedly, and Fangzhu also showed an expression of excitement. In midair, Huang, dressed in a black combat suit, turned to look at the portal, which had shrunk to half a person's height, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. He raised the 8 Desolation sword in his hand, murmuring incantations. Moments later, a blue light shone from the 8 Desolation sword, and then Huang swung his arm, thrusting the 8 Desolation sword forcefully forward. The sword tip pointed directly at the center of the portal. Ding! A crisp sound rang out as the sword tip struck the portal. In the next moment, the blue light screen of the portal cracked like glass, and Huang snorted coldly, applying more force as the 8 Desolation sword pierced inward a few more inches. Human, I remember you. A thunderous voice suddenly came from within the portal, and then the blue light screen exploded with a bang. Fangzhu's eyes widened, a surge of ecstasy filling his heart, for at that moment, the portal in the sky had nearly dissipated, leaving only a small blue semicircle of a few centimeters. Did we win? Did we really win? The portal shattered. As expected of Huang, the voices of the professionals discussing around him made Fangzhu involuntarily smile. However, the matter was not over. Huang did not relax like the others. He looked at the blue semicircle in front of him, his brows furrowing tighter. The situation was more complicated than he had imagined. Even though the portal had cut off its energy supply, it had not disappeared. This blue semicircle was a last resort left behind by the abyssal creature, and even he could not easily destroy it. The professionals on the mountains soon realized that something was wrong, and their previously excited mood suddenly sank. However, Huang was, after all, the strongest professional in Blue Star. He shook the 8 Desolation sword in his hand and quickly thought of a solution, but doing so would leave some significant risks and would come at a cost. But now there is no time to think about so much. First, seal the portal, and we can discuss the rest later. With determination, Huang lowered his head, and the 8 Desolation sword in his hand suddenly began to shrink, instantly reducing to the size of a palm. Seal! Huang shouted loudly, turning the sword around and plunging it directly into the blue semicircle. In the next moment, countless runes lit up, forming thick chains, which then wrapped tightly around the blue semicircle with the 8 Desolation sword at its center. Following that, these chains began to contract and tighten. The blue semicircle seemed to struggle to resist but ultimately could not. Under the gaze of everyone, the blue semicircle slowly shrank, eventually becoming a small sphere with a diameter of only 5 centimeters, its surface covered with dense chains, barely emitting any light. Only at this moment did Huang finally relax his expression, letting out a slight sigh of relief in his heart. It was his first time using such a method, and it seemed to have worked well. Did it succeed? It should have succeeded. Look at that blue sphere, it's tightly bound. Yes, I've heard of this sealing technique. It's said to be extremely difficult to perform, but it seems Huang has succeeded. Amidst the discussions of the professionals, Huang slowly descended to the ground. Fangzhu finally got a clear look at the other person's appearance. He was a man around 30 years old, tall and upright like a pine tree, with a face as deep and chiseled as if carved by a knife, his features distinct and three-dimensional. He stood there as if he were the ruler of heaven and earth, exuding an undeniable majesty with every gesture. His long black hair flowed freely behind him, dancing wildly in the wind, further highlighting his wild and unrestrained aura. Is this the strongest one back then? Fangzhu murmured to himself, his eyes revealing a look of shock. Huang glanced at the crowd present, then fixed his gaze on General Wang Zhongshan. General Wang, this matter is settled. I should return now. Huang's voice had an inexplicable magnetism, making it hard for people to resist being captivated. Wang Zhongshan smiled and nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Come back home when you have time. Yes, definitely. Huang also smiled, then suddenly seemed to remember something and looked around, as if searching for something. Not far from Wang Zhongshan, Fangzhu, who had been observing the combat suit on Huang, suddenly felt a gaze upon him. He looked up and found Huang was looking at him. The two locked eyes, and Fangzhu's heartbeat suddenly slowed for a moment. An invisible pressure, no less than that of an abyssal monster, descended upon him, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Not bad. A very faint voice reached his ears, and Fangzhu was momentarily stunned, then realized it was Huang speaking. Did Huang praise me? Did he say I was not bad? Fangzhu was astonished, but before he could react, he saw Huang soar into the sky, disappearing into the heavens. It was over. This crisis that nearly affected all of humanity had come to an end. The abyssal portal was sealed by Huang, and for the next 10 years, abyssal creatures would not be able to enter Blue Star through this portal. However, humanity had also paid an extremely heavy price. To begin with, in the initial crisis, Huagua mobilized 65 rune cannons, all of which were destroyed after several rounds of fire. Then, although General Hua fought desperately to launch an attack, he managed to survive, but when he would awaken remained uncertain. Following that, Huagua united with countries around the world, sending nearly 100 legendary items into the secret realm, successfully dismantling the outer framework of the portal. Finally, all high-level professionals from around the world gathered here, launching attack after attack, successfully delaying until Huang arrived at the cost of over 100 lives. There are only a little over 400 high-level professionals on the entire Blue Star, and this battle has nearly wiped out half of them. For a major power like Huagua, it's somewhat manageable, but for some smaller countries, losing these high-level professionals could lead to an inability to suppress the secret realms. In fact, this battle has almost set back the overall strength of Blue Star by decades. Although the invasion of abyssal creatures has temporarily ended, its impact is far from over. Next, countries around the world will face a counterattack from the secret realms, and if they do not respond effectively, many lives will be lost globally. Half a day later, Fangzhu returned to the real world of Blue Star with the large group. Wang Zhongshan had no time to rest. After leaving the secret realm, he received orders from his superiors to lead the army to another secret realm in Huagua that was currently in turmoil as quickly as possible. The severely injured high-level professionals who survived were also admitted to hospitals within Huagua, cared for by the highest-level support professionals and life professionals. Fangzhu bid farewell to De Yen and the others at the entrance of the secret realm. The members of the Yen Wang team would take their captain to the capital for recuperation, while Fangzhu planned to visit Zhao Hangwu. Since he was in Dingbei City, he couldn't leave without a word. After all, there were people here who treated him sincerely, and Fangzhu also intended to find someone. At this moment, a small team had arrived outside the secret realm's gate, arranged by the capital for Fangzhu's security, led by his old acquaintance, Captain Li. With Fangzhu's current rank, he had to have a security team for protection as soon as he left the capital. This was a strict regulation. Fangzhu greeted Captain Li and a few familiar faces with a smile before getting into the official vehicle parked nearby. To the Dingbei City government building, Fangzhu told the driver, then closed his eyes to rest. Although his time in the secret realm was not long, Fangzhu felt mentally exhausted and somewhat low-spirited. He knew this was a side effect of the post-excitement crash. Half an hour later, Fangzhu arrived at the government building. Zhao Hangwu had not participated in the previous battle, although he was also a high-level professional and quite strong in combat. As the mayor, he had to prioritize the safety of the people of Dingbei City. Therefore, during this time, Zhao Hangwu had been evacuating and resettling the citizens of Dingbei City, occasionally coordinating nearby military forces, as Dingbei City was not only facing the Ghost Secret Realm but also another class of Secret Realm, which was a significant problem. Fang Zhu walked into the government building and successfully met the haggard-looking Zhao Hongwu. The moment Zhao Hongwu saw Fang Zhu, a brilliant smile broke out on his face, and the frown that had been there for some unknown reason relaxed. Fang Zhu is here, sit. Zhao Hongwu greeted warmly. Fang Zhu also smiled kindly. Brother Zhao, how have you been during this time? Zhao Hongwu sighed deeply, his expression quite complex. Not easy, but it's okay, we won. Yes, we won. Fang Zhu nodded heavily. The two exchanged pleasantries, discussing what had happened during this time, and after a moment, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. Zhao Hongwu looked up and then smiled at the person at the door. Old Lu, look who has come. Fang Zhu, it's been a long time. The person who entered was Secretary Lu, the meticulous steward of Dingbei City, looking pleasantly surprised. Fang Zhu stood up and smiled, nodding at Secretary Lu. He hadn't informed anyone of his visit this time, giving these two older brothers a surprise. The three of them chatted casually in the room, the atmosphere warm and natural. Zhao Hongwu and Secretary Lu had never treated Fang Zhu as an outsider, especially since this exceptionally talented young man had also seen a qualitative improvement in his status. Time passed quickly, and soon it was evening. Zhao Hongwu then invited Fang Zhu to dinner. The three of them walked towards the cafeteria. Although the entire Dingbei City was now deserted, some public officials still remained at their posts, including some cafeteria staff. The chefs still working in the cafeteria were all former veterans. They were unwilling to evacuate with ordinary people. As soldiers, they believed that even if they were to die, they should die on the front lines of the battlefield. Sitting in the empty cafeteria, Fang Zhu glanced around while eating. Before long, a group of people entered the cafeteria, chatting and laughing. Although he did not recognize the leader, he was familiar with those behind him. At that moment, a girl in the group looked in Fang Zhu's direction. Their eyes met, and the girl's eyes instantly lit up, a hint of a smile appearing on her delicate and beautiful face. Just earlier, while chatting in the office, Fang Zhu had learned that Wang Yingxue, Xiaodaba, and others, who had trained with him, had not left Dingbei City. Initially, they lived in the professional base, waiting for orders from their superiors, as the emergency evacuation of the entire city was a very complicated task. As combat professionals, they could suppress some ill-intentioned individuals. After the evacuation work was completed, Zhao Hongwu intended to arrange for them to leave together, but Wang Yingxue stepped forward first and rejected Zhao Hongwu's proposal. Her reason was simple: if the enemy breaks through the secret realm, then we won't be safe anywhere, so I won't leave. I want to fight the enemy here to the end. Wang Yingxue's words quickly gained the support of others, and thus this talented team of professionals stayed behind to handle some auxiliary tasks. Long time no see. In the cafeteria, Fang Zhu extended his hand, looking at the girl in front of him, feeling very pleased. Long time no see. Wang Yingxue's cool voice came through as she reached out her hand and gently shook hands with Fang Zhu, her eyes also revealing an unmistakable joy. Zhao Hongwu looked at the two with a strange expression, then lightly coughed. Ahem, the food will get cold soon. Let's catch up after we finish eating. Fang Zhu smiled and gestured for Wang Yingxue and the others to eat first. After all, there was still plenty of time, and a little wait wouldn't matter. After dinner, Fang Zhu left the cafeteria under Zhao Hongwu's teasing gaze and headed to where Wang Yingxue and the others were staying. Since most of the professionals in the base had left Dingbei City, those who remained were now living around the government building, which was why Wang Yingxue and her group came to eat at the government cafeteria. After walking for about 10 minutes down the empty street, Fang Zhu saw a small building with lights still on. This was a place where some staff had stayed overnight before, and it was now temporarily housing the professionals. Outside the small building, Wang Yingxue was wearing a white knee-length coat, looking exceptionally graceful. It was already autumn, and the temperature had begun to drop, bringing a slight chill at night. The two met, nodded to each other, and then walked silently down the street. Fang Zhu recounted everything he had experienced in the Ghost Secret Realm. Although Wang Yingxue responded little, her eyes still showed concern. Throughout the journey, it was mainly Fang Zhu talking while Wang Yingxue listened. Their mode of interaction seemed a bit awkward, but they both felt comfortable and natural. Before long, it was midnight. Fang Zhu yawned, feeling his energy begin to wane, so he bid farewell to Wang Yingxue and returned to the place Zhao Hongwu had prepared for him. The next morning, at 10:30, Fang Zhu woke up refreshed, washed up, and took out his phone to dial a number. After a few rings, a somewhat timid voice came through. Is this Fang Zhu? Do you need something from me? This is Zhao Daba's voice, Fang Zhu thought as he came to Dingbei City this time, not only to visit his acquaintances but also to contact this talented young man. It's me, do you have time now? Yes, I don't have any field tasks today. Then come to know. 3, Wuxi Street, I have something to discuss with you. After Fang Zhu finished speaking, he hung up the phone. In the small building behind the government office, Zhao Daba looked at his phone with some confusion. He didn't know what Fang Zhu wanted from him specifically, but after hesitating for a moment, he decided to go and see. Surely, with Fang Zhu's status, he wouldn't harm him. After tidying up, Zhao Daba quickly left the house. More than half an hour later, he arrived at No. 3, Wuxi Street. This was a villa area, generally used to host leaders or high-ranking professionals from other cities, so the surrounding environment was quite beautiful. Zhao Daba had never been here before, or rather, with his status, he wouldn't have been able to enter. Although there were no sentries or guards around now, walking along the lush path, Zhao Daba still felt inexplicably uneasy. No. 3, this is the place. Zhao Daba looked at the sign at the entrance and gently knocked on the exquisite door. After waiting for 2 seconds, the door opened automatically, and Zhao Daba looked up to see Fang Zhu walking towards him. Daba, you're here. Make yourself at home. Would you like something to drink? Fang Zhu welcomed him in, smiling as he asked. Zhao Daba sat on the soft sofa, rubbed his hands, and said softly, just water is fine. Fang Zhu smiled, poured him a glass of water, and then sat down opposite him. Since we can be considered friends, I'll speak frankly, Fang Zhu said without beating around the bush. I have a project here that requires the assistance of a mechanic. If you meet my requirements, I hope you can come and help me. As soon as Fang Zhu's words came out, Zhao Daba's face immediately showed a look of shock. He rubbed his hands again, his expression changing several times, and then, as if finally making up his mind, he slowly asked, "What are the requirements?" "First, tell me about your talent." Fang Zhu smiled, feeling a hint of expectation in his heart. Zhao Daba's talent should be good, otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen by the high-ranking officials of Dingbei City. I am a rare-level mechanic, with 2 talents. The first is to increase the success rate of mechanical creations, and the second is an active talent that allows me to analyze and understand the structure and principles of mechanical creations. Fang Zhu nodded upon hearing this. Both were very practical talents, especially the second one, which was extremely useful for a mechanic. What about your skills? Fang Zhu asked again. I am currently level 15, with only 1 skill, Zhao Daba said with a bitter smile, mechanical overload, which allows mechanical creations to perform at 200% capacity for a short time, but will cause damage afterward. Fang Zhu's eyes lit up. This was a divine skill. Although it might not be very useful now, once mechanics were slightly revived in the future, the effects of this skill would definitely astonish many people. Great! When do you have time? Fang Zhu clapped his thigh, asking with a beaming smile. Zhao Daba scratched his head, uncertainly asking, does this mean I meet the requirements? Fang Zhu nodded, then suddenly slapped his forehead. I haven't even asked if you're willing. After all, if you come with me, you might not be able to return to Dingbei City for a long time. Hearing Fang Zhu say this, Zhao Daba's excited expression suddenly froze on his face. He hadn't really considered this issue. As a local of Dingbei City, he had lived here for many years, and suddenly leaving would be somewhat hard to bear. Can I think about it? Zhao Daba said somewhat shyly. Of course, I've been in Dingbei City these past 2 days. Just let me know when you've made up your mind. Fang Zhu readily agreed. Originally, Fang Zhu wanted to treat Zhao Daba to a meal, but now there wasn't a single restaurant open in Dingbei City, so the two could only make do with a meal at the cafeteria. After lunch, Fang Zhu returned to the villa and dialed Wan Yu's number. He had assigned some tasks to the 2 of them when he left the laboratory, and now that he had time, it was just right to check on their progress. Wan Yu quickly answered the call, and after a few inquiries, a satisfied expression appeared on Fang Zhu's face. All the projects in the laboratory were being pushed forward as planned. Although there were some minor issues, overall, things were going well. In the case where the preservation rune group could not be miniaturized for the time being, Wan Yu and Si Munin had managed to extend the storage time of the elixirs by about 2 months through various material combinations. As long as Fang Zhu could complete the miniaturization of the preservation rune group, this project would be considered basically complete, at least sufficient for the current needs of Huagua. The other project, which Fang Zhu had been pondering over, the assembly line, encountered some difficulties. Although Fan Xing had found ways to improve it, based on Wan Yu's description over the phone, Fang Zhu confirmed that the improved machine did not fully meet his requirements. However, given Fan Xing's limited talent and the fact that he was not present, achieving this much was already quite impressive, so Fang Zhu naturally had no complaints. Fang Zhu stayed in Dingbei City for 2 days. On the first day, he met some of his old acquaintances. On the second day, he helped Zhao Hanwu refine some elixirs. During this time, Dingbei City was in turmoil, and some practitioners who had been injured had not received proper treatment, so Fang Zhu directly helped the medical team alleviate some of the pressure. On the evening of the second day, Fang Zhu met Zhao Daba, the somewhat reserved young man standing in front of him, who said with determination, "I want to go to the capital with you." Fang Zhu raised an eyebrow and smiled, asking, "Have you thought it through?" "Yes, I've thought it through. There's no room for development for a mechanic here in Dingbei City, only you can help me realize my value," Zhao Daba said, shedding his usual awkwardness and smoothly expressing his inner thoughts. Fang Zhu was genuinely happy now. He patted Zhao Daba on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Don't worry, over there, you will definitely have a better development." Since he had already understood the situation here, Fang Zhu did not linger. Early on the third day, after bidding farewell to Zhao Hangu and Wang Yingxue, he boarded the aircraft back to the capital. Accompanying him was Zhao Daba, dressed in sportswear, who surprisingly carried a backpack nearly as tall as he was. When Fang Zhu first saw him, he thought the backpack had grown legs. "Are you moving or something?" Fang Zhu asked, patting the oversized backpack, causing Zhao Daba to sway and nearly fall to the ground. "Don't pat it, brother Fang, don't pat it." Zhao Daba quickly stopped him, then revealed an awkward smile. "My mom said this is my first time going far away, so I should bring everything." "You really are Daba." Fang Zhu shook his head helplessly and then took the large backpack off Zhao Daba's shoulder. Zhao Daba felt an immediate sense of relief. "I'll carry it for you. Although everything is available in the capital, this is still your aunt's heartfelt intention, so let's not send it back." Fang Zhu tossed the backpack onto the luggage rack beside them. The aircraft started, and the two settled into their seats. Zhao Daba seemed a bit excited, continuously asking Fang Zhu about things related to the capital. At first, Fang Zhu patiently chatted with him, but as Zhao Daba's questions became increasingly absurd and off-topic, Fang Zhu found it a bit of a headache and had to pull out the initial blueprints of the assembly line he had shown Fan Xing earlier to forcibly redirect Zhao Daba's attention. Zhao Daba was taken aback when he saw the blueprints, and then he instantly immersed himself in them. "Oh, so it can be done this way," Zhao Daba exclaimed as he looked on. However, his voice was a bit too loud, immediately attracting the attention of other passengers, prompting Fang Zhu to quickly tell him to lower his voice and not act so inexperienced. Thus, throughout the entire flight, Zhao Daba held onto the blueprints that Fang Zhu had given him, not taking his eyes off them for a moment. Finally, around noon, the two landed in the capital. In Zhao Daba's short life of just over a decade, he had never traveled far. Aside from the secret realms, the farthest he had been was the outskirts of Dingbei City. So, following Fang Zhu to the capital at this moment could be considered the most significant decision of his life. "Brother Fang, where are we going next, and how do we get there?" Zhao Daba was clearly much more relaxed now, speaking without the previous stiffness. "Just follow me. Captain Li and the others should have everything arranged," Fang Zhu said as he lifted his leg to walk out of the flight area. Sure enough, Captain Li and his team were already waiting at the door, and two 7-seater official vehicles had started, emitting a soft humming sound. "Group Leader Fang, are you going to the lab or heading home now?" Captain Li asked with a smile as he approached. Fang Zhu turned to Zhao Daba and asked with a smile, "Do you want to check out the lab first, or should we settle your luggage first?" Zhao Daba put down the blueprints he had been holding and said excitedly, "Let's go to the lab. I want to see the actual thing." "No problem." Fang Zhu nodded and said to Captain Li, "Take us to the lab. Don't worry about anything else." "Understood, Group Leader Fang." The official vehicle sped down the road, and Zhao Daba curiously looked out the window at the scenery. After all, the capital was the capital, with tall buildings everywhere, and some places that only existed in newspaper illustrations made Zhao Daba show a look of longing. "When we have some free time later, you can visit these places anytime," Fang Zhu said with a smile to Zhao Daba. The capital could be said to be the best preserved city in all of Huaguei to date. Even during the Great Chaos, the capital had not experienced much turmoil. Therefore, some famous landmarks from Fang Zhu's era still existed in this era, albeit with slight changes after several renovations. Soon, Fang Zhu and his group arrived at the second professional base, and after passing through the entrance inspection, Fang Zhu smoothly returned to his lab. Since it was noon, there was only Si Munin in the lab. The other researchers and alchemists had gone to the cafeteria, and Si Munin couldn't leave because she was in the middle of a research project, so she had to quietly stay at her post. Of course, the researchers would bring her food back. After all, they couldn't let the only girl in the lab go hungry. "Let me introduce you. This is our lab's new mechanic, Zhao Daba." Fang Zhu first introduced Si Munin and Zhao Daba to each other. After they greeted one another, Fang Zhu hadn't had a chance to say anything else when he saw Zhao Daba already darting to the other side of the lab. There lay the second version of the assembly line improved by Fan Xing. The first version had already been handed over to old Wang, who, it was said, was so fond of the assembly line that he had to personally wipe it down every day. Fang Zhu couldn't say that this was a defective product he had unintentionally created, so he could only keep it a secret for now. "Brother Fang, this should be the material inlet. Zhao Daba quickly noticed that there were significant differences between the blueprints in his hand and the actual assembly line. He walked around the assembly line twice and then pointed to one end. Fang Zhu nodded and stepped forward to explain it to him in detail. The drawing indeed depicted the second version, but Fan Xing had clearly added some of his own ideas during the production, which was also Fang Zhu's request. As a mechanic of this era, Fan Xing had his own understanding of machinery, and in order to fully utilize the effects of the Rune group on the assembly line, some local improvements were necessary for the assembly line itself. Thus, the final product differed somewhat from Fang Zhu's original concept. However, with his keen eye, he could easily discern the entire structure of the assembly line, and so the two began to discuss back and forth. In the laboratory, the more Fang Zhu talked with Zhao Daba, the more astonished he became. This seemingly shy and awkward young man transformed into a different person when it came to his area of expertise. Not only could he easily keep up with Fang Zhu's rhythm, but his speech was also clear and organized, and occasionally, the questions he posed made Fang Zhu pause to think before answering. As they chatted, time quickly passed to 1:30 in the afternoon. Fan Xing wiped his mouth and entered from outside, immediately spotting the team leader examining his machine with a stranger. Fan Xing was taken aback and hurried over. "Team leader," he called out, startling Fang Zhu and Zhao Daba from their discussion. Fang Zhu turned around, smiled, and said to Fan Xing, "Let me introduce you." Soon, Zhao Daba and Fan Xing got to know each other. To be honest, Fan Xing didn't have much fondness for this young man who looked to be under 20. Being so young, he assumed his rank couldn't be high, and how much knowledge could he possibly have about machinery? However, he didn't show this sentiment and casually joined the discussion. As Fang Zhu spoke with the two, he suddenly heard his stomach growl, and only then did he realize it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. "Alright, let's call it a day for now. Let's go grab something to eat," Fang Zhu said, letting out a long sigh as he looked at Fan Xing and Zhao Daba. "Sure," Fan Xing nodded, pointing at the assembly line and asking, "Team leader, what about the upcoming improvement work? Starting tomorrow, you and Zhao Daba will work on the improvements together. If you have any questions, feel free to communicate with me. I should be in the lab during this time," Fang Zhu replied after a moment's thought. "Okay, team leader." Fang Zhu acknowledged and waved goodbye to Zhao Daba, and the two left the laboratory together. Inside, Fan Xing's eyes flickered, his mind swirling with various thoughts. From their earlier discussion, he realized that this seemingly not-so-smart young man was actually very talented in machinery. If they were of the same rank, he was definitely not as outstanding as Zhao Daba. "I need to find a way to keep you from standing out too much," Fan Xing muttered to himself. To be honest, around 4 o'clock was a rather awkward time. It was too early for dinner and too late for lunch. However, considering it was Zhao Daba's first time in the capital, Fang Zhu decided to take him to try some local delicacies. After a steaming hot pot meal, Fang Zhu arranged for Zhao Daba to stay in a single apartment at the professional base. As the leader of the experimental group, he had that much authority. Leaving the single apartment, Fang Zhu headed straight to the Hall of Fate. "Draw cards, draw cards," Fang Zhu chanted as he placed the fate fragments in his hand next to the fate crystal. Golden light flickered, and a completely golden card appeared above the fate crystal. Fang Zhu reached out to take it, and his face immediately showed a look of surprise. "Resource self-selection treasure chest. What is this?" Fang Zhu looked closely, and an item description suddenly appeared before him. Name, Resource Selection Treasure Chest, Legendary. Description, you can choose any 10 items from this treasure chest, all of which are of rare quality. Fang Zhu's eyes widened. This thing looked really impressive. 10 rare items were equivalent to drawing 10 purple cards in a row. According to the practitioners in the capital, they could draw cards twice a month, averaging 10 draws to get 1 purple card, meaning it would take about 5 years to draw 10 rare items. This was considering the abundant resources available to practitioners in the capital. For those in more remote cities, it might take 1 or 2 months to draw a card, making it at least 10 to 8 years to obtain 10 rare items. Fang Zhu calmed his excited heart and then opened the resource selection treasure chest. A flash of light passed, and then a dense array of hundreds of material phantoms appeared in the chest. Fang Zhu instantly understood what he needed to do. As long as he selected the phantom of a certain item and took it out, that item would materialize from the void, counting as one selection. "I need to think carefully about what to choose," Fang Zhu murmured to himself. In fact, he was not lacking in ordinary resources now, whether from the national resource subsidies or his identity as part of the experimental group, both of which had brought him many resources that were usually hard to obtain. Therefore, his choices must be for items he needed and that would be difficult to acquire in the near future. After putting away the treasure chest, Fang Zhu returned home. Although the recent disaster caused by the Abyssal creatures had cost him the legendary scroll and the 8 Desolation sword, he still had some gains. Indeed, the 8 Desolation sword was temporarily no longer his. Huang had used the 8 Desolation sword to activate a very rare sealing skill, at the cost of the sword itself. Until a way to completely close the Abyssal portal was found, the 8 Desolations sword had to remain suppressed in the ghostly secret realm, and Fangzhu could not retrieve it in the short term. Since the 8 Desolations sword was Fangzhu's private property, the higher-ups and Huang had promised to find a way to compensate him, ensuring he would not suffer losses. Fangzhu had no objections to this matter. After all, the 8 Desolations sword was of a very high level, and he had no means to dispel the abyssal power. He couldn't risk his life every time he used it. As for the gains in the ghostly secret realm, it was a significant increase in his professional levels. Fangzhu's 3 professions now had the Alchemist at level 30, while the Blacksmith and Rune Master were at lower levels. The increase in professional levels naturally brought new skills. Fangzhu had briefly looked at them before without specific attempts, and now he had time to ponder them carefully. First was the Alchemist's level 30 skill, Potion Promotion. This was a very powerful active skill, allowing one to forcibly raise the grade of a potion by 1 level. However, the cooldown time was long, requiring a month between uses. This meant Fangzhu could guarantee obtaining 1 legendary potion each month. With this skill, even some very rare potions could achieve high quality. After looking at the Alchemist, he turned to the Blacksmith. The Blacksmith's level 10 skill was called Accelerated Forging. This was a straightforward skill that, as the name suggested, could shorten the time required to forge items. Depending on the type and grade of the item, the time reduced varied, with a maximum reduction of 60% and a minimum of 30%. On the surface, this skill seemed weak, but in reality, its effect was excessively strong. A normal blacksmith awakening, accelerated forging, could at most shorten the forging time by 20 to 30%, while Fangzhu's skill started at 30% and could even reduce it by more than half. This allowed Fangzhu to forge multiple powerful items in a very short time, truly remarkable. Fangzhu had rarely engaged in forging, so the level of his blacksmithing skill had not surpassed 20, only reaching 18, which meant he currently possessed just this one blacksmithing skill. It was exceedingly difficult for legendary class professions to level up. Although the powerful abyssal creatures provided a lot of experience, Fangzhu had not truly participated in their defeat, so the experience he received was not substantial. However, he frequently used runes, and his rune master level was already in the teens, so this time he just happened to break through to level 24. The rune master's level 20 skill, Eye of the Formation. This was a passive skill with a very strong effect. One could even say it was extremely powerful. After acquiring this skill, Fangzhu could easily see through the interference and resonance relationships between runes, directly identifying the vulnerabilities in the rune set. In other words, Fangzhu could continue to improve the quality-preserving rune set. With the enhancement of the Eye of the Formation, he could quickly find ideas for refining the rune set and miniaturize it in a short time. This skill truly solved his urgent problem, and it was estimated that the container for long-term storage of elixirs would soon be completed. The next morning, after having a simple breakfast downstairs, Fangzhu hurried to the laboratory. Almost all the experimenters and researchers were already present in the lab. Fangzhu had not set a specific working time for the laboratory, but these people generally arrived quite early, showing great enthusiasm. Wanyu, Simu Nan, you two are mainly responsible for the improvement of the container today. If all goes well, I will produce a miniaturized quality-preserving rune set in a short time, and then you will conduct the final experiments to ensure the results meet expectations, Fangzhu said solemnly. Yes. The two nodded earnestly. Fangzhu smiled and turned his gaze to the side at Fan Xing and Zhao Dabao. You two need to find a way to create the third version of the assembly line during this period. My requirements are not high, just improve the efficiency by 30% compared to the second version. Fan Xing and Zhao Dabao exchanged glances and then nodded. Yes, team leader. Alright, let's get to work. Fangzhu clapped his hands and turned to enter his dedicated laboratory. He sat at his desk, carefully reviewing the research materials he had previously organized on the quality-preserving rune set. At this moment, in Fangzhu's eyes, the runes began to change, the connections between each rune became incredibly clear, and some deeply hidden interferences emerged. Fangzhu's eyes lit up, and he took out a rune brush to try drawing in the air. Time passed second by second, and the rune set under Fangzhu's brush became more and more refined and smaller. Eventually, the quality-preserving rune set shrank to the size of a palm, with each rune no larger than a peanut. Fangzhu's eyes sparkled, filled with joy. Finally completed it for you. He stretched lazily and suddenly realized it was already past 9 in the evening. Oh no, it's so late. Fangzhu was startled, then slapped his forehead, not expecting that he had lost track of time while immersed in research. He stood up, pushed the door open, and walked out. Only Wanyu remained in the laboratory, as everyone else had finished their research for the day. Wanyu, why haven't you left yet? Fangzhu asked curiously. Team leader, I thought you hadn't eaten all day, so I saved you a meal, Wanyu said with a smile, pulling out a lunchbox from a nearby table. Fang Zhu's eyes brightened, and he patted Wan Yu on the shoulder before picking up the lunchbox to dig in. It's warm, just right. It seemed Wan Yu heated the lunchbox every so often to ensure that Fang Zhu could always have a warm meal whenever he came out. What's with you, a grown man, being so thoughtful? But I have to say, young man, you're on the right path. After dinner, Fang Zhu wiped his mouth and then handed the rune set he had just completed to Wan Yu. This is a miniaturized preservation rune set. You and Si Mu Nan should find someone to engrave it on a container tomorrow and then test its effectiveness. Got it, team leader. I'll start first thing in the morning, Wan Yu replied solemnly, taking it with immense shock in his heart. The team leader was incredible. It had only been a short time since he had completed the miniaturization of the rune set. Wan Yu had some understanding of runes and knew that the difficulty increased significantly with each smaller size, let alone shrinking it this much. The team leader had previously said he had no ideas and had been failing, yet he had just returned from the secret realm and completed it. Alright, I'll leave it to you. I'm heading back now. Fang Zhu patted Wan Yu on the shoulder and then turned to leave the laboratory. Inside, Wan Yu looked at the rune set in his hands with shining eyes. It was so exquisite, these runes combined looked like art. He had never seen such aesthetically pleasing rune sets before. Fang Zhu yawned as he returned home, washed up briefly, and fell asleep. In the following days, Wan Yu and Si Mu Nan continued testing and experimenting with the rune set. They engraved the miniaturized preservation rune set onto a small porcelain bottle slightly larger than a palm, and then simulated the passage of time using acceleration runes, ultimately reaching an astonishing conclusion. This miniaturized rune set was actually much more effective than the previous large rune set. According to the current experimental results, this small porcelain bottle could preserve elixirs for over a year and a half. In simpler terms, within a year and a half the potency of the elixirs would not diminish by more than 20%. This result exceeded many people's expectations, as they initially only aimed to preserve the elixirs for a year, and now Fang Zhu had directly increased the storage time by half. Great! Write up a report for me. I'll go commend you. Fang Zhu was in a good mood, not just because the experiment was successful, but more importantly, he had discovered two very talented researchers. A pleasant surprise. Wan Yu and Si Mu Nan were indeed a pleasant surprise. Initially, Fang Zhu had only hoped to find someone competent, but unexpectedly, he found two talents. This is like drawing a gold card, Fang Zhu thought to himself. Meanwhile, things were not going as smoothly for Fan Xing and Zhao Daba. Based on the conversation among the three yesterday, it seemed that the assembly line only needed some redesign in certain aspects to achieve a noticeable improvement in efficiency, but in practice, they found that it was far from simple. An assembly line is interconnected. If one part changes, another must correspondingly change, or else errors will occur during application. Moreover, machines are not human and cannot accurately assess the condition of each herb. If a herb is damaged or grows oddly, the machine will make mistakes in processing it. Therefore, what Fang Zhu mentioned yesterday about letting machines handle the herbs was nearly impossible to achieve. Fang Zhu had proposed an idea yesterday. In his time, truly advanced assembly lines had achieved automation in all processes, with workers primarily serving a supervisory role. Thus, Fang Zhu wanted to design such an assembly line. As long as Fan Xing and Zhao Daba could solve some issues regarding how machines handle herbs, the efficiency of the entire assembly line could see a significant leap, and industrialized alchemy could be put on the agenda. However, this was indeed quite challenging. Each herb looked different. Some had long branches while others were short, some only needed flower cores while others required petals. If a processing step were designed for every common herb, the entire assembly line would become incredibly cumbersome, and it wouldn't fit in a single room. So they had to come up with a method, one that could handle multiple types of medicinal herbs simultaneously. Fang Zhu could recall some assembly lines from his era, but most of the processes within them could only serve as references, as this era lacked computers to program the assembly lines, resulting in designs that were somewhat unrecognizable. Fortunately, this era still had runes. In fact, when miniaturized, runes resembled a circuit board, densely packed together, creating a unique aesthetic. Fang Zhu's plan was to simplify the processing flow of the herbs through runes, categorizing common herbs and consolidating those with similar processing methods into a single flow, which would greatly reduce the complexity of each step in the assembly line. However, this was also quite a troublesome task, at least for now. Through several days of observation, Fang Zhu discovered that Fan Xing and Zhao Daba were very complementary. Fan Xing was skilled with his hands and could manually craft some components of the assembly line, while Zhao Daba excelled in theory, quickly grasping Fang Zhu's ideas and even proposing some that left Fang Zhu pleasantly surprised. As long as the two of them could cooperate a bit better, Fang Zhu believed they would soon be able to produce the third version of the assembly line. Days passed, and before long, it was 15 days later. The report on the storage method for the elixirs that Fang Zhu had submitted to Bai Fu had reached the higher-ups of Huagua. Normally, this report should have been reviewed by the higher-ups a week ago, but after Huagua lost a third of its high-level professionals, managing the secret realms became quite troublesome. Therefore, the higher-ups had been focusing their energy on the secret realms during this time. They had to ensure the safety and livelihood of the people first, and everything else could wait. However, half a month wasn't too long, and the Elder Council quickly sent a special commissioner after seeing the report. At the laboratory entrance, Fang Zhu met the Elder Council special commissioner, a very ordinary-looking but composed middle-aged man, Jin Bo. "Hello, Commissioner Jin," Fang Zhu said, extending his hand with a smile. Jin Bo returned the smile, speaking in a calm and unhurried tone. "Thank you for your hard work these past few days, Team Leader Feng. It's my duty. Let me introduce, these two are my secretary and Master Wei." After they got to know each other, Fang Zhu led Jianbo and his team into the laboratory. Logically, for such an important research project, having 10 times more people for the acceptance inspection wouldn't be excessive, but the acceptance process and personnel configuration in this era were clearly very different from his own, so Fang Zhu didn't ask further. Inside the laboratory, besides Wan Yu and others, there were also the elderly Wang and Zhou who had arrived early. The two elders were beaming, looking at Fang Zhu as if he were their own child. Half a month ago, when Fang Zhu told them he had successfully created containers that could store elixirs for over a year, their first reaction was disbelief. However, upon seeing the experimental data, the hearty laughter of Wang and Zhou echoed throughout the laboratory. Yet, for safety's sake, the two decided to conduct the experiment again. This wasn't due to doubting Fang Zhu's integrity in the experimental results, but rather to confirm the accuracy of all the data. These containers were ultimately meant for thousands of professionals in Huagua, and any error in the data could lead to immeasurable consequences. Moreover, Zhou and Wang didn't want the higher-ups to be misled, or rather, they wanted to protect Fang Zhu. If the results he submitted had issues, some with ulterior motives might exploit it, which would be quite troublesome. So, Zhou and Wang set aside their own experiments and spent 3 consecutive days immersed in Fang Zhu's laboratory, ultimately obtaining data that matched exactly with what Fang Zhu had reported. "Good, very good." Old Zhou clapped his hands, looking very satisfied at Fang Zhu. His and Old Wang's thinking was different from Fang Zhu's. They still preferred to solve the problem of storing elixirs through the combination of materials. However, it turned out that Fang Zhu's approach was somewhat better. Back to the present, Old Zhou looked at Jianbo, a smile appearing on his face. "Jianbo, long time no see. Old Zhou, you still look so spirited." Jianbo stepped forward a couple of paces and respectfully shook hands with Old Zhou. Fang Zhu curiously watched the two, and Old Zhou smiled, slowly explaining, "The department Jianbo was in before overlapped with the project I was in charge of at that time. We've been in contact for several years." With Old Zhou's connection, many things became much simpler, but of course, Jianbo would not relax his standards because of this. Fang Zhu and Old Zhou accompanied Jianbo in the experiment for a full 2 days, successfully completing the acceptance work for the experimental project. On the third day at noon, in a private room of the practitioner's base cafeteria, Fang Zhu raised his glass and smiled at Jianbo, saying, "Thank you for your trouble these past 2 days, I'll go first." The meal was enjoyable for both hosts and guests, and no one drank too much. It was enough to convey the sentiment. In the afternoon, Jianbo and his team got into a government vehicle and returned to the Elder's Court. Fang Zhu stood in the laboratory, clapped his hands, and smiled at the group of researchers, saying, "Everyone has worked hard during this time. I won't do anything superficial, let's get straight to the point." As he spoke, Fang Zhu's gaze swept over, noticing the anticipation in the researcher's eyes. He paused for a moment and continued, "Bonuses, 150,000 each, and vacation, 15 days each. Wow! Yay!" All the researchers became excited. For mid-level practitioners like them, who generally had average professional ranks and levels, 150,000 was not a small amount. In this era, the purchasing power of Huagua currency was very strong. With this money, many of them would have the opportunity to advance further on their professional paths. Fang Zhu looked at the cheering crowd with a beaming smile, then turned his gaze to Wan Yu and Si Munan, the 2 major contributors who deserved a hefty reward. Since it was a national laboratory, Fang Zhu had significant authority and many resources. He had already thought about the rewards after the project's completion, and in fact, the contributions of Wan Yu and Si Munan were not inferior to his own. "You too, the bonus is 600,000 each." Fang Zhu opened his mouth and revealed an astonishing figure. In this era, 600,000 could basically buy a decent property in the more marginal areas of the capital. Indeed, the economic situation in Huagua had changed significantly from when Fang Zhu was there. Hearing this number, Wan Yu and Simu Nan both gasped, looking at Feng Zhu in disbelief. They had thought the project bonuses might be considerable, but they never expected it to be this much. When Feng Zhu mentioned that each researcher in the laboratory would receive 150,000, they were already wondering how much they would get. Now, hearing the figure of 600,000, both of them were stunned for a few seconds. Team leader, 600,000. Really? Wan Yu stammered. Feng Zhu smiled slightly. Why would I lie to you? Just take what's yours. As he spoke, he picked up 2 cards from a nearby table, glanced at them briefly, and handed one to Wan Yu and one to Simu Nan. There were banks in this era, but the bank cards were different from what Feng Zhu had seen. Instead of a readable chip, the cards contained a rune array inscribed with special runes. Through this rune array, the bank could verify the identity of the cardholder, making it quite reliable in terms of security. Thank you, team leader. Thank you, team leader. Wan Yu and Simu Nan excitedly took the bank card, their hands even trembling a little. But you two don't have a holiday. Feng Zhu grinned. The upcoming experimental projects still need your participation, but I guarantee that if you work with me, you won't have to worry about benefits. Whatever I have, you will have too. Wan Yu nodded heavily, and Simu Nan excitedly responded with an Alright, I won't say more. You can clear up your current work, and then you can go home and rest for a while. Feng Zhu's words were directed at the researchers. Since the next phase of research hadn't started yet, it was just the right time to give them a break. After the rewards were given out, Feng Zhu turned to discuss the assembly line matters with Fan Xing and the others. 3 days later, in the morning, Feng Zhu had just stepped out of his house when he received a call from Bai Fu. Feng Zhu, come to my place. I have some good things to show you. Bai Fu's tone had returned to its previous alluring charm, making Feng Zhu feel a tingle of excitement. Okay, Aunt Bai. He quickly hung up the phone and headed towards Bai Fu's office. A few minutes later, Feng Zhu was sitting on the sofa in the office when Bai Fu, beaming with a smile, took out 2 certificates and a medal that sparkled with dazzling light from her drawer. Feng Zhu's eyes widened as he instantly understood what these were. You should have guessed by now, Bai Fu said, standing up and gracefully walking to Feng Zhu, placing the certificates and medal on the table in front of the sofa. Feng Zhu held his breath, looking at the military merit commendations on the table. You have received 2 military merits this time, a Class C and a Class B. To be honest, I haven't received such high-level military merits in all these years, and you got them all at once. Bai Fu's tone sounded a bit sour. Feng Zhu smiled at Bai Fu and said softly, how about I give you this Class C one, Aunt Bai? If you want me to resign, just say it. Bai Fu shot him a glare. Military merits, of course, couldn't be given away. Bai Fu was just joking with the young man in front of her. This Class C military merit is a reward for submitting a legendary item and saving Manhwa, while the Class B military merit is for your participation in resisting the Abyss. Bai Fu pointed to the medal on the table and continued, this medal comes with the Class B military merit. With it, you will be qualified to stand in the Grand Hall during National Day. Feng Zhu lowered his head, quietly admiring the medal. The main colors of gold and red shone brightly under the sunlight, with the national emblem and pentagram glimmering, and even the patterns on the medal chain were quite intricate. It's beautiful, he said, reaching out to hold the medal in his palm. Originally, your group was supposed to have a commendation ceremony, with the Elder Council personally awarding you. Bai Fu sighed, but now the situation is special, and the ceremony can only be postponed. Feng Zhu frowned at her words, feeling that something was off, and quickly asked, what happened? Well, the Secret Realm riots are becoming unmanageable. A worried expression appeared on Bai Fu's face. In the past half-month, countries around the world have been trying to find solutions, but there are far too few high-level professionals now. Some countries can no longer withstand the secret realms on their own. China, along with the American Federation, the European Union, and the Soviet Union, has sent troops to some smaller countries, but this isn't a solution. We can't keep indefinitely supporting those countries. Moreover, the pressure domestically is also very high. Normally, any Class A or Class B secret realm should be guarded by high-level professionals, but now some secret realms lack high-level professionals, and those exotic beasts have lost their deterrence, becoming bolder and bolder. You should understand that if there is a riot in the secret realms across Huagua, the consequences won't be much better than an abyss invasion. Feng Zhu nodded heavily. He understood the situation Bai Fu was describing. However, it seemed that during such times, it was even more necessary to arrange some commendations. In times of crisis, such actions were essential to boost morale and cohesion. Delaying commendations felt somewhat unreasonable. I don't know the specific reasons either. The higher-ups must have their considerations. Bai Fu shook her head and continued. But one thing I can be sure of is that you're going to be busy soon. Feng Zhu stood up abruptly. Is there a new mission? Not yet, but since you've created a container for storing medicinal pills, the higher-ups are definitely planning to stockpile a batch of commonly used pills. Plus, with the normal consumption in the army, do you think the Alchemist group will be busy to the point of flying? Bai Fu looked at Fang Zhu and said slowly. Fang Zhu sighed. It was indeed logical. Looks like I need to set up a production line quickly, he thought to himself. After leaving Bai Fu's office, Fang Zhu wandered towards his laboratory. He felt that the higher-ups' actions this time were somewhat suspicious, but he couldn't pinpoint the exact reason. Forget it, let's get to work. Back in the laboratory, Fang Zhu continued to discuss the third version of the production line with Fan Xing and Zhao Daba. After several days of discussion, the basic framework of the third version had been established, and now it was time for the more tedious design of the process. At this moment, besides Fang Zhu and the others, there was also an elderly man with graying hair in the laboratory. Xiao Fang, I think your design here is not very reasonable. Shouldn't we adjust this part? Wang Lao looked seriously at the drawings in his hand, pointing to a specific section. Fang Zhu followed the direction of his finger and nodded. What you said makes sense, let me think about it. With that, Fang Zhu took the drawings aside and began discussing them with Zhao Daba. Originally, Fang Zhu hadn't intended for Wang Lao to get involved. After all, things involving mechanics, runes, and alchemy were difficult for most people to understand, and Wang Lao was older, so his thinking was certainly not as sharp and active as that of the younger generation. However, to Fang Zhu's surprise, Wang Lao had a good understanding of mechanics. Although he wasn't a mechanic, he occasionally came up with very insightful ideas, and once he even corrected the way Zhao Daba and the others had gone off track. Fang Zhu was puzzled by this. He had never heard anyone mention Wang Lao's talent before. If he had known earlier that Wang Lao had this ability, he would have worked with him on the first version of the design. So later, during a drinking session, Fang Zhu asked this question. Wang Lao, when did you learn about mechanics? Ha ha ha. Wang Lao laughed a few times and said very candidly, actually, I was very obsessed with mechanics when I was young. There was a time when I studied for days and nights without sleep and even made some not-so-exquisite little gadgets. But later, I awakened as an alchemist, and I had to temporarily abandon that hobby. After all, I had great talent and was highly valued by the higher-ups. Back then, the situation was somewhat similar to now. The higher-ups urgently needed some rare medicinal pills, so I was temporarily assigned and devoted myself to alchemy, which made my knowledge of mechanics rusty. However, as my status rose and opportunities to apply my skills became fewer, I started to ponder mechanics again, but very few people knew about this. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Although Fang Zhu felt a bit surprised, after all, most people in this era would not want to understand machinery. With the Fate Crystal and Rune system, machinery was actually of little use. However, Old Wang's talent was somewhat of a pleasant surprise, greatly benefiting their current research. At this moment, Fang Zhu finally understood why Old Wang had thought of creating an artificial assembly line to improve the efficiency of alchemy from the very beginning. This was a different perspective brought about by studying machinery, an angle that Zhou Lao and the others would never have considered under normal circumstances. However, he had not fully received education in this area, so the artificial assembly line he ultimately conceived was quite rough and simplistic. Fortunately, he met Fang Zhu. Fang Zhu brought advanced ideas from his previous life, which, to some extent, even subverted many people's imaginations. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had gone by. With the persistent efforts of everyone, the third version of the assembly line was already more than halfway completed, with only a few more complicated steps yet to be designed and manufactured. Just as Fang Zhu and the others were planning to push through and complete the assembly line, a notification from the higher-ups set the entire practitioner base into motion. From today onwards, all practitioner bases in Huagua will enter a state of combat readiness. All unofficial practitioners are prohibited from entering the secret realm, and everything must prioritize stabilizing the situation. The situation is worse than we imagined, Fang Zhu said slowly, looking at Zhou Lao and Old Wang in the cafeteria. Zhou Lao nodded, his brow involuntarily furrowing. I heard that the exotic beasts in Nanhushi have already broken through the secret realm gate. Old Wang said dramatically. Fang Zhu's eyes widened instantly. When did this happen? Why haven't I heard about it? An hour ago, my second son sent me the news, Old Wang said heavily. Fang Zhu and Zhou Lao exchanged glances, worry evident in their eyes. It seems we will soon have a mission, Zhou Lao suddenly said. Yes, especially with the new type of container from Xiaofang coming out, the order volume for elixirs will definitely skyrocket, Old Wang said, slurping a mouthful of porridge. Hey, how's the assembly line coming along? Zhou Lao asked the two. It still needs a little more time, Old Wang's eyes sparkled. The final product will definitely surprise you. Zhou Lao raised an eyebrow and laughed twice. then I'll be looking forward to it. At this moment, in Nanhushi, a 5,000-strong army was holding back the exotic beasts that were continuously charging out from the secret realm gate. These monsters were large in size and numerous, easily pushing back the soldiers who were trying to hold the line. Next to the logistics park on the third ring of Nanhushi, a bald, muscular man looked anxious, constantly speaking into his phone, while a dozen advisors beside him stared at the sand table, continuously simulating the upcoming battle situation. Nanhushi was the first city in Huagua to have the secret realm gate breached by exotic beasts. The B-level secret realm was too powerful. Without high-level practitioners guarding it, ordinary troops ultimately could not withstand those terrifying beasts. Moreover, there was a very important reason. They did not have the rune cannons. All the rune cannons from Nanhushi had been moved to Dingbei City. So when the exotic beasts launched a large-scale riot and charged out of the secret realm, the army could only rely on their bodies to hold the line, unable to use the rune cannons to drive them back. At this moment, the swarm of exotic beasts was continuously approaching the city center, and the soldiers fought desperately to block them, using their lives to delay the enemy's advance time and again. But the number of soldiers was limited. Once they were exhausted, Nanhushi would completely fall. Commander, reinforcements from Shijiang City are on the way, but we need to hold off the enemy for at least 3 hours. An officer rushed in from outside and looked at the bald, muscular man who had just hung up the phone, speaking loudly. The bald man's eyes lit up, and he slammed his phone down on the table, shouting, "Notify the front lines to stop the enemy outside the third ring. The evacuation of the people in Nanhushi still needs 2 hours. Yes." A staff officer suddenly stood up, responded, and then ran out the door. The bald man gazed at the sand table not far away, murmuring to himself, "We must hold them back. We must." The dispatch of reinforcements from Shijiang City, this was indeed good news, but the bald man's mood did not relax in the slightest. The loss of the secret realm had happened too quickly. The Nanhushi government hadn't had time to react. To ensure the evacuation of all citizens in the urban area, the bald man and his troops needed to hold their ground outside the third ring for at least 4 hours. And now, 2 hours had already passed. To be honest, the losses were greater than the bald man had imagined. He was well aware of the combat capabilities of his soldiers. Holding out for 4 or 5 hours was too difficult, too desperate. He had to think of a way. The bald man's gaze fell on the sand table, where the enemy's attack route after breaking out of the secret realm was clearly marked. They were currently being held back by the soldiers outside Shanghu, and both sides had been in a stalemate for about an hour. Xianghu, Xianghu. Suddenly, the bald man's eyes brightened, and he jumped up to the edge of the sand table. From the sand table, he could see that there was a dam at the edge of the battlefield. If this dam were blown up, the water from Shanghu would flow down, creating a natural barrier to hold the enemy back for a long time. But this would destroy the living environment of Nanhushi, and it would take a tremendous cost to restore it afterward, with economic losses that would be staggering. Unless absolutely necessary, the bald man really did not want to do this. Let's see if there are any other options. Just as the bald man and his team were at a loss, outside Nanhushi, a 15-member team was racing forward at high speed, all dressed in dark red robes, clearly a secret team from Huagua. "We're half an hour away from Nanhushi. Everyone speed up." In front of the team, a poised female professional turned her head and said, "Yes." The team members replied in unison. The female professional nodded, took out her phone, and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected, and in the howling wind, her voice was slightly distorted. "General Meng, we'll arrive in half an hour at Nanhushi. Tell me about the situation on the battlefield now." At the edge of the third ring in Nanhushi, the bald man, also known as General Meng by the female professional, widened his eyes in surprise at the number on his phone. "Ju K? You're coming to support me?" After the initial surprise, a wave of joy surged within him. "Yes, but this is not the time for idle talk. Quickly tell me the situation. Don't waste time." Zhu Chue's voice was cold and extremely efficient. The battlefield is located." General Meng quickly described the situation to Zhu Ke, then added with some concern, "Be careful, these monsters have very strange tactics." "Don't worry, we have experience," Zhu Ke said as she quickly organized her thoughts in her mind, then continued, "Contact us anytime if there's a situation, we'll hurry." With that, Zhu Ke hung up the phone. General Meng sat in the command room, feeling slightly more relaxed. With Zhu Chue's team helping, the situation would likely improve. At least holding out until reinforcements arrive should not be a problem. This way, there would be no need to blow up the dam, a plan that indeed had too great a cost. On the other side, in the second base of the capital's professionals, Fangzhou officially received the notification confirming that Nanhushi had been invaded by the alien beasts. In the laboratory, Si Nunan looked grim, standing anxiously in front of Fangzhou. "Team leader, I want to make a call to my family. Fangzhou could sense the worry in Si Nunan's heart. He patted the shoulder of his capable subordinate and said seriously, "Don't worry about it. If you encounter any difficulties, just tell me. If necessary, I can have someone take you back." Simeunan looked at Fangzhu with gratitude, then turned and left the laboratory. It was impossible for her to make a call in the lab, as the environment was completely unsuitable. Fangzhu watched her departing figure with some concern. Since the day she was recruited, Fangzhu knew she was from Nanhuching, and her parents had always lived there. This time, with Nanhuching facing a crisis, her parents, as ordinary citizens, might be in danger. Fangzhu sighed, deciding that he would help Simeunan if necessary. After all, she was someone he had been working with diligently for so long, and he couldn't remain indifferent in such matters. Just as he was about to continue his research on the assembly line, his phone suddenly rang. He took it out to see it was Bai Fu's number. "Aunt Bai, what are your instructions? A task has come in. This is a nationwide mission for official alchemists. I'll send you the details via text. If you encounter any difficulties, let me know." Bai Fu hung up the phone, clearly busy with more important matters. Fangzhu waited for a moment with his phone in hand, and soon a text message appeared on the screen. He focused on it, and a look of realization spread across his face. The content of the message was simple: alchemy, requiring various elixirs, the more the better. This was something Fangzhu and the others had guessed before. After confirming that the new containers could be used, the country began large-scale requisitioning of elixirs, almost to the point of accepting anything, in response to the increasingly complex and dangerous situation. After all, Nanhuching would not be the last city to be attacked by beasts from the secret realm. Fangzhu put down his phone and turned his gaze to the assembly line and the busy figures of Fan Xing and Zhao Daba. The two were working on a crucial control segment of the assembly line, which could be said to be the most challenging part and the one that consumed the most of their energy. However, so far, they had not fully figured it out, and many difficulties remained unsolved. Fangzhu frowned. Judging by the current progress, it would be difficult to manufacture the third version of the assembly line on time. Without the assembly line, the speed of elixir production would significantly decrease, making it hard to meet the nationwide demand. Since they couldn't achieve everything at once, some compromises would need to be made. Fangzhu immediately made up his mind. "Stop for a moment," he said, looking at the two. Fan Xing and Zhao Daba immediately looked up, puzzled, at Fangzhu. "There's a task from above. We need to provide a large quantity of elixirs in the short term, but the third version of the assembly line is facing difficulties," Fangzhu said, scanning the room slowly. "I need you to create a simple version that can be put to use immediately." Fan Xing and Zhao Daba exchanged glances, then fell into thought. After a moment, Fan Xing spoke first. "Then let's improve on the second version and make a weakened version of the third. How about that?" "What about efficiency?" Fangzhu asked. "It could be about 10% more efficient than the second version, but the advantage is that it's easy to use and not too difficult to make," Fan Xing replied. Fan Xing's description was exactly what Fangzhu had in mind, but even a simplified version would still have some technical challenges. It wouldn't be something that could be produced immediately. So he turned to Zhao Daba, the somewhat shy young man who had considerable theoretical knowledge. Fangzhu asked, "So, are there any technical issues?" Zhao Dabaos pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "There shouldn't be much of a problem on the technical side, but it will need some debugging, which will take about 5 days. 5 days, huh? Fangzhu repeated, thinking for a moment before saying, "Let's make it first and see. If time really runs out, we can produce while debugging." "Alright," Zhao Dabaos and Fan Xing both agreed. No one noticed that Fan Xing's gaze flickered, as if he was contemplating something. The orders from the higher-ups prompted official alchemists across Huaguay to act swiftly, including Old Wang's team. In fact, the profession of alchemist itself is quite valuable, similar to the pharmacists in the American Federation and the witches in the European Alliance, all of which are comprehensive support professions. However, the awkward part was that there had previously been no suitable storage containers for elixirs, which led many practitioners to refrain from purchasing elixirs in bulk. Although Huagua had considered some solutions, the dilemma of elixirs had not changed until Fangzhu achieved some success. However, the situation is different now. The containers developed by Fangzhu's team solved the problem of long-term large-scale storage of elixirs, prompting Huagua to change its strategy and classify elixirs as important strategic materials. Consequently, the status of alchemists began to rise. This elevation might not have been immediately apparent, but after some time, alchemists would undoubtedly become highly sought after. In Old Wang's laboratory, a somewhat crude and heavy machine was operating, surrounded by a dozen researchers who were either sitting or standing, all focused on processing the materials in front of them. This was the first version of the assembly line, the initial machine that Fangzhu had developed. To be honest, in Fangzhu's view, this thing couldn't even be considered a semi-finished product. Many of its design aspects were flawed, the components were very rough, and the failure rate was extremely high. Yet even so, this initial machine allowed Old Wang's team to outpace others significantly. The elixirs produced in his laboratory were equivalent to the total output of all the alchemists in another city. In just 3 days, the elixirs submitted by Old Wang had caught the attention of the higher-ups and some interested parties. In the Elder Council, a gaunt middle-aged official was compiling the reports in his hands, his expression growing increasingly astonished. He scrutinized it many times, made a few phone calls, and finally confirmed that the data in the report was not fabricated. So many? How did he manage that? The middle-aged official murmured to himself, then suddenly stood up and walked towards a heavily guarded room in the Elder Council. Half an hour later, a small meeting was held in the conference room, where the middle-aged official distributed copies of the report in his hands and slowly said, "So far, we have received elixirs from 15 cities, including 15,600 basic elixirs. Considering the distances of each city from the capital and their respective reported data, we can calculate that the average daily output from the 15 cities is about 8,000. Everyone, even with 10 more cities' elixirs yet to arrive, we are averaging nearly 10,000 basic elixirs daily. This is an astonishing figure." The officials present exchanged glances upon hearing this and immediately began calculating in their minds. 15 cities, 8,000 elixirs, averaging 500 per city. Then, several officials familiar with elixir production widened their eyes in shock. They remembered the output when fulfilling the American Federation's order. Although the 3 transformation poison elixir was not considered a basic elixir, there had been calculations made regarding the approximate production capacity of various elixirs, but it had never reached the figure of 500. How could the output increase so much? An official asked, somewhat incredulously, as he flipped through the report in his hands, his first reaction being disbelief. "It's true," the middle-aged official said in a deep voice. "The reason for such a high yield is that Old Wang's lab has contributed nearly the production capacity of 3 cities all by itself." The crowd fell silent instantly, their eyes wide as they hurriedly flipped back a few pages of the report. Indeed, the last few pages clearly stated the quantities submitted by Old Wang's team. A few seconds later, an official exclaimed in surprise, "Did Old Wang's side submit some stock directly? Where's the stock? Basic elixirs generally don't last more than 10 days under normal conditions, and besides, they had no need to refine so many basic elixirs in advance," another official retorted. "I see that Old Joe's side also submitted over 500, although it's not as astonishing as Old Wang's, it's still a considerable amount. Hey, how's the situation with Fangzhou? I just checked, it's less than 500, roughly the output of 1 city." The officials began to discuss among themselves, momentarily puzzled. According to the report, the quantities submitted by just Old Wang, Old Zhou, and Fangzhou accounted for more than a quarter of the total output, a number they had never even dared to imagine before. How did the output suddenly increase so much? Everyone had the same thought in their minds at that moment. The middle-aged official who had organized the meeting from the start seemed to have a guess. He stood up and looked at everyone, saying, "Perhaps Old Wang and the others have found a way to improve the success rate of alchemy. I think we should send someone to check it out." That makes sense, the crowd agreed. Half a day later, Fangzhou was refining elixirs in his lab when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. He put down the alchemy furnace and went out, seeing a researcher from Old Wang's side standing at the door. "Team Leader Fang, our team leader requests your presence," the researcher said politely, slightly bowing. Fangzhou nodded. "Please wait a moment, I haven't finished this batch yet." "Alright, Team Leader Fang, I'll wait for you outside," the researcher said, then walked toward the lab entrance. Fangzhou closed the door to his lab and continued refining the current batch of elixirs. For him, temporarily pausing the refinement was not a difficult task, as his talent guaranteed him a 100% success rate. 10 minutes later, Fangzhou retracted the Qingli red fire into his body and poured out the elixirs from the alchemy furnace. Fangzhou's current alchemy efficiency was extremely high. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as he had enough materials, his daily output could supply all the combat professionals in the capital. Of course, the premise was that he had to keep refining without stopping. Under normal circumstances, Fangzhou wouldn't refine for more than 5 hours straight, to maintain his mental state at a high level. However, in the past 2 days, to quickly establish the 2.5 version of the assembly line, Fangzhou had only been refining for a mere 3 hours each day. Even so, the number of elixirs he submitted was not small, just slightly less than Old Zhou's. As for Old Zhou's side, Fangzhou was well aware that they had directly copied Old Wang's manual assembly line, resulting in a noticeable increase in efficiency compared to before. This was why the combined output of their 3 teams accounted for a quarter of the total output of 15 cities. Of course, if the other 10 cities were included, their share would decrease, but it would still be 1/5. After tidying up the alchemy furnace, Fangzhou walked out of his lab, where the researcher from Old Wang's side was waiting to take him. Fang Zhu stepped forward and smiled, saying, "Let's go." The researcher responded and then, while walking forward, took the initiative to say, "A few specialists suddenly arrived at the laboratory just now. They said they had some questions they wanted to verify with the team leader and you all." Fang Zhu showed a puzzled expression. "What questions?" "It seems that there are issues with the elixirs we've submitted these past few days. I'm not too clear on the specifics. The team leader just asked me to come find you," the researcher said honestly. Fang Zhu frowned slightly, not quite understanding the researcher's meaning, but it didn't matter, they would deal with whatever came their way. He could guarantee that the elixirs they produced had no quality issues. The distance wasn't too far, and Fang Zhu and the researcher quickly arrived at the entrance of Old Wan's laboratory. As they pushed the door open and entered, Fang Zhu immediately saw a few unfamiliar faces standing next to the first-generation assembly line. Their demeanor was incongruous with the others in the room, and they were currently conversing with Old Wang. Fang Zhu's entrance did not escape Old Wang's notice, and the old rascal immediately broke into a smile, his wrinkles bunching together. "Fang Zhu, come. Old Wang waved his hand, greeting him warmly. Fang Zhu walked over with a smile, and then he heard Old Wang introduce, "These three are specialists from the Elder Council. They came to see our assembly line." Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu understood. It seemed the situation was not as the researcher had said. The elixirs themselves were fine, but there were issues with the quantity submitted. A slightly gray-haired specialist stepped forward, smiling sincerely. "Team leader Fang, we noticed that you, Old Wang, and Old Zhou have submitted a considerable amount of elixirs these past few days, so we wanted to see if you found any methods to improve the success rate. If there really is such a method, spreading it could benefit many alchemists and practitioners. But we didn't expect to find such a big surprise here." The gray-haired specialist became more excited as he spoke, his smile growing wider. Fang Zhu's heart was completely at ease now. Indeed, their teams had been quite eye-catching these past few days. When they submitted the elixirs, Fang Zhu had vaguely suspected that Old Wang's side was too aggressive. It was strange that so many elixirs could be produced without drawing attention. This thing called the assembly line was developed by Fang Zhu. "If you have any questions, just ask him," Old Wang chuckled. Fang Zhu shook his head helplessly and then began to chat with the specialists. As Fang Zhu explained, the three specialists became increasingly astonished. They walked around the assembly line, occasionally gasping in amazement. Their demeanor was somewhat unsteady, but Fang Zhu understood, as the assembly line was indeed a very peculiar thing to those unfamiliar with it. It could replace many tasks that previously only humans could accomplish through the combination of runes and machinery. The mechanical foundation in this era was very poor, and ordinary people wouldn't have such thoughts, so the emergence of the assembly line was quite impactful. About an hour later, Fang Zhu finished introducing and demonstrating everything about the first-generation assembly line, and then the group walked side by side into a tea house within the base. "It's truly amazing," the gray-haired specialist exclaimed, sitting on a wooden chair and taking a sip of tea. Fang Zhu smiled and threw out an even more explosive piece of news. "I am currently researching a more efficient assembly line and have made some progress." Upon hearing this, the three specialists' eyes widened, and the room fell silent. Old Wang smiled without speaking, a hint of pride on his face. Although his role in the third version of the assembly line wasn't particularly significant, such matters still brought him a sense of honor. Moments later, the white-haired commissioner regained his composure and asked in surprise, "How much more efficient can the new assembly line be compared to the current one?" Fang Zhu was silent for 2 seconds before he replied, "I can't guarantee it, but it should be at least 30% more." 30%! The old man repeated instinctively, then immediately realized the terrifying implications of that figure. Currently, Wang Lao and his team produced nearly 1,000 units each day. If they increased efficiency by 30%, it would be equivalent to boosting the output of an entire city. Moreover, according to Fang Zhu, this was just the minimum. The new assembly line could very well exceed a 30% increase in efficiency. "Team leader Fang, are you sure you're not joking?" the white-haired elder asked seriously. Fang Zhu nodded heavily. "Of course, I have no reason to joke about this." "Then, when can you produce the third version of the assembly line?" the elder continued to press. Fang Zhu thought for a moment and sighed. "We're currently facing some technical difficulties, and it will take some time." The white-haired elder felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this, but Fang Zhu's next words lifted his spirits again. "However, I can create a simplified version in the next few days to facilitate its promotion by the state," Fang Zhu said slowly. Wang Lao, who had been expressionless while drinking tea, suddenly coughed upon hearing this. "Cough. When did you manage to create a simplified version? How come I didn't know?" Wang Lao asked, wide-eyed. "Yesterday," Fang Zhu grinned widely. "Great!" The white-haired elder slapped his thigh and immediately became excited. "A simplified version is fine. The most important thing now is to promote the assembly line. Everything else can wait." In the tea house, The three commissioners were all smiles, unable to contain their admiration for the young man before them. Truly, he is a pillar of the nation. Team leader Fong is indeed a legendary professional. His first move is already so extraordinary, the white-haired elder said, giving a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. They had done some research on Fong Zhu's background before coming, discovering that this young man had made significant contributions since awakening as a professional. Whether in Dingbei City or the capital, he had dedicated much to the country. This time, he had presented a powerful tool. To be honest, in the eyes of these three commissioners, an assembly line like this could be considered a tremendous merit. Increasing the success rate and efficiency of alchemists nationwide, combined with his latest storage containers for elixirs, it was foreseeable that elixirs would become a pillar industry for Huawei in the near future. The effects of elixirs were numerous: healing, enhancing strength, stabilizing the mind, encompassing nearly every aspect of the lives and battles of professionals. As long as development continued as planned, Huawei would undoubtedly overcome this crisis, and the three commissioners were very confident. However, the white-haired elder thought for a moment and still asked with some concern, Team leader Fong, how does the simplified assembly line you mentioned compare in efficiency and ease of use to the one Wang Lao is currently using? In fact, the white-haired commissioner was mainly concerned about the second question, as he had noticed in the laboratory that the learning curve for the assembly line was not particularly low. Ordinary alchemists, including some students, needed to study for a short period before they could operate it. Under normal circumstances, this learning cost was not very high, but now, with the pressure from various cities resisting the secret realms, any issues that arose during the promotion of the assembly line could potentially impact the current situation. Fong Zhu immediately understood the concerns of the other party. It was not surprising that these commissioners had such doubts. After all, the design of the first-generation assembly line was somewhat inhumane in certain aspects, and those who had never been exposed to this field naturally could not pick it up immediately. But in fact, there is no need to worry about this at all, because Fong Zhu has improved many aspects of it since the second version of the assembly line began, eliminating all those inhumane designs, and even making special adaptations for the professionals of this era. After all, the professionals are superhuman beings, and many aspects designed for the safety of ordinary people can be completely discarded. This way, the entire assembly line design can become bolder, more efficient, and easier to handle. He smiled and said slowly, "You don't need to worry about this issue at all. The simplified version has optimized various aspects compared to the first generation. Internally, we consider it to be 2.5. Not only is there a significant improvement in efficiency, but the difficulty of getting started has also decreased a lot. Even those who have never been in contact with an assembly line can master it in a very short time." The white-haired professional immediately showed a look of surprise. He originally thought that the simplified version Fong Zhu mentioned was just a simplified version of the first generation, but he didn't expect it to be an upgraded version. That's great. When can team leader Fong deliver the production process and usage methods of the assembly line so we can arrange for production? The white-haired professional said with a beaming smile. Fong Zhu thought for a moment and gave a relatively conservative answer because he wasn't sure about the current progress of the simplified assembly line. Since he arrived at the lab this morning, he had been refining medicine and hadn't checked the research progress of the assembly line. Within 5 days, I will deliver the samples and materials. Good, then we will wait for team leader Fong's news. The white-haired elder laughed heartily. After chatting for a while longer, the three specialists got up and left. Fong Zhu and Old Wang walked side by side toward the laboratory. Old Wang stroked his beard and asked with a smile, "Is there a problem with the third version of the assembly line?" Fong Zhu nodded and said helplessly, "Some aspects of the Rune group have not been designed yet, and certain materials always encounter problems during processing." I understand. Old Wang pondered for a moment and said slowly, "You shouldn't put too much pressure on yourself. What you're doing now will revolutionize an industry and even impact the entire professional community. Be careful and cautious, don't let good intentions turn into bad outcomes, understand?" Fong Zhu was taken aback by his words and quickly realized something, hastily thanking Old Wang. As someone who had been through it, Old Wang was well aware of the intricacies involved. The professional community is not a monolith, and if what Fong Zhu is doing really touches the interests of certain people, it could have adverse effects on him. Back in the laboratory, Fong Zhu saw that Fan Xing and Zhao Daba were not working. One was resting, and the other was staring blankly at the materials in front of him. Fong Zhu curiously walked over, stood between the two, and clapped his hands. Upon hearing the sound, Fan Xing immediately came to his senses. He had been resting with his eyes closed and naturally hadn't seen Fong Zhu come in. Zhao Daba also immediately stood up, put down the materials in his hands, and looked slightly anxious. "What's wrong? Are you encountering any difficulties?" Fong Zhu asked with a smile. Both of them were considered talents, and one shouldn't be harsh with talents. Fang Zhu didn't want any trouble to arise at this moment. Zhao Daba hesitated for a moment, and before he could speak, Fan Xing took the lead. Team leader, Daba and I were discussing the design issues of the 2.5 version assembly line. He thinks this part shouldn't use the design from the second version and should be readjusted, but I believe we are pressed for time and need to produce a finished product first. Fang Zhu nodded slightly and looked at Zhao Daba beside him. Do you want to change this part? Zhao Daba scratched his head and said hesitantly, I think this part is a bit cumbersome and could be simplified a bit. As soon as the words were spoken, Fan Xing immediately became displeased because he was the main designer of the second version of the assembly line, and he had crafted this process himself. Now, suddenly being told by someone else that it was cumbersome, how could he remain indifferent? Where is it cumbersome? It's been like this for so long, okay? Fan Xing said quickly, a normal person can definitely understand this process. If you want to change it now, other areas will also need adjustments, which will waste too much time. Fang Zhu understood completely at this point. Zhao Dabao's was theoretically sharp, so when he noticed that a certain step was a bit cumbersome, he brought it up directly. However, Fan Xing naturally didn't want to lose face in front of a newcomer. The conflict between the two seemed minor, but in reality, it was somewhat troublesome. No matter which side Fang Zhu leaned towards, it could make the other party unhappy, thus affecting future work. Come on, show me why it's cumbersome. Fang Zhu stepped forward to the assembly line of version 2.5, which was already more than halfway completed. Zhao Dabao's immediately came to Fang Zhu's side and then pressed a button on the assembly line. Fang Zhu quietly watched the other person's operation, and soon Zhao Dabao's demonstrated the step he referred to as cumbersome. If we could merge these two places, the efficiency of the assembly line could be improved further, Zhao Dabao's said as he picked up a piece of medicinal material and placed it inside. Fang Zhu frowned slightly but still did not express an opinion. Fan Xing's expression changed slightly, realizing that Zhao Dabao's seemed to be right. There were indeed some issues when he designed this step. Zhao Dabao's movements were very skilled, and as he operated, Fang Zhu's frown gradually relaxed. It really is as he said, Fang Zhu thought to himself, glancing at Fan Xing out of the corner of his eye. At this moment, Fan Xing's expression became increasingly unpleasant. It wasn't that he was unwilling to admit his mistakes, but he felt it was somewhat embarrassing to have a newcomer point out such things. Moreover, he had never thought highly of Zhao Dabao's and even harbored some hostility. Fang Zhu sighed slightly in his heart, realizing that Zhao Dabao's actions had made Fan Xing uncomfortable. However, this was understandable. After all, Zhao Dabao's was still young, and it was normal for him to be somewhat naive in dealing with people. I understand what you mean, Fang Zhu nodded, interrupting Zhao Dabao's demonstration, and intentionally or unintentionally looked at Fan Xing. I'll think about this place some more, and we can discuss the adjustments later. Upon hearing Fang Zhu say this, Fan Xing's expression immediately improved a bit. Alright, you two finish the other parts of version 2.5. I have other matters to attend to, Fang Zhu said and returned to his own lab. To be honest, this matter made him feel somewhat troubled. People are different, and Fang Zhu understood this from the very beginning. However, Wan Yu and Xin Yunan did not have similar situations. Perhaps it was due to their respective personalities. Wan Yu, although occasionally scheming and flattering, generally did not have any bad intentions. Xin Yunan was even less likely to have such issues. This little girl was not competitive at all and was solely focused on research. But Fan Xing, Fang Zhu had sensed early on that he was somewhat petty and self-righteous, which had been foreshadowed during the design of the initial and second versions. Therefore, if this matter was not handled well, it could very likely affect Fan Xing's work attitude moving forward. Until a better mechanic was found, Fang Zhu naturally did not want to alienate him. Time quickly passed to the evening. After finishing his tasks, Fang Zhu, on his way to dinner, stopped by the Fate Hall to draw a card. At this time, there were fewer people drawing cards, so it was less likely to attract others' attention. In a small private room within the Fate Hall, Fang Zhu looked at the flickering golden light in front of him, revealing an expression of anticipation on his face. In the past few days, he hadn't drawn anything particularly useful, and he didn't know if his luck would change this time. Fang Zhu extended his hand to take the card, and as the golden light faded, a ring pattern appeared on the card. What is this? Fang Zhu looked over curiously, and soon detailed information about the ring appeared before him. Name, Space Ring, Legendary Level, Description. The ring contains a space of 10 meters by 10 meters by 10 meters, which can be opened using mental power, but living objects cannot be placed inside. Fang Zhu gasped in surprise. Wow, this is really a good item. He had previously speculated that the golden card might contain similar storage equipment, but since he had never seen anyone use it or even heard of it, he had always been uncertain whether such a space storage truly existed. Now it was confirmed, this thing really exists, but the probability is very low. Even with his talent for drawing golden cards every day, it took him a long time to obtain one. Fangzhu happily put the ring on his finger and then controlled his mental power to probe inside. In the next second, he felt a flash before his eyes, and a vast, somewhat hazy space suddenly appeared. Is this 1,000 cubic meters of space? Fangzhu was incredibly shocked, finally having a tangible concept of the space ring. He tried to put his phone from his pocket inside. In an instant, the phone appeared in the space before him, and with another thought, the phone returned directly to his palm. This is truly amazing, Fangzhu murmured to himself, then closed the storage space. With this storage space, many of the items he had drawn before that were inconvenient to carry could now be placed inside, greatly enhancing confidentiality and security. Of course, since he had yet to see anyone else with this item, he would still try to use it sparingly to avoid causing any trouble. After leaving the Hall of Fate, Fangzhu first went to the cafeteria for a meal, then called Fan Xing. It was time to resolve their conflict. An hour later, Fan Xing arrived at Fangzhu's home, sitting on the sofa, slightly awkward as he rubbed his hands together. Fangzhu smiled faintly, poured him a glass of water, and then asked, "What do you think about the issue Zhao Debeos mentioned during the day?" Upon hearing Fangzhu's question, Fan Xing immediately showed an expression that was hard to articulate. Fangzhu wasn't in a hurry, he just sipped his tea, waiting for the other to speak. In fact, Fan Xing was feeling somewhat caught in a dilemma. He couldn't quite understand Fangzhu's specific thoughts. If the team leader really decided to adopt Zhao Debeos' opinion, then he would have to go along with it to avoid the leader's displeasure. He wanted to counter Zhao Debeos but didn't want to anger Fangzhu in the process. "I think Zhao Debeos has a point," Fan Xing first said something somewhat ambiguous. Upon hearing this, Fangzhu understood completely. Fan Xing was still somewhat uncomfortable, perhaps because Zhao Debeos had pointed out this flaw in public, making him feel a bit embarrassed. However, regardless, the issue Zhao Debeos raised did exist. So he looked at Fan Xing and said in a deep voice, "I thought about it carefully today. Although Zhao Debeos' idea is not without merit, improving this step will also require changes to other steps, affecting our current progress." At this point, Fangzhu paused, watching Fan Xing's expression change continuously before continuing, "And the most important point is that we don't have time now. The new steps will naturally need some time for debugging, but the higher-ups are pressing us. So I've decided to temporarily stick with your previous design and quickly produce a finished product for promotion." Fan Xing's expression stiffened for a moment, then his lips curled up, filled with wild joy. "The team leader still favors me. What can a newcomer like you use to compete with me?" he thought to himself, his expression growing more excited. However, Fangzhu's next sentence quickly calmed him down. But Fangzhu's expression became slightly serious. "This approach is merely a stopgap. Our goal is to make the assembly line more efficient and advanced. Regardless of whether Zhao Debeos raised this issue, we will definitely need to address it during the design process. Do you understand?" Fan Xing nodded repeatedly. "Team leader, I understand. Don't let Zhao Debeos' actions affect your emotions. Our goals are the same, which is to design an assembly line capable of revolutionizing the entire alchemist industry and becoming a part of history in China and even the world. So when we encounter some problems, we can just talk it out," Fangzhu said slowly, his tone lacking much emotion. Fan Xing hurriedly nodded. "Team leader, I understand." "Good, as long as you understand." Fangzhu took a sip of tea and continued, "I plan to design each part of our assembly line as a detachable module, which will also facilitate future updates and maintenance." "Module? What is that?" Fan Xing momentarily did not grasp Fangzhu's meaning. "I'll explain it to you in detail tomorrow. Let's leave it at that for today." Fangzhu suddenly dismissed him, seemingly not wanting to elaborate on the issue right now. Fan Xing acknowledged and then got up to walk towards the door. Just as he was about to step out, Fangzhu's voice suddenly came from behind. "If you have any thoughts, remember to share them with me. Don't keep them bottled up." Fan Xing paused for a moment, then turned around and said seriously, "I understand, team leader." "Go on." Fangzhu waved his hand. Once he was alone in the room, Fangzhu sat on the sofa and let out a long sigh of relief. After today's events, Fan Xing would likely feel better. At least he wouldn't be working with emotions anymore. As for Zhao Debeos, he didn't have much thought about it. He would just briefly mention it to him tomorrow. However, Fangzhu was also very clear that such matters should happen as infrequently as possible. Otherwise, having to talk things out every time would be too exhausting. "I hope you can focus on your work, otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless," Fangzhu said softly. The next day, Fangzhu arrived at the laboratory and discussed his considerations with Zhao Debeos. He then called both of them over and began to explain in detail what modularization was all about. First, it must be clarified that because this era has runes, operations such as trimming, juicing, and centrifuging herbs can be achieved through runes. What Feng Zhu wanted to do was to make the carrier of these rune groups into detachable modules. If there are more efficient or convenient rune groups in the future, upgrading the assembly line would only require replacing one module. Modular thinking, modular design. Feng Zhu was gradually bringing elements from his era into this one. Through his explanation, Fan Xing and Jia Debeos quickly understood Feng Zhu's ideas. As mechanics, their way of thinking was somewhat different from the people of this era, allowing them to quickly grasp this relatively novel concept. Thus, the three began to improve the 2.5 version of the assembly line based on this idea. This improvement was not troublesome, after all. Professionals are professionals, and they completed the modular assembly line in just one day. Next came the more troublesome debugging work. Feng Zhu called Wan Yu and Si Nunan over and borrowed a dozen people from old Wan's laboratory. There was no other choice. He had previously given the researchers a break, and now there were only 3 researchers in the entire lab, which was far from enough for the debugging needed. Old Wang knew that Feng Zhu had come up with a new assembly line and hurried over to join the excitement. The old man circled the assembly line 3 times, his eyes shining with intense enthusiasm, as if he were gazing at a beloved treasure. Feng Zhu stood by, smiling as he explained the various stages of the new assembly line, and old Wang grew more and more excited with each detail. "How did you come up with such a brilliant idea?" Old Wang exclaimed in awe. Feng Zhu patted the assembly line, which stretched over 10 meters, and said with a smile, "Let's give it a try. I don't even know what this assembly line can achieve at this point." "All right," old Wang nodded heavily. Inside the room, more than 20 researchers sat on either side of the assembly line, and Feng Zhu began directing them to familiarize themselves with the operational process. The 2.5 version of the assembly line still required human involvement, but compared to the previous 2 versions, some stages could now be fully automated. However, to ensure success rates, even those fully automated stages needed someone to oversee them. Once everyone was ready, Fan Xing and Zhao Daba checked the assembly line one last time, confirming that all mechanical components were functioning properly. "Team leader, we're ready," Fan Xing said softly beside Feng Zhu. Feng Zhu acknowledged and then issued the command to start. A faint humming sound arose as the runes on the base of the assembly line lit up one by one, and the energy floating in the air was quickly absorbed by the runes, then amplified and transmitted to various corners of the assembly line. Click, click. A series of light sounds followed as some mechanisms of the assembly line officially activated. All the researchers stood at attention, their expressions serious as they looked at the unfamiliar equipment before them. Next to them were neatly categorized medicinal materials, and their task was to place these materials in the designated spots on the assembly line. At the end of the line, 10 alchemists were ready, the ground fire device activated, and a stable, bright flame spewed forth from the dragon's head. "Start!" With Feng Zhu's command, everyone sprang into action. Initially, the researchers were a bit clumsy, and their speed in operating the equipment was slow. However, with the support of various rune groups, they quickly completed a batch of elixirs. Gradually, the researchers became more adept, having previously worked with the first-generation machines and understanding the principles behind the equipment. Time passed second by second, and the alchemists soon realized that their refining speed could not keep up with the pace at which the materials were delivered. The efficiency of the assembly line was so high that it left them a bit flustered. Seeing this, Feng Zhu immediately contacted Old Zhou, and 10 minutes later, all the alchemists from Old Zhou's lab rushed over. Fortunately, Feng Zhu had asked the engineering department to increase the number of ground fire devices in advance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to have so many alchemists working together. Old Wang called Old Zhou aside, excitedly recounting the various stages of the assembly line. The more Old Zhou listened, the more astonished he became. He hadn't been paying attention to this area lately, as another project had consumed too much of his energy. Now, seeing the efficiency of the assembly line, Old Zhou felt invigorated. As more alchemists joined in, the assembly line gradually fell into a rhythm, with batch after batch of elixirs being produced. Feng Zhu estimated that, with sufficient materials and alchemists, the efficiency had improved by about 20% compared to the second generation. However, just as Old Wang and the others were checking the quantity and quality of the elixirs, an abnormal sharp sound suddenly erupted from a component of the assembly line. The next moment, a device in the middle front section jammed unexpectedly, and a wisp of blue smoke began to rise. Feng Zhu's expression changed, and he quickly pressed the emergency stop button on the assembly line. With a light click, the assembly line came to a sudden halt, and the researcher in the middle front section immediately stood up and moved away from the malfunctioning device. "Everyone, back away!" Feng Zhu shouted loudly, and the other researchers quickly stopped their actions, but the alchemists could not interrupt their work. Fang Zhu rushed forward, a seal script brush appearing in his hand, and a rune flew out, forming a solid barrier in front of the group of alchemists. At that moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the assembly line, where blue smoke wafted, and a faint burnt smell filled the air. As a rune master, Fang Zhu could sense that there were some minor issues with the assembly line. The energy of a certain rune group was extremely volatile, almost on the verge of explosion. Is the problem serious? Old Wang came to Fang Zhu's side and asked. Wait a moment, let the rune group cool down, Fang Zhu said, his expression grave as he looked at the assembly line. About 5 minutes later, the volatile energy of the assembly line calmed down. Fortunately, it did not explode, preventing any casualties. Whether the assembly line was damaged was of little concern to Fang Zhu. The most important thing was to avoid any casualties during the research process, or many things would become troublesome. Fang Zhu instructed the surrounding researchers and alchemists to step back, then moved closer to the assembly line and opened the device's cover. Inside, the rune group had twisted and deformed, and a strong burnt smell rushed out. Fang Zhu frowned and looked at Fan Xing and Zhao Daba who had come over. Any ideas? Can you tell what happened? Zhao Daba also wore a frown, while Fan Xing seemed to have noticed something and pointed to a slightly charred metal piece beside the device. It seems like this part has burned. The two followed Fan Xing's direction and nodded in agreement. It was indeed burned. Zhao Daba instantly understood. The rune group had just overloaded for unknown reasons, and the heat it generated had directly burned the module that housed it, along with the surrounding connectors. Fang Zhu took a deep breath to calm himself, then turned to Old Wang and Old Zhou. It seems we can't continue today. We need to improve the assembly line. Old Wang nodded slightly, smiling as he said, no problem, just call us when you've fixed it. Old Zhou also smiled. He saw the true potential of the assembly line, so he was in a good mood. Problems were not frightening as long as they could be solved. The potential of the assembly line was terrifying, even making Old Zhou begin to doubt whether his perspective in life over the past century had been too narrow, as he had never thought of using other methods to improve the success rate of alchemy. But he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing it wasn't his perspective that was narrow, but rather Fang Zhu was simply too talented. The laboratory soon quieted down. Those researchers and alchemists who had been called in temporarily had left. Fang Zhu, Fan Xing, and Zhao Daba took down the burned rune group and examined it closely. Fang Zhu could guarantee that there was nothing wrong with the design of the rune group itself. This was a rune group he had made after acquiring the Eye of Formation, and its durability was absolutely reliable. Therefore, the problem must lie in other parts. The three of them discussed for half a day, then remade a rune group to try again, and finally discovered the source of the problem. This rune group would release a certain amount of heat during operation. If in an open environment, this heat would quickly dissipate, and the rune group itself would not exhibit any abnormalities. However, in the sealed environment of the device, this heat would accumulate, eventually exceeding the limit of the carrying module, leading to its destruction. Solving this problem was not difficult. Either place it in an open environment or add a cooling device. After thinking for a moment, Fang Zhu decided to add a condensation rune around it. He discovered a problem. Other runes would also experience this situation, meaning that after running for a period of time, other runes would accumulate heat until they burned themselves out. This was an inevitable occurrence, just a matter of time. Thus, Fang Zhu and the others immediately got busy. Fan Xing and Cards.At created a new assembly line, including the rune-bearing modules, while Fang Zhu designed the rune groups and added condensation runes between each rune group. Since each rune group had a single function and a relatively small number of runes, these runes, even when connected, could not form a rune array. It was more appropriate to call them rune groups. Another day passed, and Fang Zhu, Fan Xing, and Cards.At produced a brand new assembly line. This time, they changed the material of the bearing module to a slightly more expensive but more heat-resistant material. This was to prevent any major issues with the assembly line in case the condensation runes failed to work. At least it wouldn't explode. The new assembly line was soon ready for debugging. Thanks to the experience from the last time, Zhou Lao and Wang Lao directly brought a group of researchers and alchemists to Fang Zhu's experiment. Just like the day before yesterday, Fang Zhu said with a smile. Good. Wang Lao nodded, signaling the researchers to take their positions, while the alchemists took their places at the end of the assembly line. The situation was the same on Zhou Lao's side. Once everyone was ready, Fang Zhu extended his hand and turned on the assembly line switch. The humming sound echoed again, but due to the change in bearing material, the humming and vibrations of the assembly line were somewhat reduced this time. The researchers skillfully placed the herbs in front of them into the equipment, while Fang Zhu closely monitored the areas of the assembly line where problems were likely to occur. He had participated in the design from start to finish, so he was well aware of which runes were stable and which were prone to issues. This was unavoidable. Some rune groups had no inherent flaws, but small problems always arose during actual use. Up to now, Feng Zhu and the others had not discovered the reasons for these minor issues. Perhaps the root of the problem would only be revealed after prolonged use. The assembly line continued to operate, with Wang Lao standing beside the alchemists, carefully counting the number of pills. Time passed minute by minute, and this time, the assembly line operated for a full 3 hours without any issues. A smile gradually appeared on Feng Zhu's face. In his perception, all the rune groups within the assembly line were functioning normally, the energy flow was flawless, and the temperature remained stable, not exceeding the threshold. However, at this point, the debugging had to be halted again, because there were no more herbs. The efficiency of the assembly line was simply too high. Feng Zhu and the others had prepared nearly 5,000 herbs needed for 800 pills, and they were all processed in just 3 hours. However, an awkward situation arose. Although the herbs had been processed, the alchemists had not used them all. There was no way around it. The time required to refine pills was too long, and the increase in success rate was very limited. Feng Zhu and the others had solved the first and second steps of pill refining, but the final step, forming the pills, still could not be resolved with the assembly line. This meant that the assembly line now required a large number of alchemists to operate. As long as the number of alchemists kept up, they could indeed refine a large number of pills in a short time. As for the success rate, a rough estimate showed an increase of about 10%. This was also a drawback of the assembly line. It could replace many tedious tasks, but the final pill refining still needed to be completed by the alchemists themselves, and each alchemist had a different success rate. Thus, this awkward situation arose. Feng Zhu could not bear to watch the processed medicinal herbs being wasted, as some herbs could not be preserved for long after processing. "Come on, let's refine these pills first," Feng Zhu called out, and then he joined Old Wang and Old Zhou in the alchemy process. Once all the pills were refined, Feng Zhu and the others sat down to review the adjustments made during this session. "According to my calculations, if we have 30 alchemists, it shouldn't be a problem to produce 800 pills in 3 hours. And it might even be possible to make more, even 1,000. Old Wang spoke first, a satisfied expression on his face. Feng Zhu silently calculated in his mind. This meant that each alchemist could refine 15 pills per hour, which equated to 3 batches. This was an astonishing figure. Normally, a single alchemist would be considered efficient if they could complete 1 batch of pills in half an hour, as they needed to process the herbs and make many preparations. However, with the assembly line in place, the alchemists completely eliminated all unnecessary steps. They only needed to place the herbs into the alchemy furnace, control the heat, and wait for the pills to form, effectively turning them into emotionless alchemy machines. Under these circumstances, they could easily refine 3 batches or even more in an hour, as the process would become increasingly skilled, and their control over the heat would become more precise. Of course, their levels would also increase. All these factors combined allowed the alchemists to produce a large quantity of pills in a short time, even if the success rate did not improve significantly. However, the debugging of the assembly line was far from over. Feng Zhu was well aware that once the assembly line was officially in operation, the enthusiasm of alchemists everywhere would be unprecedented. It was highly likely that the assembly line would run continuously without stopping. He had seen this in his previous life. A piece of equipment would remain operational unless it malfunctioned. Thus, he needed to test the assembly line's limits to see how long it could operate before it would strike. Every piece of equipment has its limits, and the same goes for runes. This data must be tested and included in the user manual before delivery, and time was tight, so Feng Zhu naturally did not want to delay. He called the warehouse to request more herbs. Half an hour later, dozens of large boxes were delivered. Feng Zhu, Old Wang, and Old Zhou quickly checked the quantity and quality of the various herbs before notifying the assembly line to continue operating. However, before officially starting the alchemy process, Feng Zhu called all the idle alchemists in the base to gather. Thanks to the previous announcement from the government, all practitioners, whether official or unofficial, chose to stay at the practitioner base on standby, as it was uncertain whether other cities besides Nanhushi were also facing the beast crisis. Therefore, the practitioners were prepared for battle. At such times, no one would shy away, as evasion was futile. Someone had to step up, and inevitably, someone would. Soon, 40 alchemists gathered in Feng Zhu's laboratory. There simply weren't many alchemists available. "Alright, let's get ready to start." Feng Zhu clapped his hands, signaling everyone to prepare. Moments later, the assembly line began to operate again, and the researchers followed the process, feeding one herb after another into the assembly line. Now the assembly line was operating at full capacity. The limit test had to reach this level, otherwise, the data obtained would not be accurate. Time quickly passed to the evening, and after 6 or 7 hours of continuous testing, the researchers and alchemists appeared somewhat fatigued, and the error rate had noticeably increased. Feng Zhu immediately directed the researchers to rotate shifts, there were many people operating the assembly line, easily accommodating the need for rotation. As for the alchemists, Feng Zhu turned his head to look at Elder Wang and Elder Zhou. It's our turn now. Let's go. Elder Wang nodded and got up to stand next to the ground fire device. Elder Zhou didn't say anything, but his movements were not slow. He quickly made all the preparations needed before the refining process. There weren't enough alchemists to rotate, so for the next 5 hours, it would be Feng Zhu and his team taking over, while the remaining alchemists would rest and switch shifts after 5 hours. Among the 3 of them, one was a legendary level alchemist, while the other 2 were rare high-level alchemists, so taking over the assembly line was completely fine. Time passed, and under the insistence of Feng Zhu and the others, the assembly line continued to operate at full capacity for over 30 hours. Although everyone looked a bit listless, their eyes were filled with excitement. The pills they had refined in 30 hours exceeded the total output of 40 alchemists over 15 days under normal circumstances. Of course, this included the pills refined by Feng Zhu, Elder Zhou, and Elder Wang, so the data was somewhat inflated, but even without counting the 3 of them, the others had still produced about 10 days' worth of pills during this time. This is the power of industrialization. Feng Zhu looked at the assembly line in front of him with satisfaction, and Elder Wang was grinning from ear to ear. In fact, by now, the assembly line could have been stopped, as Feng Zhu sensed that the energy flow in several of the rune groups was starting to show problems. It just hadn't reached the threshold yet, but issues could arise at any moment. Let's prepare to stop, Feng Zhu said softly. As soon as he spoke, everyone in the lab stopped their actions, and Feng Zhu pressed the pause button on the assembly line. The equipment gradually came to a halt, and all the processed herbs flowed toward the outlet. Feng Zhu collected all these herbs into his alchemy furnace. Your alchemy furnace is quite large. Elder Wang leaned in to observe Feng Zhu's furnace. It's just average. Feng Zhu smiled slightly and opened the ground fire device to begin refining the last batch of pills. Since there were quite a few remaining herbs, Feng Zhu had to personally handle the refining. This debugging session ends here. Everyone else can go back and rest. Feng Zhu smiled at the people in the room. Don't worry, the allowances for these 2 days will be distributed soon. The money won't be less, and I will definitely not let you all work for nothing. Thank you, Team Leader Feng. Alright, Team Leader Feng, call me anytime if you need anything. The researchers and alchemists all smiled and cupped their hands in respect before leaving the lab. Once only 5 people remained in the room, Feng Zhu slowly let out a sigh of relief. Fan Xing leaned closer to Feng Zhu and asked, Team Leader, can we consider this a success? Feng Zhu nodded. Yes, it's a success, but this is just the first stage. We can be happy, but we must not be arrogant. The road ahead is still long. I understand, Team Leader. Fan Xing replied earnestly. Elder Wang smiled kindly. You are becoming more and more like a leader now. Hearing this, Feng Zhu shyly smiled. Indeed, he was increasingly unlike an 18-year-old boy. Dabao, summarize the technical data for version 2. 5 of the assembly line, write down all the parameters clearly, and hand it to me tomorrow. Feng Zhu turned his head and said to Zhao Dabao. Okay, Team Leader. Zhao Dabao replied. At this point, Elder Wang suddenly asked with curiosity, Feng Zhu, who will write the user manual? I will write it, Feng Zhu said solemnly. The user manual, or instruction manual, is actually a very tedious thing. In this era, there are no proper mechanical items, so there are no standard manual templates, and in Feng Zhu's memory, the manuals from his time could almost be directly copied over. Of course, Feng Zhu couldn't quite remember the specific details, but he could recall some of the formulaic elements, which were certainly more detailed than what Zhao Daba and the others had written. It was already past 8 in the evening, and Feng Zhu and the others had left the laboratory, preparing to grab a bite at a nearby restaurant. It wasn't time to celebrate yet, and they were quite tired, lacking the mood for any festivities. After dinner, they parted ways, and Feng Zhu returned home to start writing the user manual for the assembly line. Before he knew it, dawn was breaking, and Feng Zhu lifted his head from the desk, realizing he had pulled an all-nighter. Damn it, another night without sleep. Feng Zhu rubbed his brow and stood up unsteadily, making himself a cup of coffee. He couldn't rest yet. Today was the last day for delivery, which meant he had to send the assembly line to the Elder Council today. This was not something he could delegate to others, as apart from Zhao Daba and the others, the rest had too little understanding of the assembly line. For something so new, where not many had been in contact with it, both the designer and the manufacturer were indispensable. After hastily finishing a quick breakfast, Feng Zhu arrived at the laboratory, where Zhao Daba and Fan Xing were already present. You guys are here quite early, Feng Zhu greeted them with a smile. Team Leader, we've already opened the connectors for the assembly line, Fan Xing said quickly as he stood up. Feng Zhu nodded. Since the assembly line was quite large, it had to be disassembled into smaller parts to be moved. They had considered this issue during the design phase. After opening the connectors, the assembly line was divided into 4 parts, which could fit into a standard truck. Fang Zhu glanced at the time and then said to Fan Xing and Xiaodaba, "Let's get someone to help move it. It's time." "Okay," team leader, Fan Xing nodded and then contacted a group of combat professionals he had arranged earlier. This group consisted of strength-based professionals, each with bulging muscles that seemed ready to burst out of their clothes. From a distance, this group standing in the laboratory had quite an imposing presence. With the help of the strength-based professionals, the assembly line was soon and steadily loaded onto the truck. Fang Zhu and the others sat in the back of an official vehicle. The 2 vehicles started up and slowly made their way to the Elder Council. In the back vehicle, Fan Xing and Xiaodaba sat on the leather seats, feeling an uncontrollable tension rising within them, their expressions slightly stiff, looking somewhat restless. Fang Zhu noticed the change in their expressions and turned his head to ask with a smile, "What's wrong? Feeling nervous?" "A bit," Xiaodaba replied quietly, looking down. "Relax, the Elder Council isn't a den of dragons and tigers. Don't be afraid of saying or doing something wrong. Be bold, we're contributing to the country." Fang Zhu gently reassured them. Although he had never been to the Elder Council, his life experiences from both this life and the last made him somewhat calmer than the other 2. The convoy picked up speed and soon arrived at the central area of the capital. The Elder Council was the colloquial term. The official designation should be the Supreme Administrative Center of Huagua. However, since the 3 elders usually worked here, people preferred to call it the Elder Council. Their destination was an area on the outskirts of the Elder Council, where the Ministry of Industry was located. The Ministry of Industry in this era was somewhat different from what Fang Zhu knew, but the assembly line still fell within their jurisdiction. The convoy had already obtained a pass in advance, so they arrived smoothly outside the Ministry of Industry building. After stopping in a spacious area, Fang Zhu saw several officials standing at the entrance of the ministry, smiling as they quickly approached. Fang Zhu got out of the car and shook hands with the official walking at the front. This tall, thin official with a serious expression said enthusiastically, "Hello, Team Leader Fang. My name is Shi Yun, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Works and Chief Engineer. You can call me whatever you like." Fang Zhu looked at him with interest and suddenly asked, "Is engineer your professional title?" Shi Yun was clearly taken aback by this question, pausing for a moment before laughing. "Yes, engineer is an advancement from mechanic. But to be honest, I don't really understand much about machinery. My advancement was purely by luck." Fang Zhu smiled and nodded, but inwardly he didn't quite believe Shi Yun's words. If one truly believed that, it would be foolish. After a brief introduction among the group, Fang Zhu directed the accompanying professionals to unload the assembly line from the truck. Shi Yun had already arranged a location. On the basement level of the Ministry of Works building, there were several large warehouses, and he had intentionally cleared one out and made some modifications. In Fang Zhu's view, these modifications were inconsequential. The assembly line had low environmental requirements as long as there was enough space. Under Fang Zhu's direction, the assembly line was quickly reassembled. Fan Xing and Xiaodaba conducted a thorough inspection of the assembly line to prevent any issues after reassembly. During this time, Fang Zhu and the officials from the Ministry of Works were not idle. He distributed the parameter information compiled by Xiaodaba and the user manual he had written to the officials. With his explanations, the officials quickly grasped the general situation and usage process of the assembly line. During the explanation, Fang Zhu also noticed that Shi Yun and another official had a strong comprehension ability, even able to draw inferences from one example. Upon realizing this, Fang Zhu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If the foundation of machinery in Huagua were better, and if some materials had been preserved during the chaotic times, then there would have been no need for him to invent something like the assembly line. These high-level professionals related to machinery could have created it themselves. But unfortunately, the once promising mechanics had lost their soil for survival in this era. They could only repair things extracted from fate crystals that they didn't understand the principles of. To be honest, this made them seem more like technicians rather than mechanics or engineers. Even Shi Yun was no exception. Despite being an engineer, most of his work was not research. Aside from administrative tasks, he spent most of his time compiling maintenance manuals to help lower-level mechanics understand the maintenance methods for vehicles, aircraft, and other items. So far, Huagua had not been able to replicate those items extracted from fate crystals. It seemed there was some unknown rule restricting humanity in this era. Perhaps one day people would understand everything, but not now. However, the assembly line created by Fang Zhu was not subject to this limitation, and it was the first time Shi Yun and the others witnessed the power of machinery. Fang Zhu stood at the output of the assembly line, while Zhao Debail and Fan Xing stood at the input. Although they didn't understand alchemy, they knew how to use the assembly line, so stepping in as researchers was no problem at all. With a command from Shi Yun, the assembly line immediately began to operate. Since this was just a small-scale demonstration, only a few people were needed. The three of them were sufficient. As one batch after another of medicinal materials was fed into the assembly line, Yun and the others quickly saw how efficient the machinery driven by the runes was. In just a few minutes, Fan Xing and Zhao Debail achieved feats that even a dozen alchemists could not accomplish. Yun and the others were left in awe. Before the concept of assembly lines emerged, Yun and the others actually had little understanding of the specifics of alchemy. There was a significant gap between practitioners, with both quality and rank having considerable influence. Although the state had conducted statistics, the final data differed somewhat from the actual situation. After Fang Zhu announced the assembly line, Yun and the others specifically sought to understand the details of each step in alchemy, grasping every difficulty involved. They were astonished to find that the assembly line developed by Fang Zhu was excessively efficient, far better than the initial assembly line from Old Wang's side. As an engineer, even without having personally crafted machinery, Yun had a certain theoretical foundation, allowing him to clearly perceive the awkwardness of the first-generation assembly line in Old Wang's laboratory. All those awkward aspects vanished without a trace in the face of this so-called 2.5 version. In Yun's view, improving those shortcomings was no simple task. Fang Zhu and his team were truly capable. The demonstration did not last long, as Yun and the others were merely confirming the accuracy of the materials submitted by Fang Zhu. As the demonstration concluded, Fang Zhu stepped back from the assembly line's output. "Minister Shi, do you think our assembly line is okay?" Fang Zhu asked with a smile. "Okay, of course it's okay, it's fantastic." Yun clapped his hands, and the surrounding officials also showed satisfied and surprised expressions. "This is actually the third version of the simplified product. Due to time constraints, there are still some issues we haven't had the chance to resolve," Fang Zhu said, scratching his head. Yun waved his hand. "It's already exceeded our expectations. If we can promote it, then Huagua will soon have no shortage of elixirs. Yes, and with the new type of container you researched earlier, there will be no storage pressure for the elixirs," another official said with a smile. "Team leader Fang, you are single-handedly driving the reform of elixirs in Huagua." No, you're exaggerating." Fang Zhu immediately showed an embarrassed expression. "I merely played a leading role. This is the result of countless researchers, not just my achievement." "Ah, team leader Fang is too modest." An official laughed heartily. Next, everyone moved to the conference room of the Ministry of Industry, which had already prepared simple snacks and drinks. Yun invited everyone to sit down and then looked at Fang Zhu and said, "You young people should prefer drinks and snacks, unlike us, who just want to sip some tea." Fang Zhu smiled, just about to make a joke, when suddenly the conference room door was slammed open, and a young official rushed in, his face showing an anxious expression. Yun's face immediately darkened, but he did not say anything harsh. Instead, he slowly asked, "What happened? Why the urgency?" The young official gasped for breath and quickly said, "Beima City has been attacked by beasts. The mayor of Beima City is requesting assistance, and the higher-ups have notified the Ministry of Industry to immediately start full-scale production of weapons and equipment." As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room fell silent. Yun was stunned for 2 seconds, then immediately reacted. He took out his phone from his pocket and saw 3 missed calls displayed on the screen. He had put his phone on silent to avoid outside disturbances while observing the assembly line, not expecting to miss such an important message. Fang Zhu leaned slightly forward. "Minister Shi, do you have more important matters to attend to?" In addition to the responsibilities previously described, the Ministry of Industry also had a very important duty, to coordinate the manufacturing of weapons and equipment nationwide. However, Yun was not in charge of this aspect, so he had not mentioned it to Fang Zhu and the others. Yun was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes, I may have to excuse myself." Fang Zhu smiled nonchalantly. "It's okay, Minister Shi. You probably understand the situation with the assembly line. I've been in the capital all along, so you go ahead and handle your matters. We can discuss it in detail later when you have time." Yun revealed a slightly forced smile. "All right, thank you for your understanding." After saying this, Yun and a group of officials stood up and left the conference room. Just before walking out the door, Yun seemed to suddenly remember something and turned to say slowly, "Team leader Fang, you can go back and rest for a while. If I'm not mistaken, we may need your strength soon." Fang Zhu was taken aback. Although he didn't understand what Yun meant, he nodded nonetheless. This meeting was somewhat rushed, but Fang Zhu felt no dissatisfaction. The assembly line was important, but compared to the situations in various places, it was fine to set this matter aside for now. A few days ago, Manhwa City had already been invaded by beasts, and Fang Zhu had been studying the assembly line these past 2 days, so he wasn't very aware of the situation there. At this moment, Beimo City was in trouble again. To be honest, the situation seemed much more serious than expected. After handing over all the materials to another official in the Ministry of Works responsible for the assembly line, Fang Zhu left the Elder Council with Fan Xing and Zhao Daba. Back in the laboratory, Fang Zhu's mind suddenly echoed with Shi Yun's words as she left the conference room. "If I'm not mistaken, we may need your strength soon." This sentence seemed easy to understand. Fang Zhu was an alchemist, and the pills he concocted could heal and enhance strength, so the country naturally needed his power. However, Fang Zhu always felt that things were not that simple. After resting for a while in the laboratory, Fang Zhu and the others began to ponder the third version of the assembly line. The 2.5 version they had just delivered was a result of compromise, and further research was still needed. At this moment, in Manhwa City, the Zhuke team stood on the rooftop of a tall building, their gaze sweeping over the tragic scene below. Corpses, endless corpses, both human and beast, lay like rolling hills. A heavy smell of blood wafted through the air, and the ground was filled with the ruins of various buildings. They had held off the beast's attack. The military of Manhwa City and the reinforcements had successfully defended against the onslaught, but they had also paid an extremely heavy price. Even with the Zhuke team's help, the cost was immense. The good news was that the Zhuke team had successfully closed the portal to the secret realm using a legendary sealing scroll. The bad news was that this sealing was merely a temporary measure. Unless Huagua could gather a team of high-level professionals to counterattack, it wouldn't be long before the beasts would strike again. However, Huagua did not have that many high-level professionals at the moment, and other cities' secret realms also needed high-level professionals to suppress them, especially Bayemo City, which needed those high-level professionals even more than they did. "Captain, we have received orders from above to immediately head to Bayemo City to support the Yen Wang team." Hearing this, Captain Zhuke frowned, her cold voice echoing on the rooftop. "It seems the situation in Bayemo City is worse than expected. Otherwise, they wouldn't send two secret teams to the same city." The secret teams, as the most powerful force in Huagua, usually operated separately. After assisting Manhwa City, the Zhuke team should have gone to another city facing a crisis. Zhuke thought they would most likely head to Chuandu City, but the orders from above were very clear. Depart immediately and assist the Yen Wang team. "Let's go, don't waste time." Zhuke hoisted the large sword beside her, which was as tall as a person, and turned to jump off the tall building. The wind howled past her ears, and a flash of fire flickered in Juchua's eyes. On the other side, within the vast snowy plains of Bayemo City, thousands of strange beasts charged forward with heavy steps. The snow accumulating to a depth of several centimeters seemed insignificant before them. The local military of Bayemo City had already gathered on the other side of the snowfield, forming a tight defensive formation, but the situation was far more severe than it appeared. In fact, the secret realm in Bayemo City had always been the most critical among all the secret realms in Huagua, with the highest number of high-level professionals stationed here. This was partly due to the presence of a Class A secret realm and 3 Class B secret realms throughout Bayemo City, creating immense defensive pressure. On the other hand, the environment here was harsh. More than half of the year was spent in low temperatures, making it difficult for many professionals to adapt, with their full combat power reduced to 70% or even less. Before the Abyss Portal incident, Huagua had deployed the most defensive forces in Bayemo City, even more than in Dingbei City. However, with the destruction of numerous rune cannons and the sacrifice of high-level professionals, Bayemo City ultimately could not withstand the counterattack of the strange beasts, becoming the second city in Huagua to be invaded by them. Yet everyone understood that this was not due to negligence or inaction on Bayemo City's part. A skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice, and they had no better options. In fact, from the higher-ups' perspective, it was already a miracle that Bayemo City had held out until now against the invasion of the strange beasts. They had estimated that Bayemo City might not last even a week. The recent assault by the strange beasts was not an isolated incident. This time, beasts from 3 secret realms surged forth, including the most threatening class of secret realm. The military of Bayemo City was divided into 3 groups, each defending against one secret realm. Since the incident began in the early morning, they had already repelled numerous attacks from the strange beasts, leaving countless corpses across the snowfields, and their defensive line continued to retreat. To be honest, the higher-ups had anticipated the situation in Bayemo City and had made some contingency plans, but when everything truly unfolded, everyone realized that the situation was far more critical than they had imagined. If the strange beasts continued their assault, the military of Bayemo City would eventually be unable to hold out. Although the area was vast and sparsely populated, they could not allow the beasts to rampage freely. At 2 in the afternoon, the Yen Wang team charged alongside the military against the thousands of attacking strange beasts. Their strength far surpassed that of the soldiers, and their coordination was much more seamless, allowing the Yen Wang team to penetrate deep into the heart of the beast horde. searching for the leader and commander of this group. Blood stained the snowfield, like plum blossoms blooming in the cold winter, beautiful, and bloodily beautiful. Meanwhile, in the second professional base of the capital, Fangzhu gazed intently at a rune set on the table, an uncontrollable joy swelling in his heart. He had just completed the most difficult rune set in the third version of the assembly line, a crucial breakthrough. At this moment, there was a glimmer of light in Fangzhu's eyes, a change that appeared when the eye of the formation was pushed to its limits. This skill was indeed a divine technique. Without it, Fangzhu felt he could not have completed the manufacturing of this rune set in a short time, as the interference between the various runes alone would have given him a headache. Now that the most difficult rune set was completed, the remaining rune sets would be much simpler, as this was a master control rune responsible for coordinating all aspects of the assembly line. In Fangzhu's view, this master control rune was somewhat similar to the control circuits he had encountered in his previous life, or to put it more dramatically, it was akin to the CPU in a computer. Of course, the master control rune Fangzhu had just created was still very rough and could not be compared to the crystallization of human intelligence that is the CPU. Let's test the effect. Fangzhu muttered to himself, getting up to call Fan Xing over. Go check the status of the third version assembly line. I need to try out a control rune group soon. Okay, team leader, Fan Xing nodded in response. Fangzhu and the others had previously created a framework for the third version assembly line. Ever since Fangzhu proposed the idea of modularization, Fan Xing and Zhao Daba collaborated to improve upon the second version and developed a new framework. As long as the rune group and the carrying module were in place, this framework could transform into the third version assembly line. Fangzhu activated the master control rune group, observing the connections between each rune, and after confirming that everything was fine, he picked it up and walked towards the framework of the third version assembly line. At this point, Fan Xing and the others were increasingly amazed by their team leader's genius. Modularizing the rune group was truly a stroke of brilliance. The two quickly attached the available rune groups to the framework, while Fangzhu gestured beside the assembly line for a long time before starting to work. The master control rune group was a type that had never appeared before, and Fangzhu was unsure if activating it and driving the other rune groups would lead to unexpected situations, so he had to be very careful during installation. This test lasted a full 3 hours. When Fangzhu finally lifted his head from the assembly line, the sky outside had already turned to deep night. How is it, team leader? Fan Xing asked eagerly. He and Zhao Daba had not left, as they both understood the importance of the master control rune team assembly line. Fangzhu let out a long breath, and a smile appeared on his face. It's a bit better than I expected, he said slowly, looking slightly fatigued. Indeed, 3 hours of intense debugging was exhausting even for him. That's great. Fan Xing clapped his hands, and Zhao Daba also looked delighted. Next, I will continue to improve the master control rune group. Your task is to find ways to enhance the mechanical structure of the third version assembly line, Fangzhu said, looking at the two in front of him with a smile. The third version assembly line is not the end. There is still a lot of room for optimization. Yes, team leader. Today's research was considered finished, and Fangzhu felt his brain was heavy, as if he would fall asleep the moment he relaxed. He rubbed his temples, forced himself to focus, returned home, and then collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep sleep. The next day, above a snowy expanse on the outskirts of Beima City, a blood-red flying vehicle whistled in, circling twice in the air before slowly descending to its position. The vehicle's engine emitted a stream of extremely high-temperature energy, instantly melting the snow on the ground. Boom! The vehicle's landing gear touched down smoothly on the ground. The cabin door opened, and Zhu Kei stepped out first. She immediately spotted the figure in a black robe waiting to greet her. It was a member of the Yan Wang team. Captain Zhu Kei, I didn't expect you to land here directly. De Yen stepped forward and slightly bowed his head. Faced with the strongest female practitioner in Huagua, he felt a bit of awe, mainly because the other party was too violent. 5 years ago, Zhu Kei had single-handedly entered a B-level secret realm, staying there for a full 7 days and killing all the exotic beasts within before emerging. According to the descriptions of those who entered the secret realm afterward, the entire place was like hell, flames destroyed everything in sight, and the bodies of the exotic beasts had almost turned to charcoal. The heavy smell of sulfur in the air made it impossible for normal practitioners to breathe. De Yen had not entered that secret realm, but if it weren't for his special talent, he would actually fall within the category of normal practitioners, so he could imagine the terror within that realm and naturally felt a sense of awe towards Zhu Kei. Zhu Kei looked at the big-eyed figure and nodded slightly, her cold voice sounding even icier in the biting wind. Landing here saves time. Alright, take me to see Yan Wang. The big-eyed figure hurriedly nodded, their gaze instinctively drifting towards the blood-red aircraft and the continuous corpses of alien beasts behind it. Zhu Kei landed directly on the battlefield, and if the war here hadn't already ended, they would likely have engaged the alien beasts immediately. This woman had always been like this, as if born for battle. However, in the previous conflict, the human side had still not won, so this area, including the land hundreds of kilometers behind, had already become the territory of the alien beasts. The Huagua army had retreated time and again, leaving behind a land filled with severed limbs and blood that had frozen in the low temperatures, resembling patches of flowers, bloody flowers. Soon, Zhuchue's team met up with Yan Wang's team. Yan Wang sat in a makeshift tent, explaining to Zhuke the current predicament facing the Huagua army. The enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and the Huagua soldiers were too few, especially the high-level professionals. There were too few high-level professionals on the battlefield who could take on 100 enemies alone. When the enemy launched endless attacks, the Huagua army truly found themselves at a loss. Zhuke listened quietly, initially not voicing any opinions, until Yan Wang spoke of the military's next plan. Then she slowly began to speak. I understand. We need someone to hold back the B-level secret realms so that the remaining forces can focus on that A-level secret realm, right? Exactly. Our two teams' mission is to hold back those two B-level secret realms. The longer we can do that, the more opportunity the military will have to counterattack. Yan Wang nodded. Counterattack? Zhuke raised an eyebrow, a subtle expression appearing on her heroic face. Can we really counterattack? Well, we should be able to. Yan Wang's tone sounded somewhat lacking in confidence. To be honest, he felt that the military was unlikely to be able to counterattack, but yesterday, while chatting with a somewhat refined-looking general, the other party exuded an unusual confidence, as if it wouldn't be difficult to counterattack as long as they were given time. Yan Wang didn't ask further, as that wasn't his responsibility. He and Zhuke had to deal with those two B-level secret realms. Inside the tent, both Zhuke and Yan Wang fell silent. After a moment, Zhuke spoke first. When do we start? Tomorrow at the latest. The alien beasts need to rest too, Yan Wang said in a deep voice. Zhuke nodded, then stood up to prepare to leave. Call me anytime if you need anything. I'm going back to rest. The room fell quiet, leaving only Yan Wang. He sighed, reaching up to rub his brow, which still throbbed faintly. The aftereffects of the Abyss portal incident had not completely faded. Even with Fang Zhu's elixirs, he had not returned to peak condition. The wounds on the soul were the hardest to heal, and Yan Wang estimated it might take him several years to recover. On the other side, in the conference room of the Ministry of Works at the highest administrative center of Huagua, an official was giving a report. As of now, 15 forging groups in Huagua have begun work. The Forging Association has stated it will do its utmost to ensure the supply of weapons and equipment. The Rune Cannon Factory can produce 3 Rune Cannons within 5 days, which can be sent to Baima City after testing. The official reported for a full 10 minutes before stopping. At the main table, 3 ministers exchanged glances, and a deputy minister of the same rank as Yun slowly spoke. The number of Rune Cannons is too few to have a decisive impact on the war. 3 cannons might suffice for suppression in normal times, but now, with the enemy attacking in waves, the concentrated fire of the cannons was not particularly effective. I remember there seemed to be some breakthroughs with the elixirs. This deputy minister suddenly turned his head to look at Yun across the table. Yun nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, Fang Zhu's experimental team has created a mechanical rune artifact called the assembly line, which can greatly improve the efficiency of alchemy. As long as the raw materials keep up, we can quickly produce the pills needed by the army of Baima City. This is indeed good news. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, the minister sitting at the end of the conference room nodded slightly, and his voice echoed throughout the room. This morning, General Zhang from Baima City replied to me. He has mastered a powerful skill, but it requires a large number of weapons. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference room fell silent. After a moment, an official excitedly asked, how powerful is this skill? Can it counterattack the secret realm? According to General Zhang, yes, the minister said slowly. Another piece of good news, and the expressions of those in the room improved somewhat, but they soon thought of another question. Where would the weapons General Zhang needed come from? The Forging Masters Association indeed possessed some technology, but manufacturing a large number of weapons in a short time would still be a huge pressure. Did General Zhang specify the exact number of weapons needed? An official responsible for weaponry equipment asked. More than 100,000 pieces, the more the better, with no upper limit, the minister replied softly. Upon hearing this, the official immediately furrowed his brows. In the past, it would have been easy for the Ministry of Works to produce 100,000 pieces of weaponry. However, during this period, the weapons consumed across the country could match the total of the past few years, and even the Ministry of Works had little surplus left. Moreover, it wasn't just Baima City that needed weapons, other cities needed them too. If they suddenly supplied so many to Baima City, other cities would face shortages. The situation was deteriorating too quickly. Although Huagua responded swiftly, there were still gaps in various material reserves in a short time. This was not due to insufficient reserves but rather excessive consumption. In just half a month, 25 cities had consumed a massive amount of resources. If they couldn't find a more efficient way to produce materials like pills, this shortage could last for a long time. I will communicate with the Forging Masters Association, but it may take a few days to complete this quantity of weaponry, the official said, calculating roughly in his notebook before speaking slowly. The minister shook his head slightly. First, reduce the quotas for other cities and send the weapons to Baima City as quickly as possible. If other cities have objections, let their mayors come and speak to me personally. Yes, minister. The official nodded heavily, feeling somewhat helpless. When has Huagua ever fought such a resource-strapped war? Half a day later, at the second practitioner base in the capital, Fangzhou installed the modified master control rune on the assembly line. The previous debugging process was not entirely smooth, although the goal was ultimately achieved. Some minor issues arose in between. These problems had to be resolved, otherwise, they could evolve into malfunctions in the future. In addition, Fangzhou also drew some rune sets for other processes. Some parts of the 2.5 version assembly line still required manual participation, but in the third version, Fangzhou planned to eliminate the manual parts, allowing the assembly line to achieve basic full automation. However, achieving this goal was still very difficult. To exaggerate a bit, Fangzhou was essentially creating circuits, programming, and debugging by himself. Any step that got stuck would delay a significant amount of time. Fan Xing and Zhao Daba were not slow in their actions. They optimized the framework of the third version assembly line in less than a day. The research work was steadily advancing, and based on the current progress, they estimated that they would be able to produce the third version assembly line in about a month. Of course, this is under the premise that everything goes smoothly. Fangzhou has always had a feeling that he might soon be drawn into other events. The situation across the country and even globally is quite complex, and research work requires a stable environment. Perhaps when the situation deteriorates again, he will need to accept new tasks, just as before, to conduct research in other areas. The reality turned out to be just as he anticipated. 2 days later, Fangzhou received a call from the Ministry of Industry, and the caller was Shi Yun, who had previously been in contact with him. Generally, Bai Fu was responsible for communication between Fangzhou and other departments of the state. If there are new directives or tasks from the higher-ups, they are conveyed to him by Bai Fu. This is a procedural matter, and few would violate it. But this time was different. Shi Yun directly bypassed all procedures and contacted him directly, which made Fangzhou feel something was off. In the laboratory, Fangzhou held the phone, listening seriously to Shi Yun's words. Team Leader Fang, I don't know if you have time right now, but we have some matters we would like to confirm with you. Shi Yun's tone was very polite, completely devoid of the demeanor of a high-ranking official. Fangzhou glanced at the assembly line beside him and slowly said, I have time, Minister Shi, please speak freely. Well, this matter requires you to come to the Ministry of Industry. Our car is already on the way. Shi Yun paused and said in a deep voice. Fangzhou, holding the phone, momentarily froze in expression. He still needed to go to the Ministry of Industry? What could it be about? Fangzhou initially thought that Shi Yun and the others wanted to ask him about the elixir assembly line, but it seemed that was not the case. The situation appeared to be more complicated than he had anticipated. However, since the other party had personally reached out, he had no reason to refuse, so Fangzhou immediately agreed. About 10 minutes later, he got into the car heading to the Ministry of Industry. On the way, Fangzhou called Bai Fu, hoping to gather some information from her, but Bai Fu said she didn't know much either, though she felt it might be related to the increasingly deteriorating situation. Fangzhou helplessly hung up the phone. Bai Fu was just talking nonsense. He wasn't a fool and could guess some of the situation. The car was moving quickly, and soon Fangzhou saw the grand buildings of the Elder Council. The Ministry of Industry's building is located on the outskirts of the entire administrative center. The car drove straight through the internal streets and came to a steady stop at the building's entrance. Fangzhou immediately spotted the official waiting to greet him, Shi Yun. I didn't expect him to come in person, Fangzhou muttered to himself as he got out of the car and walked over. At this moment, he noticed that behind Shi Yun stood two officials, dressed in dark blue work uniforms, not very noticeable in the shadows. Minister Shi, you called me over this time. Before Fangzhou could finish, Shi Yun interrupted him with a smile. Let's go inside to talk. This isn't the place for a conversation. Shi Yun turned and walked into the building. Although Fangzhou was full of curiosity, since the other party didn't intend to speak now, he had no choice but to stop asking. The group wound through the building, and just as Fangzhou felt he was about to get dizzy, Shi Yun finally stopped. Fangzhou looked up and found himself standing at the door of a small conference room. Yun turned around and smiled. This matter is actually a bit of an unwelcome request. As he spoke, he pushed open the conference room door, and Fang Zhu saw a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair sitting inside, dressed in a black leather jacket, his hair neatly combed. This is the highest official of the Ministry of Industry, Minister Ma, Yun introduced, leading Fang Zhu inside. You must be team leader Fang, truly a talented individual, Minister Ma smiled as he looked at Fang Zhu. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Fang Zhu sat in the conference room. Up to this point, he still didn't know what these people wanted from him, but judging by the atmosphere, it was likely not a trivial matter. Moments later, the conversation shifted to the main topic, and Minister Ma looked at Fang Zhu, slowly asking, Group Leader Fang, do you know anything about the rune cannon? Fang Zhu was slightly taken aback by the question and shook his head. He really didn't know anything about it, not even a little. Minister Ma saw Fang Zhu's reaction and felt no surprise. The rune cannon was the most powerful weapon in Huagua, with a very high level of confidentiality. If Fang Zhu had claimed to know about it, that would have been truly unexpected. I've seen the runes you worked on in the assembly line, and to be honest, they are really impressive. I've never seen such intricate rune formations, Minister Ma generously praised, stating the purpose of calling Fang Zhu over. We all believe that you have the ability to improve the rune cannon, so we hope you can continue to use your talent in runes to contribute to Huagua. Fang Zhu's eyes widened, and his mood instantly became excited. He had been very interested in the rune cannon before but had never had the opportunity. Now, the opportunity had come knocking. I can give it a try. Fang Zhu nodded vigorously. The rune cannon factory was located in the suburbs of the capital, guarded by a military unit, and unauthorized personnel were not allowed to approach. Under the guidance of a Ministry of Industry official, Fang Zhu successfully entered the rune cannon factory. The moment he pushed open the large door, he was left stunned. It was a very large factory, and from the outside, one could hardly imagine such a vast space inside. However, most of the factory's interior was empty. The materials and the workers making the rune cannons occupied less than half of the space. Moreover, they only had a few rudimentary rune-driven machines, and upon closer inspection, Fang Zhu noticed that most of the workers were blacksmiths, with only a handful of rune masters, all elderly men with gray hair. The rune cannon, as the name suggests, is a weapon powered by runes, but in Fang Zhu's observation, the rune masters who played a decisive role made up only 1/10 or even less of the entire group. This led to extremely low production efficiency in the rune cannon factory, explaining why Huagua had only managed to produce around 100 rune cannons over the past few decades or even a century. Group Leader Fang, please come in, let me introduce you. A middle-aged man who looked like a person in charge approached, smiling at Fang Zhu. Fang Zhu nodded slightly and then followed him for a tour around the factory. To be honest, there wasn't much to see. Fang Zhu could understand many things at a glance, thanks to the extraordinary vision granted to him by being a legendary blacksmith and a legendary rune master. Director Shi, why are there only so few rune masters in the factory? After listening to the introduction, Fang Zhu finally couldn't help but ask this question. Director Shi sighed and said helplessly, you should be able to see that the runes in the rune cannon are very complex. Young rune masters simply cannot master them. Only high-level rune masters can draw them. We have thought of some methods before, even trying to simplify those runes, but we have never succeeded. Without being able to simplify the runes, we can't expand production capacity. Fang Zhu nodded. Director Shi's explanation was similar to what he had guessed. Indeed, it was the runes that limited the development of the rune cannon. So, as long as I can simplify the runes or reduce the difficulty of drawing them, the production capacity of the rune cannon will improve? Fang Zhu asked Director Shi. Yes, that's right. Director Shi reached over and took a set of rune arrays from the side. Minister Ma has already spoken to me. He said you are the most talented rune master in the history of Huagua, and only you can help us. Fang Zhu scratched his head upon hearing this. Goodness, Minister Ma really had a high opinion of him. He wondered where that confidence came from. Fang Zhu knew he had good talent, but talent and practice were two different things. He was indeed confident, but he wouldn't be blindly arrogant. I'll give it a try. Fang Zhu took the rune array and moved to the side to ponder. Director Shi nodded and then turned to walk towards the few elderly rune masters with gray hair. These rune masters had long noticed the young man, but they couldn't just drop their work to ask others about him. At that moment, seeing Director Shi approaching, one of the rune masters who had just finished his task immediately asked curiously, Director, who is this person? He was called over from the Ministry of Works, saying he can improve the giant cannon rune array. Director Shi replied, taking a sip of water and addressing the rune masters in front of him. Oh, he has such abilities. The elder immediately showed a surprised expression. After thinking for a moment, he nodded slowly and said, the young man has an open mind. Perhaps he really can do it. Director Shi also nodded in agreement. That's right, I think so too. Time quickly passed to the afternoon, and Fang Zhu snapped back to reality from the rune array, looking seriously at the busy forgers in the workshop. In Fang Zhu's view, the output of the rune giant cannon was affected not only by the rune array in front of him but also by the small workshop-style production methods of those forgers, which had a significant impact on output. However, the key issue remained these rune arrays. Fang Zhu could see that there was much room for optimization, and the eye of the array allowed him to perceive many things. First was the interference issue among the runes in the giant cannon rune array. Although the rune master who invented this array was also a genius, he clearly did not grasp the interference patterns between the runes, which led to excessive energy loss during direct flow through the runes. Even if Fang Zhu did not simplify the rune array but merely resolved the interference, the power of the rune giant cannon could still be increased by about 20%. Of course, the immediate priority was not to increase power. If the output couldn't rise, that little bit of power was of little use. To be honest, simplifying the giant cannon rune was not a simple task. It was a very complex rune array, and even Fang Zhu needed to sort it out thoroughly to master it. Indeed, even if he were a legendary rune master, he couldn't immediately comprehend this rune array. Recognizing the problem was one thing, fully mastering it was another. This was not a task that could be completed in a short time. Fang Zhu glanced at the time and found it was already past 6 in the evening. He had only eaten one meal today, so he felt quite empty in his stomach. Just then, Director Shi walked over with a smile. "Let's go, try our food. Then I'll take my leave." Fang Zhu wiped his hands and followed Director Shi outside. At that moment, in the Ministry of Works building of the Elder Council, a small meeting was being held, attended by Minister Ma and others whom Fang Zhu had met in the morning. At the head of the table, Minister Ma looked serious as he flipped through the report in his hand. "Is the gap in weaponry this large? What does the Forgers Association say?" After reading for a while, Minister Ma asked in a deep voice. The Forgers Association said they don't have any good solutions either. Almost all the forgers are working overtime to produce weapons, but they still can't supply such a large quantity for so many cities, an official replied helplessly. "Should we gather some high-level forging masters to discuss and see if there are any solutions? I think it's meaningless. Those forging masters haven't produced any results in this area for years, and now suddenly asking them to come up with a solution. It's difficult, too difficult." Exactly, and those forging masters have heavy tasks these days. Asking them to drop what they're doing for a meeting, I estimate many won't be willing. A heated discussion ensued among the officials. "So what do you suggest we do? If we just wait like this, we won't be able to forge enough weapons and equipment within the stipulated time. Can't the Rune Masters Association help? Didn't they say they've researched some fairly effective runes?" I've asked. "The output of those runes is very low. Although they can improve some forging efficiency, they're practically useless for the current shortfall. What do you think? Can that pill production line be improved to become something that assists in forging?" As they spoke, someone suddenly mentioned the production line sent over by Fang Zhu, which was quite remarkable and seemed to be usable for more than just pill refining. After hearing this, Shi Yun nodded heavily. He had actually thought of this before the meeting, but considering that others might have better ideas, he hadn't dared to voice it. Now, hearing someone share his thoughts, Shi Yun could no longer hold back. He coughed twice to signal everyone to be quiet, then looked at Minister Ma at the head of the table and said with a smile, "Minister, I think we can ask Fang Zhu. After all, he is a legendary forging master and should be able to offer some suggestions." "Fang Zhu, huh?" Minister Ma muttered, lowering his head. To be honest, he felt this young man was a bit too versatile. First alchemy, then runes, and now even forging had to be consulted with him, as if there were no other talents in Huagua. However, Minister Ma also understood that it wasn't that Huagua lacked talent, but rather that Fang Zhu was too outstanding, or perhaps he truly was a once-in-a-millennium genius, possessing 3 legendary professions at once, which was unprecedented. "Let me think about it. Fang Zhu has just started working on the giant cannon runes. It wouldn't be appropriate to call him back so soon," Minister Ma said slowly. That night, Fang Zhu slept in the dormitory behind the rune giant cannon factory. The next morning, he was awakened by the clear sound of hammering. It was the sound of the forgers crafting the main body of the rune giant cannon. After getting up, washing up, and having breakfast, Fang Zhu continued to ponder the giant cannon rune array. Meanwhile, the war between Beima City and the alien beasts erupted again. The Zhuke team and the Yan Wang team with their overwhelming combat power managed to withstand the attacks from 2 B-level secret realms, but the situation on General Zhang's side was not optimistic. The Ministry of War had indeed squeezed out the weapons they needed, but General Zhang did not activate the legendary skill that was said to be able to repel A-level secret realms, because in his judgment, these weapons of very average quality could not fully unleash the skill's effect. Thus, General Zhang temporarily halted the counterattack plan. It was not the best time, and any decision in war cannot be forced. The war in Baima City lasted a day and a night, and thanks to the support from the armies of other cities and 2 hidden teams, they did not retreat too far this time. Early the next morning, as the alien beasts retreated, this round of war finally came to an end. General Zhang stood in the command room, his expression heavy. This loss was smaller than the previous 2 times, but those vibrant lives could never return. News from Baima City quickly reached the capital, and Minister Ma sighed deeply as he looked at the battle report. General Zhang did not activate that skill because the quality of the weapons was insufficient. To be honest, under normal circumstances, this would be a provocation and insult to the Ministry of Works, but Minister Ma knew that General Zhang absolutely did not mean it that way. He simply felt that skill should not be wasted like this. So, should we still contact Feng Zhu? Minister Ma murmured softly. Those old fellows indeed had considerable skills, but they couldn't produce an assembly line. If they wanted to mass-produce weapons and achieve better quality, it seemed they could only turn to Feng Zhu. After some hesitation, Minister Ma contacted Shi Yun, asking him to get in touch with Feng Zhu as soon as possible and make time to come to the Ministry of Works. Shi Yun immediately understood Minister Ma's intention and put down the phone to call Feng Zhu. At the Rune Cannon factory, Feng Zhu had just finished summarizing a set of rune formations. He had broken down a complete set of giant cannon rune formations into 5 parts, simplifying each part separately, and would combine them all once completed. This made the process much easier. Just as he was about to take a sip of water, his phone suddenly rang beside him. Feng Zhu stared at the screen displaying Shi Yun's name for 2 seconds in surprise. What? So urgent? I just started researching the rune giant cannon, and you're already calling to rush me? However, he quickly realized that Shi Yun might have other matters to discuss, so he pressed the answer button. Moments later, Feng Zhu put down the phone, his expression somewhat strange. Shi Yun asked him to go to the Ministry of Works, and to be honest, he had a bad premonition. But Feng Zhu had no way to refuse, so he could only pack his things, inform Director Shi, and then walked out of the factory, getting into the official car that had come to pick him up. 2 hours later, in the conference room of the Ministry of Works, Minister Ma smiled at Feng Zhu and gently asked, Team Leader Feng, do you know anything about the weapons and equipment currently used by the military? Hearing the question, Feng Zhu hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Not really, I've only seen soldiers use them a few times before. Bring them out for Team Leader Feng to see. Minister Ma waved his hand, and 2 officials standing at the door immediately brought in a bundle of weapons, including swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks, all complete. Feng Zhu looked at the densely packed weapons on the table, momentarily at a loss for words. These weapons were not brand new, on the contrary, they were all battle-worn to the point of being nearly unusable. Feng Zhu could even see faint traces of blood on some of the weapons. He lowered his head and began to carefully examine these weapons. In fact, Feng Zhu had observed the weapons used by soldiers during his special training in Dingbei City, and to be honest, the quality of those long swords seemed quite average to him. The blacksmiths of this era indeed possessed remarkable abilities, and he was very aware of this. Under the influence of the forging hammer, those sturdy materials could easily be transformed into other shapes. Therefore, it was not difficult for people in this era to obtain a weapon, but another problem arose. Although high-level blacksmiths were more numerous than alchemists, they still could not equip every soldier with an impressive weapon. The soldiers used very ordinary standard weapons, which could be produced by any blacksmith above level 10. In this era, low forging difficulty meant average quality. The same issue persisted, there was no standardized industrial process, and weapon manufacturing still operated on a small workshop model. This model struggled to meet everyone's needs in the face of natural disasters or man-made calamities, as its risk resistance was too poor. Thus, Feng Zhu had already vaguely guessed the reason the Ministry of Works sought him out this time. What do you think of these weapons? 10 minutes later, Minister Ma smiled at Feng Zhu, who no longer wore the initial look of confusion. Instead, he seemed to be deep in thought. Feng Zhu fell silent for a moment after hearing the question before he spoke up to answer. To be honest, in my view, these weapons are usable, but only just. Feng Zhu's assessment was blunt. At a time like this, the other party surely didn't want to hear flattering words. If it were up to you, how would you forge these weapons? Minister Ma continued to ask. It wasn't a secret in high circles that Feng Zhu held the legendary blacksmith profession. Anyone who cared to inquire could find out. Yesterday, after the Ministry of Industry discovered that the weapon shortage was not something that could be resolved in the short term, someone suggested gathering high-level, rare blacksmiths to brainstorm or to see if they could produce some stock to alleviate the pressure on the ministry. This proposal had its supporters and detractors. High-level blacksmiths were busy forging various weapons, and asking them to set aside their current work to discuss a proposal that might yield no results. Frankly, it felt like a waste of time. Although sharpening the axe doesn't delay the work of cutting wood, no one had managed to do it in all those years, and now suddenly expecting these people to come up with a solution. It was difficult, too difficult. Unless an outsider could step up at this moment and seek a way out for forging. Thus, someone thought of Feng Zhu. If it were up to me. Feng Zhu frowned slightly. It's fine, speak boldly, any idea is welcome. Minister Ma maintained his smiling demeanor. Feng Zhu pondered for a moment, then met Minister Ma's gaze and suddenly asked, has the situation become this critical? First the rune cannon, and now the entire forging industry? You may not be aware of how dangerous the situation is for the whole of Huagua right now. The pressure on defenses in various cities is immense, and the weapons and equipment the ministry can provide are very limited. We need more powerful weapons or more efficient forging methods, Minister Ma said slowly, his tone revealing little emotion. He was worried, but he couldn't show it. Feng Zhu nodded slightly. So, you hope to solve the current shortage of weapons and equipment through my legendary blacksmithing talent? That is indeed one thought, but I also understand that you primarily focus on alchemy and have invested too little effort in forging. Feng Zhu scratched his head. Indeed, knowing that he primarily focused on alchemy and still making such a big deal out of it, you can't really expect. Just as Feng Zhu was brainstorming, Minister Ma shifted his tone and said something that surprised Feng Zhu, yet didn't surprise him too much. However, I see your potential from the alchemy production line. Feng Zhu, you might be able to help us turn this situation around. Minister Ma's voice reached Feng Zhu's ears. It really is like that. A wave of emotions surged within Feng Zhu. What surprised him was that Minister Ma truly wanted to place hope in him. In fact, Feng Zhu had not shown much blacksmithing talent before, so he genuinely felt surprised that the other party would choose him. What wasn't surprising was, Feng Zhu had already guessed when he saw those weapons and heard Minister Ma's earlier words. These people needed his strength, and only he could change the current situation. At least he would do better than those currently involved. Minister Ma continued with a smile. I know what those old fellows are capable of. Giving them some time to forge powerful weapons isn't difficult, but we don't have time now, and powerful equipment isn't universal. Perhaps the alchemy production line had provided him with ideas, or perhaps the current group of blacksmiths truly couldn't meet Huagua's needs. In any case, this Minister Ma ultimately chose Feng Zhu. I admit, there is an element of gamble in this, Minister Ma sighed lightly, but I hope you can help us. Feng Zhu fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Since the other party had brought the conversation to this point, it was impossible for him not to help, and more importantly, he indeed had the capability. Industrialization was something Feng Zhu had considered long ago. The assembly line for elixirs was one of the signs of alchemy entering industrialization, and forging was actually even more suitable for industrialization than alchemy. I can give it a try, Feng Zhu said solemnly. He didn't want to make any grand promises, as no one could guarantee how long it would take to see results from industrialization. Great! Minister Ma beamed with a bright smile. Feel free to express any needs, we will fully cooperate. Leaving the ministry building, Feng Zhu wandered through the streets of the Elder Council. In fact, he felt a great deal of pressure now. Although he had thought a lot about the current situation in Huagua and understood the path he should take next, when these tasks truly weighed down on him, he couldn't help but feel unprecedented pressure. A single misstep could cost Huagua dearly. He had to tread carefully. Feng Zhu took a deep breath, rubbed his face vigorously, and then returned to the practitioner base. The simplification of the giant cannon rune array would take some time, and what he needed to do now was to set up the forging laboratory as quickly as possible. The promised talents and materials from the ministry soon arrived at the base, and Bai Fu directly allocated a fairly large room next to the alchemy laboratory to him. This way, Feng Zhu had 2 laboratories of his own at the base. In the new forging laboratory, Feng Zhu looked at the dozen or so men and women in front of him, a faint smile on his face. Welcome, everyone. I won't say any empty words here. Our newly established laboratory has only one goal: to solve the current shortage of weaponry in Huagua. Everyone responded in unison. Feng Zhu had actually considered this issue long ago. The industrial transformation of forging must rely on one crucial thing: a lathe. Mechanical processing could not do without a lathe, and to improve the efficiency of forging, Feng Zhu needed to get a lathe as soon as possible. Even the simplest one would do. He had some ideas, but whether these people could understand them was uncertain. Feng Zhu thought for a moment and decided to briefly share his thoughts with everyone today, to see who had a stronger capacity for understanding. Perhaps someone might even have a talent in this area. I plan to create a device that can. Feng Zhu initially intended to speak simply, but with the encouragement of the crowd, he became more and more animated, spending 3 hours explaining the general concept of the lathe. The dozen or so people in the room were all talents in mechanical or forging fields, and after hearing Feng Zhu's ideas, they were all left in shock. A lathe, such a thing actually exists. Using runes to control devices to process materials, obtaining rough blanks that could then be handled by a forger, and some ordinary weapons and equipment could even be completed without further processing by a forger, as the lathe could handle it. Of course, from Feng Zhu's description, the lathe was a very complex thing, with many difficulties involved. Although everyone had a concept, they didn't have many ideas. This thing had never appeared before, and it was indeed difficult to clarify just based on descriptions. Feng Zhu asked everyone to prepare according to their own ideas first. He wouldn't force everyone to follow his thoughts, as that would stifle their creativity. After leaving the forging laboratory, Feng Zhu went to the alchemy laboratory nearby. The progress of the third version of the assembly line seemed a bit slow without his involvement. However, Feng Zhu was not anxious, since the 2.5 version of the assembly line had not yet been promoted. There was still ample time for the third version. After confirming that everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, Feng Zhu took the car to the Rune cannon factory. He would not forget his task. The lathes and assembly lines would take some time, but the simplification of the Rune cannon could be completed in the short term. A day later, Feng Zhu simplified nearly half of the giant cannon runes, and amidst the astonished gazes of all the rune masters, he personally drew a simplified rune array for the giant cannon. The power increased slightly, while the difficulty of drawing it decreased by 20%. Art, this is art, an elderly rune master exclaimed, holding the rune array drawn by Feng Zhu, tears shimmering in his eyes. He had studied and researched giant cannon rune arrays since childhood, and only now did he realize that it could be modified in such a way. I've wasted over 100 years of my life. Feng Zhu quickly waved his hands in response. Not at all, not at all. I just happen to have a talent for this. He dared not speak carelessly. These rune masters were not young, and if he said something wrong, who knew what might happen? Feng Zhu stayed at the Rune cannon factory for another day, simplifying the entire rune array again before drawing it by hand once more. This time, the power of the giant cannon rune array increased by 15 to 20%, while the difficulty of drawing it dropped by a full 50%. This was an extremely terrifying ratio. It was no exaggeration to say that now any rune master above level 30 could complete the drawing of this rune array, and in the future, the number of people who could create rune cannons would multiply. This was the most groundbreaking improvement since the rune cannon was introduced. Previously, some rune masters and blacksmiths had optimized the giant cannon, but no one had ever achieved the level of simplification that Feng Zhu had. According to Director Shi's calculations, the production efficiency of the rune cannon would increase by more than 200% in the future. As long as they were given some time, Huagua would no longer lack rune cannons. Team Leader Feng, how should we thank you? Director Shi said excitedly, grasping Feng Zhu's hands. I'm also doing this for the country. There's no need for such formalities, Director Shi. Feng Zhu felt as if his hands were caught in a vice. He tried to pull away, but found that Director Shi was gripping tighter. Rest assured, Team Leader Feng, your contributions will not go unnoticed. Director Shi continued. Feng Zhu pulled back with more force this time, finally managing to free his hands. Looking at the red imprints on his hands, he sighed helplessly. Such gratitude was truly hard to bear. Noticing Feng Zhu's expression, Director Shi seemed to realize something, chuckling awkwardly before accompanying Feng Zhu to the door. After leaving the Rune cannon factory, Feng Zhu headed straight to the forging laboratory. He had not had time to pay attention to the situation in the forging lab these past 2 days and did not know if the blacksmiths and mechanics had managed to create anything according to his ideas. Pushing open the laboratory door, Feng Zhu immediately saw a strange-looking device surrounded by a group of people. From the outside, this thing looked completely different from the lathes he was familiar with. Was it or wasn't it? Curiously, Feng Zhu walked closer, and at that moment, 2 researchers noticed him and turned around, their faces filled with excitement. Team Leader, come take a look. This is what Master Ding made according to your requirements. Master Ding? Feng Zhu turned his head to look at a rather mature-looking young man standing next to the device. Ding Hu, only 24 years old this year, but from his appearance, one could easily mistake him for someone in their 40s. Hearing others say this, Ding Hu's face showed an embarrassed expression, but combined with his overly mature features, it was somewhat hard to describe. Feng Zhu's heart trembled slightly. He coughed twice and quickly shifted his attention. Introduce this to me. How does this thing work? All right, Team Leader. Ding Hu approached the front of the device and began to demonstrate to Feng Zhu. This device was named Fully Automatic Forging Machine No. 1 inch by Ding Hu. To be honest, the name was a bit too juvenile. However, considering that there were no terms like lathe or machine tool in this era, Feng Zhu didn't say anything further. thinking they could always rename it once they actually produced something that met the requirements. The demonstration by Ding Hu didn't last long, as the device's function was quite simple. In other words, he had merely combined a few ideas that Fang Zhu had previously mentioned. But Fang Zhu also admitted that being able to actually create his own ideas was a skill in itself. After the demonstration, Fang Zhu asked Ding Hu to take apart the device's casing, as he intended to take a good look at the rune set and mechanical structure inside. With everyone's efforts, the casing was quickly removed. The internal structure of fully automatic forging machine No. 1 inch was fully exposed to Fang Zhu's eyes. The mechanical structure is passable, but this rune set is too rough, Fang Zhu commented after observing for a while. Ding Hu scratched his head and looked at a few rune masters nearby, whose expressions suddenly became subtle. He was a mechanic, primarily responsible for the device's mechanical structure, while the rune set inside was the work of those rune masters. They had collaborated for 2 days to finally create this thing, only to hear Fang Zhu's evaluations of passable and rough. To be honest, if Fang Zhu weren't of a much higher rank than them, they would have jumped up in protest. Come on, let's discuss it bit by bit. Fang Zhu summoned a rune pen and pointed to one of the rune sets. Just as they were pondering over the lathe, war broke out in Beima City once again, but this time on a smaller scale, as one of the B-level Secret Realms beasts did not fully mobilize, only launching a tentative attack. This was good news for General Zhang and the others. The Zhuke team easily repelled the attack and then proceeded to support the front line. Thanks to the Zhuke team's formidable combat power, the front line finally formed a situation of mutual resistance against the enemy. Indeed, this time they did not retreat but stood firm against the enemy's assault. On the snowy plains, the bodies of beasts and soldiers lay scattered for hundreds of meters. The heavy smell of blood filled the air. The temperature in Beima City had already dropped to over -20 degrees. Even fresh blood would freeze in a very short time. Zhuke and Yanwang stood side by side on the snow slope, looking at the brutal battlefield with an indescribably serious expression. If this continues, General Zhang's side will eventually be unable to hold on, Yanwang said softly. Even if we can't hold on, we must. More than 100 kilometers beyond this snowy plain is the suburbs. The beasts absolutely cannot cross this final line of defense, Zhuke said decisively. Do you have any ideas? Yanwang looked at her and asked slowly. Zhuke pondered for a moment and then shook her head. No, I have no way. The battle in Dingbei City exhausted all my legendary items, and I haven't drawn any new ones these days. Yanwang sighed upon hearing this. Then we can only rely on that scroll in General Zhang's hands. I don't know when the Ministry of Works will send over the latest batch of weapons. The country will definitely not give up on this place, so what we need to do now is to hold on until the moment hope arrives, Zhuke said firmly. Yanwang nodded and put down his hand that had been rubbing his brow. He certainly wouldn't give up either, but just thinking of the fallen soldiers made his heart ache. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Forging Masters Association in the capital, over 1,000 forging masters were bare-chested, sweating profusely in the forging room. They had been working tirelessly for the past few days, pouring their lives into forging a batch of weapons. It wasn't just the blacksmiths in the capital, people from other cities were also doing their utmost. But to be honest, the gap in weaponry was still significant. The time given by the higher-ups was too short, or rather, the deterioration of the secret realms in each city was happening too quickly. In any case, it was impossible for them to forge so many weapons in just a few days. To quickly fill the gap, some reclusive old-timers had come out of retirement. Of course, they wouldn't forge ordinary weapons. The losses among high-level professionals in Dingbei City were simply too great. Just the weapons for these individuals would keep the blacksmiths busy for quite a while, not to mention other demands. Time passed, and 3 days had gone by in the blink of an eye. In the forging laboratory of the second professional base in the capital, Fang Zhu looked at the redesigned and manufactured equipment before him and sighed softly. The time was too short, they could only achieve this level. However, compared to manual forging, the industrial mother machine he created could definitely increase efficiency by dozens or even hundreds of times. Indeed, Fang Zhu named the first lathe they produced the industrial mother machine. It was a somewhat exaggerated name, as the device before everyone was still quite different from a true industrial mother machine. But it didn't matter, after all, there was no real industrial mother machine in this era, so Fang Zhu could call it whatever he wanted. Externally, this industrial mother machine appeared as a massive rectangular box, but if its shell were removed, one could see the incredibly intricate mechanical structure and the exceedingly complex runes inside. Those were the rune sets that Fang Zhu had designed without rest, each with different functions, but when combined, they could process rough materials into the desired shapes for the users. Of course, this was still not enough, but for now, they couldn't do more. The time was too short, and even Fang Zhu found it difficult to give the mother machine more functions. However, for the current group of blacksmiths, what Feng Zhu led them to create was enough to save them nearly 40% of their time. Indeed, forging and alchemy were quite similar in some respects. The initial preparation work took up a significant amount of time in the entire process, and what they were doing was handing over these preparatory tasks to the machine, allowing the professionals to focus solely on forging or alchemy. In Feng Zhu's vision, future alchemy assembly lines and industrial mother machines would do even more, even participating in the actual processes of alchemy and forging. "Come on, let's do the final debugging," Feng Zhu said, glancing at the results of the previous 2 tests before putting down the report and looking up. They needed to eliminate problems during the debugging process as much as possible. Although time was running short, Feng Zhu still wanted to strive for perfection. The final debugging lasted for more than half a day, during which Feng Zhu continuously checked the status of various materials, ensuring that their precision and shapes after processing met the standards. It must be said that the runes of this era were still quite useful. Once a rune set was formed, it wouldn't easily encounter problems, and there was no wear and tear unless the runes carrying module was damaged. Otherwise, a rune set could last a long time. However, a somewhat troublesome point was that Feng Zhu couldn't program the rune set, meaning he could only allow the industrial mother machine to produce fixed outputs without customizing certain parameters. But since they needed to use the industrial mother machine to create some standard weapons, this drawback wasn't an issue. After debugging, Feng Zhu found that the stability of the mother machine was fine, but after prolonged continuous operation, there would be brief overheating, leading to a decrease in output efficiency. "Team leader, this rune set is very hot," a rune master exclaimed, reaching out to touch it, then recoiling as if shocked. "It's fine, I have a way." Feng Zhu was now very glad that he had previously worked on an assembly line, as he had experience in this area. Otherwise, it would have really delayed some time. Initially, when Feng Zhu was designing the industrial mother machine, he had considered this issue, but he did not expect that the heat emitted by the industrial mother machine was several times that of the assembly line, and those smaller condensation runes could not suppress this heat. So now, Feng Zhu needed to draw larger condensation runes to ensure that the temperature of the industrial mother machine remained within an appropriate range. Ultimately, after half a day, Feng Zhu and his team completed all the debugging work on the industrial mother machine. "It's ready for delivery," Feng Zhu smiled at everyone. Although the object in front of him was quite different from what he had imagined, it was sufficient for the current situation. Feng Zhu picked up his phone and dialed Shi Yun's number. "Minister Shi, we've made something here. If you have time, come take a look." Due to the size and weight of the industrial mother machine, Feng Zhu was reluctant to move it, and moving it might require further debugging, which would be quite time-consuming. Shi Yun did not hesitate and immediately agreed. An hour later, Feng Zhu met Shi Yun and several officials in the laboratory. Looking at the unfamiliar equipment before him, Shi Yun's face showed a look of surprise. He did not expect Feng Zhu to create something that looked so impressive in such a short time. If Feng Zhu had known Shi Yun's thoughts at that moment, he would probably have smiled and told him, "You are surprised too early." "Team leader Feng, what is this?" "Industrial mother machine," Feng Zhu chuckled, pointing at the equipment in front of him. "Let me demonstrate. Minister Shi should understand." "Okay." A sense of anticipation rose in Minister Shi's heart. Feng Zhu waved his hand, signaling everyone to power on the industrial mother machine, then he moved to Minister Shi's side, explaining each step that everyone had taken. Moments later, Shi Yun saw an object pop out from the output position of the industrial mother machine, and he stepped forward to pick it up. It was a sword blank made of fine iron. Although it looked a bit rough, it still exuded a sense of lethal intent. He turned his head in surprise, his gaze falling on the iron block on the ground. "In 10 minutes, a block of iron can turn into a sword blank?" Minister Shi was incredibly shocked. This efficiency, this capability, even someone who was not particularly familiar with forging could clearly see the terrifying aspects of it. Another official, after realizing what was happening, exclaimed in surprise. He took a couple of steps forward and snatched the sword blank from Shi Yun's hand. After observing it for a moment, this official burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha, with this equipment, we will never have to worry about a lack of weapons again." These officials were well aware of the current situation in Huagua and understood the immense value of what Feng Zhu had created. "Is this industrial mother machine difficult to make?" Minister Shi asked Feng Zhu eagerly. "Not really, I have a detailed production process here. As long as a level 20 or above blacksmith and rune master collaborate, it can be completed," Feng Zhu replied with a smile. The rune sets he designed were easy to draw, and an ordinary rune master could easily master them after a bit of familiarization. As for the mechanical structures, they were complex yet simple, although it might be a bit difficult to grasp at first. Once one understood one part, the rest would be easy to comprehend. "Great! I'll arrange for people to start making it as soon as I get back, striving to promote it as quickly as possible. Minister Sure clapped his hands, a satisfied expression on his face. In fact, the industrial mother machine that Feng Zhu created would not play a significant role in the affairs of Beima City, as promoting it for large-scale use would still require some time. Industrial mother machines, like the elixir production lines, are not something that can be promoted in just a day or two, and naturally, the country would not place all its hopes solely on Feng Zhu and his team. Human potential is limitless, and Shi Yun has always believed this. The facts have proven that his thoughts were indeed correct. In just the past 2 or 3 days, the blacksmithing community in various cities has gone completely mad, crafting hundreds of thousands of weapons and equipment under the organization of the association, with the best quality batch already sent to Beima City. In fact, Shi Yun also felt a bit regretful. If he had involved Feng Zhu earlier, perhaps the association could have forged even more weapons in these 2 or 3 days, alleviating the pressure on other cities while supporting Beima City. Of course, Shi Yun knew that regret was useless, so his only thought now was to promote this industrial mother machine. As long as Huagua can hold on during this stage, the elixir production line and industrial mother machine will lead to a significant leap in the country's strength in the future. After handing over the production process and parameters of the industrial mother machine to Shi Yun, Feng Zhu bid farewell to everyone. He had hardly slept in the past few days, and now that he suddenly relaxed, he felt his eyelids fighting against each other. Watching Feng Zhu leave, Shi Yun immediately took all the blacksmiths and rune masters in the laboratory back to the Ministry of Industry. Minister Ma had already received Shi Yun's message, so he notified the Blacksmithing Association in the shortest time possible. At this moment, the senior management of the association was waiting in the conference room of the Ministry of Industry. As Shi Yun went upstairs, he confirmed that all the materials were complete. Then he pushed open the conference room door and held a 2-hour meeting with Minister Ma and the senior management of the Blacksmithing Association. In the evening, several large trucks filled with supplies suddenly appeared at the entrance of the capital's Blacksmithing Association. The gatekeepers frowned because they had not received any notification and were unsure whether to let the supply trucks in. Just as they were about to inform their superiors, a sharp-eyed worker saw their leader getting out of the truck. "Open the door," the worker quickly called out. The supply trucks smoothly entered the association, and some blacksmiths who were resting immediately surrounded them, rubbing their hands together, ready to unload the goods. They had seen supply trucks every day for the past few days, so they were naturally not unfamiliar with them. However, before anyone could start, a leader jumped down from the truck, excitement on his face, shouting loudly, "Get 5 blacksmiths above level 30, and go borrow a few people from the Rune Master Association. We have good stuff coming." Everyone looked curiously at the leader. Good stuff? What good stuff? The leader did not explain, only smiled mysteriously, then directed everyone to start getting busy. Half a day later, more than half of the blacksmiths gathered in the association's workshop, filled with intense curiosity about the large rectangular box in front of them. According to the leader, this was something that could enhance their alchemy efficiency by tenfold or even dozens of times. To be honest, when they first heard this claim, most people did not believe it, but seeing the leader's earnest expression, they could only follow the blacksmith from a certain laboratory to create this thing called the industrial mother machine. The finished product looked unremarkable, but the leader nodded in satisfaction and said to the young blacksmith from Feng Zhu's laboratory, "Let's start the demonstration, please." The young blacksmith smiled slightly, "Not a problem." With that, he took out an iron ingot and placed it at the inlet of the industrial mother machine. The output is controlled by several functionally singular rune sets. As long as one is selected and activated, the industrial mother machine will process the iron ingots according to the corresponding processing method of that rune set. Due to time constraints, Feng Zhu did not create a rune set that could be freely programmed, so the objects produced by the industrial mother machine only have a few shapes. However, for the current group of blacksmiths, these fixed shapes are sufficient for the time being. What Huagua needs now is a large number of weapons, not those more complex custom-made ones. Moments later, when the iron ingots transformed into long knife blanks appeared before the blacksmiths, these craftsmen, who had worked with iron their entire lives, widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. They were all experienced veterans and naturally knew that the initial processing work was quite troublesome. Even though lower-level blacksmiths could handle part of this work, humans can make mistakes and get tired, while this equipment cannot. One blacksmith, unable to contain his excitement, stepped forward to examine the knife blank. The shape is very standard, it just needs final processing to become a qualified long knife. This blacksmith couldn't help but exclaim, "The leader was right, this is indeed a great thing." The blacksmiths all became excited, and they began to experiment with the industrial mother machine. Soon, everyone present mastered its usage. The foolproof operation method allowed everyone to quickly get the hang of it. Although they couldn't understand the principles of those rune sets, as long as they remembered the functions corresponding to each rune set, they could use it without any obstacles. Alright, starting today, a portion of the blacksmiths from Team Ding will be selected to learn the manufacturing methods of the industrial mother machine and produce in bulk, while the others continue to complete their forging tasks. The leader clapped his hands and said to everyone. At this moment, in the office on the top floor of the association building, the president of the Blacksmith Association looked at the materials in his hand, a satisfied smile on his face. Very good, with this thing, the tasks assigned from above should be completed quickly, he said softly, looking up at the secretary who had been standing in front of him. Notify the associations in various regions to complete the learning and manufacturing of the industrial mother machine in the shortest time possible. Within 10 days, I want to see the production quantity of weapons and equipment doubled. The secretary immediately stood up straight. Yes, President. On the other side, in the second vocational base of the capital, Fangzhou, Wanyu, Jiaodaba, and others discussed some details of the third version of the assembly line. He was currently focusing most of his energy on forging, so the third version of the assembly line needed the laboratory to work hard on its own. However, Fanxing, Jiaodaba, Wanyu, and Munin had already understood the improvement ideas for the assembly line, so Fangzhou felt very assured leaving this matter to them. Although it would be a bit slower than if he led the production himself, the 2.5 version was sufficient for the time being, and they didn't need to rush. Meanwhile, in the forging laboratory, Fangzhou was working hard to improve the rune sets. He needed to realize the free programming function of the rune sets as soon as possible, so that the blacksmiths would find it more convenient to use. He already had some ideas, but it was still somewhat difficult to achieve them solely by himself. Therefore, Fangzhou contacted the higher-ups and requested some high-level rune masters from the Rune Association. After obtaining the eye of the formation, Fangzhou could clearly see the energy flow between the runes and the interference relationships of each rune. This led him to develop some deeper ideas. For example, finding ways to summarize the rules of the runes and using more scientific and rational thinking to draw the runes. At this stage, most rune masters still primarily relied on experience and some imprecise rules passed down orally when drawing runes. Although these experiences are useful, they also limit the development of runes. According to the data, runes have not made significant progress for nearly a decade, and the runes commonly used today are still the masterpieces of a genius rune master from 10 years ago. What Fangzhou now wants to do is to thoroughly comb through the runes, inside and out, using his skills, making runes something without secrets. At this moment, in the base, dozens of rune masters from the Rune Master Association looked at each other in disbelief. They had just heard shocking words from that young man. Reorganizing runes? Unraveling the secrets of runes? Even the strongest rune master in Huagua wouldn't dare to say such things. However, some people had heard of Fangzhou's name, and those who had participated in laboratory projects became excited. These individuals had seen the rune sets drawn by Fangzhou, and the artistic arrangement of those runes left an indelible impression on them. It is not an exaggeration to say that Fangzhou's runes completely overturned their understanding of runes. Compared to those exquisite rune sets, the ones they usually drew were no better than a child's simple drawings. Fangzhou stood in front of everyone, taking in all their expressions and reactions. He smiled subtly, then picked up a rune-engraved baseboard from behind him. I know some of you don't believe what I just said, Fangzhou said as he handed the baseboard to the nearest rune master. Take a look at this, and then tell me your thoughts. Upon hearing Fangzhou's words, the rune master lowered his head to look at the rune-engraved baseboard, and a look of shock suddenly appeared on his face. He instinctively raised his head, seemingly wanting to confirm with Fangzhou. Fangzhou smiled and nodded, indicating for him to continue looking. The rune master swallowed hard and then refocused his gaze on the rune baseboard. Moments later, he trembled as if he had been electrocuted. Seeing his reaction, curiosity arose in the hearts of the others. What did he see? Could there be some side effect to this rune? Fangzhou waited a moment before asking, so, how is it? Have you finished looking? The rune master shakily raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. Fangzhou did not ask anything else but pointed to the person next to him. Pass it to the next one. The rune baseboard was passed around, and soon everyone in the room had seen it. Fangzhou looked at them and asked loudly, what are your thoughts? Silence fell. The laboratory was very quiet, and no one spoke. These rune masters were still caught in immense shock. They had just seen a set of runes that were beyond description in their intricacy, arranged on the baseboard as if they were naturally formed. Moreover, the most crucial point was that they felt no interference at all from that set of runes. Runes do interfere with each other, even newly transitioned rune masters know this. There are no runes in this world that do not interfere with one another. Only the degree of interference varies. However, these rune masters sensed not a hint of interference from this set of runes, as if these runes were meant to be one entity, as if they were meant to be drawn this way. Fang Zhu looked at everyone's expressions, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. The rune set he held was a proud achievement of this period. The interference between those runes had cancelled each other out, achieving a delicate balance. No interference meant that the energy within this rune set would experience almost no loss, and the power of the rune set would be released 100%. Fang, Team Leader Fang, is this the rune set you drew? Finally, a rune master couldn't help but ask, even adding a respectful tone. Without a doubt, it's me. Fang Zhu nodded, speaking as if it were the most natural thing in the world. It indeed should be, as none of the people present had ever seen such a rune group, nor had they even heard of it. Some high-level rune masters from the Rune Master Association had communicated with the strongest rune masters in Huagua, yet even those individuals had never drawn such an interference-free rune group. Fang Zhu's decisive action immediately silenced all the rune masters present, and they no longer doubted the words he had spoken earlier. If there was anyone in this world who could uncover the secrets of runes, it could only be Fang Zhu. In just a few minutes, these rune masters solidified their resolve. They would follow Fang Zhu. This was an opportunity that could make history. Anyone who stood in their way would be met with urgency. Team Leader Fang, you say how to do it, and I will cooperate with all my strength. A rune master suddenly stood up and shouted, his tone righteous, as if this had been his intention from the very beginning. Others who heard this silently cursed in their hearts. They wanted to say the same thing but had been preempted by this guy. Fang Zhu revealed a happy smile, clapping his hands and saying, "Good, then today, our rune laboratory is officially established." Before his words had even finished, the laboratory erupted in applause, and all the rune masters wore expressions of joy and excitement. Fang Zhu gestured downward to quiet them and continued, "I plan to complete a simple sorting of the rune group within a month, clarifying the interference relationships between each rune, quantifying and evaluating them with numbers. This task will be heavy, but it is also crucial. If we can accomplish it, subsequent research will proceed very smoothly." Fang Zhu spoke in one breath, summarizing mainly 3 points: sorting interference, clarifying rules, and cracking principles. It seemed like not much, but as everyone listened, they gasped in shock. These 3 points sounded incredibly difficult. One could say no rune master had ever dared to entertain such thoughts. However, after seeing that completely interference-free rune group, they gained a bit more confidence. Perhaps following this young man could really lead to success. Thus, from this moment on, Fang Zhu had 3 laboratories, leading 3 experimental teams responsible for different projects. To be honest, Fang Zhu had never thought he could reach such a level. He was no longer just a donkey in a production team, as a donkey could at least rest. But he basically could not. A day later, above the snowfields of Beima City, the Beast Horde launched another attack. This time, General Zhang was prepared to use that legendary item. The Ministry of Industry had compressed the number of weapons in other cities, prioritizing the delivery of a sufficient quantity of good quality weapons to them. These hundreds of thousands of weapons formed the foundation for their counterattack in the A-level secret realm. The legendary item obtained by General Zhang was a scroll named Endless Rupture. The effect of the scroll was simple: it absorbed weapons, converting them into energy that would then explode, creating a terrifying energy field within a 50-meter radius. The reason General Zhang needed so many weapons was that the more weapons absorbed, the more energy released, and the larger the energy field would be. Although the beasts in the A-level secret realm were powerful, they could not withstand a legendary scroll. However, their numbers were simply too great, so the energy field released by the scroll could not be too small. Otherwise, it would be better not to use it at all. This time, the Ministry of Industry had provided a sufficient number of weapons, and General Zhang finally made up his mind to activate this legendary scroll. At this moment, the Zhuke team and the Yanwang team were already waiting at their designated positions, their task simple: to block the attacks from 2 B-level secret realms and buy time for General Zhang and his army. Due to the overwhelming number of weapons, the scroll could not be activated instantly. Even if it absorbed 100 weapons per second, it would still take a long time to absorb the hundreds of thousands of weapons. Therefore, General Zhang needed others to buy him time, while those soldiers had to fend off the attacks of the alien beasts in the A-class secret realm. To be honest, this was very difficult. In previous wars, the soldiers had filled the gaps with their lives, yet the alien beasts still broke through one defense line after another. This time, they could not retreat even a step. The range of the final breach was ultimately limited. If the soldiers retreated, it would greatly diminish the effectiveness of their skills. So this time, they had to hold their ground, and they would definitely hold their ground. The soldiers were well aware of their mission. In fact, from the moment they joined the army, they had prepared to sacrifice their lives for their country. Death had never been a terrifying thing for these soldiers. On the snowy plains, tens of thousands of soldiers stood in formation, their imposing aura melting away large patches of white snow, revealing the solid black ground beneath. To thoroughly resist the alien beasts' attacks, a significant portion of the military forces from the 3 cities surrounding Baymah City had been dispatched. These soldiers were divided into 3 teams, arranged in a triangular formation on the snowy plains. The enemy's attack route was fixed. As long as there were still soldiers standing, they would absolutely not allow the beasts to step into Baymah City. Approaching noon, the sun gradually rose to its zenith. Even on a sunny day in Baymah City, there was little warmth to be felt. In the distance, at the edge of the snowy plains, a black line suddenly appeared. The chaotic sound of footsteps grew louder as the black line rapidly approached. It was thousands of giant wolves, each over a person's height and entirely black. The ferocious charge of the giant wolves stirred up an endless storm of snow, as if a terrifying avalanche had appeared out of nowhere. The 3 teams of tens of thousands of soldiers looked at the giant wolves, their faces showing no signs of fear or panic. The soldiers of the warrior camp raised their weapons, colorful energy flames erupting from their bodies, while behind them, the support camp soldiers had already unleashed various enhancement skills. Instantly, the entire army's momentum surged to a new height. As the giant wolves closed in, a terrifying blizzard surged into the air, as if savage beasts were about to open their bloody maws and devour everything on the ground. In the next moment, the soldiers facing the charge shouted loudly, their energy erupting all at once, and the 2 sides collided heavily in that instant. The sounds of roars, screams, and clashing weapons echoed through the heavens and the earth. In the command room, General Zhang's eyes sparkled with golden light, and the scene of the battlefield instantly appeared in his mind. It was brutal, incredibly brutal. The blood of humans and alien beasts formed sticky streams on the ground. Baymah City was very cold, so even the hottest blood would cool down instantly. "It's almost time," General Zhang murmured to himself, then retracted his eye technique and stood up to step outside the command room. In front of him was a massive warehouse, filled with the hundreds of thousands of weapons sent by the Ministry of Works. General Zhang took a deep breath and pulled out a scroll interwoven with gold and silver, 1000 Final Breach, a legendary item, and one of the most powerful among legendary items. With a whoosh, General Zhang unfurled the scroll, and in the next second, a terrifying suction force erupted from it, causing the weapons in the warehouse to instantly transform into streams of light and dive into the scroll. General Zhang estimated that it would take about 20 to 30 minutes to absorb all these weapons. In fact, General Zhang felt quite helpless. The attack form of 1000 Final Breach was rather special, not a straight line but a semicircular energy field, so he couldn't activate the scroll in advance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to wait so long now. The position of the battlefield may change, but once the myriad of weapons is absorbed by the Wanqian Zhengpa, it must be released. After being released, the position cannot be altered, so General Zhang must constantly monitor the battlefield, looking for the most opportune moment to strive for a complete annihilation of the enemy in one go. From the very beginning, this war has entered a state of white-hot intensity. On the front lines, tens of thousands of soldiers are already locked in fierce combat with the enemy, and the edge positions where the Zhuke and Yanwang teams are located are equally brutal. However, they are, after all, the strongest secret teams of Huagua, with formidable strength, and even facing thousands of alien beasts, they do not fall behind. Yet this time, the enemy's numbers are clearly several times greater than before, so Zhuke and Yanwang do not have the extra energy to assist the front lines. Time passes second by second, and General Zhang looks at the scroll before him, a sense of urgency rising in his heart. At this moment, half of the weapons in the warehouse have been absorbed by the scroll, but some troubling situations have arisen on the front lines. The enemy's numbers are overwhelming, and the ferocity of their assault exceeds the expectations of the frontline commander, causing the soldiers to gradually show signs of exhaustion. Although they are not yet in retreat, the battlefield position is slowly shifting backward. The frontline commander has clearly noticed this. His mind races as he quickly devises a plan. Moments later, the 3 armies on the front lines begin to gradually pull back, and the mage camp in the rear releases thousands of negative spells, causing the enemy's assault to slow down significantly. Seeing this, General Zhang feels a slight relief, then looks at the scroll before him. "It's almost ready. The Wanqian Zhengpa will be prepared soon." As he speaks, a glimmer shines in his eyes, and the entire battlefield scene instantly appears in his mind. Finally, after a dazzling flash of white light, the Wanqian Zhengpa scroll has absorbed all the weapons in the warehouse. General Zhang focuses his gaze. At this moment, the scroll floats in midair, emanating waves of terrifying energy. He smiles, and the battlefield scene in his mind rapidly shifts, then fixes on the most critical area of the front lines. Here, there are tens of thousands of alien beasts, almost 2/3 of the total number in the A-grade secret realm. The secret realm seems to have some kind of balancing mechanism. The more powerful the secret realm, the fewer alien beasts it contains, and typically, the number of alien beasts in an A-grade secret realm does not exceed 100,000. General Zhang and his team have fought against alien beasts multiple times before, so now the number of alien beasts in the A-grade secret realm is at most 60 to 70,000. This time, the number of alien beasts appearing on the front lines is at least 30 to 40,000. If Huagua had not experienced the Abyss portal incident, such a number of alien beasts could have been suppressed entirely, but now they are being pushed back time and again. Everyone is filled with a burning anger. General Zhang, holding the scroll, suddenly disappears from the command room. His anger intensifies. Those fallen soldiers were the pride of their families, and Beima City behind him is his hometown. The secret realm must not remain unbroken. General Zhang roars in his heart, his speed reaching its limit, and in just a few minutes, he appears on the battlefield. At this moment, some soldiers and alien beasts have noticed him, and astonishment spreads across everyone's faces. The alien beasts also emit roars that carry a warning, but before they can react, General Zhang has already moved. He stands in midair, his right hand swinging fiercely, and a golden scroll directly falls into the most densely packed area of the alien beasts. In the next moment, a surge of energy erupts from the scroll, and a semicircular violent energy field suddenly expands, reaching a diameter of 30 meters in just a few seconds. The soldiers entangled with the alien beasts immediately understand the general's intention. They quickly retreat and run for their lives. However, they soon discovered that the energy field did not cause them any harm. This is another characteristic of the myriad of ultimate breaks. The user can designate a target for the attack, and only the specified target within the energy field will be harmed, while those not designated will feel no abnormality at all. General Zhang understood this, which is why he released it in the area with the densest concentration of soldiers and exotic beasts. At this moment, the diameter of the energy field had reached 60 meters, and countless exotic beasts were howling within it, soon turning into pools of blood as they died instantly. Everyone was overjoyed at this scene, and the frontline commander issued an order for a full counterattack. The time for offense and defense to switch was now. On the other side, in the second practitioner base of the capital, Fang Zhu placed a rune substrate on the table and looked at the group of rune masters in the laboratory. Yesterday, we used the Mingguang rune as a reference to measure the interference values among 10 types of runes. Today, our task is to do 20 types. Does everyone have confidence? Yes, the rune masters shouted excitedly. Fang Zhu nodded in satisfaction and then walked over to a piece of equipment. This was a device he created using the Eye of Formation, containing a rune group with zero interference, which he named the Zero Rune Group. The rune masters would connect other rune-engraved substrates to the Zero Rune Group, observe the interference within, and record the results. Finally, they would remove the runes from the device, connect them to the Mingguang rune, and conduct another test. Based on the results of the two tests, they could calculate a value for the rune. The lower the value, the less interference it caused to other runes, and the higher the value, the greater the interference. The reason for choosing the Mingguang rune was that it had the highest interference, making it the most significant rune they had discovered so far. The two extreme tests could most accurately determine the interference value of a particular rune, and Fang Zhu and his team were using this method for testing. The rune laboratory quickly became busy, and Fang Zhu yawned as he made his way to the forging laboratory. The research on the industrial mother machine had to continue, and he couldn't afford to be lazy for even a minute. How's it going? How are these rune groups performing? Fang Zhu asked as he approached a rune master. Not very well. There's quite a gap from what we estimated. The rune master shook his head and said helplessly. It's okay, keep trying. This isn't something that can be completed in a short time. Fang Zhu patted his shoulder and then went to the second-generation industrial mother machine. Although it was called the second generation, it was merely a shell. The mechanical structure inside was just for show and could not process materials with sufficient precision. The reason they created such a thing was solely to test the effects of various rune groups. Fang Zhu proposed the idea of a programmable rune group, but since this was a completely new field, everyone had tried for a long time without being able to draw it out completely. In desperation, Fang Zhu first made a simple programmable rune group. He had to see if his idea was correct. However, after several attempts, he found that to realize his idea, he needed mechanical cooperation, which could not be achieved with just a few rune groups. So, he organized a group of forgers to create a prototype of the second-generation industrial mother machine, using this prototype to test the usability of the rune groups, allowing the mechanical structure and rune groups to verify and improve each other in the process. After reviewing the progress in the forging laboratory, Fang Zhu went to the alchemy laboratory. To be honest, the alchemy laboratory was the one he felt most at ease with right now. Although Wan Yu and others sometimes engaged in a bit of scheming, they were still very dedicated to their work, especially after the delivery of the 2.5 version assembly line, which brought them both fame and profit. further stimulating this group of people who had always been somewhat marginalized. They understood a very crucial truth: follow Fangzhu and there will be meat to eat. So even without Fangzhu's supervision, a few people in the elixir laboratory practically lived there, desperately trying to develop the third version of the assembly line as quickly as possible, aiming to become figures who would be remembered in the annals of Huagua. Half a day later, the war in Beima City was coming to an end. Under the overwhelming power of the legendary scroll, the countless beasts in the A-level secret realm had almost lost the possibility of attacking Beima City. They were living beings too, capable of fear, so when their comrades died beside them and humans charged in with a roar, these beasts ultimately chose to retreat. At this moment, the Zhuke team and the Yanwang team had just repelled two beasts from the B-level secret realm, allowing the Huagua army to charge into the A-level secret realm with an unstoppable momentum, launching a massacre against the fleeing beasts. The war in Beima City finally came to a close. This was a large-scale war involving over 50,000 troops. For present-day Huagua, this level of warfare was indeed significant, and the resources spent on weapons were even greater. There was no choice. To resolve the situation quickly, some price had to be paid. However, the good news was that there would be no possibility of riots in the A-level secret realm of Beima City in the short term, as tens of thousands of soldiers, including covert teams, had almost wiped out the beasts within the realm. Aside from a few particularly powerful wolf kings, the other weaker giant wolves were no match for the enraged soldiers. Of course, this was also thanks to the overwhelming scroll, which had frightened many giant wolves into submission, making their resistance significantly weaker than at the beginning. The stronger the secret realm, the more its beasts resembled humans, not in appearance, but in their ways of thinking and emotions gradually aligning with those of humans. According to Huang, the powerful beast king in that super A-level secret realm was intellectually on par with humans, even employing some cunning schemes, which was bad news for countries around the world. However, for now, no country had the energy to focus on that super A-level secret realm. They couldn't even handle their own domestic issues. Huagua was no exception. While the crisis in Beima City was resolved, the situation in various cities did not improve immediately. The high-level professionals and veterans who had died would not simply reappear, and it could be said that for a considerable period to come, Huagua would face the threat of secret realm riots. But there was still a glimmer of hope. The assembly line for elixirs and the industrial mother machine led by Fangzhu would alleviate much of Huagua's pressure. Once these devices were widely implemented, Huagua would enter a phase of rapid development. With an ample supply of elixirs and weapons, the shortage of high-level professionals would be effectively mitigated. By then, even if some secret realms rioted, Huagua would be able to dispatch troops to suppress them, resulting in a significantly lower death rate than before. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had quietly passed. It was now deep winter, with snowflakes drifting down, covering the buildings of the capital in a layer of white. There were only 5 days left until the new year, and the festive atmosphere filled every corner of the streets and alleys. Fangzhu stepped out of the laboratory and immediately noticed the red lanterns that had been hung on both sides of the street, though he didn't know when they had appeared. Against the backdrop of the white snow, the flickering red lanterns looked particularly dazzling. The new year is almost here, Fangzhu murmured softly. He had been in the laboratory for a long time, hardly stepping outside, so he naturally had no idea how much had changed outside. The reason he left the laboratory today was because of a phone call. Half an hour ago, Zhao Hangu had called him, saying he was in the capital and inviting Fangzhu to dinner if he had time in the evening. Fangzhu glanced at the work at hand and finally nodded. There's no need to rush, the necessary tasks have all been arranged. The next 3 laboratories will mostly involve tedious, time-consuming work, and his presence doesn't make much of a difference. So, Fangzhu walked out of the lab and headed towards a hot pot restaurant very close to the professional base, braving the cold wind. In winter, one must eat hot pot. The steaming broth, tender slices of lamb, and thick sesame sauce are enough to make anyone salivate just thinking about them. The hot pot restaurant was quite busy, with over a dozen tables waiting at the entrance, seemingly sharing the same thought as Fangzhu. However, Zhao Hangu had arrived relatively early, so he was already seated inside. When he saw Fangzhu come in, he waved with a smile. It had been a while since they last met, and Zhao Hangu didn't seem to be in particularly good shape. At least, that was how it appeared to Fangzhu. The man before him looked somewhat haggard. This wasn't normal. High-level professionals typically have strong physical constitutions, and staying up late is hardly a big deal, yet Zhao Hangu clearly showed signs of excessive mental fatigue. "What's wrong, brother Zhao? You don't seem very energetic," Fangzhu asked curiously as he sat down and took off his coat. "Don't mention it. I've been so busy lately I feel like I'm going to die," Zhao Hangu replied, sounding disheartened, then waved his hand to signal the waiter to bring the food. Fangzhu could roughly guess the current state of Dingbei City. With the return of the evacuated populace, things were likely to become overwhelmingly chaotic. It was no wonder Zhao Hongwu looked so worn out. Just thinking about it made Fang Zhu's head ache. The two chatted while eating, quickly finishing 2 pounds of lamb. Professionals generally have large appetites, especially high-level ones like Zhao Hongwu, for whom a pound or two of lamb was merely an appetizer. From their conversation, Fang Zhu learned that Dingbei City had already established some alchemy pill production lines and industrial mother machines, though the numbers were still small, so the overall effect wasn't particularly noticeable. However, according to Zhao Hongwu's plan, after the new year, Dingbei City would officially begin large-scale introduction or manufacturing of these two types of equipment. By February next year, Dingbei City would be able to achieve self-sufficiency in alchemy pills and weapons. Not just Dingbei City, other cities had also seen some development over the past month. Beima City had slightly regained its vitality, while some cities that were already in decent shape began to develop rapidly. After downing a bottle of white liquor, Zhao Hongwu's face turned a bit flushed as he looked at Fang Zhu, his gaze slightly dazed. I never expected that a newly awakened professional back then would grow to this extent now, Zhao Hongwu said, his tone filled with gratitude and emotion. Fang Zhu smiled and poured him another glass of liquor. To be honest, he was also very grateful to Zhao Hongwu. When he first crossed over, if it hadn't been for Principal Wang Wenyuan and Zhao Hongwu's help, he might have really been suppressed and sidelined by Zhou Shangyang. This world has both light and darkness, and Fang Zhu was well aware of this. People like Zhou Shangyang were, after all, in the minority. If any country in this world could ultimately conquer the secret realms, Fang Zhu believed it would definitely be Huagua. Late at night, another snowstorm arrived, with snowflakes swirling and gently falling from the sky. At the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, Fang Zhu helped the staggering Zhao Hongwu slowly make their way to the guest house. There were designated rest places for officials coming to the capital to report on their duties, so Fang Zhu wouldn't take him home. Beside them, Secretary Lu rubbed his hands, wanting to take over for Zhao Hongwu, but Fang Zhu declined. It's fine, it's not far. I'll handle it, Fang Zhu said with a smile, watching the snowflakes fall under the streetlights, feeling a bit sentimental. Half an hour later, Fang Zhu left the guest house and took a taxi back home. He gathered his somewhat sentimental and chaotic emotions, washed up, and soon lay down in bed, quickly falling into a deep sleep. Tomorrow will still be a day of struggle. The new year is just around the corner. Amid the cheerful congratulations from everyone, Fang Zhu welcomed his first new year after crossing over. Some customs of this era were different from what he was familiar with, but Fang Zhu still felt a strong sense of familiarity. Moreover, for the first time, he gave out red envelopes to others in his capacity as a leader, a feeling he had never experienced before. It's worth noting that before crossing over, Fang Zhu had only given red envelopes to the younger generation in his family, and each time he did so, it felt like his heart was bleeding. But now it was different. He didn't care how much money he gave away because money was just a string of numbers to him now. In the laboratory, all the blacksmiths, rune masters, alchemists, and researchers who received red envelopes were beaming with joy. This was extra money, money they hadn't expected. Thank you, team leader. Wanyu excitedly held the red envelope, his right fingers brushing over the seal, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately did not open it. Seeing this, Fang Zhu laughed heartily. Go on, open it and see how much is inside. Wanyu scratched his head in embarrassment, then opened the red envelope. Upon seeing the thick stack of money inside, he immediately gasped, frozen in place. After a while, Wanyu nervously looked up at Fang Zhu. Team leader, this is too much. Fang Zhu laughed again. It's for you, so just take it. With that, he continued to hand out red envelopes, thoroughly indulging in the pleasure of being a leader. Once the lively atmosphere in the room calmed down a bit, Fang Zhu said something else that excited everyone. Starting today, our laboratory will be on holiday. The round-trip tickets and plane tickets will be reimbursed by the laboratory. Everyone go home and enjoy the new year, and we'll come back to work after the holiday. Fang Zhu waved his hand grandly as he spoke. In his previous life, he had often worked overtime during the holidays, and his unscrupulous boss had squeezed his salary, with almost no overtime pay given. In this life, he vowed he would never be that kind of unscrupulous boss. He would ensure that every benefit for his employees was provided, and he would strive to raise the standards. In fact, Fang Zhu had wanted to give everyone a holiday 2 days ago, but when he hinted at this idea, it was directly shot down by Wanyu and the others. He clearly remembered what Wanyu had said. Team leader, we haven't finished the experiment yet. Even if you give us a holiday now, I don't want to go back. To be honest, Fang Zhu had never seen such dedicated employees in his previous life. He could feel that Wanyu's words were not meant to leave a good impression. This guy was indeed only thinking about the experiment. Or rather, he wanted to complete most of the work on the third version of the assembly line before the new year, so that after the holiday, they would only need to do some simple debugging before officially handing it over to the higher-ups. Fang Zhu understood that the two 5 version of the assembly line was merely a stopgap measure in an emergency, while the third version was the real qualified product. After their testing during this period, the efficiency of the third version of the assembly line could improve nearly 5-fold compared to the 2.5 version, which was an astonishing figure. Moreover, the level of automation was higher. Aside from a few particularly critical steps that required human monitoring, all other steps could be fully automated. Not only the Alchemy laboratory, but the other 2 laboratories had also not completed their tasks, so Fangzhu had no choice but to let them work for another 2 days, which dragged on until today. With only 3 days left until the new year, Fangzhu had to assert his authority as the team leader, demanding that they stop working and hurry home for the holiday. Under the threat of the red envelopes, all the researchers in the 3 laboratories happily set off on their journey home. As for Fangzhu, he had no family in this era anymore. Although he also wanted to celebrate the Spring Festival in a lively manner, here he was ultimately all alone. The laboratory was empty, and Fangzhu sat in his usual spot, reaching into his pocket to pull out a pack of cigarettes. Since crossing over, he had smoked very little, partly because it was indeed bad for his health, and partly because his current body had no addiction to nicotine, so it was better not to smoke if he could avoid it. However, at that moment, Fangzhu suddenly felt the urge to smoke. A flame flickered at his fingertips as he lit the cigarette and took a deep drag. In fact, Fangzhu was not the only one left in the laboratory. Some other professionals were also alone. Every year, they would gather together, enjoying meals, watching the Spring Festival Gala, and putting on performances at the base. This year, the group of stay-behinds had one more member, the rising star of the past 6 months, team leader Fangzhu. It was Fangzhu's first time participating in such New Year activities. To be honest, it was somewhat different from what he had imagined, but the joy was genuine. For 3 whole days, Fangzhu drank continuously. He would wake up and drink, get tipsy and go to sleep, then wake up and drink again. After 3 days of this cycle, he finally couldn't take it anymore. In the cafeteria, Fangzhu leaned back in his chair, his face full of despair. I can't do it anymore. I really can't drink anymore. If I do, I might just disappear. He waved his hand, speaking to a fierce-looking but kind-hearted professional in front of him. Ha, don't bully our team leader Fang, or else I won't give you any elixirs later, another professional teased. Who would dare? Just say, among all the people in the base, who would bully team leader Fang? The fierce-looking professional showed a dissatisfied expression. Yes, no one bullies me. I drink myself into a stupor every day. Fangzhu rubbed his temples, feeling a dull ache in his head. He sighed and pulled out a pill from his pocket, tossing it directly into his mouth. The pill dissolved into liquid as it flowed down his throat, and Fangzhu immediately felt a bit better. Originally, there was no category of anti-alcohol pills in the elixirs, but after these 2 days of unbearable drinking, he had no choice but to come up with a nourishing pill that also had the effect of sobering up. Rest time always passed quickly, and before he knew it, the new year had passed, and Fangzhu finally woke up completely. Reflecting on the past few days, he felt that his waking hours had not exceeded 6 hours each day. Even with the anti-alcohol pill, it was of no use, he had just drunk too much. On the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, the researchers who had gone home for the holiday gradually returned to the laboratory, and Fangzhu arrived early to greet everyone at the door. The first to arrive was Zhao Daba, a shy young man who gave Fangzhu a hug and then took out a gift from his backpack. Fangzhu smiled as he accepted it, only to find that it was 2 bottles of fine wine from Dingbei City. Considering it was Zhao Daba's heartfelt gesture, he could only accept it. The enthusiasm of the group once again exceeded Fangzhu's expectations. Hundreds of people from the 3 laboratories actually returned on the 8th, even though Fangzhu had not set a specific time, only telling them to arrive before the 10th. Everyone chose to come back a day early, and the start of work was a day earlier than Fangzhu had anticipated. On the 9th day of the Lunar New Year, the 3 laboratories officially entered work mode. Fangzhu clarified the upcoming research focuses with each laboratory and sorted out the difficulties involved. Based on the current research progress, it seemed that there would not be significant breakthroughs in the second-generation industrial mother machine in the short term, as the capabilities of the industrial mother machine depended on the progress of the Rune laboratory. In previous research, Fangzhu and his team had discovered that the programmable Rune group had very high requirements for interference, and the interference values were still being determined. The 2 laboratories are now in a complementary state. As for the Elixir laboratory, Fangzhu discovered that the production of the 3rd version of the assembly line had reached its final step. The rune sets used in the assembly line are not as complex as those of an industrial mother machine, and Fan Xing and the others are clearly more experienced, so the progress of the Elixir laboratory is indeed astonishingly fast. Of course, this is also thanks to the efforts of Wan Yu and the others before the new year. Team leader, aside from the slight delay in the coordination of the 2 rune sets and the mechanical structure here, there shouldn't be any other issues, Fan Xing said softly, pointing at the assembly line. Fang Zhu nodded and leaned in to take a look at the 2 rune sets Fan Xing mentioned. This step is quite important in the entire assembly line, so Fang Zhu and the others need to find a way to resolve it. Do you have any ideas? Fang Zhu looked at Fan Xing and Zhao Daba, who had been silent beside him. He has now gotten into the habit of asking those around him for their opinions when encountering problems. Perhaps this is also a form of leadership. Zhao Daba was silent for a moment, then gently shook his head. He couldn't see where the problem lay, so he couldn't offer any guiding advice. Since we don't know where the problem is, let's take a clumsy approach and try it step by step, Fang Zhu decided immediately, and everyone began to get busy. At this moment, in the highest administrative center of the capital, reports were being delivered to the hands of the 3 elders of the Elder Council. As they flipped through the reports, they discussed the future development path of Huagua. Suddenly, the Grand Elder saw a piece of data on a report and a look of surprise flashed across his face. At that moment, the second Elder happened to look up and naturally caught the change in the Grand Elder's expression. He raised an eyebrow and slowly spoke. Which data has a problem? No, there's no problem. I just didn't expect. The Grand Elder sighed. I didn't expect these few things to be so effective. Oh, hearing this, the second Elder and the third Elder became interested. They turned their heads to see that the Grand Elder was holding the production numbers of elixirs and weapons from the previous year. The earlier data was quite normal, but the data for the last month had skyrocketed exponentially. Is it because of the assembly line and the industrial mother machine? The second Elder immediately understood, as this was within his area of responsibility, so he could think of the reasons just by looking at the data. This young man Fang Zhu is really impressive. I think we can let him try the thing. He might be able to come up with something remarkable, the Grand Elder suddenly said. The second Elder and the third Elder were momentarily taken aback, then they both showed expressions of surprise. Are we really going to let him do it? The second Elder instinctively asked. I think it's possible. The third Elder nodded in agreement with the Grand Elder after a moment of thought. The second Elder did not speak further but stood up and took a stack of slightly yellowed papers from a file cabinet in the room. It has been 10 years since it was last unsealed, the second Elder said softly. The Grand Elder smiled, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Yes, time flies too quickly. Let him try. I really think there might be a chance, the third Elder said as he took the papers, his tone gently yet firm. The 3 men in the room made their decision, and the Grand Elder gently pressed a button on the table. A rhythmic knocking sound came from outside the door, and then a middle-aged man with a resolute appearance walked in, slowly approaching the 3 rulers of Huagua and slightly lowering his head. Xiao Chang, give this to Minister Ma of the Ministry of Industry. He knows what to do. The second Elder handed over the stack of yellowed papers on the table. The middle-aged man, called Xiao Chang, respectfully took it with both hands, then his gaze swept over the papers, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. As the secretary to the highest leader of Huagua, he was well aware of what these papers represented. I understand. Xiao Chang's tone carried a hint of barely perceptible excitement. At this moment, across the Blue Star, the 4 classes secret realms within the American Federation were experiencing varying degrees of riots. Faced with such a large-scale attack from alien beasts, even a strong nation like the American Federation found it somewhat difficult to cope. There was no way around it. Countries around the world had no spare capacity to support others, or rather, the great powers only had the ability to protect themselves and could not spare the resources to help smaller nations. As for the smaller countries, surviving was already a blessing. In fact, Huagua was reluctant to see this situation. During the Abyss Portal incident, those smaller nations had also contributed some effort, and now that they were in trouble, it was only right to lend a hand. However, during this period, Huagua truly had no spare capacity, as cities were continuously being invaded by alien beasts. Although the military could quickly suppress them, the frequency of these attacks was putting immense pressure on Huagua. Fortunately, the assembly line and industrial mother machine developed by Fang Zhu and his team had officially gone into production, allowing various cities to recover rapidly using these 2 pieces of equipment. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, another half-month had gone by. In the elixir laboratory, Fang Zhu and the others completed the final round of debugging for the 3rd version of the assembly line. As the equipment came to a halt, relief and joy spread across everyone's faces. They had succeeded. The 3rd version of the elixir assembly line was officially completed. The problem they had discovered earlier was ultimately resolved through a trial-and-error approach, and Fang Zhu, along with the Rune's laboratory, redesigned a batch of rune sets, successfully solving the issue. They then began debugging the 3rd version of the assembly line, and after 10 days of effort in resolving some minor issues, they announced today that the 3rd version of the assembly line had been successfully developed. Wanyue, Fan Xing, organize the materials, and then go to the Ministry of Industry tomorrow to deliver the 3rd version of the assembly line, Fang Zhu said with a smile, looking at the few people in the laboratory. Yes, team leader, Fan Xing and Manhwa exchanged excited glances. Alright, that's it for today's work. Everyone take a break. Fang Zhu clapped his hands and then turned to leave the elixir laboratory. Just as he stepped out of the laboratory, he encountered the approaching Wang Laoias, whose face bore an expression of anticipation and inquiry, looking somewhat adorable. Chapter 197, A Tank? Old Wang, what brings you here? Fang Zhu stopped in his tracks, feigning ignorance as he looked at him. Wang Lao immediately composed himself, grasping one of Fang Zhu's hands and asking, So, did you manage to get it done? Take a guess, Fang Zhu replied with a smile. Hey, you little rascal, playing games with me. Wang Lao huffed, then craned his neck to look into the laboratory. However, the laboratory door was tightly locked, and he could see nothing. Hiding things from me, hurry up and tell me. Wang Lao withdrew his gaze and patted Fang Zhu's shoulder. Fang Zhu chuckled a couple of times, then nodded and said, It's done, just completed, and it can be delivered to the Ministry of Industry tomorrow. That's great! Wang Lao exclaimed excitedly, then rushed into the laboratory, completely unlike a man over 100 years old. One must say, the physical fitness of professionals is truly impressive. Fang Zhu shook his head with a smile and turned to enter the Rune's laboratory. After half a month of effort, the Rune's laboratory had also completed a lot of work. Most of the interference values for commonly used runes had been determined, with only a few less frequently used runes remaining to be measured. Once this work was completed, Fang Zhu and the others would seek to understand the reasons behind the interference values and grasp the principles of rune operation. This was an extremely daunting task, far more challenging than any project Fang Zhu had undertaken before. However, they must do it, no matter how difficult it is. Only by understanding the principles of rune operation can a rune master draw truly soulful runes. To put it simply, anyone can draw the most efficient rune sets and formations without wasting a bit of energy, and at that time, the runes of Huagua will be incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, progress at the forging laboratory has been quite slow lately. There's no way around it, as there have been no major breakthroughs in runes. Even Fang Zhu finds it difficult to create a rune set without any bugs. Legendary rune masters are indeed powerful, but Fang Zhu is not a god. He can make mistakes, especially now that he has delved deeper into the research and found that even legendary rune masters need a long time to understand many aspects. Only after the rune laboratory has measured all the interference values of the runes and understood some principles can Fang Zhu design a more complete rune set and finish the production of the second-generation industrial mother machine. As noon approached, just as he was about to head to the cafeteria for lunch, Bai Fu's call suddenly came in. Fang Zhu pressed the answer button, listened for a few moments, and then turned to a small private room in the cafeteria. Pushing the door open, he immediately saw the middle-aged man sitting next to Bai Fu. Sure Yun? Why did he come directly this time? Another task? A flurry of thoughts rushed through Fang Zhu's mind. You're here, Fang Zhu, sit down, Bai Fu said with a smile, gesturing to a seat beside her. Fang Zhu responded and then met Shi Yun's gaze, which was difficult to describe, as if there were many things he wanted to say. Just as Fang Zhu was about to ask, Shi Yun spoke first. Fang Zhu, I came here this time for something very important. He wiped his mouth, and his expression became serious. I hope you can speak the truth. Yes, I will definitely speak the truth. Fang Zhu nodded heavily. What are your thoughts on the secret realms? Shi Yun suddenly asked a seemingly unrelated question. Secret realms? Fang Zhu was taken aback for a moment, then recalled the various events he had experienced in the secret realms. To be honest, he hadn't entered the secret realms many times, but each time made him feel as if he had walked a tightrope between life and death. It is hard for someone from a peaceful era to immediately accept the existence of secret realms. Those terrifying beasts have killed countless of their compatriots, destroyed cities, and obliterated the hope for survival. If possible, Fang Zhu hoped to find a way to end the secret realms, to find a way to completely eliminate the abyss. But all of this is very difficult. He has tried hard but has seen almost no hope. Fang Zhu was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. I have no other thoughts on the secret realms. I just want them to disappear. Perhaps there are some rare resources in the secret realms, but those resources cannot compare to the price Huagua has paid. Upon hearing Fang Zhu's calm and powerful words, a smile gradually appeared on Shi Yun's face. Yes, such things should disappear. Bai Fu, although unaware of what Shi Yun was really after, seemed to have an inkling, her eyes flashing with surprise. Fang Zhu, you eat something first, and after you finish, come with me to the Ministry of Industry, Shi Yun said, retracting his expression and not continuing the topic. Fang Zhu was now as confused as a monk who couldn't grasp the situation, but free food was still to be had. Shi Yun and Bai Fu had ordered a table full of sumptuous dishes, and it would be a waste not to eat. After a whirlwind of eating, Fang Zhu followed Shi Yun into a government vehicle. On the way, Fang Zhu couldn't help but ask, Minister Shi, what exactly is the matter you called me for? You'll know soon, it's a good thing, but it can't be said to be entirely good, Yun replied with a light smile. Feng Zhu immediately cursed inwardly. A riddle master. The one thing I hate most in this life is a riddle master. Soon, Feng Zhu and Yun arrived at the Ministry of Works. The two entered a conference room where more than a dozen officials from the ministry were seated, including Minister Ma. The scale of this meeting was even larger than the last time he came. Feng Zhu suddenly felt a bit nervous. In fact, he had vaguely guessed that the task that made Yun so vague was likely a highly confidential mission, but now it seemed that this task was even more complicated than he had imagined. Sit down, take a look at this first, Minister Ma said, pointing to a nearby seat, and then handed Feng Zhu a stack of slightly yellowed papers. Feng Zhu held it in his hands, and when he saw the first line of text, he was taken aback, his pupils suddenly constricting. This is a tank. At that moment, what Feng Zhu held was indeed the design blueprints for a tank. He wasn't very knowledgeable about military matters and didn't know which model it was, but from the parameters marked on the blueprints, it was at least a type of main battle tank that had once served in Huadhua. After the shock, Feng Zhu quickly flipped through the pages, which detailed the manufacturing process of various tank components in great detail. As soon as Feng Zhu began to speak, he realized something and swallowed the rest of his words. He couldn't reveal that he knew about tanks. From the current situation, this was a highly classified matter, and he should have never heard of it before. What do you think about this? Minister Ma asked, crossing his hands and speaking in a calm tone. Feng Zhu took a deep breath, trying to act as if it was his first time seeing a tank. For a moment, Feng Zhu didn't know how to evaluate it. To be honest, he didn't expect the Ministry of Works to give him something like this. What did they intend for him to do? Build a tank? Just as Feng Zhu thought this, he heard Minister Ma's voice from the side. Can you understand it? Understand it? Of course, he could understand. Feng Zhu nodded slightly. I can roughly understand what this is. He certainly wouldn't say the truth, but unexpectedly, after he said this, Minister Ma showed an incredibly surprised expression. You can understand? That's great. Feng Zhu was immediately stunned. Minister Ma continued, if all departments cooperate fully with you, is there any possibility of building it? Upon hearing this, Feng Zhu frowned. Building it, to be honest, it was a bit difficult. Not to mention anything else, he couldn't solve the issue of the tank's power. The blueprints did not include the manufacturing method for the engine, which was a problem he realized from the very beginning. Without an engine, the tank couldn't move at all. Just like a runic cannon, the tank could only be placed in a fixed location. In fact, a steam engine could be produced, but to drive such a large object, a regular steam engine simply wouldn't suffice. Moreover, another key point was that this era had neither coal nor oil. Feng Zhu didn't know if these two resources existed underground and had yet to be discovered. He had looked up some information and found that after the Great Chaos, coal and oil seemed to have vanished into thin air. Therefore, creating a power device for the tank was a very difficult task. What he could think of was using runes to drive it, just like modern cars or aircraft, but those things were drawn from cards. No one had been able to replicate the objects drawn so far. Their structures seemed incomprehensible to normal humans. Thus, Feng Zhu needed to design the tank's power device from scratch, and a tank also required a weapon system, steering system, and defense system. These were all challenges. Even with blueprints, it wouldn't be so easy to build. Feng Zhu remained silent for a long time before finally nodding slowly. I can give it a try, but I'm not sure when I can build it. He actually wanted to challenge himself to see if he could create a tank from scratch. No man could refuse such a thing, at least Feng Zhu couldn't. He had thought about replicating some weapons from his own time in this era, but to be honest, there were too many limitations in every aspect. Not to mention, he hadn't seen anything like gunpowder here. Without gunpowder, he could only start with runes, but runes were much more difficult than gunpowder. Alright, since you agreed, let me briefly explain the country's thoughts. Minister Ma looked at Feng Zhu with great delight. All departments will unconditionally cooperate with you. You can allocate resources as you see fit, and we'll help you find any personnel you need. The country's goal is simple: build the tank as soon as possible. This is our hope for counterattacking the secret realm. Feng Zhu placed the tank blueprints back on the table and nodded heavily. This was indeed the hope for counterattacking the secret realm. He believed that with dozens of tanks, ordinary secret realms wouldn't be able to withstand it. It was difficult for high-level professionals to grow, but if tanks could be built, they could completely win by numbers. As he walked out of the Ministry of Industry's conference room, Feng Zhu rubbed his forehead, his mind filled with the many challenges of the tank manufacturing process. It seems I need to start a new project at the Rune laboratory. The first issue to solve is the tank's power problem, Feng Zhu thought to himself. Soon, Feng Zhu returned to the professional base, where Bai Fu was waiting at the entrance with a smile. "Aunt Bai, why are you standing at the door? It's so cold," Feng Zhu asked, wrapping his clothes tighter. I'm waiting for you, Bai Fu chuckled lightly and then led Feng Zhu into the base. I've already received the news. I'm currently calling people to clear out a warehouse. Then I'll trouble you, Aunt Bai. I need to transform the warehouse into a factory and testing ground, and the area it occupies will be quite large, Feng Zhu said after thinking for a moment. That's fine. The base has plenty of vacant space. The two chatted as they quickly arrived at the area Bai Fu had designated in the professional base. This was originally an unused warehouse, covering an area of about 3,000 square meters. To be honest, this area wasn't very large. It could work as a factory, but as a testing ground, it was a bit tight. Bai Fu realized this too, so she designated a large area around the warehouse, and in the end, Feng Zhu obtained 10,000 square meters of land. With the help of many professionals, the buildings and facilities on this land were quickly demolished, leaving only a smooth concrete floor. Feng Zhu divided this testing ground into two areas, a smaller area for the laboratory and factory, and a larger area for debugging and testing after the tanks were manufactured. Although the tanks were still far from being a reality, Feng Zhu had already prepared the space in advance. Then, Feng Zhu went to the Rune laboratory and the forging laboratory, instructing everyone to move all existing research materials and equipment to the testing ground. The abilities of the professionals were truly peculiar. With the efforts of the architect, several laboratories that met Feng Zhu's requirements were quickly completed. These professionals were indeed born civil engineering prodigies. Feng Zhu sighed, then directed the rune masters and forgers to install the equipment in the designated places and conduct debugging. There was no need to move the pill laboratory over. Assembly lines weren't needed for now, and they could deal with that later when there was time. Soon, the first step of the preparations was completed. The time lost in the move was not much. Mainly, some equipment needed multiple adjustments after being relocated to ensure that its internal structure had not been damaged during the move. What do you plan to do next? Bai Fu asked softly, standing beside Feng Zhu. Feng Zhu thought for a moment, took out the blueprints in his hand, and quickly found a few of them. For the forging laboratory, let's produce these components first. I have other arrangements for the Rune laboratory. After saying this, Feng Zhu called all the blacksmiths together and distributed the blueprints of the components to them. Your task during this period is to create these items according to the parameters marked on the blueprints, Feng Zhu said loudly as he looked at them. I know that some of these are quite difficult to manufacture, but we have to get it done. At most, in 10 days, all these components must be produced. Upon hearing Feng Zhu's words, the blacksmith's eyes widened in surprise.